Although I awakened the most resilient ancient body training technique, my classmates mocked me as a useless punching bag, and even my teacher, who had always supported me, looked indifferent. It's just because I awakened only a D-level talent, which not only lacks any attack power but also upgrades very slowly. However, I was not the least bit flustered, but instead sneered in my heart, because only I knew that just as I awakened, the system also awakened along with me, and even gave me an external talent, Annihilation Yentong. Although the function of this external talent has not yet been integrated, I cannot know its effects, but from the imagery just now, it is clear that this second talent is definitely not simple. Li Fan, you can go down first. At this time, the voice of the school leader sounded full of regret. Upon returning to the classroom queue, I was greeted by pairs of gloating eyes. However, I didn't care about them at all now, as my mind was completely focused on that cheat. As I passed by Lin Yue, he suddenly stopped me and said, "It's been 3 years, and in the end, I'm the one who gets the last laugh, but I'm quite grateful to have you as an opponent. If you ever need help in the future, I can help you once." Lin Yue had a calm expression, with a faint smile on his lips. I was a little surprised that in the end, instead of mocking Lin Yue as I should have, he did not mock him, but showed respect. The road is long and the mountain is high. Who will have the last laugh is hard to say, but still, thank you, Lin, for your words. If you need help in the future, I can help you once. When this was said, Lin Yue was first stunned, then frowned slightly, and finally smiled knowingly. Okay, if there is a real opportunity. Our conversation immediately sparked a discussion among the people around us. Undoubtedly, I once again faced a wave of ridicule and sarcasm. However, I naturally paid no attention to it. After stepping back into the queue, as other students took turns going on stage, I couldn't wait to choose to integrate that plugin. In the next moment, I only felt a slight flash of light in my eyes, and the fusion was completed. As for the rest, it seems like there is no feeling at all. I was a little confused, and then quickly began to understand the function of this plugin. Annihilation Yentong, Conceptual Rule Flow Plugin. Any life that appears under the gaze of the pupil, the host only needs to have a thought of death, will ignore all defenses, power levels, and directly kill the vitality. Can be killed individually or in groups. After reading the functions of this cheat, I almost shouted out loud, but soon I found a problem. According to the cheat explanation, my invincibility premise is that the opponent must appear within my field of vision. But in this world now, there are too many messy talents, making it impossible to rule out situations where someone with special talents sneaks up and cuts my neck before I even see them, or situations where someone with similar strength is killed from a distance by a special effect. Fortunately, with the talent for refining the body, if I can train my physical body well and stack up my defense value high enough, I can avoid that kind of situation. At this moment, I remembered my other talent, physical enhancement. If I have an indestructible physical body, then naturally I can truly become invincible. However, the problem is that my talent for physical enhancement is only at level 1, and it's quite difficult to upgrade a level 1 talent. I couldn't help but look towards the introduction of the ancient body refining lineage. The ancient body refining lineage originates from the blessing of the ancient body refining organization. Each time you train, a certain amount of strength value and defense value, including mental strength, will be accumulated, without any level restrictions, and can be infinitely improved. However, the body refining lineage requires strong perseverance, and to achieve great success, it requires even more time and practice. Looking at this introduction, I almost couldn't help but shout out in shock again. This talent is equally simple and crude. As long as you exercise, you can improve, even without the need to level up. In other words, as long as I exercise enough, even if my level is only 1, my physical attributes can surpass those high-level players. You should know that in this world, if you don't level up, your attributes cannot increase after reaching a certain height because there is a limit. With such amazing talent, I really don't understand why the rating is so low, but it doesn't matter, because this talent happens to complement my shortcomings. So what I need to do next is to exercise like crazy. As for leveling up, I'll occasionally take a stroll in the secret realm. After the awakening ceremony, I can't wait to go home and try out the effects of this talent training. Suddenly, a voice sounded behind me, "Brotherly Fan." I turned my head and saw a girl who was almost as good-looking as Lin Yue. "Lingling, what's wrong?" She was my classmate from high school. We used to sit together, but we were separated due to class rearrangement. Our relationship gradually became less close than before. Gulin looked at me, the smile on her face like a spring breeze. Couldn't help but smile slightly, and her heart beat faster. "Li Fan, please accept this." Gulin directly bent down 90 degrees and handed me a pink envelope. I took the envelope. Some didn't react, but when I wanted to ask, Gu Lin had already run away with a red face. This scene made many passing students look lost. There are actually people who confess to that kind of waste, really wasting such a good-looking girl. I didn't care about these comments, but instead focused on the envelope in my hand. After opening the envelope, inside was actually a love letter, with some cute little emoticons drawn alongside the text. I touched my head, for a moment not knowing how to react. I never expected that this little girl has been secretly in love with me for 3 years. Gu Lin is a nice person, and I quite like her too. It hasn't escalated to the kind of liking between a man and a woman yet, so I was really unsure how to respond for a moment. However, when I think about how Gu Lin confessed her feelings to me even after knowing that she has a D-level talent, I am somewhat moved. Just as I was contemplating how to respond, a message came in on the cell phone. It's Gu Ling's brotherly fan. Cheer up. Don't care about what those people think. In my heart, you've always been the best. By the way, I'm a B-ranked healing talent. So if we're going to go to the secret realm to brush up on our levels, we can join together. Look at the message. It was even harder for Li Fan to refuse. This little girl is really good for him. Not only did he give him gas and atmosphere, but he even offered to team up. Gu Ling was a B-ranked healing talent, an absolute meat and potatoes. Everyone else would have to grab for a team. I didn't expect Gu Ling to actually offer to team up with him. A D-ranked talent. Thank you. The teaming thing. Not for a while. I might be a little busy lately. And the whole relationship thing, wait until you get to college. Levon hesitated for a moment and responded with a message. He now had a plug-in, and his body refining talent was ridiculously strong. It's definitely not possible to go to the secret realm to level up too often. The cost effectiveness is too low. As for the university, college doesn't really do much for him. Whether he goes or not just depends on whether he wants to go himself. But Gu Ling was different. Gu Ling had good talent, and the next gap was an important time for her to improve. A good college now is very important to Gu Ling. It would be a shame to be held back because of relationship issues. On the other end of the screen, looking at the message sent by Li Fan, Gu Ling jumped straight up with joy. Although he didn't agree to the teaming up, Li Fan didn't reject the confession. The implication is that when she goes to college, Li Fan will agree to be with her. Sweet love. Gu Ling, am here. It's time to go back. Li Fan looked at the time and hurriedly took a step towards home as well. Normally, Li Fan took the subway back, but now with the gift of body refining, he chose to run back. This will warm you up nicely for the workout later. The school is only 5 kilometers from home. After his physique was strengthened, Li Fan's footsteps were windy and he arrived at the entrance of the neighborhood in a short while. So hungry, Li Fan touched his stomach that had been rumbling. After the stretch of road, it was now obvious that he had felt so much stronger physically. But compared to this, it was the hunger that took over. That's pretty self-explanatory. 2. As his body became stronger, that consumption naturally became greater, and it was normal for him to be hungry quickly. But it's not a big problem. It's almost at the doorstep. I'm back. Levon pushed his way in. On the living room floor, his father, Li Dubois, was holding a cigarette and playing a computer game, and the battle seemed to be extremely intense, while his mother, Huang Lan, sat on the sidelines wearing pink rabbit ear headphones, helping to play support. Heal. You heal me. Cave. You on the contrary. Gu. You will not Really cannot I play the main C? Forget it. What kind of talk is that? Are you questioning a slugger? The battle has clearly deteriorated and the screen is grayed out. Mother Huanglan could not get angry. A hand took the cigarette in Li Dubois' mouth. Himself also sucked 2 mouthfuls, and got up resentfully. Gu, baby boy, when did you come back? As soon as she turned around, Huanglan then noticed that Li Fan had returned. Li Fan smiled. Just now. Mom, when are you going to cook? I'm a little hungry. Let's not do this today. Just say what you want to eat and Mom will order you takeout. Mom, I want to eat meat. Okay. As seen in front of me, this pair of parents of Levon are rather spontaneous and a little less like normal parents, but Li Fan had long since gotten used to it. The 2 old men are debauched and free-spirited, very much in love, and even if they have children, they still do what they want, and live the life they want with pain and suffering. Oftentimes, Li Fan felt very comfortable with them as if he was spending time with a friend. Mom Huan Lan during takeout order. Li Dubois came over with a form at that moment and put an arm around Li Fan's shoulders. Fan, your mom and I are getting ready for our 3rd trip tomorrow, and here's our travel itinerary. Since I'm going to more places, it might be quite a while before I can come back, and I've already put the living expenses on your card. Stay alive during the time we're not at home. Keep your secrets sneaking around to a lesser extent, and call if you have any problems. Chapter 4 Terrifying Rate of Numerical Improvement. Listening to Li Dubois' words, Levon was relieved. I can't believe I know how to leave him money for living expenses. I'm sure it's still my own. Dad. Mom. You guys go have fun. I'll be fine. Li Fan patted Li Dugua's shoulder and said with a smile. Suddenly this time, Gu Ling's piece of envelope slipped out of her pocket accidentally. The mother, Huang Lan, was quick on her feet and took the envelope at the first opportunity, a look of gossip emerging on her face. A few seconds passed. Li Dugua. It's a love letter from your daughter-in-law. Read it. Is that Ling Ling? That kid finally confessed? It must be Ling Ling. Who else could our daughter-in-law be but her? Not bad. Not bad. In that case, we'll have grandchildren soon. The two old men hugged each other excitedly and began to celebrate. Livan had a big head. So he's the only one who doesn't know about Gu Ling's crush on him? Gu Ling had come to Li Fan's home for dinner earlier. The second oldest loved her. Unexpectedly, the second old man actually took her as a candidate for daughter-in-law. Fan, you should agree with people's confession. Remember to be nice to other girls, okay? If I know that you bullied someone, I'll immediately fly back and whip you. Mom Huan Lan was full of smiles as she began to educate Li Fan. Li Dugua on the side also came to join in the fun. Son, your father. When I was young, I was a small expert in love. If you encounter any problems, you can consult me. Also, since you're going to be in a relationship, you can't treat other girls poorly. I'll allocate an extra relationship fee to you later. Dad. Mom. You guys. Li Fan was filled with tears and laughter and wanted to explain. But when he thought that the second old man would be going out on a trip tomorrow, he didn't bother to explain. A good half hour. Takeout has arrived. Between bites, the two old men remembered that today was the day of Li Fan's awakening. Son, I haven't asked you about your awakened talent yet. What do you say? Father Li Dugua asked. Li Fan spoke truthfully. The one that was awakened was a D-grade combat talent. In terms of body refining. At these words, the two old men froze for a moment. However, Li Dugua then opened his mouth with a smile. What a load of crap. It's okay though. Your dad and I are even trashier. I'm just an E-ranked talent. Mother Huang Lan also nodded in relief. It's good to be a little trashy so that you don't need to fight and kill. If you ask me, D-ranked talent is a little too much. Li Fan's head was full of black lines. What great parents I have. People's parents expect their children to be good, but his pair expects them to be a little trashy. However, Li Fan was also able to understand the thoughts of the two old men. Everyone has everyone's way of living, even if it's garbage. Finish eating. Li Fan's hunger had finally disappeared for the most part. Next, Li Fan then began to exercise. Livan chose to do push-ups first. Strength +1, defense +1, spirit +1, strength +1, defense +0, 8, spirit +0, 2 inch, strength +0, 8, defense +1, spirit +0, 6 inch, just did not do more than a few, and the workout was already in my head. Watch this scene. Li Fan was really very excited. The boosting effect was more exaggerated than even he had imagined. If it goes on at this rate, he can't be too far from being completely invincible then. Realize this. Li Fan hurriedly just started working out like crazy. But soon, Li Fan then realized that he was being a little too idealistic. This hasn't been done for long. His strength was gone, and immediately following it was an intense hunger. It was too late to think too much. Li Fan hurriedly just flew out the door, found a buffet restaurant, and began to feast. After giving his boss a good lesson, Livan slowed down. He kind of got it. This wanted to insanely raise the attribute values, but also had to make the stamina and also the food keep up with it. Physical strength was fine. As he slowly improved his physical fitness, he could slowly go up with a little rest. On the contrary, it's the food that's the problem. With that amount of food just now, he was a bit shocked himself. The stronger he gets, the more he eats. He's definitely on the buffet blacklist, and the ordinary ingredients here are definitely not enough to satisfy him. His family is at best moderately well off. Not a very wealthy family. If you eat it the way it is, you'll absolutely collapse in no time. In that case, we still have to go to the secret realm and get some ferocious beast meat. Li Fan pondered for a while. It seemed that the only way was to go to the secret realm and hunt ferocious beasts. Not thinking any deeper for the time being, Li Fan was ready to go back to sleep first. Boss, can I pack what I can't finish? Boss, you're ing. Livan forgot. This is a buffet restaurant, not a regular restaurant. Wake up. Li Fan whole person refreshed, touched the stomach. Actually hair originally flat belly is actually already covered with 8 angular abs. Got up and went to the mirror to look at his physique today. Li Fan only wanted to say 2 words. Art. That's right. Yesterday was a simple workout, but it was no less than a shedding for him. Immediately after, Li Fan hastily tapped on his attribute panel. Name, Li Fan. Level, LV1, 0 out of 100. Strength, 387. Defense, 300. Spirit, 301 inch. Looking at his attribute panel, Li Fan was somewhat taken aback. It's too short. No, it's outrageous. A normal first-level awakened person would basically have a strength defense of no more than 30. Even if they were equally gifted awakened in the aspect of body refining, there would definitely not be more than 100. As for Li Fan, all aspects actually all reached a terrifying 300 plus. As for why it was short, it couldn't be helped. Awakened people gifted in the physical aspect were basically like that. The terrifying values made Li Fan impatient to continue with a wave of crazy workouts. But thinking about last night, he gave in. We'll have to go to the secret realm to get some ferocious beast meat. It's not supported by food. I'm really sorry about the longevity of the workout. Get up and come into the living room. On the dining room table, there was a breakfast, and a line of farewell notes. That's right. The second old man was already on an early start. Looking at the words on the note, Li Fan couldn't help but smile. He was actually happy from the bottom of his heart that the two old men could live so happily and daintily. Finish washing up. Li Fan browsed through the news as he ate his breakfast. It's been awakening season in high schools across the country lately, and the heat is similar to the high school entrance exams of a previous life. The news today is all about the awakening of students across the country. There was no surprise. Lin Yue was heckling to follow another province's S-rank awakened person on the news, and due to Lin Yue's outstanding face value, this popularity far exceeded those other S-class awakened people with low face value, and it instantly spread from Hang City to half of the Great Summer Country. And apart from the awakening situation, the other hot one is heck of a newbie secret strategy. In this world, what high school students needed to do after their awakening was over was to go to those secret realms to upgrade, and after that, go to meet the enrollment test of the martial arts university in half a month. There are no standardized examination criteria for Budo universities here, and they basically take a self-admission approach. Take, for example, Northern Tier University, which is currently in the top 10 of universities. If you wanted to go to Northern Empire University, you had to fulfill the basic conditions he had set out, reaching a level of 10 in AB in talent. After fulfilling that, then go for his exam session, and only if you pass, you will be officially admitted. Of course, there are special recruits, that is, those who don't look at talent or even rank. But this requirement is more stringent. The ones targeted are the more unusual, never before seen, but strategically important talents. There had been a time before where the talent was only the lowest F, but the ability was to see inside the secret realm from outside the secret realm with the naked eye, which was very strategically valuable. And then it was exceptionally admitted and special care was given to it. Li Fan's words, he thought about going to college last night. While college wasn't much use to him, it was a great way to expand his horizons and whore out a lot of resources. So, he decided to go anyway. But the examination for the martial arts university is still half a month away. Until then, he'd better stack the values as high as he could before doing so. So, immediately afterward, Li Fan researched about the novice secret realm. Chapter 5: The Odd Man Out Camping in the Secret World. There are a total of 2 novice secret realms around Hang City that you can enter at level 1. One is the Wild Boar Forest and the other is the West Coast. Wild Boar Forest ferocious beasts are dominated by wild boars, which have a violent character and a certain degree of danger, while the West Coast is dominated by mutant sea turtles, which have a gentle character and are safer. But wild boar, there's more meat. Let's go to the Boar Forest. Li Fan checked out the situation and analyzed it objectively while setting the direction. Go to the Boar's Woods. Boar Forest is a LV1-LV5 novice secret area, mainly for newbies who have just awakened. Generally speaking, except for those who have elders to personally lead them, others will choose to group up. However, for Li Fan, it was the single brush that was the most cost-effective. In fact, it was that he wasn't leveled up enough to go to some of the advanced secret realms, or else he would have considered going to the advanced secret realms to sneak around. After a brief rundown, Li Fan had another idea. Soon, Li Fan then went downstairs to set up a wild camping tent, plus a large pile of cooking utensils as well as barbecue materials. That's right, he was going to stay in Boar's Wood for a while. That would make it very convenient for him to exercise. When you're hungry, you go around and catch a wild boar to eat and then continue your workout. Just stay for half a month. His values can definitely reach a very exaggerated level. Simply clean up the dishes. With his luggage on his back, Li Fan got on the Circle City bus to Boar Forest. Car. Li Fan's large bag undoubtedly drew a lot of attention. Although Li Fan wasn't exactly sociopathic, he still felt more or less embarrassed. When we have money, we'll have to go buy a space ring to do that. Li Fan murmured. This world also has the same space ring as the world of immortal cultivation. After recognizing the owner, it was very convenient to just move your mind and appear in a piece of space used for storing things. But alas, This stuff is only for the rich. At the lowest end of the scale, one would start at $1 million. Li Fan was shy, so naturally he couldn't afford to mess with it. But it wasn't a big problem. After he got stronger and stronger, he could go to those secret realms to make money. The beast cores of ferocious beasts as well as the various materials on their bodies could be very valuable. It didn't take long. The bus arrived at the outskirts of the boar forest. Li Fan got out of the car and couldn't help but feel a little shocked as he looked at the huge blue vortex hanging above the canopy. The entrance to the secret realm is really spectacular. Much more spectacular than what you see on TV. At this point, the outer plaza was a crowded place. Classmate, get to know the Budo University Sprint class. You're guaranteed to go to Beatty University. Boar Forest map for sale cheap. Got a team? 50-50 on the loot. Students with F grade talent no. Don't struggle. Listen to Uncle my advice. Enter the factory. I know a newly opened factory. $5,000 a month. It's a mixed bag of fish and noise. In addition to the many novice students who needed to practice, there were also a bunch of veterans of other professions mixed in. Li Fan ignored this, naturally, and went straight even towards the direction of the entrance. Holy, why did this guy even bring a tent? Is this a hobo? But it doesn't seem like such a handsome hobo, does it? But it seems like he's preparing to go to the Boar Forest secret realm. He's not going to live in it. Is he? Holy, oddball. Looks like a high school student. Is he not afraid to die? Nonsense. Don't his mom and dad care? That's right. Li Fan was still very noticeable here. There were quite a few people who had guessed Li Fan's thoughts, but all of them felt that Li Fan was a naive batch. What kind of person goes camping in a secret place? Even if it was a secret realm for novices, then there was still a certain amount of danger. It's not safe to assume that while you're sleeping, you're going to get gored by a passing herd of wild boars. Seeing that Li Fan was not very old, if he met a level 5 boar, he was afraid that he would have to explain himself. Naturally, Li Fan didn't care about the crowd's comments. Coming to the face of the vortex, one step in, and in an instant, he was within the secret realm. Look up, this is the other side of the world. The sun shone high in the sky, the air was filled with the fragrance of fragrant grasses, and in the distance, there was a vast expanse of pristine jungle. As it came in, it was followed by teleportation to various parts of the jungle's periphery. Li Fan, on the contrary, did not see anyone else around. Sinking his breath, Li Fan generated wind under his feet and quickly sped towards the jungle. As we walked into the jungle, the clear sky disappeared from view, blocked by huge branches. So much so, it made the light in the jungle seem rather dull, even eerie. Roar! Suddenly, just after Li Fan stepped on a section of dead branches, a growl rang out from the bushes in front of him. Not surprisingly, it was a boar lurking inside. Li Fan was also too lazy to wait for this boar to pounce. With a thought, Yen Pupil was launched. Next, the entire bush instantly withered and turned into a field of debris. The boar hidden behind was already visible. The boar seemed to be startled by this scene and froze directly on the spot. But when it wanted to strike, it silently lost its life and fell to the ground in response. That's awesome. For this scene, Li Fan couldn't help but give himself a wave of comments. This was the first time he had used this plugin feature. It is indeed really awesome. The knockout efficiency is just too high. And next, it's the tongue-in-cheek Boar Forest segment. It was a boar that was only level 1. A ferocious beast of this level did not harbor a beast core, and its entire body, except for its body flesh, had no usefulness whatsoever. That's why Li Fan handled it without a care in the world. It didn't take long for a delicious barbecue to come out. Smelling the aroma, Li Fan felt like he could take 3 bites of a pig right now, almost ready to start working out. Eat and drink. Li Fan was in high spirits and immediately began his workout journey. I don't know how long it was a workout. It was already dark, and Li Fan was feeling hungry once again. Thus, Li Fan could only stop for the time being. Open the properties panel. Name, Li Fan. Level, LV1, 0. 01 out of 100. Strength, 887. Defense, 800. Spirit, 801 inch. Li Fan was excited. It had only been less than a day's work, and the value was actually coming up once again. This value is just too much. It's even gotten to the point where it's falling apart. This fleshly body value was completely comparable to many LV8 awakened. Li Fan was now already somewhat looking forward to the changes after half a month. Chapter 6, Results of the Retreat. Love Brain Guling. As it was getting late, Li Fan did not continue to go deeper into the jungle and continue hunting. Instead, he chose to find a clearing and set up his tent first, and incidentally, light the campfire again. The lowly ferocious beasts were actually similar to ordinary animals, and usually didn't come too close when they saw the flames. Putting the fire on, the odds were that Li Fan would be able to sleep soundly. Waiting to get the campground done, Li Fan then went to solve the problem of his hunger. A few minutes of work. 2 wild boar carcasses are the ones that come to the campground and become the guests of the second season of Tongue and Groove Wild Boar Forest. Now Li Fan's appetite had gone further. The 2 wild boars that were like small mountains, without a moment's effort, were all dazzled into Li Fan's stomach. Wait to eat and drink. Naturally another workout. However, this time, Li Fan did not practice to the point of exhaustion, but preserved some of his stamina. That's not exactly a cautionary tale against wild boars. After all, to his current defense value, even if you let a wild boar want to arch him to death, not a few days of work for fear is not broken defense. The main defense is people. People aren't like boars. People are too smart. And it wasn't all newbies here. There were also a lot of high-level awakened people who were responsible for accompanying or bringing their sisters. If someone wanted to kill him while he was asleep, there were plenty of dirty tricks. Even though he had no grudges against people and had nothing of value on him. But there's no guarantee that you'll run into one of those crazy batches that want to kill people indiscriminately, or the kind of who takes a girl practicing and on a whim looks like he's in a tent and is ready to do something bad. Save some energy. It should at least be enough to last until he opens his eyes and sees the other side. Li Fan got lucky. A peaceful sleep until dawn. Packing his luggage away, Li Fan didn't linger and went straight towards the depths of the jungle. The ones on this periphery are basically some low-level boars. The deeper you go, the higher the level of the boars. As for the ferocious beasts, naturally, the higher the level, the higher the meat energy, not only easy to upgrade, but also easier to eat. All the way forward, everywhere you go, there are pig corpses. Since the number of wild boars here was just too much, Li Fan's mouth was also tricky, and he would no longer eat the whole head, but chose to cut some of the fattier parts. And with Li Fan killing all the way, gradually, Li Fan finally came to understand why this heaven-defying body-refining talent of his was positioned at the D grade. The reason is simple. It's that he's just too slow to upgrade. It's simply just ridiculously slow. In this world, there are only so many ways to upgrade. One was to go to the secret realm and kill the ferocious beasts. When you killed them you would gain some of the upgrading experience. And then the most important of all, the beast cores. Within the beast's core, there was a massive amount of energy and it could be easily absorbed. It is the main source of human upgrades. And apart from beast cores, ferocious beast meat also had energy. However, the meat contained energy, which was naturally far less than a beast core. The second is supplements. Tonic is generally made from a variety of rare raw materials, such as some of the spirit of the flowers, rare grasses, concentrated and refined. Depending on the formula and raw materials, the role of the price is also different. And because the supplements are so effective, convenient, and even life-saving in a pinch, the prices are basically astronomical. Third would be usual. It is to cultivate purely on one's own, drawing energy directly from between heaven and earth. But this approach is naturally the lowest option for most people with low levels of talent. Only extremely high, such as Lin Youwei's kind, or that kind of awakened person whose rank was already very high would choose to do it in this way. Again, back to Levin's side. He was already killing quite a few wild boars along the way, and had even absorbed quite a few level 2 or higher beast cores. His rank, however, was still 1 level. If this were anyone else, then they would have risen 3 or 4 levels in a row long ago. Roughly estimating the difficulty of raising his rank, he was afraid that it would be dozens of times higher than the awakened person with the same D-rank talent, and quite a bit harder than even the lowest ranked F rank. With this difficulty, it was normal for him to have this talent set at a D grade, but for Li Fan, it seems to be okay. He could basically sweep through the various secret realms with ease with this hang, and he wouldn't be too slow in upgrading. Soon, Li Fan had already reached the deepest part of the jungle. Just now, he could also detect many grouped novices from the neighborhood, but by the time we got here, there wasn't much left. Li Fan chose a clearing by the river to set up camp. For the next half a month, he was going to carry out a period of bitter cultivation here. Unawareness. 10 days have passed. The perimeter of the wild boar forest's secret borders was no longer as crowded as it had been some time ago, for no other reason. Most of them had already set out on their way to their favorite martial arts universities to prepare for the entrance exams. Hangzhou, high-speed railway station. Lingling, let's go. Ticket check. A female voice shouted, breaking Gu Ling's thoughts. Looking at the message board that was delayed in replying, Gu Ling sank her breath, turned around, and headed towards the ticket gate. Getting on the train, Gu Ling looked out the window and froze, and the whole person looked soulful. At that moment, the female companion who was traveling with her on the side, Lu Mei, could not help but frown and open her mouth. What? That Li Fan kid hasn't gotten back to you yet? Dog man, playing missing. Ha, by the way, didn't you say that he had promised you a confession? Hearing Lu Mei's words, Gu Ling hurriedly just opened her mouth. He must have been delayed by something, Willow said as she listened a little too hard. Even if there's a delay, it's not so bad that you haven't returned a message for days, right? You, what a pure love brain. I mean, what guy can't you find with your qualifications? Yes, Li Fan is handsome, but he is a D-grade talent, destined to be a drag for you. Gu Ling automatically blocked out Lu Mei's words and silently opened Li Fan's chat box and sent a message. Brother Li Fan, I'm going to Beizhou City. Without any surprises I should go to Qingdong University. The teacher from the enrollment office there gave me a phone call yesterday. Lu Mei, who was on the side, saw Gu Ling ignoring it and could only stop with a sense of humor, shaking her head regretfully. Chapter 7 Collapsing Values. Northern Empire University. Board Jungle. 301. 302. The clearing by the river. Li Fan was carrying a huge block like a small mountain on his back, sitting silently in a deep squat. At this time, Li Fan had already removed his top, revealing a body full of explosive muscles. Compared to 10 days ago, the aura on Li Fan's body was clearly stronger by an unknown number of points. It had to be said that this feeling of getting a little bit stronger was really addictive. If it weren't for sunrise and sunset, he wouldn't even feel much of the passage of time. Boo! The stone fell and exploded in nearly half-meter deep crater in the ground. Li Fan immediately drank the spring water and ate the wild boar meat that had been prepared long ago. I didn't realize 10 days had passed. Looking at the date on his cell phone, Li Fan couldn't help but be a little surprised. This time is going by really fast. Doing some rough math, there were almost only 5 or 6 days left until the date of the enrollment exams for the major martial arts universities. Tap the Properties panel. Name, Li Fan. Level, LV7, 23/20,000. Power, 5,732. Defense, 5,909. Spirit, 5,820 inch. 10 days of hard work. Li Fan's level had already broken through to the 7th level, and his attribute values in all aspects were pulled to an unimaginable degree. Roughly estimated, this value was completely comparable to many awakened who were around level 25. For this result, Li Fan was really very satisfied. But let's be honest, this wild boar meat, he is now really already tired of eating it. He already didn't want to be in this place anymore. Got up and packed his things. Li Fan then got up and went in the direction of the exit. Next, all he has to deal with is choosing a college. For this perverted body refining talent of his, he didn't have much intention of hiding it. Instead, he was going to rely on that talent to see if he had a chance of breaking into some good colleges. The better the college, the more resources you can whittle down and the more eye-opening opportunities you have. Some third or fourth-rate university, he that was not interested in going at all. The university he most wanted to go to at the moment was Northern Empire University. As the #1 ranked academy in the top 10 schools of the Great Summer Martial Arts University, the resources here are, obviously, the greatest. If he could go here, his body refining talent would definitely progress even faster, and he would be able to move even faster from truly being completely invincible. However, the Northern Empire University breaks a higher standard than many other academies that are also in the top 10. Whether he could record it or not, he had no bottom line right now. Step out of the secret world. Look at the skyscrapers that come into view. Li Fan's entire mood was really very excited. After 10 days of living hard in this wilderness and coming back, it really felt like traveling again. Holy, so handsome. Holy, that's a great body. What a manly body. If only it were my boyfriend. Cut. You don't even wear clothes. You just want the girl to see the body, right? Slutty one. Listen to the chatter around you. It was then that Li Fan reacted to the fact that he had actually come out without a top. It didn't help that he was already a bit out of practice with getting dressed. Leave the scene quickly. Li Fan hurriedly just ran in the direction of home. Now this dirty look is really not elegant. Car. Li Fan opened the message bar after a long time. The first thing that caught his eye was Gu Ling's message. There were dozens of them. Brother Li Fan, are you busy? Brother Li Fan, I've upgraded so fast. I'm already level 5. Brother Li Fan, I'm already level 10. Do you want to take you to level up? Brother Li Fan, which university are you going to apply for? I want to go to the same city as you so we can be closer. Watch these messages. Levon couldn't help but scratch his head as he began to sweat. He was focused on training in the boar forest, so he simply blocked the message. I didn't expect this little girl to send him a message at a meal. Watching this scene, Li Fan couldn't help but feel apologetic. This would be any person who would probably get angry if the other person kept not replying to the message. Gu Ling on the other hand was gentle the entire time, even helping to explain to him herself if something was holding him up. There was one thing to say, Gu Ling was just a little too good for him. One of Gu Ling's last posts, it was the news that she had traveled to North City and was preparing to enroll in Green Dome University. Qingdao University was the second highest ranked martial arts university in Daxia, and Northern Emperor University, just a road away. Gu Ling going to this university didn't surprise Li Fan at all, because the healing talent is really too rare. Don't look at Gu Ling as only AB level healing talent. If this is replaced with the combat department, it can be treated as A- or even A+ level. At this level, it would be strange not to get into a prestigious school. Soon, Li Fan just sent a message over to Gu Ling. Ling, I'm sorry, I've been in the secret realm all this time and didn't read the messages. I should be going to North City in the next few days as well, so go ahead and when I get there, I'll take you to eat something delicious. Levan is not a fan of pulling. As I said before, the relationship thing, wait until you go to college. Right now it's almost time to go to college. So naturally, they don't go back on their word. Gu Ling honestly, all aspects are actually still very much in line with his choice of spouse. Just that the emotional foundation is not in place for the time being. But the thing about feelings is that they come naturally when you spend more time together. The other end. Gu Ling looked at the message sent by Li Fan. The whole person was immediately energized, and her face gradually raised a touch of scarlet. So a message was sent back to Levan. Waiting for you. Incidentally, another happy and cute emoji was sent. Looking at Gu Ling this appearance, the side of the Lu Mei really cannot say. Her poor love brain BFF is being played by the man in the palm of the hand Levan returned home. The first order of business was a nice hot shower. Yes, it's still cozier at home than the cold river water in the secret place. After taking a shower, Li Fan turned on his computer and went to take care of the matter of registering for the entrance exam of Northern Empire University. Successfully complete the enrollment. Li Fan bought the latest train ticket to Beizhou City. Departure time, the afternoon after tomorrow. That is to say, Levan now had less than 2 days to get a good night's rest. But rest is not an option. He still had to bump the value up a bit just in case. Beidi University, as the #1 academy in Daxia, had a very deep heritage, and it was bound to have seen an unknown number of genius-level monsters in terms of flesh-body increase. All he needs to do is distinguish himself from these people. He's going to need to be a one-trick pony. And so it was. Li Fan didn't stop hoofing it and immediately determined the next secret realm to go to. Kobold's Palace. Chapter 8, Goblin's Palace. Fat and Thin Brothers. Kobold's Palace. This is a LV7 LV20 secret world. At this level, with the existence of a level 20 lord, the battle power was extraordinary. Many novice rookies are already less daring. It's either that or team up, and there has to be a big leg on the team. Either that or they have elders with them. The reason why Li Fan had chosen this secret realm was also very simple. This was Hang City, the highest ranked secret realm he could enter. After all, he was only LV7 now. Secret realms of higher grades were blocked by the laws of the Heavenly Tao, and he couldn't enter them at all. However, going to this place, Li Fan that of course is purely running to upgrade and earn money to go. The food is even. He wasn't too keen on eating those disgusting kobolds. The time came in the afternoon. Li Fan rode the switch to public transportation and smoothly reached the outer square of the Goblin's Palace. Same as before. This square, besides the many people who wanted to form a team, was likewise filled with quite a number of old greasers who wanted to cheat. Li Fan remained unmoved and stepped in alone. Some people noticed this scene and couldn't help but cry out in secret that the newborn calf was not afraid of tigers. This is not some novice rookie secret realm. In addition to the difficulty of the secret realm itself, there are not a few people who want to rely on some extra legal means to seize the treasure. Most of those like Li Fan's age chose to form a group. That way they could be safer. Instead, Li Fan was foolishly choosing to brush alone. It's certainly more than a little vicious. But, where are the people who are open to speculation that they can speculate on? Inside the secret. Just as Li Fan entered, he saw 10 towering and wide passages for the crowd to choose from. According to the information that Li Fan had accessed, he knew the terrain within this underground palace was changing all the time, and the chances of encountering danger were about the same no matter which passage one took. So, without picking, Li Fan casually found a passage and went in. The underground palace passageway. The deeper you went, the more depressing and eerily frightening it became. Suddenly, ow! A purple kobold hanging on the stone wall spotted Li Fan. He growled, and then immediately waved his club and smashed it towards Li Fan with great speed. It was a LV15 level goblin. Facing this killing move, Li Fan took a backside step and threw a vicious punch towards the kobold's head. Fist contact instantly. The kobold had already turned into a mist of blood, leaving only a beast core floating in the air. Nice! Li Fan was very satisfied with the strength of his fleshly body today. Putting away the beast core, Li Fan continued to go towards the depths. As Li Fan continued deeper and deeper, the passageway branched out more and more, and the number of kobolds also increased. Li Fan was also too lazy to hone his physical body anymore. Annihilation Yin pupil. Activate. All the way to seconds. Everywhere they passed, there were corpses of kobolds. Have to say, this high-level secret realm, upgrading was indeed quite a bit faster. It's just an afternoon's work. His level directly just came to level 8. At this rate of progress, he would kill another day tomorrow. And with a bit of luck, he might even get to level 10. If we could meet a LV20 Goblin Lord, 10 levels, that's an absolute nail in the coffin. But the thing about lords is that it's purely a matter of luck whether or not you can run into one. The time came early the following morning. Li Fan, who was killing the night in the underground palace, was still in high spirits, because his entire physical strength is all used for walking. After all, to kill monsters, he only needed to rely on his eyes. Overnight cross-pollination. He had absorbed a large amount of beast cores, and his rank was already a step away from level 9. Soon, after exterminating a large group of LV18 level goblins, his rank had finally managed to come to level 9. Taking a look at the upgrade experience bar, Li Fan couldn't help but pour out a breath of cold air. Looks like if we don't meet the Goblin Lords, level 10 is absolutely hopeless. Gather some beast cores and materials from the kobolds. Get some living expenses. Since it was a bit difficult to upgrade, it would simply be better to get some beast core materials and sell them for some money. With the amount of food he is now, the small amount of money mom and dad give to live on is just totally inadequate. And when it comes time to go to college and fall in love, you still have to pay for it. Guling's family conditions is many times better than him, but always spend other girls' money. Really have a suspicion of eating soft rice. Yes, eating soft rice is fragrant, but eating soft rice Anyway, in short, there is money on the body. Always good. And just as Li Fan was pondering his next plan, not far behind Li Fan, 2 uninvited guests were already following. Big brother, did you see that? The kobolds were all dead before this kid even made a move. There's definitely a treasure on this kid. Well, I guess it is a spiritual weapon. Can have this kind of weapon. Definitely is a proper rich second generation. Today's luck is really good. Originally we are just passing by. Casually come to touch the prize. I did not expect that we really touched it. Then what? Big brother, are you in or out on this one? It has to be done. I don't believe it. This spirit weapon of his can take out 2 of our level 40s. Big brother, you're right. If there really is that powerful weapon, how could it just stay in this place? I estimate the power to be around level 30 at most. This is a pair of twin brothers. The age looks to have been more than 40 years old. A fat and a thin. Thin is the elder brother. Looks very shrewd. Fat is the younger brother. Give a person a kind of brain full of fat intestines. Do not love to think of the feeling. The two had been observing Li Fan for quite a while now. Now after careful analysis, the duo felt that Li Fan was definitely a rich second generation who had come over with a weapon given by his family to brush the secret realm alone. For them, this is undoubtedly a very big, fat piece of meat. Nothing else. Li Fan's mental attack weapon alone was enough to make them take action, because a weapon like that was just too rare and very tough to build. So naturally, the price that is quite expensive. With what they know about the market, after this job, they can rest for half a year. Chapter 9, a space ring delivered to your door? Boo! Li Fan reached out and pulled out the beast core of a white kobold, and steadily pocketed it. It didn't take long. The little bag he had brought was already almost a third full. To this, Li Fan was helpless. Based on the space of the bag, the materials would be very limited in terms of the beast cores he could continue to collect. Somewhat miscalculated. Left in too much of a hurry when I arrived and didn't bring a bigger bag. It would be nice to have a space ring, Li Fan whispered to himself. If he could have a spatial ring, he would be able to be a little more relaxed when he went to the secret realm to stock up on ferocious beast meat in the future. Think about it. He decided to save up a little and buy one. Ahem. Just as Li Fan was thinking, suddenly, a cough rang out behind him. Looking back, a fat one and a thin one, 2 combinations with faces that did not carry good intentions appeared in front of Li Fan's eyes. Moreover, judging from the aura revealed by the duo, their rank was definitely not low. Li Fan reacted quickly and basically guessed the duo's intentions at the first moment. Come on, little guy. We brothers don't have time to watch you perform. Hand over your weapon and come out? Yeah, hand over that psychic weapon of yours. My big brother said that if you give it of your own accord, you can keep your whole body. The twin brothers were very direct about their intentions. Obviously, they didn't put Li Fan in their eyes. However, Li Fan on the other end, now looking at the eyes of the two, had already been wary from the beginning, gradually becoming hot, because he clearly saw that on the hands of the duo, they were actually both carrying a spatial ring. A moment ago, he was wondering where to get some money for the ring, but now, the ring was actually coming to his door of its own accord. Looking at the blaze in Li Fan's eyes, The smiles on the twin brothers' faces couldn't help but gradually freeze. With this expression on Li Fan's face, could it be that that spirit-based weapon of his was far more powerful than they could imagine? For this answer, the duo obviously didn't get a chance to find out, because it's just the next second. Li Fan didn't even have the slightest interaction with the duo. The duo's vitality was then directly erased. The ensuing images of Levon sprinting over to lick the bag at a jaunty pace. One check down. Other than the 2 space rings, no other harvest was found. When he opened the ring, there were several bank cards lying inside. Other than the bank card, I didn't see anything useful. Have to say, these 2 goods, far poorer than him by quite a bit. Thought there would be some more valuable materials or beast cores or something like that. But thinking about it, if they weren't already poor and crazy, why would 2 level 40s come to this kind of low-level secret realm to seek wealth? But whatever. 2 space rings, already a bloody good deal. And when the licking of the bag is over, Li Fan couldn't help but feel so much fear again. This Annihilation Yen pupil. It seems that you can't just abuse it. You have to rule out having no tail following behind you. These 2 are among the more stupid and mindless bandits. If it had been some of the more sinister ones, something might have actually happened. But at the end of the day, it's about continuing to bring the values up. When his flesh is terrifying enough, then there's nothing to worry about. Moving on, brush hard all the way, without a moment's effort. The space in the spatial ring was already piled with a small mountain of beast cores. Take a look at the time. It is now coming to evening. After brushing for so long, Li Fan was also starting to feel a hint of sleepiness. After thinking about it, Li Fan just didn't continue to go deeper and was ready to exit. We have to leave North City tomorrow afternoon. He'd go contact the black market later and finish processing those bank cards. Just in time for a good night's sleep tonight. And just as Li Fan was about to turn around and leave, Li Fan violently realized that the earth was actually shaking, raising his eyes toward the passage ahead. Next, a reddish stone axe cut out a gust of wind-breaking sound, and in the blink of an eye, it leapt in front of Li Fan. Levon immediately came to a bending back. Boo! The stone axe crossed over Li Fan and embedded itself deeply on top of the stone wall at the back. With such power, if it were an ordinary person, I'm afraid that he would have already been separated from his head. Li Fan continued to look in the direction of the passage ahead, looking at the weapon. It's definitely another kobold. The scent of this kobold, though, was far stronger than any he had taken out before. Not a moment too soon, a huge body came from the darkness. Its reddish skin, paired with the fangs that were more than a meter long, did not fail to excite Li Fan at this time. For this was none other than a goblin lord. Originally, he thought that there was no chance of encountering it, but it actually appeared. Without the slightest hesitation, Li Fan raised his arm and shouted. His entire body catapulted out like a cannonball, killing towards this goblin lord. Just a punch. This goblin lord was then blasted into pieces. With Li Fan's terrifying values today, a level 20 goblin lord was really not worth mentioning. Put away the golden beast core. Li Fan was in a good mood. In that case, he should be able to rise to level 10. Without the slightest hesitation, Li Fan immediately began to absorb it. However, it was obvious that a level 20 Lord Beast Core would not allow him to directly raise to level 10. He had no choice but to absorb all of the previously collected Beast Cores in his spatial ring as well. Fortunately, after all of it is absorbed, he leveled up officially to level 10. The feeling of becoming stronger made him unable to resist tapping on his attribute panel again. Name, Li Fan. Rank, LV10, 102/200000. Strength, 7032. Defense, 6809. Spirit, 6720 inch. This value, already, is quite magnificent. When we get to North City, we'll spend 2 more days to work out properly and raise our values again, and we should be able to have a high probability of getting into North Imperial University. But what's giving him a bit of a headache right now is the money. The beast cores were all absorbed by him. Now he was left with some materials from the kobolds and the bank cards that hadn't been cracked yet. It would be too time-consuming and laborious to continue to collect them again, and he couldn't keep up with his energy. Everything, one can only hope for the bank card of those twin brothers. Step out of the secret world. It was dark. Li Fan didn't hesitate to contact the black market directly and started looking for someone to decipher the bank card. Nowadays, in this era, industries such as this one, said to be black market, in actuality, have actually developed a jump of a complete industrial chain. Just pay out a fee of about 5% of the amount on the card, deciphering a bank card, then getting the funds out and transferring them to an anonymous bank card is a total breeze. As for whether or not you will be hacked, this is basically nothing to worry too much about and is a small probability, because the black market is also about reputation. It is impossible to lose a watermelon for a little sesame. It didn't take long. The black market side then sent a bearer bank card to Li Fan's hand. After making some inquiries, Li Fan was really excited and almost exclaimed, "A full 5 million. Nice guy." Those twins looked poor, but I didn't realize they had some family money. But think about it, it's level 40. There's no way you can't get a few million out of it. And 5 million is actually quite poor for a high-level awakened person. Ultimately, it was just that the current Li Fan hadn't seen much of the world yet. 5 million was not much for a high-level awakened person, but for Li Fan, or even Li Fan's family, it was already astronomical. Being burdened with a huge amount of money, Li Fan quickly went towards his home. After the shower, I had wanted to plan how to spend the money. As a result of the plan, Li Fan eyelids could not stop sinking, and in the end, Li Fan directly just fell asleep. Chapter 10 Departure to North City. Wake up. The time had come to noon the following day. Stretching his back, Li Fan's entire body was refreshed. However, looking at the time, hurriedly as a carp, quickly get up to wash, organize luggage, and then straight to the high-speed rail station. By the time we arrived at the high-speed train station, it was exactly 2 in the afternoon, just 10 minutes before the train started. That was close, almost overslept. Getting on the train, Livon was finally slowing down. Not to mention, it was really tiring after brushing monsters for nearly 2 days and nights without closing my eyes. If only the level was over 30. In this world, every time an awakened person raised 30 levels, they would have a chance to metamorphose. Somewhat similar to the awakening of the dungeon in the previous world. At level 30, the first metamorphosis could take place, and after a successful metamorphosis, the human body could automatically absorb nutrients from between heaven and earth. Although it didn't have much effect on the speed of cultivation, the effect of reducing fatigue and enhancing energy was still very effective. The effect of some significant 10 days without closing their eyes can still be full of energy. Subsequently, he then sent a message with Gu Ling. Gu Ling almost always replied in seconds. From those cheerful emoticons it sent, it was clear that Gu Ling was really happy and looking forward to the meeting. After agreeing to go to the night market together when they arrived in Beizhou City in the evening, Li Fan put on his headphones and started doing push-ups in the open space in the center of the train. It was idle anyway, and there was prepared food in the space ring. The time spent catching up is just enough time to utilize it and bring the values back up. Li Fan didn't need to worry about being treated as an alien. On the contrary, this behavior will be appreciated, because there are quite a few awakened people on the train with flesh-based talents who do the same. No one will laugh at someone who is trying. North City, Green Dome University, Westgate Plaza. At this time, the number of students gathered here was very large. In addition to the vast majority of students preparing to take the Green Dome University entrance exam in 2 days, there were also many seniors who had begun their promotional booths for their respective clubs early in the morning. Gu Ling and Lu Mei were also in the crowd. The duo wanted to learn about the clubs on campus first, and incidentally, they also looked for information about the entrance exams from their seniors. Today's Gu Ling wears a very simple, white shirt with a pair of denim shorts, but there are excellent face value support. The whole person looks very youthful and beautiful. The turnover rate is very high. Many seniors, as well as freshmen who had yet to enroll, had approached Gu Ling for contact information, but Gu Ling already had her heart in the right place, so naturally she wouldn't give it. Hey, see, so many handsome guys, and they're all highly gifted. Why do you have to recognize a Li Fan? You're giving up a whole forest for a crooked neck tree. Lu Mei held Gu Ling's hand, and after surveying the boys coming and going, she couldn't help but come to Gu Ling's ear, sharing the excitement in her heart, and incidentally slamming Li Fan again. Gu Ling paused, then guffawed. It's fine. I just like crooked neck trees. At this remark, Willowbrow sweated and could only shut her mouth and admire the handsome men coming and going alone. She had given up on continuing to advise Gu Ling any further. Let the love brain fend for itself. Plus Gu Ling sighed, taking advantage of the gap between Lu Mei looking at the handsome man. Gu Ling's eyes were all over those club information presentations. In Budo University, besides following the teacher and practicing well, there is another important issue, which is to choose a good club. Because when you go to brush the secret realm in the future, you are usually looking for someone to team up with within the club. There were some special secret realms that belonged to the jurisdiction of Qingdao University, and they also needed the help of the club to apply for them in order to get access faster. A strong enough society often means that the growth rate will be faster by others to be. Student, after enrollment, would you consider our Qingyun club? Our club is full of A-rank gifted awakened people, from the combat department, to the auxiliary department, to the life department, all of them have. The Dragon Scroll Society is recruiting new people. Our club is full of handsome men and women. Would you like to gain a true love while improving in the secret realm experience? The White Dragon Society is recruiting new members. And for all new members of the troupe, the backbone members will be personally brought to brush the secret realm, with a guaranteed rise of 2 levels, yelling in all directions. After looking around, Gu Ling didn't see the club of her choice, but this is only part of it. After officially passing the exams, there will be a special club recruitment event on campus, so there's no need to rush. Looked at the time. There were less than 2 hours left before Li Fan arrived at the Beizhou City high-speed railway station, so Gu Ling immediately dialed her cousin Gu Quan's number. Not a moment too soon. A limousine then arrives at the nearest street. Soon, a tall man in very casual clothes stepped out of the car and greeted Gu Ling. Man won out. Immediately it just drew a lot of chatter. I'll go. Isn't that Gu Quan from Northern Empire University? So handsome. Gu Quan? Is that the Gu Quan with a plus-grade talent and the title of King of Tomahawks? That's him. I've seen videos of him fighting online. He's really strong. How did he appear here? I've heard that he's only a sophomore now, and he can already compete with those juniors and seniors, and his rank seems to be up to level 40 fast. Hiss. That girl went over. Is it hard to be Gu Quan's girlfriend? Nice guy. No wonder she ignored me when I went to say hello just now. So her boyfriend is Gu Quan. Gu Quan was clearly enjoying the chatter. Sunglasses on, poses of all kinds. Gu Ling's side walked over quickly, then didn't forget to greet Lu Mei. Willow brow. I'm going to go ahead and have fun on my own. Willow eyebrow responded, and then her eyes were all over the cell phone. Okay, see you tonight. Obviously, Willow brow already had a target on her back. Sitting on the car, Gu Quan would directly take Gu Ling and speed towards the high-speed train station, and the discussion in the crowd, too, gradually dissipated. Car, cousin, thank you. I'll treat you to dinner some other time, Gu Ling said in a well-behaved manner. Gu Quan smiled and waved his hand. What a big deal. We're all family, Auntie and Uncle explained. Let me take good care of you. Our school is only 1 street away. If you encounter trouble, the first time to find me on it. Cousin, I have nothing else but a handful of contacts. I have to say that my cousin is still very warm and welcoming. He looks tall and rugged, but he is a warm-hearted man. Subsequently, Gu Quan also asked Gu Ling about Li Fan's situation. Gu Ling has reached the age of love, so the family is less likely to try to stop that aspect. But after Gu Quan learned that Li Fan was a D-grade talent, Gu Quan's brows furrowed at once. He's a D-grade talent? Ling Ling, you're not joking with cousin me, are you? Gu Ling shrugged and said honestly, yes, but don't look at him as just a D-rank talent. He's actually really nice. Gu Quan heard the first half of the sentence, and the second half was already automatically blocked. He inexplicably had the feeling that his own cabbage had been given to a pig. Do Auntie and Uncle know about him? Don't know for now. You also know my parents' character, and brother Li Fan and I haven't officially confirmed our relationship yet. Hear this. Gu Quan was in a slightly better mood. It hasn't officially confirmed the relationship yet, so that means there's still room for things to maneuver. As a cousin, he couldn't just stand by and watch his cousin head towards the firebed. One time, he already had something in mind. Chapter 11, True Reports Northern Empire University. Train. Li Fan was already completing his 3rd round of workouts. It's less than half an hour until we reach North City. At this time of the year, the train is full of students who are already raring to go and can't wait to meet the metropolis where they are about to start their 4-year college careers. The same goes for Levan. Since crossing over, he hadn't been anywhere other than Hang City. As Beizhou City was one of the top super metropolises in the Great Summer Country, he was really very curious. And as far as he knew, the number of secret realms around Beizhou City, that was extremely high. This will undoubtedly be fertile ground for him to upgrade. Dear travelers, with the sound of the radio, the train stopped at the Beizhou City high-speed railway station. The passengers were all getting up one after another, taking their packed luggage and preparing to get off the bus. Brother Fan, when we finish the martial arts university exams, let's have a dinner date together. Yeah, get together for a dinner date. Or if you have the chance, you can go brush a secret realm or something together. Okay, must. On the train, Li Fan said goodbye to the friends he had met during the journey, and then he walked out of the high-speed train station, dialed Gu Ling's number, follow Care Ling's lead. It wasn't long before Li Fan managed to meet up with Gu Ling, and along with him, there was naturally Gu Quan. Brother Li Fan, this is my cousin Gu Quan. He sent me here. Cousin, this is the Li Fan I was telling you about. Gu Ling acted as an intermediary and introduced the two. The two men also shook hands politely and said a brief hello. Alright Ling Ling, have a word in the car. Let's go back to the city first. Okay. On the way back to the city, while Gu Quan chatted with the duo, he took the opportunity to ask Li Fan a number of questions on the side. A bit of banter down the line. Gu Quan already basically had a general assessment of Li Fan. a brat with D-grade talent, an ordinary family, and almost nothing out of the ordinary except his good looks. This condition, basically, was not too different from the kind of spiritual guy, ghost fire yellow hair, in Li Fan's previous life, so he was even more determined not to agree to the marriage. Ling Ling, when you enter Green Dome University, if the club doesn't have the right people to team up with, you can come find cousin me. Right, brother Li Fan. I haven't asked you yet, are you planning to enroll in any university? As far as I know, if you're on the Beizhou City side, it seems like the tertiary martial arts schools are all in more remote places, so it'll take quite a bit of time for you and Ling Ling to meet up when the time comes. Gu Quan smiled and opened his mouth. The words were spoken with a smile, but they had already pointed out the gap between Gu Ling and Li Fan. It was simple. He wanted to make Li Fan know what to do. Gu Ling heard the meaning in Gu Quan's words and immediately spoke. Cousin, don't say a word. We'll settle things between the two of us. Gu Quan was helpless, and in his heart, he couldn't help but cry out that his silly cousin was too simple. But who knows? Li Fan's sentence was directly what caused the car to fall into a dead silence. Cousin Gu Quan, you're worrying too much. I enrolled in Beidi University, which is just a block away from Qingdong University, so it's still quite convenient to meet up. The moment, whether it was Gu Quan or Gu Ling, there was a touch of incredulity in their gazes towards Li Fan. A few seconds passed. Gu Quan directly just couldn't help but laugh out loud. Brother Li Fan is really humorous. Truth be told, I'm a student of Northern Emperor University. I know the entrance standards of Northern Emperor University better than anyone else. The talent level should start at a minimum of B grade. Even if we go for special recruitment, it seems that hardly a few fleshly body talents have ever been successfully admitted. After all, this thing called fleshly body, there is an upper limit, and the limitations are even more needless to say. Gu Ling on the side was also nonplussed. Brother Li Fan, did you really enroll in Northern Emperor University? You can't afford to be sloppy about applying to college. Generally, a person can only choose to enroll in one university. If you don't get in, you'll have to take a second exam at one of those Budo universities that didn't fill up with students. If Li Fan really did apply for the Northern Empire University, then Li Fan would basically absolutely have to go and take the second exam. And that would mean that Li Fan might have to go to another city. She and Li Fan, too, would have to start a long-distance relationship. Facing Gu Ling's question, Li Fan answered dryly, I did apply for Northern Empire University. Afterward, Li Fan's gaze was directed towards Gu Quan in the front seat, his face full of confidence. Don't worry, I'll succeed in entering the Northern Empire University. There was no one who entered the Northern Empire by physical talent before. Then there is this year. When I get into Beidi University, then I'll have a sweet love affair with Ling Ling, and finally have a litter of children. And then you'll remember to come and drink our wedding wine. Cousin, how could Li Fan not see that this cousin was displeased with himself? As it is, Li Fan also stopped pretending and directly began to zap his heart, frantically jumping in Gu Quan's minefield. This statement was made. Gu Quan had not yet reacted, but Gu Ling on the side was already red in the face, and her eyes fiercely looked out of the car window, not daring to meet Li Fan's eyes at all. And in the face of Li Fan's provocation, Gu Quan first paused for a moment, and then laughed back in anger. Well, there's ambition. Then I'd like to see how you got into Northern Emperor University? If you can really get into Northern Emperor University, you don't have to address me as cousin. I'll just call you cousin. Nope. I'll then incidentally cover all the expenses during your relationship. But on the contrary, if you can't get in, you stay away from Ling Ling, or else, don't blame me for not being polite. Li Fan laughed. Good. Then let's make a deal. Don't be cheating when the time comes. The words fell. The car was also already arriving at the entrance of the night market. Li Fan took Gu Ling's hand and was getting out of the car. See you later, cousin. Closing the car door, Li Fan gave Gu Quan one last provocative look, and only then was he contentedly walking towards the night market. This guy, if it wasn't for Ling Ling being there, I would have torn your mouth apart. A D-grade talent and you still want to enter Northern Emperor University. Dream of your spring and fall. Gu Quan slammed the steering wheel and cracked his mouth, while he kicked the gas and disappeared at the end of the street. He's getting real angry. He had never been one to be so provoked by a D-grade talent loser. This feeling was really unbearable, as if hundreds of thousands of ants were crawling on his body. He's already thought about it. After Li Fan lost the election, he had to find a place to specifically teach this boy who didn't know the sky and the earth a good lesson. Chapter 12, the exam begins. Freaks in the special recruitment area. Night market. This is the point when the night market is at its most crowded. Li Fan pulled Gu Ling and began to wander around in it. Gu Ling's red face, thinking of what Li Fan had just said. She didn't dare to strike up a conversation with Li Fan for a long time, Li Fan was as good as nothing, and as soon as he got out of the car, he started the frantic ordering mode. No way. He had already finished eating the ingredients in the spatial ring. Now he was actually a little hungry. Brother Li Fan. I'm sorry, my cousin he. Entangled for a long time, Guling finally summoned up the courage and said with an apologetic face towards Li Fan. But before he could finish his words, he was gagged by the ice candy gourd Li Fan handed over. Taste this. Li Fan smiled and opened his mouth before comforting. Ling Ling, you don't have to apologize for your cousin. I'm a D-rank talent and he has a reason for doing so. But you can trust me. I really can get into Northern Empire University. There are 2 days left before the entrance exam of the Northern Empire University. In the next 2 days, if he continued to exercise and work out, the value would be raised by another notch. So with regards to enrolling in the Northern Emperor, he now had strong confidence. Listening to Li Fan's words, Guling still expressed some skepticism, but since Li Fan said so, she did not refute it. And then, Guling directly took out 2 tubes of purple tonic from her spatial ring and handed them to Li Fan. Brother Li Fan, this is for you. It should be able to help you somewhat. Li Fan looked at these 2 tubes of supplements and from the color, the first thing he could tell was that these were supplements for use between LV20 and LV30. The value of this level of tonic was actually already not expensive, and a rough estimate was that it was at least 1 million level to start with. But this thing shouldn't be too useful for Li Fan. Ling Ling, this is too expensive. It's better if you keep it for yourself. Li Fan was just about to refuse, but before he could say anything, Guling shoved the tonic hard into Li Fan's hand. Brother Li Fan, take it. Your business is my business. And, no matter which school you enter, I'll be there for you. Hopeless, Li Fan could only choose to accept it. Under the streetlight, Li Fan Guling, like many couples, chatted in front of the food stall about the interesting things that each other had recently experienced as well as some occasional plans for the future. Looking at Guling's bright and beautiful smiling face, Li Fan couldn't help but be in a bit of a trance. The little girl with short hair who was at the same table when she was a freshman in high school. Now it was surprising that he had already grown up and had become his first girlfriend in this other world. He didn't have any feelings for Guling a while ago, but sometimes, feelings heat up, just for a moment. Eat and drink. Li Fan then sent Guling back. On the way, the two of them still had endless conversations. Brother Li Fan, what you just said in the car, does it count? Ha, that's the one. Ow, that's definitely true, but a litter is a bit much. I was thinking too. A son and a daughter would be just right, don't you think? I'll listen to you, Brother Li Fan. After sending Guling back, Li Fan also found the nearest hotel near the Northern Empire University and stayed there. After purchasing a batch of ferocious beast meat with a good quality grade online, he began a frantic workout. 2 days. He wanted to see what he could reach numerically? $500,000 for such a small amount. Money is really not well spent. After buying the ferocious beast meat, Li Fan's heart ached for a while. Although he now has a full 5 million, but really on the purchasing power, really is not quite enough to see in the future or have to make an effort. More money to get it. 2 days passed quietly. This morning was the day when the major martial arts universities would officially begin their exams. One early morning, Li Fan washed up and went directly in the direction of Beidi University Road. After Li Fan finished replying to Guling's message, he slowly tapped on his attribute panel. Name, Li Fan. Level, LV10, 2350/200000. Strength, 10,932. Defense, 10,309. Spirit, 10,320 inch. Looking at the change, Li Fan was satisfied. In the past 2 days, he had spent most of his time on exercising, and his value had directly made a very significant leap. It wasn't in vain that he had spent close to $1 million on beast meat. With his current value, it was completely comparable to the values of those level 45 flesh body awakened people, especially in terms of defense. He could even manage to crush. This was because the most obvious thing that an awakened with a normal strength and physical body talent would enhance was actually strength. The boost in defense is usually only about 1/5 of the strength boost. The mental aspect of defense, on the other hand, is usually only a few tenths, if not 1/100th, of the power boost. Among the limitations Gu Quan spoke of earlier was this. Many awakened who had strong physical bodies would become very chicken in battle if they didn't have weapons related to spiritual defense due to their weaker spiritual defense. But Levon was different. It was no exaggeration to say that those awakened who were good at spiritual attacks would not even think of breaking through Li Fan's defense right now if they didn't have a level 50 or above. In the eyes of a normal person, Li Fan's current strength value was completely at the collapse stage. Obviously, he was only at level 10, but his comprehensive combat power was already at the level of level 40 or 50. The freshman exam area at Hokuti University is located in an indoor megastadium on the south side of the building. It can be seen. At this time, the stadium was already full of people. At the very front of the stadium, there are two zones marked. The left zone is large and is the unified examination zone. The smaller area to the right is the special recruiting area. The vast majority of candidates, as it stands, are in the unified examination area, UEA. Special recruitment area, there are only 3 of them at the moment. 2 men and 1 woman. One of the men had a bushy beard and was tall. Not at all like he had just turned 18. The other man had a horse face, was dressed very loosely, and kept one hand in his pocket, with a stick of grass in his mouth, and looked as if he hadn't been awake. The female is very beautiful and lovely, but the body is very small, wearing a very cartoon, properly a lowly. Looks like the same does not seem to be full of 18 years old. The 3 of them drew a lot of attention just by standing there. Put. A stupid big man who looks at least 40 years old. A horseface who hasn't woken up. Plus a little kid who hasn't grown up yet. Is this our Northern Emperor's special recruitment candidate this year? Ha 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 ha. I'll bet 50 cents that they'll never get through. Guess I'm here to take my chances. That definitely won't pass. Beidou University isn't some wild chicken university. How high the requirements for special enrollment are is simply beyond the imagination of the average person. Obviously, a lot of people are very unimpressed with the 3 in the special teams area. In the face of such attention, the 3 performed differently. Horseface remained with one hand in his pocket, completely expressionless, as if cut off from the outside world. Lori, on the other hand, was frowning, looking a bit annoyed. As for the big man with a beard and very rough, he was restless and very nervous, with a vague sign of sweating, and the attention of the trio, with the arrival of Li Fan, was Herculeanly diverted. Chapter 13, Old Acquaintance Lin Yue. ********. Here comes a handsome one. Holy, are this year's special enrollment students so extreme looking? Either oddly shaped or explosively handsome? Nice guy. This one seems a little overly handsome. He's probably the heavy hitter of this special recruiting? I'm not sure if he's a heavy hitter, but in terms of face value, he's definitely a heavy hitter. So handsome. TSK, TSK, TSK. The first time I saw such a handsome candidate. Suddenly I'm kind of looking forward to him getting into Northern Emperor. And then I'll be able to have a sweet campus romance with him. Li Fan's appearance. Heck, it infinitely elevates the face value level of the special recruitment area. This handsome face, too, quickly attracted the favor of many female candidates on the scene. But the female candidates favored, and indirectly, naturally caused the male candidates to reject them. But it doesn't matter. Li Fan smiled and nodded at the crowd before striding towards the special recruitment area. Hello guys. Li Fan warmly greeted towards the 3 in the special recruitment area. But the only one who responded to him was the big man with the beard. Hello, hello, hello? Are you also going through the special recruitment? My name is Ru Chi Lei. The big man with the beard spoke towards Li Fan in a slightly formal manner. Li Fan took a glance at the other 2 cold candidates, before placing his gaze on the big man. Li Fan. The next time, Li Fan was exchanging words with Dahan Rukalai. Not to mention, don't look at Ruzilii looks rough and mature, but the character is really very shy. Very consistent with the 18-year-old young man's appearance, and after some communication it was learned. Rukalai was from Nansa City, and like Li Fan, it was the first time he had traveled out of the city. Big brother Li Fan, do you have any knowledge of Northern Emperor's special recruitment criteria this year? Ruzilii touched his head and asked. Li Fan coughed gently. Cough cough, brother Chi Lai. You'd better not call me big brother, just call me Li Fan directly. It seems like it's not quite the same from year to year when it comes to special recruiting standards. Right? Although Ruzile is very green. Still, he couldn't accept being called big brother by someone who looked like he had to be in his 40s. Ruzilii nodded in embarrassment. I'm sorry classmate Li Fan. I did grow a bit anxious. He hadn't finished saying that. Suddenly, the gazes of the entire audience were all looking towards the direction of the entrance. It's them. S-rank gifted awakeners. ********. Really? Didn't I remember that they were already admitted without examination? How come they're here? Look guys, it's Lin Yue. My goddess. Holy, it's really Lin Yue. Looks like she's prettier than on TV. Is she that S-ranked ice elemental divine archer Lin Yue? I heard that she has been chosen by one of our Northern Emperor's quasi-divine tutors and will be taught individually from now on. Ha? Really? A quasi-divine tutor? It can't be Elder Shamrock, can it? The people who came were none other than the 3 S-class talent candidates from this year's session of the Northern Emperor. Lin Yue, whom Li Fan was familiar with, was clearly among them. As for Lin Yue's outstanding face value, she had long since made a name for herself online, so as soon as she appeared on the scene, she took away the light from the other two S-rank candidates. At this point, many of the candidates who were dressed in flashy clothes were looking towards Lin Yue and began to straighten up their hair, somewhat eager to try. There was even already a candidate with good looks and an excellent temperament who looked like he was born in a big family walking towards Lin Yue. "Hello, Ms. Lin Yue. My name is Wang Xiaochun." As he spoke, he had already put his hand out, wanting to do a wave of gentlemanly and elegant handshake. However, halfway through the sentence, Lin Yue turned her direction, actually ignoring him, and walked towards the special recruitment area. Such a scene really drew a lot of jeers from the crowd, but at the same time, the gazes of the crowd looked in the direction Lin Yue had gone. Unbiased, Lin Yue walked precisely towards Li Fan. This guy, frozen in place. Wang Xiaoduan looked in Li Fan's direction and his face couldn't help but gloom. And the other end, Lin Yue was already greeting Li Fan. "Li Fan? Why are you here?" Obviously, she was very surprised that Li Fan appeared here. Wasn't Li Fan gifted in the area of D-level body refining? It was unbelievable that he would actually see Li Fan at the entrance exam of Northern Empire University. Why is it here? Isn't it obvious? "I'm here to take the entrance exam." Li Fan smiled and shrugged. Lin Yue was silent for a while. Looking at the area where Li Fan was, she couldn't help but guess something in her heart, combined with the vision when Li Fan awakened, and what Li Fan said to her at that time. It seemed that this body refining talent of Li Fan should not be as simple as it seemed. But no matter what, the talent in terms of physical body increase was still very difficult to reach the standard that would allow a higher education institution like Northern Emperor University to break the rules. It seems like Big School Flower Lin is also very popular in the Northern Empire. While Lin Yue was thinking, Li Fan couldn't help but continue to speak. Lin Yue twisted her head to see, and only then did she react. At this moment, the gazes of almost the entire field of candidates were actually looking at the duo's side. "Cut. I'll leave first. Let's hope that I can really see you in the Northern Emperor. In that case, the victory or defeat between you and I might be a bit more exciting." Lin Yue skimmed her mouth, and then smiled at Li Fan, and then turned around and left the special recruitment area to join the other two S-rank talent awakened. The separation of the two did not stop the crowd of candidates from talking. "I'll go. Who the hell is this kid? It can't be Goddess Lin Yue's boyfriend, right?" "Not sure, but it seems like they knew each other before." "Boyfriends not so much. They didn't look that close in their exchange earlier. Ex-boyfriends at best or something." "Ex-boyfriend? How does that sound and feel even more unreliable?" "How is it unreliable? This man is so handsome, and walking together with Goddess Lin is also considered to be a woman's talent. Maybe there really was a period." "That's true, but who the hell is this guy? Anyone know?" At this point, the crowd was very curious about Li Fan's identity. Even Ruzilii, who was on the side, could not help but come over to Li Fan and inquire, "Brother Li Fan, did you really have an affair with Goddess Lin?" Li Fan immediately bristled. "It's just an old rival. Don't think too much." Lin Yue's spiteful character. He didn't want to have an affair with Lin Yue. As time continues to pass, one after another, many more candidates arrived. The number of people in the special enrollment area had also gradually expanded from the original 4 to close to more than 20. The unified school district, basically, is also almost full of people standing around. The crowd's point of discussion was still on Lin Yue's 3S ranked talent awakened, as well as Li Fan. Such discussions continued until the tutors from the Northern Emperor's admission office arrived, which ushered in a halt. Chapter 14, Special Exam, Taiya's Secret Realm. At this point, a dozen middle-aged men and women dressed in the uniforms of the mentors of Northern Emperor University slowly appeared on the second floor of the stadium. Look at these figures. Almost all the candidates at the scene were subconsciously holding their breath, because among the dozen or so, there are many familiar faces that often appear on the TV news, especially that middle-aged man standing in the very center. That was Yun Xiong, a transcendent awakened who had reached the 100th level 10 years earlier. He was an A-ranked fire elemental awakened. The ability to control fire with one hand was simply out of this world, and he once managed to save a city's people by blocking a beast type formed by a collapsing epic-level secret realm with his own strength. Nowadays, no one knew exactly what level his strength had reached. After the group of tutors looked down at the candidates in the arena, in the end, their gazes all looked at Yun Xiong in the center. Only Yun Xiong's voice mixed with aura resounded over the stadium. Entrance exams for Northern Empire University. Coming up, this exam will be not quite the same as usual. This exam, for practical training. Later on, you will be traveling to the secret realm of Taiya to fight the ferocious beasts inside, as well as some of the sophomore seniors. By killing the ferocious beasts, you will gain points, and by defeating the elder siblings, your points will be doubled to twice the original amount. But if you are defeated by the elder siblings, the points on you will be cleared and you will need to gain them again. The final point ranking will replace the written test scores from previous years, and the candidates who rank in the top 1200 will be enrolled in the Northern Emperor. And at the same time, this will also be your freshman ranking after enrollment. For special enrollment, you don't need to participate, just attend the interview later. This statement was made. It quickly created a furor in the crowd. What? Practical training? Not a written test? I can't believe it's turned into a real battle. No, not only do you have to compete with ferocious beasts, but also with seniors from previous years? Good fellow, even if the ferocious beasts are gone, if you have to fight with the elder siblings, isn't that purely being abused? Yeah, sophomore seniors, at least they must be around level 30. This takes head-to-head? Taking only the top 1200 in points. We have at least 4 to 5,000 candidates here, so we're directly eliminating 60%. Worthy of being Northern Emperor University. This horrible elimination rate. Strange. Taya Secret Realm. Why does this place sound so familiar? Obviously, this exam was unexpected for the candidates. Candidates in previous years have been required to take only the written test, but now it's turned into a real battle, and you're going to be on the same stage as the seniors from previous years. This was certainly a bolt from the blue for many candidates who had focused all of their efforts on the liberal arts for the past 2 days. However, the 3S-ranked talent awakenings such as Lin Yuwei in the crowd had no fluctuations in their complexion, because they had known about it for a long time. The reason why I came over was actually to take part in this practical training. Otherwise, why would we need to come here? The S-ranked talent alone would have been enough for admission. What with the written test? Immediately after, before the candidates could finish their discussion, a tutor beside Yun Xiong then raised a large hand. Next, a huge spell formation appeared below the candidates in the unified examination area. Half a breath later, all of the candidates, as well as all of the tutors except for Yun Xiong, all of them disappeared into thin air. Watch this scene. The group of candidates who were in the special recruitment area all looked dumbfounded. Group transmissions of this size. They've only seen it on TV. Even Li Fan was shocked. Deciding to go to college was really the right choice. This is not even enrollment, and it's already seeing the world. But before Li Fan and the others could slow down, Yun Xiong had already leapt down from the high platform to the special recruitment area. And along with him, there was also an assistant. One time, all of the candidates within the special recruitment area couldn't help but tense up. According to the order of your queue, one by one, come forward to demonstrate and explain your supernormal abilities. Yun Xiong did not talk nonsense and opened the door, directly preparing for the interview. The first 4 in line were clearly the 4 first arrivals such as Li Fan. The first person to participate in the interview was the horse-faced teenager. Facing a legendary figure like Yun Xiong, even the calm horse-faced teenager revealed a tense expression at this moment. My name is Ma Xiu. My talent level is C and my ability is... Time pause. The moment the horse-faced teenager's words came out, it instantly just made the crowd less calm. Time out? This is already touching the laws. And it's still C rank? Even Yun Xiong, who had always been well informed, had a flash of surprise in his eyes. On the field, Li Fan, the only one with a pure mind, didn't say much. Time out. This skill seems like it should have some second use, right? And looking at Ma Xiu's side, he was immediately afterward adding up the reason why his ability, which was so powerful, was actually classified as C rank. But this time pause of mine has a flaw. For one thing, time pause can only be accomplished in the space within my line of sight. And during that time, I myself cannot move. And for another, the limit time pause that I can control at the moment is only 10 seconds in duration. And the larger the range, the shorter the time. Hear this. The crowd couldn't help but nod their heads. This flaw is really quite big. The length of the time pause is very short even if I did not expect the time pause during the time pause they cannot move. Set in the sea level is not too bad. Yun Xiong pondered a little and asked a question. Can you let one of the units within your field of vision move freely when time is suspended? Ma Xiu didn't hesitate and immediately said, yes. Yun Xiong nodded, and then said in a deep voice towards the assistant at the side, pass. Such a scene instantly caused the crowd in the special recruitment area to explode. I didn't realize that it was only the first bit and it actually passed. Li Fan was not surprised, because combined with Ma Xiu's description, this ability of his would be a very terrifying auxiliary ability, and if utilized, it could even rise to the strategic level. Not bad for a special candidate from Northern Empire University. The opening is a king bomb. The second is that little lowly. My name is Ningjinjin. My talent level is C, and my ability is water attribute perfect fit. To put it simply, it means that where there is water, my strength can rise exponentially and continuously, and I can perfectly manipulate the water element within a certain range around me. What the upper limit is not quite clear yet. The flaws are also obvious in that they are affected by topographical factors. The less water there is, the weaker the ability is, and if there was no water, I'd have no ability. Lori was succinct and articulated her situation in one breath. In comparison, although she didn't have Mashio's kind of law-level ability, this talent of looking at the terrain and talking was equally terrifying. It was important to realize that 70% of the Blue Star's current area was the ocean. And there were so many secret areas on the ocean that there were even quite a few areas that humans had never set foot in. After Yun Xiong pondered a little, he quickly gave his answer as well. Pass. Getting the answer. The little lowly Ning Jinjin grinned. Very excited. And once again, there is a buzz within the special recruiting area. 2 in a row. Surprisingly, both passed. Chapter 15, A Friend You Must Make. Practical Training. As per the past, the special enrollment of the Northern Empire University every year basically only admitted 2 or 3, sometimes not even 1. And this time, this just started, and actually passed 2 straight away. This really stresses out subsequent candidates. Next on the scene was Ruzail. Ruzail walked up, touched his head with a silly face, and laughed. Teacher Yun, my name is Ruzilii. I'm a life faculty talent, and my ability is to make food. As long as the food passes through my hands, the eater can unconditionally and instantly recover 80% of his state, but the level must not be greater than my 100 levels. Of course, it will only be useful if it is eaten within 2 days. My specialty is abalone rice. Upon hearing that it was a life faculty talent, many people at first wondered if they were in the wrong place, but with Ruzail's description, everyone's faces were gradually shocked. Can you actually create a percentage recovery food? Wouldn't that be somewhat similar to the healing talent? And the ability can even be more perverse than 99% of the healing talents. Ordinary healing talents. Using the ability would consume a large amount of physical strength, not to mention that the healing effect was generally not up to the effect of instantly recovering 80%. If it was in a moment of crisis, instantly recovering 80% of the state, it could save a life or even turn the tide of battle. Even if we take 10,000 steps back, Ruzilii went to open a restaurant. It would definitely be able to make a fortune. Combine all the advantages. In the eyes of the crowd, Ruzilii was already bound to pass. And just as the crowd thought, Ruzilii likewise passed the interview and made it into the special enrollment ranks of Northern Empire University. Brother Li Fan, go for it. Rukalai turned back towards Li Fan and then excitedly headed towards the Ma Xiu duo. Li Fan, on the other hand, nodded towards Ruzilii. After listening to the gifted situation of Rukalai just now, he felt that Rukalai was a brother to be handed over. He was still worried that his stamina wouldn't be able to keep up and affect his promotion. The emergence of Ruzail was the equivalent of filling in his gaps. This brother has to be paid. The other end. Looking at 3 consecutive people, all of whom have passed the interview. The already tense emotions of the remaining special admission candidates. That was even more tense. Are all of this year's special admission candidates so sleepy? Next. At that moment, Jun Xiong's voice rang out. Li Fan took a step forward and came to the front, beginning his introduction. My name is Li Fan, D-rank talent. My ability is body refining, which is an increase in the physical body. This talent of mine, the advantage is that it can ignore the level limitations and infinitely enhance the attributes of the physical body. The disadvantage is that it is slow to upgrade. Li Fan's description is relatively concise and very easy to understand. Once that was said, Yun Xiong hadn't said anything yet. The group of special enrollment candidates at the back was the first to resound with murmurs. But how come there's a body refining one? Ignoring the level restriction and unlimitedly boosting the attributes of the physical body. It sounds like it's quite powerful. Awesome hammer. Still not a reckless person who increases his physical body? A random archer talent or ice attribute talent can wear him out alive. Indeed, this kind of talent just has a not insignificant advantage when the level is low, and when it reaches the level of high-level awakening, it's basically unreadable. The ceiling is too low. This guy is probably going to be eliminated. That has to be eliminated. I'll eat on the spot if this even passes. On Yun Xiong's side, after listening to Li Fan's description, his brows tightened slightly before he said, infinite boosting regardless of level. That's quite new. But how's the boosting speed? Would it be convenient to demonstrate the various aspects of your current physical body? Obviously, as the examiner of the Northern Emperor University, Yun Xiong did not choose to directly reject Li Fan because he was physically gifted. But instead, he first learned about the situation. Li Fan immediately agreed in a single breath. Sure, but there doesn't seem to be a tester here. This is a stadium, and to test strength and such, you usually have to be on a specific instrument to test the exact value. Yun Xiong hesitated for a moment before slowly saying, that's true. Then how about this? You'll be like those unified recruitment students and try out for the Taie Mysterious Realm. And if you can make it into the top 100, you'll be able to enter the Northern Emperor University. Strike that. Yun Xiong raised his hand and a formation pattern emerged from beneath Li Fan's feet. In the next second, Li Fan disappeared into thin air. See this scene. The special enrollment students present all couldn't help but look at each other, and in their hearts, they began to mourn for Li Fan. The unified admissions site is full of the best from all over the world, trying to make it to the top 100 among those people. That was basically no different from directly eliminating Li Fan. Brother Li Fan, it's hard. Rukulai looked at the location where Li Fan had disappeared and couldn't help but start worrying about Li Fan. Since coming to this North City, Li Fan was basically considered the only person of his age that he could say a few words to. In his heart, he didn't want Li Fan to be eliminated. Besides, Li Fan sighed. Li Fan only felt the space around him distort for a split second. When he opened his eyes again, he was already in a huge clearing in the wilderness. Looking up, a huge red vortex was hanging in the sky. A secret realm entrance. Unsurprisingly, it should be the secret realm of Taya that Yun Xiong mentioned. Hello, that one in front. Are you a late candidate? As Li Fan froze, a voice rang out from the back. Looking back, it was the group of enrollment instructors that stood on Yun Xiong's side earlier. No, I'm a special enrollment, and teacher Yun Xiong asked me to try out my abilities in the secret realm. It says that if I can get in the first 100, I can enter the Northern Empire. Facing the doubts of the mentors, Li Fan hurriedly just made an explanation. And listening to Li Fan's words, the tutors had odd eyes and looked as if they were even more puzzled. But a few people didn't have much to say. Mr. Yun Xiong asked you to come right. Then go in. Right. Scoreboard's on. One of the tutors pointed to the entrance of the secret realm, and threw Li Fan a small green sign as he was leaving. Until Li Fan walked into the entrance of the secret realm. It was only then that the mentors had something to say again. What's wrong with Mr. Yun Xiong? It's not nice to tease people like that, is it? Yeah. In the top 100? If he's really of that caliber, why go through the special admission process? Let's not jump to conclusions so early. Maybe this kid really does have something. With my understanding of teacher Yun Xiong, it wouldn't be so bad that he would go and tease the candidates. And on the other end, inside a large conference room somewhere at Northern Empire University, the gazes of the dozens of figures dressed in Northern Emperor University's tutor costumes all gathered on the giant screen image in front of them. Upon closer inspection, the image above was precisely the situation of the various parties in the Taya secret realm. On top of that, in the top right corner, there's a leaderboard of points that changes in real time. Chapter 16, The Secret Realm of Taya, a natural cafeteria. There are quite a few good seedlings this year. Is this the power of an S-rank ice attribute divine archer? The ability is really strong. Not bad indeed. If we cultivate it, our great summer kingdom will definitely have another god-level powerhouse. 1. I think you're out of your mind. The other two S-rank talent potentials are also very huge. As long as there are no accidents, god level is also no problem. Alright, do you really think that god levels are that arriving? How many god levels do we have in Great Xia? I think you guys should pay more attention to the situation in the secret realm. Our 10 School League Freshman Cup this year can depend on this batch of seedlings. We're 3 S ranks and we're afraid of a Freshman Cup? You're saying that? Didn't Green Dome University have a case a few years ago where an S-rank talent lost to an A-rank talent? They were all hairy kids with little combat experience. Anything can happen. The mentors were talking at this point. Careful observation could reveal that all of these mentor auras were very powerful, and there was even no lack of many existences that had been written in textbooks. When the new students are officially enrolled, they will be under the tutelage of these instructors. The mentors were gathered here to observe the situation, and basically to identify the seedlings that were more suitable for their teaching. What's the deal with this candidate? How come he just came in? At this time, a tutor noticed a figure appearing at the entrance. Is it hard to be late? A tutor guessed. Outrageous. No concept of time. Completely failing to take this exam seriously. I won't enroll this student even if he passes admission. What's wrong with that Yun Xiong kid? A student like that should just be eliminated. I think it's better to try not to jump to conclusions too soon. I guess there was a delay on the road. The mentors were just as opinionated about the freshman. And who else could this freshman be? Naturally, it was Li Fan. This secret realm actually has no level restrictions. Arriving at the secret realm, Li Fan sensed something strange in this heaven and earth. Normal secret realm after just entering, will vaguely feel a sense of constraint, and even a lot of secret realm will have a level prompt. But this, secret realm of Taya, is not at all. Come to think of it, it was true. A secret realm like this that was completely controlled by the Northern Emperor University should have long been transformed by god-level powerhouses. Or even this secret realm was directly created by those god-level powerhouses might be possible. Gathering his thoughts, Li Fan began to survey the situation of this secret realm. Looking up, the mountains and gullies, lush forests like the abyss. From time to time there are flying birds that cover the sky and skim over the sky, and from time to time you can also see horrible reckless beasts whistling on the hills, completely a prehistoric great wilderness phase. Looking at all this, Li Fan was somewhat shocked. It was as if a great ancient wilderness had been moved over as a whole, majestic and intimidating. But the difference is this: these individual ferocious beasts were only similar in size to the legendary ancient ferocious beasts, and their aura was far from terrifying. After all, it was only a secret realm used to assess new students, and it was impossible to get overly high-grade ferocious beasts over. But no matter what, it was already very amazing to have such a secret realm, worthy of being the #1 martial arts university in Daxia. The underpinnings are not comparable to the average martial arts university. It's almost time to start. Li Fan took a look at the countdown on the green token. Points, 0. Duration, 47 hours 31 minutes and 7 seconds. 48 hours in total. 3 days. Since the points token only shows the number of points, it does not show the ranking. So these 3 days, he had to make the most of it and gain as many points as he could, at least to ensure that he could get to the top 100. In the meantime, Yen Hitomi was definitely not available. After all, even those who haven't crossed over know that there must be invigilators for exams, and the situation in the secret realm is definitely visible to someone outside. Those people weren't like that pair of stupid fat and thin brothers. Once they used Yen pupil, the probability was that they would be seen. Levon wouldn't take that kind of risk. But then again, with his current physical body value, there was no need to use Yen pupil at all. With the wind beneath his feet, Li Fan sped straight toward a mountain valley. The dense vegetation in the mountains and forests required constant vigilance against any ferocious beasts that might scurry out from the surroundings. But for Li Fan, it didn't seem to be necessary, because it was found out after some fighting by Li Fan. Although the ferocious beasts here looked huge and bluffing, their levels were basically within LV15 to LV30. For other candidates, the pressure may be on, and they may even have to use some tactics or cooperation in order to cope with it comfortably. But when placed in front of Li Fan, it was simply not enough to look at. Just now he was pounced and bitten by a golden lion. As a result, he didn't even break his skin. On the contrary, the lion's teeth chipped and wailed in a sorry state, and then was easily solved by Li Fan's punch. This lion probably never thought in his life that he could still bite such a hard bone. And because the difficulty is too easy, Li Fan was then less urgent. There are 1,000 different types of ferocious beasts here, so it's a good place to collect reserve food. Li Fan dragged a freshly cut golden lion leg in his hand and made plans in his head. Now his stockpile of beast meat was running low. It's not like any of the beasts on the market are cheap. Here's so many ferocious beasts, body size and huge. He happened to have 2 space rings. Then this is a very good cafeteria. Successfully enrolling in the Northern Emperor while also harvesting a large wave of food was a beautiful thing, and many of the materials on these beasts can be collected and sold in the market. And so it was. In the next endeavor, Li Fan carried a pig-killing knife in his hand and began to pick out suitable parts from the pile of major ferocious beasts. Wherever they passed, no beast survived, much less a whole body. And just as Li Fan was handling a savage dragon, preparing to remove a pair of hind legs and save them for baking ham later, not far away, a small team of 3 people, Sue was lurking nearby. 2 women and 1 man. The male had a feminine face and was tall. The 2 women were also good-looking, not small in stature, and had a 7-point stature to say the least. Brother Lu, with this commotion in front of us, it can't be a level 30 ferocious beast, right? One of the women timidly looked towards the man. She is a healing talent and is very weak in combat. Another girl also frowned and said, looking at the footprints, it kind of looks like a savage dragon. And savage dragons are at least level 25. Why don't we withdraw first? She was a support talent. Again, not much of a fighter. So she was timid. The 3 had come from the same high school, and the pressure to fight had logically led to the formation of a 3-man squad. In terms of points, it was still relatively intelligent. And if you combined your efforts to solve a ferocious beast, the points would be evenly distributed. It was thought that the North Imperial University admissions office side had long considered the issue of teaming up. What are you afraid of? Just heal me from behind you 2 later. It's just a level 30 ferocious beast. The man confidently patted his ferocious breast and smiled tartly. In fact, to be honest, if he were to face a level 30 savage dragon, he didn't have much confidence that he would be able to defeat it. After all, his current level was only level 19. But in front of the 2 beauties, he really didn't want to lose face. The big deal was to circle that savage dragon later and then retreat with the sister. Listening to the man's words, the 2 women could only choose to believe it. After all, the man was an A-ranked combat department talent, and when it came to combat, the man had more say. Chapter 17, Serious Punch? I'm really not a senior. The two women followed the man onward. It didn't take long for the three of them to see the blood on the ground. In response, the three of them glanced at each other, and their hearts were a little less tense, because looking at the situation, the probability was that the savage dragon was severely injured, and it was estimated that it had fought with whichever team of candidates before, and there was a good chance for them to pick up a slip. But when the three of them got through the bushes and saw the scene in the clearing ahead of them, the three of them could not help but be greatly disappointed, only to see that next to the corpse of the huge savage dragon, there was a youth with a clear face squatting. The youth was holding a pig-killing knife and was patiently cutting the savage dragon's thighs, like a five-star chef who was taking ingredients, hoping that this savage dragon had actually been taken by someone. A level 30 savage dragon. That's a lot of points. Just thinking about it made the trio's flesh hurt, but it's not like there's anything to be said about it. Now left them with just three options. One is wringing his hands. The other is to go up and invite them to see if they can join. After all, the other person is only one person, and the team can score a little more efficiently if they have one more person. For the last one, it's a points grab. The three of them looked at each other and eventually decided that the second one would be better. The reasoning is also simple. They still lack fight in their ranks right now. It would definitely be beneficial if the other side could join. As for grabbing points, this one is just too risky. Both girls are not much of a fighter. Facing ferocious beasts with little intelligence was fine. They could just help assist a bit from the back. But when faced with a human being, it's a different story. Unless the man was 100% sure of stopping the other guy. Otherwise, not to mention being run away by the other party, maybe the other party would counterattack and take away the points from the two women. And so it was. The man cleared his throat and prepared to walk out alone to deal with the other man. Ahem. Hello, classmate. Li Fan turned around to see that someone was coming, and also gave a very cordial reply back. Hello, what's the matter? My name is Lu Xiong, a ranked combat talent. Interested in forming a team together? I have two other teammates, both sisters, one with a healing talent and one with a support talent. The man opened his mouth with a smile, and after briefly introducing himself, he opened the door to the purpose of this time. Li Fan heard that he wanted to form a team. Immediately, he waved his hand. Never mind. I'm not really thinking about teaming up for the time being. Sorry, grouping is not cost-effective for him. It only affects how fast he can pick out ingredients. Seeing Li Fan's refusal, Lu Xiong couldn't help but frown. Most of the ferocious beasts here are not of a low level. If you are alone, you may not have such an opportunity to pick up the pieces every time. Sure you won't consider it again? Li Fan froze. Together the other party felt that he had picked up the slack for this savage dragon. However, Li Fan didn't bother to explain this, and still said, I really won't consider it. You guys find someone else. Sorry. Alright. Seeing that Li Fan still had no intention of forming a team, Lu Xiong could only shake his head in frustration, and in his heart, he secretly called out that Li Fan was unintelligent, night and day, and could not see the situation clearly. Then take care, classmate. I'll leave first. Without any nonsense, he turned around and prepared to leave. However, just as Lu Xiong was preparing to leave, roar! A terrifying beastly roar rang out violently. Next, the trees behind them were trampled down as if they were being destroyed, and a level 30 savage dragon that was like a small mountain pounced over in the direction of the two of them. No good. It's over. Not far away. Watching this scene, the two women's faces changed drastically and they couldn't help but let out a scream. At this speed, at this distance, there's nothing they can do. As for Lu Xiong, at this moment, he was already scared and his legs were weak. His face was extremely ugly. At this speed, he could no longer avoid it. With this pounce, he must be seriously injured. By then, even if you survive, you'll have to opt out. Could it be that this time, the path of the Northern Emperor is going to end here? What a bummer. If he had known that there was still a savage dragon lurking here, he would have turned around and left, and still pulled Li Fan into the gang. My ass. But it's too late for that now. And Li Fan couldn't help but feel amused when he saw Lu Xiong's look of despair. That's it? As for that, immediately after, he only saw Li Fan put one hand on Lu Xiong's shoulder and gently floated a sentence in his ear. Relax. Next, Li Fan's waist and horse united. The other hand cupped his fist and swung out violently, bringing up a burst of sonic booms, and swung towards the pouncing savage dragon. Boom boom boom. The moment the fists made contact, they were destroyed. Barbarian dragon's body, which was like a small mountain, was directly turned into a sky of blood mist, and the terrifying fist wind was clearing out a path of blood for dozens of meters. This serious punch of Li Fan's was really powerful. The horrifying visual impact made the two women not far away sit on the ground with frightened legs directly. Is that really the kind of power a human being can have? As for Louis Xiong in front of Li Fan, he only felt a ringing in his ears, and after looking back at the blood mist in the sky, as well as the calm Li Fan in front of him, the whole person also sat down on the ground with a flutter, and a line of warm water flowed out between his legs. That's right, he was pissed. The moment it finally dawned on him why Li Fan hadn't agreed to join the gang. This nigga is a monster. One punch actually dry disintegrated this savage dragon. Where is this a candidate? It's obvious that I've met a senior. Mr. Lu, you, ha, on Li Fan's side. After resolving the savage dragon, he was about to help Louis Xiong up, but after realizing his situation, he immediately frowned, and then took a few steps back in slight disgust. Louis Xiong also reacted, looking at Li Fan while looking at the grass not far away from time to time. The whole person was very embarrassed. There you go. The face that had just been built up along the way was now lost all at once. Senior, thank you so much just now. You can take all the points I have. Louis Xiong got up and hurriedly thanked towards Li Fan. Disgraceful as it was, this life-saving favor was still appreciated. At the same time, after treating Li Fan as a senior, knowing that his strength could not be Li Fan's opponent, he took the initiative to hand over the points token. Li Fan couldn't help but look odd as he listened to the man's words. After emptying the other party's points and transferring them to his own cards, only then did he continue to speak. That, fellow student Lu, I'm not actually a senior. I'm also a candidate. This statement was made. The man was stunned, then smiled and waved his hand. Senior, stop it. Li Fan is not a senior with this strength? Say anything and he won't believe it. I'm really not a senior. Senpai, don't tease. I'm not stupid. Senior, my name is Louis Xiong. In the future, if I'm lucky enough to enter the Northern Emperor, I'll trouble Senior to take care of me more. Li Fan cried and laughed a little. He felt a little close to explaining himself, and before Li Fan could continue to open his mouth to explain, the two sisters hiding in the bushes not far away also darted over. Senior, there's me. My name is Xiao Ting. Please take care of me when the time comes too. And me, my name is Wang Xiaolim. I'm gifted in the healing department. If I can enroll in school in the future, I can help the seniors heal. With the opportunity to get acquainted with a senior, the two girls didn't resist the temptation. At the same time, the two women likewise obediently handed over their points. Faced with such a situation, Li Fan really didn't know how to respond for a while. After hesitating for a second or two, Li Fan, after passing over the two women's points, simply said cheekily, fine, I've memorized it all. Subsequently, the three of them gave Li Fan a round of flattery, inquired about Li Fan's name, and felt that the relationship had been struck solidly before they left slowly to continue to obtain points. Relationships are strong, but they have to be advanced to be useful. Witness the trio leaving. A flash of weakness flashed through Li Fan's heart. Not a big problem though. It's not like he acknowledged he was a senior the whole time anyway. But there's one thing to be said for these three. They are really low on points. But the mosquito leg is also meat. Personally sent to the door. Don't want it for nothing. Took a look at his current points. 9,987. Points broke 10,000 right away. Unfortunately, I can't see the points of the other candidates, so I don't know what the rankings are probably at right now. Keep killing. Li Fan cleaned up the battlefield slightly before disappearing into the jungle once again. Chapter 18, Hunting Senior Sisters? Conference Room. Not bad. No surprise, they're 3S class. Is the top 3 of this time? This points vaguely begin to appear fault. All break through 15,000. Where has this been? It's been less than a day. And just because we're ahead now doesn't mean we'll stay ahead. And don't forget, those sophomore sons of ES haven't even made a move yet. It's true that you can't tell the echelon until the next day. And it's too early to jump to conclusions. The gazes of the mentors had basically been on Lin Yue and the other 3 S-class talents. Unsurprisingly, 3 also placed solidly in the top 3, just as the mentors expected. However, since the mentors almost only had these 3 in their eyes, it was as if they had somewhat temporarily ignored the other candidates. If you were more careful, you could see it. Li Fan's name was already in the 10th position. Besides, at this time, outside the secret realm, dozens of students wearing Northern Empire University's clothing were neatly lined up in a formation, and if Li Fan had been present, he would have been able to recognize the familiar figure of one of them. It was Gu Quan, and this group of students is the very same group of seniors that the candidates will have to face later. You will spend the next 3 days inside. For today, it's forbidden to take action against the candidates, and tomorrow they'll be free to do so. But remember, point blank, don't hurt the candidates too badly. The mentor spoke sternly, instructing the crowd on the general rules, and there's the opportunity to teach the rookie a lesson. The seniors and sisters that won are all rubbing their fists. unusually excited, and somewhat impatient. In Northern Imperial University, the rivalry between the lower and upper classes had always existed, and even dating was a common occurrence. This is actually an atmosphere that is more encouraged by the school administration. Growth is only faster in a competitive environment. For them, this was a chance to teach those S-class candidates a lesson. In the future, even if you can't beat them, when these S-rank candidates become big shots, that too can be proudly bragged about with friends. I once hung on to that S-class talent, but compared to the other seniors, Gu Quan, on the contrary, looked a little distracted. He actually didn't really want to come, and with this amount of time, he might as well go brush up on a secret realm, or even go get a massage and soak his feet. The reason I'm here is that I was forced to come here, and it was hard to be drawn. At that moment he suddenly remembered Li Fan again. If this kid Li Fan was in there, he would be very happy to go in and have some fun and teach him a good lesson. Now just thinking about Li Fan's face that provoked him that day, a fire could not help but grow in his heart. His own cousin is a good cabbage, but he is hard to be arched by such a person. But alas, Li Fan, a D-grade talent, didn't even have the qualifications to enter this secret realm. You won't get a chance to teach a lesson. Unsurprisingly, Li Fan is expected to have been eliminated early in the special recruitment area. A common flesh increase class talent and still trying to pass the special recruitment. Isn't that a dream? Well, it's all going in. The mentor's words fell. The group all fishtailed into the room. And just the moment the group of seniors entered, a voice also rang out from the sky above the secret territory. Seniors are entering. Please keep the candidates on their toes. The voice came out. All of the candidates within the secret area couldn't help but look towards the sky, a touch of gravity deep within their faces. These seniors and sisters can be much more terrifying than these level 30 ferocious beasts in the secret realm. Once they encountered one of them, then they basically didn't even have to think about it, and simply fled. And at that moment a corner of the dense forest, Lu Ishiong, as well as the other two girls, nowadays their faces were really extremely complicated. Senior entry? Only entering now? Then that Li Fan just now. Several people gradually began to recall the conversation they had just had with Li Fan. Nice guy, Li Fan is really not a senior? One time, all three faces darkened a bit. Hoping to kiss ass Askew? Forget it, this Li Fan is also very strong. It would be a very good choice if he could be a friend. Lu Yixiong frowned and spoke. This statement was made. The three of them then felt better inside. Besides, Li Fan sighed. Li Fan was leisurely roasting a beast leg in a clearing next to a small river. Just now, as he traveled along, there was more and more beast meat in his spatial ring, and he had basically reached the expected amount. In the next few moments, one could focus on obtaining points as well as the valuable materials from those ferocious beasts. And speaking of points, Li Fan's points had now come to a high of 12,000. On the leaderboard, it had also come to the 8th position. Still too slow, Li Fan couldn't see the rankings, so looking at the increase in points wasn't very satisfying. The higher the level of the ferocious beast, the more points you will get. But the secret territory was vast, and most of the ferocious beasts were actually still around level 20. The number density of level 30 ferocious beasts was not high, and it would take a long time to encounter a few of them. Looks like we'll have to meet the seniors. Li Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. According to the rules, as long as you beat any of the seniors, your points can be directly doubled. If only we could keep growing our points by doubling up. Then, not to mention entering the top 100. I'm afraid that even the first one is not a problem. But here's the thing. These seniors and siblings don't have any markings on them, so I'm afraid that they won't be very recognizable if they really meet them. So one has to hold on to the principle that it's better to kill 1,000 people by mistake than to let one person off the hook. Go up and grab points when you see people. Just don't be unlucky and meet so 3 or 4. The first 100 should be totally problematic. Just as Li Fan was lost in thought, the tip of his nose smelled a burning odor. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Damn, how can you be distracted by a barbecue? A big piece of meat for nothing. Liban hastily began to save the day, but Li Fan was about to take his knife and cut away the scorched area, when suddenly, several fire snakes violently came out from the distance and directly burned the surrounding trees to the ground. One of the fire snakes coincidentally happened to pass through the ham on Li Fan's hand. The ham, which was salvageable, went straight to all coke. Next, a youth followed, looking at its lost look as it looked around. It was obviously chasing something, but lost it, and Li Fan recognized the man at once. This was one of the 3 S-class gifted people who came in with Lin Yue at that time. The youth also saw Li Fan at this time. It's you? The youth frowned and whispered. He still has a bit of influence over Levan, because Li Fan was the only person Lin Yue had any interaction with at the stadium. But he remembered. Wasn't Li Fan a candidate from the special recruitment area? How did this get here? And it looks like a pretty laid-back look. After a slight pause, he didn't want to think about it too carefully, and twisted his head, ready to leave and continue hunting other ferocious beasts. But he was just about to leave. Li Fan's voice sounded right behind him. Stop. Chapter 19. A punch explodes and kills an iron-armored rhinoceros. Di Yun's shock. Li Fan couldn't hold back. He broke his ham. And he's just gonna walk away? Something wrong? The youth turned around and looked faintly at Li Fan. Li Fan threw the ham, which had become charcoal, in front of the youth, with both hands crossed, and raised an accusation, pretending to have no heart. Are you? I've been baking for so long and it's gone straight to you. The youth frowned, although he knew he was in the wrong. He really didn't want to waste time on Li Fan. When the exams are over, I'll compensate you for one is all. My name is Di Yun. Remember my name and look for me when the time comes. Say it. The youth twisted around and just left, but before he could take a step, he was stopped by Li Fan. Compensate for one? Do you know how much effort I put into that ham? How much time I spent on it? Ham has a price. Time has no price. Di Yun's face gradually darkened. I thought this Lin Yue's old acquaintance should not be too bad. I hadn't realized that it was a scoundrel. Is this a bumper sticker? What the hell do you want? Di Yun gritted his teeth. He didn't mind teaching Li Fan a lesson if he continued to be a scoundrel. Li Fan shrugged and smiled. Li Fan, am not that kind of petty person either. How about this? How about you give me the points and this matter will be written off? When these words came out, Di Yun's face turned completely cold, combined with the fact that he was coming from a bad place and looking at the points. Moment. Streaks of rushing fire snakes began to surface right around Di Yun. Li Fan was a candidate from the special recruitment area with unknown abilities, so naturally he would not take it lightly. You asked for it. Di Yun spoke coldly. He was originally too lazy to fight someone like Li Fan who was hiding in a place like this to bake a ham and swing it around. After all, the odds were that Li Fan didn't have a few points. But since he had taken the initiative to target himself, he should not be blamed for not being polite. This man is really a scoundrel. Indeed, hiding here to roast meat. Negative assessment first, not to mention, even staring at human points. This kid is kicking the bucket. Di Yun will make him pay. Strange. Why does this candidate look a bit familiar? I remember. Isn't that the late candidate? Nonsense. What the hell is going on over at Yin Xiong's side? To put this kind of person in there, such a person, I suggest throwing him directly next door to the green vault. Ha 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 ha. I do think this kid is kinda funny. What did he just say his name was? I'm not sure. I didn't listen much just now, but there's no need to understand. Later on Di Yun will give him a lesson to remember for the rest of his life and then exit the secret realm. Inside the conference room, quite a few tutors had noticed the situation on Di Yun's side. Looking at Li Fan's rogue wave of bumper stickers, and reminiscent of the previous operation of being late, the mentors all collectively exploded and spat. All the other candidates were fighting hard to kill the ferocious beasts and gain points. Li Fan is good. Put aside this whole barbecue to come. A swinging bad. It's not even a barbecue. It's actually touching up the seedlings they see so much. It's unbelievable. Many of the tutors hoped that Bottom Di Yun would teach Li Fan a good lesson later on. Again, back to Levin's side. Seeing that Di Yun appeared to be about to make a move, he was actually a bit excited and responded with a smile. Yo, and I'm asking for it. What? Bad for my hams. Is it possible to rob me of my points? He hadn't fought an S-class gifted person yet. I wonder if I can accomplish the hanging by my current physical body. A punch? Or two punches? Di Yun did not respond to Li Fan's words, but was filled with contempt as the fire snake lingering beside him became even more majestic, doing battle head-on at such a close distance. He didn't even put Lin Yue in his eyes. A mere Li Fan. What can he stir up? Although he didn't know what Li Fan's talent was, he didn't think that Li Fan could be any better than Lin Yue. One move. He was confident that he would be able to take Li Fan down. Roar! Just as Di Yun was about to strike, a loud bang rang out from the side of the woods. Next, an iron-armored rhinoceros with charred skin and caught in a berserk rage broke through the rows of trees and slammed into the direction in the distance. Looking at its aura, it had already arrived at level 30. Di Yun's eyes lit up when he saw this. This was exactly the iron-armored rhinoceros he had just chased after. I thought that I was stirred up by Li Fan and completely lost contact, but I didn't expect that I actually took the initiative to send it over again. And compared to Li Fan, he obviously paid more attention to this iron-armored rhinoceros. And so, he didn't pay attention to Li Fan and directly leapt up, waving his palm. The fire snakes on his body poured out, raging and whistling towards the iron-armored rhinoceros. But just the next second, all he heard was a horrible sonic boom. When he came back to his senses, the berserk rhino was already reduced to a bloody mist. And in front of the blood mist stood Li Fan, who had yet to retract his fist. Li Fan looked at him coldly. and it was as if he saw a little red aura in his eyes that, "What? Want to run?" The moment. Diyun's pupils shrank and he broke out into a cold sweat. At this moment, Li Fan was like a terrifying killing god, and the sense of oppression was simply strong to the extreme. He couldn't help but gulp as he looked at the blood mist once again. Was this really caused by Li Fan's punch just now? Then if that iron-armored rhinoceros's position had been changed to his own, then what happens to him? He no longer dared to think deeply. And the other end. At this moment, the conference room was just as silent. It wasn't until the fire of seconds that this resounded with a gasp. How is this possible? The boy. What power? Am I reading this right? Is this sure it's a candidate? A single punch reduced a level 30 iron-armored rhinoceros to a bloody mist. What a terrifying fleshly body. Flesh body type talent. It's been a long time since I've seen such a stunning flesh body type talent. How does this fleshly body talent feel even more terrifying than Wang Hitomi back then? How much is he leveled up to now? If it's not at level 20. A good seedling, but it's a pity that it's only a flesh and body type talent. And while the early stages are generally amazing, it won't work in the later stages. The upper limit is capped. Interesting. I remembered. He just said his name is Li Fan. It's the Li Fan who is the 8th in the table of points, right? Check this Li Fan's level. If it doesn't exceed level 30, I suggest that it can be admitted. It's a good seedling. The mentors stood up in shock, their eyes filled with incredulity. They never expected it. The seemingly dangling Li Fan could actually erupt with such terrifying power. And the crowd's attitude towards Li Fan at this time, it all came to a head as well. It's starting to get up with a mouthful of good seedling. You, strong. Diyun's face was full of vigilance, and he pulled away from Li Fan at a distance at fire speed. Just now he thought he could crush Li Fan in melee combat. But now, he was a bit worried that he would end up like that iron-armored rhino. He could only rely on his flame's long-range attack advantage to maneuver around Li Fan a bit now. He was now harboring the slightest thought of trying to escape. No wonder Li Fan a special enrollment can be put in here, together with the strength of the really strong awe. And he had guessed Li Fan's talent by now. It's the flesh increase aspect. And Li Fan couldn't help but laugh out loud when he saw Diyun's incredibly grave face as well as his deliberate distance. Do you think that makes you safe? Boo! Li Fan's legs were slightly curled, and his entire body sped towards Diyun's direction like a cannonball. His speed was as fast as it could be. Chapter 20 I'm going to hit 10. No good. Diyun's face changed drastically, and the fire snakes around his body immediately transformed into a fire shield that surrounded his entire body. But apparently, such an initiative would not serve any purpose. Boom! A fist passes through. The fire shield instantly crumbles, and Diyun's entire body flies out dozens of meters backwards like a kite with broken strings. At this moment, Diyun was practically unconscious except for the severe pain he felt. And the most terrifying thing was that in his perspective, Li Fan's next punch had already arrived in front of him. Wait! Diyun let out a loud cry as he flew backwards as hard as he could before crashing hard underneath a giant tree. And Li Fan's fist was set centimeters away from Diyun's face. Immediately afterward, Diyun spat out a mouthful of blood and slowly handed over the points token at his waist. Take it. Li Fan didn't have a killing intent. And that punch just now was also collected. Seeing Diyun being so understanding, a smile gradually surfaced on his face once again. After receiving the points token, he opened the transfer. Wouldn't it have been better? Wouldn't that have saved us a punch? Diyun was filled with black lines. He tried to retort, but considering the terror of this monster Li Fan, he finally held back. It's really bad luck for him, accidentally injuring a monster's baked ham by mistake. Not only was the prey broken by this monster, but his own points were also taken away cleanly. And the most outrageous thing was that others took a punch and had to be educated by the other side. In the conference room, the moment was already ushered in once again by the crows. The mentors' eyes went wide. They had all seen Diyun's strength before. Originally thought that the two high and low also have to come on dozens of rounds to distinguish between victory and defeat. As a result, the battle ended so simply. Pure and simple lopsidedness. Diyun couldn't even block a single shot in front of Li Fan. For Li Fan's specific battle strength, the crowd was undoubtedly in a new round of thinking at the moment. I'm not a person who prefers to take advantage. This is the medicine for the treatment, but it's some cheap stuff just as to give you this points to make up the difference. Li Fan looked at Diyun's points that were close to almost 20,000 and was very pleased. Immediately, he pulled out a few nearly expired healing pills from his spatial ring and tossed them to Diyun. Diyun didn't dare to say anything more, and after receiving Li Fan's healing medicine and putting it away, he pulled out a few pills from his own spatial ring and swallowed them. In just a few breaths of effort, Diyun's entire aura just improved. In no time at all, he could even stand up on his own, as if he were a normal person. With such efficacy, it could make Li Fan's eyes go straight. I'm afraid this medicine is a bit expensive. I only have a few pills only. They are used to save my life. Di-yun looked at Li Fan's eyes and was so scared that he immediately put the pills away. This stuff is really not cheap. His father only gave him 3 of them. 2. He didn't want this to be snatched up by Li Fan as well. Li Fan skimmed his mouth and said with disdain, "You have a small grid. Do I look like the kind of person who likes to just rob people? I was just curious earlier. District healing medicine. And who doesn't have it? Strike that." Li Fan turned around resentfully and walked towards the river, ready to continue baking the next ham. Di-yun looked at Li Fan's back for a long time without saying anything. There was a long moment of silence before this followed. "Brother Li Fan, just now it was me who was in the wrong, so I'll say sorry to you." Di-yun came in front of Li Fan and said politely. The whole person was completely different compared to his indifference just now. Li Fan, on the other hand, waved his hand and said, all right, it's all in the past. We're now too clear. If you have something to say, just say it." Di-yun smiled awkwardly and said, "Brother Li Fan is truly talented. Something is indeed wrong. Brother Li Fan, you're so strong here. I think we can team up to compete with those seniors and sisters. That way, both of our points will grow extremely fast." That's right. He's a man who can bend. Despite the fact that the points were already being emptied by Li Fan, he could still put away his posture and cooperate with Li Fan. He'd actually hit on the older siblings a long time ago, but those elder siblings were terrifyingly strong, and he really didn't have a plan in his heart. But now it met such a monster as Li Fan. If he could join forces with Li Fan, it would feel like he could have a great chance. Although his points were gone now, if he could defeat a few senior siblings, his points would soon be restored and even surpass his previous ones. This statement was made. Li Fan felt little interest in teaming up again. "Brother D, I've been planning on competing with the elder siblings for a long time, but I don't need a team. It's too much trouble. I won't hide it from you, Brother D, but I can beat 10 of those senior sisters." Di-yun, huh? Dion went numb. Can you fight 10? Isn't that a bit too arrogant? However, thinking of Li Fan's bottomless strength, whether he could fight 10 I don't know, but one-on-one it was estimated that he still had a chance. After all, he was abrupt. Since that's the case, then Brother Li Fan, I'll leave first. I'll see you outside the secret world. When the time comes, I will personally feast on Brother Li Fan and apologize properly. Li Fan had no intention of forming a team, so Di-yun had nothing to say, and after some polite words, he turned around and left. His top priority now was to go and earn back the lost points, and the tutors in the conference room who were listening to the duo's conversation shook their heads. Interesting, these two boys are actually hitting on those sons of ES, although these two are both strong, especially this one called Li Fan. It's not quite enough to deal with those sophomores. Yeah, that group of dogs from sophomore year. The lowest leveled one is over 30, right? Even if you don't run away when you meet, you still want to compete? I have a feeling the two of them are going to be in for a rude awakening when the time comes. It's fine. Just think of it as frustrating them. Even if their points are cleared tomorrow, the remaining one day will be enough for them to advance. Indeed, but this Li Fan hasn't used his full strength yet, so I'm kinda looking forward to him fighting those sons of ES. Chapter 21, Notorious. Crazy. After Di-yun left, Li Fan continued to bake the ham, and he was in a good mood. I didn't expect to have such good luck. I can't believe I ran into an S-class gifted person. Normally, with Di-yun's strength, the probability was that the points ranking would be at the very top. He had now robbed Di-yun of his points, and that meant that he was definitely at the top now as well, and even first and second were possible. And just as Levon thought, his current points, he was already in first place, surpassing Lin Yue in second place by close to over 10,000 points. Almost a precipitous lead. It seems that I'm not low on this points myself, and I'm still a bit high on them, Li Fan estimated in his mind. He hadn't been able to see the points ranking before, so he had been thinking that those candidates at the front might already have tens or even hundreds of thousands of points. As it turned out, even a character like Di-yun only had a few thousand more points than him. According to this speed, even if you don't go to compete with those senior siblings, the top 100 is a nail in the coffin. But now Li Fan already had a new goal. Since it's all ranked now, might as well just take first place then. Being a freshman first should give you more resources when you enroll as well, right? And just in time to surprise his old rival Lin Yue as well. It's just an S-ranked divine archer. Your grandpa is still your grandpa. Thinking about the plan at the moment, Levon had a ham on hand that was already baked, sprinkled with pretzel cumin and a packet of soul sauce. The bite is simply beautiful. The tutors next door were crying with gluttony. That's right. Ever since Li Fan showed a stunning strength just now, the object of the mentor's attention was now adding an extra Li Fan in addition to 3 S-ranked gifted people. It's obvious in their god's perspective. Everyone else's side was in a tense and exciting, even dangerous fight against a ferocious beast. Li Fan's side of the painting style is a piece of the year's quiet, cozy, staged a tongue on the secret world, but on the contrary, Li Fan's points were still number one. Where's the justification for this? And naturally, such a situation could not help but lead to a lot of talk in the conference room. Not to mention, this kid is pretty good at fixing barbecues, and it sells well. It's really good. And even though the ingredients are simple, it looks like something else. By the way it's done, I guess it's not a whole lot. The way this kid eats meat is really bold. To my taste, I'll reserve this kid first. The food does look good. It gives me a little bit of a hungry look. Ahem, all of you. This is an exam, not some food program. Eat and drink. Li Fan didn't stay any longer either, ready to officially begin his hunt. I'm not sure if I'll be able to meet any older siblings. The goal on this first day was to pull away from the points a little bit more. Next image. It can be extremely cruel. Li Fan kept traveling through the mountains and forests like a ghost. Wherever they passed, no ferocious beasts survived. All the major squads that encountered Li Fan were also bruised and swollen, ending up with 0 points. It's just an afternoon's work. Li Fan has earned the title crazy among the group of candidates. Nothing else. It was mainly because, every time Li Fan appeared to grab points, he would pretend to say hello first and say something about being offended or something like that. And then it was brutal. No matter men or women, as long as they resist, they definitely won't get off without a bruise. In some cases, not only were they robbed of their points, but even the materials of the ferocious beasts they had just beheaded were also robbed. One time, in the dense forest, it could be said that people were on edge. Damn it! I've met another madman. Robbed me twice in less than half a day's work. The same goes for our squad. We've been killing ferocious beasts for a day and our points have all been robbed. That guy is really outrageous. All brute strength. I saw him disintegrate a level 25 iron armored dragon with one punch. So scary? He can't be a senior. Can he? Study my ass. It's not like the seniors are going to steal points. As long as we lose to them, our points are automatically zeroed out. Crazy people are definitely a candidate. This maniac is a real ing pain in the ass to mess with. Does anyone know what his name is? When we get out of the secret realm, I want to see where he ranks. The name is unclear, but why do I feel like he looks a bit familiar? Like I've seen him in the special recruiting area before. Come to think of it, it seems to be the one who was talking to Goddess Lin. Outrageous. How come special enrollment still comes to the secret realm? Didn't they say that special enrollment doesn't need to participate? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Can't stand it any longer? I suggest we form a large troop and get this lunatic out of here then. Right. We can't let this madman rob us like this. 1 by 1, 10 by 10. Levon's deeds began gradually to circulate among all the candidates. Even so, there were already quite a few squads that had already reached a consensus. As long as you encounter a madman, send a signal at the first time, and then the big guys will rush over together and join forces to drive Li Fan out of the test first. Crazy? In a corner of the dense forest, Lin Yue was clearing up the battlefield while frowning and silently reciting the name. She just ran into a squad with one. Just learned about such a character from the other side. This genius surprised her with great curiosity, because from the information, it was known that this madman did not belong to the 2S ranks who came with her, but someone else. She had thought that those two were the only competitors this time. Now it looks as if there is one more? All of a sudden, a dark horse is killed? Worthy of the Northern Emperor. It's really a crouching tiger and a hidden dragon. At this moment, she was already looking forward to the fight with this madman, and on the other end, Di Yun also heard the legend of the madman. His first guess was that it was Li Fan. After all, he was supposed to be the first victim, and hearing that quite a few squads were going to form a group to deal with Li Fan, he couldn't really help but laugh. As far as Li Fan's strength is concerned, isn't teaming up just going to send it? Others he doesn't care. Anyway, if he heard Li Fan's trail, he would definitely have to take a detour. He's already been robbed once. It's been hard to accumulate some points again, so I can't afford to be robbed again. As Di Yun froze, a familiar figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Ho Man Quang? This person was none other than the other S-class gifted person who came with him. The first thing Di Yun did when he saw He Wenguang was to be on guard. Like him, He Wenguang was an S-rank talent with the fire attribute. However, He Wenguang was born into a large family, far better than his family's resources. So for this He Wenguang, he was very scrupulous. What a coincidence that I ran into you. What are you doing here? It's not like I'm here to trouble you. When He Wenguang saw Di Yun's stance, he couldn't help but spread his two hands out, his face full of speechlessness. You know, my opponent is Lin Yue. He Wenguang continued immediately afterward, the corner of his mouth curling up with a touch of playfulness. Yun's face was grim. The implication of He Wenguang's words was that he had never placed him, Yun, in the position of an opponent. This was not the first time He Wenguang had scorned him so. Long before entering the secret realm, He Wenguang had said this to Yun very bluntly. Then go find her. I'll leave first. Yun didn't want to clash with He Wenguang for the time being and twisted around, ready to go. However, just as he was about to leave, he was stopped by He Wenguang. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? I want to ask you about someone. Recently there is a person nicknamed Crazy. Have you seen him? Chapter 22, Gu Quan, I'll take this person. Dion heard this at first. It was instantly refreshing. So this He Wenguang has his eyes on Li Fan? That's a good feeling. Of course I recognize him. I even fought with him once. A very strong opponent indeed. Yun turned back to He Wenguang and said indifferently. He Wenguang smiled. Which one of you won? Yun didn't want to hide it even though he didn't want to admit it. Him. Hearing this, He Wenguang couldn't help but add a few points of interest to his face. Not bad. To be able to beat you shows that there is still some strength. Among the candidates, not all of them are just dirt. Do you know where he is? Yun bristled. How would I know? If you want to find it, just go find it yourself. He Wenguang's rack really stinks. If he was not afraid of He Wenguang really something, he would have punched He Wenguang in the face. Not to mention, I'll say it up front, this madman is stronger than both you and I. If you get your ass kicked, don't blame me when the time comes. Yun continues. The smile on He Wenguang's face froze for a moment and he said, don't confuse me with you, but now that you've said that, I'd really like to meet this madman. Let's see how many moves he can take from me. Strike that. Flames swept underneath He Wenguang's feet, and his entire body disappeared into thin air. Che, pretend you're a sister. When the time comes to really fight Li Fan, don't be so scared that you pee your pants. Yun bristled, resenting He Wenguang's stance. As for the duel between He Wenguang and Li Fan, he naturally stood for Li Fan without a brain. He knew how terrifying Li Fan's strength was. Spare He Wenguang. He didn't see himself as a match for Li Fan. And on the other end, Li Fan's name had spread amongst the candidates besides. It has already begun to spread among the group of seniors and juniors as well. At this time, the older siblings are still blindly wandering around the outermost part of the dense forest, looking at the scenery and discussing which younger sibling they just saw looking good. After all, the rules state that you can't do it until the next day. Now that you're inside, you can't make a move when you see these candidates. Solely not going in. I didn't realize there was a dark horse this year. I just inquired about it. And this madman is said to be a flesh increase type of talent. Flesh body increase class talent? Isn't this an inferior talent? Can this also kill up? That's the late stage. In the early stage, the flesh class talent is still good. Have you guys forgotten about Senior Wang Hitomi? That's true, but if this guy can reach the level of Senior Wang Hitomi, that would be quite impressive. I've heard that when Senior Wang Hitomi went through the special recruitment program back then, he had killed a level 35 Tyrant Tiger King with a level 20 rank, and his combat strength was exaggerated to the point of being amazing. If this madman is a replica of Senior Wang Hitomi, I think it's better to draw attention to it. Level 20 hard kills level 35? Really? Put. You've been in the Northern Empire for almost 2 years. Haven't you heard of Senior Wang Hitomi's deeds? That was a celebrity 2 years ago. Unfortunately, limited by talent. It's more or less obliterated now. At this moment, the seniors were all talking about the situation regarding the Dark Horse Crazy. Gu Quan was clearly among them. Level 20 stiffening level 35. This is something only Senior Wang Hitomi can do. This madman even. It's impossible. Gu Quan said calmly at this moment with both hands clasping his arms. Gu Quan's words came out. The voices of the big guys were falling slowly. The reason is also simple. Because out of everyone present, I'm afraid Gu Quan was the only one who had fought Wang Xia. Gu Quan's words were comparatively more discursive. Instead of saying that he had fought with Wang Hitomi, it would be more appropriate to say that he had looked for Wang Hitomi to teach him. After all, Wang Hitomi, as a graduating student, was too much higher in rank than Gu Quan. It was fate that this opportunity came about. As an A+ level melee class combat system talent, Gu Quan was very fond of the wide-open combat style. So shortly after enrolling in school that year, he signed up for a club that was all melee-type combat faculty. And at that time, it just so happened that Wang Hitomi came to the club to look for someone. And Gu Quan stiffly went up to ask for advice. Have to say, he was beaten into submission in that battle. That sense of oppression was simply terrifying to the extreme. Wang Hitomi even used only one finger to easily crush him, which really had an extremely insulting feel to it. So much so that to this day, he had mixed emotions about anyone in the gifted flesh increase category. It was both abhorrent and with a hint of fear. This madman, leave it to me, don't even try to steal it from me. Gu Quan was slightly silent for a moment before uttering a sentence, a flash of determination in his eyes. This removing of the demon of the mind is done as a warm-up from this person called crazy. Wait a few more years, and then go to Wang Hitomi personally revenge. Gu Quan's words came out. Many nodded. As one of the strongest few here, they were too lazy to grab it from Gu Quan. In the conference room, watching what was happening in the secret realm, the mentors were all in tears and laughter, and at the same time they were all looking forward to it. I really didn't expect a Li Fan can actually make this examination so lively. It's not going to be another Wang Hitomi, is it? In my opinion, this kid has a higher potential than Wang Hitomi. Let's not talk about potential or not. This kid has made too many enemies, and when the sophomore pups enter tomorrow, I'm afraid they'll have to be weighted down and it'll be a question of whether they'll advance or not. Ha 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 ha. This kid is honestly quite strong, but it's a pity that he has courage but no strategy. Where is this such a point-grabbing not picking at all, going up on people as they see them. Let's see how he ends up. But no matter how many points this kid ends up with, I'll take this kid. By the way, did you find out anything about this Li Fan? What exactly is his situation? Asked Yun Xiong side. No reply. Presumably busy over their special enrollment to go. Afraid to wait for tomorrow or the day after tomorrow to know. Yun Xiong didn't reply. Ask the admissions office. Forget it. I'm too lazy to mess with that bunch in the admissions office. Just wait. There's no rush anyway. Chapter 23, Candidates Collective Crusade Against Li Fan. A corner of the dense forest. A sweet spring. Clear and bright. Li Fan was lying on the bank and drinking from it. After drinking from the spring, Li Fan sat his butt on the grass aside. Looking at the nearly 60,000 points on the token, Li Fan was in a really good mood. But then I thought about my current notoriety. Again, he couldn't help but feel a little depressed. Crazy? He's obviously very polite. Okay? It's obvious that you were the ones who wanted to fight back, and he moved. And every time he can be collected forced to hit, point to point, never said who will be beaten to the extent of unconsciousness, unable to continue to participate in the examination. He's been a total sweetheart. Okay? But there is no way. Other people's gossip, he really cannot control. Call it. It's just a pity that after robbing so many people, they actually didn't run into a senior sister. Did they enter the secret realm or not? Li Fan then tilted his head to look at the sunset in the distance and frowned to himself. He had kind of run into a lot of people on this day. With a base this big, you're always going to run into one, right? But it's hard not to touch any of them. Is it hard to find a place to hide? Or is it secretly planning something? Levon couldn't guess, but didn't continue to think about it. Since we can't touch it today, let's see what our luck is tomorrow. There are 3 days in total. He couldn't believe he couldn't touch any of them. Afterwards, Li Fan directly took out a wild camping tent and a bunch of cooking utensils from his spatial ring and prepared to spend the night in this open space. Nighttime is not a good time to hunt in a mountain gulch with poor visibility. Instead of going through all the trouble, it would be better to rest for a while and recuperate. This brat, does he really think this place is a vacation? Ha ha ha, this Li Fan is really funny. In the conference room, looking at Li Fan had already started to set up the tent and was ready to make a barbecue again. The mentors all had their mouths agape, not knowing what to make of their expressions. Although many of the other students did not continue to look for ferocious beasts to kill, but most of them are also hiding in a more secretive, such as trees, caves and other places, rest environment that is basically poor. Only Li Fan had a big heart, and casually found an open space and set up his tent. It's as if you're traveling to camp, but thinking about Li Fan's strength, there didn't seem to be anything wrong with doing so. Time soon came to the next morning. Li Fan had a rather comfortable sleep. Simply fix breakfast. Li Fan was then ready to start today's battle journey. There seems to be someone up ahead. I smell barbecue. I wonder which squad. Go on, check it out. Not far away, a small team sniffed the scent and was already feeling their way to the front. Intense curiosity made them want to see if they knew someone and if they could do a job. However, when they got a good look at the silhouette in the clearing in front of them, the girls in the group just straight up erupted into a shrill pop of fear. It's crazy. That's right. Their squad, yesterday, was one of the victims. For Li Fan's face, they really remembered it too well. And this shouting was directly exposing the position of several people. Only one voice was heard to explode. Next, Li Fan then appeared behind a few people with a smile on his face, as if he had instantly moved. Good morning, guys. Levon smiled kindly. A few people's faces darkened and their bodies trembled. Brother, we really don't have any points left, one of the leading youths said with a crying face. A few others hastened to concur. Yeah, we're really out of it. Brother, please spare us. We really don't have any points left. If we continue like this, we will be eliminated. A few people begged for mercy as they spoke. Unbeknownst to them, the point tokens of several people had already gone to Li Fan's hands at some point. Watching this scene, several people were already desperate in their hearts. Last night, they were greedy for darkness to fight and kill the ferocious beasts, and it was not easy for them to get some points, but now they were going back to square one. But who knows? Li Fan just looked at a few people's tokens and threw them back with a slight hint of disgust. That's right, a few people have really few points. He didn't even have the desire to grab it. What are you guys panicking about? I'm not asking for your points. I'm just saying good morning to you. After all, acquaintances meet. There's no such thing as not greeting. You guys go. Li Fan smiled and opened his mouth in a friendly manner. A few people were relieved to see that Li Fan did not want their points. Next, a few people smiled stiffly at Li Fan. And then they did not dare to stay, pulling out their legs and running away. And in an instant, there was not even a shadow left. Li Fan was helpless at this. It's not that bad, is it? He's so friendly and he's still scared like this? With a helpless shrug, Li Fan turned around and went back to the clearing to start packing up the cooking tents. And on the other end, the few people who had just run away were already frantically pulling yesterday's agreed allies at this moment. Everyone follow me? We found Crazy. That's right, we found Crazy. Rally, rally, asterisk 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 asterisk. Really found it? 1,000 times true. Our points were almost snatched away. Luckily we were quite strong and ran away after fighting him for dozens of sessions without being caught by the madman. I'll go. Brothers, together, let's go grab back our lost points. Right, down with the madman. Grab back the points. If we all work together, that madman is definitely no match. Brothers, keep up, let's charge. Kick the madman out. The secret world is vast, but there were quite a few candidates in the dense forest. This left and right under the call. A time is incredibly gathered as many as nearly 100 yesterday's victims. As the saying goes, there is strength in numbers. If these squads had met Li Fan alone, they would have been absolutely abashed and immediately turned around and left. But now that the team was so large, that one could be so much more confident. A group of people swarmed around and followed a few people from the squad right towards the clearing where Li Fan was. And the other end, Li Fan was already packing up the tent cooking utensils and whatnot. Moreover, Li Fan had just tamed a level 30 exploding tiger beast as a mount on the way. He was going to take his chances beyond that high mountain in the distance. Although you can go quite a bit faster by yourself, it consumes energy. It's different with a head mount. Not only would it save him energy, it wouldn't be too much slower than if he went on his own. But wait until he's just about ready to go. A voice appeared right behind him. Crazy old dog. Stop. Levon looked back. Wasn't this man the leader of the squad he had let go not long ago? How come this came back with such an arrogant aura? After a few seconds, Li Fan realized why. Because immediately after, nearly 100 figures all came out from behind it one after another, with an aggressive momentum. Chapter 24 1 against 100. The entrance of the old student. Chapter 24 1 against 100. The entrance of the veterans. Hoping to get help. In response, Li Fan was in tears. These candidates actually came over in a group to take revenge. Is this, as far as it goes? At this moment, another person came out from the team, holding a sledgehammer and pointing at Li Fan. Dogs, spit out all our points. You. He hadn't finished his sentence. The mount under Li Fan let out a whine, directly frightening him and causing his face to change greatly as he retreated a few steps. Surprisingly, it was a level 30 exploding tiger beast. After looking again at the crowd around him, he then regained his confidence and continued. You've incurred the wrath of the crowd. Don't want to continue in this secret realm. I advise you to obediently hand over your points token and withdraw yourself, and you can spare yourself a severe beating. The words finished. Quite a few people followed in agreement. Right. That's right. Hand over your points and get out of the secret realm. That's right. Be a good boy and get yourself out. Dog thief. Do you hear me? The voices grew louder and the line grew more menacing. However, screaming and cursing so fiercely, yet none of them dared to take the lead. Such a scene really made Li Fan cry and laugh even more. To be honest, it was more or less tricky to run into so many people at once, but unfortunately, these people are not united enough, and are not any ironclad, although they are all here to take revenge, but they should all owe their own concerns, or else they would not even have a person who dares to make a move. Therefore, these people can be collectively referred to as the rabble. For such groups, Li Fan really didn't carry any fear at all. 1 against 100 is simply a handful. Li Fan's 2 legs were slightly strong. The exploding tiger beast underneath him immediately let out a terrifying whine. The terrifying might drew the shouting and cursing voices to an abrupt halt. And even more so, everyone couldn't help but take a step back. Everyone, I think it's better to cut the crap and come over to ask for points if you have the guts. The token is right here. Li Fan took off his points token at this time and held it aloft, smiling at the crowd with a provocative look in his eyes. This statement was made. Everyone was furious and their faces were grim. But anger aside, the crowd all just looked at each other, seemingly not quite wanting to be the one to stand out. The crowd hesitated. Li Fan's side was already the first to move. Since you all won't make a move first, I'm going to do it. The voice fell. In the blink of an eye, Li Fan disappeared into thin air. Such a scene frightened the 100 people present, all of them, whose faces changed drastically. Where is he? No good. Where's the man? It's not running away, is it? For a while, a violent shout erupted from the camp, all of them searching for Li Fan's figure. And by the time Li Fan reappeared in the crowd's view, it was already too late, because Li Fan was among them. Bear! Boo! Boom! One time, in the crowd, Li Fan's kind smile scared the crowd with all kinds of attack special effects flying all over the place. However, these posed absolutely no threat to Li Fan other than accidentally injuring his own people. Instead, Li Fan was as fast as a wolf entering a flock of sheep. One by one, all of them were kicked into the air one after another. By the time it fell again, the points token at his waist was already in Li Fan's hands. In a short while, most of the more than 100 people were all tipped over, each falling on their noses and faces. And those who were in a slightly better condition were basically scared out of their wits and ran away. And Li Fan's small cloth bag in his hand at this time also already had more than 100 points tokens lying in it. TSK, 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 the points are really low. Levon started the points transfer, but it left him speechless. These guys are just a bit pathetic with their points. If there weren't enough of them, he wouldn't even bother turning them piece by piece. Li Fan's words caused the nosediving crowd to hold back 2 lines of hot tears. Lean, the points are low, and it's not because you took them all yesterday? Even if you are cutting leeks, you have to let the leeks grow a little long before you cut. But then again, it seemed that this time it wasn't the person Li Fan who took the initiative to find them either, but rather they were asking for it. This is a real tearjerker. Li Fan's strength is so horrible. What is the point of messing with him? The other end. In the conference room, the crowd of tutors watching this scene were all dumbfounded. At first, when they saw a large group of people going to seek revenge on Levant, the mentors thought it would be a sight to behold. As a result of this to the real world, it was actually another lopsided situation. More than 100 people, hard not one dared to take the lead, and the result was that the person Li Fan was defeated by 1 against 100. That's if it all goes into the Northern Empire. They were all too embarrassed to admit that these people were students of Northern Empire University. Li Fan's strength is really a bit over the top. If it wasn't for the sophomore pups, this examination would have been affected by him. I'm afraid. Indeed. According to Li Fan's way of grabbing points, I'm afraid that by the 3rd day, 1/3 of the candidates won't have more than 1,000 points on hand. Yes, it's another one pupil. Li Fan's strength placed in this is too unfair to the other candidates. Say, what's the status of the sophomore gang now? The mentors were talking, and they were very emotional about Li Fan. Li Fan's existence had really affected the balance of this examination a bit. The only thing to be thankful for now is, Levine is a bug that can be fixed by the sophomore group. And speaking of sophomore seniors, at this time, the outskirts of the dense forest, the silhouettes of people that were vast. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's finally day 2. Finally we can do it. Prepare to strike. Prepare to strike. Schoolboys and girls, are you ready to meet your seniors? His grandma. Finally I can do something. Don't even grab those 3S ranks. Leave them to me. Do it early. Get off early. Go go go. Brothers, if you meet a good-looking schoolgirl, remember to get a contact for me. I have a friend who is missing a wife. That's right. These figures were none other than the long-awaited sophomore seniors. After a day of waiting, it was finally time for them to officially enter the dense forested mountains and rivers to go and fight the candidates. For them, it's just too much to hold back, and it wasn't long before the seniors entered. From all over the secret realm, wailing sounds began to come one after another. Senior, let us live. We really don't have any points. Run. Senpai is coming. Sister, you're so good-looking. You're not suitable for fighting and killing. Or else let us run for a minute first, okay? Run away. There's a senior behind there chasing after us. Grass. I'll fight you guys. Senior, have mercy. I'm just kidding. Damn it. Yesterday I met Crazy Man. And today I met Senpai as soon as I opened my eyes. What the hell kind of dog luck am I? The addition of sophomore seniors and older sisters instantly resembled wolves like sheep, destroying and directly crushing. Many candidates were crushed and their points zeroed out in a single shot they saw. It didn't take long. The fear of coming to this elder sister permeated the dense forest. Such a scene. It was just as expected from a group of mentors. The sophomore group is just so much stronger. And this is the time to test the general ability of the candidate. In a new environment riddled with dangers, fighting is a very important ability. If cooperation is anything to go by, that ability to escape, to hide, to stay alive, is an even more important one. Chapter 25. You like to play hard to get, don't you? Besides, Li Fan sighed. Li Fan had just finished transferring the points in the last point token. For the time being, there is still no knowledge of the intervention of the seniors. Dumbass, let's go. Li Fan jumped onto the back of the exploding tiger beast with a single leap, and was heading towards the direction of the high mountains in the distance. He'd pretty much walked all over this side of the dense forest, so this time he wanted to check out the other side of the mountain. Maybe there was a chance he could meet a few of his older siblings. Have to say, it's just not the same with a mount. Sitting on the tiger's back, blowing the welcome breeze and looking at the surrounding scenery, it is really a kind of spring trip feeling of relaxation. Although from time to time, we will see some candidates being chased by ferocious beasts running away, shouting for help. Such a scenery-breaking picture, but overall it was still relatively pleasant. Not much longer. It was already arriving at the foot of the mountain. The mountain slopes are steep and there are many vines and giant trees, so if you were a normal person, you would be afraid that it would be difficult to climb, and it would take a lot of effort. But this could be said to be like a walk in the park for a king of the mountains like the exploding tiger beast. In the blink of an eye it was reaching the top of the mountain. There were quite a few ferocious beasts at the top of the mountain, but under Li Fan's iron fist, they barely lasted more than 10 minutes as well. After briefly cleaning up the battlefield, Li Fan's gaze was directed to the other side of the mountain. On the other side of the mountain, it was still mountainous and much steeper. At a cursory glance, it doesn't quite look like many people will be there. Just as Li Fan hesitated to move on, suddenly a pillar of fire poured out from the distance, directly hitting the exploding tiger beast underneath Li Fan. Ow! Exploding tiger beast let out a miserable hiss. Its large body could no longer stand firm, and after a few breaths, it was out of breath. Li Fan leaped down to take a look. The belly of the exploding tiger beast had actually been pierced through a large hole. At this, Li Fan was a bit annoyed. Which one of you no-gooders dared to make a move on his mount? Before Li Fan could search for the culprits have shown up of their own accord. Oh, there's actually a person? The visitor was no other than He Won. He was hunting ferocious beasts in this neighborhood just now. From a distance, he saw a running explosive tiger beast, so he took a direct fire shot. I didn't realize this walk over, but someone was already here. It seems like he should be considered a cutoff. Obviously, He Won didn't realize that this exploding tiger beast was Li Fan's mount and thought that Li Fan was squatting nearby to hunt this exploding tiger beast. And there was another person who came with Ho Man Quang. This person, Li Fan was more or less impressed, because back in the gym, when Lin Youwei's 3S ranks had just come in, this person was the first to go to Lin Youwei to say hello. Only, unfortunately, it was ignored by Lin Youwei. This person was none other than Wang Xiaoduan, and he'll show up with Ho Man Quang. It was mainly because his Wang family and the He family were family friends, and he and He Won had known each other since childhood and were on good terms. With the entrance of the elder siblings, he was the one who chose to embrace He Won's thigh. It's you? Wang Xiaochuan looked at Li Fan, his eyes directly straightening. He had too much of an impression of Li Fan. It was this person that made Lin Youwei ignore him and steal all the limelight. But isn't Li Fan a special enrollment? How did it get here? You recognize? He Won looked at Wang Xiaoduan and frowned slightly. Wang Xiaochun's face sank. I don't know, but I've seen that old acquaintance of Lin Youwei's. Upon hearing this, He Won also recalled some images. It seems like it's really Lin Youwei's friend from that special recruitment area. At that time, his mind had been thinking about the secret realm, so he hadn't paid much attention. What? Want me to make a move? He Won clasped his arms with both hands and spoke indifferently. He naturally still saw Wang Xiaochun's emotions. Wang Xiaochun waved his hand and stepped out. Brother Won, this kind of minion doesn't need you to personally take action. Although he wasn't sure how Li Fan, a special enrollment student, could have appeared here, but he was confident that with his strength, it was perfectly adequate to take it. If not, there's still He Won next to him to hold down the fort. In this secret realm, other than the senior siblings, he didn't think anyone would be a match for He Won. However, just as Wang Xiaoduan stepped forward, a terrifying sonic boom sounded. Li Fan had already appeared in front of He Won with an incredible speed. As He Won looked at Li Fan in front of him, his face instantly changed drastically, as if he was facing an enemy. That speed, it's too much. The first thing he tried to do was cast flames and pull away, but Li Fan was already grabbing his neck collar. This was followed by a face-slapping slap. Like to play hard to get, huh? Want you to take a shot, huh? Like to play with fire, huh? Dare to kill my mount, huh? You grandma. Li Fan opened his mouth in anger while slapping like a drum. He Guang was struggling at first, wanting to break free, but no matter what, he just couldn't break free. His heart buried by a sense of powerlessness. It didn't take long. Guang's two faces had already swollen into a pig's head by then. The teeth were less than half thrown off. The whole thing was indescribably wretched. Watch this scene. Wang Xiaochun on the side was already watching with trembling legs in fear to the extreme. His invincible brother Guang, how? A name suddenly just popped into his head now. Crazy. Is it possible that Li Fan is that monster crazy? During this time, he had also heard a lot of crazy deeds, but he never expected that this person would be Li Fan, and that his strength could be as strong as this. At the moment, he wanted to run away, but the legs were very ungainly and all soft. However, he didn't need to run away because Li Fan on the other end was already in front of him after slapping Guang unconscious. You like to pretend too, don't you? Don't need anyone else to do it, do you? Li Fan did as he was told. Not a moment, people. Wang Xiaoduan joy Guang the same style of styling. In the end, after Li Fan slapped Wang Xiaochun's last incisor, only then did the anger in Li Fan's heart slowly calm down. He was most annoyed with people pretending to be in front of him. Throwing Wang Xiaoduan casually, he immediately began to pick up the tokens of the two of them and began to transfer points. Not to mention, the duo had quite a few points, especially Guang, who actually had more than 20,000 points. But it's normal. Being an S-ranked gifted, it was really hard to justify over 20,000 points each at this stage. And now this comes. The number of points he had, then, came to more than 90,000 points. Aside, Guang was already slowly waking up from his stupor. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Li Fan still standing in front of him. That scared rush is desperately crawling back. There was nothing of the masterful demeanor from before. No way. He was really kind of beat up. He was afraid that Li Fan hadn't beaten him enough and would continue to bring him up to vent his anger. He actually guessed Li Fan's identity at this moment. Li Fan is absolutely nuts. No need to run. It's not to beat you. Grow some eyes next time. If you dare to touch my mount again, I won't spare you easily. Li Fan spoke indifferently, and then threw Guang's already zeroed out points token in front of him. Guang's heart suffocated, but did not dare to be disobedient, and hurriedly opened his mouth in a row. Yes, 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 there won't be a next time. When he received a satisfactory answer, Li Fan did not stay any longer and turned around. Now that the exploding tiger beast was gone, it was considered inappropriate to continue going to another mountain, and one could only consider returning to the dense forest to try their luck. Wait for Li Fan to leave. Guang then heaved a sigh of relief, but after a moment of silence, Guang couldn't help but be hysterical towards the sky. Grass. Chapter 26. Don't sneak up on me. I almost didn't get it. It's so humiliating. He never expected it. A random minion encountered on the road was actually that legendary madman. He had thought of all sorts of scenarios where he would fight a madman and then crush him, thereby raising his reputation to another level. Results. He never thought that he would be held by this madman the whole time. Not only were they brutally beaten in a disfiguring manner, they lost face and points. The only thing that was fortunate was that the only person who saw this image was just Wang Xiaochun. Just gag Wang Xiaochun. This shouldn't get anywhere. Crazy. I remember you. Guang looked viciously in the direction Li Fan had left, his eyes filled with killing intent. This humiliation, if he had the opportunity in the future, he would have to pay back twice as much. And on the other end, in the conference room, now the crows are silent. Because of the fight between Li Fan and Guang just now, they watched the whole thing. It was definitely one of the funniest fights they had ever seen. Although Li Fan struck first, but Guang that strength, not so much that he could not even resist, right? One could only say that Li Fan's strength was still a bit too exaggerated. If we go by this fighting strength, Lin Yue coming over should end up the same way. The only thing I'm counting on now is those sophomore seniors. Li Fan sighed. Running at a rapid pace, Li Fan was already back in the dense forest. And he got good news from some of the candidates. That is, the seniors have come to sweep the dense forest. I really didn't expect that the seniors would come over just after he left. If I had known this, I would have stayed here and not left. For nothing he had an explosive tiger beast. However, an exploding tiger beast for about 30,000 points was not a loss. Run! Some seniors are catching up. Can't stay here. Run! Holy! I can't believe I ran into a madman again. Split up and run. Li Fan is stepping forward. Suddenly, he saw the figures of several small groups on his face. By the looks of them, they were already scared out of their wits. However, they were the ones who brought good news to Li Fan. It looks like those schoolmates are right up ahead. The corner of Li Fan's mouth curled up slightly, and his footsteps steeply accelerated. With his current points, he should basically be able to secure first place by casually defeating a few senior siblings, and he could consider lying down and waiting for the end of tomorrow's examination. Not far ahead, two youths wearing the uniforms of the Northern Emperor Academy were smiling broadly as they chased after the candidates who had just run away. Chase after them slower. I'm afraid I'll scare the piss out of these schoolboys. Ha 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 ha, that makes sense. But next time we strike, we have to be gentle, otherwise they'll run away when they see us, and they won't even have a chance to exchange a hand, so it's really not much fun. Yo, here's another little one. The duo laughed and talked, and in the process, they also shot down a candidate hiding in the top of a tree, and the whole process seemed as if they were picking a wild vegetable, without even taking a second look at it, and didn't go long. The two of them then saw a strange figure in the open space ahead of them. The other candidates are running all the way. But this candidate actually chose to go against the flow and came directly towards them. And who else could it be? Naturally, it's Li Fan. This schoolmate should be lost, one of the youths said with a smile. After saying that, he was making his hand as a sword finger and swung a sword chi towards Li Fan. He was a sword Dao talent, and his level was already a whopping 35. Don't look at it as a random finger. Its power was already enough to easily kill a level 30 ferocious beast. But of course, the assessment process is stipulated not to kill anyone, so this finger sword chi of his was not directed towards the vitals of Li Fan's body, but towards Li Fan's legs. With this strike, Li Fan would only lose his mobility for a period of time. If Li Fan had a healing medicine, he could recover in a moment. However, just when the duo thought that Li Fan would be crushed by this sword chi, and they could move on and chase after the other candidates, only to see Li Fan's big hand lift and flick, directly slapping out this sword chi. Watching this scene, the youth with the sword Dao talent couldn't help but have his pupils shrink. Just casually, shattered this sword finger of his? Isn't that defense a bit too outrageous? The youth on the side also froze. The power of that sword finger just now, normally speaking, without a 30 level, and it had to be a flesh body increase type of talent. It definitely couldn't be done to shoot it apart so easily and casually. This candidate, strong is a bit off. Could it be that he had met those three candidates with S-class talent? But it's not right. They did some learning before they came. 3 S-ranked talents. One was an ice divine archer. The other two were both fire type. And there was never one that was a physical body increase type of talent. There was a moment's hesitation. The two of them then thought of someone. Crazy. That madman, as far as they knew, was gifted in the flesh increase category. Originally that was reserved for Gu Quan. I didn't expect to actually be met by the two of them first. The two of them glanced at each other, and then a smirk gradually appeared in their eyes. Don't you grab it. Let me meet this flop of Senior Wang Hitomi first. When I defeat it, I'll give him some healing medicine and let him fight you when he's healed. That young man with a talent for sword Dao was the first to speak. The scene of Li Fan slapping his sword chi just now made him very eager to fight at the moment. The young man on the side heard this arrangement and couldn't help but skim. Okay, then I'll let you have this first time. The two discussed it. After saying that, that sword Dao gifted youth was about to make his move, but immediately after, the two only heard a sonic boom. Li Fan had disappeared in an instant. By the time he could see it again, Li Fan's fist was already at the youth's face. Boo! The youth flew backwards for nearly 100 meters, knocking down a succession of giant trees, his entire body bruised and swollen, nearly unconscious. But after all, he was a 35 level expert, and it was impossible for him to give in easily. In the blink of an eye, the youth regained consciousness. His eyes were extraordinarily grave, and an extremely terrifying sword intent began to coalesce on his body. But alas, he didn't last long enough to resist. It was because Li Fan was already in front of him. In the next second, Li Fan grabbed the youth's neck collar, and then the ear slaps came down like rain. Let's get you pretending. Let's get you loaded. And you don't rob, do you? And the first time left for you, right? Li Fan did not give the senior face and directly slapped him unconscious before he stopped. Not far. The other senior who was watching this scene was already gulping in shock. This crazy guy seems a little scary. Other than that for now, melee is really kind of insurmountable anyway. Gritting his teeth, he decided to take the lead in a sneak attack. His gift is the Warhammer, a natural hammer soldier, holding 2 rounds of Warhammers, swinging a tiger in wind, fiercely as towards Li Fan storm hammer and go, bringing up gusts of wind-breaking sound. He didn't hold back his hand, because judging by the battle power displayed by Li Fan just now, he was afraid that if he didn't put out his full strength, he would have to be hit hard. Get the down, the youth bellowed. In the blink of an eye, he was killing to a distance of less than 2 meters from Li Fan. This distance was already as close to a sure shot as he could grasp. He was confident that with one hammer, Even a flesh increase type talent like Li Fan would definitely not be able to resist it. However, just as the war hammer was about to hit Li Fan turned back violently, and with a big hand, the war hammer was directly slapped away, and along with it, his hand bones were shattered. The intense pain caused him to let out a wail of agony, and a flash of fear grew in his eyes. He really didn't expect it. Li Fan's fleshly body was actually strong to this extent, and Li Fan's words immediately afterward undoubtedly creeped him out even more. Senpai, sneak attacks aren't advocated. I almost didn't receive the force just now. Chapter 27, a scene of deja vu. He's numb. It's ing called confiscation of force? Then if Li Fan were to strike with his full strength, just how terrifying would that be? This strength, sure it's candidates, but there's one thing to be said for it. Li Fan is still really collecting power to fight. Really make the best of it. His whole body had to be broken. After all, Li Fan's combined combat power of his physical body now was already comparable to that of a 50 or 60 level awakened person. And again, love on. Look at the wailing senior. Li Fan's original idea of sending him a rain of slaps as well was instantly dispelled. He just can't stand to see people acting up in front of him. Not that there's any tyrannical tendencies. He was about to casually pull out a few healing pills and throw them at this senior. Suddenly, the points token suddenly vibrated. Look down. His points had suddenly skyrocketed from the original 90,000 or so to 370,000 directly, quadrupling. Levon would smile. It's still a good idea to be a senior citizen, and this smile of Li Fan's, falling in front of that senior on the side, was truly hideous. His tiger's torso shook, and he hurriedly took out a healing medicine from his spatial ring and took it, preparing to flee at fire speed. But before he could get up, Levon then came up to him. Senpai, please don't say it to my face next time you want to educate me. It seems rude and I get angry easily. For the sake of the points, I won't hit you again, but I'll trouble you a little. Senpai, can we get the other seniors to come over too? I'm just going to stand here in this spot and not move until you guys get here. Nothing more. I just want to take first place in the standings. Li Fan opened his mouth with a smiling face, his tone very gentle. This appearance was simply like a complete different person from the killing god in the battle just now. When these words came out, this senior's face darkened. Very ugly. Nice guy. That's a little too much hubris, isn't it? Listen to this. Li Fan was preparing to challenge all of them by himself? Schoolboy, you have guts. However, you have underestimated us seniors a bit. You wait. He carried the unconscious youth on his back, and then turned around and left the scene. In response, Li Fan didn't say anything and didn't stop him. Underestimate? Not really. It's overrated. Just now, he was still quite excited about the strength of these two seniors. After all, he was a student of the Northern Empire University, and he was supposed to have the ability to fight across levels. But hand to hand, the strength seems to be just that. In the conference room, the tutors watching this scene, one by one, were already looking numb once again. They never expected it. Li Fan's strength was actually strong to this extent. Those two sophomore seniors just now, their levels could both be at 35 or more, and their talents were both at the B+ level. With this kind of strength, as a matter of course, one could completely abuse any candidate. However, in front of Li Fan, he was almost as powerless as the other candidates who had fought with Li Fan, or even the ferocious beasts. Li Fan, this bug, seems to be not as good as they imagined to fix it. Hiss, where exactly is this Li Fan's limit? Why don't we think about getting him to quit early and admit him early? Indeed, you can consider it. If all of those sophomore pups were toppled by him alone, then the later tests would be meaningless. Alright, what's the panic? These two sons of ES strength in this batch of people is just a middle to lower class. This Li Fan is so arrogant. I think he will have to pay the price for this youthful arrogance later. Well, I also think we can take another look. Isn't Guquan there? Didn't he break through level 40 a long time ago? If he takes a shot, he should be able to stabilize the pressure. Keep looking. From awakening the talent to participating in the examination, the period is less than a month's work. Actually can finish abusing a 35 leveled gifted person. This strength is really horrifying. I'm a bit curious about where exactly is this Li Fan's limit? The mentors were talking, expressing their own opinions and concerns about Li Fan's situation. In the end, however, the tutors decided to keep watching and observing. And the other end, with the departure of those two seniors, a few short hours of fermentation, Li Fan's deeds and release were the ones that spread among the group of older siblings in the sophomore year. To actually be able to crush the two of you, it seems that this madman does have some strength after all. It's a bit capable, but isn't he a bit too cocky? Letting us all pass? Outrageous. Where is he? I'll go meet him. I'll go too. Today we'll let him know what it means to respect his seniors. Alright, isn't this person booked by Guquan? Let's not get involved. Humph. Who cares who booked it? I just can't stand this kid's arrogance. Li Fan's provocative remarks. Undoubtedly, it caused a lot of annoyance among the seniors, although there were quite a few seniors who didn't want to respond to this provocation of Li Fan, but more of them still wanted to go and teach a lesson to this junior who didn't know how to respect his juniors. One time, a 10-member squad composed of seniors and older siblings had clearly sped off in the direction of where Li Fan was, but they hadn't been gone long. He was the first to meet Gu Quan. After Gu Quan heard about the whole process, he immediately joined the squad. Provided, however, that this first strike was made, it had to be him. And this scene, in the eyes of the mentors with God's perspective, was undoubtedly a bit of déjà vu, but that time, it ended with Li Fan being 1 against 100. This time, in their opinion, the ending should not be as that. If that's the case, then Li Fan is just a little too overpowered. Such a good seed must be nurtured. Even if it was only an inferior fleshly body type talent, then it had to be cultivated. After all, perhaps Li Fan might be able to perform the unprecedented feat of rewriting the status of the flesh class talent. Plus Levon. Li Fan was still in the same position where he had fought earlier, but Li Fan didn't stand around foolishly. The campfire was now set up and the secret place on the tip of the tongue was opened. This is getting hungry faster and faster as the body gets stronger and stronger. Chapter 28, Warm Meat Chop Senior. The mountain air is great. Not long after, a beast leg was already roasted. Li Fan welcomed the breeze and feasted on it. The whole person was in a very comfortable mood. The test is over tomorrow. Unsurprisingly, he should be able to enter Northern Emperor University at the top of the points table. Wait for official enrollment and get some of the chores out of the way. Basically, you'll just have to go and level up quickly too. After yesterday's one day of sparring, along with the energy from a bunch of beast meat, his level had already managed to rise from level 10 to level 11. This rank was a bit too low compared to the other Northern Emperor candidates. This, Taya Secret Realm, was fine. There was no level restriction. But other secret realms, they should not be so lenient. Not enough levels to even enter the secret realm. Let's not talk about anything else for a moment. At the very least, his rank had to keep up with Guling first. After all, if you can't keep up with Guling, how can you go on a sweet double row together? Just as Li Fan was thinking, not far away, there was already movement. Brother Quan, that kid is right in front. Well, I hope this kid is really bold. Didn't tease us and escape early. The people who came were none other than Gu Quan and 11 other sophomore seniors. A group of people were so aggressive and their aura was so oozing that many ferocious beasts were already running away from a long distance away. And not a moment later, the group then smelled a tantalizing aroma of meat. This strange scene immediately made them think of that madman. Is it possible that this madman is cooking a barbecue? Is this a meat chopper? Thinking about this, the person who was already holding his breath couldn't help but become even more irritated. It's really outrageous. Really think they're minions? Step forward. Soon, Li Fan's figure as he feasted on the food then appeared in their field of vision, only to see an open space. Li Fan was patiently waving the seasoning for the remaining piece of meat with extremely elegant movements, as if he was a world-class barbecue giant. That's him. At this time, the senior who wielded the war hammer before and was slapped away by Li Fan jumped out violently, pointing at Li Fan and shouting. This time, he had brought a friendly army over, and was bound to make Li Fan pay and avenge that slap. That's the guy? Outrageous. I can't believe I'm still in the mood to roast meat. It really is crazy. I can't believe I didn't run away. And I'm still in the mood to make barbecue. Humph. Seek death. Stop for a moment and let Quan go first. Quan is booked. The group of people were furious and noisy with their words, and they all said that they would teach Li Fan a good lesson. But in the end, this first chance to strike fell to Gu Quan. However, Gu Quan, who had originally screamed all the way up to be the first one just now, was looking at Li Fan at the moment, completely frozen, because he never expected it. This legendary madman. Surprisingly, it would be Li Fan. Isn't Li Fan a D-grade talent? Aren't you going to go special recruiting and then get eliminated along the way? How did it get here? Moreover, how on earth did Li Fan, a weakling with a D-grade talent, manage to sweep the secret realm candidates and violently beat up the sophomore seniors? All sorts of questions caused Gu Quan's entire being to fall into unprecedented confusion. This pig that arched its own cabbage would actually have this kind of strength? Izumi, what's wrong with you? Brother Quan, aren't you going on? If not, I'll go first. The bystanders couldn't help but get a little anxious when they saw that Gu Quan was slow to make a move. And the bystanders' reminder couldn't help but slowly slow Gu Quan down. No matter how terrifying this natural ability of Li Fan was. D rank, flesh class, these two words put together, at a later stage, are still not much different from waste. He was determined not to let his cousin be seduced by such a man. The other end. At this moment, Li Fan her also saw them, and Li Fan's gaze was the first to fall on Gu Quan. Li Fan was also surprised. I didn't realize that Gu Quan was actually in this batch of sophomore seniors. Hello cousin. Li Fan smiled and gave a greeting towards Gu Quan. To be honest, he didn't have any ruthless intentions towards this Gu Quan. On the contrary, he still had quite a bit of respect. After all, looking at it from a different perspective, if he were Gu Quan, he would probably also stop Gu Ling from being with a D-grade talented yellow hair. It's a sign of responsibility for your loved ones, but no hate is no hate, and it's still time to beat up. Only then could Gu Quan keep his mouth shut. Cousin? No. Quan, is this man your cousin? Quan, you're. On the other end, this greeting from Li Fan undoubtedly caused all the gazes of the group to look at Gu Quan. Cousin? Can it be that Li Fan is Gu Quan's cousin? Then if that's the case, wouldn't Gu Quan have to turn against us? And Gu Quan's face went black at this point. Come on, this guy isn't any cousin of mine, just a yellow-haired guy who cheated on my cousin. Leave this one to me. Gu Quan gritted his teeth and spoke in a deep voice. After saying that, a terrifying blood axe emerged from his hand. When these words came out, the crowd looked odd. I didn't realize Gu Quan and this madman had such a relationship. Since this was the case, it seemed quite justified for Gu Quan to be the first to strike. Li Fan, I'm not a bully either. For Gu Ling's sake, I can let you have a move, but after one move, I won't show any more mercy. Gu Quan's breath was churning at this moment, and the blood axe in his hand was rising with gusts of blood mist, just like a demon god. Looking at Gu Quan's appearance, the older siblings on the side all looked grave. Gu Quan's aura seemed to be even stronger than what they had known before, and by the looks of it, Gu Quan was also on fire, and staying his hand was feared to be unlikely. It was very likely that Li Fan wouldn't even be able to carry one of his axes. And Li Fan listened to Gu Quan's words. That's not foreign at all either. Cousin is so nice. I can't believe he even let me have a move. In that case, I'll be respectful. For the sake of my cousin, I will treat Gu Ling well in the future. Li Fan smiled and opened his mouth, his tone very gentle. The moment these words came out, the faces of the elder siblings on the opposite side of the room undoubtedly became even more odd. Li Fan, with this eloquent tongue, was really very capable of pulling hatred. If they were Gu Quan, they were afraid that anger would spew out of their eyes. And Gu Quan was really just like that, trembling with anger. Less nonsense. Gu Quan shouted and waved his blood axe and killed towards Li Fan. He was going to make a move. But who made Li Van's mouth too broken? He wasn't going to let it go. He was going to send Levant straight out. And unlike Li Fan who had faced the two seniors before, Gu Quan was too much stronger in his speed that was simply fast. In the eyes of the onlookers, Gu Quan in the midst of his charge had already transformed into a blood-colored residual shadow, which was completely unrecognizable with the naked eye. This madman is finished. A senior couldn't help but shake his head with a bitter smile. Gu Quan is getting real. With this strike, Li Fan was afraid that he would be directly incapacitated. They are already not going to be able to make any more shots, and all of this can only be blamed on this mouth of Li Fan. However, next, an unbelievable scene appeared. Boom! With a loud bang, Gu Quan's figure once again appeared in the eyes of the crowd, and the bloody axe in his hand, which also slashed at Li Fan, did not cause Li Fan to suffer a heavy blow, but instead, it was fixed at a position tens of centimeters away from Li Fan. Take a closer look. Li Fan actually used 2 fingers from his tiger's mouth to catch the axe blade hard. No matter how hard Gu Quan tried, he still couldn't get the axe to budge the slightest inch. Cousin, this strength of yours is really good, a lot stronger than those two just now, but still almost fire. Li Fan spoke faintly. Next, Li Fan's big hand raised. Gu Quan even with the axe directly flung away, followed by instantly dodging in front of Gu Quan, gently giving a slap on the face. Boo! 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 Gu Quan flew out backwards, hitting several giant trees in a row, his entire body like a kite with broken strings. At this moment, Gu Quan couldn't help a flash of fear rising in his eyes. The last time I had such a feeling of fear, it was Wang Hitomi. Chapter 29,844,000. Cliffhanger lead. This, Quan He. What just happened? Am I reading this right? Good. Strong flash. The other end. The rest of the seniors watching this scene were all dumbfounded, their faces filled with disbelief. Li Fan had actually relied on a meaty palm to block this axe from Gu Quan just now? The speed at which Li Fan then appeared in front of Gu Quan, that was even faster to the extreme. As if it was an instantaneous movement. Is this really a ING candidate? Who the hell is the senior? And just as the line was still in a daze, Li Fan was already dodging into the middle of the line. No good. Asterisk 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 asterisk. That was fast. This guy. Everyone's faces changed in unison, and they rushed to perform their respective life-preserving moves. But obviously, after all, it was a step too late. Snap, snap, snap. Li Fan's slaps landed in a row of faces, a line of people that was neatly flying backwards. By the time they could see the faces of the line again, each one had blood spilling from the corners of their mouths and a few more broken teeth in their mouths. And such a strong sense of oppression was already making the crowd unmotivated to fight anymore. Get up from the pit and start running around. Holy monster! There's something seriously wrong with this guy. Split up and run. Don't bunch up. Seeing the situation was not good, Li Fan quickly went forward to block the attack. But after all, they were all seniors of more than 30 levels, and it wasn't really a good idea to chase after them when they wanted to run away. In the end, Li Fan only stopped 4 seniors, along with a Gu Quan who was still unconscious in the pit. Pity, but it should be enough. Follow the rules. Points can be doubled to twice the original amount for each senior you defeat. Defeating 5 seniors this time, that means the points can be doubled 5 times. And so it was. On Li Fan's original token that only had around 370,000 points, the points, today, had come to a terrifying 11,840,000. Such horrible points. It's just like being number 1 without a doubt, because Lin Yue, who was currently in second place, only had 40,000 points, which was just a small fraction of Li Fan. In the conference room, the faces of the mentors were all brilliantly colored, and everywhere there was the sound of backward breaths of cold air. Just now, Li Fan fought Gu Quan and the others. They were watching the whole thing. Li Fan's strength was already completely overturning their perceptions. I didn't realize that even the powerful Gu Quan, in front of Li Fan, he was also completely powerless. Where Li Fan's limits were had undoubtedly become the biggest doubt in their minds. Alright, let this Li Fan come out first. Early admission. At that moment, an extremely authoritative voice rang out. It was a middle-aged man with slightly graying temples, also known as the Inspector General for this practical test. And no one has come forward to refute that statement. This is the case today. If Li Fan continued to stay in the secret realm, it would be meaningless, not to mention that it would affect the examination. The entrance to the secret realm of Taiya. A few tutors who were in charge of waiting for the candidates to leave the field were yawning and swiping their cell phone forums in boredom, paying attention to whether any interesting secret realms had appeared recently. Suddenly, several people then received a message. Teleport out early? For this, the several tutors didn't have any hesitation and thought that it was one of the candidates who had suffered a serious injury, and hurriedly began to pinpoint the location in the secret realm. After successfully locating Li Fan's position, a mentor in charge of treatment hurriedly just came over, ready to resuscitate. But when Li Fan appeared from the teleportation array, several of the mentors froze. That doesn't hurt, does it? What's this teleportation for? And Levan himself froze. He was still about to check on Gu Quan's condition and comfort the first cousin. As a result, a familiar teleportation formation pattern suddenly appeared beneath his feet. Blink of an eye. He was then already at the entrance of the secret realm. This test is over? But I don't see any other candidates around? Or was he somehow eliminated? Just as Li Fan as well as the mentors were in a state of confusion, a blue vortex appeared beside a few people. Immediately after, Yun Xiong took a step and walked out. Yun Xiong frowned at the moment and did not say anything, seriously looking Li Fan up and down before finally speaking. You're coming with me. Yun Xiong then turned around before entering the vortex once again. Li Fan was stunned for a second, and without daring to hesitate too much, he hurriedly just followed. By the time Li Fan saw the picture again, already it was appearing in a huge lounge. Inside, there were 3 familiar figures sitting. It was none other than Ruzilii, Ma Xiao, and Ning Jinjin, who were previously in the same special recruitment area. Brother Li Fan. Seeing Li Fan's arrival, Ruzilii got up at the first opportunity to welcome him with a very excited expression. It's nice to have someone to talk to. He's suffocating here. And soon, Rukulai was revealing a look of astonishment. Brother Li Fan, you've killed your way to the top 100 from the secret realm? This lounge is a special enrollment lounge that you can only come to if you are already a successful enrollee. Li Fan was brought here by Yun Xiong, which basically meant that he was confirmed to advance. But to break into the top 100 from among those unified students, that was simply very difficult. It was really quite unbelievable that Li Fan was able to advance. Li Fan, on the other hand, scratched his head and looked in Yun Xiong's direction. Yun Xiong didn't say anything. He wasn't sure if he counted himself as a successful advancement or not. But anyway, he had definitely finished the first 100 that Yun Xiong had said earlier. And soon, Yun Xiong then looked at Li Fan and opened his mouth. Soon, our Northern Emperor will join forces with the other 9 top martial arts universities for a round of the Freshman Cup. You work your ass off and go get a first in the individual race. If you win first place, I'll personally give you an extra big gift. This statement was made. Li Fan directly just froze. The implication of that was clear: he was accepted. Moreover, Yun Xiong still had extremely high hopes for him, and was actually already looking forward to the new life cup for him. On the side, Lu Qilai, Ma Xiu, and Ning Jinjin were also stunned at the moment. What the hell did Li Fan do in the secret realm? Surprisingly, it could make Yun Xiong say such things. I'll try. Li Fan froze slightly for a moment, grinned, and immediately gave a response. The three of them didn't know what Li Fan had done in the secret realm, but Li Fan himself knew. It seemed that his fleshly body type talent had already been recognized by Northern Emperor University. And again, the Big Ten Freshman Bowl. This tournament is a big deal in terms of popularity. He had read threads on this as well as videos on a number of forums before. Generally speaking, if you can make a name for yourself at this Freshman Bowl, in the future, he will certainly be the mainstay of the Great Xia, making a name for himself in the Great Xia. Of course, for Levan, this vanity is secondary. Primarily, it's the resource tilt behind the Freshman Bowl roster. As long as he had enough resources, he would be able to keep getting stronger and closer to total invincibility. Chapter 30, Examination ends. Rankings announced. What? Brother Li Fan, did I hear you right? You have more than 10 million points? After Yun Xiong left, Rosilii then curiously inquired about Li Fan's points. After learning that it was actually such a terrifying number, Rosilii was so shocked that he directly just let out an exclamation of surprise. Although he didn't know how many points he could gain from killing a ferocious beast at the head of the secret realm. The number, however, is still very scary. So, Brother Li Fan, did you fight those three S-class gifted guys? And those sophomore seniors? All but Lin Yue have fought. Not many sophomores have fought. Just a dozen. Hiss. Nice guy. So you still have that many points? What's so strange about that? Why don't we just win them all? Ha? Ruzail continued to inquire. And after getting the answer from Li Fan's mouth, it was a shock. Unconsciously, Ruzilii's eyes were already filled with admiration when he looked at Li Fan. The D-ranked talent violently beat up the S-ranked talent, and incidentally crossed the line to beat up the senior siblings as well. No wonder Yun Xiong had such high hopes for Li Fan just now, and was even teleported out early. Hopefully, Li Fan is killing crazy in there. The conversation between the two undoubtedly gradually triggered the attention of Ma Xiu as well as Ning Jinjin on the side. The two have always been less verbal. When they had stayed with Ruzail before, the duo had hardly said a word to Ruzail, but after hearing Li Fan's battle record, the duo also couldn't help but step forward and open their mouths to ask something about Li Fan's time in the secret realm. With Li Fan explaining one way or the other, the duo was also gradually a bit convinced by Li Fan's terrifying battle power. For a few moments, the two were even a bit skeptical that Li Fan wasn't just blowing awesome, but thinking of Yun Xiong's words just now, this suspicion was basically reduced to a minimum. And the three Rukalai inquired about Li Fan's secret realm. Li Fan also inquired about the special recruitment area. It was only in conversation that I learned. The four of them, that's all the special enrollment students recruited by the Northern Empire University this year. That means that the whole bunch after that, all of them, were eliminated. Have to say, this Northern Emperor's special recruitment requirements are really not low. The time came in the afternoon. Levan went back to the hotel first. Originally, he wanted to contact Guling, call out to have dinner together, and inform him of the news that he had been accepted. But from the news, this year, almost all the prestigious universities are taking practical tests. Green Dome University is no exception. At this point, Guling should still be sparring in the secret realm. So, Li Fan could only settle for a casual dinner at the hotel by himself. After dinner, Li Fan was still in high spirits. So, immediately after that, the workout began. These days were all about getting points in the secret realm, and hadn't had much of a proper workout yet. And the values in all areas had a small boost though because of the leveling up as well as the fact that there was an indirect workout during the rush to battle. But it's never as fast as a proper workout. Even though he had now successfully enrolled in Northern Emperor University, the piece of strength enhancement could not be left behind. A twist. The time was already coming to the next morning. Li Fan stretched his back, and after simply washing up, he was ready to head to the North Imperial University admissions lounge. Today is the last day of the assessment. It's also the day that freshmen at Northern Tier University determine their grades. Many admission as well as school-related matters will be explained today. Road. Li Fan also tapped on his attribute panel. Name, Li Fan. Level, LV11, 5350/300000. Power, 12,932. Defense, 12,309. Spirit, 11,320 inch. Compared to a few days ago, today's values are as if they have received another boost. This value, for an awakened who had only just reached the 11th level, was already quite outrageous. But of course, for Levan, It was still just getting started. Arrive at the lounge. Ruzilii, Ma Xiao as well as Ningjinjin had already arrived early. Maybe it was the conversation yesterday. In addition to Lu Qilai, Ma Xiao as well as Ningjinjin also took the initiative to greet Li Fan, with a very good attitude, just like treating Li Fan as a friend. There are still 2 hours to go before the examination on the unified admission side will be over. By then, the list of new students will be officially determined, and our dormitory will be assigned. I've heard about this side of the Northern Empire. The dormitory area for special enrollment and unified enrollment is not in the same place. It seems that we're in a single building, and the conditions are especially good. Rozile spoke at this point with a hint of anticipation on his face. As soon as these words came out, Ma Xiao, Ningjinjin on the side also brightened up. For people like them, who like to keep to themselves, the solo dorms are just too good. Levon nodded back, feeling good. He had to work out from time to time, and it really wasn't that convenient to be in a group home. And again, he's the one with the date. There are always those times when the subject comes over to visit. It's better to be detached. As the 4 of them, Li Fan, chatted idly. The crowd coming and going in the lounge was also gradually starting to get bigger. Basically mentors. It looks like the results of the test on the unified admission side will be coming out soon. Unawareness. 2 hours passed quietly. At this moment, in the sky above the mysterious realm of Taiya, a magnificent voice was clearly resounding. The test is over. In 30 seconds, the exit of the secret realm will open, so please leave the field as soon as possible. Listen to the sound. The demeanor of the candidates in the secret world varied. Some are excited, some are sad, some are resigned. But no matter what, the test was already over. Whether or not they make it into the top 1200 will be seen when they get out there. And out with the candidates. There are also dozens of sophomore seniors. Instead, there were not many smiles to be seen on the faces of these older siblings, because instead of finding those 3S ranked gifted people to beat them up violently, instead, they were even being pierced through 10 by a single candidate, which even included the powerful Gu Quan. Such a record was bound to be laughed at if it got back to the sophomore class. It didn't take long. All of them arrived outside the secret land. As before, after a burst of teleportation, the group blinked and returned to the same stadium where they had set out. It could be seen that in the special recruiting area, there was clearly the 4 Li Fan people standing. Holy, these 4 got accepted? Asterisk. That good-looking one is fine, but the other 3 crooked ones got in too? Good guy. This year's special enrollment for the Northern Emperor is actually these 4. Obviously, many of the candidates were very surprised at the 4 Li Fan situation. Unlike their unified candidates, if the special enrollment hasn't left by this time, that means it's already been accepted. And before the test, they were not thinking at all that a few people would be accepted. Li Fan? Among the candidates, Lin Yuwei looked at Li Fan's figure in the special recruitment area and was really more surprised. Li Fan actually did get accepted? Could it be that by the time she got to college, her biggest rival would still be Li Fan? On both sides, He Wenwang as well as Di Yun were not at all surprised by Li Fan's appearance, especially Ho Man Quang. He had been beaten to a pig's head by Li Fan in the secret realm. If it wasn't for the nice healing medicine he had on him, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to see anyone right now. And just as unsurprising as the duo, there were clearly those candidates who had been robbed of their points by Li Fan. This madman is a nightmare for them in there. Just as the crowd was talking, the mentors were once again visible. Yun Xiong stood tall and spoke in a deep voice, presiding over the situation. Everyone be quiet. After 3 days of examination, your final grades have come out. The rules were made clear long ago. The first 1200 are admitted. Those behind, all eliminated. Next, everyone, please look at the ranking list. Chapter 31 8-digit points? 10,000 years old Lin Yuwei. Yun Xiong's words came out. The entire room was instantly just quiet. Almost all of the unified recruiters revealed a grave expression. They only have points on their points tokens, not rankings. So, whether or not you get accepted still depends on the final rankings. At the very front, Lin Yuwei's face was also grave at this time. But naturally she wasn't concerned about whether or not she was accepted anymore. Being an S-ranked gifted person, it was a certainty that he would be accepted. What she cares about is the rankings. Now her points had come to more than 65,000. In her personal opinion, the points were already very high. Unless there's one of those tough guys who can beat the sophomore gang, there shouldn't be much of a rivalry. And for her, the opponents were actually He Wenwang next to her as well as Di Yun. During this period of time, she was very much hotter than other S-ranked gifted people because of her face value. This has led many to focus more on her face. It was not what she had hoped for. So she wants to prove herself, turn the world's attention back. Soon, Yun Xiong finished. A huge screen appeared right at the top right on the sport. The rankings are shown from the 1200th place, backward and forward. Looking at the 1200th point, many of the candidates at the scene couldn't help but have moist eyes. It was because their dream of the Northern Emperor had officially come to an end. There's sadness, there's resignation, but there's also honesty. And while some people are sad, naturally, others are happy. Those candidates who saw their names broke out into fierce cheers at this moment. To be able to get into Northern Empire University, it's something to be proud of, both for themselves and for the families and even clans behind them. And as the rankings list gets progressively higher, it was as if they had come to the top 100 candidates. As you can see, by this point, the talent of the candidates is almost exclusively A grade. It was true that awakened people with high talent had a great innate advantage in any examination situation. That's the harsh reality. And the other end. At this time, the special recruitment area, Ruchi Lai, Ma Xiu, as well as Ningjinjin, now the eyes that are staring huge. They only knew that Li Fan had high points, but I didn't expect it to be this high. As the saying goes, there's no comparison, there's no gap. At a glance, the points of these first 100 candidates, that was not even enough for a fraction of Li Fan's points. It seemed that some of the details that Li Fan had said before seemed to be a bit conservative. It's almost the top 10. I wonder where Goddess Lin is ranked. Goddess Lin is definitely number 1. Is there any need to guess? That's not necessarily true. He Wenguang and also Di Yun are also very strong and should have a chance to compete for first place as well. If you ask me, I think Crazy might be the first in terms of points. I've heard that he's beaten several seniors. But, you believe that? Even Goddess Lin couldn't beat Senior and the others, but a madman can? But then again, what's this lunatic's name? Here, it's that guy, called Li Fan. I don't know if he has defeated the seniors, but it's certain that he has grabbed a lot of people's points, and his ranking is probable to be in the top 5, to the top of the charts. The candidates' murmurs just got louder. Now everyone is watching with an attitude of eating. The crowd wanted to see who was the first place winner of this Northern Emperor's freshman, and listened to the candidates talk. Lin Yue in the front row couldn't help but blush strangely. Crazy is Li Fan? She'd heard of this madman. She, however, hadn't encountered the madman, so she hadn't paid much attention to the madman's follow-up. All she knew was that the man was a dark horse in this examination. Now that I've heard this, someone actually said that the madman was Li Fan? But isn't Li Fan a special enrollment? Special enrollment can get in too? Just as Lin Yue twisted her head to look at Li Fan in the special recruitment area, she fell into a brief moment of thought. A gasp erupted from the audience. Asterisk. Ha! I'm not mistaken, am I? 8-figure points for this first place. 10 million? Li Fan. Is it that Li Fan from the special recruitment area? Holy, how could the first place be him? Did he get his points wrong? The numbers are a bit too long, aren't they? The second place Goddess Lin only has over 60,000 points. And this Li Fan has over 10 million? Did he really beat the senior sister? That's the only possibility. And he definitely defeated more than one. Crazy. It's truly worthy of being a madman. This strength is too outrageous. It's a good thing we didn't fight him hard in the secret realm back then. That's right. The rankings, already, are shown to the top 5. And the top 5 names are actually pretty much what they suspected. But only this first place, Li Fan, made them look at their eyes. The nifty points are horrible, aren't they? I'm afraid that Li Fan's points alone were higher than the points of the other 1119 candidates combined. How is this possible? Lin Yue's eyes were huge as she looked at Li Fan's data on the scoreboard. Just now, when she learned that Li Fan was crazy, she also had the expectation that Li Fan's points ranking would not be low. The odds are that it will even be high. But isn't that a little too high? On the side, Di Yun as well as He Wenguang also looked dumbfounded. They knew that Li Fan was strong, but they didn't expect it to be this strong. Unsurprisingly, Li Fan had definitely defeated a bunch of seniors and sisters. Otherwise it would be impossible for him to be able to have this amount of points. Alright, the candidates who ranked in the top 1200 in terms of points, please stay. And the rest of the candidates, please exit one by one and participate in the makeup exams of other institutions as soon as possible. At that moment, Jun Xiong's voice rang out, suppressing the gasps of shock from the field. Hearing this, the failed candidates also detached themselves from the shock they had just experienced, returned to reality, and began to leave the field one after another. What they desperately need to do now is not to stay here and marvel at how horrible other people's accomplishments are. Instead, they go to other institutions to make up the exams and see if they have a chance of getting into other prestigious schools. And so it was. It didn't take long. In the entire stadium, there were only 1,000 or so freshmen who had been admitted. Congratulations, everyone, on becoming the current freshman of my Northern Empire University. Next, I'm going to give you a brief overview of what you need to do at this stage of your enrollment and what you need to do down the road in college life. Yoon Seong's voice was powerful and very inspiring. None of the freshmen on the floor were thrilled to hear it. Yoon Seong's so-called brief introduction was really not simple at all, because that talk was nearly 2 hours. 1 hour was spent talking about the admissions process, and the other hour was all about giving examples of some of the upperclassmen's glorious deeds and pumping up the crowd. But not to mention, the cocktail was good and didn't make for boring listening. And when Yoon Seong's speech was over, the crowd also received their respective school number plates. Most of the matters, in the subsequent years of college, will be notified through the school number plate markers. Lin Yue looked at the number 2 school number plate in her hand and looked at Li Fan in the special recruitment area with a complicated expression, only to see Li Fan looking over at her, directly raising an eyebrow at her and gently waving the number 1 school number plate in his hand. Li Fan! Lin Yue clenched her teeth anxiously, that familiar desire to win in the face of Li Fan coming up again. High school was pressured by Levon even. This time in college, she had awakened her S-rank talent, but she didn't expect to still be pressed. She couldn't hold back, but for some reason, she was angry and inexplicably pleased at the same time. What the hell is that for? She couldn't say it herself. Well, 2 days from now will be the official enrollment time, so you can report to school once you've taken care of your own personal matters. There will be an orientation program on campus at that time, and what clubs you want to join will be at your own discretion, and the university will not intervene. There's also the issue of tutors. This is something you guys can just keep an eye on your number plates for the next couple of days. And as for the open lectures, they're available on the official website, and most of them are basically accessible by virtue of your number plates. Dismissed. Chapter 32, Moving into the Northern Empire, New Faces. The queue is dismissed. The new students are all excited to go towards the exit one after another, and one by one, they all start to call their families, running around to tell the news that they have been accepted. Li Fan wasn't surprised and called the 2 old men at the first opportunity. What? Son, you're not kidding, are you? You've been accepted into Northern Empire University? Son, don't scare your mom. You've been accepted by Northern Emperor University for a D-grade flesh talent? Son's mom, why don't we take a trip back? I'm worried my son will do something stupid. The 2 old men obviously didn't believe that Li Fan had been accepted. All of them even thought that Li Fan was struck to the point of insanity and wanted to interrupt the journey to come back to take care of Li Fan. Li Fan had really wasted a lot of words, which made the 2 old men accept this fact. The 2 old men were also very happy about the news that Li Fan had been accepted by Northern Empire University. Yet it wasn't happy for long. This was because the second old man felt that after Li Fan attended this university, the more dangers he would face in the future. Li Fan was really crying and laughing a little. These cheap parents really want him to be a scrapper. But still, he could understand. Hang up the phone. Li Fan was then ready to head to the dormitory area with Ru Qilei, Ma Xiu and Ning Jinjin. The special enrollment students live in a single-family home area, and the location has been matched for a long time, so as soon as they get their school number plates, they are ready to move in. It is not necessary to wait for formal reporting for assignment, as is the case for UC students, and according to the same session adjacency rule, the 4 of them had their villas very close together, so it's just as well to go there together. Brother Li Fan, wait, just didn't get a few steps out. A voice sounded right behind Li Fan. Looking back, the visitor was Di Yun. Di Yun was full of smiles and his tone was cordial, as if he and Li Fan had known each other for a long time. Brother Di Yun, something wrong? Li Fan wondered. Di Yun scratched his head and also opened the door. Brother Li Fan forgot? I said that after going out of the secret realm, I'm going to personally feast on you as an apology. I happen to have a banquet tomorrow night. I will invite some close friends over then. I wonder if Brother Li Fan has this time. Levon froze slightly. It seemed like Di Yun did say something about a banquet or something at that time. Thought it was a guest post. I didn't expect it to be for real. After thinking about the fact that there didn't seem to be any arrangements for tomorrow, Li Fan agreed. Okay, but can I bring someone with me? Di Yun laughed. Of course you can. Don't say one. Brother Li Fan, your friends are my friends. You can bring as many people as you want. Li Fan nodded. Okay, then we'll see you tomorrow. The one Li Fan was going to bring was naturally Gu Ling. There are dabbling opportunities. How can you forget a girlfriend? And Li Fan's conversation as well as Di Yun's conversation. It had certainly fallen into the ears of a young man not far away. This person Li Fan actually recognized. This was none other than Louis Xiong, one of the Bean who had treated Li Fan as a senior in the first place. He had wanted to invite Li Fan to dinner as well, but when he saw that Di Yun was meeting him, he really didn't have the guts. After all, he couldn't compare to Di Yun, much less the Di family. However, he did not dare to invite Li Fan to dinner, but he still dared to greet him. Brother Fan, How are you? Remember me? My name is Lu Xiong. That's what I wanted to find you to form a team and encountered the head savage dragon that. Is it convenient to add a contact information? Ha? Ow. Come to think of it, the one who pissed his pants. Of course it's convenient. Add one. Take care of each other in the future. We're all classmates. Li Fan remembered this Lu Xiong. He was still quite impressed with this Lu Xiong. The other party was so polite. It was not easy for him to refuse, and he directly added the contact information. However, Lu Xiong's smile was stiff and a bit sweaty at the moment. You can't talk about peeing your pants. So, after adding Li Fan, he slipped away on his ass, and when Di Yun as well as Lu Xiong left, it was as if there were also quite a few people who greeted Li Fan and wanted to get acquainted. The idea of these people was also very simple. That is, to get in touch with this freshman ranked #1 super prospect. Li Fan actually did not resist. After all, more friends, more roads. But since there were simply too many people, he could only respond to a select number of the more enthusiastic ones in the follow-up. Not far away, Lin Yue had wanted to find Li Fan to chat for a while as well. Seeing that Li Fan was surrounded by so many people, she didn't stay and directly left first. Also looking for the same thing as Ho Man Kwang, but he didn't want to get into any relationship with Li Fan. He had nothing but disgust for him. The slaps in the secret realm. He would have to return them sooner or later. And Li Fan actually noticed the hatred in He Wenwan's eyes just now. Unsurprisingly, the man would have to trip him up later. I'm afraid. But Li Fan didn't really care. Really push it. He didn't mind taking the risk and making a trip to the Yi family to help clear the genealogy. Brother Li Fan, you're a man of the people now. Exiting the gym, Rosilii couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. They're all climbers, and most of them will fall by the wayside when your potential can see the head and your fame comes down. Ma Xiu, who rarely spoke, also spoke at this moment. Ning Jinjin, who was on the side, skimmed her lips and followed closely to echo. They're all boring people. Li Fan couldn't help but smile as he listened to Ma Xiu as well as Ning Jinjin. These two are real straight talkers. But it's true, and it was actually a kind reminder to him. In a way, the duo already thought of him as a friend. Don't worry, I have it all in mind, Li Fan said with a smile. He had been a man for 2 lives, and although he wasn't so much of a human being, he still had a minimum of discernment. It didn't take long. The 4 of them then arrived at the entrance of the villa area of the special enrollment of the Northern Emperor University. After checking the 4 school number plates, the gatekeeper master led the 4 towards the depths of the villa. Ooh, there's a newcomer. Good lord, there are actually 4 in this term? Wow, there's a schoolmate who's kind of handsome. Many special enrollment students had noticed the arrival of Li Fan and the others. The number of special enrollment students is very small, so they basically know each other. Now that a new face has been brought in, it's a real breath of fresh air for the crowd as well after a long time. Here we are. This is your dormitory, so I won't take you in. You're on your own with the door number. If there's a problem, just call me anytime. The doorman pointed to the townhouse on the side, and then turned around and left. And looking at the villa in front of them, all 4 were satisfied. Not only is the space huge, but there is also a substantial lawn garden attached to the front door. This is undoubtedly already similar to the living configuration of many rich people in the outside world. One by one, the 4 went to their respective dormitories. Li Fan also came to the small courtyard that belonged to him. A cursory tour inside and out. Needless to say, the various configurations are very complete, and the inside is even equipped with a cultivation room and a fitness room. This is certainly very good for Levon. And when Levon settled down, the phone rang. Looking down, it was Gu Ling calling. Chapter 33. What? He's only level 10? Brother Li Fan, my examination is over. I've successfully entered Qingdao University. Gu Ling is here to report the good news. As for Gu Ling being able to enter Qingdao University, Li Fan was not surprised. Although the Green Dome was also a practical test, Gu Ling, being gifted in the healing department, was bound to be the object of many people's competition to form a team. Passing a test is really not a problem. In fact, not to mention Gu Ling, even in the freshman examination of Northern Emperor University this time, all the candidates with therapeutic talents were basically enrolled. The healing department is still fragrant. Brother Li Fan, your side, Gu Ling wanted to say. She wanted to ask Li Fan about his assessment, but in her opinion, the odds were that Li Fan had been eliminated, so she was a little less tolerant to ask. Li Fan naturally heard Gu Ling's concerns and then said with a smile, I was accepted too. Ha? What? Brother Li Fan, you've really been accepted by Northern Emperor University? Of course, would I lie to you? I'm at the Northern Emperor's special enrollment villa right now. Listening to Li Fan's words, Gu Ling felt incredulous. In her opinion, Li Fan, as a deranked physical body increased type talent, This condition was basically impossible to be admitted to the special recruitment. She never expected that Li Fan would really actually be accepted, and for this result, she was naturally very happy for Li Fan. Alright, are you still inside Green Dome University now? Come out. I'll take you to eat something delicious. By the way, push your cousin's contact info on me for a bit. I'll ask him for some relationship funds for the two of us. Gu Ling was still in shock when Li Fan continued to speak. How can you go out to dinner and forget this first cousin? At first, he had promised that all the spending during the relationship would be borne by his first cousin Gu Quan. The other end. Gu Quan's face was undoubtedly very ugly after receiving Li Fan's news. He didn't think that a punch in the face could come so quickly. This guy Li Fan was actually hiding so deeply. However, after going through this examination, he now had a different view of Li Fan. As far as he knew, the tutors in the academy were paying a lot of attention to Li Fan right now. In other words, Li Fan might really have the possibility to walk out of a different avenue on the path of fleshly body type talent, with a very unlimited potential. As it is, then Gu Ling talking to Li Fan, that wouldn't be a disadvantage at all. Furthermore, this Li Fan's looks weren't that bad, just a little bit worse than him. It's kind of a passing grade for his cousin's husband. And again, on the side of the Northern Emperor Academy, the new student assessment is over. The next step is to come to the part where the mentor picks the raw material. The 3 S-class gifted awakenings. They were out of luck, having been internalized by the bigwigs in the institution long ago. Therefore, the first and foremost meat and potatoes to be fought over was Li Fan. Since the examination has been completed, all the information of the candidates is also synchronized to the school network. After seeing Li Fan's relevant data, the mentors were also shocked that they couldn't believe their eyes. Earlier, after seeing Li Fan's performance in the secret realm, the crowd all thought that Li Fan's own level, at least, was already at around level 20. But when he saw that Li Fan's profile showed that his level was actually only at the beginning of level 10, one by one, they all blew up. Am I reading this right? He's only level 10? A level 10 hard win over a level 40? Hiss. This Li Fan is incredible. Never have I seen such an outrageous fleshly body type talent. It's a bit outrageous. If such a seedling can be allowed to go as far as transcendence, or even quasi-god, I'm afraid that his battle prowess won't lose out to the other top battle faculties. I'll take this one. Go go go. What's the point of being an old guy in the auxiliary department? Do you understand what you're teaching? Give me this person. I think it's better for me to come. You can't grasp such a talent. The moment. Li Fan, who was the person in question, was blissfully unaware of this. At this moment, because of him, a fierce scramble had now erupted in the Northern Emperor's tutor group. The entrance to Northern Empire University. Gu Ling is already changed into a light green dress. The whole person looks very beautiful and dignified. Turnaround rate directly pull full. She was waiting for Levan. And while waiting, she had actually heard a lot of talk. And it seems to be about Levant. Have you heard? There's a dark horse out of this year's freshman. Pinned down those 3 S-ranked talent awakeners. And even beat Gu Quan and the others. Nice guy. Seriously? Gu Quan is a tough guy. What kind of freshman can him over? Are you kidding? Don't tell me. The truth is, I asked around. It seems to be someone called what's his name Van, who is a fleshly body type talent, and seems to be a special enrollment. Ha, is it another Wang Hitomi? It seems like it's a bit more terrifying than senior Wang Hitomi. It's just a flash in the pan. That's the way it is with all such fleshly type talents. That's true, but to be able to defeat Gu Quan, one must still say, awesome. At the freshman bowl, this one figures to draw another wave of wind. These arguments can be very unbelievable. Despite the fact that many aspects were somewhat related to Li Fan, she didn't quite dare to think of Li Fan at all. Beat his cousin Gu Quan? His cousin is all of 40 levels. Li Fan this from the awakening to the examination. It is only half a month. Even if exhausted, it is impossible to beat Gu Quan. It was probably the male son of some big family. The family had hardened the rank in a short period of time. Not much longer. Li Fan's figure appeared at the entrance of the school. Li Fan was dressed very casually, and due to his overly impressive face value, he was also causing a lot of turnarounds. Coming in front of Gu Ling, Li Fan scratched his head in embarrassment and laughed. Sorry for the wait. I just took a shower. Gu Ling looked at Li Fan in front of her and couldn't help but blush a little, then hurriedly shook her head. No, didn't take long to wait. I've only just arrived too. Immediately after, the young couples are holding hands and heading towards the snack street. Brother Li Fan, I just heard at the door. What? Brother Li Fan, it's really you? Ha? Freshman first? On the way. Gu Ling curiously talked about the discussion she had just heard. Who knows? Li Fan all but admitted it. One time, Gu Ling was just as astonished once again. With that, Li Fan was recounting to Gu Ling the general situation in the secret realm before. Gu Ling listened attentively, her eyes filled with admiration as she was amazed and shocked. Gu Ling took Li Fan's hand in a well-behaved manner. Welcome the smoke and fire that permeates the street. The duo's college career is, at last, officially underway. Chapter 34, Chef Ruzilii. Society Problems. The following day at noon, Li Fan slept straight through a natural waking up. Yesterday, I took Gu Ling to a late-night movie and then went to the door for some kebabs and drinks. After sending Gu Ling back to her dormitory and returning to the villa since, it was already past 2 in the morning. At this point in time, Li Fan didn't have much heart to exercise, so he just slept. I hadn't realized that I had slept until noon. What a relief. Li Fan stretched and let out a lazy sound. Turn on your cell phone. Levan woke up with a start. This is in addition to Gu Ling's good morning greeting. This was actually a whole bunch of people messaging him, and there were even over 20 missed calls. These are mostly former high school classmates, relatives, high school homeroom teachers, and school leaders. In addition to these, there are also 30 or 40 friend request alerts, clear of all news media. Look at the situation. Li Fan immediately reacted. It seemed that the news that he had been accepted into Northern Empire University was already being spread. Li Fan simply replied to some of the teachers and leaders who had treated him better in the past, and then he ignored them all. After he had just awakened his D-rank talent, he had seen quite a few people. Many of these people who had messaged him had taunted him. Now these people ran to get close again. Li Fan naturally could not pay attention to it, and even directly deleted it. As for the news media, he didn't really want to be too flashy right now, going to any interviews or anything like that. All he wanted to do now was to quietly raise his strength away in the Northern Empire and have a sweet love affair. Wait until he's completely invincible, take in all the beauty of the world again. By then, he'll be the ancestor man, and he'll be interviewed? By then the whole world will know his name. Ahem. Far from it. Put the phone down. With a carp, Li Fan got up and started to wash up. His intentions for the day were simple. Stay at the villa during the day to work out and boost up the boost values. Now he was strong, but not strong enough, and everything was still a long way off. And in the evening, they called Gu Ling and went to Di Yun's banquet together, as far as he knows. For this banquet, in addition to some students from Northern Emperor University, students from several neighboring prestigious universities were also invited, including some from Qingdao University. The banquet specifications were not called top-notch, but they were still considered to be on the top. Basically all the students who were invited either had potential or had a family behind them. Go around the place and network more or less. Of course, naturally, Li Fan's purpose was not to run towards building connections. When someone approached him to show him kindness, he wouldn't easily reject it. But if he wanted him to take the initiative to show kindness to anyone, then I'm sorry, but he didn't have the energy to do so. Li Fan's purpose for agreeing to go here was actually mainly to run for food. For a banquet of such specifications, the grade of the beast meat ingredients to be entertained would definitely not be too bad, although he now also saved a lot. But sitting on the mountain is not desirable. This has a white whoring opportunity is bound to not let go. Thinking about thinking, Li Fan's stomach suddenly growled. It's a good body, and you get hungry real fast. He was about to get the beast meat in the spatial ring and process a wave of it, when suddenly, a tantalizing aroma passed through the tip of his nose. Follow the source. It was none other than Ruzilii's little compound next door. This thought of Ruzilii's natural ability, Li Fan was instantly struck with the idea of rubbing it in. Say it and do it. A big step. Li Fan arrived at the entrance of Ruzilii's small courtyard in a flash. Raise your eyes. Ruzile is really in the yard. And Ma Xiu as well as Ningjinjin were actually here. The expressions of the two were very consistent. All of them were staring at the food in Ruzilii's pot, salivating and drooling. Brother Li Fan is here? Just now I saw that you didn't get up and didn't bother you. I was going to call you after I was done, but I didn't expect you to come over on your own. Come on in. There's drinks and tea on the table. Ruzilii noticed Li Fan at the door, and immediately was greeting Li Fan with a smile as he came in. Li Fan scratched his head, and without being polite, he directly entered. Not long after, Li Fan's expression, gradually, also began to become consistent with Ma Xiuning Jinjin. Don't look at Ruzilii as a big man. This cooking, that is all kinds of meticulous. The temperament is also become very elegant, appear quite charming. It didn't take long. The table was then set full of food. The three Li Fan who had been waiting for a long time could not wait and directly feasted on the food. I have to say, this Ruzilii is a real cook. Li Fan felt that this was better than what the chefs at whatever fancy restaurant did. And thanks to Ruzile's natural ability, that gets more mental the more you eat. Watching the three of them happily eating, Ruzilii couldn't help but have a happy smile appear on his face. He grew up helping his parents run the family's small restaurant. My father was very happy whenever he saw his guests eating happily, and he now inherited it. How about this? Everyone comes to eat at my place from now on, and I'll be your chef. Rusili, I said with a smile at this time. Li Fan's trio froze, and then immediately smiled and said in unison, "Alright," unconsciously. The relationship between the four was already gradually beginning to draw closer. Eat and drink. While the four of them were basking in the sun, they also started chatting. The bulk of the small talk was still about school-related issues. Tomorrow is the official enrollment day. When the time comes, their instructors will be announced and each will be able to check the course from the official website. By the way, have you thought about what club you want to join? Ningjinjin opened her mouth curiously at this time. Rosile scratched his head and laughed nervously. I would have found a club in the life department. I'm not very good at fighting and killing. For her part, Ma Xiu shook her head. Didn't think about it. Several people couldn't help but nod at Ma Xiu's answer. They did have a bit of a hard time thinking about it if they were in Masu's shoes. After all, this time pause of Ma Xiu's was, for the time being, actually more or less a cockamamie. If you really follow someone to the secret realm, it's fine to use it for 1 or 2 time suspensions, but if it's more than that, and you can't keep up with your stamina and can't perform it anymore, then it'll be a complete liability. Ma Xiu's wasn't like Li Fan's all hardcore. He himself was completely without much fighting power. So the average club, really, doesn't necessarily recruit him. I actually haven't thought about it either. Ningjinjin followed suit and shook her head. She would have a fighting chance, but only if there was water, and there was enough of it. Li Fan, what about you? Ningjinjin looked at Li Fan. Li Fan touched his nose and said, I haven't thought about it either. It's not that he's flawed in any way, or even that if he were to pick a club, it would be a straight-up mad rush. The reason he didn't think about it was that he didn't really want to join a club at all. After all, his own strength alone was already enough to brush the secret realm, and there was no need to go to the club to find someone to team up with. If he really added the club, he would still have to spend his energy to reject those requests to invite him to team up, which was troublesome. After talking about the club, the next topic comes to the Freshman Bowl. This topic, mainly focusing on Li Fan, because this competition, special enrollment are also not required to participate. Li Fan didn't really care about that, although it sounds like this tournament is very competitive, bringing together many freshmen from prestigious universities, but in Li Fan's eyes, there was no difficulty at all, and if it wasn't for the generous rewards, he wouldn't have been too eager to participate. Talked a little more. Li Fan then left first and went home to exercise. Finish your lunch at Rusali's. He was full of energy now. It's a shame that this energy isn't used for exercise. Chapter 35, Someone's Looking for a Fight? Night. Beizhou City. Tianhua Restaurant. The interior of the restaurant was opulent and magnificent, and at this moment, it was already set up with dozens of tables of banquets. Guests are also arriving. For his part, the host of the party, Di Yun, was holding a glass of red wine and talking to the guests. I've heard that Northern Empire University has produced a monster this year. Is that true? I've heard about it too. It seems like they even hung on to the sophomore seniors and are leading Lin Yue by a cliff in points. It's bound to be true. I've gone to the Northern Empire University forums to see that this person is called Li Fan, and now he's old and hot. Brother D, have you seen this Li Fan in the secret realm at that time? Can you introduce him? Li Fan's name. Apparently it doesn't stop at Northern Tier University. Even the other neighboring schools are hearing about it. Di Yun was in a very good mood then as he listened to the guests' comments, because Li Fan, the man of the hour, would be coming over later. That would make him very presentable to these people. And the other end. Li Fan was already picking up Gu Ling at this time, coming over towards the restaurant in his car. In the car, Gu Ling leaned against Li Fan's shoulder and pretended to be asleep. Her face flushed red. This was the first time she had attended a formal venue in the name of Li Fan's girlfriend. And naturally, Li Fan could see Gu Ling's shyness, but he didn't break it down. Girls, especially the kind of girl who hasn't been in a relationship yet, the shy look that is most moving. He really didn't want to ruin the moment. Not much longer. The car managed to arrive in front of the restaurant, and at this time, the entrance of the restaurant was already filled with luxury cars of all colors. Li Fan, Gu Ling and the two of them got down from the cab, which really looked so out of place. Just as Li Fan brought Gu Ling out of the car and was about to enter the restaurant, suddenly, a young man reeking of alcohol with a couple of men in suits got out of a limousine off to the side. Get out of the way, get out of the way, get out of my way. The youth shouted and said that he wanted to push Li Fan, Gu Ling aside. This domineering attitude of the youth drew some displeasure from Li Fan. This road is so big, but they have to squeeze into their side. Isn't this a blatant attempt to pick a fight? He was about to do something about it, but he was pulled aside by Gu Ling. Gu Ling's meaning is very simple. it is better to do more than less. The other side of this smell of alcohol. It is better not to provoke less good. For Gu Ling's sake, Li Fan didn't say any more and directly made way for the youthful few. But just as this youth passed by the Li Fan duo, the youth's gaze couldn't help but be attracted by Gu Ling beside Li Fan. Yo, the little girl looks good. Or don't follow this kind of white boy who goes out and needs a taxi. Come and follow me. Know whose party this is today? D Clouds. Who is D Yun? That's an S-ranked gifted person from Northern Imperial University. And he's also my own hairy kid. Following me is equivalent to climbing the high branches of D Yun as well as the D family. The youth laughed and looked at Gu Ling, not putting Li Fan on the side at all. Say it. The youth's hand was already unconsciously reaching for Gu Ling, but the next second, the youth instantly erupted into a scream. Upon closer inspection, the youth's palm was already slapped off, and blood was rampant. Dude, hands so ungentlemanly, want to try touching me? Li Fan was currently blocking in front of Gu Ling, looking at the youth with a nuclear face. Young master, how dare you touch my young master? The several men in suits on the side finally reacted to the situation, and said that they were going to rush up to teach Li Fan a lesson. Get him killed for me. The youth hissed and growled as his forehead veins popped up in pain, pointing at Li Fan. But the next second, several men in suits were also beaten up and lay on the ground wailing. Watching this scene, the youth's face changed drastically. These bodyguards were all level 50 awakened. How did this not even last one session? He hadn't gotten over the shock. A slap came to his face. Put. Fresh blood mixed with broken teeth. The youth directly flew out several meters backwards. The whole person looked very wretched. Such a scene, hers was attracting a lot of passers-by. But Li Fan was obviously not affected by the passer-by and walked straight towards the youth, ready to add another slap. He never messes with people, but if you mess with him, it's never going to be easy. The youth saw Li Fan pressing step by step and was so scared that he begged for forgiveness. But begging for mercy was obviously of no great use in front of Li Fan. Grabbed the youth's neck collar, raised his hand to hit, but the youth's words immediately afterward caused Li Fan's movements to stall. Brother Fan, please, let me go. I'll kowtow to you and apologize. Li Fan frowned and said, you know me? When these words came out, the youth's face changed, realizing that he had spoken out of turn. And before he could explain, Li Fan continued to begin his inquiry. Who ordered you to come? Obviously. To come to the door looking for trouble when you know him, there's a high probability that someone is behind it. After all, if normal people know him, even if they don't give him Li Fan's thin face, they have to be given the title of the first freshman of Beidi University, a thin face. The youth frowned, wanting to speak. This person, he didn't dare to say because he couldn't afford to be offended. Is it He Wang? Li Fan pronounced a person's name at this time. Of all the people he could think of, the one who dared to send someone to make a move against him and had a grudge against him was someone he could hardly think of other than He Wang. When the youth heard this, his pupils shrank and he hurriedly shook his head repeatedly. It's not him, it's someone else, but this person, I can't say. Li Fan's face was ugly, and then he directly slapped the youth, sending him flying out several meters once again. With that micro-expression just now, it's almost certain that it's Ho Man Quang. You go back and tell He Wang that if he dares to make a move on me and on those around me again, I'll make him pay. Drop a line. Li Fan didn't look back and led Gu Ling towards the restaurant. Gu Ling was holding Li Fan's arm. The whole person was still a little bit not slowed down from the situation just now, but looking at Li Fan's side face, at this moment, she couldn't help but feel a complete sense of security. While at this time, Li Fan's heart was very irritated. He didn't think that this He Wang would really dare to come over and retaliate. You can't afford to lose in the secret world, can you? As it is, next time you meet him, don't blame him for being rude. And inside the tavern, a butler-like man walked quickly to Di Yun's ear after saying something. Di Yun's face changed, and then he rushed towards the downstairs. Harry? How come he didn't know he had a hairdresser? Chapter 36, Tianlin City. He family. Di Yun rushed to the hotel lobby in the elevator. As it happened, he met Li Fan Gu Ling face to face. Brother Li Fan, are you guys alright? I just heard that someone pretended to be my hairdresser to find you guys in trouble? Di Yun anxiously inquired. Li Fan smiled faintly and waved his hand. It's fine. Just a few mongrels who came looking for trouble. It's already settled. One size fits all. He Wang made the trip. He didn't have to throw Di Yun a bone. Brother Li Fan, I'm really sorry, but I'll definitely send someone to find out more about this, Di Yun said with an apologetic face. Alright, don't talk about all this nonsense. Let's go. Go upstairs. I'm starving to death. Li Fan patted Di Yun's shoulder and said with a smile. Di Yun saw that Li Fan's mood wasn't affected too much, so he hurriedly took Li Fan Gu Ling and the two of them towards the banquet. Nowadays, in the middle of the banquet, People were basically already here. Many of them are even already forming cliques and starting to climb up the ladder quickly. However, due to Di Yun's departure, there were also a number of people who were at a loss. Without the introduction of the banquet host, many of the people they wanted to recognize were really not good enough to take the initiative to greet. But not a big problem. It didn't take long. Di Yun was then back at the banquet. However, by Di Yun's side, there was an additional man and woman. The man is handsome and heroic. The woman is elegant and sweet. Really a talented man and a beautiful woman. As soon as the duo appeared, they attracted the attention as well as comments from many people in the room. And Di Yun didn't sell out. And in a loud voice, he introduced the duo to the entire audience. Sorry folks, I'll interrupt. Here, I'd like to introduce you to a friend of mine. It's this brotherly fan beside me. This one next to me is also the first time I've seen him. He's brotherly fan's lover. And also a freshman at Qingdao University. This statement was made. The scene heckled with an even more heated murmur. Levan? Is it the same Levan they thought it was? That's right. This is the one you're thinking of? Li Fan, the number one freshman in the Northern Emperor. Di Yun's words directly hit the heart of the crowd. One time, the room instantly just raised a round of applause. In response, Li Fan was really a bit less than kind. This is a bit too high profile for his style. But when in Rome, do as the Romans do. After all, it's Di Yun's party. Subsequently, after the introduction, Li Fan Guling was surrounded by a large circle of people who all wanted to get close to Li Fan. Fortunately, there was a Di Yun around to control the scene, which prevented it from becoming chaotic. Not much longer. After making small talk with these people, finally, we're getting to the point. Li Fan took Guling with him, and that was a meal swimming in the food area. Guling was fine. She didn't have a big appetite and ate gracefully. But Levan was different. Totally already treating this place like a buffet restaurant. Feasting and eating with great gusto. With such a scene, Guling was so happy to see that. One of the things she liked about Levan was that he was real, unabashed, and free. In fact, sometimes she wanted to. But due to all the rules that had been instilled in her at home since she was a child, she was now so habituated that it was hard for her to eat as unimaginatively as she did. And as for the rest of the guests for this wave of Li Fan's operation, that's not unusual to see. After all, the awakened of the flesh class increased talent demanded a great deal of food. And this was already a consensus in their minds. Compared to some of the flesh class increasers they had seen, Levan had been quite graceful. Unconsciously, the banquet was already coming to an end. The guests were already leaving. Li Fan looked at the time and was also ready to take Guling and leave first. However, before leaving, Di Yun called Li Fan over alone. Brother Li Fan, it's clear. That person is a freshman from White Willow University called Zhang Xing. The person behind him is He Wanguang. And the Zhang family belongs to an affiliated family of the He family. This He Wanguang should just want Zhang Xing to come over and find trouble with you, so that you can lose face at the banquet. The He family is a big family in Tianlin City. And He Wanguang is a person with a very small temperament. Brother Li Fan, in the future you have to be more careful. Tolerate a bit if you can. A gentleman's vengeance is not too late in 10 years. In the future, if you encounter any trouble, you can look for me. Aside from the less practical things like helping you fight the Yi family, I can help in some way. Listen to this. Li Fan's face gradually turned cold. There is absolutely no end to this matter of Ho Manquang. But endure? Excuse me, it doesn't exist. However, he was quite touched by Di Yun's words. Brother Di Yun, thanks for the reminder. I'll pay more attention. Nothing else then? I'd like to leave. I have to take my girlfriend back. Li Fan shrugged and smiled. Di Yun nodded, and then greeted towards the butler at the side. Butler Lu, go drive and help with the transportation. Send Guling back to the dormitory. Li Fan returned to the villa on his own. Along the way, Li Fan was still thinking about what happened regarding He Wanguang. In fact, if this matter stops, he will also forget about it. After all, did not suffer any losses. But if He Wanguang followed up and was still prepared to make a move against him and those around him, that's a big deal. Li Fan looked up the He family online. The He family was a large family in Tianlin City, with 2 500+ level saint level awakened within the family. Its industries spreading across every sector, and it also controlled 3 abyss level secret realms, 5 epic level secret realms, and more than 100 other lower secret realms. Have to say, this He family was indeed a big family with deep roots. It made sense for Di Yun to tell him to hold back. Even if Li Fan, who possessed the Annihilation Yin pupil, wanted to uproot it, there was still a very high degree of difficulty. But of course, uprooting won't work. However, if there was a suitable opportunity to exterminate those 2 saint-level existences, as well as some of the He family's high-level warriors, it would still be very easy. as long as the peak combat power of the He family was gone. He didn't believe that the hostile forces of the He family would be indifferent. Little brat, I hope you don't force me to go that far. Li Fan looked at the picture of He Wanguang on the profile page and spoke coldly. Traveling through one is not to be aggravated. As to whether it would be too cruel to speak of martial virtues or not, this is obviously not to be considered. Let's say that Zhang Xing brought someone to pick a fight just now. If he's not strong enough, the result of that would be that both he and Gu Ling would be under a vicious wave of those 50+ level bodyguards. Although it is impossible to kill, after all, the two are students of prestigious universities. Li Fan is the first freshman in the North Emperor, but to give the two fell a hidden disease, that is still a high probability. As for the cost of Havengren, even if the Northern Emperor Qingdao found out that he was the person behind the scenes by then, how could he a seedling with S-class talent too much? Just one sentence. Here, mercy to the enemy is cruelty to oneself. Close the page. Levan began to put in a workout. As his sharpness gradually unfolded, I was afraid that there would be more threats in the future. The only way to preserve himself as well as those around him was to raise his strength up as soon as possible. Tomorrow is the official enrollment day. The instructors as well as the class schedule will be out by then. Li Fan didn't really want to waste time, and after dealing with the school as soon as possible, he was ready to formally devote himself to the process of brushing the secret realm. The only way to get into a higher secret realm was to level up, and when he got to a higher secret realm, he would be able to upgrade faster, and the ingredients he needed for his workout would be more abundant. On the whole, this premise, and with Rosilii, an alternative plugin, his rate of improvement, no worries, it's a virtuous cycle. Chapter 37 Vice President of the Northern Emperor, Zhu Tianzheng, and on the other end, in a villa not far from the Northern Empire University. What? That punk Zhang Xing failed? Grass. Didn't he say that he had brought a few level 50+ bodyguards over there, so it could be a sure thing? Wastes. It's all crap. When He Wanguang heard the news come in, he kicked the female attendant beside him, and his entire body stormed out. He originally wanted to borrow Zhang Xing's hand. A little lesson for Levan. In the future, when his strength level came up, he would go and personally clean up Li Fan. But there was no thought. Zhang Xing, as well as the people Zhang Xing had brought with him, were actually beaten back. Even this person behind him was guessed by Li Fan. This is really a make or break situation. In fact, he wasn't that angry when he failed. He was angry that he was guessed by Li Fan, and even by quite a few of the rest of the people as well. It's about saving face. It's losing face. Young master, we can't blame Zhang Xing for all of this. That Li Fan was actually able to easily defeat an awakened who was over 50 levels. This is way stronger than what we predicted. The butler who was responsible for coming to inform the news frowned at this moment. He Wanguang clenched his teeth, wanting to say something. There was nothing he could say against that. He only knew that Li Fan had crushed Gu Quan, who was over level 40. He wasn't aware that that wasn't Li Fan's limit, and if he wasn't clear, how could that Zhang Xing be? Young master, I suggest that you also ignore this person for now. A person with a flesh body increase type talent has too low of a growth rate. Young master, you only need to grow a little bit for a while before you can easily need him. His lordship's side has said that before the freshman cup, the clan's Star Sand secret realm will be opened for you alone, and at that time, your level will have a very large jump. The butler continued to speak at this point. He Wanguang couldn't help but light up when he heard this. The Star Sand secret realm was a special secret realm controlled by his He family. It would be nice to enter the secret realm for a bit of practice. His strength will indeed increase exponentially. Thinking of this, He Wanguang's face also visibly eased, but he couldn't really hold back a bit when he wanted this to just go away. This Li Fan seems to have a girlfriend, right? Go and check out this person's details for me. He Wanguang's eyes narrowed slightly, and a touch of grimness flashed under his eyes. Rolling eyes. The time came early the following morning. Today is the official day of enrollment at the major colleges and universities in North City. Bay D University's campus Long Road. Now that is placed densely packed with signboards, everywhere filled with the greetings of seniors and sisters. In the meantime, there was also a large group of seniors in charge of orientation squatting at the entrance of the school. Sister, do you need a senior to carry your luggage for you? The kind that will be delivered to your room. Which department are you from? Auxiliary department. Ah, coincidentally, so am I. Do you need me to familiarize you with the campus? Handsome schoolmate. Ah, schoolmate will take you to the dormitory building. It's so lively. It's a pity that brother Li Fan didn't come. He's just so hardworking. But how are we going to add the club if he doesn't come? He's the #1 freshman. The clubs are probably going to go and actively seek him out. Let's just worry about ourselves first. Rather, on the long path of the campus, the three of them, Rukalai Mashio Ningzhenzhen, were loitering in company. When it comes to Levan, it's all a bit emotional. Originally, They wanted to call on Li Fan to come and hang out as well, but it turned out that Li Fan said that he wanted to cultivate and exercise. This is really too hard. There really seemed to be a reason why Li Fan could be so strong. Plus, Li Van, 1351, 1352, 1353. Levan is currently working on his third set of workouts for the day. End of workout. Li Fan immediately just ate the roasted meat that Go Rosilii had pre-made for him yesterday. At the same time, the attribute panel was tapped. Name, Li Fan. Level, LV11, 21350/300000. Power, 24,932. Defense, 21,309. Spirit, 20,320 inch. Compared to before, Li Fan's rate of progress was just as if it was even faster. Apart from the fact that Li Fan's efficiency had also increased after his physique had gotten stronger, it was also aided by Rosilii's talent. Today, with his current numerical level, it was completely already possible to arm wrestle with a 70-level awakened person. But that's not enough. His short-term goal was to rival the battle power of a 100-level transcendent awakened before the Freshman Cup. No other reason than to crush a little more sharply when it's time to crush. Just as Li Fan was resting and eating to replenish his strength, suddenly, Li Fan's school number plate vibrated violently. Picked it up to find out. Turns out it's a matter of instructors being identified as well as courses being posted. Out of curiosity, Li Fan immediately just checked up on his mentor. Shu Tianzhen? Li Fan was unfamiliar with the name, having almost never heard it before. And when he clicked on the mentor information section, Li Fan couldn't help but be a bit frozen. Shu Tianzhen, one of the vice presidents of the Northern Empire University, gifted S-class forger. Nice guy. Li Fan never expected that his mentor would actually be a vice dean. As far as he knew, there were only 4 vice deans in total at Northern Emperor University. Generally speaking, a character of that level would not be involved in something like teaching a new student, unless it was the kind of S rank whose potential was very unlimited. And still in the case of fitting that student's talent category, it was only then that he or she would be able to serve as a mentor. He, a freshman with a D-rank flesh body increase class talent, would actually have the vice dean personally make a move. This is truly incredible. If it wasn't for the words vice president written clearly on it, he'd be a little less likely to believe it was real. In fact, Li Fan wasn't aware of it. Over the course of a few days, the mentors have been fighting over him, and there are even mentors who have insulted each other. And at one point, they wanted to fight. But eventually, a message from the top came through. That all fell apart. The vice dean has stepped in. So what's the point of grabbing it? However, when they had just gotten this news, the mentors were also a bit incredulous, because Zhu Tianzhang, the vice dean, that was very focused on his own forging career, never said that he had taught any student. This time it was actually a groundbreaking strike. This is nothing less than a miracle. Chapter 38, Li Fan's Limit, Vice Dean's Treasure. And that was certainly good news for Levan. The mentor is the associate dean. So what's the worry about not getting good resources? And when he finished looking at the tutors column, Li Fan's gaze went to the course schedule. The course schedule is divided into 2 parts. One part is the open class, which, as the name suggests, is a class that all students are required to take and is part of the unified curriculum. The second part of the program is the mentor class. It's much easier to understand that it's the instructor himself who takes the class. There wasn't much to see in the open class, and Levan's attention was on the tutors class. But at this look, he was directly dumbfounded. Nice guy. A blank slate. Is this no class? Just as Li Fan was confused, guessing if this vice dean had forgotten to synchronize and update the course to the official website, there was a violent roar from outside the small courtyard. Li Fan hurriedly stepped out to take a look, only to see an old man with white hair, bare-chested, and exploding muscle lines, perfectly combining the weird combination of old age and robustness, appear. You're Li Fan, aren't you? I'm your mentor. As soon as the old man opened his mouth, he stunned Li Fan. Dean Zhu? Li Fan's eyes widened with disbelief. This eccentric old man in front of him was Zhu Tianzheng, one of the 4 legendary vice deans of Northern Emperor University? Thinking of this, Li Fan hurriedly corrected his attitude and spoke respectfully towards the other party. Student Li Fan, meet Dean Zhu. Zhu Tianzheng saw that Li Fan was so courteous, he couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. Okay, no need to be so polite. I've heard that you're very strong in battle. It's a bit unbelievable to be able to crush an awakened person of more than 50 levels by your physical body at a dozen levels. I came here to find you for the simple purpose of seeing just where your current limits are? Zhu Tianzheng's face was full of smiles as he looked at Li Fan with anticipation in his eyes. Li Fan scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. Where are his limits now? How is this going to be tested? Is it going to be a trip to the equipment room? Levan was thinking. Suddenly, the aura of Zhu Tianzheng in front of him changed, and an extremely terrifying sense of oppression rose to the sky. In an instant, Li Fan's body trembled with sweat and was enveloped by an aura of death. "Kid, let's see if you can take this slap from me." Zhu Tianzheng let out a faint smile before raising his large hand. In the next second, a violent wind swept through the astral wind, and the energy in the surrounding heaven and earth began to converge into a huge golden palm, which hardened and slapped towards Li Fan. Li Fan could not afford to hold back at this moment. His entire body's strength condensed and he blasted his fist at that palm. Boom! 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 A fist and a palm collided, instantly creating countless energy ripples, and the surrounding villa's walls were instantly leveled. On Zhu Tianzheng's side, there were still a small number of people, only that there was an extra touch of astonishment in their eyes. And looking at Li Fan, at this moment, he was already taking dozens of steps backwards, leaning against the fence before stabilizing himself. So strong, Li Fan couldn't help but feel a touch of shock in his heart. Although he wasn't sure what level of awakened in front of him Zhu Tianzheng was, but he can be sure of one thing. If under the premise that he didn't use the Annihilation Yin pupil, I'm afraid that if Zhu Tianzheng wanted to exterminate him, it would be easier than pinching an ant. Zhu Tianzheng was only an awakened of the forging department. If he were to switch to the combat department, I'm afraid that his strength would be several times stronger. He couldn't help but surge inside at the thought. When would he be able to reach those heights even by relying on his physical body? At that time, his terrifying physical strength was coupled with Yen Xia's second killing plugin, so he was still worried that there would be no threat in the world? Nice. It seems you still hid your strength before. Based on this strength as well as defense alone, I'm afraid you won't be weaker than many level 70 plus awakened. Can be more than a dozen levels, and you can cross the ranks to fight such an exaggerated span. It seems that my choice was not wrong. Ha ha ha. Zhu Tianzheng's eyes were filled with a divine splendor at this time. His face was filled with admiration, and his smile was even more restrained. The ability that Li Fan has shown nowadays, that's a real good seedling, and very much attached to his expectations. Dean Zhu is flattering. I still need to work harder, Li Fan said modestly. Alright, let's not talk about anything else and get down to business, Zhu Tianzheng said with a smile. The reason why I chose you to be my student, I actually didn't intend to teach you about physical cultivation. The main purpose is to let you help test the armor I forged, melee soldiers and other equipment. In plain English it's just mice. Hear this. Li Fan frowned slightly and couldn't help but feel a little numb in his heart. Nice guy. So blunt? Are the mice okay? And Zhu Tianzheng naturally didn't care about Li Fan's change in expression and still continued. But don't worry, the equipment you'll be given will certainly not be rated too high above your load. It's just the equivalent of a first draft. Of course, I won't treat you poorly. The treatment you receive during your time at the school will be the same as those of the S ranks. And if you encounter any problems with your cultivation, you can ask any of the tutors in the academy. Or you can come and ask me if I'm not busy. I hope you don't feel resentful, because maybe in the future, this period of your career as a guinea pig will result in many people surviving as a result, and you may then go down in history. When he said the last part, the smile on Zhu Tianzheng's face was already gradually stagnating, with a few more points of seriousness. Although Li Fan was not sure what message was hidden behind this last sentence of Zhu Tianzheng, but hearing that the treatment would be the same as that of an S-class awakened person, his heart really felt a lot better. As the saying goes, take the shorthand. It doesn't matter if you're a guinea pig as long as you're given enough resources. May Dean rest assured. For the sake of the future of mankind, it is incumbent upon my generation. Li Fan responded with a smile, his tone very resolute. When these words came out, they could be said to have spoken to Zhu Tianzheng's heart. What a phrase! It is incumbent upon my generation. Tell you what, do you have any questions you'd like to ask? Or any problems you'd like me to help you with? If it's not too much, I can fulfill you, Zhu Tianzheng said with a smile at this time. In response, Li Fan couldn't help but light up. After pondering for a moment, Li Fan scratched his head and spoke. Dean Wish, I really do have a favor to ask of you. I can fight across levels, but with my talent, it's too much effort to upgrade. Dean, do you think there's a way for me to ignore the Secret Realms level restriction and go to those higher level Secret Realms to practice? This statement was made. Zhu Tianzheng was slightly silent for a moment. With that, he was seen taking out a small golden orb-shaped object from his spatial ring and throwing it to Li Fan. This is a barrier sphere I came up with some time ago, and it can do the job of briefly shielding the laws of the Heavenly Tao. At the moment, if you do, you can let people enter and exit Secret Realms of up to 100 levels at will. If you really want to go, just bring this with you when you get there. But remember, don't be so nightmarish as to go to that kind of secret realm that is far beyond your ability. Chapter 39, Forming a Society. Shura, receive the barrier ball. Li Fan was really excited at the moment. He had originally just held the attitude of trying, wanting to open his mouth to see if there was a way to enter a high-level secret realm. Didn't think so. I can't believe it's still there. As expected of an S-ranked forger, he was able to create such an object. Don't worry, Dean Zhu. I know what's in my heart. Thanks, Dean. Li Fan hurriedly thanked him. Now that he had this, he could go gallivanting to those high-level secret realms. No surprises. His upgrade will be extremely fast. Any other questions? If not, I'll be on my way. Not at the moment. If there is one, I'll come back to you, Dean, at a later date. All right. Strike that. Zhu Tianzhang made a sound of tang, and in an instant, he disappeared in the same place. And when Zhu Tianzhang was gone, Li Fan Heck just erupted into a cheer. Yes, the current him could not wait to go to the secret realm to practice. Bring the value up again for an extra safeguard. Li Fan thought about it, and then hurriedly just entered a new round of exercise. More strength, less danger. But Levan was trying to work out. Twisting around, he noticed the wreckage of the villas on either side. Later, when the three Rookalai returned, I'm afraid I'll have to explain a lot, but it's okay. This bit of destruction is really only about half an hour for those crews with a talent for infrastructure. Green Dome University. Gu Ling and Lu Mei were strolling down the long campus path browsing the major clubs. Gu Ling, today, looked a bit worried and distracted. Ling, what's wrong with you? Could it be that boy Li Fan is bullying you? Seeing Gu Ling so lost, Lu Mei couldn't help but think of Li Fan again. Gu Ling immediately just shook her head and said, of course not. Brother Li Fan is so good to me. It's something else. Willowbrow was stunned, and then with a look that said I know all about it. Just don't talk tough. Don't I know you? If I say so, you have to keep an eye on this Li Fan. He won a Bay D freshman first place, and now he is designated to be very inflated. Maybe he will abandon you at some point. Lu Mei had previously learned that Li Fan had successfully entered Northern Emperor University and was still the #1 freshman. That really dropped his jaw as well. Nowadays, the attitude towards Li Fan is no longer taking Li Fan's D-grade wasted talent and turning to brainstorming about the scum plot. And Gu Ling looked at Lu Mei, the dog-headed warlord, and couldn't help but be a bit speechless. Willowbrow had just been dumped by a guy yesterday and was crying her eyes out in her dorm room. Now it's teaching her instead. She would never be influenced by this Willowbrow anyway. And the reason why Gu Ling was worried, it's still mostly because of what happened yesterday in front of the tavern. She approached her cousin Gu Quan and inquired about He Wanguang. This He Wanguang, as well as the He family behind him, had very deep roots. Even she, the Gu family, had to be afraid of it. If He Wanguang was unforgiving and insisted on screwing Li Fan, the consequences of that are a little hard to imagine. Thinking about the depths of her heart, she was also left with nothing but a sense of powerlessness. What she could do to help Li Fan was still too limited. Nowadays, all she could do was to improve herself as much as possible, hoping that she could help Li Fan in the future. Holy, what the hell? Has anyone ever fought here? Brother Li Fan won't have an accident, right? Outside the villa, Rosilii 3 people are already back. See, this workers are repairing the scene. Really are all taken aback. Luckily, Li Fan showed up in time to explain things. What? Brother Li Fan, your mentor is Dean Zhu? Really? Didn't I hear that Dean Zhu never teaches students? After hearing that Li Fan's mentor was Zhu Tianzhang, the 3 Rosalies were once again taken aback. However, thinking of Li Fan's identity as the #1 freshman, this eased it slightly. Subsequently, Li Fan also inquired about the trio, except for Rosilii who joined a club. Ma Xiu as well as Ningxinjin did not succeed in joining. Although the two didn't say much on their lips, their looks were lost to the naked eye. No way. The shortcomings of the two of them are still too obvious. Looking at the duo in this manner, Li Fan pondered slightly and came up with an idea. Why don't I create a club? Just don't recruit outsiders, just the few of us, Li Fan said with a smile. This statement was made. The 3 of them all looked at each other in disbelief. That's a law, but it's really kind of ridiculous. The purpose of most students joining the club was actually to team up to brush the secret realm. They are no exception. According to this method, it was hard to believe that when the time came, they would have to rely on Li Fan to take them to brush the secret realm. Li Fan was very strong and could totally go to those strong clubs and find strong teammates to team up with. It's exhausting to bring them along. Even if Li Fan was willing to bring it, they were still a little less than kind. Li Fan obviously saw Ma Xiu's as well as Ningxinjin's concerns and continued. It's fine. If you guys want to brush the secret realm, just tell me in advance. I'll just go for a break and have some fun. But only if I bring my date along then. It wasn't a hot-headed decision for Li Fan to form a club. Rather, it has been a thought since early this morning. There's no way around it. Too many clubs are now chatting him privately, calling him and asking him if he's joining. Naturally, he had intended not to add it. but people are all extremely enthusiastic, and it's not really a good idea to refuse for a while. In that case, might as well build your own. At that time, when he got tired of brushing in the high-level secret realm, he could take the 3 Lilazilii as well as Guling along for a bit. With his strength, matching to the secret realms they could go to would be a complete walk in the park. He really was the equivalent of a vacation. And by the way, he would be able to enhance his relationship with Guling by then. Listening to Li Fan's words, Ma Xiaoningjinjin and the two of them immediately just chose to agree. And as soon as Lu Qilai saw this, he was immediately ready to break away from his previous club and join Li Fan's club as well. So, Brother Fan, what's the name of our club? Rosile scratched his head and laughed. Yeah, what's the name of the club? Brother Van, I think the name needs to be more dominant. Li Fan looked at the trio's middle-aged and two-dimensional appearance, and pondered slightly for a moment. Be overbearing. How about calling it the Shura Society? Hear the name. The trio's tastes were surprisingly consistent, and they immediately decided that this was the one. In response, Li Fan cried and laughed a little. With that earthy name, I didn't expect to hit the middle two of the trio. Not a big problem though. He didn't care what the society was called. All of his attention was now on these 100-level secret realms near Beizhou City. By the time the school's open class was over, he was ready to go. Chapter 40 Blue Star History. Eve of Departure. The process of setting up an association is not complicated. Just go to the registrar's office and register. Li Fan took the time to walk through the society, and after registering, Li Fan really had a new and different understanding of the society. It turns out that the role of the North Imperial University Club, in addition to finding people to team up within the club to brush the secret realm, the club also has a point system in the school, called Club Points. In a nutshell, it is a club that takes on tasks issued by the academy, and when they are completed, they will receive points accordingly. Every month, the academy will allocate resources to the major clubs based on their point rankings. Generally speaking, as long as the clubs were in the top 25, the rewards would not be bad. The source of the academy's mission, on the other hand, is primarily from commissioners and commissioning departments from all over the country. Usually it's just dealing with some of the lower-ranked collapsed secret worlds and helping out with the small wave of beasts. Of course, there are plenty of tasks such as helping to transport items, acting as a dartboarder, and the like. For this, Li Fan, on the contrary, felt that the temptation was not too strong. It was a bit of a waste of time for him anyway, but if Ruzile and the others were interested, they could be allowed to go. Time rolls on. It was already 3 days that had passed since the official opening of Northern Emperor University. For 3 days, all of the freshmen at Northern Empire University are in an open classroom. Levan is no exception. Have to say, this open class is still very meaningful. Not only did it broaden Li Fan's horizons, it also gave him a deeper understanding of the world, especially that section of history class. The history of the Awakened and the first appearance of the secret realm in Blue Star is not to be mentioned. After all, it belongs to the curriculum that is required since elementary school. What mainly interested Li Fan was this history of human research on the secret realm. From the very beginning, when the humans felt that it was a miracle, and that the humans were the chosen people of the gods, it gradually came to the point where the secret realm was considered to be a localized projection of a higher world, and that they, the humans of the blue planet, were just frogs at the bottom of a well. Obviously, this idea is certainly something so incredible to the natives of the blue planet that it is almost impossible to believe. However, for Li Fan, a traveler, this viewpoint was really open to examination, and it might be possible that there could be such a higher world. If the existence of this higher world could be confirmed and he managed to learn how to reach that higher world, perhaps it would be possible for him to return to his original world as well. But anyway, all of this is, at this point, just speculation, with no evidence to back it up. The only thing that is now certain, and more real, and relevant to them as students, is the crisis facing the humans of the blue planet, and this crisis is in the ocean. It had been more than 3,000 years since the Blue Star secret realm had appeared. However, the degree of human exploration of the secret realm was very limited. The vast majority of which is unexplored is on the oceans. Not that there's no way to get there. Rather, the ferocious beasts in the depths of the ocean were simply too terrifying, and from time to time, there would be bizarre mists that could easily make people lose their way. 1,000 years ago, there was once a quasi-divine level powerhouse who killed his way into the depths of the ocean, wanting to explore what was there. As a result, it has not returned yet. Whether or not they end up living or dying, only some of the human hierarchy knows. But since the top brass chose to be silent on the issue, in fact, the result is already guessable. Sure, it's still just elementary for all of humanity. Big deal. Just don't go slipping in the ocean. The greater threat to the oceans is the tide of beasts, And the source of this beast tide is those broken secret realms on the ocean. Broken secret realms could also often be seen on land, triggering a wave of beasts, but most of them were relatively controllable, not too many in number, and relatively simple to deal with. But the beast tide that came from the depths of the ocean, that every time could be earth-shattering, requiring the sacrifice of countless Federation awakened to resist it. They are college students. The place to end up in the future is the coastline, casting a great wall for future generations. As it was with their forefathers, so it will be with their descendants. Li Fan remembered that when the tutor spoke about it all the students were listening with fervor. Livan was no exception. No matter what world, when many people come together to guard something and make sacrifices for it without hesitation, that spirit, all of it, moves people. Li Fan didn't have the urge to go to the front line right now like the other students, to fight side by side with the seniors on the coast. On the contrary, he's very pushy. With his current strength, he wasn't even a transcendent, so going up wasn't a death sentence? Although he could use Yen Pupil, that was his killer weapon, and he could not easily expose it for the time being. If he was found out and studied thoroughly, then he was afraid that he was not far from being sliced up. Night. Li Fan accompanied Gu Ling to a nearby bistro for dinner as usual. This time, however, there was one more Gu Quan. Speaking of first cousin Gu Quan, after learning that Li Fan's mentor was Zhu Tianzheng, Gu Quan not told everyone at the academy that Li Fan was his cousin's husband. Every time you say it, there's a whole bunch of people flattering you, so it can be quite a card game. Obviously, Gu Quan was already quite recognized for Li Fan. Cousin, in a few days' time, I plan to go to the secret realm to practice. I'm worried that He Wanguang will trip up on Ling Ling, so I'm going to trouble you to take care of her during this time. At the dinner table, Li Fan made a toast towards Gu Quan. Last night, he was already a good secret strategy. Starting tomorrow, it was free time, and that's when he planned to go to the secret realm. And when he thought about He Wanguang, the only thing he was uneasy about was Gu Ling. What kind of words are those? Ling Ling is my cousin. I'll take care of her without you having to say anything, so just go and experience in peace. When it's time to win first place in the freshman cup, I'll arrange for you to meet your parents. Gu Quan slapped his chest at this moment and laughed aloud. Today, he was already drunk, and as soon as she heard the parents, the small face of Gu Ling on the side couldn't help but blush, her eyes a little less daring to look directly at Li Fan beside her. Li Fan was refreshing and laughed loudly. Alright, then I'll trouble cousin to give me a few words of praise. By the time Ling Ling and I get married, I'll ask you to be the best man. Gu Ling's face turned even redder, and her small fist couldn't help but pound Li Fan's chest. Alright, brother-in-law Li Fan, I'm not going to joke around anymore. I've seen the background of this He Wanguang. My advice, it's better to try not to mess with it. There's no need to bother with people like that. Gu Quan finished his glass of wine and his face grew serious. He was also learning about what happened between Li Fan as well as He Wanguang. In response, he felt the need to comment on the matter, such as telling Li Fan not to be impulsive. Li Fan smiled faintly and, if he doesn't keep messing with me, I sure as hell won't bother with him. Don't worry cousin, I know what I'm doing. Hearing these words, Gu Quan, as well as Gu Ling at the side, could not help but feel relieved. No friction, naturally, is best. Soon, eat and drink. After sending Gu Ling back, Li Fan also returned to the villa to prepare for tomorrow's trip to the secret realm. Chapter 41, 100-Foot Secret Realm. Giant Snake Woman. The 100-Foot Mystery. Li Fan looked at the information about this secret realm. This was the first secret realm he was going to visit. This secret level is LV80 LV100. The ferocious beasts in the head, mainly with giant snakes as the main, and does not have illusion, stealth skills and other ferocious beasts, is considered to be very in line with his expectations of the secret realm. It looks like it's a short ride on the circle bus. Li Fan studied the route and muttered to himself. After determining to just go to this secret place, Li Fan then began to pack up his luggage. Nowadays, he was considered somewhat well known in North City, so he went forward this time, planning to disguise himself slightly to avoid being recognized by others. For this reason, he purposely also spent a huge amount of money and purchased a peep-proof suit. This kind of clothing is still very marketable. After all, there are a lot of people who don't want to be as high profile as Li Fan, and as long as you wear this kind of suit, generally speaking, as long as the other party's level did not exceed you by 100 levels, and did not intentionally reveal the power breath, the other party is unable to see your original face. And in addition to the peep-proof suit, Levon brought another thing with him. It's a chip. On the chip, a flesh body type feat was saved. Gakido Kung Fu. As long as one was a student of Northern Emperor University, one could enter the merit technique building to pick a suitable merit technique for oneself. However, if you are a newbie, you can only choose feats below level 50. Not that the college is stingy. Rather, they were worried that the students' self-confidence would be undermined if they were exposed to Gong methods of too high a level at once. You have to eat your food one bite at a time. You can't chew too much. S-class gifted people, on the other hand, could choose transcendent class feats. This extreme Dao fist of Li Fan's was a 100-level transcendent rank fist technique, although Li Fan was already terrifying now simply by his physical strength. But if one could learn some feats, it would naturally be like a tiger with wings. Li Fan's goal was simple. While practicing in the major 100-level secret realms, while learning this extreme Dao fist. See you later, Van. Be safe in the secret realm, brother Van. Early the next morning, the three of them, Ruzili, then bid farewell to Li Fan, and then he turned around and was following Gu Quan Guling, heading towards another secret realm. That's right, Gu Quan directly joined Li Fan's club as well after learning that Li Fan had also created a club. In the words of Gu Quan, he was no longer lacking the little resources that the school gave to the club. And with the group rushing the secret realm, he also had his own squad, and it was fine if he wasn't in a club. He was more interested in holding down the fort for his future brother-in-law than staying in the original society. Have to say, this cousin is still pretty good. And Gu Quan joining Li Fan's club, that really caused quite a stir on campus forums as well. Many rumors were saying that Gu Quan was trying to go through Li Fan and embrace Vice Dean Zhu Tianjing's thighs. However, Gu Quan was completely ignoring it, because he does have a hint of that aspect. But of course, it wasn't much, mainly because he was optimistic about Li Fan. What level of secret realm is Brother Fan going to? That's unclear, but at least it has to be around level 60. Otherwise how could it not bring Brother Quan along? That's true. A secret realm of that high of a level isn't something we can go to. TSK, Fan is really fierce. A dozen levels, hard to battle a 60 or 70 level awakened. I always feel like we're witnessing the rise of a great man. Ha 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 ha, that's for sure. That's my brother-in-law. He's bound to be a big shot in the future. Right, Ling Ling? Ruzili and his group rode in Gu Quan's limousine and traveled all the way to the secret realm. On the way, the group could be said to be talking to each other. And on the other end, Li Fan was already changing into his anti-peep suit and getting on the Circle City bus. About an hour passed. Li Fan finally saw the entrance to that 100-foot secret realm. It was a huge purple vortex, shaking and hanging in the sky, looking very demonic. Get out of the car and come to the square. There were also quite a few people here, with general strength that should be on the edge of the transcendent level. And compared to those low-level secret realms that Li Fan had been to, it's a lot less of a pitiful place. Selling lessons and drugs to small-time characters. Come to think of it, at this level, everyone is old. There will be no market for hawking here. Nonetheless, instead, they're also prone to getting thrashed. What there is here is just a handful of vendors selling healing remedies, auxiliary supplements, and the like. And like Li Fan, who was wearing an anti-peep suit, some of them could be seen in the square. For people like this, the big guys have it in their hearts that most of them are solo travelers. So basically no one will go up and ask. And in addition to these groups, there were also minority groups like an old man and a young man, which at the moment were also attracting a lot of onlookers. Li Fan was also quickly informed of the situation after a little bit of understanding. These are basically families bringing their offspring to practice. The family elder wraps his or her breath around the descendant, who can then go in with him or her. However, one drawback was that after entering the secret realm, the juniors could only watch the whole scene and could not make a move or reveal a trace of their breath, or else they would be forcibly ejected by the laws of the secret realm and suffer a certain degree of injury. It was like a heaven and a earth compared to the barrier bead in Li Fan's hand. So, when it's said to be practicing, it's really just immersing the juniors to come and see a higher level of combat. But not to mention, this was no less useful, as it would allow the juniors to be able to have a higher level of understanding in terms of combat techniques, as a way to distance themselves from their peers. And aside from the pairings where clans take their juniors to practice, there are actually quite a few mentors who take their students, but there are relatively few of these. After all, a college teacher's time is relatively less consistently abundant. Li Fan didn't stay too long. Through the crowd, directly in front of the entrance, with a big stride, Li Fan stepped straight into this 100-foot secret realm. After an extremely brief moment of nothingness, Li Fan was already inside the secret area. It's a desert. The sun was high in the sky, the yellow sand was swept away, and at a glance, there was no sign of any life activity at all. It was randomly teleported in, so Li Fan wasn't sure if he was at the edge corner of the secret realm or the center, was worried about which direction to go. Suddenly, not far away, among the sand dunes, a curtain of sand tens of feet high violently swung up. When Li Fan saw it clearly, his pupils couldn't help but shrink violently. It was actually a huge and incomparable red-colored snake tail. The serpent's tail flung violently, swirling up endless sand and dust. Li Fan couldn't react in time and was instantly covered by the sand and dust. In the meantime, he also felt a sharp blow to his body. But to the touch, it doesn't seem like a snake's tail. Wait for the yellow sand to fade. Only then did Li Fan see the scene in front of him clearly. Not far from him, there was clearly a figure lying. That's a woman. But at this point, he had already fainted and did not know whether he was alive or dead. It looks like the woman who just bumped into him was this woman. And not surprisingly, the target of this giant snake's attack should be her. But not before Levon had run through everything. Not far away, the owner of that huge snake tail was already probing out the head of the snake. A pair of pupils as big as a cow, staring tightly at Li Fan, spitting out the snake letter like a fire snake from time to time, looking extremely oozing. Obviously, it was already treating Li Fan as this woman's accomplice. Chapter 42, Killing Transcendent Level Fierce Beasts in Seconds. Strength soars. Li Fan looked at the giant snake. The judgment was quickly reached. This was definitely a transcendent level serpent. This had only just entered the secret realm, and he was targeted by a transcendent level serpent. There's no one else's luck in that, but it has to be said. The sense of oppression of this transcendent level ferocious beast was truly strong, far surpassing all the ferocious beasts he had ever seen. Boo! Just as Li Fan was sizing up the giant snake was already the first to attack. The huge snake body transformed into a residual shadow, with terrifying speed, as if space was distorted. Seeing this, Li Fan said nothing but did not dare to use his physical body to resist. Immediately, he activated Yen Pupil, easily killing this giant snake in seconds. Boo! The huge snake body fell heavily. The earth trembled, and the commotion was not small. Li Fan ran over to take out the beast core at the first opportunity. However, Li Fan didn't absorb it immediately, but put it away first, and his gaze went to the woman not far away. I don't know if it's dead or not. Levon took a step towards the woman. If he dies, he's just in time to lick a bag. Those who could hang around in the secret realm would definitely not be of a low level, and the treasures on their bodies would not be small either. Turning the woman over, Li Fan saw the woman's appearance at this point. Not to mention these 5 features, this temperament, 10 points, if 10 points, at least in 8 points, and surprisingly young. It felt almost the same age as Levon. At this age to get to this level, odds are there's a bit of background on it. Feel for a pulse. Li Fan was slightly disappointed that he was still alive. He was not a murderous person, at least for the time being, and could not do that kind of thing of taking advantage of people's danger and killing people, unless the other party took the initiative to provoke. Thought for a moment. After scavenging all the valuable things on the woman's body, Li Fan took out a healing medicine from his spatial ring and stuffed it into the woman's mouth. Immediately after, Li Fan turned around and went towards the snake corpse. The medicine has been stuffed, and it's up to her to make it through. Now he was going to get some snake meat and grill it to taste how it tasted first. Anyway, he didn't know where to go for now for the time being, so he might as well rest here for a while, eat the snake meat, and then absorb that beast core. About half an hour passed. A delicious snake feast is ready to be served, sprinkled with cumin scallions. The aroma is that good. One bite was lip-smacking, smooth, and very flavorful. Moreover, due to the high grade of this giant snake, the energy contained in the meat was very majestic. Li Fan had only eaten 2 or 3 pieces and was already feeling full. This is certainly a very good ingredient for Li Fan. Li Fan immediately just cut off a large amount more snake meat and put it into his spatial ring. However, after filling the space ring, the snake corpse in front of him still had a very large amount of meat left. It's a shame to just throw it away. Levon rubbed his chin. With that, Li Fan was starting to set up his tent. Decision made. Just go here and set up camp and work out while settling for snake meat. Anyway, to come to the secret realm is also to enhance the strength. In front of the eyes of the resources, the genius cannot be wasted. Driving a familiar road. Not a moment too soon. A standard tower tent is set up. After taking care of everything, Li Fan was then pulling out the beast core. Transcendent level beast cores. This was the first time Li Fan had seen it. Just by placing it in his hand, he could feel the raging and majestic energy inside. For this, Li Fan naturally did not dare to absorb it hastily. He was only in the teens now, and the consequences of rashly absorbing it were really bad to gauge. But it's still possible to slowly channel the energy and absorb it. Rolling eyes. 2 hours passed. At this point, the beast core was already completely absorbed. Nice! A brilliant light erupted from Li Fan's eyes and he let out a sigh of relief. This feeling of a crazy increase in strength was just too addictive. Tap the properties panel. Li Fan couldn't help but look happy. Name, Li Fan. Level, LV21, 25350/900000. Power, 37,932. Defense, 36,309. Spirit, 30,320 inch. A transcendental grade beast core. Surprisingly, it directly just made him go up 10 levels. It still has to be a high-grade beast. This was still done with great loss as he absorbed it. However, in fact, if it was an ordinary awakened that absorbed all of it, I'm afraid that level 20 or 30 would be possible. But anyway, Li Fan was already very satisfied. And after absorbing the beast's core, next it was time to get to the workout. But it wasn't long before Levon's workout began. A figure had already arrived by Li Fan's tent. Who else could it be? Naturally, it's the woman from earlier. A few hours had passed, and under the effect of the healing medicine, the woman was already waking up. At this moment, the woman looked at Li Fan who was exercising, as well as the corpse of the giant snake that was already cut to pieces on the side. The whole person was really a bit numb. That transcendent level giant snake that had chased her down and almost lost her life had just become someone else's ration? Li Fan was wearing a barrier suit and she couldn't see Li Fan's appearance, but she knew. The man in front of her was her savior, though she had realized that she didn't have anything of value left on her. She didn't really care about that. Those things, consider it a reward for Li Fan. Of course, it's true that there's not much expensive stuff in the main. She was on a lighter load this time out. You're awake? Li Fan was already noticing the woman at this time as well. And the woman couldn't help but freeze for a moment after hearing Li Fan's voice. That voice sounds, well, young. In her opinion, the person in front of her, the odds were that he should be a middle-aged transcendent level awakened person. I hadn't realized that the voice was so young. Beizhou City was now the only batch of transcendent awakenings she knew of that young. Is it hard to believe that Li Fan is one of them? Many thanks to the benefactor for rescuing me. The woman didn't dare to hesitate and immediately expressed her gratitude. Li Fan nodded. It's fine. It's just a show of hands. And I didn't save you for nothing. Saying that, Li Fan raised the spatial ring in his hand towards the woman. What was in this ring? He hadn't looked at it yet, but there should be quite a few treasures. The woman couldn't help but feel a little ashamed about this. If she had known that she would be saved, she would have brought more things out with her. Those things in the ring, that was nowhere near as good as the saving of her life. When Li Fan reads it then, he'll probably even curse. I still have to thank my benefactor. If it wasn't for your hand, I'm afraid I would already be a corpse. Let's do it this way. There is my business card in the spatial ring. In the future, if the benefactor meets something, he can go to the Shin family in the northern state, and look for and report my name on it, the woman said solemnly. She had wanted to ask Li Fan about his name and identity or something like that, and thank him at the door when the time came. However, thinking that Li Fan was wearing a peep-proof suit, she obviously didn't want to expose herself, so she could only choose to announce herself. Sure, it wasn't as if she was insisting on returning this favor to Li Fan. She also has a personal agenda. Li Fan was already a transcendent at a young age, and was basically certain that he was one of that group, and his potential could be said to be very limitless. Being able to have a good relationship with such a person would only be good for both himself and his family in the future. Chapter 43, Hubbenlight's Crush? Hear that? Li Fan couldn't help but nod. That's a good sentiment. He'd scavenged for this and managed to get a favor. The Shen family in Beizhou. Although he didn't know much about it, it should be a big family if it could gain a foothold in North City. Alright, if I run into trouble in the future, I'll go to Shin's house to look for you. But do you have any token? Don't let the time come when your Shin family doesn't believe I saved you and kick me out. Li Fan said. He still kept his eyes open. Who doesn't know how to draw a pie? Still have to come up with something realistic to do that. Benefactor, you can just take that space ring of mine directly. There is a logo on it that is uniquely mine. Shin family members basically know it's me when they take a look at it, the woman said faintly. Li Fan nodded and couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Listening to this tone, together this woman is still a big lady. In the Shin family should be able to say something. This wave is really quite profitable. Immediately, Li Fan then continued to start his workout. But the woman didn't seem to have the intention of leaving. Still remained in the same place, staring blankly at Li Fan. What? There's something else? Li Fan frowned. The woman immediately was shaking her head violently, and her demeanor was slightly squirming. Nothing else? Just can you fetch me a bottle of healing medicine from my ring? I am now in this state. I am afraid that it is very difficult to last until the exit. That's right. Although the woman was already able to stand and walk, her face still looked very pale and her body was unusually weak. Seeing this, Li Fan could only helplessly throw the spatial ring to the woman. The woman was also very honest. She just took out a bottle of healing medicine and returned the ring to Li Fan. But when the woman had taken the healing medicine and walked out not more than a few steps, she actually turned her head and walked over again. Can I borrow the tent? Li Fan probably guessed that this healing medicine should be applied externally, so he immediately agreed. Didn't care about the women. Li Fan then proceeded to exercise on his own. I don't know how much time has passed. Li Fan was already done with the first set of training and was ready to eat some snake meat to replenish his strength properly. Dabbling in the grill breaks, Li Fan also found the business card that the woman was talking about. Shun Keed. It's a woman's name. The name was quite catchy, but he hadn't really heard of it. And in addition to the business cards, Li Fan also surveyed the contents of the spatial ring. At a glance, except for some supplements as well as auxiliary medicines scattered in the corners, the rest appeared to be miscellaneous items such as clothing delivery boxes. Blood loss. The first thing that popped into Li Fan's mind were these two words. No wonder the Shinkaera has to sell him a favor. Combined with the inside is really nothing. No way. This find an opportunity. Must find Shin family lion a bit. And just when Li Fan was depressed, Li Fan suddenly saw some Northern Empire University clothing in the pile of clutter. It's hard to believe that this person is still from Northern Empire University. Or was it her older sister? Just as Li Fan was fuming, he found another pile of stuff in the clutter. Upon closer inspection, it was a pile of love letters. In this regard, Li Fan was not too surprised. With Shin Keed's face value, it was to be expected that there would be many suitors, and it was only surprising that there were no suitors. Li Fan casually flipped his hand, and as a result, he actually saw a familiar name. He Won? Nice guy. This name, Li Fan was all too familiar with it. I didn't expect that this would actually be a love letter from He Won. Nope, there seems to be more than one letter. The whole thing looked like dozens of letters. Li Fan really didn't think that the person he casually saved was He Won's crush? Out of curiosity, Levon opened it roughly and looked at it. It doesn't matter if you don't look, just see half of it. Levon just about threw up from the oil. I didn't realize that someone like He Won, who seemed to be incredibly conceited, could actually write such oily rhetoric. But he did have to take pity on a wave of He Won, because all his love letters are unopened. Obviously, this Shinkeed simply did not intend to look at it, and should be completely uninteresting to He Won. And that's when Li Fan also suddenly remembered. This Shinkeed seems to still be in his tent. He just exercise is fascinated. Did not care about this Shinkeed. Looking back, this Shinkeed, it seems that after going in, she never came out again. Li Fan instantly just twisted his head towards the tent and called out, "Hey, aren't you done yet?" The words fell, and there was no response for a long time. Levon tried calling out a few more times. Still no response. For a moment, Li Fan's brows couldn't help but furrow, and immediately he got up and rushed into the tent. Sure enough, it was right as Li Fan had guessed. Shinkeed fainted. But what Li Fan did not guess is that Shinkaer this wear seems not too much. It should be because of the medication to be smeared. Li Fan paused, and ultimately felt that it was still human life that mattered, and hurriedly just lifted Shinkeed up. But that's what you don't realize until you pick it up. Shinkeed's back actually had 2 bite marks that were almost deep enough to see through to the bone. This should be an injury sustained while fighting with that giant snake. The reason why Shinkaer fainted should be that she fainted from the pain when she wiped the medicine hard. There's one to say, to be injured like this and still be able to talk to him for so long just now, one's willpower was truly extraordinary. Li Fan was too late to think about it. Immediately it was to help start the dressing. By the time Shinkeed woke up, it was already nighttime. Opening her eyes, sitting up, and looking at the traces of bandages on her body, Shinkeed couldn't help but violently cover her mouth. She had guessed. It must have been Li Fan who gave help with the bandages. He saw it? Shinkaer's face flushed and her heart was like a mess. She now only regretted that she didn't have enough willpower. She couldn't even endure that little bit of pain, and actually fainted without a fight. Awake? Come out for some food? At that moment, Li Fan's voice sounded outside the tent. She had wanted to refuse. After all, she kind of didn't quite know how to face Li Fan right now, but at that moment, her stomach was growling indiscreetly. She had gone through 2 awakening metamorphoses, and was actually completely capable of drawing energy from the heavens and earth to counteract her hunger. But she was now seriously injured and was already unable to do so. So going out to eat some was her only option. Walking out of the tent, Shinkeed didn't dare to look at Li Fan and sat next to him timidly by herself, putting her head away. Li Fan could see Shinkeed's abnormality, then directly handed over a piece of meat. No need to be embarrassed. All are children of the Jianghu. There is no need to stick to the small details. Men and women are not all that little thing. Not too different. Here, have some, eat and drink and sleep, and tomorrow you'll leave. Chapter 44 Travel to the Oasis. Listening to Li Fan's words, Shinkeed's face undoubtedly turned even redder. What do you mean? It's all just stuff? She really hated her lack of willpower now. Grow up. She hadn't had that kind of contact with a man yet, but she hadn't been embarrassed for long before she was caught by the scent coming from the tip of her nose. The hunger was so strong that she couldn't help but pick up the meat. Take a bite. There was only one word in her head. Fragrance. Immediately afterward, she was feasting on the food. Li Fan couldn't help but feel a little amused as he looked at Shinkede's eating style. The kid is really hungry. Eat slowly. There's plenty more. But not to mention his cooking skills after Ruzile's instruction. That was a very big improvement. Don't say Shinkeiro thinks it's delicious. Even he himself. Eat and drink. Shinkede's entire being was really soothed. After thinking about it, it seemed that Levon was right. It's true that children of the world don't seem to care too much about gender. Maybe we'll see each other a few times in the future. And so it was. Shinkeiro wiped the oil around her mouth and looked frankly at Li Fan. Benefactor, this is the second time you've saved me. I really don't know how to thank you properly. In the future, if you use my Shin family for anything, and it's within our Shin family's ability, we will definitely help you do it. Li Fan, on the other hand, shrugged. Alright, don't paint a picture. Second time I've saved your ass, and that's another price. When these words came out, Shinkede's person was dumbfounded. Ha? Another price? Is the Shin family now so faceless? One promise isn't enough? And it's being used as a pie in the sky? After a pause, Shinkede raised two fingers and, twice then. My Shin family can help you twice. Li Fan looked a little strange. It's so obvious. Why don't you give me some money or something? However, thinking that Shinkede's body had already been emptied by him, it was not good to say anything else. Okay, twice then. By the way, you a good seedling of a big family. Why did you come to the secret realm alone, without an attendant to accompany you? Li Fan asked his question at this time. According to reason, Shinkeiro this identity, not to say that the arrangement of what the protection of the road elders and so on follow it, at least have to arrange some bodyguards not to end up in this situation. Shinkede shook her head and let out a sigh. I'm sneaking out, or I'm just too confident in myself. She was the proud daughter of the Shin family. Her combat talent was extremely high, and fighting across the ranks was really a routine for her. It was because she rarely encountered setbacks, which was why she thought of trying to see if she could use her current strength of 82 levels to go over the top and decapitate a transcendent. Now it turns out, and can't. She's too big. It cost her dearly. By the way, benefactor, you're not from Beizhou City, right? It seems like you haven't heard much about my Shin family. Indeed not. I usually pay little attention to information about the family and such. The two began to make small talk. Basically, they talk a little bit about everything, but when it comes to the private side, they tacitly nod off. Talking, Li Fan not only had an understanding of the Shin family, but also of the entire city of Beizhou. The city of Beizhou aside from the orthodox federal government outside as well as the major martial arts university warring forces, the other major powers, in total, can be seen as the 12 great families. These 12 great families controlled nearly 60% of the secret realm entry rights around the North City, and just by charging admission fees, they were earning a lot of money every year. And within each of the 12 great clans, there was a quasi-god level awakened person sitting in the town. As for the Shin family belonged to the middle stream of the 12 great families. The underpinnings are also huge. The He family that He Wengguan was a part of was basically probably only about a third of the Shin families in terms of the combined wealth situation. Right? Battle power even. A quasi-divine awakened was enough to overthrow the entire He family. No wonder He Wengguan licked Shinkeir so much. Apart from being good looking, I am afraid that it is more about the Shin family. After all, Shinkede is the only child of the contemporary Shin family. Whoever married Shinkede would mean that they would be able to get a not-so-small say in the Shin family in the future. And again, Shinkede, in her current perspective, Levon can be both mysterious and charming. Whether it was talking to Li Fan about cultivation, life, or national events, world patterns, or even future trends, Li Fan's words always caught her eye and made her fall into thought. Although she didn't ask for information about Li Fan's identity, she learned Li Fan's age. In Li Fan's words, about your age, it was the first time she had ever sincerely admired someone her own age. After the chat, the two also rested individually. The wind and sand rolled up outside from time to time, and it was definitely impossible for Li Fan to sleep outside, so the two of them were both settling in their tents. And since Li Fan was so upright, it was naturally impossible for him to do anything. Slept until early the next morning. After a night's rest, Shinkede's complexion had obviously improved a lot. The whole person is also looking more energized. Simply after eating the snake meat that Li Fan had roasted, he was ready to separate from Li Fan. Goodbye benefactor. We'll meet again when you come to my Shin family. Okay. After Li Fan watched Shinkede leave, it was then that he continued to start a new round of exercise. Unawareness. 2 days passed in a flash. After Li Fan finished the last round of workout, he started to pack up his luggage. there wasn't much snake meat left. It was time to go deeper into the secret realm to continue practicing. And from the information given by Shinkid, his current location was an edge corner of the secret realm. If you want to go where there are more beasts, you have to go to the oasis in the east. There is a very vast swamp there that survives a number of giant snakes. For other awakened people, there is a lot of crisis there and it is generally not recommended. But to Li Fan, it was really an excellent place to practice. And for 2 days, in between his workouts, Li Fan also studied that extreme Dao fist. There are 8 styles in this punch. The power of each style multiplies exponentially. When practiced to the 8th style, the power of a punch he swung within the time of the 8 styles would soar to 8 times the original battle power. There's one to say, this feat is still very good, and for the gongfus to be practiced quickly, there was only one key element, and that was a sufficient number of actual battles. If we favor enlightenment, other categories of feats might indeed be quite a test of enlightenment, but if the fleshly body type feats were just at the transcendent level, honestly, it wasn't time to fight for enlightenment. At this stage, the feats only needed to be honed slowly with practice and enough battles that were numerous and of sufficient intensity. He was now in terms of his physical body situation alone, although he was not quite brave enough to fight the transcendent level ferocious beasts head-on. But fortunately, the ferocious beasts in this secret realm were not all at the transcendent level, so it just so happened that he was also able to properly practice this extreme Dao fist in this secret realm. Chapter 45, Strength Surge, 4-member team. All the way east. Levon ran at full speed for over an hour. However, there was still no sign of the oasis Shinkid had spoken of. Even if he didn't find the oasis, he was still sweating from the heat. Being an awakened, the general heat wasn't really that much of a problem for him. But helplessly, the temperature of this desert is really not too ordinary. If there is an ordinary person, I am afraid that it will not take a few minutes to faint from the heat. But how come he hadn't felt so hot yesterday? It's hard to believe that the temperature of this desert is also changing all the time. He's not sure, but that doesn't matter either. What was more urgent for him now was to find that oasis. Is it going in the wrong direction? Or did she trick me? Li Fan couldn't help but stop after running for another 10 minutes or so, frowning and murmuring, if he's really going in the wrong direction or getting screwed, then he's a straight-up clown. Gritted his teeth, Levon decided to continue further. Come what may, maybe the oasis is just up ahead. Rolling eyes. Another hour passed. There! Hooray! Li Fan looked into the distance, and it truly appeared to be a vast and sprawling oasis. Without hesitation, Li Fan immediately moved forward at full speed. Finally, after Li Fan soaked into a clear spring, Li Fan let out an emotion after a long time. Yes, it's a pretty inhospitable environment out there in the desert. After enjoying the coolness of the clear spring for a little while, Li Fan also surveyed this oasis swamp. At first glance, the environment almost looked a bit like the Amazonia rainforest in Li Fan's previous life. Vitality eclipsed with a touch of oppressive eeriness. Li Fan didn't feel much for such an environment. As usual, after finding a clearing near a water source, they began to set up camp. He was going to be here, starting a 5-day training program. And why 5 days? It's because Zhu Tianjing sent him a message. In 5 days, he needed to rush back to the school to help experiment with the new equipment Zhu Tianjing had researched. So, during these 5 days, he had to devote himself to cultivation. He wanted to see to what level his strength could be raised in 5 days. Soon, the tents and stuff are already set up. The next step is to enter the intense and exciting hunting of ferocious beasts. Day 1. Li Fan didn't have any bragging rights, and basically used yin pupil for seconds the entire time. Efficiency can be quite fast. In basically 1 day's time, he was already exterminating nearly 50 giant snakes. There is a flaw though. Not a single one of these 50 giant snakes had a battle power that was at the transcendent level. The highest ranked one was just a level 90. That's normal. After all, in this secret realm, the highest combat power of the top frame was a transcendent level ferocious beast. That was basically already similar to a beast king. And how many beast kings can there be? But no matter what, even if there was no transcendent level, these ferocious beasts in front of him were enough for Li Fan to eat. All 50 or so beast cores were absorbed. It consumed close to almost a day of Li Fan's time, but it turned out to be good. Directly, it was causing Li Fan's level to skyrocket from level 21 to level 35. This result was already very satisfying to Li Fan, because there's really no way around it. The further back this level goes, the harder it is to raise it. Gotta change my mindset for this to work. It's taking a bit too long to absorb the beast core. Li Fan took a cursory look at the time at this point and frowned. There were only 5 days left for him. Right now, just hunting the ferocious beasts plus absorbing the beast cores had already consumed him for 2 days. Simple planning. For the next 3 days, he planned to devote all of them to hunting ferocious beasts as well as polishing the extreme Dao fist. 2 days passed in a flash. The day to leave the secret realm was just short of the last day. At this moment, Li Fan was based on a huge vine, with a huge and bloodstained piece of rabbit-type beast meat hanging from a thin rope in his hand. Suspended above the swamp below, Li Fan was luring the giant snake below to appear, and not far away, a small team of 4 was already on Li Fan. It seems like he's alone. Ha! Not small in guts. This place actually dares to come alone, and also dares to take the initiative to lure the giant snake out? You really haven't died before. This lower swamp I remember is a snake nesting den, right? The giant snakes in there are not to say hundreds, but at least dozens of them, and he's afraid that if he takes such an initiative to lure them, he'll become a giant snake's dish. Isn't that nonsense? Have you forgotten how old 5 died? The 4 men murmured. They undoubtedly felt very foolish about this wave of speculative operations by Li Fan, because they were in a squad of 5 before. Unfortunately, the oldest 5, and Li Fan came to the same wave of operation. The newborn calf is not afraid of tigers, and eventually became a giant snake fruit of the stomach. Whenever old 5 was mentioned, a few people couldn't help the hard feelings on their faces. Of course, what is not clear to them is this. The nest of giant snakes in this lower swamp had basically been terminated cleanly by Li Fan these days. I'm afraid there won't be more than 10 giant snakes down there today, and because Li Fan had killed so many in the past 2 days, these giant snakes were already rarely showing themselves. Otherwise, Li Fan wouldn't have taken this fishing guy approach to seduce. Boss, are we going to warn him? At this moment, someone in the group frowned and spoke, their gaze looking towards the middle-aged man standing in the very center. The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment, then shook his head. Forget it, people have their own destinies, let's just mind our own business. Go. He turned around and was about to leave. The remaining 3 looked at each other and could only follow helplessly as they prepared to leave. But just when it was time to leave, one of them couldn't help but look back at Li Fan, and his entire body paused in place. Boss, or we might as well be warned. If someone had warned the old 5 in the first place too, maybe. I don't want to see that happen again. This statement was made. The middle-aged man as well as the other 2 also paused. You, boss, 4 is right, and I also feel the need to warn. Yeah, anyway, with 4 of us, it's impossible to be afraid of one of him, and there's no harm in him being gracious. The middle-aged man was about to say something when the other 2 actually both spoke up. Look at the 3 men in the eyes. The middle-aged man went a little soft for a moment. He knows, the 3 still hadn't gotten over the guilt of old 5's death. In fact, how could he not? A deep sinking breath. The middle-aged man nodded and, well, consider it a good deed. But remember, after the reminder, we leave immediately. This person does not show his true face, whether he is a human being or a ghost, and how strong he is, we all do not know yet, all for our own safety. Also, I'll just be the one to step in later. You guys stay put here. Chapter 46, Terrifying Flesh. Hearing the middle-aged man's words, the rest of the 3 nodded their heads perkily, also very much obeying the middle-aged man's arrangement. Keep the middle-aged man in the light and the 3 of them in the dark. In case of any sudden situation, they can also be the first to take care of it. After determining the action, the middle-aged man leaped up, and with a prancing motion, he leaped onto the vines and appeared in Li Fan's field of vision. This friend, it's not very safe here. The middle-aged man didn't talk nonsense, and the first thing he did was to start a kind reminder. Li Fan looked at him dumbfounded, not knowing how to respond for a moment. Isn't it safe here? Seems pretty safe, doesn't it? The snake's nest was almost cleaned out by him. Can it be that there's some kind of transcendent level giant snake hidden here? Levon was about to respond to the man's reminder, but just then, there was movement in the middle of the swamp. Boo, 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 only to see 5 or 6 huge black shadows violently rising up from the swamp, straight towards the direction where Li Fan was, completely ignoring the hair meat in Li Fan's hand that was used to lure him. It seems there should be some wisdom. At this scene, Li Fan couldn't help but mutter in his heart. These giant snakes should be the last counterattack of this lower snake nest against this enemy of his. And the other end. The middle-aged man who watched this scene quickly retreated. The 3 people below were also shocked. Not good. Still too late. It's over. So many of them appeared directly at once. You can't save them even if you want to. The one with the strongest breath. I'm afraid his level has reached 90. He's finished. The oldest 5 on their team had faced it before. And it was just 1. But this appeared. But it was 5 or 6 straight. This is simply desperate. That giant snake is headed for him. Let's get out of here or we'll be the next target. Let him fend for himself. The middle-aged man was already back in the group by this time, his face extraordinarily grave. It was too close just now. Luckily, he wasn't too close to Levon. Otherwise I'm afraid he'd be targeted too. Listening to the man's words, The three of them no longer had any hesitation and turned around to run towards the distance. However, just as a few people ran away not much farther, a miserable beast roar violently caught the attention of several people. Looking back, the horrifying scene made all four of them unable to stop their eyes from widening. The moment Li Fan was rising up in the air, and with just one punch, he blasted the head of a giant snake to smithereens. The rest of the several giant snakes saw the situation. Instantly all were fearful. One after another have turned their heads, ready to be rooted into the swamp to escape. Completely lost the momentum of a moment ago. But how could Li Fan give them this opportunity? Li Fan's feet generated wind. A leap was to step on top of the snake body. Then with the help of the snake body, again bombarded the fist. The blink of an eye, another giant snake fell. The giant snakes had already realized that they had no way to retreat and could only choose to fight to the death and launch a final counterattack. But the results still won't be the same. Levon did as he was told, punching after punching. A few breaths. All the giant snakes were turned into headless corpses, scattered all over the swamp. As for Li Fan, he returned to the vines in style after storing all the beast cores. How is this possible? So strong, old, boss, am I reading this right? Far away. The four people who watched this scene were now so shocked that their scalps were numb. They had thought of countless ways for Li Fan to die. Never expected that it wasn't Li Fan who died, but the giant snake. And most outrageous of all, or killed in this most primitive and brutal way. How terrifying of a physical body did Li Fan have to achieve such a feat? The entire battle was as simple as slaughtering a chicken and killing a dog. A little too relaxed. Could it be that Li Fan was a transcendent level fleshly body type talent awakening? It seems. They can't think of any other possibilities besides this. To think that they actually thought that this transcendent level powerhouse would be eaten by the giant snake, and even went so far as to warn about it. They could not wait to find a crack in the ground. The clowns are actually them. And the four were still surprised. It was actually discovered that Li Fan had already turned his gaze towards them. In an instant, the four men felt a tingle in their scalps and cold sweat broke out. They didn't know if Li Fan was a foe or a friend, and if he would make a move against them. They didn't dare to gamble, so he turned around and was ready to flee. But the four just turned around. However, they saw that Li Fan was already standing straight in front of them with a smile on his face. So fast, a thought couldn't help but pop into all four of their heads. And with it, fear. Elder, we're just passing by. We didn't see anything, and we don't have any valuable stuff on us. Let us go. The first thing the middle-aged man who was the boss of several people did was to come out and arch his hand towards Li Fan to beg for forgiveness. The boss has spoken. The remaining three naturally followed immediately. Yes, senior, we really didn't see anything. Spare us, senior, have a word. Li Fan was a bit puzzled by the pleas for mercy from a few people. He smiled so kindly. Can't you see the goodwill he's showing? Ahem. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to fight you guys. Just thought I'd stop by and ask for information. Do you guys know where the transcendent class serpents appear more frequently? Li Fan coughed lightly and said indifferently. All that was left for him now was one day. He wanted to take his chances and see if he could meet some more transcendent level giant snakes. Don't look at him. He actually has quite a few 90-odd level beast cores on him. But these 90-odd level beast cores were not even a fraction of a star compared to the transcendent level. Even though it's only a few steps, or even one step, away. The possible amount of purity as well as the level of majesty is not at all at the same level. There is still a big difference between non-transcendent and transcendent. And hearing this from Li Fan, the hearts of several people hanging in the air were finally released. So it's asking for directions. Thought it was going to be hands-on. Immediately, the middle-aged man in the lead gave the answer Li Fan wanted. Our squad has been mingling in this secret realm for several months now, and we basically have a pretty good feel for this swamp. At the transcendent level, I know more precisely, just one place. From here, all the way west, about 300 kilometers or so, there's a confluence of clear pools and swamps. There's supposed to be a transcendent class there. We've encountered it a few times before, but when it'll show up again, that's a bit of a moot point. Get answers. Li Fan nodded and replied politely. Thanks for the guidance, friend. A few people scratched their heads and, no, just a show of hands. Indeed, it didn't help much. If there's nothing else, senior, we'll leave first. Yeah, we've got a few more things to run, so we'll go ahead. Several people responded, not quite daring to linger too long for fear that Li Fan would come with a change of face. They've met a lot of things like that. And looking at the four who had left in a hurry, Li Fan couldn't help but shrug his shoulders and cry a little. He didn't do anything. Not a big problem though. Now that we have the information, it's time to go to the next stop. Chapter 47, Returning from a Full Load. Guling's Dilemma. Back to camp. Li Fan simply packed up the objects that could still be used and sped towards the west. For 2 days, After his constant brushing of monsters, in his spatial ring was already lying nearly 100 beast cores. Most of them are between 80 and 90 levels. If all of it was absorbed, Li Fan's level would inevitably still have a big breakthrough. It would have been a very significant amount of money if it had been exchanged for possessions. Sure, naturally, Li Fan would choose to invest all of it into upgrading, but that was something that would have to wait until after going out of the secret realm. And as far as that Yakuza fist, under 1,000 tests over the past 2 days, he also managed to reach the second style. It was already possible to increase the power of a full-strength punch to twice as much for a short period of time. This speed of comprehension was considered ridiculously fast. And that, naturally, is thanks to his real-world targets. One by one, all of them were basically ferocious beasts around level 90. Can't progress be fast? And it didn't hurt him in the process. It was a good thing that when he set out, he had also brought quite a few healing medicines, or else he would have swollen into a pig's head by now. But the payoff after the payoff is well worth it. The reason why Li Fan was able to blast those giant snakes to death so easily just now, it was mainly due to the power of the extreme Dao fist. If one were to rely purely on Li Fan's current physical body value, it would be a bit too much of a stretch to do it that easily. 300 kilometers wasn't very far for Li Fan, but it's in the way of the terrain. It took Li Fan nearly 3 hours of hard work to arrive at the location the guys were talking about. Look up. A blue spring and a dark and muddy swamp on the side of the clear blend together. Looks very different. And looking at the incredibly calm lake, it was as if one could not see the slightest hint of a transcendent-level giant snake hiding inside. And standing here dryly waiting for the giant snake to appear was naturally impossible. And so it was. Li Fan was prepared to force this giant snake to appear in the most unpretentious way. Come to the shore. Li Fan pulled out a huge tree and violently threw it towards the lake. Boo! The violent impact immediately splashed several feet of water and mud. Immediately after, Levon did as he was told, constantly throwing giant trees towards the lake. In no time at all, the calm surface of the lake was stirred into a pot of chaos. Unfortunately, aside from spooking a few big fish, there was no sign of any giant snake at all. Is that transcendent class giant snake in there or not? Levon had something to sink his teeth into. With this stirring up of his, it is reasonable to say that even the best-tempered ferocious beasts would have to come out and yell twice, right? Gritted his teeth. Li Fan simply moved a boulder like a small mountain and slammed it towards the swamp area. The tremendous impact instantly swept up a dozens of feet high column of muddy water, ripples agitating the entire lake. Levon was about to continue throwing a second piece. Suddenly, at this time the lake gradually began to move. Wow! High waterfalls raised. A huge and incomparable pitch-black snake head slowly appeared from the bottom of the water. A pair of pupils like large bells stared tightly at Li Fan on the shore. In an instant, Li Fan sweated. This familiar feeling of oppression. It seemed that the men hadn't lied to him. It's really a transcendental level serpent. But this time, Li Fan didn't drag his feet in the slightest. With a blink of his eyes, Yen pupil was unleashed. Next, this transcendent level giant snake then rolled its eyes and floated above the lake, completely losing its vitality. Next, it's the classic cut the meat and take the core of the beast session, driving a familiar road. Not for a while. Li Fan then returned with a full load. Take a look at the time. Now it will soon be dark. He would have to leave the secret realm almost as soon as tomorrow afternoon, so the time left for him was only half a day tomorrow morning. Think about it. Was going to go for another morning kill. However, considering that this secret realm was immense and had a complicated terrain, if you kill all morning, you won't always make it to the exit in time for the afternoon, and I'm afraid you'll be delayed. So Li Fan was prepared to leave early one morning tomorrow. Now this trip has been a great harvest. There were many hundred-level secret realms in the North Municipality, so there was no need to rush. And so, Li Fan found a safe and secluded place to camp and began his new round of exercise. And on the other end, at this time, within the campus forums of Northern Emperor University as well as Qingdao University, a message that is rapidly festering. Did you hear about it? That freshman number 1 at Northern Emperor University, the one called Li Fan. Her girlfriend seems to be trapped in the White Shark secret realm. From the grapevine, it seems like that S-ranked gifted person surnamed He from the Northern Emperor is the one who messed up. Ha! Where did you get this information? But 2 of their squad escaped and came back, and they even complained to their mentor. It's spreading all over the Northern Emperor's side. Okay? An S-ranked genius and the number 1 freshman are ING? Nice guy. So exciting? It seems like there was a scuffle during their entrance exams. What? He Wang Guang and Li Fan got into a fight? Called someone to block someone's girlfriend? It seems to be true. There are 2 special enrollment students ran to the faculty office this morning. It seems to be Li Fan's friend. It looks like it's quite urgent to go to the court. It's possible that this is the case. That's a bit of a lack of martial virtues. Not daring to make a move on Li Fan. But staring at someone's girlfriend? Yes. This is a disgraceful rumor. Our courtyard is not no sparring ring. See, not cool about a battle is not on the line. To engage in these negative? Seems like it's gotten all the way to the green dome next door. It's a real shame. It's indeed a bit of a shame for an S rank to do such a thing. I wonder what the house will do about this. How else could it be handled? I'm guessing cold turkey at best, unless there's a death. I don't think it would be too much of a problem to take a human life. After all, the person is an S rank with unlimited potential, so it should just be a matter of getting him to apologize. But there's one thing to be said for him. He's done a really bad job with this. In the training room, Homan Kwang has just finished a day of training, just opened the door. It was the sight of a despondent-looking housekeeper. When he looked at this sorry state, He Guang couldn't help but feel irritated. Say, what happened again? He Guang flung the towel he was wiping his sweat with and questioned in a cold voice. Over at the White Shark's secret realm, something has happened. The butler frowned and said stiffly. This statement was made. He Guang's face immediately went cold. He had inquired that Gu Ling would be going to the White Shark mystic realm, and purposely had his people go to block the way, to teach him a good lesson, and nauseate a handful of Li Fan. It's as simple as that. Is it possible for something to go wrong? Chapter 48, Panicked He Guang. Furious Li Fan. There are 2 people going this time, but their strength is not bad. Don't tell me that this Li Fan's girlfriend can also fight across the ranks? Or, by that Gu Quan who's only level 40 or so? He Guang held back his anger and looked at the butler in front of him. The butler's face showed bitterness, and he waved his hands in a hurry. No, it didn't miss this time, but something else came up. Young master, it's better for you to see for yourself, said. The butler then handed over the remarks from the forum on the matter. He Guang froze. When he finished reading the forum, his face was immediately green. Waste. Still over 70 levels, all ing trash. He Guang kicked the butler away and growled furiously. He learned his lesson this time compared to last time. Arrangements were made for 2 level 70 plus human awakened to strike. It's about trying to settle this quietly so that no one can catch a break. But as a result, this actually still allowed 2 people to escape. And, he, the man behind the curtain, was already being rumored. That didn't follow his script at all. And if it continues in this vein, his reputation is really going to be completely stigmatized. Young master, what should we do now? Do we need to clarify this immediately? The butler hurriedly climbed up, frowning as he thought of a solution. Now, right now, get those 2 back here. He Guang forced down the anger in his heart and said in a deep voice. The butler immediately got up. I'm on my way. Hurry up, and don't make a scene. Got it? He Guang added. If things hadn't gone too far, a dead man is a dead man. The problem is that things are a little overwhelming right now. It's really deadly. And while he won't face expulsion or anything more serious, the punishment will certainly be there. But the punishment is still secondary. Most of all, it's his reputation. He'd set up a towering persona in front of his crush only a short while ago. This can't be ruined in a few days, can it? Even though that crush of his hadn't read the huge string of amazing texts he'd sent over for a while. But there's no guarantee that we'll have to watch it at some point. For his own sake and for the sake of the Ho family, there was nothing he could say that would give the other side an image of a sinister villain. The other end. Downstairs in the registrar's office at Northern Empire University. The 2 figures were lost in thought and mortared in place for a long time without saying a word. The 2 are no one else. One is Ruzilii and the other, Ma Xiao. And at this point, the duo looked arguably in a very sorry state. All of them were bruised and swollen, and many bruises could be seen on their hands and feet. Suddenly, Ruzilii, who had been silent for a long time, took a big step, and a flash of anger grew on his face. And, if the school doesn't care, then I'll save it myself. Big deal. Die that. That's right. The academy, on its side, had no intention of sending anyone to the rescue, citing a lack of evidence. And since it's not a setup, generally speaking, the school basically doesn't care too much if a student is in distress in the secret world. After all, there's a death rate every year, unless you're in S-class. Seeing this, Ma Xiao, who was on the side, hurriedly just pulled Rukalai with a hand and, Zyle, don't be impulsive. You'd be cannon fodder if you went. Not only would you not be useful, you'd be a burden. If you ask me, why don't you ask Diyun? He's on good terms with Li Fan, and he also knows Sister Ling, although the Gu family is also capable. But distant water can't quench the thirst of the near. Ma Xiao was also very angry at the moment, but he was a lot more sensible than Ruzilii. And hearing this from Ma Xiao, Rukalai also regained his senses, but was crying out in a hurry. It's my fault that I had to have some white shark fin as an ingredient, or else I wouldn't have met those 2. Razile was full of self-loathing, hammering his head and stuttering. You're not to blame for this. These two were originally running towards us. It's the same if we go there or not. It's only a matter of time before they find us. Ma Xiao comforted. Immediately, Ma Xiao also didn't dare to hesitate and dialed Di Yun's phone at the first opportunity. And what moved the duo of Ma Xiao Lu Qilei was, Di Yun had already gotten the news first, and was already secretly sending people to relieve the siege. But it's just not clear if it's in time. Brother Li Fan, I've done my best, so you'll have to carry the burden of what's behind you. Inside a large flat in the city of Beizhou, Di Yun sipped red wine and stood with his arms folded as he looked at the tall buildings under his eyes with a despondent expression. He saw Li Fan's potential and treated him as a friend. But according to this trend today, the conflict between He Wenguan and Li Fan was already on the table. Next, the two would inevitably have a fierce fight, and that was all he could do. After all, he still had his family behind him, and it was impossible for him to go head-to-head with He Wenguan. The He family is too powerful. He didn't dare to gamble with the future of his family, and when he thought of Li Fan's future, he just couldn't help but worry about Li Fan. It was really hard for Li Fan to step over the He family's hurdle, unless Li Fan's mentor can step in. But that's certainly a pipe dream. It's going to take the vice president of Northern Empire University. How much face and potential would Li Fan have to have in order to make that kind of character personally come out? 100-foot mystery, outer square. A figure walked out of the exit idly, then slowly blended into the crowd. It's no one else. It was none other than Li Fan, who was loaded with money. This secret realm is really not a place to stay for long. Li Fan took a big gulp of the familiar air and looked at the tall buildings in front of him, slowly stretching his body. Every time I stayed for a while from that secret realm where I couldn't see any modern civilization and then came out again, I would have the uncomfortable feeling that I had traveled. It's going to take a while to get over it. Find a public restroom. Li Fan changed back into his civilian clothes, and the whole thing could be described as a relief. This barrier suit works, but the downside is that it's stuffy and doesn't weigh much. If those two shortcomings could be ameliorated, sales would feel like they'd all go up at least a couple times. And subsequently, the first thing Li Fan did was open the communication, wanting to see if anything had happened in these days. During his cultivation in the secret realm, he was habitually shielded from the outside world so that he could concentrate more on his cultivation. And after letting him see this one message sent, Li Fan's relaxed face was immediately grave, followed by a surge of killing intent. He Wenguan, you seek death. Li Fan gritted his teeth and shouted angrily, though he had anticipated that He Wenguan might still trip up, so he instructed Gu Quan to take care of it. But here's what he somewhat didn't expect. This time, he had actually gotten 270-something level awakened people to strike. As it is, well, don't blame him. Immediately after, Li Fan immediately just contacted Ruzilii and Ma Xiao. After learning that Gu Ling, Gu Quan, Haiyun, Ningzhenjin were all still in the White Shark secret realm, Li Fan turned his head and was speeding towards the White Shark secret realm. Last time, he only taught a lesson to the man sent by that He Wenguan. And this time, people are dying. Chapter 49. Tell me, who have we offended? The White Shark secret realm was not very far from where Li Fan was currently. It's probably about a 20-minute trip at best, but Li Fan was under full speed ahead. It only took more than 10 minutes to arrive at the outer square of the White Shark mystic realm. During the rush, 10,000 ways to kill He Wenguan as well as destroy the He family had already surfaced in his mind. Whether or not something happened to Gu Ling this time, he will all be ready to launch a crazy revenge against the He family, until the He family is completely wiped out. This time it was his girlfriend and friend. Next time, maybe it's his parents. He would never allow that to happen. So this He Wenguan, the He family, can never keep him. Through that blue swirling entrance, Li Fan then arrived inside this White Shark secret realm. At a glance, it was blue. It was the vast, endless sea. On the other hand, in the sea, there were many large and small islands scattered in a starry pattern, while in the sky, there were seagulls flying over from time to time. At this time, on the island, a number of awakened could be seen sporadically fighting with some stranded white sharks on the shore, which was very lively. Li Fan, based on the prompt guidance of Ma Xiao Rukilei, soon was to determine the direction. Treading on the waves, he hurriedly sped away. The waves brought up along the way looked like a train that was sailing on the sea. Hiss! Look at the side. Why is there a train? Did we get all the infrastructure into the secret world? Ha! I'll take a look. Holy, that's not a train. That's a person. Ha! I'm going. This is scary. How fast does he have to be? On the surrounding islands, many people had noticed the movement on Li Fan's side, and they could not help but look into the distance. After determining that it was an individual, each and every one of them couldn't help but open their mouths wide in shock. And on the other side of the secret world, a huge island jungle, Gu Quan, Gu Ling as well as Ningzhenjin were struggling to hold on in a protective shield. It can be seen, Gu Quan was now in a sorry state. and had really suffered a lot of injuries. Gu Ling on the side was fine. No traces of injury could be seen, but she was also pale and out of energy. As for Ning Jinjin, as the only shelter for the three of them nowadays, was just as if she was struggling to hold on at the moment. Something worth mentioning. In this secret realm, Ning Jinjin belonged like a fish in water, with the abundance of water resources around it. Her battle power was actually hardened to a level comparable to that of a 70-something level. It's unbelievable. If it wasn't for the fact that her body couldn't withstand the energy load, coupled with the fact that another genuine level 70+ person was interfering with the crazy attacks, her battle power could even go up another notch. And the reason why Ruzail and Ma Xiu could successfully escape. In fact, a big reason for this was because of Ning Jinjin's help. But for this, Ning Jinjin also paid a terrible price. As a result, nowadays, she could only barely induce the constant stream of seawater around her to form a protective shield, waiting for help to arrive. But looking at the blood flowing from the corner of Ning Jinjin's mouth at the moment, apparently, she wouldn't last long either. Grass, you two sons of ES, come at me if you're capable. What's the point of bullying two women? In the protective shield, Gu Quan coughed up blood and growled at the duo outside who were still continuously attacking. His eyes were red at the moment. He now hated himself for being too generous, coming to the secret realm that was only level 30, and not placing the life-preserving talisman that the clan had given him in the bottom of the box on his body. If the life preserver was there, it was bound to be impossible to be in this situation today. Scream, scream, scream. It's making a lot of noise, and coming at you. What are you? Not as strong as a woman. One of them glared at Gu Quan at the moment, cupping an ice cone in his hand and violently attacking towards him. But unfortunately, it was still blocked by Ning Jinjin's protective shield, and this strike had undoubtedly caused that Ning Jinjin to turn a few shades paler. See this, Gu Quan, as well as Gu Ling who was at the side, were all heartbroken. Ning Jinjin had always been the younger sister's role among the bunch of them. Although we haven't known each other for a long time, the friendship is already deep. And now, they could only stay on the sidelines and watch, unable to do anything, leaving the sister to suffer alone. At this time, Gu Ling braced herself and walked over to Ning Jinjin's side, unleashing her healing spell once more. But alas, just healed within seconds, Gu Ling collapsed again. Her physical strength was such that it was no longer possible for her to support maintaining the healing spell. Sister Ling, don't mind me, I can still hold out for a while. Seeing this, Ning Jinjin hurriedly gritted her teeth and opened her mouth. Gu Ling's eyes were gradually moist at the moment, and her voice was hoarse. They're targeting me. Jen, cousin, you guys go. She really didn't want to see anyone give their life for her. However, for this kind of request, Ning Jinjin naturally could not agree and said in a deep voice, Sister Ling, what nonsense are you talking about? There's no way we're leaving you behind. I haven't had many children since I was a kid, and now that I have a few, I won't allow anything to happen to any of them. I can hold out for a little while. You guys get some rest. I'm sure our help will be here soon. And listen to the words of the duo. The duo outside the protective shield couldn't help but be filled with snickers. It's the He family behind them. Unless the 12 clans of North City were alarmed, who would dare to come over so easily? Though two were lucky to get out. But the duo didn't trust these two to call in any very strong help. Even if it does come, the big thing for them is to flee the place. Big brother, this chick's water mask is really annoying. Don't worry, she can't hold out for many seconds in this state. As long as the hood breaks, they will be able to take their lives in an instant. Just wait for the reward at that time. But it seems that the higher-ups didn't tell us to kill them, right? Wouldn't that be a bad idea? You don't know. People have to learn how to read the minds of their leaders. Young master, he asked us to teach them a lesson. So it's obvious that he doesn't like them very much, but it's not convenient for him to do it himself. If we can get rid of these thorns in young master he's side, then we'll be just what young master he wants, and the rewards will at least be doubled. Wonderful, wonderful, big brother, it's still you, the two whispered at the moment. After saying that, he continued to launch a new round of fierce attacks towards the water mask. Boo! It didn't take long. It was accompanied by a shocking bang. The water shield that Ning Jinjin had been struggling to support was finally broken and began to disintegrate. Ning Jinjin also directly spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed. Such a scene brightened the pair's eyes. Dozens of ice cones gradually appeared from around the duo. Blame it on the fact that you've offended the wrong people. Die! One of them revealed a sardonic smile at this moment. A big hand raised. The ice cones were all shot towards the three people. The moment. All three of them were beyond despair in their hearts. They have done all they can do. Help didn't come. So now we have to accept this. And just then, a different kind of army. A stream of light cut through. All the ice cones shattered as much as they could. And immediately after, the next thing to shatter was the head of one of the two. Offended? Tell me instead. Who have we offended? A furious and teasing voice. It rang slowly at the moment. Chapter 50. Return to the Northern Empire and do what needs to be done. That's right. It was a close call. Li Fan had finally arrived. At this moment, looking at the murderous Li Fan in front of him, as well as the headless body of his brother on the side, the rest of this person had already changed his face so much that he was so scared that even his voice was trembling. This horrible speed. This horrible power. What kind of a monster is this? Transcendental level? Intense fear prevented him from having half a bit of fighting spirit at the moment. He turned around and prepared to escape. But the next second, only a sonic boom was heard. Li Fan's face, which was filled with killing intent, then appeared in front of him once again. In the meantime, he too had an arm ripped off. The intense pain caused him to let out an agonizing and incomparable hiss, devoid of the godly aura he had a moment ago. You haven't answered my question. Did I tell you to leave? Li Fan coldly looked straight at the man's pupils and slowly said, You dare to kill me? It's the He family behind me. It's young master He Wanguang. The fear of death made him subconsciously just move out his backstage, and Li Fan's movements really did pause after hearing this. Seeing this, it was as if he had grasped the straw that saved his life and, you know you're scared, right? That's the He family. If you're smart, let me go. But obviously, those would be the last words he would ever say in this life, because immediately afterward, Li Fan was taking off a miniature camera from his collar and slowly put it into his spatial ring. Waiting for that, Li Fan's figure flickered. One punch was all it took to turn this person into a bloody mist. He was incredibly angry, but he kept his wits about him. The Tumashio Lu Chile said that there is no evidence. The college cannot come out of the hand. Now, then, the evidence is there. And after settling these two, Li Fan was also the first to turn back to the three Guling people. Today, the three Guling people still had unfading shock on their faces. That's right. That scene just now. The impact of the genus is really a bit strong. Those two awakened who had pressed them down. They didn't expect to be as weak as two ants in front of Li Fan. It's a few short days. Li Fan's strength had gotten stronger again. And in the midst of their shock, a smile finally appeared on the faces of the three. Propped up for so long. Finally, we're waiting for help. Ling Ling, cousin, Jen, how are you guys doing? With a leap, Li Fan hurriedly rushed to the front of the several people, pulling out a stream of the healing medicines he had brought with him, his face filled with anxiety. It was really close just now. He's but one step late. The three Gulings would have to die. It's okay, brother-in-law. You won't die. I'm okay. Why don't you distribute more of the medicine to Jen? She needs it more. Guquan coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood and opened his mouth with a hard smile. Looking at this scene, Li Fan was really a bit in tears. What a time to be a tough guy. But Guquan was right, because Ningjinjin was now severely injured and physically exhausted. She was already in a coma before she had said a few words. After Li Fan gave Ningjinjin his best quality healing medicine to settle down, he came to Gu Ling's side and embraced her in his arms. Compared to Gu Quan Ningjinjin, Gu Ling hadn't suffered any injuries. It was purely that her physical strength was completely overdrawn. Ling Ling, I'm sorry, it's all my fault, but trust me, it won't happen a second time. Li Fan's tone was full of apologies, and at the same time, a promise was given. Gu Ling's eyes were slightly red, and she came to Li Fan's ear and gently said, I don't blame you. Don't forget, your business is also my business. It's just a bit of a drag on cousin and Jen and the others. Hearing this, Li Fan was touched in his heart and at the same time nodded, his face apologizing even more. Indeed, Gu Quan, Ningjinjin and Mashioru Chile, all of them belong to the affected. To think that they are like this because of themselves. Immediately afterward, Li Fan's eyes became stern. Don't worry, I won't let their blood go in vain. There's a right to be wronged and a wrong to have a right to be wronged. Now, just the beginning. It didn't take long. After a little reorganization, Li Fan was carrying Gu Ling on his back, and Gu Quan was carrying Ningjinjin on his back, so he was preparing to leave the secret realm. The healing medicine Li Fan had on him was limited after all. The only way to recover as quickly as possible is to go to the therapists in the North Empire School nurse's office. And a few people didn't get more than a few steps out of. 2 middle-aged men with extremely strong breaths came leaping out at them. Li Fan thought at first that He Wenguang had sent them and was about to make a move. It took a bit of digging to learn that. It turned out to be sent by Di Yun to save the day. But alas, they were a step too late because of the distance. If we wait for the two of them to come to the rescue, the body will probably stink. But anyway, even though it didn't help, the thought had to be received. Di Yun this favor. He took notes. Back at North Delta University Trail, the silhouettes of the 4 Li Fan people were particularly conspicuous at the moment. Such a scene, it really caused a lot of people to gather around and talk about it. Look guys, that's Li Fan. And Gu Quan. I go. What's the situation? He Guang, that thing is not going to be real, right? TSK, He Guang is doing something really unorthodox. By the looks of it, Gu Quan and the others are pretty seriously injured. And when it really comes down to it, I don't know how the school's side will handle it. Mother *******. If I were Li Fan, I would go and settle the score with He Guang right now. If you dare to touch my woman, you'll have to skin him. Che, you idiot. He Guang in the end is also a S-class awakened person. Mentor or Vulcan. Only a few deans of the bull character. Protect the calf of the very. If you really dare to make a move on He Guang at school, it's questionable if you can even touch him. And I guarantee that the one who will be disciplined at that time will definitely be Li Fan. Although I don't want to admit it, but it's true. Li Fan has the aura of being the first freshman as well as his mentor being the vice dean. But he can't resist an S-ranked talent. Harm. Li Fan is really miserable. Who do you think it's bad to offend? But have to offend He Guang? Ha? How come I've seen some posts on the forums saying that this isn't Homan Quang's doing? So who knows about that? Let the bullets fly for a while. For these arguments, Li Fan didn't care in any way. He was now the one who intended to get Gu Ling Ningjin Gu Quan and the others to the medical room as soon as possible, and then do what he has to do. It didn't take long. The group then arrived at the medical room. Ma Xiu Lu Zilai is also already rushing over. Seeing that the several people were all fine, the two big old men were elated and at the same time, their eyes reddened with excitement. Levan had no idea of jokes about it. After all, for them, this time it was indeed a life and death struggle. Zile, any luck with what I asked you to inquire about? Li Fan pulled Ruzile to one side at this time and asked indifferently. After a slight hesitation, Ruzilai came to his ear and told what he had inquired. Get the message. Li Fan nodded, and then turned his gaze to the Gu Quan several people who were lying on the hospital bed, ready to receive treatment. Why don't you guys take a break and I'll go out and get some fruit? Gu Quan heard something wrong the first time. Li Fan, don't be impulsive. If you really want to take revenge, you can't do it in the academy. Levan, on the other hand, smiled and waved his hand. Don't worry about it, I still know this one. I'm really going to get some fruit. Hear that? Only then did Gu Quan's few people put their hearts down. When Li Fan stepped out of the room, a murderous intent violently emerged from his eyes. Impulse? He doesn't know what impulse means. All he knows is, when a man is angry, blood is spilled. Of course you can't kill in the academy. There are too many restrictions. But even if you can't kill, you have to make the other person experience pain that they can remember for the rest of their lives. And wait for Levan to leave. Ruzilai could be tossing and turning in his room, pacing back and forth, his brow never stretching. The others don't know what Levan is doing, but he knows that. He was already starting to regret a little bit now that he had told Li Fan that news. Chapter 51, Storming He Guang. Vulcan. The message was nothing else. Exactly the whereabouts of Homan Quang. He Guang was basically absent from the school except when he was in class and when he needed to use the academy's cultivation room. It's pretty hard to find him without some information channels, and Levan learned from Ruzilai's message. Coincidentally, He Guang had just gone to the fire cultivation room not long ago. So, Li Fan's destination was very clear. It's the fire practice room, and at this time in the open fire cultivation room, there are a number of students who are working on their practice. A corner, He Guang was absent-mindedly practicing his fire control skills. His presence, naturally, it attracted a lot of attention and discussion. After all, he was a big-name S-rank awakened person, someone who would have a high probability of being written into textbooks in the future. However, He Guang was completely unfazed by these arguments, because all he could think about now was about Li Fan. I also don't know how things are being handled over at the White Shark's secret realm. He has instructed his butler to go to the forums and post quite a few clarifications. As long as the two men he sent there left in time and then disappeared from public view, then this thing is dead on arrival. He could then, in turn, give the other side a slanderous name and successfully whitewash himself. Even if it doesn't wash out, he has a reputation for just having a defense as well, and won't be profiled. And isn't that true of many famous people's reputations? At that point, he wouldn't have much of a burden. And as for why he's here, naturally, he didn't want to come. Rather, his mentor, that Vulcan, had called him over, said he was going to teach him some fire control today. However, it would take some time for the fire god to come over, so he let him go to the fire cultivation room first to cultivate while waiting for him. You said you wouldn't come sooner or later, but at this time of the day, that's a real delay. He Guang is looking worried. Suddenly, a male student with an honest, naive face and worshipful eyes timidly approached. Hello, may I ask if you're Mr. He Guang? Can I take a picture with you? He Wenguang just contemptuously sized up the other party, and then he said in a cold voice, "Get out. I don't have time." This statement was made. It instantly drew a lot of discomfort. Genius to genius. But that's a little too much of a bad touch, isn't it? The male student who was rejected, at this moment, was also aware of the situation and ran away quickly in disappointment. And looking at the male student's back as he left, He Wenguang couldn't help but add a disgusted remark. "What the? He's in a rage." It turned out to be an ungrateful one. Does he look like he's in the mood for a picture right now? And again, even if it's a woman, what's the point of you being a man? And that's when he reacted. What's the point of coming to an open practice room for good reason? What a pain in the ass. I blame the fact that I just came here with too much on my mind to pay much attention to this. With that, he got up and was going to the separate cultivation room next door. And just as he was about to leave, the door of the cultivation room was directly kicked open. Walk-in figure. It made He Wenguang's face turn ugly. Who else could it be? Naturally, it's Li Fan. At this moment, Li Fan's eyes were filled with killing intent. Li Fan, what are you doing? He Wenguang felt this killing intent. His heart couldn't help but actually give birth to a touch of fear. This maniac, he had already experienced its terror in the Taya secret realm. Li Fan is going to be really mad here. He's afraid he's going to have to suffer some flesh wounds high and low. What for? What do you think I'm going to do? Li Fan looked at He Wenguang with a playful look and said grimly. One time, the entire atmosphere of the cultivation room became somewhat tense. Many of the students who were still training couldn't help but stop their movements and cast their gazes over in unison. There were even those who watched the fun, already opening their cell phones and starting to record. And He Wenguang was in no mood to care about these people right now. He was already smelling danger. Li Fan, calm down for a moment. I know there are a lot of rumors going around right now, but what is being rumored out there isn't necessarily true. Although I have a problem with you, I won't do that kind of underhanded tactics. He Wenguang softened his attitude and opened his mouth in a high voice to explain. Full of brightness, he wasn't sure he could beat Li Fan now. Since there is no chance of winning, pacifying the enemy is naturally the best way to go. But where would Li Fan give him time to maneuver and weasel his way out? Boo! With a terrifying flash, Li Fan was already instantly in front of He Wenguang. A punch is swung. He Wenguang directly flew backwards and ruthlessly smashed into the wall of the cultivation room. You! He Wenguang spat out a mouthful of blood, revealing a ferocious expression as he growled. How dare you touch me? But how could Li Fan care about that? Boo! A flash and another punch. This punch directly shattered He Wenguang's teeth in half. Of course, that's just the appetizer. Li Fan grabbed with his big hand, and a bone-cracking sound instantly came from He Wenguang's arm. Ah! The intense pain caused He Wenguang to hiss, but the next kick actually caused his right leg bone to collapse as well, and his entire person was completely unable to stand still and fell down heavily. The moment Homan Quang is scared, he didn't even have time to pull out his life-preserving base card from his spatial ring. Help! Help! He Wenguang curled up on the ground in a sorry state and let out a mournful cry for help. How could anyone save it though? The crowd at the venue was watching with a great deal of excitement. Wasn't he the one who just told people to get out of the way? Why don't you look good now? And while they were overjoyed, the crowd also secretly lamented Li Fan's bravery. Private fights were forbidden in the academy, and if you wanted to fight, you had to go to a special ring area to do so. To come straight to the practice room and beat people up like this is ironically a violation of discipline. And the most outrageous thing, this was still hitting an S-rank student, a student with a big family behind him. This kind of boldness is something they would never dare to do if they were in their place. Plus Levon. Li Fan didn't let He Wenguang's pleas for mercy soften his hand. Instead, they continued to get on with it. Not a moment too soon, the bones in He Wenguang's entire body were already broken, and his entire body was already a puddle of mud. The horror of the scene was so frightening that the crowd in the room started to get a little numb. That's a really hard hit. Li Fan, I definitely won't spare you. On the ground, He Wenguang, who was already about to go numb from the pain, let out a final growl with a hissing voice, but soon it was to be ushered in by a slap from Li Fan. The slap fell and He Wenguang's entire face was crooked. He Wenguang, I'm sending this back to you as is. I won't kill you today, but remember, this life of yours will be mine sooner or later, and the He family behind you, your family, will see destruction because of you. A fool. Li Fan grabbed He Wenguang, who was like a dead dog, and came to his ear, saying sternly. He Wenguang's pupils shrank and he trembled. For some reason, this sounded intensely disturbing to him, but before he could respond, he was already thrown out by Li Fan, hitting the wall, and the whole person fell into unconsciousness. And it was also at this point, a terrifying pressure as well as scorching heat instantly swept through the entire cultivation room. A majestic and furious voice rang out violently. Good guts! How dare you touch my students! In the meantime, Li Fan violently felt as if he was carrying 10,000 mountains on his entire body, and his entire body couldn't help but prostrate on the ground. Humph! With a muffled grunt, there was a sweetness in Li Fan's throat. However, Li Fan was swallowing the blood hard, while forcing himself to straighten his body. Looking towards the door with a frank face, he naturally knew who was coming. Vulcan. Chapter 52, Zhu Tianzheng. Let's see who dares to teach my students. And who is Vulcan? One of the legendary figures of today's Daxia, known as the strongest paragon, the first person under the god level. Back then, on the eastern coastline, a wave of billion-unit beasts converging from several extinction-level collapse mysteries suddenly appeared in the sea. That wave of beasts cost the lives of countless warriors stationed at the Great Wall of the coast, and blood stained half the sky. It was about to be completely collapsed by the wave of beasts. At the critical moment, Vulcan arrived. A heavenly fire fell, and hundreds of millions of endless waves of beasts were instantly turned into charcoal. The horrific scene at that time can still be seen in videos on the internet. The fire god's mighty name had also been thoroughly established since then. Years passed. Although the god of fire seldom appeared in the public eye again, there was no doubt that his strength nowadays had long been unfathomable. And at North Delta University, Vulcan now has another identity. That would be Homan Quang's mentor. Vulcan's voice fell. Next, his figure then appeared at the door of the cultivation room. It was a middle-aged man with a tall and lanky figure, who couldn't help but suffocate people just by standing there. He wore a red robe that was like fire, and his long red hair fluttered rhythmically, each strand of hair seeming like a fiery dragon, containing energy that was enough to destroy heaven and earth. As for the face, rude, domineering, unruffled, if someone didn't have some guts, they were afraid that they wouldn't even be able to meet their eyes. Vulcan's arrival. This moment heralded a moment that caused the entire cultivation room to raise their hearts to their throats. They never expected it. This matter had actually alarmed the fire god and had him personally come over. Now, I'm afraid something is going to happen to Li Fan. The Vulcan had just entered the door and was looking at He Wanguang on the ground, and he couldn't help but frown. Li Fan's hand is really hard. If he comes one step too late, this good seedling, I'm afraid half of it will be wasted. Thinking of this, he immediately hooked his fingers and drew a formation pattern, directly teleporting He Wanguang to the infirmary. Immediately after, his face was grim as he looked toward Li Fan, who was still straightening his back on the other side. Do you know the sin? This voice was thunderous, majestic and domineering, containing endless anger, and it was as if the eardrums were going to be shattered. Almost all of the people on the field were trembling in fear, their faces frozen to the extreme. The Vulcan's temper was already incomparably short-tempered. Now that this had happened to his own trainee, he was truly angry. Sin? What is my sin? And compared to the fear of the other students, Li Fan was not timid, and at that moment, he snorted and looked straight into the pair of eyes of the fire god. This statement was made. The room fell into a dead silence. All of the onlookers' students all had their mouths wide open, their faces full of incredulity. Does Li Fan want to die? How dare you speak to the fire god like that? Even the Vulcan himself froze slightly. Obviously, he also never expected that Li Fan's response would be like this. In the past, not to mention an awakened like Li Fan, who wasn't even at the 100th level, not even one of those quasi-saints, or even quasi-gods dared to talk to him like this. Very well. The Vulcan snorted coldly and shouted softly in anger. Next, pust. Li Fan spat out a mouthful of blood as the pressure on his body violently multiplied. The terrifying pressure instantly caused his figure to collapse, and his entire body nearly fell to his knees. But just about. At the last moment, Li Fan relied on his strong physical body as well as his tough will to resist. Immediately afterward, Li Fan clenched his teeth and tried to straighten his back again, but the immense pressure made every inch of his rise difficult. Boo! 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 At that moment, bursts of bone-cracking sounds began to burst from within Li Fan's body. In just a few short breaths, Li Fan actually hardened himself against the pain of broken bones and straightened his back once again, his gaze looking straight toward the fire god. Such a scene. The moment certainly shook every student in the room. What kind of horrible willpower would it take to do this? Not to mention the students. Even the Vulcan froze once again. Such horrible willpower. It had surpassed all the students he had ever seen. This Li Fan is not only ruthless to others, that's even tougher on yourself. Ha 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 ha. At that moment, Li Fan suddenly let out a loud laugh and looked at the fire god with contempt. I didn't realize that the renowned fire god senior is also just an unreasonable person who makes indiscriminate decisions. What a disappointment. Li Fan's voice was still majestic and resounded in the hearts of everyone on the field at the moment, and these words undoubtedly shook the crowd present once again. Forget about disrespecting the fire god just now. Now it was actually starting to directly dislike the fire god in anger. Not to mention anything else, just this boldness of Li Fan's was already moving. The moment. They even felt an urge to speak up for Li Fan. After all, it's clear who was in the wrong in the first place. And from what's going on in the forums, they're all in the clear. But their guts couldn't compare to Li Fan's. They only dared to shout for Li Fan in their hearts at the moment, as Li Fan's words were uttered, ushering in what would inevitably be the fire god's even fiercer fury. I've heard about you a long time ago. As expected, those with fleshly body class talent are all hardcore. Have to admit though, you have a lot of potential. But even if the potential is high and the sharpness is too much, it's easy to die in the middle. So today I'll teach you the importance of respecting your elders. The fire god snorted coldly, anger raging in his eyes. He also loves talent, but only if that talent learns to respect people, especially elders. Strike that. The fire god then raised his hand, ready to teach Li Fan a lesson. Naturally, he wouldn't kill Li Fan, but he was prepared to let Li Fan and He Wenguang have an equal treatment. But just as he was about to strike, the sound of a voice directly caused the Vulcan to freeze on the spot. My students, I'll see who dares to teach on my behalf. The voice. Li Fan was familiar with it. It was no one else but his mentor, Zhu Tianzheng. At this moment, Li Fanren could not help but be a little moved. I didn't expect Zhu Tianzheng to actually come over and relieve himself. He was just now thinking of resisting another hard blow and then shining the evidence. Then take the moral high ground and fight back. He didn't believe that the academy would still remain indifferent to this matter and infinitely favor He Wenguang when the evidence was revealed. Really? Then he will have to yin pupil open kill. Using it once may not be noticeable anyway. The big deal is that after the kill, you just leave the Northern Empire. And the words didn't take long to fall. Immediately afterward, Zhu Tianjing's figure appeared in the doorway of the cultivation room. Looking at Zhu Tianjing's figure, all of the people present couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Nice guy. Come on, a Vulcan even. Vice President Zhu actually came too. This battle. It's a little too scary, isn't it? Chapter 53, Senior Brother? The Vulcan who forcibly redeemed his honor. Only at this moment, Zhu Tian was slowly walking in. Eyes first looked at Li Fan. After nodding at him, raising his hand, he nodded it towards the Vulcan's head. Good for you, Zhu Xiong. You've grown up, haven't you? How dare you teach my students? Forget about the time you rushed the dormitory and got involved in a brawl? Zhu Tianzheng gave a fierce knock, knocking and cursing at the same time, full of gas. The Vulcan, whose character had always been fiery, was surprisingly not in the least bit temperamental at the moment, and was actually completely at his mercy as he counted down, not even hiding. Teacher, there are outsiders here. I'm not really moving. I'm just trying to help you see what the quality of the seedling is like. The fire god hurriedly glared towards Zhu Tianzheng and said softly, but Zhu Tianzheng didn't give any face at all. Do I need you to try out the seedlings I chose? Gu, now that you're a Vulcan, you've got a lot of face. Not the same little brat who screamed at his own flames. Zhu Tianzheng was on fire, continuing to pop Vulcan while knocking him on the head. Such a scene. It really made everyone in the room look dumbfounded. It also includes Li Fan. They never expected it. This fire god, who usually fought in the heavens and the earth and had a fiery temper to the extreme, in front of Zhu Tianzheng, was actually obedient like a child who had made a mistake, and you can hear it in the duo's conversation. Hopefully, the Vulcan was also taught by Zhu Tianzheng. If we were to go by master and disciple seniority, the Vulcan was even Li Fan's senior brother, and He Wenguang had to call Li Fan uncle. Teacher, I suddenly remembered something, so I'll leave first. Being watched and laughed at by so many juniors, the Vulcan was immediately ready to escape from here. Slow down. Your little senior brother is suffering from injuries right now. You're just going to leave like that? Do you have any regard for me as a teacher? Didn't I teach you to respect your elders back then? Zhu Tianjing stopped him on the spot and frowned. The Vulcan looked at Li Fan, and immediately, he was helplessly pulling out a bottle of healing medicine and threw it to Li Fan, while then looking at Zhu Tianjing. Teacher, this medicine isn't cheap. For this injury of his, swallowing half a capsule will heal it all. See this. Zhu Tianzheng then nodded in satisfaction, but when the fire god was about to leave, Zhu Tianzheng spoke again. Slow down. I see that your youngest senior brother has also suffered a small shock mentally. If not handled well, I'm afraid that it will affect his future cultivation. I suggest that you pacify him properly, like a little pocket money, a flame charm that doesn't do much good, or a tonic that doesn't do much good, or something like that. This statement was made. The Vulcan glared angrily, and the man was dumbfounded. And that's for moral damages? When he looked at Li Fan again, he was really a little bit angry, but a little bit helpless, took off a space ring of his little thumb and threw it to Li Fan. Sensei, There's not much in there, but there's enough to last the boy a while. I really have to go. The Vulcan yelled towards Zhu Tianzheng, and then with a big stride, he went straight towards the door. With his understanding of Zhu Tianzheng, if he stayed in this place any longer, he was afraid that he wouldn't even have any bitter tea seeds left, and just as he reached the door, he paused again. What? Suddenly you're okay again? Can't leave? Zhu Tianzheng continued to snicker. The Vulcan, however, ignored Zhu Tianzheng this time and looked around at the students around him. What just happened? You guys just pretend you didn't see it. Also, my conversation with Dean Zhu is not allowed to remain in the video you took. And even more so, it's not allowed to be released. If I catch anyone posting it, just fire them. That's right. He was staying for the final salvation. You boy. Zhu Tianzheng this was about to speak. As a result, in the next second, the Vulcan was flying away and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Such a scene. Everyone in the room was filled with tears and laughter as they watched. Never in a million years. It's amazing that two such terrifyingly big men have such a lifelike side to them. People don't mind. Feel free to post. With the Vulcan running away, Zhu Tianzheng could only communicate with the students in a gentle manner. And listen to this. One by one, the big guys looked at each other. Hair, ahem. They wouldn't dare. And with that, Zhu Tianzheng then arrived in front of Li Fan. After instructing Li Fan to take the healing medicine, the injuries on Li Fan's body were indeed healed in the blink of an eye. Thanks for relieving me, teacher. Li Fan didn't dare to hesitate and hurriedly thanked him. He now had that heartfelt respect for Zhu Tianzheng. It's not even enough to relieve him, but even to ask for so many things for him. You can't find another teacher like that. This He Wenguang seems to have a problem with you, but I haven't paid much attention to it. So tell me, what's going on? Never mind. I'd better change places first. This place is sweltering and stuffy. Zhu Tianzheng nodded, and then he led Li Fan to leave first. Come to the next lounge. Li Fan quickly informed Zhu Tianzheng of all the causes and consequences, as well as the evidence recorded in the secret realm at that time. After Zhu Tianzheng heard this, he also understood why Li Fan would be so impulsive and come directly to the cultivation room to teach He Wenguang a lesson. This brat's mind's eye is really small. If it stays like this, even if he has enough talent, it will be hard for him to go far. Zhu Tianzheng couldn't help but give his assessment, his eyes indescribably regretful. With that, Zhu Tianzheng got up and patted Li Fan's shoulder. Okay, I know all about it. But things outside the academy are really not well handled by the academy, so you still have to be careful on your own in the future. As for your approach to Hovenko for a private fight, and the injuries inflicted on him judging by the, if you were to follow the school rules, you'd be expelled. But considering that there's a reason for what happened, I'll have the academy side give a symbolic punishment and go through the motions then, and this will pretty much be over. When your punishment is over, remember to be the first to come and help me try out the new preparation. I've got a few things to do, so I'll leave you to it. Having said that, Zhu Tianzheng left first, leaving Li Fan alone in the lounge. And this outcome is the best that can be done at the moment. He had a deeper grudge against Ho Man Quang and the Ho family. It's not good for the school to step in and do something about it. After all, both he and He Wenguang were students of the Northern Emperor, and a bowl of water had to be leveled, and even if it wasn't even, it couldn't be tilted too much. A deep sigh of relief. Li Fan didn't continue to linger, and got up and headed towards the medical room. I don't know if Gu Quan and the others have recovered well now, and Li Fan had only just taken a few steps out. The two of them, Rukalai and Ma Xiao, who were in a hurry, were met face to face. Van, are you okay? Brother Van, what did Dean Zhu say? Did he say how this would be handled? The duo gasped for air and looked at Li Fan with worried faces. Li Fan patted his sturdy chest and said with a relaxed face, "It's fine. It's still alive and well. By the way, how did you guys know Dean Zhu was here?" The two were relieved to see that Li Fan was fine. And mentioning the matter of Vice President Zhu, both of them were filled with doubt. Brother Fan, don't you know? The video of you and He Wenguang's private fight in the cultivation room, as well as the video of the Vulcan behind you, and Dean Zhu's arrival, are now uploading like crazy on the campus forum. Yeah, Van, you can't be the only one who doesn't know, can you? Chapter 54, Fame in the Northern Empire. Punishment announced. Listen to these two. Levon froze slightly. Video? Thinking about it, it dawned on Li Fan that it should have been recorded by some of the students who were present at the time and then posted on the forum. That's pretty efficient. He'd only just had a short chat with Dean Zhu. Indeed, I don't know, but it doesn't make much sense. By the way, how are Gu Quan and the others recovering from their injuries? Li Fan shrugged, not caring about any video, and turned to ask about the injuries of Gu Quan and the others. He's not some guy who wants a high profile, so he didn't really want to pay attention to what was going on in the forums right now. Compared to these, he was still more concerned about Gu Quan, Ningjinjin and the others. Brother Quan, you don't have to worry about them, they've basically recovered now. Worthy of being our Northern Emperor's healer. Simply too strong. Yeah, a healing spell went down, and Quan came straight back to life. But the side of the medical office said they still have to register the information, so there's no way to come over to you for the time being. By the way, Brother Fan, you beat up He Wangwang. That part really gave me a good look. Too relieved. Yeah, and Rukalai Mashio duo finished Gu Quan in their situation. That is all the way to a song. It can be seen that those videos make them very excited. At the same time, the two of them looked at Li Fan with eyes that could not stop their admiration. And Li Fan was unusually calm about it. For behind this seemingly sweeping victory lies an even greater crisis. Now that he had injured He Wangwang so badly, the He family behind He Wangwang would definitely not sit back and do nothing. Before it was just Ho Man Quan's own revenge. In the future, I'm afraid I'll have to face the retaliation of the He family's executives. It was fine at the academy, because Zhu Tianjing said that it's not good for the school to control things outside the institution. The implication of this is that as long as you're in school, that's safe, but there's always a need for experience. And you can't stay in school all the time. He's fine with that. He's hungover. He can kill as many as come, but not the people around him. If you're not careful, your life could be in danger. But there's a lesson to be learned from this one. There was no way he was going to make the same mistake a second time. Instead of waiting for the He family to make a move, it was naturally more cost-effective to take the initiative. He was going to take some time and make a trip to the He family. Li Fan at this time roughly pondered over his agenda for the recent period. For the next few days, he needed to cooperate with Zhu Tianjing to experiment with the new equipment, and then in another half a month's time, he would have to participate in the Freshman Cup. So the only time left for him to get into trouble with the He family would be in the period after experimenting with the new equipment and before the Freshman Cup. Overall, the time was rushed. However, Li Fan's heart wasn't that big. He didn't intend to go there once and eradicate the entire He family. That wasn't too realistic. His goal of going to the He family this time was simple: to create some trouble for the He family, so that the He family would be too distracted to have the time to cause harm to him as well as the people around him. Specific totals will have to be left to be cleared up after the Freshman Bowl. Thinking of this, a flash of sternness flashed in Li Fan's eyes. The He family will become the first burial ground under his Yen pupil, plus the other end. At this time on the Northern Empire campus. Hey, have you guys seen that video of Li Fan? It's really awesome. Look at it. Good lord, that S rank doesn't work either. That gives a beating. What kind of power is this? You guys didn't see the part where Li Fan hardened himself against the fire god, did you? That was the god of fire. Ha, holy, there's content behind the video? I see. This Li Fan is really brave. In front of the god of fire, he can actually be so rigid. If it were me, I would have pissed myself. Indeed, the moment I saw him get up with a hard bone fracture, my scalp exploded. What a man. Even though I'm a few years older than him, I truly have to call him Brother Fan. That's true. I'd have to call Van when I see him. We've got a tough guy in this batch of freshmen. Tough indeed. I really didn't expect that this Li Fan would actually dare to go directly to He Wangwang to take revenge. Beating He Wangwang like that, not to mention that he also hardened himself against the fire god. Simply crazy, but it's thanks to Ding Zhu's timely appearance, or else he'd have to suffer. There's one thing to say, Li Fan having Ding Zhu as a backer is really cool. I want to be Ding Zhu's student too. How good would that be? By the way, the footage after Ding Zhu came seems to be missing. Do any of you have the full version? I want to know how it ended up back there. That's right. With those videos going wild, Li Fan was already a popular figure in the school. Basically, as long as one was a student of the Northern Emperor, there wasn't a single one who didn't know Li Fan. When it came to the evaluation of Li Fan, it was 2 words: awesome. And let's not even talk about North Delta University. Over at Qingdao University, Li Fan's fame was no less impressive at all. After all, Li Fan's girlfriend, Gu Ling, was from the Green Dome. What's all the rumors going around over there now? Li Fan rushes to the red face and sacrifices his life for love to battle the fire god, the name that was achieved extremely among the two. But while there's that much deviation, there's not much wrong with it. The people around him are his scales. This anger is as much for the sake of the redheads as it is for the friends. It was late in the evening. Gu Quan, Gu Ling as well as Ningjinjin were already fully recovered. For Li Fan's approach, the 3 of them were both touched and energized. But along with that, there was more worry. After all, Li Fan's practice was a violation of the school rules, and the punishment was afraid that it would not be light. But it's clear that they're overthinking it. It didn't take long. Li Fan's punishment announcement came out. Of course, he was not the only one, and so was Ho Man Quang. In the announcement, The first thing that was done was to first criticize the fact that He Wenguang had secretly harmed people, and then the impulsive behavior of Li Fan. Eventually, both were penalized. As for the punishment, it is very simple. Each go to the school confinement room. Confinement for 5 days. Anyone with eyes can see that. It's a 50-50 shot each way, with both mentors circling behind the scenes. And for this punishment He Wenguang's side is not clear, but Li Fan is quite satisfied anyway. He was just in time to absorb all of the beast cores in his spatial ring. It was said to be confinement, but it was actually no different from closed-door cultivation. The punishment came quickly. That afternoon, people from the discipline department approached Li Fan. After instructing Gu Ling and the others not to go out during this period of time, Li Fan was happy to go. But compared to Li Fan's calmness, on the other end of the spectrum is Ho Man Kwang's side. The painting is a completely different story. Chapter 55, The Yi Family's Rage, Chopping Up the Roots. Ho Man Kwang is now out of his coma after being treated by the school's therapists. The broken bones on the body didn't heal completely well though, but basically, it's also recovered. It's probably just about night time to get it all back, and his punishment will start when he is fully recovered. Li Fan, I'll kill you. In the medical room, He Wenguang's forehead was now bruised and roaring madly. Looking at some of the things being said about him on forums today, strong pride prevented him from falling into a seizure. He has been a shining light since he was a young boy, overpowering his peers. But today, the image of himself being beaten to death was leaked on video. It also got a bunch of negative comments such as, small-mindedness, S-rank is nothing more than that, what a shame. He had never been so humiliated. The intense hatred had already caused him to be about to lose his mind. And even more so, it had completely made him forget the fear he felt when he was hung up by Li Fan just a short while ago. And looking at He Wenguang, who was clutching his cell phone in a frenzy, the nurse in charge of the escort couldn't help but frown and turn her gaze to the therapist on the side. The therapist then shook his head slowly and faded. Let's up the dosage, and I'll check the rest of the place. The He family was large and naturally well informed. Li Fan violently beat up He Wenguang. Now it is already spreading to the He family. Hearing that his family's future leader was actually broken bones all over his body and was hung up in the campus for him to be humiliated and reduced to a laughingstock, whether it was He Wenguang's father, the head of the He family, or the various other He family executives, the ones today are all shaken to the core. He Wenguang's S-class talent was the pride of the entire He family. In the past, every time they met with those rival families at banquets, they would bring out He Wenguang to highlight the successors of the He family, while belittling the opposing juniors. But now this has happened. I'm afraid that won't work in the future. The sentence your family He Wenguang was beaten like a dead dog in the Northern Empire. Even an S-class talent can't afford this face. Therefore, for this matter, the entire He family's senior management attached great importance to it. Even at this moment it was already an emergency family meeting. Did you find out? What exactly happened over at Fumitsu? On the main seat, He Taizhan, the head of the He family, looked at everyone present with a gloomy face. The elder in charge of intelligence stood up at this moment and said, Ergo, here's the thing. A little telling off. All the people present quickly clarified the causes and consequences of this matter. Hearing this, Ho Man Kwang was in the wrong. He Taizhan was slightly silent for a while, then looked at the people present and said slowly, You guys see, I've said that this child, Wenguang, can't be spoiled. He's used to being arrogant and bossy. Now he's causing trouble, isn't he? You are all elders. If you want to become talented, apart from talent, heart is also extraordinarily important. You should all understand this. Now engaged in the scenery cannot even stand this frustration. Hot-headed to find someone to take revenge, but also let a person to beat up. In the future encountered a greater frustration. Will not have to plant once again? Those present were basically Ho Man Kwang's uncles. Ever since he was a child, he had doted on He Wenguang. Hearing He Tieshan's words, all of them lowered their heads in slight shame. Because He Taizhan was right. They do have to take full responsibility for Ho Man Kwang's arrogant and domineering character. Then, big brother, how are we going to handle this? We can't just watch Wenguang being bullied and sit back and do nothing, right? At that moment, someone couldn't help but speak up. The words quickly resonated with others as well. That is, Wenguang has suffered so much. This can never be let go like this. Yes, and Wenguang just sent someone to teach that man's friend a lesson. It's a child's game. It's as if there's been a death. It's just for fun. That person actually put that kind of death hand on literature and light. This can't be tolerated. Third uncle, if you don't care about this matter of scenery, I will. For a while, the conference room was in an uproar. Boo! At this time, He Taizhan slammed the table and said in a deep voice, All quiet. The head of the family is too majestic to disobey. The crowd that had been raging just a moment ago were all honestly quiet, their gazes looking towards He Taizhan. What's all the rush? did I say this doesn't matter? He Taizhan had a gloomy face and faintly said, although this is a matter where Guan was at fault first, but one size does not fit all. After messing with my he family, this can't be passed without paying a price. Big brother, what do you mean? At that moment, one person made a neck-wiping gesture towards it. The corner of he Tiashan's mouth slowly hooked out an arc, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. My son, Guan, has the appearance of a divine level. If he dares to bully my son, he must not be allowed to continue living in this world. Hear that? The people in the room were invigorated. They can all hold their breath. How can they swallow without seeing blood? But this person is the #1 freshman in the Northern Emperor, and he's also Zhu Tianjing's student, so it's definitely not advisable for us to make a rash move. It's something else to leave to Vinyl. If I remember correctly, the freshman cup should be starting soon. He Taizhan sipped his tea, his eyes narrowing slightly as he said, Third uncle, do you mean to say that you'll wait for Guan to enter the Star Sand Mystic Realm to further his studies, and then let Guan make his move? But this Li Fan, not to mention anything else, this physical body talent, battle power is really a bit perverted, even a bit incredible, plus there is also a teacher Zhu Tianzheng, so in such a short period of time, literature and light is not necessarily his opponent. At this point, someone guessed what he Taizhan was thinking and raised some doubts. These words also caused many people in the room to nod. Li Fan, although they hated to hate, but the war power is still in the eyes. A top-notch pervert indeed. It would be fine if we had more time. As long as he closed in the Star Sand Secret Realm, for a period of time, both He Guan's level and battle power would also go up, and as an S-ranked gifted person, He Guan himself had a strong ability to fight over levels, but there's not much time in the main. Even if he closed his mind and came out, it would be hard to be a match for Li Fan, and for that matter, He Taizhan also gave a solution to the problem. If the obvious doesn't work, let's go for the dark. When the time comes, prepare a batch of transcendent grade bursting charms for Guan, so that Guan can perform a mishap at the freshman cup. This statement was made. The people present all came to a realization. Really get used to the good life. People are beginning to be upright, forgetting the history of the He family's fortune in the first place. If you can't do it in the open, do it in the dark. Third uncle, would that transcendent level 1 be too weak? Should we get a quasi-saint level bursting talisman? Yeah, just go straight for the jugular and leave this kid's body and bones untouched. At this point, another person suggested. He Taizhan shook his head at this. The level is too high. It is easy to appear too deliberate, and in case of a good or bad, it is also easy to accidentally injure the scenery itself. The loss is not worth it. Under the sneak attack, the transcendental level is enough. No matter how strong this meat boy is, it's impossible for him to arrive at the transcendent level in such a short period of time. Right. Carefully check this kid's background. If there is a potential threat in the network of relatives, mark them all. And when this kid is removed, kill them all. Chop the grass. Get rid of the roots. He Taizhan continued. Chapter 56 Lin Yue and Shinkid. Time rolls around. 2 days passed. After 2 days of fermentation of Li Fan's deeds, the heat was already growing. It wasn't even an exaggeration to say that almost the entire university campus in Beizhou City knew that Beidi had such a fierce man as Li Fan. But luckily, the university stepped in at the critical moment and slightly squashed the matter. After all, if this festers any longer, I'm afraid it's going to be a national hit. This was not a good thing for either Li Fan He Guang or Northern Empire University. This day, a corner of the campus of Hokitika University, two figures that Li Fan was very familiar with, at the moment was strolling through the campus with a smile on his face. Yue, the freshman cup will be coming soon. With your current strength, the individual championship, basically no run. You do well. When the time comes, sister will give you a big gift. Sister Kairu's fallacious praise. The freshman cup is full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. I'm still far from it, but I'll definitely try my best. Ha ha ha. Okay, no more pressure on you. Since you enrolled in school, you've been following your teacher. She's been practicing outside. It seems like you haven't spent much time at school. I'll take you around. The two are no one else. It was none other than Li Fan's high school rival, Lin Yue, and the woman she had saved that day in the 100-foot secret realm, Shinkid. It's a coincidence. After Lin Yue enrolled in school, she was asked to leave by a tutor named Deep Blue. Shinkid, on the other hand, was the only student this Deep Blue teacher had before Lin Yue. The two are considered to be sisters in the same school. They are both girls and not too far apart in age, so they got to know each other well over time. And then there's Lin Yue, being a quasi-god level big brother and having the same ice elemental system talent. Deep Blue can be very optimistic about Lin Yue, so much so that as soon as the school year started, he took Lin Yue out and started one-on-one cultivation guidance. So during this period of time, Lin Yue hadn't spent a single day in the Northern Empire at all. Now the freshman bowl is near. This cultivation then was the only thing that had to be interrupted early, ready for Lin Yue to finish the freshman cup first. That's why Lin Yue had the opportunity to return to campus. However, when thinking about the freshman cup, Lin Yue's heart is full of pressure. The freshman cup could be filled with freshmen from prestigious universities, among which there was even no shortage of S-class existences, so it could be said that it was a crouching tiger and hidden dragon. And her teacher, Shamrock, expects a lot from her and wants her to take first place in the individual competition, but she had no idea in her mind whether she could take first place or not. During this period of time, following Deep Blue's diligent cultivation, her improvement could be said to be unbelievable. Even if it was Li Fan during the entrance examination, she was now confident to fight. But she's improving, and so is everyone else. So as she said herself, she'll try. Whether or not she'd end up first, she couldn't guarantee. And soon, as the two women skipped around the campus, the two women were soon the ones who heard some almost unbelievable messages along the way. Someone at school actually violently beat up an S rank for his girlfriend and contradicted the Vulcan? Is this made up or is it real? If it's true, it's a little too far out there. 2 daughters, one almost never in school, one that almost never cares about school. So basically, you don't know much about the school. Out of intense curiosity, the duo quickly inquired about the big event from a passing classmate, and logged into the campus forum to see the video that was already sweeping across the entire Beiju City University campus network. Li Fan? He won? Watched the video. The two women almost simultaneously called out the acquaintances they each knew. Immediately afterward, the two women were looking at each other, their faces full of shock. Never in a million years would I have thought that the protagonists of this matter, they actually knew each other. Young Wei, what is this one called Li Fan? Is he also an S-class? Shinkaer looked at the situation in the video, and while shock was written all over her face, there was doubt in her eyes. She didn't understand the freshman, and naturally, she didn't understand Li Fan. However, the battle power as well as the terrifying willpower displayed by Li Fan in the picture really shook her to the core. Lin Yue's emotions were very complicated at this time. For a moment it was actually a bit hard to know how to introduce it. She honestly didn't realize that the time she hadn't been at school was actually the time when so much had happened. Not only did Li Fan have a girlfriend, he also messed with He Won, and in the end, he even stiff-armed the Vulcan. Moreover, the most outrageous thing was that Li Fan's speed of progress in this strength was also soaring beyond compare. He was in the same high school as me before. He's a friend and a competitor. Not an S rank, but a D rank physical type talent. I didn't expect him to progress at such a fast pace, Lin Yue said truthfully, her face a bit grave. It seems that first mountain she needs to cross in this university is still Li Fan. And hearing that Li Fan was only a D-grade fleshly body type talent, Shinke's eyes went wide, but it was soon slightly relieved. I see. It's a special enrollment. Flesh and body type talent in the early stage would have had quite a big advantage. This Li Fan's talent should be. There are still some unknown idiosyncrasies. It's understandable that the battle power is so exaggerated. Shenke nodded and analyzed softly, and as soon as she thought of the fleshly body type talent, her mind couldn't help but recall the man who was in the 100-foot mystic realm back then. There was no way, with the favor of saving her life, but also the only man who had seen her honest appearance, it was impossible to forget. Suddenly, she subconsciously overlapped the Li Fan in front of her and that man in everything. All are flesh and body type talents, and all have very exaggerated battle power. No, it can't be. Shinkaer quickly snuffed out this possibility in her mind. In the video, although Li Fan's combat power was very strong, but with the one she encountered in the 100-feet mysterious realm, it was still 100,000 miles away. People are transcendent level fleshly body class gifted. Where is Li Fan now? Young Wei, don't feel pressured. Believe in your own strength. As an ice elemental lineage, you are actually somehow quite restrained against this flesh body type talent. Besides, you're an S-class. Your potential is not something he can compare to, and by the time we get to the back, I'm afraid he won't even be able to see your back. Shinke could see what was going through Lin Yue's mind at this time, and couldn't help but pat her shoulder. Smiling and cheering, Lin Yue nodded, then said seriously, Sister Keed, I know, but this time, I want to win him. I'll stop shopping for a while. I'll go find a teacher. High school was crushed by Levon for 3 years. The entrance examination record was even crushed. Face Li Fan. She never seems to win once. Now that she had already gone through the dedicated one-on-one cultivation guidance of a quasi-divine tutor, she didn't want to lose again. For the next half a month, she intended to raise her strength to the peak of what she could raise it to. Looking at Lin Yue's back, and then looking at the video's Li Fan, Shinke couldn't help but cry and laugh a little. This inexplicable desire to win can be real, but not to mention, since it stimulates progress, it's quite good. And watching the video, Shunkid couldn't help but notice another person. That would be Homan Kwang. Looking at He Wenguang's dead dog-like appearance, she couldn't help but show her disgust. She knew He Wenguang's character all too well. She didn't even want to look at him much at all. That would tend to dirty her eyes. And again, Li Fan sighed. The confinement room was dimly lit and isolated. Luckily, the space was not small, enough for Li Fan to move around. Last piece. Li Fan, who was sitting on the ground, pulled out a golden beast core at this moment, and a flash of essence flashed in his eyes. 2 days. He was already refining almost all of the beast cores he obtained from the 100-foot mysterious realm. Currently, only the most transcendent grade beast core was left. Chapter 57, Strength Surge, Shu Tianjing's strange device. And compared to last time, now that his level had skyrocketed once again, it was no longer necessary for Li Fan to refine transcendent level beast cores. Only a few hours have passed. This transcendent level beast core was then consumed by Li Fan. Clenching his fist, Li Fan felt as if his body had inexhaustible strength. Then immediately, Li Fan was tapping on his attribute panel. Name, Li Fan. Rank, LV45, 25350/1200000. Power, 97,332. Defense, 96,509. Spirit, 90,520 inch. Look at this incredibly gorgeous faceplate. Li Fan was excited beyond belief. Compared to before the retreat, his current strength could simply be said to have come to an exponential surge. No exaggeration. His current fleshly body was completely already enough to be comparable to the transcendent level, if it were under the aegis of the extreme Taoist fist. Even as long as it didn't exceed 110 level transcendence, he could basically complete a sweep. But for Li Fan, that's not nearly enough. He was facing the He family with saint-level awakened people. So immediately, Li Fan began the first round of exercise since his confinement. Before he came to the confinement room, he was already prepared with more than enough food, and had asked Ruzail to get him something to eat. So he didn't need to worry about exertion as well as not being able to keep up with his stamina. There are 3 days of confinement left. No surprise there. With these 3 days of hard practice, his battle power would take another leap. 3 days passed quickly. In the twinkling of an eye, it is here. Coming out of the confinement room, Li Fan's entire body was refreshed and looked sharp, as if he contained a fierce beast inside. Guling Luchilai and the others who had come to greet Li Fan at the door were very surprised when they looked at Li Fan's state. It had only been a few days since he had seen him, and Li Fan's entire strength seemed to have risen by a large amount again. It was simply unbelievable. However, when he thought of the scene of Li Fan punching a level 70 that day, he was not surprised. Soon, the people who hadn't seen each other for a few days gathered in the small courtyard of Li Fan's villa and leisurely started a barbecue meal. These days, because of Homan Kwang, everyone's nerves are on edge. Now that this is finally over, it's a rare chance to relax. And with the last life and death crisis, the camaraderie among the crowd has grown even deeper. But just as Li Fan was drinking and gossiping with Gu Ling and the others, a phone call came in, causing Li Fan's face to change. Hey son, just now there was a debt collector who said that you owe loan sharks. Really? By the way, that person said his last name was He, and he seems to be from Tianlin City as well. If it's true, let's pay it back early, and don't mess with these in the future. And tell me and your mom directly when you're short of money. The call was from his dad, Li Daikoku. Li Fan instantly realized what was going on. Getting up to avoid Gu Ling and the others, he walked to a corner of the compound and replied, Dad, this must be a fake. A proper scam call. How could I borrow money from a loan shark? Don't you know me? In the future, this kind of unfamiliar phone call should not be answered. Now the way of fraud. The set is too deep. I'm afraid that you can't stand it. Give people fooled. Hearing Li Fan's reply, Li Dugua on the other end of the phone was obviously relieved. That's fine. But son, it's still the same thing. If you don't have enough money, you can call me and your mom. We have a lot of money. We don't lack money. Hang up the phone. Li Fan didn't look too good. I didn't expect the He family to move so fast, and was already investigating his family. It seemed that the trip to the He family was urgent. Van, is everything okay? At this time, Ma Xiu keenly sensed that Li Fan's face was not right and came over to care. Levon waved his hand and smiled. It's okay, it's just that my parents are looking for me for something. Come on, let's keep drinking. His feud with the Ho family. He didn't want to implicate anyone else. And hearing Li Fan's words, Ma Xiu nodded helplessly. He could tell that Li Fan had something on his mind. But since Li Fan didn't say anything, it wasn't too good for him to ask more, and wait for the end of the morning's barbecue feast. At the appointed time, afternoon, Li Fan then arrived at Zhu Tianjing's manor on time. The next 3 days, He needed to help Zhu Tianzheng experiment with his new equipment. The estate is very grand. Walking in, though, was messy. Almost everywhere was some machine that Li Fan couldn't understand at all. Many ranked weapons that looked very high. Swords, guns, clubs and so on. All kinds of weapons and everything. All of them were thrown on the ground very casually. Teacher? Teacher? Li Fan didn't see Zhu Tianzheng's silhouette. Continuously shouted several times, but there was no response. Just as he was about to go in and look further down the hall, a violent boom violently resounded from the front. Li Fan's face changed and he hurriedly walked over. Before he arrived, he was greeted with the sight of Zhu Tian, who had been blown up with a charred face, walking out calmly. Teacher, are you okay? Li Fan asked as the corner of his mouth twitched. Zhu Tianzheng, on the other hand, gently coughed out 2 channels of black smoke and said with a slight sense of embarrassment, distracted while forging, causing the equipment to explode only. Nothing much, let's go. I'll take you there. This statement was made. Li Fan couldn't help the corner of his mouth from twitching. Where's the promised S-class forger? Will this also have a failure rate? Thinking about the experiment later, he couldn't help but have a vague sense of foreboding. Following Zhu Tianzheng, Li Fan made his way to the courtyard. When he looked up, a huge device appeared in front of him. It was a huge spherical device with a seat clearly visible through the transparent cover. Here, you sit in it. Zhu Tianzheng opened the spherical device and looked at Li Fan, smiling. Li Fan didn't dare to hesitate and immediately sat in, and wait for the clear cover to close. I only saw Zhu Tian was slowly putting on a glove with many points of light, and smiled at Li Fan inside, saying, sit tight. Next, Zhu Tianzheng's gloved fingers moved slightly, and the spherical device immediately soared into the air. Immediately afterward, as Zhu Tianzheng's fingers continued to move in rhythm, the spherical device began to move in an extremely exaggerated irregular motion at a speed that exceeded the speed of sound, and almost only remnants could be seen. It just ran for a good 10 minutes. After Zhu Tianzheng slowly yawned, he controlled the spherical device to slam it dozens of times towards the ground. Finally, the eye is almost there. That's what stopped the spherical device. Opening the transparent cover, Zhu Tianzheng couldn't help but smile and ask, kid, how does it feel? Li Fan slowly climbed out of the hood, his entire body bleary-eyed. It's okay, just a little dizzy. His fleshly body was frighteningly strong, but that doesn't mean he won't get dizzy. Who could have stood that noise just now? Seeing that there was nothing wrong with Li Fan, Zhu Tianzheng was satisfied, and then he pulled out a red box from under the seat. Why don't you get some rest and I'll go see what's going on? Zhu Tianzheng held the red box and left, leaving Li Fan alone on the lawn. And such an operation. 15 direct repetitions in one afternoon. Li Fan almost spit out the previous day's meal, but later on, maybe it's just getting used to it, and slowly I actually feel less dizzy. Late afternoon. Today's experiment is finally coming to an end, and for the sake of convenience, Zhu Tianzheng directly let him pick any room in this manner to stay by himself, thinking that he would have to cooperate with the experiment for another 3 days. Li Fan was in a cold sweat. What the hell is this manufactured? This thing doesn't seem to be working no matter how you look at it. Is it hard to believe that this is the latest type of roller coaster being developed for amusement parks? But that was obviously impossible. How could Zhu Tianzheng, in his capacity, manufacture that thing? A wobble. 3 days passed. This time, the experiment is finally all over. Li Fan was also finally able to leave this place, and before he left, Li Fan finally couldn't help but ask that question as well. Teacher, what the hell is this thing supposed to do? Zhu Tianzheng laughed and said, I don't know. It's just a random build for fun. Get something simple to relax. These words filled Li Fan's head with black lines. Nice guy. Hoping that he was called over for Zhu Tianzheng's amusement? But who makes someone a vice president? Subsequently, Li Fan also left straight away without any further stops, and wait for Levon to leave. Zhu Tianzheng's gaze could not help but look towards the incomparably deep starry sky, and gently laughed. Just for fun, maybe it'll come in handy then? Besides, Li Fan sighed. Li Fan did not choose to go back to the school's dormitory after leaving the manor. Instead, he took the train directly to Tianlin City overnight. That's right, he didn't want to wait any longer. Since his dad Li Dugua that phone call, his heart these days that is more and more uneasy. He's got to get to the hose and kill some of the ones he can. Chapter 58 Arrival in Tianlin City. He family ancestor sacrifice. Beizhou City was not too far away from Tianlin City. Early the next morning, Li Fan was then already arriving in Tianlin City. Although Tianlin City was not comparable to Beizhou City, it was still considered a big city. Walking through the streets, the bustle of the city is also felt head-on, and the He family has a great reputation in Tianlin City, so it was still relatively simple to find out where the He family was located and the various major industries. According to Li Fan's understanding, the location of the Yi family's ancestral home was in a huge manor on the outskirts of the northern part of the city. However, in order to survey the industry for convenience, the main family members of the Yi family now basically lived in an upscale villa complex in the eastern part of the city. Therefore, Li Fan was prepared to make a trip to the east side of the city first, stepping on the spot first to see if there was any more favorable terrain to cast Yin pupil, and on the other end. At this time in the Yi family's ancestral mansion estate in the north of the city. Master. Everything went well for the young master in the Star Sand Mystic realm, and he also worked exceptionally hard. So it seems that this blow has had a great impact on the young master. A middle-aged man in the shape of a butler was now respectfully reporting the situation with Taizhan. Well, a little setback is not a bad thing. I'm relieved that he was able to learn from his shame and didn't give up on himself. Taizhan sipped his tea. A touch of relief grew on his face. And then, Taizhan turned. Right, that Li Fan's network of relations. I heard that all of them have been checked out. Tell me, what's probably the situation? Is there a potential threat? The housekeeper nodded and said calmly, all checked out. The parents are weak and can't be any weaker awakened. Hobby traveler. Relatives. There is not a single one that has any success. Even if it's to pour back an ancestor 3 generations, the strongest is only out of the D-grade talent. Also a waste. It can be said that there is not any potential threat at all. If you want to kill, you can do it almost any time. All you need is an order from you. Hearing this reply, Taizhan froze slightly before he couldn't help but snort a laugh. In that case, this old Li family of his is the only one that has produced a Li Fan because of the smoke coming out of their ancestral graves. Alright, since there's no threat, just casually find someone to keep an eye on them first, but remember not to do anything, and don't bother interfering with their lives. When Li Fan dies, I'm afraid that it will cause a wave of not so small heat at that time, and his family members should be under the spotlight of the media from all sides at that time as well. After all, our He family has to make a living under the sun, so when this heat passes, we'll go back and end this old Li family. The butler was slightly stunned, and then couldn't help but give a thumbs up. It's still the master who thought it through. In response to this boasting of the butler, Taizhan smiled and waved his hand. Okay, don't stop here to kiss ass. You've been with me for so many years, how could you not think of that? Let's talk about something else. The itinerary as well as the list for today's Ancestor Festival should be finalized, right? The butler smiled awkwardly, not expecting that his handful of horse's ass was easily seen through, but immediately after that, he also talked about business. The itinerary has been finalized, leaving at 10 in the morning, arriving at 12, and it is expected to be able to finish at around 2 in the afternoon. As for the list of this ancestor sacrifice, it has also been finalized, including the clan's juniors, a total of more than 400 people. Master, are you going this time? Taizhan nodded, and then waved his hand slightly. It's just a face project. I've been there for more than 10 years in a row, so I won't go this year, and leave it all to Lao Si and the others to make arrangements. But remember, the role must be big, the bigger the better. Don't have to think about the budget. Because of the incident of the literary light, I have also heard some rumors recently. I hope that this time the Ancestor Festival, try to suppress this matter a little bit. The butler listened to this and probably heard some undercurrents in it. It should be a couple of other clans that are starting to make an issue out of He Wenguang, but it wasn't his place to ask. What he needed to do was to relay He Tieshan's orders and report the various news within the clan. And at the other end of the city, in the He family villa area in the east of the city, the huge garden square was now neatly lined with many young faces. Have you heard? Brother Wenguang was beaten up in the Northern Empire. Ha, isn't Brother Fumitsu an S rank? This can still give a beating. It's not a senior playing bully, is it? No, I heard it was just a fellow classmate, or a D-grade talent. I'm going to go. D-rank talent? Are you kidding me? That kind of trash. I can kill a row of them with one hand. How can they be a match for Brother Wenguang? What's the joke? It's just that the clan won't let it spread. I just came back from Beizhou City yesterday. I watched all that video. It's really a D-grade talent, but there's a bit of a problem with this talent of his. It's unusually strong. It's a special enrollment. But anyway, no matter what, Brother Wenguang is kind of humiliated this time. I don't even dare to say that Brother Wenguang is my first cousin in North City. Damn. Sure, disgraceful. Brother Wenguang must find a time to get the scene back. Alright, the uncles are here. Keep your voice down. Don't let them hear you. Yes, these are the juniors of the He family. He Wenguang matter although the clan within the deliberate avoidance of concealment, but it is also a lot of people have heard about it, such as these He family direct line juniors. Obviously, after hearing that He Wenguang had been beaten to death by a D-grade special enrollment student, each one of them was astonished beyond measure. while feeling unable to hang on to their faces. He Wenguan was the object of their admiration ever since they were born and remembered. In their perceptions, that was an unrivaled existence among their peers. As a result, when they went to the Northern Empire, they were actually beaten up by the D-grade talent special enrollment, which really threw them for a loop and was a bit hard to accept. However, with the arrival of the family elders, all of the juniors' discussions came to an abrupt end. Not far, dozens of He family elders walked in formation. These people were basically all top-level transcendents close to 300 levels. 5 of them were even quasi-saint awakened who were already more than 300 levels. Walking together, all of them were wearing straight black suits, giving off a feeling that could be described as a sense of oppression. Each of these people were like the mainstay of the He family, counting in that old fourth in He Tieshan's mouth, that top-level paragon who had already arrived at over 400 levels. The lineup that went to the ancestor sacrifice this time could already be considered almost a quarter of the He family's battle force aside from those 2 saint-level ancestors, and the arrival of the elders caused many of the normally arrogant juniors to be well-behaved one by one. At that moment, a large, dark man in a well-tailored suit walked over slowly. This person was no other than that old fourth, a top-tier paragon, that He Taishan had spoken of. Are there any more that haven't arrived? If they're all here, let's get ready. We'll leave at 10 o'clock later. And the ancestor worship will officially begin at 12. Old Four's words were quiet. However, when it fell on the ears of the juniors, each and every one of them looked unusually excited. Every time the ancestor festival was held, the He family would become the center of attention in the entire Tianlin city. And they, the juniors, would also have great exposure, which could be described as rowdy. They were all going to be incredibly glad that they were part of the He family at that moment. And I've heard that this ancestral festival will be far more ostentatious than before. It certainly made them look forward to it even more. Chapter 59 Top Row. Excellent location. On a certain street in the east of the city, Li Fan was already touching the rooftop of a tall building opposite the He family villa area. From this viewpoint, one could see almost the entire location of the He family's villa complex. Have to say, this He family is really deep. Said to be villas? In fact, one by one all built in palace general. Luxury incomparable. This position, it still doesn't work. Li Fan pranced around several times and shook his head in disappointment. This place had some views of the inside of the villa complex though, but as it is very nicely landscaped inside, not many people can be seen in the press. After thinking about it, Li Fan could only think long and hard and find another place, and just came downstairs. Li Fan was then caught up in a frenzied crowd. Rush! The He family is celebrating their ancestors and recruiting cleaners to give 5,000 an hour. There are only 3,000 places. Asterisk 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 asterisk. 5,000 an hour. Prices went up again this year? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Been saving up for a year for today. Save me a spot. It's worthy of being the He family. I've heard that all the viewing areas have liberalized their restrictions this year. And by then, anyone who goes to the ceremony will have a chance to grab some cash red packets or even supplements or something like that. So I have a feeling that we'll have to go for a few tens of thousands of people at the least. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Even if I can't be at Qing Polytechnic, I have to squeeze a front row in the high and low. My life is up to me, not to God. Li Fan was confused, but after some understanding, it is easy to understand the situation. It turned out that today turned out to be the day of the He family's ancestor festival. Li Fan's eyes lit up. Isn't that a coincidence? Still worried about meeting the main backbone of the Ho family. Since it's an ancestor sacrifice, I'm afraid I'll have to go to quite a few He family backbones to put it on then. Think about it. Li Fan slightly used a makeup potion and simply changed his appearance to hide the handsome look on his face, and then followed the crowd with fire. Ancestor's sacrifice. That's just the right time to send a batch down there to meet the old man first. Li Fan was lucky and managed to snag a spot at Qingtai University, and the cleaners besides have a great paycheck at the same time. There is another very big advantage. That is to be able to walk to the front of all the crowd of spectators and get closer to the platform where the He family sacrifices their ancestors. In previous years, some Qingqing even became a direct internet celebrity and earned millions of dollars a year with a He family ancestor worship vlog. And being a Qing technician, Li Fan and the others were naturally arranged to go to the ancestor worship site in advance. The site of the ancestor festival is on a huge, lofty hill on the outskirts of the northern part of the city. Since the Ho family shrine is here, at the foot of the mountain, this place is already almost evolved into a city park. And many of the vendors are now here early to wait for the crowd of spectators that will be arriving shortly. It goes down to mineral water and up to healing medicine. All kinds of material industry chain. All are fully equipped. What Li Fan and the others needed to be responsible for was cleaning up the trash on the 8 nearby green hills and repairing the more obtrusive greenery. It's also easy to understand why it's 8 seats. The location of the shrine is in the middle peak, where outsiders are not allowed to enter except at the foot of the mountain. Above the mountainside, the surrounding peaks were set up as viewing platforms for outsiders. Levon was lucky. He was assigned a location where he could almost see the complete He family ancestral hall as well as the outer plaza. Have to say, this He family is really luxurious. It was said to be a shrine, but it had been fully described as a magnificent palace. This would have been in Li Fan's previous life. This place has to be $1,000 high or low in admission money. But of course, Li Fan's focus, naturally, was not this. Looked at the time. It's after 10 now. The He family's ancestor worship team should already be on their way. And as Levon said, the He family's ancestral procession is now on its way. Single-person cycling. Each member of the Ho family is equipped with a limousine and a chauffeur. A full 400 or so top luxury cars slowly drove towards the north of the city under the public's attention. And along with them, there were also various mainstream media in Tianlin City. Whether it's following the car or aerial photography, all perspectives, almost all of them are arranged in a clear way. As for the spectator brigade, they also set off early, in a magnificent manner. Of course, at the front of the line, it was still the team in charge of security. In a nutshell, this time, the row was very high, to say the least. Ladies and gentlemen, what we are broadcasting live on our screen is the real-time situation of the He family ancestral ceremony. This time the crowd of spectators is very unprecedented. A rough estimation, there are about nearly 40,000 people who came to watch the ceremony. The scale of the ceremony is far more than the past, and it is far more than the Ling family, the Lu family, and other various families. And I've heard that this time, among the gifts for the ceremony, there are 500 intermediate space rings as well as $10 billion worth of cash red packets and various kinds of supplements. At the scene, the reporter stood on a viewing platform and was emotionally introduced to the He family ancestor festival. And the viewers who are in front of the screen are watching this real-time footage and the introductions coming out of the reporter's mouth. Each and every one of them were all shaken and babbling with excitement. Nice guy, 500 space rings, 10 billion gifts. Did I hear right? I'll go. It's still the He family. I hate it. If I'd known that the He family's ancestor festival this year would be so big, I'd have stayed on that mountain 3 days earlier. Is it too late to go? Kind of laughed at myself for being poor. Looks like I really am an NPC. Darn it. Say, is the He family having some kind of happy event this year? What's the big deal? Who knows? For a top-tier gentry like the He family, this amount of spending should be about the same as us drinking a bottle of water. The He family juniors were also all following the movements of the live broadcast in real time. Their favorite part of the annual Ancestor Festival was to watch what the live viewers had to say, because it's just too much of a sign of their superiority. In this moment, it was as if they were the protagonists of the world. But of course, they're just watching. It's impossible to speak on the air. Engaging with pop-ups, these civilians, only pulls them down. And on the peak of an observatory hill, Li Fan was already done with the task of cleaning up, his eyes gazing at the other side of the He family's ancestor sacrifice peak mountain scene. Rather a lot of them really came. This Ho family ancestor worship row, not to mention the viewers who are on the live stream. Even Li Fan was more or less stunned. But the bigger the row, the more excited Li Fan was. And I don't know when it's time for the Ho family to collectively ascend in place. What a commotion it will be in Tianlin City. Did the He family still have the heart to pay attention to him? Li Fan? Chapter 60 Waiting for the Death Knell. Collective Ascension. The time came to 11:50 in the morning. Nowadays, under the He family's ancestor sacrifice peak, more than 400 luxury cars, all stopped one after another. One by one, the He family members wearing straight black suits all gathered at the foot of the mountain and slowly walked towards the mountain peak shrine plaza. As for why they didn't drive up, according to the He family, it was a sign of respect for their old ancestors and a greater demonstration of the piety of their descendants. And at this point in time, the viewing platforms of the 8 peaks around the perimeter had now gathered a dense crowd of spectators, which could be described as a crowd of people. Above the mountain peaks, there are hovering major TV stations' aerial planes, and one reporter is excitedly explaining the picture. His voice is almost smoking. Sure, the most striking thing about the sky above was not the aerial photographers from these TV stations. Rather, it was the 16 large transport planes of that Ho family. There, it contained all the rewards given to the people watching the ceremony at this He family ancestral festival. When the time comes, the He family ancestor ceremony will be over. The moment the shrine bell rings, these rewards will be scattered towards the 8 peaks in the form of airdrops. The amount of rewards you can get is a matter of personal luck. TSK, worthy of the He family. My family ancestor worship, but also the grave inserted 3 incense, which has this row. Noah's ancestor worship. Do not know. Thought it is the throne? Rather, I have to admire. In just a few hundred years, the He family has actually developed to this extent. I heard that the He family was first just a stinky fish seller in the harbor. When will I, Lee-san, be able to develop as well? Shoo, keep your voice down. The so-called heroes don't ask about their origins. Now the He family is already a giant in our Tianlin city, and there is also an S-class within the clan. According to the current momentum, the ancestor sacrifice scene in the future will only be even more outrageous. That's not true. Unless the He family has gotten into trouble with some very scary big shot, it's unlikely that they would have fallen. Failure to fall? What do you think? All of you are gone. The He family can't even fall. Can rise to such a state in a few hundred years? The He family doesn't have some means. I don't believe it. Not far from Li Fan. Several cleaners who came with him were unable to hold back their emotions at the moment. Li Fan couldn't help but nod his head as he listened to the murmurs. This He family in Tianlin City. It seemed that the prestige was even quite a bit higher than even what he understood. From a fish seller for hundreds of years to the current scale, this He family can be called a miracle. But well, so much for this miracle. You guys should stop talking. Look, the He family is almost at the square. Right at this moment, a cleaner on the side couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise, his eyes looking straight towards the square outside the He family ancestral hall. And cheers. At this moment, it was also whistling up from the 8 mountain peaks. Coming. This oppression, is this the top giants? I love the Ho family. The Ho family is awesome. I'll go. That's the 4th master of the He family walking at the front, isn't it? I heard that's a top-level paragon. I remember that in the past, it was always the head of the He family who came over. Why is it the 4th master he who came this year? Is there any need to ask? The He family's business is flourishing. People must be busy all day long. It's enough to have the 4th master come over for the ancestor festival. Why do we care so much about others? We came here for the rewards. And whether or not the He family master comes is none of our business. It's still old brother who's through the row of the Ho family's ancestor festival. In the midst of this exclamation of awe and wonder, the pull rose to a crescendo, and Li Fan raised his eyes. A straight black shadow, indeed, appeared slowly from the hillside. Those who walked in front were the older generation, while those who walked behind were all juniors. The older generation were all calm and steady, without any emotional fluctuations for this kind of scene, obviously long been accustomed to it. The reaction of the juniors, on the other hand, was that they generally couldn't help but be short of breath and slightly excited, while pride was written all over their faces. Of course, there were also some very arrogant juniors who were disdainful of the cheers of these inferior people in their eyes and didn't show much emotion. As the time came to 12 o'clock, the 400 or so He family members were all gathered in the square outside the ancestral hall. The ancestor sacrifice begins. 4th master, he opened his mouth in a deep voice, his majestic voice instantly resounding throughout the sky. The crowd that was still clamoring and cheering just now, all of them closed their mouths in unison, not daring to make any more noise. And because it wasn't the first time the He family had made an ancestral sacrifice, so anyone in Tianlin City is basically aware of the process that follows. It's simple. Start with a group kneeling ceremony, and then one by one, they went to the shrine and burned incense and prostrated. After all the incense had been burned and all the He family members prostrated once more, and finally, the leader would ring the bronze bell on the 2nd floor of the ancestral hall. The ancestor festival is then officially over, and then the next thing you know, that's the revelry of their spectator crowd. Li Fan wasn't from Tianlin City, so he didn't know the process. However, Li Fan had ears and could listen. After learning the general process, Li Fan's original idea of directly letting these 400 or so He family members ascend to heaven right now couldn't help but have a change of heart. With a bell ringer, that's a good feeling. Li Fan's eyes narrowed slightly as a touch of playfulness grew in his heart. Then wait for this death knell. When the time comes, let these 400 or so members of the He family, in the most pious posture, go to meet their old ancestors. Little by little, time passed. 90% of his family members were basically already going to the ancestral hall, completing the ritual of burning incense and kneeling. Only the last handful of juniors remained to go in. Have to say, this process is just boring as hell. And boring isn't even the word. In order not to affect the He family's ancestor worship, the people present were also unable to make any noise, which was really easy to suffocate people. But thinking of the generous gifts later, the guys were holding back willingly. As for Li Fan didn't have any boring feelings, because for Li Fan, this is a countdown to death for every He family member who goes in. Finally, with a subsequent He family junior coming out of the ancestral hall, he only saw the 4th master of the He family leap up to the side of the huge bronze bell on the top of the 2nd floor. All sons and grandsons of the He family, make a great bow. The 4th master of the He family gazed at the more than 400 He family members below and spoke in a deep voice. Immediately afterward, more than 400 members of the He family were kneeling down in unison. kowtowing an incomparably solemn head to the ancestral hall. Dang! The next second, the bell rang. The crowd that had been waiting for a long time on the surrounding mountain peaks had officially started their revelry, and their cheers resounded through the clouds. As for Li Fan, the corners of his mouth were also hooked into a smile at this moment. Only his eyes narrowed slightly and his mind moved. The 400 or so members of the Yi family who were kneeling in the square were the ones who instantly lost their lives. However, it must be said that everyone was kneeling very steadily, and even though they were lifeless, they still maintained the standard kneeling posture. Of course, the fourth master of the Yi family didn't kneel, but he rang the bell to end, not yet waiting for the bell ringing wood to stop. It is no longer alive. So a head of it violently knocked on top of the bronze bell, leading to the second bell actually rang. Of course, could the body of a quasi-saint level powerhouse be stopped by a copper bell? So the body of the fourth master of the Yi family directly hit a gaping hole and was finally covered by the bronze bell. And so it was. The third copper sound rang out again. The other end. Many of the crowd whose perspectives weren't great thought that the Yi family's career was on the upswing this year, and that this was going to be 2 more bells, and the cheers were shouted even louder. The pilots of the Yi family transport planes in the sky were slow to hear the password, and only heard the unusual sound of the bells, all of them still thinking that this was the signal for the casting of the hair. And so it was. A bizarre scene begins to unfold. On the surrounding peaks, countless gift-red envelopes tilted down, and all the crowd of spectators were thrilled beyond measure, with happy smiles on their faces. And on the center peak, at this moment, the entire Yi family was lifeless, and the silence was terrifying. Such a scene, even the first time, did not arouse the suspicion of the aerial photographs of the reporters. Only think that it is the Yi family this year. The ancestral worship attitude is more pious than in previous years, so kneeling for a longer period of time. And the shots at this point were all given to the revelers on the nearby peaks. Chapter 61, Messing with People You Can't Afford to Mess With. The crowd. Li Fan was not the first to be a thief and directly fled to hide. On the contrary, Li Fan even joined the crowd fighting over the gifts and got into the frenzy. It's a free prize. That's not for nothing. But the revelry didn't last long, because finally, someone realized something was wrong. On the mountainside, a steward-like person delayed getting any news, and after asking He Taizhan on the phone, he received instructions to go up and see what's going on. As a result, when he arrived at the square outside the Yi family ancestral hall, he saw that the Yi family members were all kneeling in the square, motionless, as well as the bronze bell with a broken corner of the top on the second floor and the disappeared Yi fourth master. His entire body couldn't help but feel his heart racing. After he walked up to one of the Yi family members and gently inquired to test the waters, that terrible suspicion in his heart was finally verified. Dead. All dead. The moment. Incredible fear caused him to let out a sharp popping sound. Soon, the major media in the air were also attracted by the sound and turned their cameras in unison. The next to react were the masses of people engaged in revelry on the major peaks, listening to the words that came out of that housekeeper's mouth, as well as the perverse behavior of the Yi family. Almost everyone was caught in a brief moment of dismay, and what followed was an endless outcry. What? Dead? All dead? What is that man talking about? All the Yi family members are dead? How is this possible? Yi family members have not stood up for so long. Is it really difficult? Look, you guys, the fourth master of the Yi family seems to be covered in that big bell. Ha! What the hell is going on here? Something has happened to the Yi family. Run! There's something unsettling here. The Yi family ancestor has manifested himself. What the hell is going on here? In the blink of an eye, all of the Yi family members died. Is it really the Yi family's old ancestor manifesting? I don't know if it's a manifestation or not, but this death is just too weird. This place should not be stayed for long. We have the life to take this gift, but we have to have the life to spend it. The creeping panic. It's almost sweeping the tens of thousands of people present at the moment. The people who were originally still reveling and frantically grabbing gifts were all swarming at the moment, fleeing towards the foot of the mountain. No way. The deaths of the Yi family were just too weird. They didn't dare to guarantee if it was the Yi family ancestor manifesting his spirit or if there was some other danger here that they couldn't detect. Either way, though, they'll have to both flee. There was a paramount saint in the Yi family. The paramount saints are all gone so quietly. How could they, who were as strong as ants, resist? Of course, not everyone escaped. There were also some outlaws, hardened, still frantically packing gifts. Among them was Li Fan, but Li Fan that was calm and collected. What kind of manifestation of the ancestors? That's the old man manifesting. And Li Fan didn't stay too long, because now fleeing along with the panicked crowd was the best time to retreat. And after simply collecting some gifts, he blended into the crowd. Emergency! Emergency! Calling headquarters! Calling headquarters! Oh my god! It's going to be big news! Leader, What now? Sky. All the major journalists are also panicked at the moment, hastily letting the driver pull up at speed, while calling for leadership on how to deal with such a situation. After all, the He family has been sacrificing their ancestors for so many years. Still the first time this has happened to me. Should we continue the broadcast? Or should we shut it down for now? What the impact will be when this image is broadcasted, they just can't imagine. And as for the pop-ups on the air, it's also in a boil today. Holy, what the hell? Good man. In the blink of an eye, the He family's group is all gone? Even the fourth master he is gone? This is surely a live broadcast, not some composite, spoof video, right? Are you out of your mind? That's the He family. Which media dares to spoof the He family? And on the day of the Ancestor Festival? Hiss. That can't really be the He family's oldest ancestor manifesting, can it? Ancestor manifestation? I feel like I should have offended someone, right? But it shouldn't be. Who has the strength to kill so many people in the blink of an eye? And it seems that there are no injuries to be seen on all of them? It's a good thing I didn't go. It's damn scary. The He family is really hurt this time. Hey, how come the picture is gone? I can't see the screen either. With such a big event, it should be the He family that has struck. Bouncer was also shocked by the sudden collective ascension of his family at the moment, but not for long. They just can't see the real-time live feed. And as some of the pop-ups speculated, it was indeed the He family that made the move. The first thing the He family executives did was to contact the various media outlets, using a generous hush money as well as forceful deterrence to force all the media outlets to urgently cut off their live broadcasts. How is this possible? In the manner, He Taizhan, the head of the He family, had his eyes wide open and his face filled with disbelief after learning the news. Master, this is true. The videos have all been sent back, and the fourth master is gone, the butler at the side said with a sobbing voice. Pulling his voice, He Taizhan gritted his teeth and got up, ready to head to Ancestor Sacrifice Peak to see what was going on. But before he could take more than a few steps, the butler called out to him, Master, don't be impulsive. Now how the fourth master and other people died. For the time being, it has not been investigated, and some people say that it is the old ancestor who manifests the spirit, and hastily goes forward. The housekeeper has not finished. He was stopped by He Taizhan's furious voice. I manifest your ancestors. How could he possibly believe in such bull ***** as the old man manifesting himself? Say it. He Taizhan then personally went to the Ancestor Sacrifice Peak, and like He Taizhan, who couldn't suppress the emotions in his heart, there was clearly a large group of He family elders and senior management. The fourth master he was even so. There were many seedlings in the He family, and there would inevitably be more quasi-saints in the future, but it's mainly their children, the seedlings of the He family, basically can be there, and on the other end. At this time, the circumference of the Ancestor Sacrifice Peak, including those 8 ceremonial peaks, it was now surrounded by people arranged by the He family. After He Taizhan and a group of the He family's older generation arrived and saw the more than 400 corpses in the outer plaza, one by one, all of them were so heartbroken that their legs went weak and they sat down on the ground in unison. What followed was endless wailing as well as angry roaring. Who the hell is it? If you dare to touch my He family, I'll make your entire family be buried with you. He Taizhan hugged the corpse of the already dead fourth master. He tilted his head back and shouted angrily at the sky, his voice resounding through the clouds. The moment, the pain as well as the anger made the He family members lose their minds, so much so that they didn't realize in the slightest that their He family had already messed with someone they couldn't afford to mess with. Chapter 62, He Family Saint Level Awakener. Seconds, and while He Taizhan and the others were in agonizing rage, Li Fan, on the other end, was already following the tide of people, easily and leisurely walking out a good distance. That is, Li Fan didn't know that so many senior members of the He family had all gone to Ancestor Sacrifice Peak now, or else Li Fan would come back with a shot. Yen pupil is open. The He family could directly lose another large number of their backbone. But of course, that's the ideal. Now in this situation, if he were to fall back again, it would be just too conspicuous, and it would be hard not to arouse the suspicion of his family. It was feared that before he could walk to the Ancestor Sacrifice Peak, he would be stopped halfway by the He clan's quasi-saintly figures. At this point in Li Fan's life, there was no need for him to take such a risk. And again, this time, he not only took away a top-level paramount saint of the He family, dozens of top-level transcendentals, but also almost directly broke 90% of the He family's descendant lineage, enough for the He family to be busy for a while. No surprise there. Those rival clans of the He family in Tianlin City would inevitably use this bizarre incident as a starting point to give the He family a good drink. The He family would not even talk about targeting a small character like Li Fan at that time, for fear that it would be difficult to even take care of itself. All in all, Li Fan's initial purpose of coming to Tianlin City to find the He family was considered to have been accomplished. And just as Li Fan continued to follow the crowd away, preparing to buy the train ticket back to Beizhou City in the afternoon, an exclamation of surprise caught the attention of the crowd. "Look guys, that seems to be a saint-level elder from the He family." One time, the crowd couldn't help but look up, only to see a black shadow filled with a sense of oppression was slowly sweeping past above that dome of the sky. Holy, it's kinda like that. Holy, the He family's saint-level elders don't usually show their faces easily. The He family seems to have really messed with some extraordinary characters. The saint-level elder from the He family seems to be looking at us. Ha! He doesn't suspect the killer is inside us, does he? But what do you think? Can silently extinguish the He family so many people? The murderer really have this ability. As to follow us to escape? I think not to mention what murderer, designated He family ancestor manifestation. These years He family cannot do less black-hearted things. It's still old brother's analysis that makes sense, but it's better for old brother to keep his voice down. The human He family's saint-level elders are still watching from the sky. What are you afraid of? There are tens of thousands of people in our army. Can they still hear me or what? If you have the guts, let him down. Many people recognized this saint-level elder from the He family. All of them were astonished at the moment. In their impression, every time a sacred-level elder of the He family appeared, it meant that something big had happened. And again, this He family saint-level elder, he was originally in closed-door cultivation with another saint-level elder. As a result, he suddenly just received a message from He Taizhan. After hearing about the tragic situation at the Ancestor Sacrifice Peak Mountain, the first thing he did was to come out of the gate and come over towards this side. But compared to the loss of sanity of He Taizhan and the others, he was obviously much more calm. First, it was completely impossible for him to believe in such bull ***** theories as the old ancestors manifesting their spirits and punishing their descendants. So based on his guess, it was definitely man-made, and the opponent was most likely a saint-level awakened and extremely good at spirit-type attacks. Because if it's to that level of paragons, that doesn't require this assassination approach at all. It was entirely possible to kick away his He family's ancestral home and sit on his He family's main seat to settle accounts with him. And the ones he knew of that specialized in spirit-based attacks and were still in conflict with their He family. In the entire Tianlin city, there were only a handful of people, and he had seen them all. As for his gaze towards the crowd below, that was naturally an illusion of the crowd below. He was just reasoning and bowing his head in contemplation just now. You two better have a perfect explanation for me by then. After identifying the suspect object, his face crossed and a fierce murderous aura emanated from his body. In the past, people just engaged in minor friction and basically developed peacefully. But today, some people can't afford to play. As it is, then don't blame him for not being able to afford to play as well. More than 400 He family bloodline. This is to kill his He family. However, just as he was about to reach Ancestor Sacrifice Peak by speeding at full speed to avoid the other party's continued retaliation, suddenly, his eyes went black, and his entire body completely lost consciousness and began to fall towards the ground at a rapid pace. A bizarre scene. It caused the crowd to look in panic. It was because the trajectory of this He family saint-level elders movement was actually coming towards them. ********. You guys, it looks like that He family saint-level elder is coming down. Ha! The murderer isn't really here with us, is he? I'll go. Did he really hear what I just said? Li Fan, on the other hand, who was in the crowd, acted much more calmly. But this calmness, naturally, was something he pretended. His heart was undoubtedly agitated now, because he never expected it. It's actually a windfall. Originally, he wanted to leave North City like this, waiting for the next time to take revenge. But just as he was about to leave, a saint-level elder came. Isn't this a warm welcome to him? Nope, you guys, the saint-level elder doesn't seem to be coming towards us. It really doesn't seem to be. Toward the side. Is it hard to make a new discovery? It's possible. He's getting faster. Bad thing. I'm afraid there'll have to be a saint-level battle later. Those who don't want to become cannon fodder, hurry up and run. Ha, that direction, if I remember correctly, seems to be a public restroom, right? The corpse of that saint-level elder was currently doing a parabolic freefall motion with the strong wind in the air. The scene was captured as if by the crowd. However, in the perspective of the crowd, it was as if this saint-level elder had made some new discovery and was speeding up his pursuit. But apparently, only Levon knew that. It wasn't a chase, just a normal fall, and the crash site is not ideal. Right in the middle of the public restroom. Boom! The terrifying saint-level flesh body directly crumbled through the ceiling of the toilet and plunged headlong into the cesspit, the whole person straight and upright. Fortunately, this scene was not seen by outsiders. A picture that outsiders can see. Only the saint-level elder disappeared into the distant horizon. The crowd. Li Fan followed the crowd as he continued to flee, while his gaze kept looking towards the sky. If only that other He clan saint-level elder could come over as well. That way, when he comes back next time, it'll be a lot easier. But obviously, such a good thing did not come. This was because the death of this saint-level elder had not been realized by anyone today. Chapter 63, He Family Stormy. Newborn Cup. Besides, this side of the He family's ancestors' sacrifice peak. Grief and indignation of a group of He family executives. Now many still holding the body of the late generation wailing, mouth yelling to find out the murderer to take revenge. As for He Taizhan, who was the head of the family, he was one step ahead in recovering his sanity. Can silently kill so many people in his He family. The strength is bound to be terrifying. Without a saint-level battle power stepping in, it was inevitable that they would not be opponents. This was also the reason why he had just shortly contacted the saint-level elder who was still in seclusion. But it's not very far from the ancestral home. With the speed of a saint-level elder, he should have arrived long ago, but this was never seen. Moreover, he had just contacted that saint-level elder, and there was actually not even a response. Let's all calm down. Let's go back. Realizing what was going on, He Tieshan's face was grave, and he immediately began to order a retreat. Although the rest of the He family executives were heartbroken, they also slightly sensed something was wrong when they saw He Tieshan's face. And so it was. The He family's vast procession began to hastily evacuate Ancestor Sacrifice Peak, and under the leadership of He Taizhan, they headed towards their ancestral home. It was just after 5 p.m. That day. There are no surprises. The change in the He family's Ancestor Sacrifice Peak managed to make it to the headlines of the major news in Tianlin City. Less than an hour. Almost the entire Tianlin City was talking about this matter. In this, naturally, it was inevitable that the rival families of the He family would push the envelope. And as for the He family, which was already a mess, it was also finally in the middle of the cesspool that the saint-level elder was found. Such bad news. Undoubtedly, it made the already difficult He family even worse. Of course, there was no news of one of the saint-level elders. The first time was also blocked by He Taizhan. Though with this news, odds are it won't be blocked for too long. But it can drag on for a while. The consequences that would be triggered if the news of the loss of a saint-level battle force was known by a rival family. He, the family head, knew better than anyone else. But nowadays, the entire He family hierarchy was already realizing a very important thing. That is that the He family must, now, lay low for a while. Even though they already had their suspicions, the odds are that it's those few saint-level characters who specialize in spiritual attacks. But the enemy is in the dark and they are in the light. Taking the initiative without any evidence is undoubtedly a very unwise choice. And the other side might even expect them to take the initiative. Therefore, pressing on with the troops and first calming down the various remarks about the He family outside the PR is what the He family needs to do the most right now. In the meantime, Li Fan, the real instigator on the other end, was already smoothly on the train back to Beiju City. Train. Li Fan dialed his father, Li Dugua. A sidebar learned. On his parents' side, it didn't seem to have been affected by anything, which made him feel slightly more at ease. The He family is bound to be in total disarray internally by now. If the He family still had this free time to stare at his defenseless parents, it could only be said that the He family had too big a heart, and the He family can be put on hold for a while. The next thing he needs to face is the Freshman Bowl. This match, to be honest, was not something he was looking forward to. With his current strength, he could completely push straight across inside. However, for the reward of first place in the Freshman Cup individual competition, as well as he won, he really had a reason why he had to go. Follow the itinerary. There are still 10 days to go before the Freshman Bowl officially opens. During these 10 days, he planned to stay at the school first, utilizing Ruziliai's talent to work out and raise his values even higher, and then accompany Gu Ling for a while on the side. 10 days of workout time coupled with the aid of Ruzile. Unsurprisingly, his values are about to take another very large jump. Freshman Bowl on. The crowd will meet a monster of a being. Li Fan, and the Northern Emperor he represented, would be the undoubted protagonist. In a hotel in a corner of the borderland of the Great Summer Kingdom, a man and a woman were sipping their coffee leisurely, their eyes surveying the calm, dark sea outside. It's not a pleasant feeling to be stared at, but it's all gone now, so I don't know what's going on. Alright, look at you give worry. A Tianlin City's landed family is just a family. It can't set off any waves, even if they really want to do something, for the sake of you and me. The Northern Emperor won't just sit back and do nothing. Alas, why are my old Li family's genes so strong? To give birth to a D-grade talent, but also took the first place in the freshman class of Bei D, the whole so strong, why do you say? If Xiaofan can be the same as ordinary people, and find a girl to marry and have children in Hangzhou City. How good it would be. Che, how come it's your family's old Li's genes that are strong? It's clearly my Huang family's genes that are good. Okay, you're the one with good genes in the Huang family, and now you've turned our son into a genius. So just tell me what to do. Just wait. When little Fan goes to the seaside battlefield, there will be time for you to cry. I won't let him. I don't want to, but the situation is getting more and more chaotic there. It's not just a beast tied anymore. Under the nest, how can there be any egg? A new batch of seeds. They're already screening them. Little Fan can't escape with this rate of progress. Okay, you stop. I don't want to talk about it. The two were no one else but Li Fan's cheap parents, but it's not the same as before. The duo today have long since shed the city air from their bodies. Although still holding a cigarette in his mouth, his temperament has long been greatly changed. Moreover, the faces of the two of them were not as relaxed and cheerful as before when they played the game together. In its place, there was a scattering of gravity. Time rolls around. 2 days passed. On the He family's side, it was now in a state of turmoil. It was because the news that the He family had fallen a saint-level combatant had actually leaked out by someone unknown. In just 2 days, it was already spreading throughout the entire Tianlin city. Even though the He family had repeatedly issued statements denying it, and even another saint-level elder had personally attended the conference to rebuke the rumor mongers. But after one trial by a rival family, the news, as it were, has been sitting on the fence. Less than 2 short days, of the bunch of secret realms under the jurisdiction of the He family, dozens of them had already been taken by other families. To this, the He family could only tolerate it. Master! Inside the He family manor, the butler was on fire and ran in with a sobbing voice. He Taishan, who was grieving alone in front of the statue of the oldest member of the He family, exhaled deeply at the moment and prepared himself for yet another piece of bad news. What's wrong? Master! That Fong family ignored the rules and snatched the Grave Dragon Mystic Realm. This statement was made. He Taishan almost had 2 black eyes and directly fainted. That was an epic secret realm, and the entrance fee collected every year was more terrifying than a money printing machine. There were only 5 in total in his whole family. Master, second master, third master, they are now ready to set out to loot. You see, no way, get them back here now. Hearing this news, He Taishan immediately got up and scolded in a stern voice. The current He family really couldn't withstand a big battle. Various clans could be eyeing them as a piece of fat meat. Yes, milord, I'll go and inform. When the butler left, a figure, Su, appeared beside He Taishan. This person was no other than that He family's only saint-level existence now. How's grammar doing now? He Taishan immediately collected the anxiety in his heart and politely responded. Wang made rapid progress inside, far exceeding his previous expectations. Hear that? This saint-level existence couldn't help but nod his head, his deep eyes looking towards the firmament. As far as I know, a new round of seed screening has already begun. If Wang can grasp this opportunity, our crisis will be lifted, and we'll even have a chance to go further. When Wang comes out, I will personally guard his path, quench his body, and raise his rank up some more as much as possible. This time in the Freshman Cup, the competition will be far greater than before. And Wang, he must do so with a radiant light that pushes everyone across the board. Chapter 64 Seed Program. 3 days passed. The matter of the He family's turmoil had also reached the city of Beizhou, but it didn't make much of a splash, and was forgotten after only an hour or 2 on the news pages. That's normal. The He family was extremely prestigious in Tianlin City, a giant-like existence. But when put into the city of Beizhou, it was completely a second or third-rate, or even third or fourth-rate family, unless there's some kind of change in those 12 families. Otherwise, the city of North City basically doesn't care too much about this kind of family turmoil. And the last 2 days, Li Fan basically spent all of the daytime in the villa carrying out hard workout cultivation, and at night, he accompanied Gu Ling and the others to drink and chat together in the courtyard. Finally, a few days of a more relaxed life. As for the movements on the He family's side, Li Fan was paying close attention. So far, the He family hadn't thought at all about the accident at Ancestor Peak Mountain, and still felt that it was the rest of the several families that had joined forces to make a mess. This was very reassuring to Li Fan. Of course, it was also expected by Li Fan. As long as he's not being a saint in front of people and walking straight up to them to give them seconds, he's still pretty hard to spot or even suspect. The reason why he's been hidden and not used is that he's just too much of a stabilizer. But when you're born in a chaotic world, there's no harm in seeking stability. The only downside to seeking stability, which is that sometimes there's no way to be too fastidious. But as long as the strength of his flesh goes up, the word stability can naturally be removed from his vocabulary. In the end, there are still shortcomings. And as for the current movements of the He family, It was also very reassuring to Li Fan. Since then, the He family is now in a state of limbo. Many of the affairs as long as they were out of Tianlin City were basically all discarded or cancelled. His parents were no exception. The two oldest were just two ordinary people, so naturally they were not qualified to distract the He family right now. After all, for the current He family, the grudge with Li Fan could be far more important than the He family's current peace of mind. Since family is safe and friends are safe, then Li Fan would just be able to temporarily feel at ease and cultivate properly to welcome the newborn cup in the near future. And speaking of the Freshman Bowl, in the last few days, the topic with the highest level of discussion in the entire Beidi University, or even the entire campus of Beizhou City, was the Freshman Cup, as a collegiate league that will receive national attention. Everyone takes this league very seriously and wants to make a name for themselves in this competition. Not only for the great rewards, but also to make a name for themselves. After all, the footage of the game will be transmitted to the whole country by then. Their families, as well as many of their local extended families, big businesses, all can be seen. Once they can make a name for themselves at this competition, there is a good chance that they will be able to get investment support from local family businesses. This will not only improve their family life, but also enable them to be more comfortable in their future practice without having to worry about money. And aside from the fact that it's the freshmen who value it, even the mentors, it seems, are taking it quite seriously. Take Li Fan's mentor, Vice Dean Zhu Tianzheng, for example. Yesterday Zhu Tianjing even sent him a special message to do well in this Freshman Cup. If it was just for the reward of the Freshman Cup and the so-called honor, it shouldn't be so bad that Zhu Tianzheng gave him special instructions, right? This could not help but make Li Fan, who was originally not too interested in this Freshman Cup, inexplicably a bit interested. Rolling eyes. 10 days passed. There are only 2 days until the Freshman Bowl begins. Small yard. Livan was working on his 10th set of training for the day. Van is really hard working. That's right. In these 10 days, except for going for a walk with Sister Ling, I've basically been exercising the rest of the time. Normal. This is not the Freshman Cup is coming. As far as I know, the intensity of the Freshman Cup this time, but it's not quite the same, like Di Yun and the rest of them who have the support of their families behind them. During this period of time, in addition to their mentors helping to power them up, their families are also helping out wholeheartedly, and they're progressing at an extremely fast rate, levels that are soaring by dozens and dozens of levels. It's almost as if they're being deliberately plucked. Ha! Is that so outrageous? But this year's prizes don't seem too different from the last one, do they? Who knows? Anyway, those big families are definitely better informed than us. There must be some other benefits. When Gu Quan or Sister Ling comes over, they will definitely know. Harm. It's a pity that our rate of advancement is too slow, so even the greatest opportunity has nothing to do with us, and we won't be able to do Brother Fan any favors when the time comes. If there's enough water at the Freshman Cup location, I'll be able to help a little bit, but if there's no water, if you ask me, Brother Van doesn't need our help at all. Don't you guys feel that Brother Van's feeling of oppression has been rising almost every single day during this period of time? That's true. There's one thing to be said for Van being a real ing pervert. On the fence. Lucilai Mashio Ningzheng and 3 people were looking at Li Fan and couldn't help but let out a burst of murmuring feelings. The latest rules for this Freshman Bowl are out. This term, their special enrollment is equally available. The 3 Ruzalis, however, heck, they went in with the idea that it was important to participate. The reason is simple. The 3 of them were too weak to fight. Ningzheng was better. It can be too much of a terrain. So all 3 of their intentions were to go inside and find a way to up a random ferocious beast and just withdraw from the race. The main focus is a sense of engagement. Besides, Li Fan's side, it didn't take long. Li Fan then ended the 10th group of training. His entire face was rosy and his chi and blood were full. Have to say, this feeling of getting stronger is truly addictive. Looked at the time. He this time basically all in the exercise and in Guling and Yuan, and did not pay attention to the time, and now look, did not think that from the Freshman Cup? Only 2 days. Time passes is really fast and now, he had also been informed of the reason why the intensity of this Freshman Cup was so high with the information given by Guling. Seed program. That's right. It was this program that Li Fan had never heard of before. In fact, it wasn't just Li Fan who didn't know about it. Most of the children of Daxia didn't know about this so-called seed program. Because of this program, it's not a level that civilians have access to. The Daxia hierarchy doesn't want civilians to have access to it either. Only those well-informed big businesses, big families, and the core figures of major universities could know about it. And this, too, was deliberately streamed out to them by the top brass of Daxia. How exactly this plan was, Li Fan was also unclear for the time being. Of course, in fact, those big businesses, The big family executives do not know what the specific content of this program what. They only knew that this program was organized by the most central department of Disya, and if they were chosen by this program, the resources they could access would far exceed those provided by the Northern Emperor, and the platform would be even broader. Sure, only those involved in the program know what's going on. I'd like to see what kind of plan this kind of subplot is. The corner of Li Fan's mouth showed a touch of curiosity. Originally, his goal was to reward and get He Won killed. But now, curiosity got the better of him and made him curious about the seed program. Chapter 65, A Different He Won. Vulcan's Hope. Early the next morning, a news story that quickly dominated the headlines on social media platforms, rather than the other way around. Exactly, the Freshman Bowl. The day after tomorrow, early in the morning, is the day the Freshman Bowl officially kicks off and is broadcast live for a national audience. So today, the heat of discussion among the big guys about this Freshman Bowl is undoubtedly very high, and the direction of the topic of discussion. Naturally, it's still the same old story. For example, which university will win first place as a team this time? Which candidate will take first place in the individual competition this time? As well as this league, just how many dark horses will emerge? And also as a result, similar to Lin Yue, He Won. These geniuses who were already little known as early as the stage of the martial arts examination, now that has once again appeared in the discussion of the crowd. Of course, Li Fan naturally has a lot of heat. After all, many netizens might not be aware of Li Fan's various battles during his time on campus, but they still knew something about Li Fan's reputation as the #1 freshman in the Northern Emperor entrance examination. Even if it didn't give face to Li Fan's D-grade talent, it was also a matter of having to give face to the #1 freshman in the Northern Empire. However, there didn't seem to be that much talk about Li Fan being able to win the individual tournament. The cause of this, naturally, it was still caused by people's deep-rooted prejudice against physical body talent, as well as the fact that the news that Li Fan had violently beaten He Won and killed a 70-plus level awakened person in seconds hadn't spread very widely. But that's not much of a problem. It's just internet chatter, and it won't have any bearing on who the Freshman Bowl individuals are. Northern Empire University. Inside the fire combat practice room. Not bad. Such a great improvement in such a short period of time is really a bit surprising to me. Vulcan looked at the dozens of charred dummies in front of him and couldn't help but applaud with satisfaction. As for He Won, who was on the side, his face raised a touch of excitement at this moment. Yesterday, he came from Tianlin City. The first thing he did was to seek out the fire god and began to consult about fire control as well as martial arts. This counseling was a day and a night. Now, he had already solved many doubts in his heart, and had also managed to obtain verification on the actual battle of the class just now. He is now confident for the Freshman Bowl the day after tomorrow. Grammar. This time, those old men will select 10 good seedlings from your group of freshmen to enter the seed program. I think very highly of you. Don't let me down. The Vulcan patted He Won's shoulder at this time, his eyes filled with hope. He Won nodded and respectfully said, "Please rest assured, teacher, I will certainly not let you down. Among these 10 positions, there will definitely be a seat for me." In response to He Won's words, the Vulcan nodded, satisfied, and then laughed again. This time in the top 10 campus league. Apart from our Northern Emperor headquarters, the ones next door to the Green Dome, like White Sand, South China, there are also several opponents that can compete with you, so you can't afford to take this lightly and overturn the boat in the gutter. There is also your most need to understand. Is that Li Fan's problem? Since the two of you closed after the confinement, he has not found you trouble. Is considered to be a step back. I think you also need to step back. There is no need to fight with him to the death. Although your current strength has long been different from the past, it's still a bit hard to say when facing this Li Fan, so I suggest that you try to avoid him a bit first. Speaking later, the Vulcan's face was already more serious, and upon hearing Li Fan's name, He Won first paused before calmly replying, "Teacher, I know." Vulcan nodded. "Well, just know that, if there's nothing else, I'll be on my way, waiting to see how well you do at the Freshman Cup." And after the Vulcan left, it was only on He Won's face that a murderous intent finally flashed. The honing of the Star Sand's secret realm, and the personal teaching of the clan Saint-level elders, coupled with the massive stacks of resources, it made his current level, which had skyrocketed to 78. Under the talent flame enchantment and with a step of transcendent level techniques, he was confident that his battle power was already able to manage to harden against a 90-level awakened person. This time, no matter what, he would get Li Fan killed. However, compared to before, his entire person was now much more composed and knew how to hold back. Killing Li Fan had become his secondary goal this time. His main goal right now is still the seed program, and the reason why his character as well as his goals have changed like that. Naturally, It was the result of the He family's current situation. In the past, he was arrogant and domineering, and that was because the He family was flourishing. But now, the huge change in the He family has made him know that the He family is not indestructible, and he also realized how much responsibility he has on his shoulders nowadays. Li Fan was going to kill, but in passing. As for how strong Li Fan is now, he didn't care. He will do whatever it takes for a seated seat this time around. Perhaps Li Fan was still qualified to arm wrestle with him now, but he wouldn't let Li Fan become a hindrance to his progress. The transcendent grade bursting talisman, he was already carrying it on his body. The big deal is that when the time comes, we will have a slip of the tongue to destroy Li Fan and put on a good show for the examiners. He didn't believe that Li Fan's physical body could carry the transcendent level indiscriminate bombardment. And with that, he couldn't help but open his phone and tap on a Kid sister message bar. Kid-san, remember to follow me in the freshman cup. I'm not the same as I was before. You'll see an even more amazing me. He Wen gathered his courage and sent out a voice. But alas, the only response was a red exclamation point. He Wen gritted his teeth, an anger rising, but the anger was quickly suppressed, replaced by a touch of self-deprecation and a cold smile. Ha, women can be so realistic. Wait until I join the seed program. You'll regret it. Strike that. He Wen raised his head and headed towards the cultivation room. Obviously, in his opinion, Shinkid deleted him because of what happened to the He family, but he was not aware that Shinkid had already deleted him. And the other end, those who had come out of the gate as well as He Wen and had gained a surge in strength, aiming to keep a close eye on those 10 seats. Heck, there are quite a few. For example, Lin Yue, take D Cloud. For example, a couple of the Green Dome guys. For example, a few from South China, the ones in White Sands. There is no doubt that this edition of the Freshman Bowl will be unlike any other. Besides, Li Fan's side, 1701, 1702, 1703. Li Fan's closed-door cultivation was also nearing its end. Finishing up the last set of workouts for the day, Li Fan then took a shower and began to pick up the loving lunchbox that Gu Ling had sent over as well as the large chunks of marinated meat that Rukalai had prepped for him in advance. Tomorrow afternoon we'll be leaving for the Freshman Cup location, and I wonder in which secret realm this edition of the Freshman Cup is taking place. Li Fan ate his meal and watched the news about the Freshman Bowl and couldn't help but mutter in a low voice. With the growing atmosphere of the Freshman Bowl now online as well as offline, he actually couldn't help but look forward to it at the moment. Think about it. He couldn't help but tap on his attribute panel. Name, Li Fan. Level, LV45, 112237/1200000. Power, 147,883. Defense, 146,790. Spirit, 140,325 inch. Chapter 66 Society as a Unit. Northern Emperor Shura. Look at your own plain, unadorned panel. Li Fan couldn't help but feel confident. Today his values are far superior to what they were before. If it's paired with the Jigaku fist, I'm afraid that his current battle power is already enough to sweep away many 140 level Transcendent Awakened. Of course, the specific battle power, or have to be in the actual battle to understand more exactly. Maybe even stronger. Tomorrow it's off to the Freshman Bowl race area. So tonight, he was going to leave the time for Gu Ling, Ru Chi Lei and the others. He was basically working out during this time and didn't have much distraction from interacting with his friends. Just in time to have a nice dinner together and look ahead to this Freshman Bowl together. Night. The small yard was filled with the smell of meat and laughter. Gu Ling, Gu Quan, Ru Chi Lei, Ma Xiu, Ning Jinjin, were all present, talking about the Freshman Bowl. The biggest chatterbox is Gu Quan. That's outrageous. According to what I've heard, a lot of new students nowadays are going all out to raise their levels. Not at all afraid of being unsteady in their roots. Absolutely. It's also a pity. If my term had encountered this seed program, I would have designated to rush up with all my might as well. I would have gone for it. Gu Quan drank some wine and was full of despondency. On the side, Ruzili consoled. Brother Quan, you were indeed born at the wrong time. If you had met this program back then, you would have been a strong contender for the title. As soon as these words came out, Ma Xiaoning Jinjin on the other end also hastened to agree. And this boast really made Gu Quan a little less despondent and a little more vain at the same time. Cough cough. Can't say that. Really neat. The champion I'm not enough to see. Not to mention other schools. Just say the North Emperor. I'm in the same class. Although the fame is not small. But on what level I still have a number of people. A lot of people are just low profile. Really want to rank. I can only barely count as a middle and upper middle class. While the family will certainly help me out a bit when the time comes as well. I also have a blood brother just a few minutes older. In White Sands, who will certainly have the most resources when the time comes. Forget it, let's not talk about this useless stuff. You guys will be cheering when the time comes. I'll come outside to cheer you guys on. Come on, keep drinking. And compared to the warmth of Gu Quan Lu Chi Lai's end, Li Fan Gu Ling's end is much more tranquil. After a while you and me, the duo's conversation, too, landed on tomorrow's freshman bowl. Gu Ling had the Gu family behind her, but the Gu family didn't act like the other families and give Gu Ling a pluck and resource tilt as well, hoping that Gu Ling would enter the seed program. According to Care Ling, the concepts on the Gu family's side were a bit like Li Fan's parents. I don't want Gu Lin to endure too much. Of course, the main thing, in fact, was that Gu Ling's talent wasn't quite enough either, and even if she was plucked, it would be almost impossible to be chosen. So, the two talk about the freshman bowl, and the main content is Gu Ling cheering Li Fan on. Brother Li Fan, remember to be careful of that He Guang when you get there. I've heard about it. He seems to have made great progress this time when he came back, and he'll most likely still come after you. Gu Ling leaned on Li Fan's shoulder and said seriously. Hearing this, Li Fan smiled, looking relaxed. It's fine, let him come, you don't have to worry about me. Joke. He really couldn't wait for He Guang to come after him. That would save him a lot of time. Listening to Li Fan's words, Gu Ling paused for a moment before softly responding. Well, brother Li Fan, I believe in you. And not long after Gu Ling's words fell, a message was received on Li Fan's cell phone. Looking at the message, Li Fan couldn't help but frown slightly. This was actually sent by Lin Yue. Since enrolling in school, Lin Yue hadn't had much contact with him, and the message was succinct. This time, I will win you. No more, no less, just 7 words. Gu Ling also saw the message at this time. After a slight pause, Gu Ling couldn't help but laugh out loud, her face full of watching the fun. Young Vivian looks like she really wants to win you. Gu Ling had known Lin Yue a long time ago, even earlier than she knew Li Fan, and Lin Yue is considered a friend at high and low levels. When she was in high school, her favorite thing to focus on was Li Fan's and Lin Yue's grades winners and losers. I didn't realize that this would continue when I got to college. Li Fan, on the other hand, laughed and shook his head, crying a little. Indeed, you want to win me, but it's a bit hard. Lin Yue is actually a very strong being in terms of both talent and ability, but alas, Li Fan was already out of the category of strong. He was categorized in the perverted one. After casually replying to Lin Yue with an ow, Li Fan continued to have a good time with Gu Ling, but not for long. The duo was then drawn to Ruziliai's *******. Only at this moment, Ruziliai took the cell phone and said with a shocked face, "Good guy, you guys look at the forums, this freshman cup. It seems like everyone has spontaneously organized themselves into teams by clubs. Is this a preparation to advertise their clubs?" This statement was made. Everyone was opening up the campus forums. This look is true, but when it's said to be spontaneous, it's actually instigated by those older club members from sophomore and junior year. But the operation, in turn, is really understandable as well. The major clubs in the school already have a competitive relationship, and now there is the stage of the freshman cup, so it's a good time to compete. If they are lucky, which club will impress the audience at the Freshers' Cup? There might be a company that can sponsor their club. Of course, such competition for associations means healthy competition. After all, in group rankings, they are ranked by school, so the forums are privately covenanted on this, as well, to avoid friction as much as possible between the same schools. For a while, the gazes of the line of people all looked toward Li Fan. They're sure a society. At the moment, the only combatants they could take out were actually Li Fan Gu Quan and an unstable Ning Jinjin. However, Gu Quan was not a freshman and had no way to participate, so the only stable combatant is Li Fan. Li Fan looked at the gazes of the crowd and immediately smiled. Don't worry, I'll take care of this. Our Shura Club will definitely make a name for itself this time. This statement was made. The crowd was all excited, but the excitement only lasted for a few seconds, followed by a surge of shame, and the smiles of the crowd. All of them began to be a little forced, because they can't help much with that. While their ability is actually pretty outrageous, they lose on inconsistency. If they teamed up with Li Fan at the Freshman Cup, they were basically a liability. Perhaps it's time for them to work on that, too. And on the other end, Lin Yue, after receiving Li Fan's perfunctory ow, the angry one was tossing and turning. Fortunately, there was Shin Keat on the side to comfort her. Young Wei, at your current level, you're not false to him at all. Just do well for yourself. And it's not him you're targeting, it's the 10 seats. Shin Keir couldn't help but laugh at Lin Yue's difficult appearance. She hadn't come into contact with this Levan, though. However, when she thought about Lin Yue's being pushed head over heels by Li Fan since high school, as well as Li Fan's deeds in school, She couldn't help but feel a bit of an urge to get in touch with this Li Fan. And listening to Shin Keed's words, Lin Yue couldn't help but calm down a lot. Well, what Keed-san said. But Keed-san, it feels weirdly unfortunate for you. With your talent and ability, I think it's designated to have a seat. Lin Yue looked at Shin Keed and said with a face full of regret. It's okay. It's not like all the seats are from the freshman bowl. Shin Keed smiled. Chapter 67, Departure. Heavenly Fae's Secret Realm. The time came the following afternoon. The giant playground of Northern Empire University. Today it brings together more than 1,000 freshmen. And on the outskirts of the playground, there was the sound of veteran students from major clubs cheering and shouting for them. Such an atmosphere. Undoubtedly, it is exciting for a group of freshmen who can't wait to rush to the freshman cup now to make a big splash. The crowd. Li Fan, Lin Yue, Di Yun, He Won, and other representatives of the outstanding freshmen were all standing in the front row. He Won glanced sideways at Li Fan, who was not far away, and a touch of hidden gloom rose under his eyes. Other than that, though, he didn't make any other verbal gestures, because he knows that everything will have to come to an end at the freshman bowl. And, looking likewise at Li Fan, and Lin Yue. However, there was no gloom in Lin Yue's eyes, only anticipation. She was looking forward to beating Levon in this freshman cup. You're all here. In a few moments, you will be traveling to the freshman cup. And here, I will say a few brief words. Beatty's side was responsible for organizing this freshman cup, or the familiar Yun Xiong. Before departure, Yun Xiong simply said a few words. A word down. The already excited freshmen were undoubtedly even more excited at this moment. When they thought about the Northern Empire University they were representing this time, as well as the various honors Northern Empire University had received in the past, they just couldn't stop boiling. And similar to this scene, naturally, there are 9 other top prestigious universities. Not for a while. With the arrival of the airplane, a group of people then went towards the direction of the freshman cup with great vigor. And in the meantime, the nation's major stadiums, too, are now in the throes of setting up their venues. Because of this freshman bowl, there is also a lot of offline viewing going on. As per previous years, it was basically a full house. On the airplane, many of the new students, today, are on the phone with their parents and families, sharing the excitement and joy of the moment. Li Fan originally didn't want to fight, but everyone's atmosphere was here, so he followed. Hey, Dad, Mom, I'm going to the freshman bowl soon. Freshman cup? That looks dangerous. Son, or let's quit the game and not get involved in this kind of activity. That's right. I think what you need to do now is to cultivate your relationship with Ling Ling as soon as possible, so that when the time comes, you can propose marriage earlier and give your father and I 2 big fat boys. Sure enough, his parents and other parents. The picture is just different. Other people's parents are cheering, just his parents screaming to get out of the game. But it was normal. His parents were afraid that they weren't clear about his current strength right now, and probably thought that he was some kind of insignificant character in school. But not a big problem. When the freshman bowl is over, the second old man will know. Hang up the phone. Li Fan returned to the separate private room he was in, and Sue read about this freshman cup. This time, for the freshman cup, the location was in a secret sea realm in Green Star City. The Heavenly Fae's Secret Realm. This secret realm, like the previous Taya secret realm, was also a transformed secret realm and did not have any level restrictions. However, since it was a newly developed secret realm, the terrain inside as well as how the ferocious beasts were ranked was not clear for the time being. That was a big hit with many viewers. And as for the league rules, they are already published. As in previous years, there are team rankings as well as individual rankings, both of which are determined by points. For team rankings, look at the total number of points scored by students at that school. For individual rankings, look at individual points. And there are only 2 ways to get points. One is slaying ferocious beasts. One is a snatch. This time there is not an Li Fan entrance examination when the elder sister rule. Kill can double. So the final ranking situation will be very intense. The probability is not likely to appear that kind of first and second difference is too big. The outside world is buzzing with activity. And in an unparalleled hidden conference room, there was a terrifying silence at the moment. At that moment, a voice broke the silence. Wish Tenzin side of the research. So who's been paying attention lately? A few breaths later, various voices began to ring out. Read it. The starting point is good, but it's impractical. Well, old Zhu is too idealistic, and he only knows the skinny on many things. So let him pontificate now. Bull ********. This old Zhu person just thinks that we can't defeat those monsters in the sea. Absolute pessimism. If I were you, I'd have asked him to come over and do some work for us earlier. I also think. But this old Zhu guy has a stubborn temper. Enough of the old wishes. I think it's better to talk about something else. What do the top brass in the other countries say? Any news yet? Still the same old, arrogant, good intentions to reveal some information. They all take it as we deliberately put the fog bomb. Let them live on their own. We do not want to be this mother of God. It is a pity that some good seedlings. Well, in that case, let's just focus on our own seed program, and leave the rest to the head tier side to coordinate. It'll have to do. Alright, let's not talk about something so far away. Let's talk about this freshman cup. Let's see what we can get. As far as I know, there are several S classes. Well, but there are highs and lows between S ranks. So let's just still look at it for now. I did hear that those two's son is also in there. His strength isn't weak, and now it's old Zhu who's leading the way. A good seedling. Indeed. It's a pity that it's only a flesh increase type talent. I don't know how far it can go. It's still a bit too early to say it's a good seedling. Compared to a good seedling, I'm more worried about this secret realm. Old Yang side is sure the remodeling is okay, right? This is the C. If something goes wrong, things will be big. Shouldn't be a problem. Old Yang, although occasionally not too reliable, is still more attentive to this kind of business. When the crowd spoke of the old Yang in their mouths, one of them could not help but frown. But in the end, I chose to believe. However, they didn't realize that the old Yang they were talking about was now hugging a fine wine and falling into a deep sleep. The time came to evening. The freshmen from the major universities are now well on their way to Green Star City. Since the official game is tomorrow, that's why the students from all the major universities are staying in hotels this evening under the arrangement of the university. This night, students basically can't sleep thinking about the freshman bowl tomorrow. Even Lin Yue, Di Yun, He Wenguang and other students who were favorites to win the championship. Of course, except for Li Ban. Li Fan was sleeping soundly at the moment. The district is just a freshman cup. Not enough to keep him awake. Chapter 68, Freshman Cup opens. Yin Yang Pisces layout. Rolling eyes. The time came the following morning. Friends of the audience, what you're seeing now is the entrance to the secret realm of our competition for this Freshman Cup. Heavenly Phase Secret Realm. This secret realm was lovingly created by a mysterious powerhouse of our great Xia, and later on, our vibrant and talented students will be here, offering us a wonderful match. The host of the main stage is passionately introducing the venue and setting the mood for the upcoming match. And the effect is, indeed, remarkable. Not long after the start of the broadcast, the popularity of the live broadcast room was a straight line soaring, directly referring to the ratings record in previous years. Inside the nation's major offline spectator sports, that was also greeted with a full house. Of course, it's not all about the hosts. Naturally, the bigger credit goes mainly to that one extremely popular student in the top 10 colleges this time. The first to bear the brunt of this were the S-class gifted. The attraction of an S-ranked gifted person was just too great in the eyes of ordinary people. Ordinary people only knew that S-ranked talent meant unlimited potential and a fish leaping through the dragon gate. But it was rare to see the scene when an S-rank awakened person fought with his own eyes. After all, it wasn't every freshman cup that saw S-class freshmen. And even if there were definitely not as many as there were this year. This time the Big 10 colleges add up. There were actually a total of 6 S-class awakened people. 3 for the Northern Emperor, 1 for the Green Dome, 1 for the Southern China, and 1 for the White Sand. With a lineup like that, it's a sight to behold just on the surface. And there's no doubt about it. These are the 6 that are the most vocal online candidates for the individual championship today. And on the other end, the students of the 10 major universities were already on buses at this moment, arriving one after another at the outer plaza of the secret realm. On the square, there are many cameras, and there are thousands of staff members alone. The students soon got off one by one. Looking at the scene in front of them, all of them were undoubtedly nervous and excited at the same time. After all, with so many cameras pointed at them, it was the first time they had all seen such a big battle. And then think of the tens, if not hundreds, of millions of viewers watching across the country today. They were really more nervous and excited. And not to mention them, even Li Fan, whose mind had always been incredibly calm, was slightly nervous. But soon, his gaze was drawn to the incomparably huge entrance to the secret realm in the distance. Not to mention, if he were to just talk about the size of the entrance, this secret realm was more expansive than any 100-level secret realm he had ever seen. In the live broadcast room, the camera switched and Sue swept over several S-rank students. One time, the pop-ups were instantly full. Yun Hei. I saw Yun Hei from Qingdao University. He's really handsome. Look guys, it's Yi Tianxue from White Sand University. An S-rank would attribute genius. The less eye-catching one next to him seems to be Nanawa's Luo Duan. He's also S-class. I go. I see my young Vivian goddess. Worthy of being Lin Yue. This cold temperament. Absolute. Look. You guys. That's Di Yun of the D clan. It's an S-class fire attribute gifted person. I've seen some videos of him online. His strength is terrifying. I saw he won one. I heard that his mentor is the god of fire. I'll go. Is it so outrageous that his mentor is a Vulcan? No. Who's that kid next to the young goddess Vivian? That's Li Fan, the #1 freshman at Northern Emperor University. The mentor is Vice Dean Zhu. Holy, there are still experts? This kid's mentor is actually Vice Dean Zhu? Average. I heard that it's just a person with a somewhat outrageous physical body. When he could be first, he should have eaten the dividends of having a strong physical body talent in the early stage. This thing is less useful the later it gets anyway. I can be too optimistic about his ranking this time. Something's not right. Why is Goddess Euphoria locking eyes with this kid? Goddess Euphoria wouldn't be having an affair with him, would she? Nice guy? Goddesses like strong flesh? The appearance of 6 S-ranked freshmen in succession was a real treat for the long-awaited crowd in front of the screen. Of course, the footage is also featuring Levon. But in terms of national popularity, Li Fan is still too far from the other 6, so it didn't make much of a splash. Eyes back on the scene. As the students arrive, the examiner for this league, too, made an appearance. And as soon as the chief examiner made his appearance, he cast a formation on all the students. The purpose of this formation pattern was mainly for security reasons. With this pattern, if students encountered a death threat inside or thought of quitting, as long as they silently recited quit 3 times in their hearts, they would be automatically transported to the exit. I'm sure everyone knows the rules already. Then there's no more nonsense. Go in. We'll see you in 5 days. The examiner's majestic voice echoed over the square, and as soon as the voice fell, the students of the various universities were excitedly swarming towards the entrance of the huge vortex. Li Fan looked back at Guling as well as Ruzail and the others. Brother Van, don't mind us. You go ahead. We'll just go in and sneak around. We'll be right out. Ruzilii rubbed his head and smiled. The remaining 3 also chimed in. Seeing that several people were so resolute, Li Fan did not hesitate any longer and took a step towards the entrance. In fact, originally, Li Fan wanted to bring them along and team up to gain points. After all, with his current strength, he basically didn't need to be afraid of encountering any situation. Ruzail and the others, however, have been reluctant, saying they don't want to be a burden. To this day, several people remain reluctant. There was no way around it, so Li Fan had to go ahead by himself, and it didn't take long. All the freshmen of the 10 major universities entered the secret realm. In the meantime, the freshmen's points ranking situation also converged to the upper right corner of the big screen, densely packed. But naturally the rankings are now completely uninformative. The league lasted a total of 5 days. To see a more informative ranking, you have to wait at least until the next afternoon, or the start of the 3rd day. And apart from the big point of view of the points, another point of view is now unfolding before the eyes of the viewers. Not the other way around. Exactly the scene in the secret world. This was a very vast secret realm. Mountains, rivers, jungles, swamps, deserts, basically any terrain that could be seen in the outside world. There were all of them in there. Mostly, though, it's not this rich terrain. Rather, it's the layout of this terrain. From the god's perspective, this was a huge yin-yang twin fish diagram. Not only did it look majestic, but at the same time, it was also full of Taoist meaning, as if it was like a work of art. But just as the freshman bull finally got off to a grand start, 10,000 miles away from the heavenly phase mysterious realm at the deep sea, at this moment, the corner of a black shadow's mouth hooked up a bizarre arc. The black shadow figure gently surging. The surrounding water flow of 100 miles is instantly turbulent tremor. To the sea surface, has been thousands of meters of tsunami waves. Chapter 69. Li Fan spotted a nest, waiting for a rabbit. Plus, leave on. Through the entrance, Li Fan was already in the interior of the secret area. In front of Li Fan, was a huge swamp that, near the swamp, green algae vegetation was dense, and some giant creatures could be seen swarming in the mud puddles every now and then. The setting was eerie, judging by the breadth of the other side. As a rough estimate, the ferocious beasts inside should generally be around level 40. Li Fan didn't start killing at the first opportunity, but first surveyed the point cards in his hand. It wasn't the same as the token that was used during the Northern Emperor's entrance examination. This token is one that allows you to clearly see your ranking, even the ranking of the school you represent. Of course, one can only see one's own rankings, and who's in front of and behind oneself remains still completely invisible. He currently has 0 points, so he is ranked 10,000 places back. For school rankings, North Empire is currently ranked number 1. Although killing ferocious beasts to gain points isn't slow, if you want to go faster, it's still faster to loot them. Li Fan pondered over the rules of points and whispered to himself. This time, he didn't intend to spend too much time looking for supplemental ferocious beast meat, but was prepared to devote himself to obtaining points. With his current rough judgment of this seed program, as long as you can join the program, resource-wise, there's probably no way you're going to run out, so he just needs to write it out and grab first place in the individual race. And if you want to have more points and still want to come fast, naturally it's faster to loot them. After making up his mind, Li Fan already had some plans in his mind, but for now, it was better to focus on hunting the ferocious beasts first. After all, it's only the first day. And so it was. In the next second, Li Fan pulled up a huge tree next to him and threw it towards the bottom of the swamp. Boom! A loud voice fell. Muddy water swirled around the broken flesh, instantly splashing dozens of meters. Li Fan's points, too, began to rub up, and on the other end, more images today. It was still locked on those 6 S-class gifted people. The rest of the students with relatively high points were lightly swept through, although they did appear in the occasional shot. From the picture, the performance of the 6S ranked gifted people also did not disappoint the audience at all. At present, the one who has particularly shocked the crowd is He Won-Guang. While others were encountering ferocious beasts that were still in the 30s and 40s, He Won-Guang opened up against a ferocious beast whose level was upwards of 50. This level was a bit of a struggle for those ordinary students to resist in a group, let alone solo. However, in front of He Won-Guang, that ferocious beast became charred in just one move. The visual impact of such a contrast can be very great. This made He Won-Guang, who originally did not have the highest reputation, already have a tendency to surpass Lin Yue. Of course, this is just the beginning for now. It wasn't clear which one was stronger or weaker, and where the limits of each of the 6 S-class gifted were. After all of them were now killing ferocious beasts in seconds when they encountered them. Outside the secret world, the crowd of examiners watching this scene now had somewhat surprised faces. The difficulty of this year's Freshman Cup isn't small anymore. There are so many level 50 beasts arranged? It seems that there are also level 60 and level 70 beasts. Isn't the danger factor a bit too high? I think it's rather okay. Generally it's actually still dominated by 30 or 40 leveled ferocious beasts, and those with high levels aren't really very dense. In my opinion, thanks to this arrangement, you see those individuals. In order to seed seats, the level is raised into what kind of? If the highest ferocious beasts are all some 40 or 50 levels, that can really be a bit of a look. The time came in the afternoon. Levan's luck wasn't very good. The entire time, he barely encountered any particularly eye-catching beasts. That's why the current points ranking was only at over 3,700. This position was really a bit insulting to his reputation as the #1 freshman in the Northern Emperor, and not meeting many ferocious beasts didn't even meet many candidates. After some looting, the other party's points are only a few thousand. It is really tedious. Finding ferocious beasts seems to be a discipline. Li Fan traversed the swamp, shaking his head, and arrived at the foot of a towering giant mountain. He was about to dart up to the highest point to get a good look at the terrain of this secret realm. The eyes were suddenly drawn to an area that was emitting a fluorescent golden light. Could there be some kind of treasure? Li Fan frowned, and then went on fire. But the result was a disappointment to him. Approaching, there is only a huge narrow cave here. That golden fluorescence is just the cave spring reflecting the sunlight, caused by the refraction. Levan this was just about to go. Suddenly, as he looked at the cave, an idea came to him. Here, it seems to be a good fishing spot. Of course, naturally, it's not real fish that are caught, but people. And so it was. Li Fan immediately pulled out some sparkling colored lights and began to set up the cave. Not a moment too soon. From the outside, this cave has become unusually strange. Even if you don't think there's a treasure inside, you're afraid you'll have to come over and take a look. After the nest is made, Li Fan then started the next wave of operations, found a huge stone wall and carved a line of text. Instructions for candidates. At the same time 500 people together into the cave can open the switch of the foreign treasure, and then can be free to fight for it. But remember, less than 500 people rush to go. Cannot open the foreign treasure at the same time, will be the resident of the pass will be hunted down and killed. That's right. Li Fan directly gave a wave of false imperial decree. With this line of prompts, the odds are that if any of the big smart candidates see it, there is a chance that they will decide that it is a secret egg and want to try it out. He, on the other hand, will just have to put on a peep-show suit and play the role of a resident shut-in when the time comes. When all 500 candidates are inside, it's a straight shot in a jar. As for why 500, it couldn't be helped that this cave space, it seemed, could only accommodate at most 500 people to move around freely. Soon, after preparing everything, Li Fan then changed into his anti-spying clothes and started to wait for the rabbit. About an hour has passed. A small group of 5 came just outside the cave entrance. Good fellow, there really is a treasure in this cave. You guys, look at this stone tablet. I'll go. It seems like it's still true. But how come I don't seem to have heard of the secret realm having treasure eggs? Eggs. They say they're eggs. They must be for us to discover for ourselves. That makes sense. But this requirement is a bit too much. It actually requires 500 people to activate it. When so many people come, do we still have a chance to grab it? It's actually okay. We have 10 schools with a total of over 10,000 people. And only 500 people can be activated. Which is already pretty good. 500 only. It's not too intense. I think it's better to be cautious. Whether it's a chance egg or not. It still doesn't feel too good to be sure. I see that the handwriting on this stone tablet looks new. What is not good to determine? Not that there are guards in it. We split a person to go in. If we really need, then it is true. The handwriting is new. Not to mention, this secret realm is new. What else can not be new? Makes sense. 5 minutes later, Li Fan killed and knocked one person out of the match automatically on the spot, and then calmly returned to the cave. And throughout the whole process, he completely ignored the other few people in the squad. It's as if it's really an emotionless NPC. And such a scene, undoubtedly, it was a sure thing for a few people. Nice guy, looks like it's real. 500 people, kind of hard to find. It's okay, we'll split up into 3 groups, it shouldn't take long to gather them. Chapter 70, Clear and Foolish. All in all, watching the departure of a few people from the squad as well as listening to the conversations of a few people, Li Fan, who was stationed at the entrance of the cave, really couldn't help the corners of his mouth from rising. I didn't realize that this wave of fishing was actually going quite well. Surprisingly, I didn't encounter any twists and turns at all. Originally, Li Fan was still thinking that if this one squad didn't take the bait, then he would strike first, knocking out all the several people in this squad from the tournament, silencing them, and waiting for the next squad to appear. But now it seemed as if he had been overly concerned. All he knew was that college students in his former life were clear and stupid. But now that I look at it, it seems like the college students here are pretty much the same. When a few people from the squad left, Li Fan found a stone wall, took a reed stick in his mouth, and laid down leisurely, enjoying the evening breeze. And on the other end, hey man, I found a secret egg with a big chance in it. Interested? Ha? Really? This place even arranges chances? It's true. I've seen the place with my own eyes. It's beautiful and colorful. Not to mention, there are definitely a lot of rare materials in there. Ahem. Sister, we go to the same school. Look at me. My armband is the same red color as yours. Both from White Sand University. I found a good place. There are treasures inside. No way. Sister, you're not going to screw over your classmates, are you? There's a real treasure. You still have the time to tell me. You've already taken it yourself. Hey, don't go away. Listen to me. Here's the thing. What? There's a chance egg in this secret realm? No. Do you think I'm stupid? Can you tell me if there's a chance? I think you're full of bad intentions. Points. Bring it on. Brother. Listen to me. Listen to me. Progress for a few people in the squad was not smooth. But the progress is still good. One after another. There were already quite a few small groups that had arrived at the entrance of the cave. After reading the words on the stone wall, and the flash of strange light in the cave, which appeared from time to time, Li Fan, the NPC in charge of the patrol. These squads had undoubtedly chosen to believe in the words on the stone wall. And so it was. As more and more squads began to get involved in the pulling queue, the efficiency of this pull is really improved. However, due to the secret territory being too large, it was really difficult to gather 500 people. The time came to 2 o'clock in the afternoon of the next day. It was only then that the students outside the cave finally came to the number of 500. These 500 people were from each of the 10 major colleges and universities, and at the moment, haven't been inside the cave yet. The squads are then already on their own. They were thinking about the same thing in reverse. That was later when the opportunity officially appeared. How they could find a favorable position in the first place, take advantage of the opportunity and take it down, and then how they could pull out in the end. Everyone be quiet and listen to me for a moment. At that moment, the captain of the one who had first arrived here in the squad cleared his throat and began to preside over the situation. It's not easy for 500 people to finally gather. When you enter the cave later, remember to line up and enter together. Don't hide any heart and soul, or I'm afraid you won't be able to open it. As for whose hands the chance will fall to in the end, we'll all have our own strengths at that time. The words fell. Immediately, there was unanimous agreement from the crowd. Before the opportunity to open, the order cannot be chaotic. This is the minimum. Otherwise the opportunity to make a change, that can be more than lost. Subsequently, soon under the coordination of each squad leader, 500 people were standing in a neat line. All it takes is a command from the leader. 500 people can enter the cave together. And Li Fan, who was watching this scene, was drooling. Fully 500. I also wonder how many points you get for grabbing them all. And on the other end, unbeknownst to him, the camera on the guide side was already pointed here. The reason for giving shots is also simple. Naturally, it was because here in the case of gathering 500 people, they actually did not fight with each other, but instead, they also lined up in a very orderly manner, and this scene was really too bizarre. Looking at all corners of the secret world, any random shot cuts through and it's basically a fight. There's never been one as harmonious as this one, and the weirdest thing is, to say that they are all from the same school is understandable if someone is organizing an alumni alliance to do something big, but the thing is, it's not the same school either. Look at their armbands, basically from every school in the land. Good lord, what are so many people gathering here for? What the hell? Is this a group to brush the monsters? Aren't there a bit too many people? What are they doing? You guys look at that cave. There can't be a treasure. Can there? Damn. It looks like they're all here to grab the treasure. I feel like it's going to be pretty exciting later on. Not bad. Not bad. I didn't expect that this year's Freshman Cup Secret Realm had a chance egg arranged in it. In that case, both the fun and the spectacle have become stronger. The person who designed this secret realm is really a genius. The live stream pop-ups and the spectators watching the game offline in the major stadiums were also mesmerized by the scene. Soon, after perceiving the cave that glowed with a bright light, everyone is basically guessing toward the odds as well. One thought of the scene where 500 people would be involved in the fight for the chance at the same time later on. The audience couldn't help but get excited, each one staring at the screen with their eyes glued to the screen. However, the various examiners who were watching this scene outside the secret boundary were at the moment in a daze. A chance? The information doesn't show such a chance, does it? I didn't see anything about the chance either. Strange. I don't suppose the OP forgot to make a note? No way. Something this serious can't be forgotten. The light in this cave, no matter how you look at it, it doesn't quite look like some kind of treasure emanating from it, does it? Before the start of the league, the examiners will receive a detailed information about the inside of the secret realm, so that it is easy to anticipate some accidents that may occur. But look at the cave. The examiners couldn't help but look at each other, and the people were dizzy. The information doesn't say what kind of treasure is in here, does it? A time of disbelief. The gazes of the crowd of examiners couldn't help but be all placed on the screen image just like the audience. And at that moment in front of the cave, a password was finally sounded. Guys, charge. Next. Fully 500 people, vast and orderly, in the blink of an eye, they rushed into the cave. But when the people rushed into the cave and saw the situation inside clearly, all of them were dumbfounded, because all they see is that one colored light hidden in the water. What kind of ING chance is this? Not good. Fooled. Someone finally reacted to what was going on at this point, but apparently, it was too late, because at this time, the entrance was already blocked by an immense and incomparable boulder, leaving only a gap that could barely pass through one or two people. Chapter 71, Catching a Turtle in an Urn. Old Six is actually the first Northern Emperor? Who else could have moved this boulder? Naturally, it's Li Fan. And the next thing to do, it's just catching fish in a jar. Damn it, it's a ING trap. It's over. The entrance is blocked. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Who was it that said there was a chance? What to do? I knew it. We shouldn't have come. The hole was blocked for a moment. The faces of the people in the cave all changed, and the sounds of panic were endless. But soon, the leaderly captain spoke up. Everyone, don't panic. There are so many of us. There's no way they can stop us. Right. That's right. With this many of us? I don't believe it. The other side is so capable of stopping us. No matter how many people there are on the other side, there's no way they can exceed 500. Later on, brothers with combat faculty talents listen to my order and launch an attack towards the boulders together. Let's charge out. A few words. The crowd's panic was slowly stabilized. But before the crowd could converge to strike, Li Fan's voice just rang out. My friends, I mean no harm. Just grabbing some points. Later on, as long as everyone follows the order and walks out of the passage one by one, handing over their point tokens, I will promise not to harm everyone. Of course, I'll have to use a little force if I resist. It was loud and resounded throughout the cave. This caused all the people in the cave to freeze. It wasn't that he was shocked by Li Fan's words. Rather, this whole time it was just Li Fan's voice alone. Nice guy. They didn't realize that the trap, actually, was only set up by one person? To think that all 500 of them had been fooled by a single person. An inexplicable sense of shame couldn't help but well up in the hearts of the crowd. Just you? Someone couldn't help but open his mouth to question at this point. Li Fan smiled nervously. Hear that answer. A black line could not help but sweep across everyone's face. Still really screwed by one. Humph. Do you think that with you alone, you can stop us? That's right, brothers. Don't pay attention to this person. Everyone join me in attacking towards this boulder as well. At that time, we'll properly treat this person who is teasing us. Several captains shouted in annoyance, ready to break through the boulder and negotiate with Li Fan. And for this wave of maneuvering, Li Fan could only shake his head helplessly. He hadn't been too keen on using force, but now it seems there's no way around it. And so it was. The next second, boo! A terrifying sonic boom sounded. With a flash, Li Fan entered the cave. The next image is already a no-brainer. Li Fan was like a wolf entering a flock of sheep, destroying and weaving his way through the crowd. The lucky ones just had their scoreboards taken away from them. The unlucky ones had their arms and legs broken, and their noses were bruised and swollen while their scoreboards were taken away again. One time, inside the cave, terrified screams as well as pleas for mercy were constantly coming from the cave. Good thing it didn't last long though. Less than 5 minutes. Li Fan then snatched all of the point tiles and idly walked out of the exit, and by the time Li Fan walked out, the only thing left in the cave were the cries of regret from the crowd. But Li Fan is also good. With a fierce lift of his big foot, the boulder, which was like a small mountain, leapt away and smashed towards the swampy area in the distance. It took a loud roar to make the crowd in the cave react to the exit being opened. Monster! He's just a monster. Run! Calm down everyone. There might still be traps. Everyone wait a moment. Wait my ass. Is waiting here going to get you away from this monster? The shocked crowd swarmed, all of them rushing violently outside. And for that, Li Fan didn't stop it in the slightest. Anyway, the scoreboard was already in his hands, and he was too lazy to care where these people wanted to go. As for knocking them all out of the game, Li Fan could do it, but there was no need to do it. On the one hand, this was just too many people. If all of them were eliminated, the examiner's side might be a bit disgruntled. He was going to kill He Wonguang later on. He couldn't afford to give the examiners a tyrannical impression right from the start. On the other hand, leaks are cut one by one. How can they be uprooted? The other end. The examiner at the head of the secret offshore as well as the audience in front of the screen watched the whole picture just now. And now it was just like a face full of shock. Nice guy. What kind of chance is that? Surprisingly, it's just a nest given by an old six. For a while, especially the spectators who were expecting a fierce battle for the chance, all of them were dumbfounded and exclaimed in astonishment. What the hell is this? Holy, there's old six. Nice guy, giving me the stupid look. Am I reading this right? This old six has snatched all of everyone's point tokens? Put. I kind of want to laugh. What's going on? What kind of extreme old six came up with this? It's so six. Ha 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 ha. Faking a chance to catch a turtle in a jar. This is really a talent. Talent indeed. To come up with this nonsense. There is a say this old six in the end ghost ideas not to mention. His strength is really quite strong go in and sneak around. Not only to the points card robbed, and even so many people inside all scared even the idea of resistance. I am a little curious about what he is doing in there. I don't know. The guy was wearing a peep-show suit. Couldn't see what he looked like. First of all, you can rule out those 6S ranks. All of them have already appeared in the movie. This should be a dark horse. And apart from the audience, the examiners were now all talkative as well. This kid is really talented. Ha 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 ha. This kid is really interesting. After so many sessions, the first time I saw that I can still grab points like this. This move is truly unorthodox. That is, he is strong enough to be perverted. Otherwise he would definitely have to be surrounded and beaten by so many people until he is eliminated. Your Northern Emperor's candidates are indeed still the same as before. Most fond of trickery. Even if they are the first freshmen, they are still like that. If you're capable, you'll come up with one in White Sands too? Cut. We don't even bother recruiting this kind of student at White Sands. Yo yo yo. Lazy move. Acid. Come on. Keep it up. Okay. You guys calm down. This is just where it's at. So cut it out. The examiners basically couldn't help but praise Li Fan for this wave of operation. There were dissenting voices, but they were quickly just silenced. As for Li Fan's identity, well, the audience couldn't tell who was under the peep-show suit. They, the examiners, that knew all too well. But soon, and the audience knows it, this was because the Li Fan in the picture was already removing his anti-peeping suit, revealing his true colors. The points also jumped up to 170,000 points, steadily taking first place, and seeing Li Fan's original face. The pop-ups are undoubtedly a buzz once again. because although Li Fan said that his popularity wasn't that of the other 6S ranks, he still had a minimum of popularity. They never expected it. This 10,000-year-old 6 was actually the #1 freshman in the Northern Emperor. Chapter 72 Ironclad Giant Dragon. Meeting Di Yun. Nice guy. It's actually Li Fan. Look guys. It's the kid who's eyeballing my goddess Lin. I can't believe it's him. Li Fan? Is that the Li Fan who took first place in the Northern Emperor's freshman entrance examination? That's him. Awesome. Freshman #1 as a senior. SIXS2? I think he got it by being the oldest 6 when he took first place as a freshman. Didn't he? Put. It's really possible. But you have to be capable to be the 6th oldest. This Li Fan's strength is really not to be underestimated. Indeed not to be underestimated. I'm already kind of looking forward to the image of him fighting those S classes. I think I'll pass. With 6 S classes, I don't think he can do any of them. Let me interject. I'm surprised. Don't they all say that people with flesh class talent are all limbs developed and simple-minded? How do I feel that this Li Fan is a little bit not quite the same? The audience was boiling over at the moment as they looked at Li Fan's true colors. It is evident from their statements. Obviously, the true identity of this dark horse was really a bit out of their expectation. What kind of a freshman #1 uses this kind of dim-witted tactic to count people out? But that trick first. Li Fan's strength was still recognized by the audience, and at this time on the other side of the North City gym, while the rest of the audience was secretly calling out that Li Fan's wave of maneuvering was a bit too old. One man, however, at this moment, cried out at the top of his voice, and, awesome, that's a brilliant move, Li Fan, he really is a genius. Hey, man, see, that old 6 is my brother-in-law. This man is no one else. It was none other than first cousin Gu Quan. Gu Quan was unable to participate in this league, so he was looking for an offline spectator stadium to wave the flag for Li Fan and everyone in the Shura Club. Of course, it's still mostly Levan. After all, with him at this point, Rosail and the others were actually all out of the game one after another. No way. The intensity of this game is still a little too high for them. What? Second? On a desert? He Wenguang had just finished resolving a 57 ferocious beast and was preparing to see if anyone had caught up with him behind. As a result of this look, someone else really did catch up and passed him right back. Is it Lin Yue, Yun Ming, Yi Tianxue, or Luo Chen? He Wenguang's mind kept flashing back to this man who had surpassed him. Finally, he thought of one more. Or was it Levan? He was still very clear about Li Fan's strength. Although he had looked down on a person with a physical body type talent since the beginning, he had no words to say about Li Fan's battle prowess, and Li Fan did have the potential to take the first place in points. But whoever it is, he doesn't even care right now. Overtaken? Then just go over. This time, he Wenguang, wanted the first place in the individual competition. And apart from Ho Man Kuang, the remaining 5S ranked players were also noticing that they were one place behind in the rankings. However, the reactions were also basically similar to He Wenguang's, with a warlike intent. After all, it's only the second day now. It's still early, and the gaze returned to Levan. After transferring all the points in these 500-point tokens, Li Fan was in a good mood. It's still a good deal to grab. The points came in just as fast, but it's impossible to reproduce it for the time being when it's operated like this. At least this cave is out of the question for now. If you want to make another nest, you'll have to change your location, and the terrain of that place would have to fall into the category of being able to do it in a jar. Otherwise, with so many people escaping together, it would be difficult for him to encircle them all even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms. Take a walk to the top of the hill. Li Fan sank his breath, his eyes looking towards the top of the mountain. He was going to go to the highest point and take a good look at his surroundings in order to come to a choice of which direction to go next. The peak was very steep, rising thousands of meters above sea level. If an ordinary awakened person were to climb, it would take more or less time and effort. But for Li Fan, it really shouldn't be too easy. The horrible muscles of Li Fan's legs were as if they were springs, and a gentle leap was dozens or hundreds of meters. And in less than 10 minutes, Li Fan was already at the top of the mountain. Look into the distance from the top of the hill. Ahead of the mountain was a vast, sprawling jungle. Behind it was the swamp he had just come through. As for the rest of the terrain, it's not visible at the moment. It couldn't be helped that the secret realm was still too vast. Hesitate for a moment. Li Fan was then ready to head to the jungle ahead to try his luck. And compared to the swamp, the light is quite a bit more gloomy on this side of the jungle. Candidates will also be more alert when they come here, because there was no telling when a monster of some kind would come out of the nearby bushes. Of course, Levan didn't need it. He really couldn't wait to see the ferocious beast now. But not to mention, the jungle really did have more ferocious beasts than the swampy one. Li Fan hadn't even gotten far out of the jungle yet, and he was already killing a large swath of ferocious beasts. The original 170,000 points, in the blink of an eye, came to as much as 190,000, continuing to lead the first place in the standings. Still, Li Fan was obviously not too satisfied with this progress. It's hard to go from luxury to frugality after the experience of catching a turtle in a jar not too long ago. Still have to find a way to congregate and grab a heart-on. Li Fan pondered for a moment and couldn't help but come to a decision in his mind. Killing ferocious beasts by the book. Points are really slow to come. And just as Li Fan was thinking about it, a terrifying beast roar suddenly interrupted his thoughts. That terrifying beast roar shook the surrounding earth and couldn't help but tremble. Its aura was extremely oozing. Many of the surrounding squads that were hidden in the vicinity heard this sound and all of them fled in fear and haste. They know, a ferocious beast of this level was definitely not something they could handle. And for Li Fan, this ferocious beast is undoubtedly a treasure sent up. Boo! Li Fan's figure moved and shot explosively in the direction of the beast's roar. It was just less than a few breaths of effort. The ferocious beast just appeared in Li Fan's field of vision. It was an iron-armored dragon whose level had already reached 70. It was more than 10 meters tall, covered in beast armor that was even harder than alloy, and it was currently scurrying around with red eyes. Clusters of giant trees in the sky were like weeds in front of this iron-armored giant dragon, which was destroying everything with every step it took. The reason why this iron-armored giant dragon was flailing around was clearly in its abdomen. For in its abdomen, a huge charred black area was imprinted at the moment. Blood still flowing, but fortunately not fatal. Unsurprisingly, it should have tangled with someone before. But naturally, Li Fan wouldn't think too much about it. Li Fan clenched his meaty fist and slammed it onto the back of this iron-armored dragon. Boom! The terrifying impact made the entire earth seem to tremble. Once again, when he laid his eyes on the iron-armored gargoyle, this iron-armored giant dragon was already in pieces, with only a remnant section of its body, which had been struck by Li Fan and plunged into the earth for several meters, smashing out a large pit in an extremely horrifying scene. Such a stunning image that, sadly, wasn't captured on camera, but it was captured by another. That was no one else but Di Yun, who had just chased after him. That's right, this iron-armored dragon was the one that Di Yun had injured. Brother Li Fan? Looking at Li Fan in that big pit not far away, Di Yun couldn't help but say with a trembling voice. Chapter 73, Sudden Change. Undersea creature. Di Yun Fong was still gnashing his teeth and hating who had robbed him of his prey. But today, after seeing that the other party was Li Fan, he couldn't help but be relieved. It turned out to be Li Fan. That's okay. However, he was still shaken by looking at the miserable state of that iron-armored giant dragon. It seems that Li Fan's strength is as terrifying as ever. Brother Di Yun? At the same time Di Yun saw Li Fan likewise noticed Di Yun, and Li Fan quickly guessed about this iron-armored giant dragon. Brother Di Yun is really sorry. I didn't know it was your prey. Li Fan scratched his head, embarrassed. Ever since the last time Di Yun had sent someone to save Gu Ling and the others, he had truly considered Di Yun as a friend. Had he known that this was Di Yun's prey, he wouldn't have bothered to make a move. And Di Yun was so spontaneous that he immediately just smiled and waved his hand, and came to Li Fan's heel. No, this giant dragon was killed by you, Brother Li Fan. I just happened to give it a shot of fireball just now. Brother Li Fan, we are really destined to meet even here. When good friends met, the two of them began to chat. The two of them chatted a lot, but as they chatted, they all chatted in the direction of obtaining points. Same as Li Fan. Di Yun was also a bit suspicious that the way of obtaining points by relying only on ferocious beasts was a bit too slow, and the main reason for this was actually caused by the fact that this secret realm was too vast and the density of ferocious beasts was not large enough. Whether or not you can run into enough ferocious beasts is dependent on a certain amount of luck. Take Di Yun for example. His strength was definitely able to rank in the top 10 amongst all the students, but his points ranking was only in the 20s right now. Brother Li Fan, I think we should stop chatting for now. I'm a bit short on points, so I'll leave first. After chatting briefly, and after learning that Li Fan's points were now almost 200,000, Di Yun's mouth twitched and his face darkened, and he immediately raised the idea of leaving. Li Fan can be a ing pervert. He only had just over 20,000 points now. How on earth did Li Fan manage to get 200,000 points? This really depressed him to the core. At the same time, he was envied. Li Fan had time for small talk, but he didn't. Well, I'll see you after the game then, and I'll buy you a drink then. Li Fan looked at Di Yun and said with a smile, Di Yun's favor. He still wanted to find a chance to return it, and wait until Di Yun leaves. Li Fan also continued to walk towards the depths of the jungle. About an hour or so had passed since he parted ways with Di Yun. While Li Fan was killing ferocious beasts and grabbing points from other students, He was continuing to think about the gathering of a crowd in one pot, but alas, still haven't thought of any of the more reliable methods. But without realizing it, his points today had already come to 220,000. This speed of point acquisition is actually quite fast compared to other students, and in the eyes of the outside world, Northern Emperor Shura, Li Fan. This line of text has also been at the top of the table for a long time and still has a tendency to lead. This made the audience, who had watched a round of footage of other students, want to see what was going on Li Fan's side. But just as the guide was about to switch the camera back to Li Fan's point of view again to fulfill the audience's request, the live feed, however, went violently black. Such is the case. Hurricane made all the viewers watching the game offline from all over the country as well as watching the live broadcast at home all dumbfounded. What's going on? Where's the picture? Why is it gone? Is it me? Why am I blacking out? Same here. I can't see anything. Something wrong with the broadcast? What's the situation? Not to mention the audience, even including the examiners on the scene, each and every one of them was a bit confused. As a rule, it is impossible for the broadcast to have a black screen, and soon, they then received a very incredible message. The secret world has been invaded, and at a distance of 300 nautical miles from the Heavenly Phase secret realm, there was a tsunami thousands of meters high rushing in. Not good. Hurry up and stop the league. Teleport all the students out. Inform the coastal residents that the sea defense array will be open immediately. Everyone should not stay in the coastal position. The Coast Guard has departed. It's broken. The secret realm is isolated. Can't connect to the teleportation array on the students of the secret realm. What? Keep trying. Make sure to get the students inside out. Blink of an eye. The entire management of Green Star City was already in a state of panic. The examiners in charge of the freshman cup were now doing their best to try and get in touch with the students within the secret department. But unfortunately, the secret realm was completely just isolated by a mysterious force. This left the examiners to seek help from their superiors. What the hell is going on here? What's changed? Not good. Something's wrong. I just received news that Green Star City is about to face a kilometer-class tsunami. The defense array has been opened. And over at the Heavenly Phase Mystic Realm, it seems that it can't be contacted anymore. It's only 1,000 meters. It looks like they're coming for the students in the secret realm. Where's old Young? He's been drinking again? Didn't we agree that he'd be in charge of this place? I knew old Young he was unreliable. Alright, immediately notify the nearest paragons to go to the sea and line up to see if those guys have any other ideas. And also, immediately contact old Yang and ask him to take back control of the secret realm. If I say, this will not be old Young deliberately harmed. It should not be. So many years have passed. He should have put down. In the conference room, at this moment, they were also anxious, but compared to the crowd in Green Star City, they were still much more calm. It was because they could tell that for this attack, the other party's goal was actually the Heavenly Phase secret realm, and that tsunami was just a front to attract attention. As long as we can snatch back control of the Heavenly Phase secret realm, things would still be completely under control. And on the other end, not far from the Heavenly Phase mystic realm, by a coast, a middle-aged man with a wine gourd and slightly white temples was calmly looking at the sea. This man is no one else. It was the old Yang that the crowd in the conference room was talking about. That scent, it's him. After all these years, he finally shows up again. Old Yang couldn't help but smile uncontrollably as he felt the familiar energy fluctuations in the secret realm at this moment. A sip of fine wine in the mouth, he gazed towards the Heavenly Phase mystic realm. Next, only when he raised his big hand, a strange formation pattern appeared with a bang and shot out explosively in the direction of the secret realm. Little ones, using you as bait. I'm here to apologize, but that's always what you have to deal with. So do your best to survive. If I can return, I will come to the door one by one to thank you. Putting away the array pattern, he couldn't help but whisper to himself. And then the next second, a golden longsword slowly emerged and appeared in front of him. Leaping onto the longsword, in the blink of an eye, one person and one sword were speeding towards the ocean, bringing up a brilliant golden skyline. With the departure of old Jan, the other end, the examiners who had been unable to contact the students in the secret realm for a long time had finally done so. In the meantime, the live feed, too, is back. However, at this point in time, in addition to a single student, the major screen was already filled with a large number of monsters. Some were fish-headed, some had a blood-red lantern on their heads and a mouth full of fangs, and some had 7 or 8 heads and limbs like a mountain of spiked flesh. Chapter 74, Oceanic Fae. The first alarm bell. This? What kind of monster is this? It's ugly. What's the situation? Is this a new ferocious beast in the secret realm? That looks a little scary. Yeah, it's scary. It's not coordinated at all. Nice guy. Did a black screen just now just so we could see the new ferocious beast make its debut? It's actually quite creative looking when you take a closer look. I just don't know what the battle power is like. Little news. It said that Green Star City has opened the sea defense formation. The black screen just now and the new monsters appearing inside. It feels like it's not a deliberate arrangement from the official side. Ha? Fidelity? Don't start a rumor? The horrifying shapes of these creatures couldn't help but make the viewers in the live broadcast room all freeze at the moment. Immediately afterward, however, the uninformed viewers began to discuss the styling of these underwater creatures. Although there were already some people in the pop-ups who had found some clues about what was going on, they were a minority after all, and were soon overwhelmed by the surge of pop-ups. And at that moment on the other side, far below the deep sea, a wry smile now rose once again on the face of that dark shadow. The invasion was surprisingly easy. It's just a shame. If there had been a later blockade over there, we could have let some stronger little ones in. But there's not even a transcendent in there, so these will suffice. Little ones, let mankind take a good look at who is the protagonist of this star. This black shadow had a powerful aura, and its figure was 1,000 meters long. But at this moment, it was spitting out human words, making it look unusually bizarre. This black shadow was naturally the person behind this invasion, and the target of that golden skyline. Here comes the news. The secret side. Sure enough, this old young guy did it on purpose. Old Yang, what the hell is he doing? How serious are the consequences of this? Does he know? Where is old Yang? Let him give us an explanation and give these students an explanation. Alas, old Yang is really out of line this time. In the conference room, it was by now clear why the secret world had invaded. For a while, a chorus of rebukes continued to ring out. However, this rebuke was soon interrupted by a serious and low voice. All right, let's not even talk about it. Old Yang has gone to the deep sea now. This statement was made. The faces of the people who had been talking about it a moment ago all froze. What? Old Yang went to the deep sea? He's alone? Old Yang. He hasn't given up yet? This old young fellow, isn't he sending himself to death by going alone? No, he must be stopped. Yeah, give me the coordinates. I'm going to intercept it now. I'll see if I can make it in time. If you can't, notify the summit level and have someone up there find a way to intercept it. Alright, it's impossible to catch up. The head tier side has given news. Judging from old Yang's speed, he should have already broken through that level. Seeing that the crowd was about to get emotional again, that low voice sounded again at this time. So that will not be a battlefield for us to get involved in. And there's no use worrying about whether or not old Yang will come back alive this time. Now, all we need to do is clean up old Jan's mess. The Vulcan who has arrived at the Heavenly Phase Secret Realm has given the message that the situation in the Secret Realm now belongs to a state of total closure, and that it can't be entered or exited, and that it can only carry out a simple modulation of the picture. Of course, forcing it through won't work. Under the joint operation of old Yang's great formation as well as that guy in the sea, the space-time of the Secret Realm has reached a delicate balance. Once the third force has intervened, it will cause the Secret Realm to directly shatter, and all of the creatures inside will be annihilated. The reason for this is that old Yang wants to follow the other party's energy to find the other party's coordinates without spooking the snakes. Hear that? The people in the room were both surprised and stifled in their hearts. Surprised? They never thought that old Yang, who was usually always in a state of intoxication, would be able to step into that level one step ahead of all of them. Bored out of their minds, such a high-end combatant, just after appearing, was already showing signs of meteoric rise, and left behind a mess that they appeared to be completely powerless to do anything about. At this point someone reluctantly asked, "So what now? Just watch?" The low voice was also quick to give an answer to this question. "That's right, we can only watch now. According to the Vulcan's projection, in 3 days, the two forces will slowly dissipate, and there will be a small vacuum in the Secret Realm, at which time we can transfer all of the students out of the. However, the Secret Realm will also be shattered by then, and the Vulcan doesn't need to worry about the beast tied there. But we have to have the nearby defense forces control the order of the surrounding residents. By the way, let me interject one more thing. Lao Yang did this thing very selfishly indeed, but other people have the right to complain about him. We here don't. But don't all forget, if it wasn't for Lao Yang and Song Lemon, we wouldn't have the life to sit here. Don't worry if the headmasters blame you. I'll be the first to take the blame." The words fell. The entire conference room couldn't help but fall into a deathly silence. Everyone's faces were stony, a little stuck in their throats, and there was more than a touch of remembrance in their eyes. There are some things from the past that they don't want to revisit. Whenever I think of it, there is only endless indebtedness as well as deep fear. Outside the Heavenly Phase Secret Realm, the examiners, who were still extremely flustered, were now much more calm, as if they had found their backbone. And the reason, indeed, is to find the backbone. For in their ranks was now an additional person. The visitor was none other than Vulcan, who had just arrived not long ago. Lord Vulcan, is there anything we can do now? An examiner couldn't help but frown and ask after learning about the secret realm. The fire god didn't look at him squarely, but instead, his gaze was firmly fixed on the images in the secret realm today before he spat out a single word. Wait, but, hearing this answer, this examiner was about to continue to say something, but he wanted to stop. Since Vulcan has said so, that should be the only way now. Then, Vulcan-sama, should we inform the people about this? A lot of the populace right now is probably still thinking that this is just a deliberate arrangement of our ferocious beasts. At that moment, someone else couldn't help but speak up. In response, the Vulcan waved his hand. No need. The people aren't little cuties. Wait and watch for a while. They'll know for themselves. Inform whoever is in charge of controlling the secret camera screen and just proceed with the normal freshman cup. Whether or not these little guys survive, and how many they do, is up to them. Upon hearing this arrangement, another examiner was nonplussed and, do we give the footage according to the normal freshman cup? There are quite a few transcendent levels among these monsters. Will the footage be too brutal by then? If the students were equal in strength to these underwater creatures, it would be fine as normal. But the problem was that these creatures could generally be in the 60s and 70s, and there were even transcendent level ones mixed in. Once both sides fight, the odds are that the situation is lopsided. And the Vulcan responded to this concern after just a moment of silence. Cruelty is as cruelty gets. It's time to wake up after so much comfort. The future won't be peaceful. Consider this the first wake-up call. Chapter 75 Desperate Di-yun. Li Fan arrives. The eyes were put back to the secret realm at this point. Many areas of the heavenly phase mysterious realm nowadays were already populated with patches of marine life. Freshmen at major universities and colleges are basically noticing the creatures as well. And out of the other side's bizarre appearance, the first reaction of the freshmen was basically to back away warily and keep a safe distance. Of course, the freshmen were basically thinking the same thing at the moment as the viewers outside who were watching the live broadcast. At first reaction, both still thought that these creatures were just newly arranged ferocious beasts, not really aware of the undercurrents behind this. But soon, with these undersea creatures spitting out human words from time to time, as well as the terrifying battle power they displayed, it finally made them realize that something was wrong. And the best way to make sure they are sure something is wrong with the secret world is to, before entering the secret realm earlier, the array pattern that was used to teleport out failed. No matter how much they meditated on withdrawing, the array pattern would not react in the slightest. And so it was. Panic began to continuously start spreading in all corners of the secret realm, and with a huge difference in strength. Everywhere in the secret realm, images of new students being killed by these sea creatures were also constantly starting to appear. One time, the spectators outside watching this were all abuzz. What the hell is going on here? These ferocious beasts can talk? Yeah, never seen a talking ferocious beast before. And those students are obviously going to die. Why don't they quit? Don't you see? Those monsters aren't normal ferocious beasts at all. It's not that those students don't want to come out. It's that something happened inside the secret realm. What? How is this possible? Didn't I hear that this secret realm was created by a great man himself? How could something go wrong? How else is it possible? The facts are all in front of us. These monsters are foreigners. Looking at the appearance, it's likely that they came from the sea, and those guys are already evolving intelligence now. Is the sea ocean? Then what should we do now? The gap between the strength of these students and those monsters is too great. Can't they be rescued? Yeah, it's just too much to watch. Asterisk. Who cares about the alien monsters? Kill them all. The populace only knows that there are bizarre creatures in the sea and a sea of secret places. Never heard of intelligent creatures among them. Now seeing it for the first time, out of human nature to react to the unknown. The voice of fear that is extraordinarily, but soon, watching the youngsters of the same clan being brutally murdered by these monsters. In its place, there was only anger. Not only is there anger at the monsters, but also at the League's official inaction. But it didn't take long for the latter to be tempered by a joint statement urgently issued by the top 10 universities. Statement. The existence of the Fae was acknowledged, as well as the fact that something was now wrong with the secret realm, along with a brief explanation as to why the students were not being pulled out. More details of the situation, however, have not been released, and from the tone of the statement, it appears that in a few days, the circumstances of which will be announced by a higher level of authority. So, the focus of the audience today is on the students in the secret world and whether they can survive the 3 days, plus the secret realm. Tragedy continues to unfold everywhere at this moment. While the public is outraged, the guide is actually having a hard time, because no matter how he cuts the screen, The images of either the freshman being killed or the freshman running away en masse are really disturbing to watch. And so it was. He could only switch the camera to those S-class students, but their situation, in fact, is not very optimistic. Facing a level 60 or 70 marine alien, it was still an easy battle, but once they encountered a 90 level, or even a transcendent level, then they would only be left to flee. No exceptions. The images of all 6 S-class freshmen were also incredibly depressing to watch. But soon, one of the images, however, could not help but give everyone a glimpse of the light. Rather, it's no one else. It was none other than He Won, one of the 6 S-class freshmen. He Won was in a sorry state at this moment. He had just been chased by a transcendent level foreigner, and in desperation, he used the explosive talisman that his family had given him. He brought a couple dozen in all. It was all originally used against Li Fan. But now, in order to stay alive, the only option is to use it on the Fae. Damn! What on earth are these monsters? He Won took a healing pill at this time, and a wave of fear arose in his heart. It was the first time he had fought against a talking ferocious beast. The opponent's ugly and oozing appearance as well as his strong fighting strength gave him an extremely strong sense of oppression. You guys look! He Won's side has forced back a foreigner and seems to have injured his opponent. Beautiful. Well played. Worthy of being He Won. It's really strong. It seems like the one he used just now was a bursting charm, right? It's still true. I didn't expect him to actually have this with him. I just wonder how much more he has on him. Who cares how he carries around a bursting charm? It'll just kill these monsters. Exactly. But it's a shame that we didn't that monster up just now. We just pushed it back. At this moment, the pop-ups were all energized by He Won forcing back a transcendent level alien. But after realizing it was the use of a bursting charm, the uplifted mood was lost. And all could only hope that He Won had brought enough bursting talismans. But can He Won himself not know whether it is abundant or not? He Won, who had sensed the situation today, was now already preparing to look for a hiding area. And in 6 images at this point, the situation is the most difficult. It was still Di-yun. At this moment, Di-yun was coughing up blood at the corner of his mouth and was being frantically chased by an octopus monster with a green head. It was none other than a transcendent level alien race. It's a delicious aroma. Keep running away, little one, and warm up well. GG. The octopus monster was currently opening its bloody mouth, its face full of hideousness as it looked ahead at Di-yun, who was constantly running away, and from time to time, it let out a mournful and incomparable laughter. It seemed that for it, the reason why it kept Di-yun running was just a tease before it enjoyed its food. With such a scene, the hearts of the audience outside the live broadcast room as well as the Northern Emperor's group of executives tightened. Di-yun was an S-class gifted person. Definitely a good one. If Di-yun died here, it could almost be said to be a loss for the entire Grand Xia. And at this moment, Di-yun, now that was his heart beating wildly, running as hard as he could. At the same time, his mouth had been mumbling a name. Li Fan, brother Li Fan, where the hell are you? That's right. The direction he was running away from was exactly the direction Li Fan had left just now. Finding Li Fan was his only chance of survival now. But a few minutes passed. Di-yun was late in seeing Li Fan's figure. It brought him close to despair, and off to the side, an impatient voice suddenly sounded from behind. Okay, I'm tired of playing. Delicious food. You don't have to keep warming up. Only to see that at this moment, the green-headed octopus monster dodged, directly as instantly moved to the front of Di-yun, the crystal saliva in its bloody mouth sliding down like rain. Watch this scene. Di-yun was in utter despair in his heart. He can't run away. But it was naturally impossible to think that he could just wait for death. With a lift of his big hand, fire dragons emerged from around him. Even if he dies, he has to die standing up. And naturally, joining him in his despair were the viewers who were watching the picture. Looking at Di-yun's gesture, they also guessed what Di-yun was thinking. This will most likely be Di-yun's last battle. And just then, a voice, however, interrupted Di-yun's thoughts of fighting to the death. Brother Di-yun. Di-yun looked back and almost burst into tears. It was a handsome figure with slightly dull eyes that appeared to have yet to figure out what the hell was going on right now. Who else could it be? Wasn't this the same Li Fan he was looking for? Chapter 76 Seconds to Kill Transcendent Level. And speaking of Li Fan was now that completely confused. Maybe it was his luck that blew up. He had just been in the jungle looking for ferocious beasts to kill while still thinking about whether there was any chance to do a big job again as he did that time in the cave before. The whole time, he never encountered any strange sea creatures at all. So in Li Fan's perspective, everything is still on track for the current freshman bowl. So, after he saw Di-yun and the bizarre green-headed octopus with a human mouth in front of Di-yun, Li Fan's entire body was confused. What's going on here? The beast has become a spirit? However, Di-yun was too late to explain at this moment and shouted towards Li Fan. Brother Li Fan, this monster doesn't know where it came from. I'll explain it to you later. Now you and I will join forces against it. Hear that? Li Fan, who was still in a state of confusion, subconsciously answered yes. And today's situation. It was as if the outside audience who were watching the screen as well as the Northern Emperor's group of mentors were slightly relieved. The pop-ups are all drawn much more loosely as well. Luckily, I actually met Li Fan. Yes, Li Fan's strength doesn't seem to be weak. The two of them joining forces should have a chance of survival. Indeed, with Li Fan and Di-yun teaming up, even if they can't beat them, they should be able to manage to escape, right? Actually, it's hard to say how the result will be, but at least it's one more battle force, and the chances of survival can be increased by a few points, depending on how they'll respond later on. As for the green-headed octopus monster at the other end, at this time, when it looked at Li Fan, who had newly joined the fray, its saliva was already trying to stop. Firm, bullet-toothed flesh. Extreme. Excellent. The octopus monster's 4 or 5 tentacle feet twitched excitedly, and its hideous face added a few moments of excitement, which made the already ugly appearance even uglier. And such a reaction couldn't help but make Li Fan very uncomfortable. Brother Di-yun, does this thing add points? At this moment, Li Fan squeezed his fist and frowned at Di-yun as he asked. And this question really stumped Di-yun. He hasn't killed anyone. How does he know? In the meantime, it's also a great way to get outside viewers to ask questions. Li Fan, this is really do not know what happened. Points or no points? I don't know. But brother Li Fan, this guy is very strong. I'm afraid his rank is approaching transcendent. We both have to be extremely careful. Boo, boo, Di-yun began to reply. But he hadn't finished. All he heard were 2 horrible loud bangs. When he looked at Li Fan again, Li Fan was already appearing in front of him. As for Li Fan, he was carrying the headless body of that octopus monster in his hands. The first sound just now was the sound of Li Fan catapulting off the ground. The second sound was the sound of a punch blowing out an octopus. The whole process was so clean and fast that the naked eye could barely react at first glance. As Di-yun watched this scene, his eyes were incomparably huge and his face was filled with incredulity. This octopus monster that almost made him despair. Just die? The horrifying scene really made Di-yun a bit tense. When he looked at Li Fan again, it was as if he had seen an even more terrifying flood beast. It's not close to transcendent. This octopus is already transcendent. But luckily, it shouldn't be that long since it broke through transcendent. Unfortunately, no points. Li Fan then flung the remains of the octopus like a piece of trash and continued to add up the words that Di-yun hadn't finished just now. His face slightly lost. And those words undoubtedly shook the already shocked Di-yun even more. Already at the transcendent level and still ended up with a punch from Li Fan? Then just how terrifying must Li Fan's strength be now? One time, this strong shock caused Di-yun to resist a moment of self-doubt. It seemed that instead of closing the gap between him and Li Fan, it had gotten even bigger. My talent, is it really S rank? At this moment, Di-yun couldn't help but have a question arise in his heart. And on the other end, a scene from earlier. Undoubtedly, it also made the crowd in the outside world look dumbfounded at this moment. What just happened? Hiss, the monster is dead? Did I read it right? Li Fan killed this transcendent level monster with a single punch? Good fellow, this strength of Li Fan is too strong, isn't it? Could it be that he's already a transcendent as well? Is this the goal of being the #1 freshman in the Northern Empire? So this Li Fan is actually hiding so deeply? Good. Li Fan is also a transcendent. That means the students might be saved. Indeed, but after all, Li Fan is only one person, and is too distracted to save some of the students he meets at best. The pop-ups were completely boiling, and in the conference room, the adults' eyes were on the picture of the secret world at the moment. Looking at the exaggerated battle power displayed by Li Fan, each and every one of them couldn't help but be astonished beyond measure as well. This little guy's profile shows that he shouldn't have transcendent, right? Isn't this battle power a bit worthy of being the sons of those two? This ability to fight over levels is really outrageous. I remember this little guy's talent. It seems to be the ability to continuously improve the strength of his physical body without being restricted by his level. It's very reasonable to be able to fight over the level, but to be able to show this kind of strength at this age is really still unimaginable. This battle power, it's on the verge of catching up with that batch of veterans. The seed plan must have a seat for him. We all agree anyway. We're afraid those two won't agree. It's their only bloodline. Is there no egg under the nest? The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. I believe they won't refuse. Of course, if they refuse, then we can only call it quits. We don't have that much power yet, unless the summit level side comes forward. And the eyes went to the student bus outside of the secret realm at this point. Guling, Lu Qilai and the others. While shocked, he was silently relieved. That's right, they were out long ago, so they weren't caught up in the furor when things first went wrong in the secret world, and they were already on notice. At that time, several people could be said to be very worried about Li Fan, but the helpless camera never had a live-on picture. This made them only pray that everything was safe for Li Fan, and to their surprise, it's so hard to get a good picture of Levant, but it was in that situation. Look at the hideous look of that green-headed octopus. A few people's hearts that were in their throats. Fortunately, Li Fan was strong enough. It's still Van. This is too strong. Rosalie couldn't help but let out a cheer. The Guling few on the side were also invigorated beyond measure. But of course, this was only short-lived, because the danger wasn't over yet, and there were still quite a few monsters similar to this octopus monster, or even tougher, in the other images. And in a corner of the secret realm, an unusual figure who was amongst the many oceanic foreigners could not help but blink his eyes open at this moment. It was a being with a figure almost indistinguishable from a human. The only difference was the all-over purple scales and the head's horned forehead, and judging from the respectful and fearful attitudes of the surrounding marine fae towards him, the identity of this being was bound to be extraordinary. A dead transcendent? This being's eyes narrowed slightly, and a flash of surprise flashed across his eyes, and immediately after, the corner of his mouth then curved up. Interesting. It seems that this human celestial pride is still a bit of a level. I really look forward to meeting it. Chapter 77, Li Fan's program, Kill Back. Again, back to Levin's side. After finishing off that octopus monster, Di Yun was then exchanging information with Li Fan about what he had just experienced. The duo combined various pieces of information for some thought. He quickly guessed the abnormality of the secret realm. There were no points dropped after these foreigners were killed, so the odds are that the secret realm has suffered an invasion. With that being the case, the race will have to be something that needs to be put aside. Brother Li Fan, what do we do now? There's no way to exit the secret realm, and there's no way to contact the outside world, and we're not sure how many of these monsters there are. Di Yun looked at Li Fan at this time and asked with a frown, and compared to Di Yun's nervousness, Li Fan was quite relaxed, but he was also a little confused about what to do next. If only these monsters were better looking. Li Fan couldn't help but murmur at this point. Transcendental level ingredients. This was all basically similar to the meat of those ferocious beasts in the 100-level secret realm. If only these fae were more normal looking and appetizing to look at. He was still more than happy to go and gather more ingredients. But that octopus monster just now, no matter what, it was difficult for him to take a bite out of it. Ha, Brother Li Fan, what did you just say? I somewhat missed it? Di Yun was confused at this point and said, ahem, nothing. Li Fan waved his hand in a hurry, and after a few seconds of silence, Levon then gave his thoughts that, Brother Di Yun, let's go together to slay those monsters. It's inevitable that we'll run into them if we keep hiding anyway. Instead of being passive all the time, let's just be proactive. Take the initiative. Don't these monsters talk and have intelligence? So that means they're afraid too. As long as we kill them until they get cold, until they run away when they see us, we'll be safe. It's called a move to advance to retreat. Brother Di Yun, what do you think of my proposal? Listen to this. At the same time, he looked at the excited smile on Li Fan's face. Di Yun couldn't help but gulp. Nice guy. That's a totally bad scenario to his ears. If he hadn't met Li Fan just now, his person would probably be gone. Now let him go after the monsters in reverse? Li Fan can kill Transcendent, but he can't. But after a moment's hesitation, he decided to compromise. Because now, apart from following Li Fan, it appeared that there was no other safer way. Brother Li Fan, I think this program of yours is very good. Let's both just do it. Di Yun squeezed out a stiff smile and patted Li Fan's shoulder and said, and so it was. Next, the duo, who had come to an agreement, quickly got into action and began to look around for those foreigners to kill. And not all of these fae were of the transcendent level, so Di Yun also had many opportunities to perform. Even compared to Li Fan, Di Yun's flaming talent was a bit more efficient in killing those foreign races that weren't of a very high level when faced with them. So some grinding down. The division of labor between the two was also becoming clearer. When you meet a weak one, Di Yun goes on. When you meet a strong one, Li Fan goes on. With a little bit of silent cooperation, the duo that saw a wave and killed it. Di Yun, who was originally still a bit worried, now that was unusually excited. He now had the mentality that he plus Li Fan equaled invincibility. He now felt that this plan of Li Fan's was just too right, and the duo's side of the picture really stands out in a crowd of shots, totally called a shot in the arm for the audience. It was exciting and even hot for many viewers to watch. Towards the back, the guide even gave all the shots to the duo. Only occasionally does it switch out to other students. And soon, Li Fan Di-yun and his duo were also beginning to meet many students. With a little communication, other students joined Li Fan Di-yun. One afternoon, the team of 2 went from the original 2. Gradually, it became 10, 100, 300, and finally, it reached over 500 directly. If all the boundaries of the secret realm were to be viewed as a mountain full of thorns, then the 500 or so people led by Li Fan would be a spark in the mountain. The fire of hope is slowly beginning to burn. Early the next morning, the Li Fan duo's team was already expanding to 600. Li Fan just woke up amidst the sound of Brother Fan, and there were people handing over freshly roasted meat and their expensive drinks, and there were even those who had a lot of heart to rub Li Fan's shoulders and give him a round of flattery. Such a scene, a great look of a king of thieves. Look at the outside audience are a little crying and laughing, but since everyone calls him Brother Van, Li Fan also didn't let everyone call out for nothing. That was completely the responsibility of protecting the crowd's well-being. As long as he encountered a strong foreigner, Li Fan basically killed them with a single punch. Very crisp and clean. Let's go. Follow me and keep killing. Let these monsters serve us as the next meal. Eat and drink. Li Fan lifted his arm and led the crowd towards a corner of the secret realm. And just a short distance away from Li Fan and the others, there were nearly 100 figures of foreigners at the moment. Careful observation could reveal that there were actually 5 transcended breaths amongst these foreign races. These 5 people, however, were also surrounded in the center, and were quite respected by the rest of the foreigners. Lord Violet Underworld said that inside this secret realm, the human race also has transcendent level combatants, so we can't take it too lightly. At that moment, a fish-headed alien said respectfully to the 5. The 5 of them glanced at each other, and then all of them couldn't help but laugh. Lord Purple Underworld is really overly concerned. Just a dead chapter green. Need to be so concerned. Exactly. Making it seem like we lack transcendent battle power? Other than that, the 5 of us brothers are enough to sweep away all these human geniuses. That's right. You go tell Lord Zimwa to enjoy the scenery and leave the rest to us. Obviously, the 5 didn't put the so-called human genius in their eyes. Okay, stop it all. We're almost ready to enjoy the flavor. At that moment, one of them waved his hand, diverting the crowd's conversation. With that, the gazes of the group of monsters turned to the open space not far away. Open space. Heck, there were over 100 students from major colleges and universities lying around. Basically every one of them was bound all over by vines. Facing the gazes cast by the monsters, the students were all in despair, and their eyes couldn't help but moisten. And among those students, if Li Fan was here, he could recognize a familiar face. That was none other than Lin Yue. And one beside Lin Yue, it was Yi Tianxue from Baisha University. Chapter 78, Do You Want Revenge? Lin Yue and Yi Tianxue were similar to Li Fan Di-yun today. After the two met, they decided to join forces and deal with these oceanic foreign races together. Slowly, a number of students were also gathered to join the team. However, compared to Li Fan Di-yun's team's big kill, it's going to be a much bumpier ride for the two of them. Not only did he not make a big kill, but he had just stepped out not long before he ran into this group. And so it was a photographic effort. The two of them, as well as everyone else in the group, had then become a buffet meal for these marine aliens. I don't want to die. Is it over just like that? So upset. What kind of monsters are these? I'm young. Who's going to save me? Dad. Mom. I can't do my filial duty to you. At the moment, some students couldn't help but let out a wail of pain, tears rolling down their noses. Even Lin Yue as well as Yi Tianxue's faces were now covered in resignation and despair. Both of them were S-ranked, and both of them came from famous families. It would be a shame to just collapse here, and the crowds wailed and cried out in pain. In the eyes of a group of marine aliens, it was really a stimulant. Alright guys, take your pick except for these two humans. Let's finish this meal and move on to the next one. At this moment, one of those 5 people with a shark's head and scaly armor laughed loudly, pointing his finger at Lin Yue as well as Yi Tianxue. Obviously, the duo were the 5 of them who chose the ingredients. And hear this. The rest of the marine alien races all rushed towards their chosen targets in a swarm of excitement, ready to feast. Watching such a scene, the spectators outside the secret territory watched with hearts in their mouths. The painting style here is so much worse compared to Levant's side. It's over. My young Vivian goddess, Sister Tianxue is also going to be gone. I don't dare to look at it. Mud. These hateful monsters. I really want to kill them. *************************************************************************************************************************** If only Li Fan and the others were there. Yes, if Li Fan and the others were there, perhaps Sister Tianxue and the girls would be saved. Alas, it's hard. Li Fan and the others don't know how far away they are from Sister Tianxue and the others. And in this situation now, even if it's not far, it's too late. Hurry up and let the guide cut the screen. I don't want to watch the back, but this revenge, we have to take it down. These mother *****ing monsters. And just as all the viewers outside the secret territory were in grief, the guide was even ready to switch the camera as well. A change has occurred. Only to see a marine alien suddenly come over from the distance, come up to those five and say something with a grave face. Listen. These five immediately just raised their hands and bellowed. All stop. The human who killed Chapter Green is nearby with his team. Let's tackle them all and split them up. This statement was made. A kind of marine alien race froze slightly for a second, and then all of them cheered. And listen to this. The group of students at the bottom who had long ago been almost scared out of their wits were now silently relieved. Even though they may not be alive behind them, at least now they are for a while longer, as relieved as they were. And naturally, there were spectators outside the secret world. They never expected it. At such a critical moment, Li Fan actually appeared, though it's not in the picture. But it has been an indirect way of saving these students. Li Fan Chong. Kill these monsters. That's right. Go Li Fan. Them to death. There are 5 foreigners here who might already be transcendent. I'm afraid it's a bit difficult for Li Fan to fight 5 of them. I believe in Li Fan. I believe it too. They are monsters. Li Fan is a ing monster too. Have you guys seen Li Fan's limits until now? Makes sense. Li Fan. Charge. When you guys come out of the secret realm, I'll give you the old wine that I've treasured for more than 30 years. The pop-ups were completely boiling at the moment. Who could it be? On the other end, Lin Yue couldn't help but ponder in her heart as she listened to the words of the foreigners at this time. From the sound of it, the Chapter Green in the Fae's mouth should also be at the transcendent level. Can have the strength to kill a transcendent. Who the hell could that be? And thinking of this, for some reason, the first thing that came to her mind was Li Fan. But she wasn't sure, and she couldn't imagine it. Leave it to her to come to terms with the fact that the figure she had been unable to surpass was now capable of slaying a transcendent. This is a really hard thing to do. The reason why Lord Purple Underworld told us to be careful is because of this human, isn't it? In that case, let's just carry his head over to show Lord Purple Underworld when the time comes. He's just too much of a worrywart. That's right. The Temple Master himself didn't send us here so that we could fear the humans. There are quite a few clansmen watching behind us. What we need to do is to kill through the humans. The human clansmen see how weak creatures humans really are. Well, I think it's better to cut the crap and let's hurry over there. Don't let that human get away by then. The 5 transcendent Fae were all excited at the moment. A bit of small talk. The 5 decided to go to 4, leaving 1 to stay here. Of course, the 4 went ahead with a number of weaker marine aliens who were responsible for packing the students in later. And since this place was not very far from the area where Li Fan and the others were, just for a moment, the group then found Li Fan and the others not far above the jungle. Of course, Li Fan also noticed these foreigners. Brothers, another visitor. We'll take those 4. You take the rest. Li Fan's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked toward the 4 oceanic Fae with different scents. This statement was made. The 600 or so students behind them all raised their arms in excitement. Kill the mother *********. Brother Fan, don't worry. Leave the rest to us. Brother Van, I want to play 10. And looking at the performance of Li Fan and the students in the back, the faces of the foreigners all looked strange. When they meet other humans, which one didn't turn pale with fear and then try to escape? It's really the first time I've seen this kind of excitement and wariness at the sight of them. One time, many of the ocean Fae were muttering in their hearts. Except, of course, for those 4. Looks like you're the one who gave these guys the bottom line. You killed Chapter Green, didn't you? At that moment, that shark-headed transcendent Fae looked at Li Fan with a touch of grimness on his face. However, Li Fan did not answer at first. Instead, he surveyed the appearance of the 4. Sharks, tuna, lobsters, big crabs. Animal characteristics are quite obvious. Well, you can consider making a seafood pot, not like the other oceanic Fae. The 4 of them actually look like human beings, but as long as the small part that looks like a human is removed, the rest of them can still be taken as their original animal form. This obviously gave Li Fan the idea of having a full meal, and Li Fan's muttering appearance really made that shark-headed alien very unhappy. He had the feeling of being slighted. Human boy, are you deaf? He exclaimed in a stern voice through clenched teeth. The terrifying sound path caused the nearby trees to tremble with it. At the same time, it also calmed down Di Yun and the others, who were originally overwhelmed with excitement. Good man, it's transcendent. And it was only then that Li Fan's side reacted to the fact that he hadn't responded yet. Ow, you mean that nasty octopus? I killed it. What? Are you guys looking for revenge? Li Fan shrugged his shoulders before looking kindly at these 4 transcendent Fae. Chapter 79 1 against 4. It's still seconds. Looking at this casual and relaxed appearance of Li Fan, Not only were those 4 transcendent Fae, but even the other Fae, they couldn't help but be annoyed. And Levon's words immediately afterward, directly, it just made all the Fae explode. Brothers, I'll treat you all to a seafood dinner later. What do you say? The words fell. Dian was then leading the way by raising his arms and shouting, yes, and then the rest of the students cheered along. Must eat. If Van said eat, then you must eat. Brother Van is awesome. I'll set up the pot when the time comes. I'll build the fire. Such a scene. It really made the Fae blush. They're the only ones who eat humans, not the ones who get eaten by humans. Arrogant to the core. Humph. Do you think we're the same petty characters as that punk Zhang Green? A seafood dinner? I don't think you've lived long enough. I think we'd better cut the crap. There's a bunch of food waiting for us over there. Let's get these over there early so they can have a proper reunion. The 4 transcendent Fae clenched their teeth and spoke at this moment. With that, he prepared to attack Li Fan and the others. And at this moment, Li Fan couldn't help but frown slightly. Listening to these people, it seems that there are other students who have been captured by these foreigners? Immediately, Li Fan smiled at the corner of his mouth and said aloud in a slow voice, I didn't expect there to be others. It seems that this seafood feast, the ingredients may not always be enough. This statement was made. Undoubtedly it was as if they had stepped on the tail of the Fae. You seek death, the shark-headed alien shouted, cupping a terrifying water bomb in his hand, and killing it right toward Li Fan. But soon, and he paid for his impulsiveness, only to see Li Fan leap and instantly appear behind him with an incredible speed. Boo! The voice rang out. The shark's head was taken off hard by Levon. The inedible part was kicked into the distance by Li Fan, smashing into a boulder and falling into a bloody mist. Within a few breaths, a transcendent shark monster was hastily ushered to its end. And this horrifying scene fell in the eyes of a crowd of foreigners. Undoubtedly an unprecedented visual impact. The invincible adult in their eyes was actually met by Li Fan easily, just like folding vegetables. Brothers, the shark fins are available. Li Fan then threw the fish head as well as the fins left behind towards Di Yun, smiling towards the group of students. And for this scene, the marine alien races were already devoid of their previous irritation, and there was only a pang of fear. Among them were certainly those other 3 transcendentals as well. Other people might still be a little unclear about Li Fan's perception of strength, but they, as transcendent levels, were very clear about it. This strength of Li Fan was definitely not the kind that had just stepped into transcendence. For a while, all 3 of them already had the idea of fleeing in their hearts, but mainly there were so many clansmen behind them watching. If he were to run away from the battle, he would definitely be reviled by his clan when he returned. Gritting their teeth, the 3 of them looked at each other and immediately made up their minds. Together. Next, without any sign, the 3 of them moved out in unison and attacked Li Fan. Of course, it just speeds up the pace of their deaths. Good timing. Li Fan raised his arm and shouted, then burst out like a cannonball. Facing an attack from 3 people, he didn't have the slightest idea of wanting to dodge, and directly just chose to fight head-on. Boo! 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 Li Fan was like an embroidered needle of death, passing through the bodies of the 3 as if a bullet had passed through cheese. Blink of an eye. A huge bloody hole appeared on all 3 of them, and their vitality began to slowly dissipate, and in the last moments of their lives, on their faces, fear was written. This, great, Lord, monstrous, thing, this human is simply a monster. Not far. The rest of the marine alien races watched this scene, all of them trembling in fear and letting out bursts of screams, all 4 of their transcendent level adults. This combined actually didn't last more than a minute in Li Fan's hands. This is just outrageous. At this moment, looking at Li Fan's face, a deep fear was already seared into their hearts, and their next move, naturally, was to flee in all directions. Not good. These monsters are going to run. Give chase. Van's job is over. It's our turn next. Kill. For a seafood dinner. Kill. Contrary to the ocean Fae, the student camp's morale was exceptionally high now, and a swarm of them were all catching up towards the foreigners. However, with these foreign races bent on escaping, it was naturally very difficult to kill them all. So the crowd only intercepted 2/3 of it, and looking at the fleeing foreigners, Levon couldn't help but let them carry a message. Either, this isn't going to stand up to food either. Get your strongest lord over here. By the way, my name is Li Fan. It's actually good that someone escaped. Just the thing to spread the fear in their hearts. Slowly. In that case, these foreign races would not be too daring to kill the students as recklessly as before when they knew that there were also strong people among the humans. And subsequently, in the mouth of the intercepted marine alien, Li Fan and the others were also quick to inquire about the location of Lin Yue and the others. No hesitation. After the group had organized the ingredients, they headed in the direction of Lin Yue and the others. Watch this scene. Nowadays, The outside world of the secret realm had already been boiling over for a long time. Li Fan had really broken their perceptions once again. The audience's clamor for Li Fan had climbed to the extreme. The boy. Outside the entrance of the secret realm, the fire god looked at the situation in the picture, and while he was surprised in his eyes, there was already more than a touch of appreciation. Ever since he had learned about Li Fan's parents from Zhu Tianzheng's mouth, he had actually long since lost any resentment towards Li Fan. It was just that Wenguang's talent was more to his liking compared to Li Fan, and now that he took a look at it, the terrifying potential that Li Fan had shown was really something that he couldn't help but appreciate. In terms of seniority, Li Fan was also considered his junior apprentice brother. In the future, if there was an opportunity, it would be possible to have more contact with Li Fan. And again, the other side. At that moment the only transcendent Fae among those 5 who was still alive was still calmly waiting for his partners to return victoriously. The sounds of a distant battle just now. He had actually heard some of it. Looks like the fight is over there. Everyone, get ready. It's about to be time for the big meal. He now gazed at the rest of the Fae who remained here and laughed aloud. In his opinion, Li Fan and the others were already successfully wiped out by their companions. Hearing these words, the foreigners were all revitalized once again for a moment. As for Lin Yue and the others lying on the ground, they were also born of despair once again. It seemed that the savior in their hearts was already fallen as well. But just then, a breaking sound whistled up and passed by the group of foreigners. Boom! A loud voice fell. A huge shark's head stood violently in front of the crowd. Chapter 80 Rescue. Seafood Feast. Look at this shark head. All of the marine alien races on the scene were all wide-eyed and terrified. Isn't this their lordship? How is that possible? And let's not talk about them. Even the students at the scene, each and every one of them was wide-eyed and filled with incredulity. Wasn't this the same shark monster that had just talked about eating him like a buffet? How come there's only one head left? Could it be? No good. That transcendent level Fae realized at the first moment that something was wrong, and his face suddenly changed drastically. Though only one companion's body was visible at the moment, but the other party dared to be so provocative as to open the way to shock with a corpse, which meant that the other 3 should have fallen as well. Beating 4 transcendents in a row. This strength was definitely not something he could resist. Run! He gritted his teeth and exclaimed, while turning around and about to run away. When the rest of the alien races saw that the transcendent level adults were scared to flee, they naturally didn't dare to stay, and fled in all directions. But alas, after all, it was too late. Run? Did I tell you to run? A voice fell slowly. Next, the 600 or so students directly just surrounded all the foreigners. Li Fan, on the other hand, was blocking in front of that transcendent level alien who wanted to run. Looking at Li Fan in front of him, this transcendent level foreigner couldn't help but subconsciously gulp. From Li Fan, he smelled the blood of his 4 companions. That is to say, Levon gave his partner a string of 4s. It was then that he couldn't help but remember Lord Purple Underworld's advice. But it was too late. My clan will become the overlord of this star in the near future. If you let me live, I won't treat you badly in the future. Gritting his teeth, this transcendent level marine alien Su opened his mouth, trying to seek the last shred of life. Li Fan couldn't help but come to a moment of interest as he listened to this. Your clan? Well then, can you tell me what exactly is the situation of your clan? And what exactly are the underpinnings that you dare to say the words about being the star overlord? If it's really as powerful as you say, I can consider making this deal with you. This statement was made. That transcendent face darkened. It's not like he's a little cutie. Wasn't this a blatant attempt to trap him and inquire about the situation within his clan? He was bound to not be able to talk about it, because there were countless clansmen watching him right now. Even if he escaped Li Fan, he would be executed as a traitor when he returned to his clan. You, human child, I'll fight you. He snapped out steeply and pinched out a bluefist seal and slammed it towards Li Fan's face. But Li Fan was just a casual shot. Boo! Not only did he block the punch's attack, but he even directly just slapped this arm out. Ah! The intense pain caused this transcendent alien to let out a miserable wail, and his face was filled with a touch of unprecedented fear. What kind of horrible flesh is this, Li Fan? Okay, just don't answer. Li Fan shook his head, losing his patience. The body moved, directly giving this alien a go-ahead edible. And next, it was the turn of Di Yun and the others to perform. In fact, there were still quite a few foreigners present whose strength was considered relatively strong. In a normal duel, Di Yun and the others would have had to put in a lot of effort to defeat the. But now, they had long been scared out of their wits by Li Fan's operation just now, and their fighting spirit was gone. That's why Di Yun and the others harvested with a real ease. And at this time in the bottom watching this scene Lin Yue and others. Now the emotion that is extremely complex. There was both shock and the ecstasy of having survived a robbery. along with gratitude to Li Fan and the others. But for Lin Yue, in addition to these emotions, she has an added dose of self-doubt. I didn't expect that the savior who could kill a transcendent level was indeed the Li Fan she was thinking of. These days, she had followed her mentor's one-on-one tutoring, as well as her family's help, and her strength level had skyrocketed. But even in this case, she still hadn't been able to outperform Li Fan. There was even a widening gap with Li Fan. Think about it. The endless blows and the deep self-doubt made her eyes water. Lin Yue? At this time, Li Fan surveyed the students underneath, and suddenly he just noticed Lin Yue's figure. One step forward, Li Fan came straight to this old friend. Not to mention, Lin Yue this is tied-up appearance, but actually is also quite good-looking. Not worthy of the school flower level of existence. What? Did big schoolgirl Lin get scared and cry? Don't worry, it'll loosen you up. Li Fan squatted down and couldn't help but snort a smile towards Lin Yue before he started chopping off the vines on his body. But who knows? Lin Yue actually cried even louder. She had a feeling of helplessness at the moment that she had been humiliated but couldn't do anything about it. Li Fan thought that this usually hard-tempered Lin Yue was scared to tears. That couldn't help but laugh even louder. As for this scene, Yi Tianxue on the side was very concerned, moving her body and giving her head a turn to look at Lin Yue, softly comforting. Don't be afraid, Yue, we've been saved. Obviously, Yi Tianxue also thought that Lin Yue was the aftermath of her emotions from being scared by the foreigners just now. You are the #1 freshman of White Sand University, Yi Tianxue? Li Fan also recognized Yi Tianxue at this time. When they hadn't come into the secret realm yet, all of them outstanding students were standing in the front row, and Di Yun had given him a rough introduction back then, so he still had some impression. Livan was surprised. He never expected it. This wave came down to save 2S classes. To put it another way, it means that if he hadn't come, 2S classes would have fallen. Look at it this way, he came just in time. I am right. Yi Tianxue was recognized, and was also addressed by the other party as the #1 freshman in Baisha. A sense of shame immediately went to her head. Her voice began to stammer, and her head unconsciously began to twist back, not quite daring to look directly at Li Fan. She was the #1 freshman at Baisha University, but now she was laid out here like a piece of fish on a chopping board. Doesn't she want to lose face? Seeing this, Li Fan also saw Yi Tianxue's embarrassed state of mind, so he didn't ask any more questions. After helping Lin Yue loosen the vines, Li Fan was the one who came to help Yi Tianxue solve it. While solving it, Li Fan also chatted idly. It's fine. There's no need to have any embarrassment. These monsters are really not weak. Look at Lin Yue wasn't also captured. This statement was made. It couldn't help but make Lin Yue, who had stopped crying at the side, fill her head with black lines. It also made Yi Tianxue cry and laugh a little. Isn't this stabbing Lin Yue in the heart again? But it's not a big problem, because Li Fan had said that on purpose. Soon, with the scene cleared of the marine aliens, all the students were saved. There are no surprises. After thanking Li Fan and the others, these students were hoping to join the team. In response, Li Fan and the others naturally would not refuse. The bigger the group, the more cohesive it is and the safer it is. The people in the outside world of the secret realm all looked at this scene and were all relieved. In that case, then at least these teams would be relatively much safer under Li Fan's leadership. Subsequently, the crowd then began a seafood feast. Not to mention, these foreign races were actually no different from ordinary ferocious beasts, and the meat was even more flavorful. So the big guys who have worked so hard for so long are eating very comfortably and their moods are following suit. Corner. Lin Yue and Tianxue sat side by side, drinking the delicious fish soup, looking at Li Fan who was surrounded by boys. Yi Tianxue couldn't help but poke Lin Yue who was on the side with her arm, and then came to her ear and whispered. Not to mention, this Li Fan is quite charming, speaks with humor and has a real character, not at all like those hypocritical sons of the world. As she spoke, her eyes were filled with admiration. However, this drew a tirade from Lin Yue. Che, he's pretending. I know him. When these words came out, Yi Tianxue froze. Ha, of course, this, Lin Yue said on purpose. Livan is really quite charming now, but she didn't want to admit it. The other end. While Li Fan and the others were merrily enjoying their food, there's already a big storm blowing through the marine fae groups today. Chapter 81 The only sequence that comes in person. Have you heard? Apart from Lord Chapter Green, 5 more transcendents have fallen. Ha, really? Are there that many transcendent levels in the human camp? It seems like all 6 died at the hands of the same human. I think it was called something like Van. I remember. It's called Li Fan. Oh yes, it's called Livan. One person killed 6 of our lords? Is this human so tough? What about the promise that it was just some human cubs? Lord Temple Master couldn't have lied to us, could he? Hiss. 5 more have died. Looks like this human camp isn't as simple as we thought. It feels like we need to be more vigilant, so we don't accidentally lose our lives. Strange. I didn't run into a single transcendent class human along the way. Could it be that I'm just more lucky? You're not being lucky, are you? I think it's better to restrain yourself. Next time you kill a human, you want to see if their first reaction is to flee. If not, my advice is to retreat first. That's right. Since some from Li Fan's side there were quite a few marine alien races escaping out, the news that 5 more transcendents had died began to spread wildly amongst the oceanic fae. Without a moment's effort, even Li Fan's name began to spread amongst the foreigners. And such dissemination is a really good thing for all students, because after knowing that there were monsters like Li Fan in the human race, they were no longer too likely to recklessly charge into the crowd and kill indiscriminately as they had done in the beginning. After all, there was no guarantee that a character like the next Li Fan would appear. Have you found out clearly? Were they all killed by this Li Fan? Lord Violet Underworld. It's been checked out clearly. I was there when I witnessed that person called Li Fan obliterating them, and the whole thing was done almost in a few breaths. In a corner of the secret realm, a foreigner encampment. A foreigner with a body resembling a seahorse was reporting what he had seen and heard with that purple-scaled and horned adult. Hear the news. This Violet Underworld lord couldn't help but silently recite Li Fan's name in his mouth. Li Fan. So it's called Li Fan. The name is ordinary, but the strength is extraordinary. With that, he slowly got up, the corner of his mouth drawn into a stern smile. Lead the way. I'm going to meet this Li Fan. This statement was made. The group of foreigners beside him were all a bit shocked. This lord is going to do it himself? Lord Violet Underworld. Isn't it a bit too much for you to look down on this human curmudgeon if you do it yourself? Yes, Lord Violet Underworld. You are our only young sequence to enter this human secret realm this time, and also our backbone. For this kind of small role, I think it's fine to leave it to the other brethren. There's no need for you to personally take action. The 2 cronies couldn't help but open their mouths to counsel at this moment, but this persuasion was undoubtedly a sign of looking down on him in the eyes of Zihei. I think you guys are worried that I won't be able to defeat this Li Fan as well, and you're afraid that I'll fall here and be blamed after I return to my clan, right? Purple Meditation coldly looked at the 2 of them and said slowly, Ah, Lord Zimwa, we didn't mean that. With Lord Zimwa's strength, killing this Li Fan is as easy as a slap. We are just afraid of dirtying your lordship's hands. That's right. Your strength, my lord. That goes without saying. I'm just afraid of dirtying your excellency's hands, the duo explained in quick succession. Scared out of their wits, for the duo's explanation, Purple Underworld was very disdainful, then said, No need to say anything, I have my measure, just lead the way. I'm just too curious about the geniuses of the human race. And in another corner of the secret world, a massive team, numbering about nearly 2,000, was also clearing up at the moment, but that's obviously not Li Fan. Instead, it was a team made up of 3 S-classes led by He Wenguang, Yun Hei from Qingdao University, and Luo Chun from Manhwa University. He Wenguang was the one who had the idea of embracing the group since he had escaped from a transcendent-level alien in the last time. The original intent of this idea was not that he wanted to appear safer in a group, and that the group could have some scapegoats when it came time to escape, but who knew that this walk would lead to the encounter of 2 S-classes, both of which were not weak. That's what gave him the idea to work together to defend the enemy. Just a little while ago, they also ate up a transcendent-level marine alien, but the process, naturally, was not as easy to write as Li Fan. That transcendent fey was dried out by a fluke under the cover of He Wenguang's transcendent-level explosive talisman, gathering an intense attack from a group of students. But anyway, this is a really great morale booster for the whole team. And this image, it was actually relayed in real time by the guy just now. Watch this scene. All of the spectators outside the secret territory were all energized, because so far, everything seems to be moving closer to the good. Not only is Levin's side firing, Homan Kwang's side is likewise on a roll. If Li Fan and the others were to gather with He Wenguang and the others, then the safety could certainly be greatly enhanced once again. But that's just what the audience expects. It's a matter of luck if and when you can assemble. Besides, Li Fan's side, eat and drink. The group just started to leave for the next area. With Yi Tianxue and Lin Yue on board, the team's kills were really more efficient. Li Fan fell into a rare ease, and the departure of the Levantine team. It was also just the right time to let the alien team led by Purple Underworld pounce. Find out for me. Which direction did they go? Zimwa was looking at the leftovers that Li Fan and the others had finished eating at this time, and his face was grim to the extreme. It's not just him. The same goes for the rest of the Oceanic Fae. They had never been the only ones to eat humans, but now, their own countrymen had become a meal for humans. This anger could only be calmed by decimating Li Fan and the others. My lord, we arranged for the scouts to all be killed, and the smell of the clansmen's blood is everywhere around here as well, so it's really hard to recognize them. Gotta get some more scouts to poke around. The Fae with the seahorse-like appearance frowned. The face of Zhe, who didn't get a definite result, became even more gloomy. Useless piece of. Check me. About an hour passed. Soon, the first scout returned and brought a message. My lord, there is a team in the southwest direction with a huge number of people. About 2 to 3,000. I don't know if it's Li Fan and the others that the adults are talking about. Chapter 82, Glorious and Great Homanquang? Hear this. Violet Underworld's eyes narrowed slightly. 2 or 3,000. This intelligence didn't seem to match the team Li Fan was on. It seems like there are only about 600 or 700. 700 or 800 people on Li Fan's side. Trying to spread to 2 or 3,000 in such a short period of time is possible, but not very likely. Whether it's Li Fan and the others or not, we'll know when we go. And maybe there's more than one Li Fan among the human geniuses. Go! With a wave of the purple underworld's hand, the team directly just moved forward at breakneck speed towards the southwest. And that team, naturally, was not the one Li Fan was on. It was the team that He Wanguang and the others were in. Besides, He Wanguang's side. Brother Wanguang, where exactly are we heading now? Why don't we rest on the spot first? A simple-looking student looked at He Wanguang and couldn't help but ask. That's actually what the other students wanted to ask. Though after killing that transcendent-level alien, the team's morale had soared. But they hadn't even had much rest before they were ordered to continue onward to kill the next batch of Ocean Fae, which was a bit tiring, and everyone wanted to take a break for a while. However, He Wanguang, who was burdened with a transcendent-level explosive talisman, was their tentative leader right now, and they could only listen to He Wanguang in everything. And as He Wanguang listened to the man's words, his face immediately turned cold. Rest? Do you realize that every second in the secret world right now there could be one of our compatriots being brutally murdered by these foreigners? They're probably all waiting for us. One more second of rest for us and one of our compatriots may have to die. Do you think we can rest? He Wanguang's words, not to be outdone by the fact that many were mortified. On the side, Yun He and Luo Duan did the same. Originally, they thought that He Wanguang was being completely insensitive to the crowd and wanted to engage in a dictatorship based on the fact that he had a transcendent-level bursting talisman. But the words came out. Ultimately, their pattern is too low, and outside this secret realm, He Wanguang's words also made many people stand in awe. This Hovenlight is nice. Indeed, to be able to think of this layer. What a good person. It's really a good thing that we have such a young genius in Xia. Homanquang is awesome. The pattern. I decided that in addition to powdering Li Fan, I'm going to powder another He Wanguang. Even He Wanguang's mentor, the Vulcan, was quite pleased as he watched this scene now. Not bad for one of his cadets. This sense of responsibility destined He Wanguang to be the mainstay of Daxia's future. And the only ones who felt a little strange were Ruzail and the others who were in the car at the moment. For a villain like He Wanguang, they don't believe that it's just a matter of 10 days or so, and this is suddenly a glorious greatness. But strange as it was, at least He Wanguang couldn't find anything wrong with these words. Eyes back on the team. After He Wanguang finished these words, many of the people in the team who were originally feeling very tired are now all starting to pump up their own blood. As the savior of the other students, they must race against the clock and not rest, and watch as the team is revitalized once again. He Wanguang was really energized inside. Those words just now were naturally not spoken from his heart. What saving lives? He was trying to find Li Fan quickly. Now he was the leader of this huge team. If he could meet Li Fan and make him join in, he could use his power to command Li Fan to do the most dangerous jobs. If they don't do it, then it's a big moral abduction. When the time came for Li Fan and the foreigners to fight, he could just pinch the explosive talisman to enter and finish off Li Fan as well as the foreigners. This would be perfect for creating a stream of mislynch scenarios, both killing Li Fan and gaining prestige. Of course, Li Fan might have been killed by the Fae as well. After all, there were quite a few transcendent levels among the Fae. If Li Fan was unlucky enough to meet it, the odds were against it. But if that was the case, it would be a shame. He still wanted to finish off Li Fan with his own hands. And Levin's reasons aside, heck, there is another reason for the seed program. The way things are going, getting into a seeding program on points is basically a non-starter. So the probability is that the selectors will be filtered by their performance inside the secret world. He just needs to take a firm hold of this alpha position now. When he gets out there, it's a sure thing that he'll make the program. He Wanguang was thinking. Suddenly, a fiery student in front of him sped over. Brother Light, there are foreigners. There are quite a few of them. By the looks of it, there must be at least 700 or 800 or even 1,000. This student was the very one sent out to scout ahead. listen to the news. Yun Ming as well as Luo Duan all looked at He Wanguang. He Wanguang frowned slightly. 800 thousands? That's quite a lot. That amount. The alien swarms they had encountered before were actually only a few hundred at most. This quantity is a first. And according to previous experience, a team as large as this basically had a transcendent level sitting on it. Want to go in a different direction? Yun Ming opened his mouth at this time and inquired. Hearing these words, He Wanguang hesitated for a moment, his gaze looking at the group of students behind him. Forget it, no change, since we have to save the other students, these foreigners, sooner or later, we'll have to encounter them. Big deal, we'll fight them. As the saying goes, if I don't go to hell, who will go to hell? If I can eat this large group of foreigners, I'll be able to save more of my compatriots. He Wanguang sank his breath and spoke in a deep voice, not intending to change directions. He actually wanted to run. But who let them put the word out just a little while ago? If you run away with the team now, then your hard-earned reputation will collapse. He wanted to gamble. Take a gamble that there are no transcendents, or only one transcendent, in this group of Fae. If the gamble is won, and he gets another big win, his prestige could take another great leap forward. And if the bet is lost, it would be a token fight to see if we could find a way to escape. After all, those seed program examiners didn't have much to say if they couldn't beat them with hard power. And listening to He Wanguang's words, Yun Ming as well as Luo Duan couldn't help but look grave. Ho Manquang is indeed very patterned and responsible, and they admire him. But it felt like such a direct choice to go head-to-head with so many foreigners, especially when the other party's battle power was still ominous. It's really a bit reckless. However, He Wanguang had a transcendent great explosive talisman, so they couldn't say anything. And so it was. The group of people were still pressing forward in a vast manner towards the front, and as the line traveled, about 10 or so minutes passed. The figures of the alien team then appeared in front of He Wanguang and the others. And naturally, this team was someone else. It was the team that Purple Underworld was on. Chapter 83, Destroy and Die. Standing up. Stop. Meeting head-on, He Wanguang immediately shouted sternly and did not proceed. He wanted to judge the other side. And Hovenko and the others stopped. The Purple Underworld side, however, didn't stop and was still closing in on them. Such a situation. He had certainly created a certain sense of oppression for the group of students behind He Wanguang, but with the likes of Hovenko and others hitting the head, the students didn't have the slightest desire to run away. He Wanguang gazed over. With a single glance, he noticed the purple-scaled and horned Purple Underworld in the very center of the alien group. This guy, He Wanguang and Zihei's eyes met, and when they looked at each other, He Wanguang couldn't help but have his pupils shrink. Transcendental. And it's not the kind of transcendence that's just getting started. And then look at the few on the side of purple meditation. He Wanguang was so scared that cold sweat broke out. The 8 on the side of Violet Underworld's body actually had breadths that had reached transcendent. Even though their aura wasn't as terrifying as the Purple Underworld, yet it is also solidly transcendent. Previously, they had nearly flipped over when they killed a transcendent. Instead, there were a full 9 transcendents here. That's more than a lost bet. That's a total betting blowout. He Wanguang had discovered this, so how could Junhei and Luo Duan on the side not discover it? What to do? Do you have enough charms? Yun Ming made a wink towards He Wanguang. He Wanguang's entire body stiffened. With his entire body right now, he only had 10 bursting talismans left. Using all of these talismans and pairing them with the attacks of Junhei, Luo Duan and the others, they were just barely able to take out one. How can this be? And again, do you take the other 8 for granted? This, He Wanguang was about to say something. But the words were not finished. An unmistakable voice came from the opposing camp then. Is Levon on your team? The words came out. All of the students, including He Wanguang, couldn't help but stare. Li Fan was the #1 freshman in the Northern Empire. Many of the audience might not recognize Li Fan, but in their circle of students, Li Fan was quite famous, so naturally they all knew him. But what amazed them was this. The other party actually knew Li Fan's name? What exactly did Levon do? How could there be so many Fae going after him? And at that moment, He Wanguang's mood that was a fluctuating one. It was a good thing that the other party had set their eyes on Li Fan, meaning that Li Fan had a high probability of not escaping death. It was just a shame that it wasn't his turn to do it. And another good thing is, if the other party's target was only Li Fan, then perhaps there was a certain chance that the other party would choose to leave after learning that Li Fan was not on this side. And so it was. Ho Manquang is ready to take another gamble. No. He Wanguang's voice was equally majestic, his aura not weaker than the other party at all. And the other end, Zihei, who heard this answer, was clearly dissatisfied, his eyes filled with disappointment. Good. Then die. Zimhua spoke slowly, and then raised his hand. giving a gesture to the rest of the line of people beside him. Next, several Transcendents then led a group of clansmen towards He Wenwang and the others to kill them. A scene of horror. It directly just made He Wenwang's face darken. Nice guy, kill even if you're not? Lost another bet? And looking at the several Transcendents that were killing them, He Wenwang's mind only struggled for a second or two, and then he made his decision. The difference in strength is too great. Run! He Wenwang turned back and shouted, and then instantly flew away towards the rear. A sudden scene. It really made a bunch of students giggle. Originally, they were already prepared to fight to the death and sacrifice themselves. But now, the leaders are leading the run. Where else is there any will to fight? Immediately, the large force of 2,000 to 3,000 people immediately just started to flee in all directions. And such a result, naturally, the only way to end up is to be harvested by the Fae. A photo op. Destroyed. In the blink of an eye, there were already hundreds of dead and wounded. Look at one of your classmates fall. Yunhua as well as Luo Chen all had hearts like knives. They are actually fleeing along with the students. But look behind you as one of your classmates wails and falls. The two remembered the scenes of drinking and rejoicing with them in the past few days, and the pace of their escape could not help but gradually become slower. Then he looked at He Wenwang who had long ago fled far away. The two were undoubtedly spiteful in their hearts. What He Wenwang had said just now turned out to be nothing more than grandiose rhetoric. As the only He Wenwang with a transcendent level killing weapon, if he had followed his own words, then he should have stayed here to break the back and allow the other students to escape, instead of taking the lead. At this rate, we'll all die. Yun Ming saw the situation at this point and looked towards Luo Chen. Luo Chen saw what Yun He meant and smiled sagely. Then Dai standing up. Subsequently, the two turned back and reversed course, killing their way back towards the Fae. Both of them were S-ranked, and their levels had basically reached over 70. With the overstep combat ability added, the duo was completely sufficient to fight against level 80-odd foreigners, and was considered to be not bad in battle, except for those few transcendentals. For the other foreign races, the duo was basically enough to fight, so as soon as the two of them turned around, they killed a lot of foreigners. This maneuver quickly attracted the attention of many foreigners. That's all you monsters are? Ha 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 ha, overkill. More. Luo Duanyun he was all shouting at this moment, holding the corpse of the alien race, and spoke sternly, like a god of war. The purpose of this is, naturally, to attract the Fae, so that more people can escape. Sure, this is also what Luo Duan calls dying while standing. Either way, you're dead. Then how about a good fight? And naturally, the duo's behavior worked successfully. Several transcendent level foreigners all killed towards the duo. As for the results, it is true that a number of students managed to escape, and the two, naturally, ended up in a miserable state. One had a leg ripped off and one had ribs broken all over his body. It was originally going to be a hit. Fortunately, it was the crucial moment that was called off by Zihei. These two are rare, quite a backbone. Don't kill them first, bring them along first later. While searching for Li Fan, I also happen to be relieved of my boredom and get to know a little bit about human beings. By the way, that first wimp who escaped, don't let him run away. What I dislike most in my life is the person who was greedy and afraid of death. This person seems to be the chief. It's really disgraceful. Far away, looking at the cloud Heluaduan, who had been captured and badly injured after buying time for himself. Each one of them all gritted their teeth and cried bitterly. They'd love to do something about it, but Naija is too weak. At the same time, in their hearts at the moment, they hated He Wenwang to the extreme. Obviously has the highest end of their battle power here, but was the first to choose to flee. Obviously shouting I'm not going to hell, who was going to hell. And yet, they are a total glutton for punishment and do not hesitate to abandon them. But soon, they were cool. For raise your eyes, He Wenwang was already captured back by two transcendent level foreigners. His entire body stained with blood and in a very sorry state. Chapter 80 for the traitor He Wenwang. Although He Wenwang had a transcendent great explosive talisman, but against a true transcendent level, it would naturally be impossible to have much of a chance of winning, let alone two. With a struggle, he was beaten and seriously injured straight away. Looking at He Wenwang's miserable state, not only were the students fleeing from afar cool, but Yun He and Luo Chen, who were also suffering from injuries, were also cool. Sure, the same also included the righteous indignation of the spectators outside the secret realm at this time. This son of a He Wenwang, I'm so blind. This man is so moralistic. It's disgusting. Compared to Yun Ming, Luo Duan and the others, this He Wenwang is simply a complete villain. Well played. This kind of guy who abandons his companions. I see no point in keeping him in the world. It's a shame that he's still S-ranked. I want to take back all the good things I said earlier about pushing Ho Man Kwang. Show me too angry. These alien strength is indeed powerful. escape is also reasonable. But this He Wen Ming Ming is the highest combatant inside. Even if you throw 2 bursting talismans to cover a little before escaping also line this guy is good. The first to run away. Alas, it's a pity about Yunhei and Luochen, 2 good seedlings. Indeed, He Wen Guan's death is as good as dead, but it's really too bad about Yunmei Luoduan. If only Li Fan could still save them like the god of heaven descending from the earth. All the images from earlier, all of them were transmitted to the outside world in real time. The terrifying strength of Purple Underworld and the others was naturally in their eyes. So they were very understanding as well as hard to bear about the tragic defeat of He Wen Guang and the others. However, He Wen Guang's behavior was very annoying to watch. It's understandable that speech and behavior are not quite consistent, but it can't be the exact opposite, can it? And aside from being annoyed with Hovenko, the audience was also impressed by Yunhei and Luochen's unyieldingness and dedication, and felt very sorry for the duo's impending fall. The entrance to the secret world. The Vulcan's face was grim at this time, and not a single smile could be seen. The examiners on the sidelines, one by one, were not quite daring to speak. After all, they had only just launched into a brag about He Wen Guang earlier in order to flatter the fire god. Senior fire god, He Wen Guang is still young after all. His determination is insufficient, and it is normal that he is a bit greedy and afraid of death. At this time, one of the examiners gently opened his mouth, wanting to help find a remedy. What he gained, however, was only the Vulcan's rage-filled eyes. Being young is no excuse. He needs to pay for his mistakes. The fire god spoke in a cold voice, his words mixed with anger as well as a hint of hatred and helplessness. Originally, he had already wanted to train He Wen Guang as his successor, but now, he was completely out of it. He didn't want his successor to be the first to choose to flee when facing the foreigners on the battlefield, leaving the common people to face it. Again, back to the middle of the picture. After He Wen Guang was recaptured, the rest of the students, basically those who could run away, and those who couldn't, were gone. The whole scene, once again, was calm. The 2 transcendent Fae escorted He Wen Guang to the front of the Purple Underworld. Purple Underworld contemptuously sized up He Wen Guang, and then gently slapped He Wen Guang's face with his palm and said, "You say people didn't escape, but you did. What kind of a chief are you? Shame on you? Fleeing from battle and abandoning one's companions is a death sentence within our clan. I wonder what the penalty is for your human clan." Listening to Zihei's words as well as the terrifying sense of oppression that Zihei exuded, He Wen Guang coughed out a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with fear, and his body began to tremble a little. The last time he faced this kind of death threat was when he faced Li Fan, and looking at He Wen Guang's wimpy appearance, Ximua's disgust grew even more, and his patience was gone in an instant. Although this human is greedy and afraid of death, the meat is delicious. Which one of you wants it? You're rewarded. Ximua twisted his head to look at the foreigners behind him. One time, the foreign races were all excited, each opening their bloody mouths and drooling, and listened to the cheers of the Fae. He Wen Guang's heart was filled with despair when he thought that he was about to become a blood meal for these foreigners. He's not happy about it. Suddenly just then, an aura flashed in his mind. Wait! He Wen Guang threw back his head and shouted, looking towards Zihei with a face full of desire to live. Such a look really looked at the similarly captured cloud meditation Luo dust contemptuous. Is this hardly a case of dropping all dignity and pleading with the foreigners? And He Wen Guang's reaction aroused a hint of interest in Zihei. Why? Are there any last words? Violet Underworld Playu looked at He Wen Guang. He Wen Guang didn't respond to this question, but said directly, "Aren't you guys looking for Li Fan? I know where he is." This statement was made. To the side, Yun Miluoduan's eyes widened, and his anger came up again in a flash. He Wen Guang, you dog, what are you talking about? He Wen Guang. It was even if he sold his teammates just now, but now this was to be a lead dog for the Fae. The spectators in the outside world of the secret realm were also watching in anger. That dog traitor, He Wen Guang, what is he doing? Choosing to be a traitor in order to stay alive? Asterisk 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 asterisk. I really want to kill this He Wen Guang. This is S rank. Wasted on this talent. I can't watch this. I want to kill him. I heard this thing is still a student of Vulcan. What a insult to the name of the Vulcan's division. It's infuriating to watch. Outside of the secret area, Ru Qilai and the others also had ugly faces, and they couldn't stop their mouths from launching angry curses at He Wen Guang. And look again in the secret realm. After hearing these words from He Wen Guang, Purple Underworld's eyes were clearly becoming more contemptuous. However, He Wen Guang's words did cause Zihei to be somewhat moved, although he had sent quite a few scouts to scout for Li Fan and the others. But to this day, none have returned alive. Trying to find Li Fan on his own wasn't quite an easy task. Do you really know where Li Fan is? Purple Meditation looked at He Wen Guang with some skepticism, And He Wenguang immediately said with a firm face, 1,000 times over. He and I were in the same class at the same school and knew each other very well. Hear that? Purple Meditation still didn't dare to trust completely, but in the spirit of trying it out, he decided to believe for once. In that case, lead the way, and for the time being, I'll leave you alive. Purple Meditation laughed. Okay. Hearing that he could live, He Wenguang was immediately relieved and relaxed. Naturally, he didn't know where Li Fan was, saying this is just an expedient way to stay alive. He was prepared to point in a random direction later, and then leave the rest to luck. A second to live was a second, and as long as he was still alive, there was still a chance of survival. He Wenguang, you dog thief. He Wenguang, do you know what you're doing? Cloud Meditation Luo Dust was still roaring in anger at this moment, but due to their excessive injuries, all of them were saying that they were spitting blood from their mouths and their faces were pale. Violet Underworld twisted her head to look at the two of them, her face showing appreciation. Well, save your energy all, maybe we can have a nice chat later. Chapter 85, Foreign Trader. Encounter. Next, the Purple Underworld and his group were then instructed by He Wenguang to find a random direction to head in. Instead, Purple Meditation began to chat with Cloud Meditation Rodent Dust. However, compared to He Wenguang's greed for life and his commiseration, the two of them were quite hardened. It was basically uncooperative the entire time, and more of a sneer at the Purple Underworld and other foreigners. Purple Meditation and other people naturally listened to the anger, but did not do anything, all as a pastime on the road. And on the other end, Li Fan's side, compared to the misery on He Wenguang's side, Li Fan's side that was smooth as silk, all the way forward. Not only did he kill all the alien monsters he saw, the team has even managed to expand from 700 or 800 to nearly 2,000. And the number continues to grow. And very interesting, the human side has produced a bandwagon trader. He Wenguang. The Fey side is also out a bandwagon trader. In the mouth of this alien trader, Li Fan and the others already had an understanding of the overall construction of the foreign races in the secret realm today. Among them, the main Fey core members were the group led by Purple Meditation. As long as the group of foreigners from the Purple Underworld were eliminated, the remaining foreign monsters would be just a few stragglers that wouldn't be able to become much of a climate. Therefore, Li Fan and the others' goal was to directly run towards Zihei and the others. And compared to Hovenko's bull *******, this foreigner's excellent sense of smell as well as some keen observation of his own kind, he was truly leading Li Fan and the others in the direction of Zimwa and the others. For the heart of this alien trader is also pure. It was in the hope of finding Zihei and the others, and then having Lord Zihei and the others Li Fan to death and free him. But such thoughts, Li Fan didn't care at all. And from the mouth of this alien trader it was also learned. In fact, according to the original plan of the Hall Master in their mouths, they were prepared to send in another batch of foreign geniuses. Only due to some inexplicable changes, only one foreign genius came in, the Purple Underworld. That is to say, they're kinda lucky. Once more transcendent level heavenly prides of the foreign races came. Then it was estimated that other than Li Fan, no one else would even have a chance to find Li Fan in a group hug. And in the outside world, looking at Li Fan and the others were heading towards Zimwa and the others. The audience all couldn't help but frown. Li Fan's strength was already proven though, but there were a full 9 transcendents on the Purple Underworld side, and Purple Underworld was even far beyond the other transcendents. The strength of this lineup is just too much to watch, relying on Li Fan alone. Can you really carry it? Once it wasn't carried, then all the S-classes in this freshman class will be wiped out. Li Fan and the others are a little less wise. Indeed. In fact, just avoid them and go away and make it to the 3rd day. Yes. Stay up until the 3rd day and they'll be able to come out. And now if they go looking for a battle rashly like this, once they fail, the consequences will be unimaginable. Okay, the 3rd day can come out. Li Fan and their new students inside and do not know. Now they all go. Can only look forward to Li Fan and their strength is strong enough. Harm. It's hard. And in the meantime, another place. A crisp and incomparable slap rang out on He Wenguang's face. The slaps fell, and a few broken teeth were spat out of He Wenguang's mouth. Where the hell is Li Fan? Didn't you say it was in this direction? That's right. The group traveled forward for a long time in the direction He Wenguang pointed. Yet there was not even a single figure. This really made Zihei and the others lose their patience. Is right up ahead. He Wenguang endured the excruciating pain and continued to point towards the front. His heart was very desperate as he didn't really know how much longer he could fool the Purple Underworld and the others with this swindle. Once the other person runs out of patience, and his life came to an end. He had never wanted to see Li Fan more than at this moment now, and watching Ho Man Quang being tortured. It's really a great look for Cloudmind Rotten as well as the viewers. They were actually guessing now. He Manuel didn't even know where Li Fan was. Leading the way is just a front for Ho Man Kwang to live on. Go another 100 miles. And if you don't see Li Fan, you can die. Purple Underworld looked at Yi Wenguang at this time and said slowly, 100 miles. It was the last of his patience. Hearing these words, Yi Wenguang's heart tightened, very truly feeling that his life had begun a death countdown. Little by little, time passed, 100 miles away, in a flash. But apparently, there was still no sign of Li Fan. Purple Underworld's patience was also finally coming to an end at this moment. Boy, you tricked me, didn't you? Purple Underworld smirked and came up to Yi Wenguang, his eyes filled with killing intent. Yi Wenguang's body was trembling at this time, and he was already completely afraid to look directly into the eyes of the Purple Underworld. Actually, Li Fan and the others should be right here at. Gritting his teeth, Yi Wenguang wanted to continue struggling a bit, but the words were not finished. Zimhua then removed one of Yi Wenguang's arms and threw it to the foreigners at the back. In just an instant, an arm was gnawed to white bone. Ah! The intense pain made Yi Wenguang unable to stop screaming. Watching this scene, even the Cloud Heluoduan, who couldn't wait for Yi Wenguang to die, couldn't help but twitch the corners of his eyes, his face staring in disbelief. This fate was simply more cruel than they had ever imagined. Still think I'm easy to fool, don't you? Purple Underworld looked at Yi Wenguang and snorted. He is not a cutie. It's impossible to believe Ho Man Kwang's bull anymore. However, just as he was about to give Yi Wenguang a hard time, an alien scout ahead sped over with a loud shout. Lord Violet Underworld, a massive human team has been spotted ahead. This statement was made. Zimhua's gaze couldn't help but steeply look at Yi Wenguang. Is it hard to blame Ho Man Kwang? As for Yi Wenguang, at this moment, it was as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw, and while taking out a healing medicine from his spatial ring to stop the bleeding, he exclaimed, "It's Li Fan! Li Fan and the others are right in front." Behind the two of them, Cloud Meditation Luo Dust, became even more grave in their faces. Nice guy. Could it be that this Yi Wenguang really knew Li Fan's trail? Not bad. Not bad. Looks like I was wrong about you. But don't be too happy. If Li Fan isn't inside this team, you'll die just the same. Zimhua patted Yi Wenguang's shoulder at this time and said with a face full of kindness. Yi Wenguang, who was already stopping the bleeding, had an ugly face at the moment, and then squeezed out a smile. Don't worry, Li Fan is on that team. And this time, apparently it didn't disappoint Yi Wenguang. This team was none other than the team that Li Fan was on, and similar to what happened to Yi Wenguang, there was clearly also that foreign trader. Because Li Fan and the others had followed the alien traders for a long time and still had not seen Zimhua, they gradually lost their patience as well. Fortunately, moment of truth. Some students who were walking ahead saw the figure of Zihei and the others. Chapter 86, Your grandfather is here. Brother Fan, a team of foreigners has been spotted not far ahead. The odds are that it's the team that this person's Purple Underworld Lord is in. The student backed away at a fiery pace and informed Li Fan of what he had seen. Li Fan couldn't help but slowly let go of this alien's neck after hearing this news. But if this news is slowed down for a second, this alien traitor will have to be killed. And the foreign race traders who heard this news were really bright-eyed and energized at the moment, because from the smell, he was certain that the one in front of him was his Purple Underworld Lord. He's saved. Subsequently, both teams sped along, wanting to see each other as soon as possible to ascertain each other's identity. Such a scene, falling in the eyes of the spectators with God's perspective outside the secret territory, undoubtedly could not help but raise their hearts to their throats. This time, could Li Fan still give them a miracle like before? All that will soon be revealed. Soon, about 10 or so minutes passed. Both sides were well within sight of each other. Lord Purple Underworld, Li Fan. The traders on both sides couldn't help but let out a low cry at first after seeing the familiar faces in the other's camp. Of course, compared to the purity of the alien traders, Yi Wenguang's emotions were much more mixed. In the team, next to Li Fan was Di Yun Lin Yue and Yi Tianxue, being starstruck by everyone. He could be described as spirited. He, on the other hand, had an arm broken off and was reduced to a prisoner of the foreigners, which could be described as a sorry state of affairs. He never expected that he and Li Fan would meet again, but it would be under such circumstances. This strong contrast caused that incomparable imbalance in his heart. The hatred of the past was also once again surging and boiling at this moment. He really wanted to get Li Fan killed. However, Li Fan was not allowed to die yet. Because Li Fan, the highest combatant on the human side, died, he'll have to die along with it. Therefore, he still had to pray that Li Fan was terrifying enough to kill all these foreigners. Of course, the likelihood of that was, in his opinion, almost zero. Just as Yi Wenguang was thinking. At that moment, a loud cry from the Purple Underworld directly interrupted his thoughts. Is Li Fan available? And soon, Leban also gave a response. Is it me, Zihei Jr.? Your grandfather is here. Li Fan's face was full of springtime, and his smile was rich as he cast his gaze on Zihei. A short exchange of dialogue. It directly caused Zihei as well as the crowd of foreigners to all turn pale. This Li Fan really has a good set of sharp teeth, and the opposite of the Fae. The students behind Li Fan all couldn't help but let out bursts of cheerful and incomparable laughter. This undoubtedly just made the faces of the foreigners even more ugly. For this situation, Zimhua was also too lazy to talk nonsense and directly stepped out, looking towards Li Fan, who was star-studded in the crowd. Li Fan, I don't want to come to any verbal arguments. Come out and fight. I'm giving you a chance to fight me alone now. Zimhua stood with his hands in the air, his gaze coldly looking at Li Fan, assuming the posture of a superior. As he spoke, his body scale armor began to move in a slow rhythm, giving off an extremely dangerous aura. Li Fan naturally had no stage fright. Straight away it was a step forward. However, he didn't respond to Zimhua, but instead looked at the captured He Wenguang, Yun Mua, and Luo Duan in the alien camp. Upon seeing He Wenguang's wretched appearance, Li Fan really kind of couldn't help but laugh. He had been looking for He Wenguang for a long time, but he didn't expect that he was actually appearing in the middle of the foreigners. Well, that's just as well. We can work it out together later. What? Are you afraid? Seeing Li Fan's smirking but motionless demeanor, Zimhua could not help but sneer. Hearing this, Li Fan retracted his gaze and looked at Zihei once again, saying, "What's the point of being afraid? I have to be afraid of you just because you're ugly, right? I just saw a familiar face. I didn't expect my spirited old friend to end up in this state now. TSK. You." Purple Meditation's face darkened, calling out, "Who's ugly? Li Fan, you bastard." He Wenguang couldn't stand it either and bellowed through clenched teeth. "It's at this juncture, and you're actually going to taunt him a bit?" Originally, he had secretly given Li Fan a boost to see if he could have a chance to put together a serious injury for Zihei or something like that. But now, he simply hated for Li Fan to die a violent death immediately, although he couldn't live in this way. But instead of suffering this humiliation, it was a big deal to die together. Instead, He Wenguang's anger was what calmed Zihei down slightly. He could sort of see that there was a feud between Li Fan and this He Wenguang. As such, he also had to discuss Li Fan on top of his words. "So it is. This old friend of yours, with whom I have talked all the way, is a leader in both ability and courage. I've already decided to allow him to join my clan. And when I capture you, it's just the right time for this old friend of yours to be a slave, or for the two of you to catch up on old times, so that you won't be alone when you return to your clan." But these words from Purple Meditation. Instead, he was greeted with a very pompous "ow" from Li Fan. This undoubtedly made Purple Underworld's face darken even more in anger. This clearly doesn't take him seriously at all. In that case, he didn't want to talk nonsense. What a death wish. Purple Meditation gritted his teeth and bellowed. In the next second, channels of purple chi began to rise from around Zimhua, and the entire person's aura began to climb steeply. Such a scene, Ninja couldn't help but make Di Yun and the others behind Li Fan's face stare. This aura, it really wasn't quite the same as the transcendent Fae that he had met before. Even Li Fan's face was slightly more serious. This purple underworld was indeed quite a bit stronger, and I wonder how many moves will take it down. Lord Purple Underworld, kill him. At that moment, that foreign trader couldn't help but let out a cheer in excitement when he saw Zimhua in this full bloom. He's taken a lot of heat for this journey. He wanted Li Fan dead so badly, but tragically, just as he finished saying this, his neck was snapped by Di Yun on the side, and he directly lost his breath. But with a character like him, naturally, no one would care. The gazes of the people at the scene were all on Zihei as well as Li Fan. Boo! Only a terrifying sonic boom could be heard. In the next second, Purple Underworld was killing towards Li Fan, and his speed could be considered to be extremely fast, while Li Fan, who was watching this scene, had a strange look revealed in his eyes. "Nice guy? Is this to fight him in the flesh? Good for you for coming." Li Fan laughed out loud and cupped out a fist, not flickering or avoiding, and directly swung it head-on towards Purple Underworld. Boom! The moment the two of them made contact, an ear-piercing and terrifying bone-cracking sound rang out. Ah! The intense pain caused Zihei to let out a scream. Once again, when the crowd could see him clearly, one of Purple Underworld's arms was already swaying with the wind like a deflated balloon, and the entire person was also sent flying backwards at great speed. No good. This, Lord Purple Underworld. How is this possible? In the alien camp, looking at Zimhua's situation, all of them were wide-eyed and filled with incredulity. And before the Fae had time to make any moves, boo! Li Fan moved. He was going to be even faster. In almost the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Zihei. Chapter 87 Purple Pluto Cannonball. Mistakenly killing He Wenguang. Not good. Quickly save Lord Zhe. Among the alien camp, some transcendent aliens finally reacted and immediately killed towards Li Fan. But alas, it's still not coming fast enough. At this time, Li Fan was already grabbing this Zhe's neck, and the slaps fell on Zhe's cheeks like rain. Let's get you loaded. Let's get you loaded. Ugly is a big deal, isn't it? Going to make me a slave, huh? Just you're a ing genius, aren't you? A moment's effort. Zhimua was just about to be whipped into unconsciousness, and at this moment, there was only fear in Zhe's eyes. He never expected that this Li Fan would actually be terrifying to this extent. Although his physical body wasn't his strongest aspect, it definitely wasn't weak. He originally wanted to use the most primitive way to tear Li Fan alive and properly vent his anger. But I never thought that Li Fan's hardness was simply not too outrageous. He punched as if he had struck the hardest meteorite iron in the world. Now, he was completely controlled by Li Fan, and he didn't even have the ability to execute a killing move. And just as fearful, there was Ho Man Quang, for such a scene had likewise once happened to him. I didn't expect to actually even this purple meditation also. Li Fan, this current strength, just how terrifying is it? In fact, this question was not easy to answer for Li Fan himself. The combined strength of the purple underworld was probably between 103 and 140 levels of transcendent. He was actually also just a tiny bit higher than purple underworld in terms of physical combat power. But the question is, these days of fighting were already allowing Li Fan to penetrate the fourth stage of the extreme Dao Fist. Currently estimating, with the support of the extreme Dao Fist, he could already be comparable to 160 to 170 level transcendent. That is to say, he now had the ability to fight across more than 100 levels. Human child, quickly let go of my Lord Zhe. At this moment, several transcendent exalted races looked at Zhimua in such a state. All of them bared their teeth and offered killing moves towards Li Fan. And Li Fan was quick to fulfill such a request from them. Only Li Fan's hands flew. In the blink of an eye, purple underworld had its entire body's bones broken and was balled up into a meatball. Boo! Catch! Li Fan kicked him off and whistled toward the alien camp. And even though Zhe had been so miserable, the highs and lows were a transcendent. Where was a transcendent level physical body that could be resisted by an ordinary person? Moreover, under the ultra-high acceleration given by Li Fan, the purple underworld was like a high-speed cannonball, simply terrifying to the extreme. In the alien camp, He Wenguan looked at the flying violet underworld, his entire body terrified, slowly shaking his head, his mouth murmuring, "Impossible, absolutely impossible." But the next second, he was then struck alive by the purple underworld and dispersed between heaven and earth. Along with him, there was a group of Fae behind him. That's right, Li Fan actually went after He Wenguan. There's no better time than now to accidentally kill He Wenguan. As for the purple meditation, after passing through the bodies of his compatriots, he smashed down on a distant boulder, completely lifeless. A generation of foreign pride, before taking off, was hastily ushering in the fall, and it's still so hilarious. My lord, Lord Purple Underworld. Eyes on the purple underworld falling in the distance. The 8 transcendent alien races also had no time to worry about Li Fan, and all of them rushed towards the purple underworld, wanting to see if they could still salvage something. Li Fan, on the other hand, was now performing with a frown on his face and a look of self-condemnation. He's really a manslaughter. Soon, after ascertaining that the purple underworld was dead, the 8 transcendents' entire body was bubbling with a coolness, and each of their faces were hard to see. Purple meditation is dead. Then they have to die too. There was no way the clan as well as that highness would let them go. The only thing they can do now, it was to kill Li Fan and avenge Zhe. With this, the 9 clans of their lineage could have a chance of survival. You seek death. Human child, do you know who you're killing? Cut the crap and go together. Avenge Lord Zhe. The 8 Fey transcendents gritted their teeth and bellowed, holding the aura of fighting to the death toward Li Fan to kill him. Facing these people's killing moves, Li Fan didn't choose to take it hard this time. Only Li Fan's body swept, and his entire body was like a ghost traveling between the 8 people. A few short breaths. A bloody hole was then added to the chests of the 8 transcendent Fae. A few more breaths. The 8 transcendent exotics were just headless and couldn't die anymore. It all seemed so easy and casual. And upon seeing Li Fan again, Li Fan was already appearing in the middle of the alien camp with a warm and incomparable smile on his face. I'll give you 3 seconds to escape. Next, rats leave a sinking ship when the tree falls. All of the foreign races were fleeing frantically in all directions. But Di Yun and the others weren't vegetarians either. Let's go. Time to help Van wash the floor. Di Yun raised his arms and shouted, leading the charge towards the foreigners' siege. On Li Fan's side, he had saved Yun Mailuaduan, who was still in a state of shock. Gentlemen, do you need healing medicine? The two looked at Li Fan. all of their mouths twitching before they hurriedly said in gratitude, "No, no, we have our own. Well, thank you Brother Lee for saving me. If I can get out in the future, I will definitely repay you properly." The moment. Li Fan was not only their benefactor in their eyes, but also a high mountain, an unattainable mountain. And then look at the outside world of the secret realm at this time. The viewers who had watched the entire scene just now were now all cheering Li Fan's name in shock. Li Fan! Li Fan! This is the #1 freshman in the Northern Empire. Is this Li Fan? My goodness! Just how strong is this Li Fan? Is this really just a freshman of the Northern Emperor? It's horrible. He completed a string of 9s. That's all transcendence. Is this the flesh body increase class talent that's known as being useless in the later stages? It's like I'm feeling the charm of the flesh increase class talent. Nicely done. While killing the foreigners, we also took care of that traitor He Wangwang by the way. Right. It was a manslaughter. But what a ing show for the old man. Obviously. Such a great win. It's really something the crowd didn't expect. It could be said to have once again refreshed the crowd's judgment of Li Fan's strength. Is this really a ing freshman? As for the death of Ho Man Quang, on the other hand, it didn't stir up too many storms. Of course, there was wind and waves, only it was all a big whoop of awesome. Chapter 88, Crisis Lifted. Desperate He family. The eyes returned to the secret realm again, as Di Yun and the others struck out. The rest of the foreigners didn't last long before they were almost dead. The only ones that managed to escape, or Di Yun purposely allowed to escape. The purpose is also simple. It was for these people to spread the news of the fall of Zhe and the other 8 transcendent exotics. As soon as this news gets out, the rest of the foreign races in the secret realm would inevitably be disorganized and no longer dare to have any thoughts of actively messing with the students. The lead warcasters are gone. What else do they have to run rushot over? In case some monsters that could kill transcendentals popped out from among these humans, wouldn't that be bad luck for 8 lifetimes? And it is true. As the news of the deaths of Purple Underworld and the others gradually spread, the foreign races in the secret realm were all obviously much more honest. Not to mention taking the initiative to approach the students. Even many of them deliberately avoided the students and only dared to look for some ferocious beasts in the secret realm to spread their anger. Threats in the secret world. It can be said that in this moment, it has been all but eliminated. The next thing the Riri students need to do is clear out the Fae and wait for the 3rd day. At this time outside this secret territory, the hose. Literature. Oh my sceneries. This damn Li Fan. He is deliberately targeting my family's Wangwang. He Taishan, the head of the He family, completely ignored the fact that there were still many He family members watching around him, and wailed and cried on the screen. He was watching the entire situation of He Wangwang, though it is true that Ho Man Quang's betrayal was not very easy to accept, and at one point during the period, it caused public anger and gave him a momentary big headache. But Ho Man Quang is only in his 20s. Isn't it normal for him to be greedy and afraid of death? At the very least, the crime doesn't end in death, does it? And what he couldn't accept the most was that this executioner who executed He Wangwang was Li Fan. No one else can see it. But how could he not see that? That last blow was clearly aimed at He Wangwang. Li Fan is taking a personal vendetta. Big brother. Literally he died a horrible death. It's all because of this damn foreign race. And this damn Li Fan. Yes, that's right. Big brother. We must avenge Wangwang. Revenge must be taken. Wangwang is the last hope of our lineage. Now that he was actually framed by this Li Fan, this revenge must not be endured. We must make him pay in blood. Right. Blood debts must be paid in blood. And those foreigners, if there is an opportunity in the future, they must be avenged as well. On the side, each of He Wangwang's uncles were also filled with mourning, grief and anger, and their mouths began to yell about revenge matters. Listening to this sentence, and the picture of Li Fan's spirited appearance, He Taishan was also no longer calm, and with a big hand, he directly smashed the table in front of him to pieces. This revenge must be avenged. Wangwang can't just die like this. We have to get an account for Wangwang. He Taishan gritted his teeth, his reddened eyes filled with killing intent. The words fell. It was quickly echoed by a group of He family members. However, just when a group of people were excited, the appearance of a figure directly caused the entire room to fall silent. It came from no one else. It was none other than that soul saint level elder of the He family. Revenge? What revenge? Look at you now. What do you look like? This saint level elder opened his mouth to give the He family's crowd a bitter scolding. But, He Taishan gritted his teeth to open his mouth. But before he could finish, he was ruthlessly interrupted. But what but? Li Fan is now as good as new. And entering the seed program is a done deal. What? Are you guys confident that you can kill Li Fan under the noses of those people or try to hide it from those people to help avenge Wangwang? The words fell. The He family's crowd, which was originally still highly demoralized, all fell into silence one by one. It's true that they don't have it in them. Times are different now. Immediately afterward, this saint-level elder then continued to speak. I know it's hard for you guys when literature died, and it's just as hard for me, but before you do anything, you need to use your brains. Ever since the last incident, our He family's voice in Tianlin City has been getting worse by the day, and we can't afford to toss it around anymore. Wan Guang is dead. Even if he is avenged, he can't be resurrected. Move on. It's not easy for our He family to go from a fish seller to today. Listen to me. From tomorrow onwards, all of you work hard and marry more. If the He family wants to prosper, it needs young blood. If the heavens can favor our He family one more time, perhaps we can produce another literature and light. Listening to the words of this saint-level elder, all the people of the He family, one by one, all of them couldn't help but sigh up to the sky. Indeed, the elder is absolutely right. The He family today can't afford to be tossed around like this anymore. However, He Taizhan was still clenching his fists at this moment, his eyes full of unwillingness. Vengeance can go unrequited, but this should never be left alone. I'll also let this Li Fan also taste the pain of losing a loved one. He Taizhan spoke in a deep voice, a hint of ferocity in his eyes. Looking at He Tieshan's appearance, that saint-level elder was about to say something, but was preempted by He Taizhan. Don't worry, elder. I've checked Li Fan's parents before. All of them are wastrels. So this retaliation can be done completely without any traces and won't involve the He family. Hearing He Tieshan's words, this elder didn't say anything else and nodded in acquiescence. Since the He family wouldn't be involved, there was no need to be concerned. Moreover, he was also able to see that if he didn't let He Taizhan take this revenge, He Taizhan was afraid that he wouldn't be able to get over He Wenguang's death in his life. Eyes to that mysterious conference room. With Li Fan having wiped out Zi Hei's group, the faces of the people in the conference room all eased up a lot. There's a lot at stake in this accident, but fortunately, the casualties were much lower than expected, which is a blessing in disguise. This Li Fan has too much potential. Perhaps we'll have to rectify our views on flesh body increase type talents. That's right, it's been less than a few months since his awakening, right? This top seed seat, it has to go to him. I also think, as long as his parents agree, include him immediately. We can't waste this talent for nothing. Yeah, well, now that the alien thing is a public matter, in a few days the summit level side should be officially announcing something more detailed to the nation. At that time, in addition to the competition between the top combatants between the two clans, the competition between the younger generation will be just as important, if not more so. This Li Fan, if he can be properly cultivated, absolutely. Well, don't step too far. Let's concern ourselves with how to take the blame for old Yang. Well, by the way, any news from Lao Yang? Not for now, but it should be soon. Right now the energy fluctuations of the heavenly phase mystic realm, belonging to that alien hall master are slowly disappearing. It should be fighting with old Yang. Harm. Old Yang is still too hasty. If he had settled down a bit more, he might have been able to have a better grasp of the situation. Chapter 89 Deep Sea Pursuit. Leaving the secret realm. 10,000 miles away from the heavenly phase secret realm, under the deep sea. Crazy. Crazy. This human is insane. Damn. Why haven't they arrived yet? The originator of sending Purple Underworld and the others into the secret realm was now dragging his kilometer body through the major undercurrents, frantically running away. At the moment his whole body is covered with wounds, traces of blood as he ran away. Hard dragged out a red ribbon. The calm sea surface is also with his movement, swinging layer after layer of surging tsunami. And behind him, one man, one sword and one wine pot, in hot pursuit. The golden mock ring was like a scythe of death. This is none other than the old Jan that those people are talking about. At this moment, he was also bloodstained all over his body and was seriously injured. However, his eyes were still full of killing intent, and as for injuries, they seemed to be completely out of his mind. This move was also the origin of the madman in this hall master's mouth. The battle power is horrible even if it's not. Mother asterisk 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 and ain't afraid of pain or death. So today, he'll just have to call for help. And after all, it was in the deep sea, in the realm of his people. Help is still easy to find. It just takes some time, but in this time of waiting for help, it was really torturous. He didn't doubt for a moment that but if he only had to stop for a second or two, the sword in the hand of the mad dog behind him would go through his body. Human, if you pursue any deeper, you will likewise not survive. I have no grievances except for the fact that I am not in the same camp as you, right? It's not time for a showdown yet. Is it necessary to fight so hard? He gritted his teeth and shouted, trying to dissuade the old Yang behind him. But these words were what caused the old Yang behind him to become even more furious, and his speed became even faster. No offense? What an unrighteousness! Old Yang laughed maniacally, his golden sword chi streaked across the sky, directly killing towards the huge body in front of him. The intense pain caused this hallmaster to let out a muffled grunt, his thoughts racing at the same time. When in the world had he gotten himself in trouble with such a scary guy? Is it possible that some relative of the other side was eaten by him? But over the years, he'd eaten countless humans, so how could he remember which one it was? Gritting his teeth, he could only endure the severe pain and continue to flee. And soon, after sensing the imminent arrival of his companions, a smirk immediately appeared on his face. Enough chasing and killing. It's his turn, isn't it? Not far. 5 equally oozing and incomparable figures were currently speedily approaching in the direction where old Yang was. A few breaths later, the situation was instantly reversed. Facing the 6 alien hallmasters, old Jan was left with only one option. Burn the last of your life and fight to the death. And this battle is destined to go down in history. Time passes by. It was finally the 3rd day. With the disappearance of the Heavenly Phase Secret Realm's prohibition, the examiners outside immediately just teleported out all the students among them who were still alive. And beyond the secret realm, today it is already a large gathering of journalists as well as spontaneous citizens. With the appearance of Li Fan, the scene immediately just resounded with cheers for Li Fan, Beidis Yun Xiong, as well as the rest of the tutors leading the team, and even the tutors from other colleges and universities, also applauded and nodded their heads towards Li Fan. As for the media reporters, they were shooting at Li Fan from all angles. Li Fan at this time undoubtedly became a hero. However, Li Fan did not care about these vanities after he came out, but immediately inquired about Gu Ling as well as Ru Qi Lei's group. He had never met them in the secret realm. I also wonder if they left the secret realm before the alien invasion? But before Yun Xiong could finish, Lu Qilai, Ning Jinjin, Ma Xiu and Gu Ling ran over. Van is amazing. Indeed, brother Li Fan. We all saw your performance in there. It was just cool. The 3 Rosilii horses' asses are straight on, and the emotions are running high. Gu Ling, on the other hand, jumped into Li Fan's arms as soon as she could and cried tears of joy. Every time she saw Li Fan encountering the transcendent Fae, her heart was in her throat, especially when she encountered Zimhua. She was so worried that she almost cried out. Fortunately, all is well. Okay, I'm fine. Why are you crying? There's a lot of press taking pictures now, and I don't care if they get ugly. Seeing that Gu Ling was so excited, Li Fan couldn't help but pat Gu Ling's back and whispered into his ear. But the only thing that responded to him was a pair of little pink fist greetings and an even louder cry. And soon, organized by mentors at major schools, the crowd and the media were slowly dispersed. The students from all the schools were also getting into their cars and heading towards the hotel where they were resting. In the secret realm, the students were winning big though. But it's not over for a while. Outside the secret realm, the Vulcan looked at the sea in the distance, his face grave. Listen to the news given by your superiors. A new tsunami, coming again. Back to the hotel. All of the students who were still alive were the first to call their loved ones at home. After this accident, many of the students were crying uncontrollably on the phone. After all, not everyone was as strong as Li Fan. Not everyone could follow Li Fan and eat and drink. A large portion of them were actually in constant hiding, experiencing moments of life and death as the alien monsters hunted them down. Li Fan after pacifying Gu Ling. It was also the first time I called mom and dad. The matter of the Heavenly Phase secret realm was now almost spread throughout the entire Great Xia country. His mom and dad didn't know where they'd been traveling, but odds are they should have noticed too. In order not to let the second old man worry, he felt that he also had to go and report first. But somehow, this time, the 2 old men's phones were all off, completely unavailable. What's going on? Cell phone died? Or is it a hangover that hasn't woken up? Li Fan's brows furrowed in speculation. As per the past, the second old man is traveling, but he still cares about him. Why can't you even get through on the phone this time? With all the suspicions, the more Li Fan thought about it, the more grave his face became. Could it be the He family? Li Fan's face changed drastically as he thought of this. Homan Quang was accidentally killed by him in the secret world. There's a real possibility that the He family will go after his parents out of revenge. Ho! Li Fan's face was grim as his killing intent showed. Whether or not the He family had gone after his parents, he had to eradicate them. This scourge must never be left behind. And immediately after, Li Fan immediately dialed his mentor Zhu Tianjing's phone. The content is quite simple. It was to ask Zhu Tianjing to help and see if he could use the power of the Northern Emperor to seek shelter for his parents. Before, he didn't have the backbone to get the school to step up. But now, he's a hero in high and low places. The school side should be able to help out a bit with the highs and lows out of his contribution, right? And with the Northern Emperor's heritage, it would be a breeze to find his parents in the country and give them some shelter. Chapter 90 Meeting the Parents? Blueprint for a Cosmic Civilization. Soon, mentor Zhu Tianjing's call was then answered. After Li Fan briefly greeted him, he anxiously explained his parents, as well as his grudge with the He family. At the same time, it was also a matter of quickly expressing the hope that the Northern Emperor would step in. Zhu Tianjing listened patiently to Li Fan's words, not saying anything the entire time. By the time Li Fan had finally expressed his request again, Zhu Tianjing then reacted. Ahem. Well, I'll make arrangements on your parents' side, so don't worry. If the He family, you don't have to worry about it. If they dare to engage in this kind of small action, there will be someone to clean them up. Just cultivate well. By the way, come over to my place in the next couple of days. I'll test the new things. Hang up the phone. Zhu Tianjing's face was full of tears and laughter. Let the Northern Emperor shelter Li Fan's parents? Could there be a more outrageous request? However, since those two didn't choose to tell Li Fan about their identity, he naturally didn't poke at it, so he nodded and agreed to the request. And when he thought of the He family, a hint of mockery flashed in his gaze. The current He family was actually no different from being gone. The eyes returned to Levin's side again. After ending the call, Li Fan's entire body was finally relieved. There is Zhu Tianjing to help deal with it. The He family's retaliation against his parents could finally be put off worrying about it for the time being. But this He family, he still had to go there as soon as possible. This time, as long as he could deal with that saint-level elder of the He family, he was basically almost done. The rest, the other clans in Tianlin City would find a way to get rid of. But how to meet that He family's saint-level elder was something that had to be pondered over. And just as Li Fan was lying on his bed in deep thought, a knock sounded on the door. Open the door. The visitor was Gu Ling. At this time, Gu Ling's slightly red face looks timid, not quite dare to look at Li Fan's eyes. At the same time, her hand is still holding a cell phone. Apparently just now also just finished talking to her family. Ling, what's wrong? Li Fan was a bit curious. Gu Ling's expression. Is it hard to believe that she has something to say? And Gu Ling didn't sell herself short, pursing her lips and saying with a slightly shy face, my parents said they wanted to meet you. This statement was made. Li Fan couldn't help but stare. Nice guy? Is this going to meet the parents? One time. Li Fan is also a red face of the whole old face, although he has been a man for 2 lives, but the 2 lives together, but also has not had a little bit of experience in meeting the old man. Okay, when? Levon scratched his head and inquired about the time. Gu Ling thought for a moment and said, my parents said that it depends on your time, so you can go whenever you're free. Li Fan nodded, and his mind began to reel. In this short period of time, it is estimated that there is not much time. He has to go to Zhu Tianjing to test new things, also still have to go to a trip to the Yi family to exterminate a clan. And that seed plan, it is estimated that there will be an eyebrow in the next few days. Subsequently, Gu Ling also did not go back to her room again, but spent the night in Li Fan's arms. The experience of the aftermath makes Gu Ling cherish the white moonlight in front of her, who she has been secretly in love with for 3 years. Even more. Rolling eyes. The time came to the next day. At noon, all the major colleges and universities were taking their respective students home, as well as organizing a simple mourning ceremony for the students who had died in this crisis. Of course, in terms of compensation, naturally, there is no shortage. Everything is proceeding as it should. After noon, the Big 10 universities have officially released a joint statement. In addition to announcing that the results of this freshman cup were invalid and that it would not continue to be made up, the content also focused on praising Li Fan. However, this kind of false fame was not something that Li Fan lacked. This was because Li Fan's deeds in the secret realm had long since fermented, reaching the top of the hot searches on all major platforms. Li Fan was now the hottest youngster in the entire Grand Xia, and the same as Li Fan appeared at the top of the hot search. Heck, there are also keywords like ocean, alien, etc. It was the first time that the people of Xia, and even all of mankind, had ever seen an intelligent alien race that could speak human language. Even though in the heavenly phase secret realm, the human camp represented by Li Fan had crushed the foreign races with an absolute advantage, but the appearance of the face still caused the masses to panic. All over the world, many places have even appeared to be rumor-mongering, and in beautiful countries there are even many extreme cases of disregarding order and starting riots. And for such a momentum, at 7 o'clock that night, taking the lead from Daxia, all the countries of the world have issued a statement against the foreigners. I believe that everyone is aware of the existence of the Oceanic Fae, and it is time to announce the truth about this world to everyone here. Since the revival of the aura and the emergence of the secret realm, we humans are not the only ones who have gained powerful abilities, but also those ancient creatures from the sea. Their presence became the main threat to our exploration of the vast ocean and the vast amount of secret places there. 20 years ago, we were in the shallow sea area, and we discovered a strange secret realm, which didn't have ferocious beasts or any other creatures, only a stone tablet that contained the blue star. In this vast universe, our blue star civilization is not alone. Life can be found everywhere in the universe. It is a vast world of cultivation, and such a universe is cruel. According to the most basic laws of the universe, only one clan was allowed to exist on each cultivation civilization planet, and that clan needed to prove that he had enough potential, and the specific way to show this was to pass the primary civilization examination. Simply put, if we, the human race, pass the test first, the oceanic fae will be wiped out by the laws of the universe, and we will become the only race on the blue planet and enter the cosmic civilization system, and vice versa. However, there is no need to worry. The time for the primary civilization examination has not yet arrived. We just need to live by the book and defend against the marine alien races. And even if it does come, we are confident that we will pass the examination ahead of time. So please don't panic. This statement is very long, but the information contained therein is explosive. It almost overturned the perception of the world by all of Blue Star's humanity. A cosmic civilization? Primary civilization test? Is this really still the same world they know? One time, this statement was the subject of a global debate. The first reaction of the crowd, heck, they were all surprised, and the reactions that followed varied. Some are optimistic and begin to look at the cosmic blueprint. Some are pessimistic, sitting on the ground in despair and crying. Some are in a daze and begin to think about whether what they are doing at the moment makes sense or not. The only person who would say that after suddenly learning such news, he was only briefly shocked and recovered as before would be Li Fan. After all, he was a traveler. Even crossing over exists. Is it so hard to accept that there are cultivated civilizations all over the universe? As for the sense of crisis, Li Fan is really not much. Although he didn't know what the content of this civilization test was, he had every means to make this oceanic alien race suffer a great loss of energy, allowing the human side to dominate the test. No more. The big deal was that he had manifested himself in front of others, and when the time came, he would think of a way to go to the foreigner's lair and do a 1-2 punch. Chapter 91, The He Family is Gone. Seed Project Receiver. Good guy. A cosmic cultivation civilization. How is this like reading a novel? Only one clan can survive? Can we really win? Well, who knows, and it's out of our hands. Also, let's think about it and see how we can boost up our strength. Hey, Van, why don't you seem to feel anything about this? Nothing to say? North Dieter's enrollment villa area, Rusilii and the others, who were already back in the Northern Empire, were sitting in Li Fan's small courtyard discussing this joint global statement. Whether it was Rukalai Ma Xiao, or Gu Quan and the others, all of them were very emotional about this explosive news. Li Fan was the only one who remained calm and sipped his tea. Why think so much about something that hasn't happened yet? And in response to the crowd's astonished doubts, Li Fan shrugged calmly and gave an answer. The words came out. The crowd all nodded, revealing looks of admiration one after another. In terms of this realm of mind, it was really too far ahead of them, and it wasn't long after Leban had just finished speaking. Li Fan then received a message from his parents. The content of the message was an explanation of the shutdown, as well as a report of peace, along with something about the protection given by the Northern Emperor. This really put Li Fan completely at ease. Not to mention, that's pretty efficient. The next thing he needed to do, then, was to make a trip to the He family. If the He family doesn't fall, he will always have a hard time in his heart. Even though Zhu Tianjing told him that he didn't need to care about the He family, he didn't dare to take any chances. There were some things that he felt would be more solid if he ended it himself. And on the other end, a male and female figure were sitting on the beach at a place near the sea in Dasha. On the side of the duo, there was a blood-stained golden longsword sticking out. This longsword is no other than the one belonging to that old Yang. Unfortunately, it was too late to go. Indeed, one person fiercely battled 6 hall masters and was able to kill one of them. To have this kind of battle power just after entering the divine realm is truly unimaginable. He could definitely have a better future if he settles down and has a calmer mindset. Well, unfortunately, there is no regret medicine in the world. Right, now the countries are already announced the marine alien race and the cosmic civilization, our identity, but also to hide Sun until when? There's no rush. Now that our Sun knows who we are, it won't do him any good. If you ask me, it's better to think about the seed program first. Those guys are already outrageous enough to come over to the 2-head level to talk to us. Anyway, my idea is okay. My son's light is too much right now, and his potential is actually enough. After joining the seed program, his strength can definitely soar, and the stronger he is, the more he will be able to protect himself in the future. You know, my son has greatly thwarted the foreign party this time, and in the future, no matter what, my son will be one of their targets to kill. I had better let Xiaofan make his own choice. If he doesn't want to, then I definitely won't agree. If he wants to, then it's the only way. The two are no one else. It was these cheap parents of Li Fan. 3 days passed in a flash. 3 days. Global humanity has basically been slowly easing out of that statement. Although there are still many riots in the West, the whole of humanity has basically returned to normal life. It's just that since that statement, the guys have become more relaxed and less bent on accepting the high-pressure pace of life. Because for them, when the sky falls, there's a tall man to hold it. There are only two ways forward. One is to hold the big leg and enter the cosmic civilization together to explore that vast universe. The second one is to be erased by the rules of the universe. Either way, it's out of the hands of them, the general public. All they can choose is to live the moment and make life easier and simpler. The eyes were set back on the Northern Emperor. After noon, Li Fan happened to return from Zhu Tianzheng's manor. Compared to the last time, after Zhu Tianzheng improved that thing, the ride experience was obviously much better. That's why Li Fan was always in a good mood. Let's make a trip to the He family tomorrow. As Li Fan walked back to the villa, he began to calculate his next trip in his mind. Liquidate the Ho family. However, as for how to find that saint-level elder of the He family, he hadn't thought of a very good way so far. So everything can only be figured out slowly after going over there first. And just as Li Fan opened his search, wanting to continue to look up some information on the He family, a headline message from Tianlin City popped up and caught his eye. Yesterday, the He family was exterminated by a mysterious figure, and a large line, "Liquidate the traitors and do justice for heaven," was displayed across the ancestral home. Watch this news. Li Fan's eyes went straight. He never expected it. The Ho family is actually gone? It's not even his turn to make a move? Thinking of Zhu Tianzheng's words earlier, he couldn't help but have a guess. Could it be that the He family had launched a small operation against his parents, which was discovered by the Northern Emperor, who then sent people to eliminate them? If that was the case, the Northern Emperor was really a bit overbearing. However, looking at that line of words, it could not be ruled out whether it was some mysterious figure who had discovered some of the He family's collaborations with the enemy and had acted in a righteous manner. How exactly? Li Fan was also unable to judge, but all in all, it looks good from the results anyway. Saved him some work. Not much longer. Li Fan then arrived at his villa, but just entered the small courtyard. A strange man wearing casual clothes and a green algae head appeared in front of his eyes. "You're back? You are?" The man was the first to greet Levan, and Li Fan couldn't help but show a face full of doubt as he looked at the man in front of him. He wasn't worried about this man being unfavorable to him. After all, this was the Northern Emperor, and trying to obliterate a Northern Emperor student in this place was simply a fool's errand. Could it be about? The man's next words were a direct confirmation of Li Fan's conjecture. "You have performed well in the battle against the Fae, and after discussion at the top, you will join the latest phase of the seed program as the top seed. I'm your guide. You can call me Gudan. I know you have a lot of questions, but take your time. We don't leave until tomorrow. You'll have plenty of time to ask questions, and I'll be able to answer anything I know," the man said with a smile. "That's right. It is from that mysterious seed program. Chapter 92, Seed Program. Genius versus." Listen to the man's words. A surge of emotions ran through Li Fan's heart. What exactly is this mysterious seed program that has made all the geniuses of major colleges and universities rush to it? Combine this with the civilization test that has been announced and the revelation of the marine alien race. He had a vague feeling that there should be a connection between the two. In order to solve this doubt, Li Fan was immediately asking the first question. "Mr. Guten, what exactly does the seed project do?" Gu Dan was completely unsurprised by this question from Li Fan. "It's simple. Really." Gu Dan just wanted to say it, but halfway through, he suddenly thought of something, and then his words changed and asked Li Fan a question. "Before I answer you, you need to give me a definitive answer as to whether or not you really want to opt into the seed program. Once you join the program, while you'll have access to vast resources as well as all kinds of specialized training, the dangers you face are enormous, and there's a good chance you'll die as a result." Confronted with this question from Gudan, Li Fan only hesitated for a second or two before giving his answer. "Mr. Gudan, I am certain that I will not regret joining the seed project, so you can rest assured. With a higher platform, how can you not go and see what's going on?" As for danger, in his opinion, as long as he wasn't fighting against the kind of beings he couldn't see, then there wasn't much danger. After hearing this answer from Li Fan, Gu Dan couldn't help but nod. "Well, then I'll tell you briefly about this seed program of ours. You should know all about the civilization test as well as the marine aliens. This seed plan of ours is actually for the civilization test. It is not convenient to disclose the full picture of the examination, but one of the very important aspects is the strength of the young blood, or more commonly known as the strength of the young generation between the human side and the alien side. If the young generation of our human side can kill through those alien races' heavenly pride in the examination, then we will have one half of the examination. Like the Zhe that you encountered in the heavenly phase secret realm before, it belongs to a heavenly pride of a foreign race, but he belongs to one that is a fledgling and hasn't yet become too much of a climatic one, so it's not much of a reference. Those pride that have become climates are far more terrifying than you can imagine, and according to the intelligence I know, there are quite a number of quasi-saintly, and even saintly young prides. Although the gap is huge, we don't have no chances. The reason why their level is so high is that they have a high starting point, and they may be born as transcendent, and their growth is far less than ours. As Gu Dan spoke, his face grew more and more grave despite his mouth saying that the human side had a good chance. After listening to Gu Dan, Li Fan, who was on the side, was now also finally figuring out what this kind of subplan was all about. One sentence sums it up. Cultivate the top young generation to go and fight with the top generation of the foreign races to prepare for the future step into the cosmic civilization. Have to say, not to mention the question of danger or not, this responsibility is extraordinarily great. After all, according to Gul'dan, if the younger generation lost, even if the humans' top battle power was a point or two stronger than the foreign races, they wouldn't necessarily be able to pass the examination. There's a rule like that that's a little elusive. And what made Levon feel a hint of outrageousness? There were even saint-level young foreign pride among the foreigners? They're all at the saint level, and they're still young and proud? At this level, all humans were basically old men, and even those with better talent had basically reached middle age. Subsequently, Li Fan continued to start asking up other questions. Learn from Gul'dan's answer. Seed program. The training site is not located within the domain of the Great Summer State. Once you join the training, you need to stay at the training place most of the time, unless you are led away by your instructor to go forward to a special area. Of course, in the meantime, communication with the outside world and whatnot is still allowed, just not to disclose anything related to the training aspect, and you get 2 days a month to go home and visit your family. Li Fan didn't feel much for these so-called trainings, but there was one that was very appealing to him. That's resources. Every student within the seed program, as long as they passed the test given by their mentor, had the right to choose any resources they wanted regarding cultivation. Things like supplements, beast cores, as much as you want as long as your body can support it. Other students may not be able to withstand such indoctrination and need to stop and practice to settle down. But Li Fan is different. That's the kind of indoctrination he needs most right now. What about Mr. Zhu's side? I still have to go and help with the tests. Li Fan asked another crucial question at this time. Xu Tianzheng had utilized the power of the Northern Emperor to shelter his parents, for which he was extremely grateful. If he went to the training ground, he would rarely have the opportunity to help Xu Tianzheng test again. And to this question, Gul'dan gave an answer. Don't worry about this. Elder Zhu is authorized to come to the training ground. He can come anytime he wants to find you. It won't delay him. Hear this. Li Fan couldn't help but nod. That's true. As a long-famous quasi-god level existence, Xu Tianzheng could also be considered to be a high-ranking member of the Great Xia, and it was not surprising that he had such authority. Unawareness, the two of them were already chatting late into the night. For the seed program, after a thorough understanding, Li Fan is no more questions. The specifics, wait until after. Nature will know. After simply doing a few sets of workouts and taking a hot shower, Li Fan fell into a deep sleep. It was early in the morning of the following day. Li Fan first went next door to the Green Dome to find Gu Ling and said a goodbye to her, followed by saying goodbye to Rukalai and the others. Hearing that Li Fan had been chosen for the seed program, the crowd couldn't help but be happy for Li Fan. However, thinking that Li Fan could only come back once a month, there were a few more moments of reluctance. After all, during this time, Li Fan was the soul of their group, but as the saying goes, people go to the top. If the gap between them and Li Fan grew wider and wider, it was only a matter of time before they were separated. Thinking of this, several people couldn't help but make up their minds in their hearts that they had to work harder and try not to fall behind. Among those who had such thoughts, it was clear that Gu Ling was also included. Even though she was in a good relationship with Li Fan now, if the gap between her and Li Fan was too big in the future, then Li Fan would most likely be attracted to a more outstanding member of the opposite sex. But of course, she was really overthinking this idea. Li Fan is not the kind of person who was fond of the old, innocent feelings and constant companionship, far more than the so-called excellence for him to cherish. After noon, Li Fan followed Gu Dan and boarded the airplane to the training base. On the airplane, Li Fan also saw many familiar figures. Lin Yue, Di Yun, Luo Duan, Yun He, Yi Tianxue as well as Shen Keir. Most of them were people who had been sheltered by Li Fan in the Heavenly Phase secret realm. As soon as these people saw Li Fan, they were full of gratitude and were very enthusiastic towards him. Li Fan was not at all surprised by the appearance of the others. But this Shin Kid, on the other hand, surprised him greatly. This Shin Kid doesn't seem to be among the freshmen, right? She was actually selected for the seed program? Li Fan's student. How are you? My name is Shin Kid. I've long heard Yue talk about you, and I've also paid attention to your performance in the Freshman Cup Secret Realm. Your strength, it really makes me admire. I hope I can make a friend with you. Shin Kid felt generous and directly just walked to Li Fan's side and extended her hand with a smile. Chapter 93, Training Base, Simultaneous Seed Cutting. Facing Shin Kid's request for knowledge, Levan responded in kind. And with that, Li Fan was the one who heard a test sentence from Shin Kid. Student Li Fan, have you ever heard of the 100-foot secret realm? That's right. Upon seeing Li Fan slaying in the heavenly phase mysterious realm, blasting down transcendent mortals, Shin Kid was the one who reunited Li Fan with her savior that day in the 100-foot secret realm. The more this is thought about, the more it looks like. The most outrageous thing was that Li Fan even sounded like her savior. However, before she heard Li Fan admit it herself, or saw her space ring, she still didn't dare to be completely sure. And for this question from Shin Kid, Li Fan couldn't help but smile before saying slowly, "Been there, and saved a person." The reason why he hid his identity before was because he didn't want his spike plugin to leak as well as him being targeted in the secret realm. Shin Kid had only seen the terror of his physical body, and had not seen the image of him sweeping the map with seconds. So now in this situation, it doesn't matter much anymore if he recognizes his identity. Furthermore, rather than waiting for Shin Kid's countless trials in the future, it would be better to admit it now. Listening to Li Fan's words, Shin Kid slightly froze, her face immediately turned slightly red and covered her mouth. Really benefactor you? When she first encountered Li Fan, she only thought that Li Fan might have long been part of the seed plan, only that he had returned to Beizhou City on vacation and went to the 100-foot mystery realm to hang out. But now, after Li Fan admitted it, she was really both shocked and emotional. I didn't realize that Li Fan already had a battle power that could be at the transcendent level at that point in time. As for why Li Fan was able to enter the 100-foot mysterious realm, after she realized that Li Fan's mentor was Zhu Tianzheng, it actually made complete sense. Alright, there's no need to address the benefactor as benefactor. Just call me Li Fan. Li Fan waved his hand and said with a smile. It was a strange way to get along with this mouthful of benefactors. Shin Kid scratched her head with a red face and nodded her head. Alright benefactor. In response, Li Fan couldn't help but cry and laugh a little. It seemed that Shin Kid still hadn't gotten over this shock. But fortunately, after the two of them had some small talk, Shin Kid slowly eased up. Still, what couldn't be changed was the fact that Shin Kid couldn't help but blush every time she looked directly into Li Fan's eyes. Li Fan could guess what this was about. They are all children of the jungle. No need to stick to the small details. Just look at it. The picture at that time, I have actually forgotten. Levan comforted in this way. Nonetheless, it did not work, but instead it made Shin Kid more brainstorming about the images at that time. Her face became even redder, and she could not wait to find a crack in the ground to drill into it. So without chatting for a long time, Shin Kid just found a reason to leave and went towards Lin Yue in the distance. Sister Kid, do you know Li Fan? I see that you guys seem to be chatting quite happily. Lin Yue asked curiously. Recognize, he saved me, but let's not talk about the specifics. Let's go back to our room and rest. It seems like it will take a while to get to the base. Shin Kid hurriedly pulled Lin Yue towards the two's cabin, and after Shin Kid left, Di Yun and the others then came over to Li Fan's side and began to renew their small talk. Rolling eyes. The time came to the evening. Nowadays, through the window of the airplane, it is impossible to see any trace of the city, not even the green hills. There are only endless glaciers and the vastness of the sea. According to Gul'dan et al., they were already at the south pole of the blue planet. That training place, that's where it's at. Not much longer. The plane landed on a huge snowy mountain platform. Look down the platform. A gigantic, strange structure that was 1,000 meters tall was clearly in the eyes of the crowd. Such a strange and bizarre architectural style really gave the crowd an unprecedented visual impact. A kind of feeling as if it was not a product of the Blue Star. Li Fan was also surprised when he looked at the building. He'd believe it if it was built by aliens. Come on, let's get you acquainted with the other contemporaneous seeds, and familiarize you with the place on the way. Gul'dan looked at the crowd at that moment and opened his mouth with a smile. And the next second, a formation appeared right under the feet of the crowd, waiting for the crowd to react again. The group was already on the inside of the building, a huge martial arts arena. At this moment, on the martial arts field, there were dozens of students who were practicing cutting. Judging from the aura that these people displayed while fighting, each one of them basically had transcendent level combat power. Such a scene really made Di Yun, Lin Yue and the others' jaws drop and their pressure multiply. They somewhat didn't expect that apart from a demon like Li Fan, there were actually so many similar demons. This is the first martial arts arena. When students want to spar with each other, this is usually the place. These are the seed students who are at the same time as you. You have just arrived here and have a 1-month special training period. And at the end of the special training, you will participate in the examination with them. During the special training period, you are able to choose to ask for any resources without having to pass any tests, so you can make good use of this month. You guys shouldn't be too narrow-minded when it comes to resources. Don't just stare at beast core supplements, feats and the like to go. For example, having a god-level teacher personally teach for a day and having a quasi-divine mentor as a chaperone are all very valuable resources. I suggest you make good use of them. Gu Dan continued his introduction to Li Fan and the others at this time. These words really made the crowd's jaws drop once again. Having a god-level mentor personally teach for a day? Is there still a chance for that? In their perceptions, there didn't seem to be many god levels in the entire Great Xia. Did there? Alright, next I'll take you to the training room. There's a gravity room over there, and various elemental type cultivation rooms. Gu Dan continued at this time, and as he said that, formation patterns were appearing under the feet of the crowd again. But just as the group was about to leave, a voice but rang out. Mr. Gu, wait. Following the sound, it was a tanned young man with a shirtless body and muscular build. Lu Ling, what is your business? Gu Dan looked at the man and frowned as he asked. The youth smiled confidently. Teacher Gu, I want to spar with this Li Fan. I wonder if I can agree. This statement was made. Instantly that was what drew a number of students to chime in as well. Me too. Me too. Teacher Gu, we all know Li Fan's strength. Not counting us as bullies. We want to spar. That's right. Cut and thrust. Let's try to see where Li Fan's battle power is up to now. Such a scene. He couldn't help but make Gu Dan as well as Di Yun and the others look at Li Fan. Especially Di Yun and the others. It seemed that Li Fan had already been a popular figure in this base for a long time. Gu Dan then gazed at Li Fan, wanting to see what Li Fan thought, and what could Li Fan have in mind. These students were all sharp, saying that it was a sparring match, but Li Fan could totally see that they all wanted to prove their strength and give them, the newcomers who had just arrived, a bit of a kick in the pants. As it is, come on then. After the Heavenly Phase Mysterious Realm ended, his workouts didn't fall too far behind. The current him was already a few points stronger than then. Teacher Gu, I don't have a problem with it. Since everyone wants to spar, I also happen to come and try to see how many points are leveled up among the contemporaries present. If it's average, I'd like to move right into the seated students from the last session so I can have a little sense of urgency. Li Fan took a few steps and said calmly and indifferently. Chapter 94, Destruction. Holographic Helmet. Li Fan's words. It couldn't help but make all of the contemporaneous seeds on the scene slightly stunned. The breath. Seems like it could be a little big. Gu Dan was a little bit not going to be able to straighten out by Li Fan's words. Isn't this a blatant attempt to provoke them, the old seeds? More or less too much hubris. But thinking about Li Fan's age, it was understandable. Young people are always young and full of energy. Nice. It's really the same as what was shown in the video. Overbearing and strong. But don't ever feel like you're invincible in your peer group just because you defeated those Fey Transcendents. No one is capable of absolute invincibility here. The topless Lu Ling looked at Li Fan and couldn't help but smile a lot. His words expressed his appreciation for Li Fan and also a warning. Strike that. A powerful sense of oppression instantly enveloped his body as his aura radiated. Brother Li Fan, there's no need to be impulsive. We've only just arrived. There's plenty of room for improvement. At this moment, Di Yun behind him couldn't help but whisper towards Li Fan. The aura he felt from this Lu Ling was even stronger than that Zi He. However, Li Fan naturally didn't care about this. Continuing to take a step forward, Su laughed. There was no absolute invincibility here before. Then soon there will be here. Yes, still so dominant and strong. As for Li Fan's words, Lu Ling didn't respond any further, but directly hit back with his actions. Only layers of terrifying quicksand appeared around Lu Ling, and his entire aura became cold to the extreme. The next second, he lifted his finger lightly, and nearly 100 sand pillars were shot towards Li Fan at an extreme speed. Such a scene startled Lin Yue and the others behind Li Fan, who subconsciously took several steps back. They didn't have the slightest doubt that if they were hit, they would absolutely have to be riddled with holes and perish on the spot. And while several people were horrified, Li Fan, however, did not dodge at all and waved his hand to smash all the sand pillars. I thought it was something, but it was a sandbag thrower. Li Fan stretched his back, his face full of relief. With such a scene, Lu Ling could not help but have his pupils shrink. This sand pillar of his might looked plain and unassuming, but its power was extraordinary, and if a normal lower grade transcendent was hit, Even if it didn't die, it would have to be seriously injured. But when it hit Li Fan, there was no reaction at all. What a strong physical body! And it wasn't just Lu Ling. The rest of the seeds present also seemed to feel a hint of incredulity as the corners of their eyes twitched. The degree of toughness that this Li Fan had shown appeared to be not quite the same than what they had seen in the video. To be able to join the seed program on the basis of fleshly body talent, this fleshly body strength is truly extraordinary. But this move, can you still take it? Lu Ling raised his arms and bellowed. The terrifying quicksand around him instantly transformed into a terrifying saloon and sped towards Li Fan. Compared to the sand pillar just now, the power of this salon was much more terrifying. Li Fan's eyes narrowed slightly, and his face became slightly more grave. However, Li Fan still didn't choose to dodge, and pinched out his fist print and directly blasted it head-on. And on his fist print, glistening blue light was clearly visible. That's right, this is precisely the 5th level of the Extreme Dao Fist. Just a short while ago, his perception of the Extreme Dao Fist had once again deepened a lot more, and in one fell swoop, he had comprehended the 5th layer of the realm. Boo! Boo! It was accompanied by several terrifying explosions. All the salons were all blown apart and directly disappeared, and along with it, there was Li Fan who disappeared. Of course, Li Fan didn't really disappear. Li Fan just appeared in front of Lu Ling. So strong. Lu Ling looked at Li Fan's terrifying fist print that had been swung over and couldn't help but tremble all over in fear. His eyes filled with fear. Boo! There was another loud bang. In the next second, Lu Ling's entire body was set on the wall of the martial arts arena. The whole process was done in the blink of an eye. When the crowd saw Lu Ling's condition, all of them could not help but swallow their saliva. Was this Li Fan hiding his clumsiness too badly in the secret realm? That's ridiculously strong, isn't it? This was still the level of just joining the seed program. If this was really for Li Fan to have a month of special training, how horrible would that strength be? They're all a little less than thrilled about it. Anyone else want to challenge? Li Fan patted the sand and dust on his body at this time and looked around, still full of relief. Apparently, though, no one responded. After a few seconds of silence, it was Gul'dan who stepped forward to defuse the impasse. Alright, let's not cut it short. Time is pretty tight. I'll show you guys the training room first. Gul'dan smiled and opened his mouth, and then without moving, he opened the array pattern and headed towards the next area. When Li Fan and his group left, the entire martial arts arena could not help but boil up once again. Did you guys just see him move? No, it's too fast. If I were to fight against him, I'm afraid I wouldn't have any chance of winning. This Li Fan is really a ing monster. Yeah, when he grows up, he might actually be able to spar with the last batch of senior brothers. That's a bit difficult. Didn't they say that the last batch of top 10 senior brothers were already stepping into Paragon? Anyway, I feel like I can hug this Li Fan's thigh. And next time a senior brother bullies us, let Li Fan cover us. Che, look at your little ambition. You're the seed that the quasi-god personally introduced to us, and you're still hugging the thigh. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at when you say it out loud? Don't be so sarcastic. Is there anyone here who hasn't been personally introduced to the door by a quasi-god? The martial arts arena boiled over at the same time. Di Yun, Yun Hei, and Luo Chen's side were similarly abuzz. Brother Li Fan, this is too strong for you, isn't it? Yeah, it took the blink of an eye to knock that guy out. That's right, there is a say one. At first one more than one shouted cheerfully, but in the end, not even a person to talk about it. Look quite relieved. They all knew that Li Fan was strong though, but I didn't expect Li Fan to be so strong. The wave of operations just now had directly dumbfounded them. And looking at Li Fan, Lin Yuwei behind her was now indescribable. She vaguely had a feeling that perhaps it was no longer possible for her to catch up with Li Fan. Besides, Shin Qi on the side. Maybe it was the once benefactor filter that added to it. Nowadays her eyes looking at Li Fan were just full of admiration. Obviously she was a royal sister, but now she looked like a little fangirl. Continue the tour. Soon, under Gu Dan's leadership, the group of people also took a look at all the major training rooms. It had to be said that compared to the training room on the Northern Emperor's side, the training room here was simply far too luxurious. Li Fan didn't feel much for the other cultivation rooms, but he was very interested in that gravity room. Head on over here and just come up with a random move for a workout. And after visiting the training room, cafeteria, dormitory, classroom, testing area, merit area and so on, all the places that will be closely related later on, all of them are walking once. And the last moments before letting the crowd go back to their dorms, Gudan distributed a crystal clear helmet that looked like a work of art to all of them. Looking at the helmet, Li Fan and the others were all confused. Nice guy. What the hell is this? This is a holographic helmet, so you can put it on when you get back to your dorms. You can explore it for yourselves. It's a treasure. Gul'dan smiled towards the crowd. A small sellout. Chapter 95, Tower of Inheritance. Older students' leap of faith. The team is dismissed. Li Fan and the others took their helmets and each of them returned to their respective dormitories. And when it says dormitory, it's really one big flat. Li Fan sat in the living room. And with a glance, he could see the blue sky and glaciers of the outside world. And the view was very nice. After slightly familiarizing himself with the dormitory, Li Fan's gaze couldn't help but fall on that helmet. His face filled with curiosity. And so it was. Li Fan directly just chose to wear it. He'd like to see what the hell it was. And just the moment he put it on, an immensely real and huge meadow appeared right in front of his eyes. Meanwhile, there are a few lines of text above the grass. Virtual universe not accessed. Planetary LAN opened successfully. LAN bound users in. User binding successful. Click to see permissions on the LAN. Looking at the lines of text, Li Fan almost immediately just understood the function of this helmet. It was the same as some of the online games he had read in his previous life. Just put on this helmet and on the virtual network, it can completely simulate all the situations in your reality. And you can practice, cut, and even party in it. And looking at the first sentence of the text, it wasn't hard for Li Fan to guess. This thing wasn't developed by Blue Star. It came from the universe. Only Blue Star should not have been incorporated into the cosmic civilization. So only the LAN can be turned on here. And all actions can only be interacted with those within the LAN. And soon, Li Fan then explored some of the functions within this LAN. First of all, this simulation ability was indeed strong. When it really was a complete simulation of all of Li Fan's physical characteristics, it was as if he had really traveled inside this LAN in person. And all the environments it simulates are also incomparably real. The form, the sense of touch, and even the smell are all able to achieve a one-to-one real look. To say that the only thing that can't be simulated is Li Fan's second kill plugin. He had just tried it against the lawn. And the press hadn't worked at all. That wasn't much of a problem though. He didn't need any extras in this LAN. After all, dying in there was just a simulation. Subsequently, when viewing LAN users, in addition to seeing users with Dacia logos, we also saw a number of users with foreign logos. That is to say, here he could also spar with some young men from abroad. But for the time being, Li Fan was too lazy to look into this cutting aspect of things. After all, for him, cutting didn't mean much. All he needed was non-stop workouts and supplements that would keep him going. As long as one's strength was strong enough, one could completely break all the laws with one force, and all the so-called combat experience could be ignored. And just as Li Fan was about to take off his helmet and start looking for Gudan to ask for some resources and then make a trip to the gravity room, an option caught his eye. The Heritage Tower? Levon tapped into it. Next, Li Fan then appeared underneath a huge tower that towered incomparably high. This giant tower had a total of 12 floors, all of which were covered with dense patterns that looked mysterious. And soon, information about the tower also appeared before his eyes. Tower of Inheritance, not connected to the virtual universe, pass the 9th floor and receive an invitation. Pass the 12th floor and receive a golden invitation. The introductory message is very short, but after reading it, it's evocative. An invitation? Can it be that it's an invitation to participate in some kind of competition to obtain an inheritance? Li Fan's brows furrowed slightly, giving birth to a flash of speculation. Curious, Li Fan directly just stepped into the first layer. But just 10 seconds after Li Fan stepped in, Li Fan was directly blown away by the ferocious beasts inside, and the entire person was so shocked that he took off his helmet. So strong, Li Fan was filled with fear. The ferocious beasts in the first layer actually looked like ordinary wild wolves, but the strength of that wild wolf was terrifyingly abnormal, and with one claw, his head blossomed. This first layer of ferocious beasts is still so want to kill to the 9th layer. How strong this required was something that Li Fan, for the time being, didn't even dare to think about. Looked down at the time. Li Fan was a little surprised, not realizing that 2 hours had actually passed in the outside world in this short while. After recovering slightly from the aftermath of being pounced on by the coyote, Li Fan was then ready to contact Gudan and order some supplies. The supplies Li Fan wanted were simple. Let's start with 200 Transcendent Class Beast Cores, and then 200 tubes of the best recovery supplements. Have to say, this delivery can be very efficient. Within 30 minutes of placing the order, the supplies were delivered by robot to the door. Looking at the supplies in front of him, Li Fan couldn't help but see his eyes glowing with gold. More first. He was going to level up first. And just as Li Fan was about to start absorbing it, a notice that rang through the major dormitory houses. Attention all veteran students. There will be an outgoing mission assessment tomorrow morning. Registered participants, please gather at the 3rd Martial Arts Arena at 9 in the morning. Listening to the notice, Li Fan frowned slightly. It seemed like it had nothing to do with him. According to Gul'dan, there are now 4 batches of seeds at the base. He and Di Yun, as well as Lu Ling and the others seen in the martial arts arena, all belonged to the fourth batch. Apart from them, the first three batches, all belonged to the ranks of the oldest students. So the old student in the notice is completely irrelevant to him. Still, the thought of the test made him look forward to it a little. I also don't know what kind of test this training camp organized at the highest level of the Great Xia is arranging. The other end. The third seat is in the drill hall. Nowadays that's hilarious. Did you hear? There's a tough one in the freshman class. Is that the Li Fan who killed a genius of the Fae? That's right. It's him. It seems like not long ago, he even beat up that Lu Ling kid. That's quite a bit of strength. Yeah, what's to say? When are we going to bully and let these newbies feel the love from the seniors? Che, I don't have that kind of time. But I did hear that there are some good-looking girls here. Bullying freshmen doesn't feel necessary, does it? It's kind of pointless. It's no fun. But it's an old tradition that needs to be kept up. Have you forgotten how the last group of old students treated us? These older students were all over the place for the new faces, and now is still in the dormitory excitedly exploring the holographic helmet, planning to what resources Lin Yue Di Yun and others to this. That is not the slightest defense. They don't know what kind of love awaits them from their older siblings. Inside a lounge on the highest level of the base, a man and a woman are leisurely drinking coffee. Judging from the aura of the duo, they were both quasi-god level existences. This new batch, the seedlings are all good. Indeed, especially this Li Fan. His ability to fight over levels can simply be described as exaggerated. This first time he entered the inheritance tower, he actually lasted for as long as 10 seconds. The last person who had this kind of performance should still be Bo Jun, who, by now, is one of the leading figures in the seed program. If we could have one more Bo Jun, our younger generation facing the foreign races, that might be a lot easier. By the way, what about the West? The Fae are now completely bubbling up. They shouldn't be as indifferent as they were before, right? Well, the West is in a mess right now, and the seed program over there is on the agenda, so without any surprises, they'll be coming to us next month to talk about cooperation. Humph, these brats finally know that they're in a hurry too. But there's not much time left for us. Chapter 96 From the Love of a Senior. The cafeteria restricted area. Besides, Li Fan sighed. After Li Fan got the supplies, he went to the cultivation room and started his seclusion. He was prepared to go ahead and digest the beast core first, raising his level to the limit of what his flesh could currently endure first. With over 200 transcendent level beast cores, there was one to say that it would still take some time to absorb them. But of course, the upgrade is really cool. The time came to the next day. After Diyun Lin Yue and the others familiarized themselves with some of the base's supporting facilities, they also officially opened their special training for cultivation. And they obviously couldn't just ask for a beast core and then absorb it in one go to forcefully upgrade it like Li Fan did. They didn't have a perverted physical body like Li Fan, so they all chose the shortcomings they each felt they needed to improve to start with, and asked the base for some resources. For example, Diyun had sought out a god-ranked powerhouse for one-on-one guidance and explanation. Lin Yue, on the other hand, had found an ice quasi-divine level as a chaperone. Instead, Yunhei went to the base's special cultivation room to meditate and improve his sense of his attributes. In a nutshell, because there is no specific course here, everyone needs to arrange the most suitable way for their cultivation on their own, and the base is only responsible for meeting all the resources needed by the students, as well as issuing tests from time to time, with a very high degree of freedom. Of course, things like finding a god-level powerhouse to explain, a quasi-god level chaperone, and so on, are all done on the virtual network. After all, a strong person like that had far too many things to deal with to personally run over and make a trip. Similarly, many of the combat insights that would have required going to major secret realms to find ferocious beasts to fight and kill could be carried out in the virtual network. This cuts down on a lot of the time it takes to get to the secret world. And because in the virtual network has the characteristic of not really dying in the real world, the chance of trial and error becomes infinite. So the battle sense that can be obtained in the virtual network is often more profound than the real sparring. Unawareness. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. 5 days. Out of the various freshness of the cultivation methods as well as the urgency of seeing the strength of the old seeds of his contemporaries, almost all of Di Yun's group were in a state of focused cultivation. And for geniuses like them, hard work means rewards. 5 days was not a long time, but each and every one of them had seen a certain degree of growth in their strength. Time quickly came to the 10th day. This day, the three of them, Di Yun Luochen and Yunhei, were all detached from their state of dedicated cultivation and met to come out for a walk together. It couldn't be helped. Cultivation was after all a boring thing that required a combination of work and rest. After coming to the base for so long, except for the walk that Gu Dan had taken them on, they hadn't even properly strolled around the place on their own. What a beautiful view. Luo-chan couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief as he looked through the transparent cover at the flawless white snowy mountains in the distance as well as the seagulls soaring in the blue sky. On the side, Yun-hei couldn't help but echo the sentiment, his gaze attracted by the beauty. If I could go to that vast universe, I guess I could see even more wonderful scenery. Yun's gaze couldn't help but look towards the depths of those 2 days, his eyes filled with longing. Since coming into contact with the virtual universe helmet, he was already filled with endless curiosity and yearning for the universe. At this time, Yun-hei patted his shoulder and said with a smile, as long as we can up the younger generation of the foreign race, we will be able to see that the day won't be far away. Listening to Yun-hei's words, Yun nodded, but in the twinkling of an eye, his brow furrowed. If we can't beat them, we might be able to. Since coming to the base, they had only become more impressed with the terror of the young generation of the Oceanic Fae. This statement was made. Both Yun Ming and Luo Duan were momentarily speechless. Okay, can we win or not? We'll know when the time comes. Let's go. Go to the cafeteria to take a look. I've heard that the cafeteria here is full of some very rare ingredients. It can be a good time to have a good time. Luo Dust at this time hit on the shoulders of the two people, smilingly said, hear about the food. Yun-hei and the two of them were both showing a hint of anticipation on their faces. They had been practicing for 10 days. But they hadn't eaten anything at all. That's a mouthful that can't be left behind. And on the way to the cafeteria, the three of them happened to meet Lin Yue, Yi Tianxue and Shen Qid. Apart from Li Fan there were 4 others. Their batch of new seeds could all be here. The 3 women's purpose was likewise to go to the cafeteria. So the 6 of them went towards the cafeteria as a group as a matter of course. The cafeteria is huge and very posh. Even if they were all born into large families, they had never seen so many rare ingredients at once. This was a real thrill for a few people who hadn't had a mouthful in a long time. But the cafeteria was really quite crowded as well. You'll still have to wait in line a little bit to get it. Of course, one could actually ask to be sent to their dormitory. But I'm afraid that would take a lot longer than coming here in person to stand in line. It was naturally impossible for them to choose the latter since they had come all this way. And so it was. A few people then went to the food stalls they wanted to eat and started to line up. But soon, a few people didn't have long to wait in line. And it looked like it was going to be their turn. A couple of older students just ran over and cut in line. Once or twice would have been fine, but this operation went on for 4 or 5 times. The intent would be obvious. It was a deliberate attempt to disgust them. And it's not just them. Even Lu Ling and the others they had met before were suffering from such treatment. However, Lu Ling and the others appeared to be used to this, and did not have any intention of resisting at all, sometimes even taking the initiative to vacate a position for these seniors. New guy. Know the rules. In front of Yun, a few seniors inserted themselves into the line and greeted Yun with a contemptuous face. In response to such contempt, Yun's face that was becoming more and more ugly. It's too obvious a provocation, isn't it? Seeing that a few more seniors were coming to cut in line, Yun finally couldn't help but say stiffly, Senior, I've been in line for quite a while. This line, can I not cut in? But who knows? As soon as those words fell, one of the seniors slapped him over, and Yun's entire body was directly slapped out. Such a scene, it instantly drew the attention of everyone in the cafeteria. Luo Chen Yun-hee and the others immediately just went up to assist. Fortunately, this senior didn't hit too hard, and Yun only suffered some superficial injuries. Schoolboy, the principle of survival of the fittest applies everywhere. Are you thinking of encountering those foreign races in the future and having them let you have a move or two as well? At that moment, the senior who had struck out looked at Yun as well as Yun-hei and the others on the side with a face of mockery before continuing to start lining up without looking back. And when this fell on the ears of Yun and the others, it was obviously crooked reasoning. However, it was because these old students were powerful, and they could only endure any anger they had. Forget it, let's just go. Seeing this, Luo Duan couldn't help but speak softly. At this rate, it's up to these older students when they want to have enough fun. Several people looked at each other, and in the end, they all chose to compromise. However, at this moment, the heart of wanting to become stronger was really surging madly within the hearts of several people. If they were strong enough, they could have just counterattacked back and given the other side a survival of the fittest. But the problem is no. And no sooner had a few people taken a few steps out than the taunts of the older students came from behind them. That's right, get your tail between your legs. Ha 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 ha. Newcomers, you remember, here, the cafeteria is not a place to eat. If you want to eat, you'd better be honest and call for delivery. Why haven't we seen your leader, Li Fan? Maybe he can take you to eat in the cafeteria? But Li Fan is at best a mid-grade transcendent. He'll have to honestly roll back as usual when he comes. Listen to this. a few people can still endure. But when he heard these people say Li Fan, Di-yun was the first one who couldn't bear it, and immediately he turned back to boldly open the mic. Humph, what kind of skill is bullying? With goods like you, you're not even worthy of lifting my brother Li Fan's shoes, and there's no need for my brother Li Fan to make a move. Give me half a year's time and you guys won't even have the qualifications to lift my shoes. Such words are very tough, and even speak the minds of many veteran students such as Lu Ling and other contemporaries. But of course, talk about how hardcore it is. The beatings are as miserable as they come. In a few minutes, D Cloud was carried to the infirmary. Luo Duan, Yun Hei, Lin Yue and the others who blocked the way were also slightly injured as a result. As for Lu Ling and the others who watched this scene, they could only shake their heads helplessly, secretly calling out that a few people were still too young. Chapter 97 Head Iron Trio. Li Fan goes out. What a ing haymaker. If you really have the balls, give me 6 months. I'll blow your heads off. In the infirmary. At that moment, the roar of Di Yun rang out. As for Luo Chen, Lin Yue and the others who were waiting in the outside world, their emotions were all very depressed at this time. In their respective universities, they were all the talk of the town. Where have they been so wronged? Although they weren't injured as heavily as Di Yun, their moods were similar to Di Yun's. I wish I could fight back, but alas, the gap in strength was not something that could be easily bridged. As those older students had said, even Li Fan would not be a match for them. I'm afraid. Alright, I'll go back. It's better to go to the cafeteria and some public places less often in the meantime. In fact, they don't have too much malicious intent, mainly because you've only just arrived, and they, the older students, still have a fresh feeling towards you, and when the freshness passes, they won't bother to bully you anymore. The female therapist in the infirmary sent Di Yun out, then said towards the several people with a smile on her face. Listening to the female therapist, several people nodded at that moment. In retrospect, though, that's the more I think about it. It's playing them for fun. Early the next morning, Lin Yue, Yi Tianxue as well as Shinkit all didn't go to the cafeteria anymore, but once again devoted themselves to cultivation. They followed the advice of their therapist, choosing to endure the storm for a while. However, on the other end, Di Yun, Luo Duan as well as the three of them, Yun Hei, were meeting up and heading towards the cafeteria once again. None other. Still can't swallow it. Mother asterisk. Tell me not to go to the cafeteria, but I will. Di Yun walked in the forefront, flames rising 3 feet high. That's, be a wimp. I'll fight even if I can't. That's right. This meal, I'll take it. On the side, Luo Chen Yunhei was also stubborn, and at this moment, anger rose in his eyes. After coming to the cafeteria, boo, 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 with 3 muffled grunts, the 3 were then carried off to the infirmary in flames. Early the next morning, the 3 of them, who had completely recovered, remained together and set off in the direction of the cafeteria. This time, the fight didn't end so quickly, because one of the older students agreed to a 3-man siege, so it lasted a few more seconds before the 3 were carried to the infirmary. And over time, day 3, day 4, day 5, until the 6th day, the 3 still came to the cafeteria on time, and their words were more unpleasant than once, and with such relentless persistence, the genus is making a bunch of seniors look silly. They've never met such hardened pricks, and the more Di Yun and the others insisted, the more offended they felt. But even though they were furious, thinking that Di Yun and the others would still come over to taunt them on time tomorrow made their heads spin for a moment. Come the 7th day, this day, in the middle of the old students, there came a raw face. For him, not only were the freshmen like Lu Ling humbled, but even many of the older students were. Lai Tsong, why is he here? It's actually Li Tsong. He's out of the gate? Lai Tsong is out of the gate. Could it be that he has also broken through to Paragon? It's hard to say. There's a big block from level 290 to 300, but with Lai Tsong's talent, in a month's time, even if he doesn't make a breakthrough, he shouldn't be too far away. Good guy. It's Lai Tsong. He actually came here for the first time. In that case, those 3 brats are afraid that they will be out of luck today. Lai Tsong has no lightness of hand. The crowd was all talking at the moment. And what a coincidence. The 3 of them, Di Yun, happened to arrive at the cafeteria right on time. Di Yun's few people naturally didn't recognize Li Tsong, so they behaved as usual and went straight to the queue. This time, there was still a senior cutting in line. However, just as Di Yun was about to start cursing, the several seniors in front of him spoke in a low voice toward the 3 of them. Hurry up and go before Li Tsong notices you. Come on, today is different. After saying that, the several seniors left the team at a rapid pace. Such a scene really made the 3 of them look dumbfounded. It was the first time a senior had come over and kindly reminded them, or one of the ones who had beaten them up 2 days before. A few people were still not figuring out what to do, when their eyes saw that not far away, Lu Ling and the others were also casting a look that signaled them to leave. What the hell is going on here? Who is Light Song? Di Yun frowned and whispered to himself. The cloud-mining Luodust was also in a daze, and just as the three were still in a daze, a burly figure then walked towards the three. Watching this scene, almost everyone present could not help but cast a pitying gaze towards the three. Nu, the burly man clasped his arms in both hands and looked down at the three. Di Yun's body subconsciously couldn't help but tremble as the three of them looked at the big man in front of them. It's a sign of too great a gap in strength and too much oppression. And who else could this big man be? Naturally it was Light Song. In response to Light Song's question, the three didn't choose to swear in the same way as before, but instead nodded their heads gently. But the next second, the three still met a miserable end. In the blink of an eye, the three of them had suffered serious injuries, with several bones broken all over their bodies, leaving only a few breaths of air lying on the ground. The horrifying scene could not help but frown at the crowd present. I've heard that there's a Li Fan in your batch of freshmen. Is he among the three of you? Light Song looked at the three people lying on the ground with a face full of contempt. The three people who were seriously injured had long since lost their fear at this moment, and were only filled with anger. Killing was not allowed on the base, and they didn't believe that this man would dare to strike. I'll you up. Is my brother Li Fan's name yours to call? Does someone like you need brother Li Fan to make a move? Dog thing. Dare to suppress your rank for a battle. I'll get you killed. The three men began to break into song. And listen to this. Light Song's face didn't change in the slightest, and of course, he didn't continue to make any more moves. Just a faint response. Alright, when you guys are healed, I'll suppress my rank to fight you. Also, remember to call the one you call Li Fan. I suggest it would be best to go to a virtual network to play against each other, or I'm afraid I'll miss and kill the four of you. Having said that, Light Song is slowly to a window. Take the desired food. Slowly left. The first thing I did was to go to a window and pick up the food I wanted. As for the 3D Yuns, they were sent to the infirmary in flames. The other end. Li Fan stepped out of the cultivation room and stretched heavily. That's right. After half a month, he was finally out of the gate. Have to say, Transcendent level beast cores still took some time to absorb. Of course, this also had something to do with the fact that he had asked for another batch of beast cores halfway through. Fortunately, though, the results of the retreat were very good after all this time. By now, his strength had skyrocketed dozens of times. He was about to open the attribute panel when suddenly he just couldn't help but sneeze. Is it Ling Ling who's thinking of me? Li Fan touched his nose and casually guessed. Chapter 98, Collapsing Transcendent Values. Cafeteria Bullies. After coming to the base, he had devoted himself to cultivation and had not contacted the outside world for more than half a month. He and Gu Ling were also considered to be still in the hot phase of love, and it was normal to miss them. He was going to make a phone call with Gu Ling later. It's better to check the property situation before that. A flash of anticipation flashed in Li Fan's eyes. He knew that his current self had become strong, but how strong it was still depended on the changes in the attribute panel. Name, Li Fan. Level, LV 101, 13%. Strength, 1. 123. 000. Defense, 1. 108 million. Spirit, 1. 098 million. Looking at such a gorgeous attribute panel, Li Fan couldn't help but subconsciously clench his fist, unable to contain his excitement. Nowadays, he was already a genuine transcendent level. After his level skyrocketed, his current attribute panel had actually skyrocketed by more than 10 times, and that's if he didn't work out. Had he gone on a workout for a while longer, the attribute panel would only have become more magnificent. His current attribute panel, though, was an exaggerated enough collapse. I'm afraid that an ordinary transcendent would be able to crush an ordinary transcendent in front of him with a single finger. This is the transcendent realm that belongs to me. Li Fan's gaze sizzled. After coming to the base, his knowledge of the cultivation realm aspect was also more detailed. The transcendent realm, which refers to the range between levels 100 to 300, and among them, 100 levels up to 180 levels below is a lower transcendent. Levels 180 to 250 are medium transcendent. For levels 250 to 299, it was the upper grade transcendent. Generally speaking, between each grade of transcendent, the difference in strength would be very large. Nowadays, although Li Fan's actual rank was only lower grade transcendent, his actual level of battle power was completely sufficient to fight with an upper grade transcendent. Of course, specifically with how many levels of the upper grade transcendent battle, he is now also not much of a concept. The specifics still have to be in the actual battle to know. Before you go to work out, you can make a trip to the feats section to see if there are any more suitable feats. Li Fan whispered softly to himself at this time. His current extreme Dao fist was certainly good, and as long as it was still at the transcendent level, it was still applicable. However, for him, it was still a bit too one-dimensional to have only this one feat. The base was rich in resources, and it was even more likely that he had been in contact with the cosmic civilization, and here he might be able to find a gong method that was more suitable for him. If he could really find it, his strength would definitely be able to go to the next level. But of course, the feats and whatnot were all aids. The main thing was the exercise as well as the upgrades. His current physique was already at the maximum amount of energy he could currently withstand, and if he wanted to continue to upgrade by absorbing beast cores, he would have to continue to improve his physique. So, this gravity chamber, too, was his top priority. But all this, too, is in no hurry, one step at a time. Sinking a deep breath, Li Fan went to take a painfully hot shower, and then he was on the phone with Gu Ling. Learned over the phone. Since he left the Northern Empire, Ruzili and the others all started practicing very diligently, and Gu Ling herself began to soar in strength with the dual assistance of her family as well as her mentor. Hearing that everyone was moving in a good direction, Li Fan was in a very good mood. Wait until you can access the universe later. He was also thinking of going on some adventures with this group of close friends. Hang up the phone. Li Fan fumed for a while and casually looked at the news, and then he began to have some cravings. For no other reason. Previously, he had maintained the habit of upgrading by eating ferocious beast meat. This half a month or so all relied on absorbing beast cores to enhance. Cool is indeed really cool, but it's always a bit dry. So there was not the slightest hesitation. Li Fan directly just went out, ready to walk up to the cafeteria. None of them? Li Fan originally wanted to find Di Yun and the others to go together, but when I went over to their dormitory and looked around, it appeared that none of them were there. Li Fan guessed that they should have gone to practice, and so it was. Li Fan would have no choice but to go alone, and naturally, he couldn't imagine where they had gone to practice. The three of them could still be in the infirmary's rags today. Come to the cafeteria. Li Fan was immediately attracted to the wide array of food. This looks like it's several times better than anything Ruzili makes, judging by the way it sells. Li Fan didn't hesitate, picked a stall with fewer people, and lined it up directly. And soon, Li Fan's arrival was what attracted the attention of the surrounding group of old seniors. You could tell by the surprised looks of these old schoolmasters. They basically all recognized Li Fan. After watching the previous live broadcast of Heavenly Fae's Secret Realm, they could have long wanted to try the strength of this new seed, Li Fan, but they had never seen Li Fan. Now it is finally seen. And so, it was the same as what happened to Di Yun and the others before. Soon there were a couple of older seniors who chose to cut in line. But naturally, Li Fan couldn't possibly have any patience. And seeing that someone had cut in line, he directly opened his mouth and, "Hello senior, you cut into my line. You should be at the back of the line." Same as Di Yun before him. That just fell from his lips. The slap of one of the seniors in front of him came down and was about to slap him in the face. But the next second, this senior directly just let out a miserable hiss. His entire face twisted to the extreme. There was no other reason. Because this hand of his was being firmly pinched by Li Fan. The terrifyingly huge force was directly what caused the bones of his palm to break. Senior, cutting in line and trying to hit someone is a bit overbearing, isn't it? Li Fan frowned slightly as he looked at the man in front of him, and then casually threw him away. His eyes looking at the other two seniors who had cut in line. His attitude was actually quite amiable, but he never expected that the other party was actually going to make a direct move. Since that was the case, he had no choice but to fight back. And the other two, seeing their companions in this state, were immediately frightened and hurriedly slipped away. This guy, so strong. This Li Fan is really different. This is at the very least a mid-grade transcendent. And it's still an extraordinary mid-grade transcendent. Hiss. This just came less than a month ago, and he's already a mid-grade transcendent? Li Fan's display of strength quickly drew a lot of comments from the older students. At the same time, it was also a way to dissuade many of the older students from wanting to go and plug Li Fan again. But of course, the plugs are still there and stronger. But soon, they were also ushered into the same fate as the senior just now. In a single glance, he was thrown out by Li Fan in a sorry state, and Li Fan finally reacted. Hoping it's the so-called old student bullying freshman drama. It might have worked against anyone else, but against him, I'm sorry. And so it was, as one after another, there were veteran students who cut in line, and all of them were thrown out of the line by Li Fan. The scene in the cafeteria got weird for a while. Who the hell is the senior here? In the end, some of the older students really felt that they had lost face, so they directly just stopped pretending and paired up together to start bullying and cursing at Li Fan. However, what happened to them was even more tragic. In 3 or 2 strokes, he was sent to the infirmary after being beaten by Li Fan. Li Fan, on the other hand, had a very smooth time eating the food, and with a foregone conclusion. The older students who didn't have some strength were already completely afraid to mess with Li Fan anymore. Even when Li Fan went to the stall to get something again, it was already the case that some older students had started to make room for Li Fan. Such a scene. It really made the students who were in the same batch as Lu Ling look silly. Can it still be like that? They've been at the base for so long, but they've never been treated like this before. Immediately afterward, there was a quick-witted one who immediately ran over to get close to Li Fan. Li Fan did not fail to refuse this. He was actually quite willing to make friends as long as there was no ill will towards him. And from talking to these people, Li Fan was also informed about Di Yun and the others as well as Li Tsang. When he heard the first half of the story, he kinda cried and laughed at the stubbornness of Di Yun and the others. But after hearing the part about Li Tsang, his face really didn't look a bit too good. Not only did this Li Tsang come down the hardest on Di Yun and the others, but he also made an appointment with them, in which he was even named. What's this Lu Tsang? Li Fan's face was gloomy as he looked to the side and asked a few people. Chapter 99, Li Tsang's Doorstep. Touchstone. Li Tsang is the ruthless character in the last batch of seeds. The strength ranking is estimated to be able to rank around 15. And his character that is notoriously violent. Yes, we just came back then. We have not been taught by him much. He was in seclusion for a long time last time. I don't know if he has reached Quasi-Saints, but the probability is no. If he really breaks through the Quasi-Saints, he shouldn't have much heart to bully the new students. Brother Fan, my suggestion is not to go and respond to this appointment. Even if these old students of theirs are strong, they also have more combat experience than us. It's too much of a disadvantage to have an appointment. Yes, Brother Fan, with your talent, if you live a little longer, you'll definitely have a chance to compete with this Li Tsang. But no, there's actually no shame in not responding to a date. We were, and no one responded at all. A few people spoke up. In the words, Li Fan basically already had an understanding of this Li Tsang. Together it does count as a character who can hold his own. However, they are almost quasi-saints, but still put aside here to bully the new students. This is really to make him feel a little disgraceful. As for this appointment, that was bound to be accepted. After all, it wasn't his style to be a shrinking violet. And so it was. After thanking a few people for the information, Li Fan was looking at the older students on the side. Seniors, please convey me to Senior Light Sang that I agree to fight him and tell him to prepare for a beating. But virtual internet is even better. It's still more enjoyable to have a real fist fight. Having said that, Li Fan then headed towards the infirmary. And this statement was made. It really made the faces of a group of old students surprised and at the same time very ugly. This Li Fan was a bit too arrogant, wasn't he? How dare you call out Light Song? And on the other end. At this time, Light Song was in the training room whacking the training dummy as a way to vent his anger. That's right. It was true that he hadn't been able to break through to Paragon. Today, he was still stuck at level 299. Don't look at it as only one level difference. This level is actually tantamount to a carp leaping through the Dragon Gate. Paragon and Transcendent were not the same creature at all. It's that close. Light Sang blasted the dummy to pieces with a single blow, letting out an unwilling growl. And also with this roar, the anger in Light Song's heart dispersed for the most part. Sinking his breath, Light Song wiped the sweat on his forehead and sat down on the ground to take a big gulp of water, his entire face calming down a lot. It wasn't long before he began to recall the details of why he hadn't broken through to Quasi-Saint in one fell swoop at that time. After thinking for a long time, he prepared to head to the cultivation room to verify the conjecture in his heart. However, not long after he walked out of the training room, he received a message. That's right. It's exactly the same message from Levon. Son, what do you say? Going to teach this newbie a lesson? That old student who had passed on the message was now looking at Li Tsang with a face full of enthusiasm. Before, they were bullied by the older students when they were freshmen, but now that they were older students, they could still be bullied by the freshmen? He really can't stand this breath, can he? And hearing this, Light Song couldn't help but show a flash of excitement on his face. I'm worried that I'm still a little angry. This just happened to be delivered to my door. In fact, when he had told Di Yun and the others about the appointment, he was only in a fit of anger and had not taken it seriously at all inwardly. The reason why he named Li Fan was not that he knew Li Fan or had seen Li Fan's performance in the secret realm. After all, he was still in seclusion at that time. The main reason for this was that the most talk he had heard in his ears after he had emerged from the gate was Li Fan. What a new supreme genius named Li Fan. Something about a genius named Li Fan that the higher-ups are extremely concerned about. What a future young generation of people called Li Fan. Think about it, when he first came here, wasn't it the same kind of commotion? But isn't it just as obliterating today? That was why he had the idea of trying to make this Li Fan recognize reality. But that was just a fleeting thought at the time. If Li Fan Di-yun doesn't respond to him, he wouldn't actually take it to heart. He might just go to sleep and forget about it. But since now Li Fan responded, then there was no reason for him not to respond. Where is Li Fan now? Lead the way. Light Son looked at the man, his eyes narrowing slightly as he said, plus, leave on. Li Fan was now meeting with the 3 Di-yuns. Looking at the 3 people who were already more or less recovered, Li Fan was in tears. I can't believe I spent 6 or 7 days barreling with that bunch of seniors. With that kind of time, I might as well get a grip on my cultivation. Think everyone is him. Li Fan? The special training period was only a month, and after a month had passed, it wouldn't be such a quiet time to practice, but looking at it from a different perspective, this ruthlessness of the trio was quite admirable to him. Van is awesome. Holy, those old students next door were actually beaten up by you. Brother Fan. I'll go. It's so relieving. It's still Brother Van. After hearing the news that Li Fan had violently beaten up the older students in the cafeteria, the 3 people lying on the hospital bed sat up in a flash, their eyes shining brightly. Just now they were actually seeing a number of older students being sent next door, but at that time, they didn't think on Li Fan. Now that I've heard the news, that's exciting. It could be considered a breath of freshman air for them. But soon, after hearing Li Fan agree to Light Song's appointment, the 3 people's faces immediately froze. Van? Really wanna make a date with that guy? Brother Van, it's going to not count. The healer just said that this person is almost a quasi-saint. Yeah, we were impulsive and called you up then, too, so I actually felt like I could hold back. The 3 men looked bitter. Just now, on the way to the treatment, they chatted with the therapist and inquired about Light Song's basic situation. As soon as he heard that the other party was already a fast quasi-saint, the faces of the 3 of them collapsed at once, and their thoughts of a revenge date were put away. Because the other party's strength was simply too much stronger than theirs. Even if they did suppress their level to fight them, the other party's abundant to extreme combat skills would be able to hang them up and beat them. And listening to the trio's words, Li Fan couldn't help but look a little strange. The 3 of you are not quite tough. Why are you soft now? It's okay, the appointment is made. He can't die. I'm just practicing with him. Li Fan looked at the 3 and shrugged. He had just gotten out of the gate now, and he needed a litmus test for his strength whatsoever. Light Son's appearance is really just right. The moment Li Fan's words came out, all 3 of Di-yun could not help but give Li Fan a thumbs up. In terms of being tough, it's still Li Fan who's tough. But what Li Fan said was also true. At the base, with the superiors watching, it was impossible for death to occur. And this showdown could actually go big in the virtual web. And just then, a commotion rang out at the door. Next, an old student then came to the door, looking at Li Fan several people with a face full of drama, saying, Li Fan, and you 3, Brother Song is looking for you, come out here. Chapter 100, The word of righteousness is paramount. Is there a place for you to speak? One time, the 3 Di-yuns in the hospital bed changed their faces, coming to the door so soon? Li Fan, on the other hand, was very calm, and even looked forward to it a little, getting up just to go out. Van, seeing that Li Fan was about to answer the battle, Di-yun hurriedly called out and shook his head, signaling not to be impulsive. However, Li Fan did give Di-yun a reassuring expression and said, win this battle and these old students won't dare to pull this trick again. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. Afterward, Li Fan directly just walked out of the hospital room. Seeing that Li Fan had already gone out, Di-yun and the 3 of them glanced at each other, gritted their teeth, and ignoring their injuries that were still not fully healed, they also followed and got up to follow. They didn't want Li Fan to face it alone. Corridor. Now it was already a gathering of a dozen or so veteran students led by Li Tsang. And, of course, there were the therapists who watched. Such things are all too commonplace in the eyes of these therapists. They are now ready to heal at any time, with their healing abilities and the potions in the chamber. As long as there was still a breath left, they could have that person back to life in half an hour. Levan came into the hallway. At a glance, I saw the stout Li Tsang and the little brother beside him. These boys were basically old students he had beaten up in the cafeteria. This was to come over and see Li Tsang take it out on them. Just you? What about the other 3? If the injuries are still fresh, I can wait. I don't like to take advantage of people. Li Tsang clasped his hands on his arms and scornfully sized up Li Fan before looking at the entrance of the ward. However, as soon as his words fell, Di-yun and the others were the ones who walked out, their faces filled with gravity as they surveyed the veteran students in this corridor. Looks like there's a bit of a backbone after all. Li Tsang looked at Di-yun's trio with some surprise, the corner of his mouth sketching out a smile. Here's the deal. Li Tsang this was about to open his mouth when he was interrupted by Li Fan in the next second. Well, what's the point of talking so much crap? Time is precious. What? To the martial arts arena? Or just here? You guys pick one. Li Fan waved his hand and looked around this corridor of old students, his face revealing a hint of impatience. And those words had undoubtedly completely enraged this group of older students. The boy. What do you mean? Newbie? You guys? Do you still want to challenge us all? What arrogance! Brother Tsang dares to be so arrogant even when he's here? Asterisk 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 asterisk. What an ignorance! Brother Tsang. Finish him off. Let him know what it means to respect your elders. One time, the older students were in a group mood, and this commotion undoubtedly caused the Di-yun trio behind Li Fan to panic. They didn't have Li Fan's strength. Any one of the older students in this hallway could open up their ass valley, but since Li Fan was standing hard in front, they could only grit their teeth and follow. After all, Li Fan had saved their lives for all three of them, even though they didn't say it on their mouths, but inwardly for Li Fan that was not ambiguous at all. Even if Li Fan wanted to go to the Mountain of Swords and the Sea of Fire, they would follow. Besides, Li Tsang sighed, listening to Li Fan's tone of voice, as well as Li Fan's current dash of posturing. While Li Tsang's face was ugly, he couldn't help but feel emotional inside. This look of not being afraid of heaven and earth. It was almost exactly the same as when he first came to the base. It was so nostalgic and disgusting to him at the same time. Later, he had to knock Levon back to reality. I think it's better to network virtually, or I can't afford to take the blame if someone gets killed. Li Tsang still had his arms wrapped around his hands and an overbearing stance. Hear about virtual networks. Di-yun and the three of them couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If you're in there, you're fine even if you die. There's no danger, so it's perfectly fine to let it go. However, Li Fan naturally did not intend to be in the virtual network, and immediately said, "A virtual network? Why don't we stick to the drill hall? Virtual networking isn't much fun, and Dead doesn't even get to watch you guys go into the infirmary." This statement was made. It couldn't help but once again elicit a swarm of excitement from the older students. Di-yun and the three of them were also once again staring at their faces, secretly calling out in their hearts that Li Fan was a bit too big for his britches. On the other hand, on Li Tsang's side, his face was ugly as hell. Trying to beat him into the infirmary? It had been a long time since he had heard these provocative words. Yes, since we're not shooting to death, let's cut the crap and go. Li Tsang gave Li Fan a meaningful glance, and then with a swing of his hand, he twisted his body and went towards the martial arts field, and without the slightest hesitation, Li Fan directly followed. However, for the three people behind him, Di-yun, Li Fan did not want them to follow him over. He was completely sufficient on his own, and Di-yun was afraid that if the three of them went over, they would be easily injured by mistake in the chaos, and Li Fan had obviously underestimated the righteousness of the Di-yun trio. Brother Fan, when I faced the Yi family before, I needed to be concerned about the family. But this is at the base, and it's only about personal grudges, my old man said. When you're out in the world, it's all about the word righteousness. I'll go on this trip no matter what I say. Di-yun slapped his chest and looked at Li Fan with a serious face. Brother Fan, you saved my life. I have to go. Big deal. I'll just get another beating. It's not like I haven't gotten one before anyway. Me too. On the side, Luo Duan Yunhei also chimed in. Listening to the trio's words, Li Fan's face was filled with tears and laughter. If he didn't know this, he would have thought he was going to die or something, but Li Fan was more or less touched. What a show of brotherly love. You'll know the terror of Brother Tsang later. At this time, an older student couldn't help but mock a few people with a face full of contempt. However, in the next second, this old student was slapped by Li Fan and landed on the door of the infirmary in a sorry state. What are you talking about? Levon turned back and added a mouthful of spit. Watch this wave of maneuvering. Di-yun's trio was really looking good. It's such a relief. It was a pity that they didn't have Li Fan's strength, or else where would they have gotten into this situation? And with such a scene, it instantly made the Ri Tsang in front of them as well as a group of old students stop. The older students had ugly faces, actually beating their men to their faces. This was about to stand up for his companion, but was stopped by Li Tsang. In his mind, it was all a blip. The place to really teach Li Fan and the others a lesson was the martial arts arena. But then again, just now, the level of battle power that Li Fan had shown, it seemed that it was indeed not weak, and it was much stronger than when he first came in. A battle later on might not be as boring as he thought it would be. Chapter 101 Instantaneous Seconds. Li Tsang's mock ring. Soon, followed by Li Tsang and a bunch of other old students, Li Fan's four arrived at the third martial arts arena. The third martial arts arena was the area belonging to the last batch of veteran students. Nowadays, on the martial arts field, there are still quite a few old students training. Looking at Li Tsang, he brought Li Fan and the others over. All at once, words began to come from everywhere. These guys are going to bully the freshmen again. It's meaningless. With this time, it would be better to cultivate honestly. It's true that it's not much fun. Who hasn't had a freshman year? Let's see what's going on. I heard that this freshman named Li Fan is pretty strong. Li Fan? Is it the same Li Fan who pushed the foreigners across in the secret realm not long ago? Some chose to watch the fun, while others secretly despised it and didn't want to pay any attention to it at all. That's right. Not all older students actually have a penchant for bullying freshmen. Where there are people, there is good and evil. The vast majority of the older students are still practicing. However, they would not take the initiative to stop such things as bullying freshmen. After all, it was better to do more than less. And the main thing is, with people at the top watching, it's not like people are going to get killed or anything. Besides, on the side of Light Song and the others, upon arriving at the martial arts arena, a group of old students quickly surrounded an open space, leaving Li Song, Li Fan and the others to spar. But this is just about ready to start. In one corner of the martial arts arena, a group of people actually came over in a great hurry. Fixing his eyes, it was none other than the group of people led by Lu Ling. These were also the very same seeds that were at the same time as Li Fan and the others. They came earlier than Li Fan and the others, but in terms of seniority, they could barely be called freshmen. Watching Lu Ling and the others arrive, the older students were all frowning one by one, their faces not looking too good. What do you mean? At this moment, an older student looked at Lu Ling and the others, his eyes covered in warning. Lu Ling's group of people who had long been tired of being bullied by them. Could it be that this was a desire to come for revenge? Senior, we don't mean anything by it. We just came over to see. In case the seniors get itchy and want to have a group fight, our brothers can accompany the seniors to have a good time. Lu Ling smiled at the seniors and said with a smile on his face. However, the meaning in his words was also obvious. They had come to give Li Fan and the others a helping hand. These days, the deeds of Di Yun's trio were actually already spread amongst them. That resilience really put them to shame. I don't think any of them dared to do that kind of thing when they were bullied. Compared to Di Yun and the others, they were simply wimpy. Now he heard that Li Fan had led the way to rebel against the bullying of the older students. They were both freshmen, and now if they still chose to be shrunken turtles, it would be too unjustifiable. So here they come. I think you guys are itching again. Lu Ling, is it because you didn't get enough beatings before? Well, since we're here, let's beat it together. After the old students heard Lu Ling's words, one by one, they were once again excited. However, Lu Ling and the others were not the least bit cowed. Lu Ling even looked at Li Fan and gave them a "we're here" look. Such a scene, Li Fan's few people could be very surprised. When they first came, Lu Ling and the others could all have a little bit of wanting to bully them for being new. Now it's actually going against the grain and sticking up for them. And even though Li Fan nodded superficially towards Lu Ling at this point in affirmation, but it still felt more or less weird inside. I'm just trying to teach these old students a lesson. What's the point of making a big deal out of it? It's really only a matter of minutes before we really fight later. I really didn't expect to be well liked after just being here for so long, but it's just as well. Packed together. Lightsong contemptuously swept a glance at Lu Ling and the others before looking at Li Fan and said. At the same time, Lightsong also opened his entire body's aura, and an overwhelming sense of oppression instantly swept across the entire martial arts arena. Such a scene instantly caused a group of old students around them to become excited. Song has gotten stronger again. Is this brother Song's breakthrough to Paragon? It doesn't seem like it, but it's getting close. Song's talent is truly outrageous. Song, him, and Light Song's side obviously didn't do it that quickly. I promised before to suppress the rank and fight you guys, but your levels are different. Are you going to split up, or go together? This has to be agreed upon first, or else don't say I'm bullying you. Li Song looked at the four Li Fan and spoke in a cold voice. Di Yun and the three of them looked at each other and gritted their teeth, ready to go first and go help Li Fan consume the consumption first. But before he could speak, Li Fan took a step out. There's no need to suppress the rank, and there's no need to split the batch. I'll beat all of you by myself. Li Fan smiled confidently and looked around at everyone present. The words came out. Almost everyone in the room froze. Nice guy? One to beat all? That's just arrogant to the core. Humph. The guy who doesn't know what he's doing. Li Song let out a cold snort. Then with a big hand, he directly launched an attack on Li Fan. Boom, boom, boom. Only the next second, the surface of the martial arts field violently lifted up a terrifying vine thorn, and it went straight through towards Li Fan. Light Song was a top talent of the wood attribute, and what he was best at was manipulating all wood attributes to launch attacks. No good. When Lu Ling and the others saw this, they immediately cried out in dismay. This vine piercing speed is extremely fast. If Li Fan can't avoid it, I'm afraid that it will have to come directly to a penetrating cold. And the most outrageous thing was that Li Fan didn't really seem to have the intention of dodging. Watching this scene, Light Song's face that was getting uglier and uglier. This was clearly naked contempt on Li Fan's part. But if he was really hit, Li Fan would surely pay a terrible price for this slight on his part. And just as he was waiting for Li Fan to let out a scream of pain, boom, with a loud bang, only to see Li Fan firmly grabbing the vine that pierced up with one hand, and then quickly snapping off its tip, and finally turning around in a pirouette and viciously throwing it towards Li Song. The outrageous speed, which even made a layer of mock rings clearly visible, was terrifying to the extreme. Even if it was as strong as Li Song, his face changed in fear and he immediately just dodged sideways. But, after dodging this vine out of the way, he felt a cold chill in his back, because at some point, Li Fan had already appeared behind him. "You're not good at this reaction time either." Only a contemptuous whisper was heard from Li Fan. Light Song's face instantly changed drastically, so fast, and immediately after, a huge force was what passed behind him. Boo! Li Fan stored up his strength and punched Light Song's back straight on. Next, Li Song flew out backwards. The whole person in the air brought up a circle of mock ring, is directly set to the far wall above. The whole person dyed blood, fell into a coma. It was also that Light Song had a high rank and his flesh was still solid, or else if this punch went down, Light Song might have to go east and west. And all of this, in fact, went by in the blink of an eye for a few moments. When the people present reacted, each and every one of them was so frightened that they couldn't help but open their mouths wide, their eyes filled with incredulity, especially the circle of older students. Those eyes are straight. But soon, there was little time left for them to be surprised, because Li Fan's gaze was already looking towards them. "Are you going to do this one by one, or all together?" Chapter 102, When It's Really a Monster, Alien Movement. Hearing this whisper from Li Fan, all of the older students who had formed a circle just a moment ago couldn't help their bodies trembling and their heads breaking out in cold sweat. That's Light Song. That was Light Song, who was close to a paragon. It was actually spiked by a newcomer who just entered the base? This is just not outrageous. And even Li Song was no match for Li Fan. Then how could they be? Just as the line of people didn't know how to reply to Li Fan's words, Li Fan was already moving again. Only a flash of Li Fan was seen. In the next second, it appeared in front of them almost instantaneously. Immediately afterward, Li Fan's voice also sounded once again. "Since no one has made a choice, it can be my turn to choose for you." The voice had just fallen. Boo! 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 As a dozen voices rang out in succession, only to see that the wall inlaid with unconscious Light Song was already filled with a dozen new figures. Who else could these be? Naturally the circle of older students. The whole thing was clean and devastating. In just another blink of an eye, these old students had ended their battle. And again, leave on Li Fan at this time to do everything, not too much to appreciate the mural he just created. Just patting the dust on his hands, he very blandly turned back towards Di Yun's trio, while his eyes also glanced towards Lu Ling and the others, and said, "Let's go. It's over. Let the people in the medical room come out and wash the floor." Looking at Li Fan's appearance, Di Yun, who was shocked to the core, subconsciously gave Li Fan a thumbs up, while uttering a sentence that made the entire room, whether it was the old students or the new students, resonate very much. Awesome. And the next, the entire arena was then filled with the cheers of Lu Ling and the others. Originally, they were all already prepared to be beaten together with Li Fan and the others, came here to fight for what was once a breath of fresh air, but they never expected it. After coming here, they were actually seeing Li Fan helping them out. How can this not be cheered? When the group looked at Li Fan again, one's eyes were already filled with admiration. And of course, apart from the cheers of Lu Ling and the others, there were also many shocked veteran students at the scene. Most of them didn't have much desire to bully the freshmen, so seeing Light Song and the others thwarted, they didn't feel any shame in their faces. The only thing that was there was being frightened by this terrifying strength of Li Fan. This level, even if it was put into their session, it was a very upper-class level. Except for those who were already quasi-saints, there was no way that the others could be Li Fan's opponents. What a monster of a batch of newcomers we have today. As for Li Fan's side, after settling the matter of Li Song, Li Fan then took Di Yun and the others to leave first. The people in the infirmary were also very prompt in carrying Light Song and the others to the infirmary. Not much longer. Many of the older students who were not there and also had a penchant for bullying newcomers were all in a cold sweat after hearing about Light Song's situation. Light Song is all hung up. It was a good thing they hadn't met Li Fan at that time. As for continuing to bully freshmen, for a short time, they were already afraid to. To this point, under Li Fan's strong strike, this drama of the old students bullying the new ones has finally come to an end. At this time, Lu Ling and the others were apologizing for the provocation they had made earlier at the beginning when they first met Li Fan. and their mouths were a mouthful of brother Fan. Li Fan wasn't someone who held a grudge, so he didn't count anything. After all, he didn't suffer at that time. And in fact, when he saw Lu Ling and the others come over to help, his opinion of Lu Ling and the others had already changed for the better. Being a contemporaneous seed, in the future out of the examination, but also with Lu Ling and others to go together, in the end are side-by-side comrades. So and a little bit no harm. The highest level of the base, a conference room. A man and a woman were at the moment constantly surveying Li Fan's movement records for the past half a month or so. Both of them looked to be about 40 years old, and the aura revealed on their bodies was also at the quasi-god level, both being high-ranking figures in the base, just asking for beast cores and also supplements. This shouldn't be exaggerated. It's exaggerated. After checking for a long time, the two were all filled with incredulity. That's right. They had watched the entire battle between Li Fan and Li Tsong and the others in the martial arts arena just now. The superb battle power displayed by Li Fan directly just made them look dumbfounded. When Li Fan initially came in, their assessment of Li Fan's battle power was probably at a level between a lower grade transcendent and a middle grade transcendent, but it's only been about half a month. Li Fan would already be able to sweep away Li Tsong, who was only one level away from stepping into quasi-sainthood. This rate of progress was simply beyond their expectations. Moreover, the only thing that supported Li Fan to reach this progress were the beast cores and supplements. Those old guys are saying this little guy is a monster-level seed. I didn't realize it was a monster. The middle-aged man let out a heartfelt sigh of relief. The woman on the side was stunned for a moment at this time, and then looking at Li Fan's data card, she said slowly, "In that case, let him follow the older students when the 1-month special training period is over." The Fei side has been making fierce efforts lately. The results of the examination came out some time ago. Our side only grabbed 10 spots. The Fei side had 25. The number of spots left for us is getting smaller and smaller. With this potential of his, we must determine one as early as possible. The further we go, the more competitive it will only get. Hear that? The man hesitated, and then nodded. Well, that's the idea. However, Li Fan was after all the bloodline of those two, so this was still something that had to be considered carefully. I'll first inform Li Fan's situation, and if that side can agree, the special training month will end, and then we'll arrange for Li Fan to go over. The other end, beneath the deep sea, a huge queue of foreigners was currently standing in unison next to a complex. Upon closer inspection, these complexes are very old in style, like they are the product of mankind thousands of years ago. However, if one were to be more attentive, one would be able to notice that each door of these complexes had a teleportation array pattern on it, and at the front of the complex sits a mysterious black stone monument. On the stone tablet, a number 325 appeared. There are still 325 days until the Cosmic Primary Civilization examination, leaving us little time. At that moment, a huge, imposing old turtle in the queue of the foreigners spoke slowly. Next, all of you, go to your corresponding teleportation arrays and head to the secret realm to obtain the final examination quota. And those who manage to obtain the quota will be given the opportunity to be personally instructed by the hall masters. And there will be riches beyond your imagination. If you succeed, you will be the heroes of my people. Make a name for yourself and stay in history. Today, the old turtle's words fell. The queue of foreigners in front of them were all boiling beyond measure, surging towards the teleportation array. Wait until all these foreigners are gone. This was followed by dozens of young foreigners with humanoid forms like the purple underworld, slowly appearing from afar under the escort of a large group of marine monsters. My lords, the cannon fodder has already departed, and it will only take another hour or two for the lords to enter it. The old turtle faced dozens of foreigners in front of him, and immediately he was respectfully showing a fawning look and said, Chapter 103, The Rolling King of the Gravity Room. Strength Surge. Still no. In the dormitory, Li Fan took off his helmet and detached himself from the virtual network. Since the settlement of Lai Tsong, Li Fan chatted with Di Yun and the others for a little while, had a meal, and then returned to the dormitory at a rapid pace. Now his strength has skyrocketed. He desperately wanted to try that inheritance tower in the virtual network again, and compared to the first time, this time, the situation was much better for Levon. But it's still a shame. After battling with this and that wild wolf for nearly 100 rounds, Li Fan was finally defeated. The self-confidence that had been built up so easily in Lai Tsong, which hadn't even lasted a day, was lost to this wild wolf. In the end, it's still not strong enough. If he were to look at the universe, he would probably still be nothing more than a frog at the bottom of a well. Still have to keep lifting. Of course, that's if he's not using the plugin. If you add Yen Hitomi, that's embarrassing. Even if a peak cosmic powerhouse came, as long as he dared to stand in front of Li Fan, it was also impossible for Li Fan to be spoiled. The current me, relying on the strength of my fleshly body alone, should have no opponents under Paragon. As for the words of a quasi-saint, shouldn't be enough. Sinking his breath, Li Fan also already had a clearer understanding of his own physical combat power. Get up. After Li Fan looked at the glacier outside and froze for a while, he walked out of the dormitory and headed towards the gravity room. That's right. It's time to go to the gravity room. In addition to absorbing beast cores and constantly upgrading, that was the place where his strength would progress the most. The next 10 days, he planned to stay in the gravity chamber the whole time and turn on the devil's training. After his physical body strength went up another level, he would go to the base and ask for beast cores for another crazy upgrade. The gravity chamber area is large. Li Fan picked one at random and walked in. Follow the tips inside. The gravity chamber's gravity adjustment currently only supports up to 1000 times the gravity grade. Li Fan didn't have too much of a concept about it at first. However, Li Fan didn't take any chances, and simply came to a tenfold gravity, and just one adjustment. Li Fan just felt a huge pressure, but for Li Fan, such pressure was still too small. With a little bit of movement, he was able to do exactly what he needed to do to ignore the pressure. And so it was. Li Fan directly adjusted to 50 times gravity. At 50 times gravity, that sense of pressure was much stronger, obviously, but Li Fan still felt that it wasn't enough, so he adjusted it to 100 times. 100 times still wasn't enough, so it went straight to 200 times. 200 times gravity added. Li Fan always had the feeling that his figure was slightly restricted. Exercising in this situation is bound to be very much more effective than usual. Let's just start with 200. After trying higher multiples of gravity several more times, Li Fan decided it was better to start with 200, though it was far from his limit. This multiplier, by far, was the most suitable for his workout. After determining the multiplier, the next step was the formal retreat and cultivation. And on the other side, with Light Song's crushing defeat, Li Fan's reputation in the base that was growing. It's even been something that many of the older students from the first and second cohorts have heard about. It was all a bit of a shock as well, but not that much of a shock. After all, they have seen the world. In terms of fleshly bodies, they had seen too many terrifying existences in many of the foreign races' heavenly prides. On the war record, Li Fan was a lot farther away from those foreign races' heavenly prides, but no matter what, for Li Fan, they were considered to have on a more profound impression. And as for Light Song, since Li Song defeated Li Fan, now in the upstream circle of the same batch of seeds, that really is a bit of a laughingstock. But all Light Song could choose was to endure. For one thing, those people in the upstream circle were quasi-saints, and when the other party taunted him about losing to the freshmen, he didn't dare to dislike them back. Secondly, he was also afraid to go to Li Fan for revenge or something like that. After all, he asked himself, he was indeed no match for Li Fan. Even if they faced each other again, the end would not be better than the last time. I hate it. Reed Song sat paralyzed on the dormitory couch and let out a growl. I should have known. He shouldn't have messed with Li Fan. It caused him to be unable to even meditate on his cultivation now. There was no way around it. Light Song gritted his teeth and booked an appointment with a quasi-divine tutor. This time it's not about practicing. Instead, seek out a mentor to ease your mind. Rolling eyes. 5 days passed. Lin Yueishan Keed and the others were already coming out one after another, and as soon as they were out of the gate, they heard about Li Fan's violent beating of Light Song and a group of other veteran students. One time, they were all shocked beyond belief. That's how long it's been. Li Fan was actually already able to arm wrestle with the best of the older students? Is Li Fan progressing that fast? And soon, they were learning that Li Fan had closed his doors again. Hastily, he also began his frantic cultivation again. Li Fan, who was tougher than them, was practicing hard, so what qualification did they have to rest? And see the new ones all practicing like crazy. Lu Ling and other freshmen at the same time felt a lot of pressure at once. All of them then also gritted their teeth and began their bitter cultivation. The newcomer appeared a monster Li Fan even. They can't afford to be outclassed by the other newcomers as well. It would be a joke if that happened. One time, unawareness. They are a group of seeds that have been inundated with role vibes. The time came to the 10th day. There were less than 5 days left until the special training month for Li Fan and the others. Gravity chamber area. Good lord, is this some kind of old senior in there? 800 times gravity? Hiss, that's a bit much. Several students who passed by a gravity room looked at the numbers displayed outside and all of them couldn't help but twitch their mouths in shock. 800 times the gravity. If it were an ordinary person, they would probably already be crushed into a big pile. In their opinion, the one inside was at the very least a quasi-saint level veteran. And apparently, they guessed wrong. It was no other than Li Fan inside. At this moment, Li Fan was panting heavily while performing a frantic workout, and his body was already all wet with sweat. and compared to 10 days ago, Li Fan's entire musculature was now quite explosive. Not in the same way as those big bodybuilders, though. Overall, Li Fan's physique was not much different from before. The only thing that had changed was the muscle lines, and now he was full of explosive power. Between one breath and the next, it was like a flood beast, terrifying to the extreme. Nowadays, compared to 10 days ago, his battle power had already skyrocketed by an unknown number of times. Waiting to finish a new set of workouts, Li Fan gazed at the gravity regulator. Without the slightest hesitation, it was directly regulated from 800 to 1000. Chapter 104 Western Friendships, 1000 times the terrifying gravity. Li Fan's body instantly sank. However, after only a few moments of acclimatization, Li Fan was basically able to move freely, and with his current physical condition, 1000 times was obviously not his limit. But there's no way to keep cranking it up if you want to. After all, the highest here is only 1000 times higher. Nice guy, 1000 times gravity? Which ruthless person is this? Outrageous, 1000 times the gravity. If this is purely physical training? I still don't remember any of the old seniors relying on their physical bodies, right? It's too much. Outside the door, there were some more passing students. After seeing the numbers outside the gravity chamber, all of them were wide-eyed and surprised. It was really rare for them to see a gravity chamber where someone would crank the gravity multiplier up to 1000 times. Unawareness. 3 more days passed. Only the last 2 days remained before the official end of the special training month. At this point, Di Yun, Luo Chen, Lin Yue, and the other new batch of seeds that came to the base were now all out. For the time being, they had already reached the limit of what they could raise, and it would not be of much use to continue to cultivate in seclusion, and they would need some time to consolidate and settle down next. And soon, they were learning that Li Fan was still in seclusion today. All of the people in the group couldn't help but have the corners of their mouths twitch. Straight out of the gravity chamber for almost half a month, Li Fan is ruthless. But then again, thinking about Li Fan's perverted battle power, practicing so hard seemed to be quite reasonable. Afternoon, under Di Yun's organization, the group arrived at the recreation area and chatted about their respective experiences after coming to the base this month, as well as launching into predictions about the upcoming tests they might face in the future. And it's really the latter that's the main chat. They had been at the base for almost a month, and they didn't know a single bit of information about this examination, so they were very curious. And apart from the examination, there was some chat about the inheritance tower in that virtual network. That's right, all of them had already been inside the inheritance tower. There were no surprises, and all of them were defeated in almost a single glance, without even a chance to resist. So for them, this place was simply outrageous, not at all like it was reserved for them. Therefore, the matter of the inheritance tower just wasn't talked about in detail too much. And just as the line was chatting away, a figure that slowly appeared at the entrance of the leisure area. Hello, gentlemen. January's special training will soon come to an end. It seems that everyone has made a lot of progress. It was no other than Gudan. Gudan was wearing a casual outfit at this time and slowly walked in, his face full of smiles. When they saw Gudan, all the people in the group got up and greeted Gudan. At the same time, each and every one of them could not help but flash a flash of astonishment and anticipation in their eyes. They hadn't seen Gudan since he had brought them over. This time Gudan suddenly reappeared. There's a good chance something's been arranged. And they guessed right. After briefly exchanging pleasantries with them, Gudan explained the purpose of his visit. I'm here to inform you of a matter. Since the Fae have shown their faces completely in public, the seeding program on the western side is also on the agenda. Out of the principle of human community, our Daxia base is ready to start some preliminary cooperation with the western bases. The first of these, a friendly match between the two seeds, will take place in the virtual network in a few days. But since the veterans of our first 3 batches, basically, don't have much time, only a few of them will participate. So the main force, if you will still be dominated by the seeds of your batch. If this friendly match is to be played, the Daxia side doesn't intend to make it public, but the western side may synchronize the images in the virtual network for a small live broadcast, so it still has a certain influence, and the higher-ups hope that you'll pay attention to it. As Gudan's words fell, a flash of anticipation appeared on the faces of everyone present. A friendly match with a young Western talent? Since the revival of the aura and the awakening of all the people, the East and the West are not really that closely connected anymore due to the separation of the seas and the unstable cloud cover. It was really fun to be able to spar with the younger generation over in the West. It's especially interesting to hear later that there may be a small live broadcast from the Western side. They could all want to show the West what it means to come from the mysterious power of the East. And soon, the crowd's anticipation didn't last long before there was more than a touch of gravity on their faces. It would be fine if he could painfully crush those Western celestial pride. but it would be a shame to lose. Even though it won't be broadcast live in the country, it's inevitable that some media outlets in Daxia will have special access to the friendly match. Don't worry, the main force this time is the previous batches will participate in those old seeds, and in your same period of time Lu Ling they are mainly your words, right, as a friendly contact on the line. Sure, just try to win if you can. Just it to death. Gu Dan obviously saw the worries of the crowd and comforted them at this moment. When he said the last, Gu Dan's eyes clearly added a bit of ruthlessness. And listening to Gu Dan's words, the crowd nodded their heads, a flash of fighting spirit once again igniting in their eyes. That's right, just do it and be done with it. And on the other side of the ocean, in a secret base in what is now the pretty country, many young men were standing straight and regular in a square. Upon closer inspection, the young men were of various skin tones. There were even quite a few that looked similar to Daxia people. These are basically the ones who defected to the side before Sakura Nation sunk the island, and are currently citizens of the pretty country. But while they say they are citizens, in reality, they don't have as many rights as other ordinary citizens. And up front, a bearded blonde officer in a beret was cock-a-doodle-doing the crowd. In the friendly match in a couple days, you guys have to go for it and finish them off. Even though Daxia's seed program started earlier than ours, I believe that time is no reason to measure your abilities in the face of your talent. This match will be broadcast live, and I hope you will not disgrace our great nation. Is that clear? The bearded officer snapped and roared, his face red. Listen to the officer's words. The young people at the bottom all responded in unison, each with a high fighting spirit. Teruchi Natsukawa, step forward. At that moment, the officer called out a name. Next, a samurai from the Sakura country with a long sword stepped out. You are one of the strongest among our batch. The senior management and I are very optimistic about you, and we hope that you will set an example when the time comes, the officer said, looking at him with a favorable face. In response to the officer's favorable opinion, Natsukawa Teruchi immediately just gave a very positive reply. Don't worry, I'll make all those younger generations of Daxia fall under my sword and show the glory of my pretty country. Chapter 105 Exploding Values, closed again. The time came the following day. Yesterday, after learning that there was going to be a friendly match, Di-yun and the others were heckling a series of analyses following Lu Ling and the others regarding the opponents they were about to face. This friendly competition, the Great Summer side would produce 3 quasi-saint level seeds, the top ones from the last batch of seeds. On the other hand, the Western side, led by the pretty country, also had 3 paragon saints. Therefore, they didn't need to worry about the battle power of the paramount saints. The ones they need to consider are those at the transcendent level, and below. The overall comparison shows that they are still very much in the clear. So all things considered, the pressure on the crowd can be said to be almost non-existent, and can really be treated as a relaxing competition. Is Van still in seclusion? There's a friendly match coming up soon. This kind of small match is not at all useful for Van. That's true, but I'm just a little curious. How much will Van's strength increase this time when he comes out of seclusion? On the martial arts field, the few people who were resting, Di-yun, couldn't help but chat about Li Fan again. It had been a long time since they had seen Li Fan since he had gone into seclusion. Now that the special training month was coming to an end, but Li Fan still had no intention of leaving the gate, which really made them curious about Li Fan's cultivation results. Soon, though, they would know. 2103, 2104, 2105. In the gravity room, Levon was performing his final set of workouts. Compared to the previous days, the aura of Li Fan today was already more terrifying. Under the pressure of the powerful gravity, the gusts of tiger and leopard thunder could be heard coming from the body during every breath. Simply terrifying to the extreme. Finally, after finishing the last set of the workout, Li Fan straight away lay down on the ground, gasping for air. It's almost time to get out. Li Fan looked at the time. There was still one more day before the special training month ended. He was going to take advantage of this day to go to the base site to ask for some beast cores and level up again. Get up and walk out of the gravity room. Li Fan's bones resounded with gusts of fried bean-like sounds between his bones, and the whole person very much felt unprecedentedly comfortable. Nowadays, he felt that his footsteps were extraordinarily light, and with a slight force, without blinking, he should be able to step out 100 meters away. Out of curiosity, Li Fan immediately tapped on the attribute panel. Name, Li Fan. Level, LV 101, 23%. Power, 482. 8 million. Defense, 470. 1 million. Spirit, 459. 3 million. Look at the value of this explosion. Li Fan's heart that was invigorated. The efficiency of the workout under the gravity chamber is truly terrifying. In less than half a month's time, his values in all aspects had directly just soared fourfold. In his current estimation, His current battle power should already be a match for a paragon. And quasi-saints and transcendentals are similar, likewise divided into lower, middle as well as upper grades. Levels 300 to 390 are the lower grade paragon. 390 to 450 is a middle grade paragon. 450 to 500 is the upper grade of paraclete. Li Fan's specific ability to fight against which level of paramount saints. He himself didn't have much of a concept for the time being. After all, he hadn't had much exposure to that kind of battle power yet. However, it was obviously not the limit that Li Fan could reach at the moment. When he went to absorb some more beast cores and raise his level up a bit more, and then made a trip to the feat law area and chose a few feat laws that were suitable for him, his battle power would be even stronger. Of course, 100 levels or so could resist a paragon. If this were to be rumored, it would be enough to scare a large number of people to death. Goo goo goo. Li Fan was still pondering, when suddenly his stomach growled. Scratching his head, Li Fan went straight towards the cafeteria. The body strength goes up and this hunger is even faster. It had been 3 or 4 days since he had last replenished his food. Arriving at the cafeteria, after solving the problem of his stomach, Li Fan went back to the dormitory and took a hot bath before contacting the base, asking for a few hundred transcendent level beast cores as well as a few quasi-saint level beast cores, plus many supplements. The reason why he didn't ask for all of the quasi-saint level beast cores was that Li Fan wanted to try what the quasi-saint beast cores were probably like first, and if he could fully withstand them, he would follow up by asking for more. Everything can take its time anyway, and before the core of the beast arrives, Di Yun Luo Duan as well as the three of them, Yun Hei, came first instead. It turned out that it was the news that someone had seen Li Fan in the cafeteria that had reached them. After some pleasantries, Levon was also the one who finally learned about the friendly competition. In Li Fan's opinion, this competition can be said to be not much too interesting. It is estimated that the Western high-level side wants to understand the situation of the young generation of warriors on the Daxia side, and purposely come to apply for a competition specifically. Fortunately, the schedule for this competition is very short, just 2 days, and not much time will be wasted, and continue to delve deeper. After Li Fan realized that in this competition, there were several others that were from the former Sakura country, Li Fan that instantly came to be interested. As it is, well, this game is going to have to take care of them, and wait for the chat to finish. Li Fan's beast core had also arrived. After being told to prepare for a few more days of continued seclusion, Di Yun's trio looked at each other in disbelief, and their people were numb. Van is outrageous. Sure, doesn't Brother Fan find it a bit boring? Brother Fan has basically been in seclusion for the past month. Brother Fan is really ruthless, but if I could progress as fast as Brother Fan, I'd be willing to go on a crazy retreat too. Seems like it too. After not seeing you for half a month, Brother Fan's aura seems to have become even more powerful again. Standing in the doorway, the three of them couldn't help but whisper and shake their heads with emotion. The highest level of the base, somewhere in a conference room, Li Fan has come out of the gate, but immediately asked for many more beast cores and supplements, so he should be going into seclusion again. The woman watched Levin's movements with a frown. The man on the side also had a strange look on his face at the moment. It's outrageous, this kind of irrigation method. Isn't he worried about unstable roots at all? Obviously, Li Fan's operation was still unintelligible to them. Li Fan seemed to have no bottlenecks or worries about his roots being weak, completely unlike a normal awakened person. It wasn't until a long time later that the two of them took it all in slowly. News has just come in that 10 new quota secret areas have opened up. The higher-ups have already agreed that Li Fan will follow the old batch of seeds, so maybe Li Fan will be able to give us a surprise when the time comes. The man's eyes looked at Li Fan's picture at this point, a flash of anticipation in his eyes, and the woman on the side of the room's eyes narrowed slightly at that moment and said slowly, whether there's a surprise or not, we'll know if we look at this friendly match. There are a few tricky pricks on the western side. If Li Fan can beat those guys, then I guess there's a slight chance of seeing a surprise. Chapter 106, Screwing Up and Card Pointing Out. Unconsciously, a few days passed. There are only 2 days left before this friendly match officially begins. In the martial arts arena, Di Yun and his group were following Lu Ling and the others as they cut and drilled together, and the atmosphere was intense. After all this time together, Di Yun, Lin Yue and other new seeds are already thoroughly mixed with Lu Ling and other batch of the same period of time. Get along that is exceptionally harmonious, especially thinking that 2 days later, the group would be fighting together against the younger generation of the West, sharing their cultivation tips as well as fighting tips with each other without leaving any room for error, just wanting to make their respective states reach their best. And this has naturally yielded very good results. Many people were really nourished by this sparring as well as exchanges, and their strength advanced even further. And also worth mentioning, nowadays, when they go to the cafeteria or some public areas to meet some old batch of seeds, They basically don't encounter any verbal taunts or any bullying actions from the other side anymore. This was in addition to the shock of Li Fan's deeds before. More is obviously still to come in this friendly East-West match. The old seeds faced them with basically all words of encouragement. The overall point I'm trying to make is also simple. I hope they can thump those seeds in the West. Obviously, as the same Daxia people, that which flows in the bones is the same. At home, you can allow a fight, but once you face an external enemy, sorry then, that has to be done outside first, and it is because of the encouragement of the older students. Di Yun, Lu Ling and the others were also unusually energized and expectant. The time came quickly to the following day. Only one last day remains until this friendly match. On this day, Di Yun, Lu Ling and the others were still exchanging sparring sessions in the martial arts arena as usual, and just in the middle of the afternoon, the arrival of three figures immediately just interrupted this rhythm. Senior Fong Cheng, Senior Wang Xing and Senior Sister Tang Hua. It's them. Good guys. Surprisingly, it's them. I thought I could only see them in the virtual network, but I didn't expect them to actually come here in person. Sister Tang Hua seems to be even more beautiful than when we saw her before. Senior Fong Cheng looks very handsome. That's right. These three were the very same quasi-saint level veterans who would be joining them in the friendly competition the day after tomorrow. And compared to people like Lu Ling, Di Yun, Lin Yue and the other new freshmen who had been here for a month obviously didn't know much about these guys. They only knew that these three people, who were not much older, were quasi-saint level existences, but that's enough. And to the crowd's astonishment, the attitude of the three of them that was very humble and didn't show too much of a stance. Hello schoolmates, the day after tomorrow we will be unanimous against the enemy. Today we are here to be your chaperones. At that moment, the leader, Fong Cheng, smiled towards the crowd. When these words came out, all of the people present were invigorated. Can see these last batch of seeds in the best even if, did not expect to be able to give them as a chaperone, which belongs to make them very surprised. In fact, coming over to be a chaperone was the leader's intention, and the main purpose wasn't to cut a chaperone, but rather to improve the relationship between each other and make the cohesion go further. And the subjective will of the three of you is not at all repulsive to this, because their current mood was the same as Di Yun, Lu Ling and the others. All of them wanted to properly show the mysterious Eastern power to the West. It could be said that Daxia's side was completely screwed up, and compared to the Daxia side, there's not so much unity across the ocean. Apart from those ascetics from the Sakura country who were still cultivating hard, the rest of the locals, most of them were still immersed in having fun, and despite their superficial efforts, they actually didn't put too much emphasis on this match, or rather, didn't put too much emphasis on the people of Daxia. The reason for this mentality, aside from the fact that they were closed to information about Daxia, it had more to do with the environment they had grown up in. In most of their perceptions, they were the only protagonists on the blue planet. But soon, they're about to wake up from this beautiful dream. The time came to the evening of the next day. Nowadays, the martial arts arena was already devoid of people, as tomorrow is the first day of the friendly competition. So everyone basically stayed in their respective dormitories to recuperate and settle down, working hard to keep themselves in the best shape possible. In Li Fan's dormitory at this time, the picture was very different, almost at the limit. Feeling the terrifying energy fluctuations within his body, Li Fan looked toward the last few remaining quasi-saint level beast cores. These days, he was already in a position to have a controlled understanding of the beast cores of the quasi-saint level, so the second time around, he went ahead and asked the base for a ratification of a saint level beast core. As of today, the beast core was already absorbed by him with very little left, and at the same time, he had also reached the limit of what his body could bear at the moment. A few hours passed. Li Fan finally ended this cultivation after absorbing all the beast cores, clenched his fists. Li Fan couldn't help but feel his heart surge as he felt the surging and incomparable power within his body today. Tap the properties panel. Name, Li Fan. Level, LV 173, 23%. Strength, 6. 793 million. Defense, 668. 2 million. Spirit, 6. 605 million. Look at the gorgeous, unbelievable values. Li Fan was just as comfortable as he could be. He didn't even have a clue himself as to what level of paragon he could fight against with his current battle power. Have to say, this kind of sub-program can really come in the right place. Unlimited resources paired with a talent like his that can be relied on for almost unlimited liver is just sick. Before, he was relying purely on himself, and trying to level up a few dozen levels was a bit of a struggle. But when you come to the base, all kinds of resources come calling. With this kind of enchantment, he was like a fish out of water, and the increase in strength was simply easier than drinking water. Gonna have to suggest that the base be equipped with gravity chambers with multipliers that can be adjusted higher. This was the first thing that came to Li Fan's mind. With his current physical strength, 1,000 times the gravity was already far from optimal for his workout. Trying to keep up this crazy uplift, better conditions for cultivation can be a top priority. And for those quasi-gods as well as god-level top-level existences, creating a cultivation room with a higher multiplication of gravity was thought to be a breeze. But before that, he still had to deal with that friendly match first. Looking at the time, Li Fan was satisfied. Tomorrow happens to be the day the friendly kicks off. He just happened to be stuck on point. After opening the social network and replying to Gu Ling's and his friends' messages, Li Fan then took a hot bath and went to bed beautifully. Chapter 107, The Friendship Match begins. The Renegade's Provocation. Early the next morning, over a loud radio, Levon woke up from his sleep. Follow the radio cues. So students who will be participating in the friendly competition will need to put on their helmets and access the virtual network when needed. After Li Fan put it on, he was the one who received the invitation prompt from Gudan. Click agree. The next second, the screen in front of Li Fan switched to a martial arts arena. At this moment, Diyun Lu Ling and the others had arrived early. Van. Good man. Brother Fan, you're finally here. Yeah Van. Thought you weren't coming. Upon seeing Li Fan's arrival, Diyun Luo Duan several people immediately just surrounded him, their eyes full of surprise. They even passed by Li Fan's dormitory yesterday. Seeing the closed do not disturb prompt displayed above, they thought that Li Fan would not come to this friendly match. I didn't expect to see Li Fan shortly after this entry. Just stuck in time. How have you guys been? Li Fan scratched his head and began to make small talk and pleasantries together. And soon, Li Fan's arrival also attracted the attention of the three Fengqing people. They were also very knowledgeable about some of Li Fan's deeds. Now that they had seen Li Fan for the first time with their own eyes, the genera were all very curious. So soon the three of them just went over towards Li Fan and started chatting with him. With a bit of small talk, it could be said that the conversation was very good. All of them are real and straightforward people with each other and none of them have much of a shelf. This really did break some of the stereotypes that Li Fan had of the older students because of Lightsong. Alright, everyone be quiet. The friendly match is about to begin. I'll start by briefly explaining the rules of the match to all of you guys. At that moment, Gul'dan, who was at the front of the crowd, spoke up. Soon, Li Fan and the others also had an understanding of the rules flow of this competition. The competition is divided into 2 days. The format of the match is one-on-one singles guard. Initially, there will be a total of 8 rings. At the very beginning of the match, both sides will use a lottery to draw 4 people to go to the ring as ringmasters. Next, the opponent for these ringers will be a randomly selected challenger from the opposing camps. If the challenge is won, the challenger will become the new ringmaster. 1 point is awarded for 1 successful guard or 1 successful challenge. Then it's just a matter of repeating this over and over again until the last 8 ringers are left. As long as they make it to the final 8, each ringmaster will be able to give 30 points to their respective camps, and these 8 ringmasters will decide the sole victor. The next day, this final winner, the points of their camp will complete a doubling. Overall, the rules are a bit complicated though as it sounds, but it's really quite simple. The more people from whichever camp are standing in the ring, the more advantage that side has, especially the winner at the end. Whichever camp's younger generation could stay until the end, that camp had basically locked up the friendly match, and such a rule was clearly out of Diyun and the others' expectations. This was because according to the previous plan, they would only need to face the ones that were similar to their strength, but with the addition of the draw, there was a high possibility that they would draw someone on the other side's paragon level. To this, Gul'dan also gave an explanation. The rule was changed on an ad hoc basis by the higher-ups on both sides, so they have to accept it. But surprisingly, their fighting spirit is still very hot. And look again at the western side. After hearing the rules, the group of young people in the west were also very surprised, but they were only surprised for a moment, and then they remained full of confidence. For no other reason. It is because of the live streaming. Today, the real-time picture in the virtual network is positively open to the Western elite. That's right. Almost 90% of the secret meeting rooms of the great Western families were now showing their images. Among them, even their own families were included. Therefore, they absolutely cannot show their cowardice. And at this moment, the senior members of these big families as well as their core children were all comfortably drinking red wine and chatting while waiting with anticipation for the start of the match. And there were a lot of pop-ups floating around in the broadcast room where that screen was playing. Facing Daxia, our party can definitely win big. Indeed, we have the strongest genius on this blue planet. There isn't much chance of losing. I still don't think you can underestimate coming from Daxia. It's a place that can create miracles. No, did I hear you correctly? You're talking towards Daxia? Let me tell you, the only one who can lead Blue Star into the cosmic civilization is our pretty country. That's right. Even though Daxia found out about the cosmic civilization as well as the oceanic foreigners before we did, The suppression of the bloodline doomed us, and we are the ones who will be the final saviors. It's better to take a look first. Our contact with Daxia has long since been less understood than before, and we don't know if the Daxia of today will still be the Daxia of before. When is it going to start? It's already a bit of a rush, obviously. While there are some rational people on this side of the West, the vast majority, still, are rather arrogant. This notable feature is basically no different from the young Western generation that competed, and the eyes go back to the virtual web. After both parties have given the rules to their respective participating students, about 5 minutes passed. The images in front of everyone on both sides turned around. In the next second, everyone on both sides appeared on a huge stadium. In the middle of the two camps, there were 8 huge platforms lined up horizontally. On a hovering stage in the sky above, there were 2 blonde hair and blue eyes, a male and a female host. They're the ones responsible for commentating for Western Live. The ones who were mainly responsible for presiding over the order of this friendly match were Gudan from the Daxia camp, and the blonde bearded officer from the West. Both camps just met. That saber rattling just rose up. Of course, Gudan as well as the bearded officer still had smiles on their faces and even nodded to each other in greeting, but it's clear that both sides are smiling. And just then, in the Western camp, a samurai from the Sakura kingdom stepped forward and with a face full of arrogance, made an international gesture towards the people in the Daxia camp. He's no one else either. It was none other than Teruchi Natsukawa, whom the bearded officer thought very highly of. He was strong and powerful, a quasi-saint level powerhouse. This friendly match was watched by a very large number of powerful people, so he had to show himself as much as possible in order to be able to secure his future position in this strange country. And Teruchi Natsukawa's move, undoubtedly, it immediately ignited the anger of the people in the Daxia camp. Asterisk. What kind of dog dare to taunt? It's just a dog raised in a pretty country. What's it pretending to be? How arrogant. I wish I could kill him. Daxia crowd are all stupid. Hey to this and Xiaochuan Hui won big dismantle 8 pieces. However, soon after, Gudan was waving his hand, signaling the crowd to calm down. And then, Gudan's gaze twisted to look at the 3 Fongcheng on the side and slowly said in a low voice, while it doesn't cause reality to die in the virtual network, the pain is very real. Don't make this guy's death too easy. Chapter 108 Facepalm taunts and continued dog barking? Hear that? The 3 Fongcheng people all nodded, killing intent flashing in their eyes. Sakura country before not yet sunk to the bottom of the sea, and Daxia's relationship is incompatible. To Daxia's provocation is more than once. That's why they don't have half a good feeling towards the awakened people of the Sakura country. Since he dared to provoke, he should be prepared to accept the consequences of this provocation. And soon, after both camps met, the leaders of both camps said some grand words on behalf of their respective camps, and the friendly match began, with both leaders drawing lots. The first round of people from their respective camps to guard the ring was determined. Di Yun, Lu Ling, Lin Yue, and Yi Tianxue became the first batch of ring keepers, and the opposing camp. Instead, they drew 2 awakened people from the Sakura country as well as 2 natives of the pretty country, with a breath that looked extraordinary. This draw was not a good start for the Daxia side. Because of the 4 people drawn, 3 of them were newcomers who had been at the base for just a month. If he drew some of the stronger transcendents on the other side, I'm afraid that he would have to lose. It would somehow affect the morale of the respective camps if they were to suffer a crushing defeat in the opening game. But now that it's drawn, it can't be helped. It's okay, don't stress. If we can win, we can win. If we can't, we have us. Li Fan patted Di Yun and also Lin Yue's shoulders and blandly encouraged. Hear that? Both of them couldn't help but nod their heads, their tightly locked brows stretching slightly. Being in the first round on the field, it's impossible to say there's no pressure. However, with Li Fan's words, they were really quite relieved. Since Li Fan came out of the gate, the aura that was revealed on his body was even more terrifying, and they all vaguely felt that Li Fan could resist the Paramount Saints. If we calculate this way, the Great Xia side will have 4 quasi-saints, so the chances of winning are indeed very much greater. They won't have much of an impact even if they lose. Soon, the 8 who were drawn were the ones who leapt and went to their respective rings. The next step is to draw the opponent's session. The session was brief, just a blink of an eye, and the opponents of the 8 were drawn. Unfortunately, the strength of Di Yun, Lin Yue, and Yi Tianxue's 3 freshman opponents were not to be underestimated, and were basically around mid-grade transcendent. The 3 people's current battle power generally just reached the appearance of a lower-grade transcendent. So naturally, the 3 didn't have much of a chance of winning. The 3 didn't last long in the ring, just losing one after the other. Up to this point, on the defending side, Lu Ling was the only one who had managed to defend the ring, and on the challenge side, Daxia took a total of 2 rings. So in this first round, the Western camp managed to take 5 rings, and Dacia only had 3. Such is the case. It was really exciting for the 2 Western hosts overhead. Oh by God, a great victory. Our side has won a big victory. As expected of Hid-Dis, he fought most skillfully, resolving his opponent in just 2 moves. Contestant NI******OU Ran is strong too. Her water magic is already controlled out of this world. That's the bottom line of our pretty country. That's right, we're a nation of geniuses. And with such a passionate speech from the host, it also made a group of powerful people in the West who were watching the live broadcast boiling over. Ha 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 ha, I told you, there's no way we're going to lose. I'm going to take back my previous high opinion of Dacia. It's true that we're still stronger. The youngsters from the Great Summer side aren't any good either. Is this all there is to strength? We still have a lot of really powerful geniuses who haven't taken the field yet. TSK. The strength of these young generation naturalized by the Sakura country is really not bad. We have 5 seats, and they have 3 of them. If not for Hades and the others sitting in the town, it would be all the faces of the East. I don't care what kind of face he has, just make sure it's from our pretty country. Obviously, the big win in the first game was very encouraging. Some of them even raised their arms directly at home and were very disoriented. As for the Western camp at the scene, it was even more cheering and jumping for joy, and everyone's face was mockingly provocative. And on the contrary, on the side of Dacia, sorry guys, couldn't hold it. Dion's few people looked at their companions at this time with self-reproach, their faces full of resignation. They were in fact, in terms of talent, absolutely impossible to be weaker than those opponents. All they lacked was time, and for a few people to blame themselves. There was also a lot of encouragement from the big guys. Being a freshman, it's good enough to do that. And because of the climax on the Western host side, instead of diminishing, the big guys' morale has grown even higher. Although each one of them didn't say anything, their eyes were all lit up with an incomparable fighting spirit. Soon, the second round of the lottery is the official start. This time, the ones drawn from the Dacia camp were all relatively older veterans with Lu Ling's batch, and they were very strong. A battle was fought. The scene on the stage was a direct reversal. Dacia took 6 positions outright, with only 2 among the Western camp. With such a situation, the crowd in the Dacia camp instantly just paid back with doubled cheers. Awesome! Great job! Barking! Love to scream! Don't you like barking dogs? Keep barking! What? No more awesome! No more shouting oh by God! The intense cheering immediately just resonated throughout the room. As for the other party's camp, all of them were now grim-faced and had their teeth clenched very tightly. The 2 hosts above also had their faces instantly become grave. But being professional commentators, they were quick to attribute the fiasco to the draw, frantically suggesting that the next battle would be won by their Western camp. The crowd of Western powerhouses in front of the screen had managed to buy into the hosts' bull *******, and were now holding their breath as they began to look forward to the next one. However, in the next one that took place, once again, the Western camp has suffered an unprecedented defeat. Directly on the stage were 7 people from Dacia, 1 from the Western camp, and not a pure local, but 1 from the Sakura country. Such a blow has undoubtedly slightly broken the psychological defenses of the Western power elite. Fark, what's going on? Are the geniuses on our side not taking the battle seriously? Can't lose anymore. Shat, what the hell are they doing? What the hell are they doing when they have a chance to win? I'm going to look at it. Obviously the strength gap isn't that big, but it's just sinking in. Tom definitely wasn't serious. That's not his level. If one could have a god's perspective, heck, one could see what these people look like in their impotent rage. Even if it didn't, then you could see something epitomized in the faces of the Western camp crowd on the opposite side of the scene. Fark, if you dare to lose like that in the next round, you will be punished most severely. The blonde bearded officer turned to look at the crowd of young Westerners at this moment, his face hard to see. Listen to this. One by one, the younger generation of the West could not help but look grave and pressurized. And on the contrary, the Dacia camp, nowadays that's a happy place to be. Almost everyone's face was beaming. So did Levon. Originally, he didn't really care about this friendly match because in his opinion, Dacia was definitely in a must-win situation. But unconsciously, he was still infected by this atmosphere at the scene. It was almost as if he couldn't wait for the next one to draw him and then blast the younger generation of the West with a beating on the stage. And soon, the next round of draws, and it's on again. Chapter 109, Teruchi Natsukawa. Li Fan appeared. Unfortunately, Levon wasn't drawn again. However, Li Fan's friend, Luo Duan, who was on the sidelines, was drawn to face the only player from the Sakura country on the stage. Luo Chen couldn't help but feel a great deal of pressure at this, but with the encouragement of the guys, he also walked onto the stage with high spirits. As for the results, and of course it lost. Same with D Yun and the others. He is also lacking a certain amount of growth time. And after this round, the scene became 6 Daxia as well as 2 Western. With such an ending, the Western camp clearly remains a big loser. So naturally, the Daxia camp side was mad on the mouth. One time, looking at the crowd in the Daxia camp, the atmosphere in the Western camp, from top to bottom, was simply depressing. And soon, 4 or 5 draws in a row. Daxia are doing a solid job of holding down the Western camp. This could not help but make the atmosphere in the Western camp completely heavy. As for the 2 hosts above, they were already wilting. If I didn't know that there were many people watching, the 2 of them are afraid that they have long since voiced their inner pessimistic views. Apart from winning the very first game, he hadn't taken any advantage of the situation, and was even further behind in points. That's too much of a disadvantage. But soon, the Western camp is the one that drew the reversal. In the next draw, the Western side drew several samurai from the Sakura country, including Teruchi Natsukawa. The aura of these individuals was obviously much sharper compared to many of the middle-aged students in Pretty Country. After a battle, under the power of Teruchi Natsukawa and others, the scene was directly reversed, with the Western camp taking 6 positions strongly, while Daxia only had 2, and of the 6 in the Western camp, 5 of them were from the Sakura country. Such a scene, undoubtedly, it made the crowd in the Western camp, which had been holding back a lot, boil. The 2 hosts were even more excited and stood up. Ness. Winning. Worthy of our Pretty Country's chosen Oriental warrior. The strength is just too strong. The Western dignitaries in front of the live broadcast room also nodded in satisfaction. Told you. It's definitely the draw. Those guys from before were too ordinary to represent our beautiful country. Finally a win. I don't really want to watch if we lose again. Keep up the momentum, will you? This Sakura Nation person called Natsukawa Teruchi is indeed a bit strong. I'm afraid that his battle power has already reached the mid-grade quasi-saint level, right? This is what our Pretty Country should look like. And the West is abuzz. The Daxia side is naturally suppressed. These Sakura Nation people really do have some power. Especially this one called Natsukawa Teruchi, who was at the very least a mid-grade paragon. No wonder before the game started, they dared to give them the middle finger to provoke. So it really is a bit of strength in the body. But the people of Daxia were not surprised by this. Although they had a bad impression of the Sakura country, they had to admit that the Sakura country was a place where perverts often appeared, and it was really normal for a genius level awakened to appear. Any of you can choose to abstain if you draw with this Natsukawa Teruchi. Gudan looked back at the crowd at this time and spoke faintly. Of course, this statement did not include Feng Chang, Wang Xing and the 3 of them. As for Gudan's words, the people were all displeased, but they didn't say anything, because it's realistic. At most, they would have the strength of a transcendent upper grade. Once faced with this Natsukawa Teruchi, it definitely wouldn't last even a single breath. Instead of being treated cruelly by the other side, they should just abstain, and it favored just as all the people of Daxia were resigned. On stage, Natsukawa Teruchi gave another middle finger towards the Great Xia camp, his face full of contempt. This guy, so arrogant. What's the pretense? This immediately just ignited the anger of the people of Daxia. At the same time, it's making the Western side more agitated. Many of the Western power elite executives were very satisfied with Natsukawa Teruchi's approach, and that's exactly what Teruchi Natsukawa wants. Being in a foreign country, he had to make the people here sure enough of him so that he could get more resources tilted as well as more power in the future. Don't be influenced by him, just wait for the draw and remember what I just said. Gudan gently waved his hand towards the crowd behind him and said slowly, this kind of agitation does make people angry, but there's no need to lose your mind over it. On paper, the only ones who could resist this Natsukawa Huei were Feng Ching and the 3 of them, although Li Fan had a very stunning battle record before. In the eyes of the crowd, the difference between the strength and the level of Quasi-Saint was still a bit of a distance. Soon, the draw continues. Unfortunately, Levan wasn't drawn again, but luckily, Feng Chang was drawn. But unfortunately the draw wasn't a one-on-one battle with Fai Natsukawa. As soon as Feng Chang stepped into the ring, almost in a single glance, he was the one who had seconds left as samurai from the Sakura kingdom without even a crumb left. The quasi-saint level battle power could be said to be displayed to the fullest. And also under the leadership of Feng Ching, the situation on the field became 4 Daxia, and 4 samurai from the Sakura country. The subsequent continuation of the draw, Wang Xing, Tang Hua, and the other 2 quasi-saint level powerhouses in the western camp all went up, when sadly, the paragons on both sides did not draw each other. So a total of 8 positions on the field were firmly occupied by 6 of them. The remaining 2 positions are occupied by the east and west on a rotating basis. Overall, the game was kind of a scorcher. The scorching and incomparable battle situation, for a time, made both sides so tense that even taunts were subconsciously forgotten. But fortunately, such anxiety did not last long. In the next draw, Li Fan on Daxia's side was finally drawn on. The moment you are drawn, a smile finally appeared on Li Fan's face. It could be his turn. And the one he needed to face was a pretty country quasi-saint level powerhouse in the Western camp named Faith Soup. Prior to this Faith Soup had already pushed several geniuses of the Great Summer sideways. And his aura was vaguely just a little bit worse than Xiaochuan Hui. Remember to choose to abstain if you're not sure. Li Fan was just about to step out when Gu Dan reminded him in a low voice. He knew that Li Fan had crushed opponents like Li Tsong, but the gap between a transcendent and a paramount was not a single star. If Li Fan wanted to compare himself to a paragon with his transcendent body, it would be too hard and too difficult. And how could Li Fan choose to abstain? Immediately he responded with a smile. MS. Gu Dan. Abstaining is not my style. Strike that. Li Fan then leapt up and went to the top of the ring. Chapter 110 Let a hand. Scared to pee. Hearing Li Fan's words as well as Li Fan's back, Gul'dan couldn't help but freeze. Listen to that tone. Could it be that Li Fan still really had the strength to resist a paragon? This thought, however, only flashed through his mind for an instant before dissipating. This should just be Li Fan's nascent bravado. It was normal to think about it. Li Fan had been fighting against the odds all the way through the ranks since the beginning of the Heavenly Phase Mystic Realm, and he had even defeated Li Tsung the other day. It's normal for that self-confidence to explode a bit, but the gap between the transcendent and paramount levels was not something that could be done with that ease. The odds are that Levant didn't figure this out. Since this was the case, it would be good to let Li Fan suffer some small setbacks appropriately. So in the face of Li Fan, who was already on the stage, Gu Dan did not continue to admonish anything, but only shook his head slightly and smiled. Damn it, Brother Fan actually drew a paragon. Any other person would have been able to secure the next position. In the crowd, Di Yun couldn't help but feel sorry for the results of the sample draw, and it wasn't just him, but the rest of the students as well. Li Fan's strength, in their opinion, was already completely the number one person under the Paramount Saints, now that the three Paragon Saints from the Western camp were on the stage. If Li Fan was lucky enough to draw that one other opponent of transcendent level, then their Great Summer camp would be able to firmly take up 4 seats. But alas, the current draw is set and there is no possibility of reversing it. Don't be too pessimistic. What if Fan wins? At this moment, Yun Hei, who was on the side, said with his eyes narrowed slightly and his gaze tightly looking at Li Fan's back. This statement was made. The surrounding crowd was all stunned for a moment, but they quickly shook their heads. To say that this fist hang had only just stepped into Paragon, Li Fan might be able to force a wave of hope on them. However, this Faith Soup obviously didn't just step in, but rather had a level of at least a mid-grade Paragon. If Li Fan's ability to fight over the level was even more exaggerated, would he still be able to cross over to the middle level of a quasi-saint? Of the Great Summer seeds present, aside from Fong Cheng and the three of them, there was basically no one who could resist an existence like that, and the eyes go back to the ring, with Li Fan on stage. In the ring, Faith Soup didn't open the match the same way she did with her previous opponents, not giving them a chance to catch their breath. Instead, he seriously looked Li Fan up and down, and then said with slight surprise, "I recognize you. You're that Li Fan?" Hearing this, Li Fan was also surprised. "You know me?" He was a little surprised that this foreigner actually knew him and could even accurately call out his name. "Is it hard to believe that you are so well known abroad?" "Of course I recognize you. I just watched the video of you leading your Daxia people to kill the foreigners not too long ago." Faith Soup was unapologetic, and was instantly explaining with a smile. Hearing this, Li Fan also finally understood, and together it was also because of his performance in the Heavenly Phase Secret Realm. But it's true when you think about it. It was the first time that the marine alien race had made a public appearance to all of humanity, and it was normal for the spread to be higher. And just as Faith Soup finished her explanation, she turned her words around and revealed a playful expression towards Li Fan. "For knowing you, I can let you have a hand." After saying that, he then put his left hand behind his back. Obviously, he didn't take Li Fan to heart at all, and such contempt didn't cause Li Fan to have too many mood swings, because in his opinion, this Faith Soup is a total douchebag with this speech and operation. He had seen too many people who were pretending to be a bully. "And a hand? You're making a kung fu movie here?" But since he said he'd let a hand go, he'd be respectful. Boo! Only a horrible cracking sound could be heard. Li Fan, who had just been in the same place, instantly disappeared. By the time Li Fan reappeared in the same place, in Li Fan's hand, there was already an additional broken arm. And the broken arm was no other than the one Faith Soup had just carried over. Everything is just too fast. Quickly enough that Levant had returned to his original position. Faith Soup erupted into a miserable hiss. Ah ha ha ha. Although this was a virtual network, it could completely simulate the pain of reality, and the intense pain was already causing Faith Soup's entire face to distort. In the meantime, it also drew all the eyes of the room. What's happening here? Ha! Hiss! Asterisk. Looking at the broken arm in Li Fan's hand as well as Faith Soup, whose expression was twisted to the extreme, whether it was Daxia or the Western camp, or the two Western hosts on the platform above, all of them had wide eyes and wide mouths at the moment, somewhat unable to believe their eyes. In fact, just now, their gazes weren't even on the Li Fan and Faith Soup duo. This was because the battles between Paragon and Transcendent were very boring. All of them were one-move second kills. That's why all of their gazes were on the ring of the other two Transcendent level players. But they never expected it. It was surprising that this first scream would come from the mouth of Faith Soup. Such an unexpected scene that even the players in the 7 surrounding rings were all frozen. And when Li Fan saw so many gazes looking over, then he hurriedly just pointed at Faith Soup and explained with a smile. He himself just said he wanted me to have one hand. I'm just helping him take it down. So don't think I'm being a bully. This statement was made. The corners of everyone's mouths in the room twitched. Nice one for letting a hand. Now that's really letting a hand go. You guys. At this time, Faith Soup was already gritting her teeth to push down the pain. Her face hard to see. He completely didn't expect Li Fan to suddenly strike and that his speed could be so fast. So fast that he wasn't even able to react. However, at this moment, he was no longer half as underestimating Li Fan. The battle power displayed by Li Fan just now had definitely reached the quasi-saint level as well. If he underestimated Li Fan again, there would only be one outcome for him, and that was to lose. Die for me. In the next second, Faith Soup gritted her teeth and bellowed, choosing to take the lead, only to see hundreds of icicles instantly condensed around him in the blink of an eye, shooting straight toward Li Fan explosively. At the same time, the entire ring was transformed into a huge ice surface, freezing Li Fan's legs firmly in place. As an S-rank awakened of the ice elemental system, Faith Soup had already defeated many opponents with this simple combo, and he was very confident about it. He was ready to zap Levon into a hornet's nest. However, facing Li Fan, this move would just be a bit inadequate. Li Fan's legs lashed out, and the ice surface that had condensed in the ring instantly just crumbled and shattered. Then with a flash of Li Fan's figure, Li Fan's terrifying fist print appeared in front of Faith Tang. Looking at the fist print in front of him, it was as if Faith Soup was seeing a terrifying planet smashing towards him. Boom! Next, Faith Soup in the ring then became a headless corpse, followed by a cloud of data that disappeared from the stage. In the meantime, inside a villa in the pretty country, Faith Soup's main body also sat up in flames, panic written all over her face, and below him, a warm current was already flowing. That's right, he pissed himself. Chapter 111, the first day ends and you can't find your ancestors. And back to the race scene. With the fall of Faith Soup, the scene was immediately filled with gasps of surprise. Oh by God, Faith Soup lost? So strong. Our great Faith Soup was defeated? He's a paragon. How in the world did this man defeat Faith Soup? I just blinked and the fight was over? Fark. How come there are still paragon saints in Daxia? Where are the 3 paragon saints as promised? Li Fan him. Is this Li Fan's true strength? A transcendent killing a paragon? I didn't read it wrong. Did I? It's too exaggerated. Just how terrifying is Li Fan his strength now? Both the Daxia and Western camps. Now all of them were so shocked that they tilted their voices and shouted, completely forgetting that there were still battles going on in the other rings. The boy, Gudon's form was shaking a little at the moment. The trembling wasn't so much scared by Li Fan as it was excited. With transcendent power, he killed a mid-grade paragon in almost a second. It could be said that he had almost witnessed a miracle. This battle power was simply too much. Now looking back, Li Fan, which is a newborn calf, is not afraid of tigers. This is clearly a fierce tiger down the mountain. Such horrific growth is unheard of. It was truly a great fortune for Daxia to have such a demon. Van is awesome. Too strong. Brother Fan can actually kill a paragon. See, I just told you. You don't have to lose. Dian Luo Dust and the few others were also excited and shouted, transforming into little fans. And next to these few little fanboys, there was clearly a little fangirl as well. That was none other than Shinkeed. Shinkeer's eyes at this time could be described as if they were shining with stars, bright and set with adoration. Not bad for her savior. Wherever you go, you are a radiant presence. And soon, with a strong take from Levon, the aura on Daxia's side was instantly a huge surge. In the camp, many students were directly on their faces, launching verbal taunts towards the crowd in the opposite Western camp. Even in the ring, the players from the Great Xia side were as powerful as rainbows, erupting with amazing strength and steadily taking down their opponents. One time, The ring was as if there were once again 6 Dasha and 2 West in full bloom. Such a scene. It really made the atmosphere of the Western camp very depressing. They would like to taunt back, but there was no bottom to it at all, because by now, all the rings were filled with Oriental faces. Although Teruchi Natsukawa and the other samurai from the Sakura country were both from their camp, the disparity in bloodlines would always still prevent them from fully accepting the duo. There are 2 more chances you can fight for, and you must take them all. The blonde bearded officer looked at the group of young Westerners and growled sternly. As before, aside from the quasi-saint level combatants, there were still only 2 rings where there was a chance to fight for it. Let's just forget about Li Fan's side. Faith Soup lost. There's no way they're going to be able to get anyone to be able to take Li Fan out of that ring, so the only way they can kind of have a chance is with those 2. But obviously, ideal is beautiful, but the reality is very bone dry. The Grand Xia side steadily occupied the 4 rings, and every time they killed their opponents in seconds, a burst of cheers rang out from the Grand Xia camp, and their momentum was getting stronger and stronger. On the other hand, on the Western side, the terrifying aura of the Xia side coupled with the pressure of the officer side is really invisible, so that many of the Western young generation has not yet been on the field. The strength of the battle has lost several percent, completely unable to play out their own strength. One time, dozens of times in a row, the Western camps are all at a complete disadvantage. Can't even see the slightest hope of victory. So much so that by the end of the day, the 2 Western presenters above them were a bit out of costume and were uttering a number of negative statements. And as time passes, the decline of the Western camp continued right up to the end of the game. Eventually, still remaining on the stage were 5 Dasha players and 3 Western players. Originally, the field was still full of Oriental faces, but alas, in the final round, a local from a pretty Western country went crazy and exploded, forcing his way out of a ring with a bruising beatdown. But it's not a big problem. After all, he doesn't make any difference to the future outcome. And with the first day of the tournament officially over, Gudan, as well as the blonde officer from the Western camp, also greeted each other with a very official and friendly gesture of "see you tomorrow." But obviously, the 2 of them had very different looks, just as it was with the younger generation on both sides at the moment. On Dashia's side, everyone had a smile on their face. Over in the West, on the other hand, everyone's face was marked with confusion and frustration. And just then, Teruchi Natsukawa, who had been at peace for a long time, once again showed himself to the pretty countryside, only to see him turn back to the side of the great Xia camp and bellow in a cold voice. "This sword of mine is most pleased with the blood of the people of Dasha. Tomorrow you will see what a true samurai is." He was obviously unusually cocky, even arrogant enough to completely ignore Gudan. And with words like that, they managed to enrage the people of Dasha. "Dog, you!" Fangqing this was about to respond, but in the next second, he was interrupted by Li Fan, who was at the side. Li Fan looked at this Natsukawa Huei with a calm face at this time and said indifferently, "I know you're anxious to show yourself to your masters over in pretty country, just like your ancestors, but sadly, you're not going to be really accepted by the top brass in the pretty country. Ask your grandfathers if you don't believe me. Oh, I almost forgot. The Sakura kingdom is long gone. It's a shame you can't find your ancestor. Tomorrow I hope you make it to the round against me. I'm curious, how many moves can you last with me?" Obviously, as opposed to outright verbal abuse, Li Fan's words seemed that much more aggressive. At this moment, Natsukawa Huei's face was just as difficult to see. It was because his mind had been completely seen through by Li Fan. "You," Teruchi Natsukawa was just about to retort. It was interrupted by Gudan. Alright, today's game is over. If you want to fight, save it for tomorrow." After saying that, Gudan was signaling the Dasha crowd to get off the line. The officer on the sidelines also saw what Tan Tan meant and signaled Teruchi Natsukawa to shut up, as well as the rest of the group to get off the line. After all, it's a friendly competition. This is going to escalate if it goes any further, and there will be no friendship. Of course, there wasn't really a friendship in the first place, but pretend nonetheless. And so it was. Both camps are off the line one after the other. So did Levon. After removing his helmet, Li Fan slightly clenched his fist, his face filled with excitement. Nowadays, his strength is really already far beyond his own prediction. Chapter 112. Passing through the first floor of the Inheritance Tower. The feats zone. Getting up, Levon went to the windowsill and stretched slightly. Been on this base for over a month. Basically, you're either practicing or you're on your way to getting ready to practice. It's not boring, but it's still a little hard to avoid missing the city life. There should be 2 days of vacation this month, so I'll go back and have fun with Gu Ling and the girls then. Li Fan whispered softly to himself, secretly planning in his mind. Cultivation is important, but life is just as important. And not long after Li Fan had rested, a knock sounded at the door. opened the door. It was the same Lu Ling Di-yun and the rest of the crowd who were known for thrashing their opponents in friendly matches with him. At this moment, the eyes of the crowd were filled with fervor, and their mouths couldn't stop saying Brother Fan is awesome. Such an enthusiastic scene really made Li Fan a bit overwhelmed and not very nice. But soon, Li Fan was infected by this enthusiasm. After celebrating the first day's big win with the big guys and the promise that they will definitely storm the Sakura Dogs tomorrow, the group then slowly dispersed. Wait for the dormitory to be clear again. Li Fan couldn't help but feel a lot of emotions as well. When he first came to the base, he hadn't expected to be able to call himself a brother to the likes of Lu Ling, who had provoked him. Life can be amazing. But of course, the reason for this was that Lu Ling and the others were not bad by nature. After sitting slightly for a while, Li Fan thought of the Inheritance Tower. With his current strength, I don't know if he can pass the first level. To clear up the confusion, Li Fan didn't hesitate, and immediately was entering the virtual network again. Come to the first floor of the Inheritance Tower. The opponent was still the same wild wolf, but compared to before, the sense of oppression that this wild wolf had on him had long since become less terrifying than before, so there was not the slightest surprise. Li Fan passed through the first level without any problems and came to the second level. This is the second level? Li Fan looked around and realized that he was now on top of a huge plain. Next, a roar of beasts was heard in the distance. Looking up, it was dense and black. It was actually a wave of beasts. Obviously, I'm afraid that in order to pass through the second level, one would have to survive this beast tide. So Li Fan gritted his teeth and directly just killed his way in. In fact, in terms of singularity, these ferocious beasts were no match for the wild wolf from the first level, but the numbers were simply too great, and it was almost completely impossible to see where the tide of beasts ended. It's really a great test of one's mind as well as one's stamina for sustained combat. About half an hour passed. Just when Li Fan was already vaguely seeing the end of the beast tide, Li Fan had a physical exhaustion and was directly overwhelmed by the ferocious beasts in front of him. Exiting the second level. It's that close. It seems that on this second level, one must at least have a top-tier paramount battle power to pass through. Li Fan was slightly unwilling, and at the same time, his eyes were filled with hope. It was because the battle power needed for this second layer did not seem to be as high as he had imagined. He only needed to work out again for a while, and he would basically be able to break through this second level. Just as Li Fan was about to leave, Li Fan couldn't help but turn back to look at this Inheritance Tower once again. The second level would require the battle power of a top-level paragon. Then if one wanted to walk to the 9th floor, one would have to be a quasi-god, or even a god level to be able to get there? Have to say, this stuff from the universe is just outrageous. He still had a long way to go before getting that so-called invitation. The other end of the base. Inside a conference room, a dozen powerful faces were now sitting around. New quota secret realms are opening one after another. Notify the third batch of seeds that have already reached quasi-saint level combat power, as well as the first two batches that didn't succeed in obtaining a quota, and tell them all to get ready, and set off the day after tomorrow. Right. There's also Li Fan from the fourth batch. Bring him along too. Li Fan sighed. Are you sure you don't want to reconsider? These secret realms, but there is no way to set up a teleportation array. Once we encounter danger inside, none of us can help. In case he accidentally dies inside, will the two of you? Don't worry. I'll have the first two batches of seeds guard him more when the time comes. Odds are nothing will go wrong. Alright, you guys are all not paying attention to today's friendly match, right? Li Fan's current battle power. At the very least there is a medium quasi-saint level. This level even if you can't get a spot. But saving your life should not be a problem. What? He's already able to resist a mid-grade paragon now? Hiss. Really? That outrageous? Amazing. Amazing. This is too much. If we give him enough time, I'm afraid his achievements won't lag behind those of his parents. Right? These are the very people who are the core organizers of the SEED project. Most of the people who had screened Li Fan Di-yun and others to join the SEED program were in there. Today they are arranging some tests. As they chatted, the argument came back to Li Fan. And it was no surprise that Li Fan shocked these people once again with deeds. But at this time, Li Fan was naturally completely unclear about this. At this time, Li Fan was just proposing to the above to build a gravity chamber with a gravity multiplier of 5,000 times. Originally, Li Fan was planning to just get it 2,000 times, but after thinking about it, in order to avoid frequent boosts in the future, it would be better to take a step just a little bit bigger and start with 5,000 times. And after proposing the recommendations, Li Fan then went directly to the feats and techniques area. Nowadays, his battle power was already comparable to that of a paramount saint, and although the increase of the extreme Dao fist still had some effect, it was already unable to fully utilize its strongest effect. That's why Li Fan was prepared to go for 2 whole feats. The feats area is very expansive. At a glance, the bookshelves were completely out of sight. Nowadays, there are very few people in the Kung Fu area, and the whole area is very quiet, whether they recognize Li Fan or not. After meeting him, they all just nodded their heads, and then they looked at the Kung Fu they wanted to learn. Seeing this, Li Fan didn't dare to make too much noise, and after walking straight towards the flesh body class technique, he began to sift through it. Li Fan's primary positioning was to find a quasi-saintly, or even a saintly level technique, and in this section of the, Li Fan roughly swept a glance, at least filled with 4 or 5 bookshelves, densely packed. With such depth, it was really something that Li Fan couldn't help but feel shocked. If this had been in the outside world, each book could have been auctioned off at a sky-high price, but here, it is very ordinary. And soon, with a bit of sifting by Li Fan then locked the next book, The Fist of the Avalanche Star. This was a saint-level technique. The synopsis of the feats, as well as their effects, are described in very layman's terms. Unleashing all of your power techniques all in one single punch will result in an exponential burst of power, more commonly known as, try to end the fight in one punch. Such a simple and rough gong method was obviously very suitable for Li Fan. Li Fan's current fighting style, although it was also basically a one-punch solution, it was all purely relying on his physical body to fight, and a lot of his power was actually in an unleashed state. If he could have the assistance of this technique, then his battle power would definitely still be able to increase again. And when this Avalanche Star Fist will be chosen, Li Fan then came to another area and chose another saint-level technique, Treading the Wind. This was a technique that specialized in the aspect of body techniques. His current speed wasn't slow, but there was still room for improvement, and coming to such a stance would be like a tiger adding wings to its wings and icing on the cake. And so it was. After choosing the 2 feats, Li Fan returned to the dormitory in a happy mood and began to study them. And it was a night of research. But a night without sleep would have absolutely no effect on an awakened like Li Fan. An early one. Li Fan had only just barely scratched the surface of his research when he heard the sound of a radio broadcast. The friendly match is about to begin. Please get ready to enter the virtual network. Chapter 113, The Mighty Natsukawa Teruchi. Listen to the sound. Li Fan had no choice but to put the matter of the merit law aside for now. He got up and stretched. And then he was putting on the virtual helmet. Same as last time. Click after agreeing to Gulden's invitation. Li Fan then arrived at the gymnasium where the friendly match was held yesterday. At this point, Gu Dan as well as Di Yun Lu Ling and the rest of the group were already waiting here. They didn't have to take the field today, but they still had to do their best in their cheerleading duties. Of course. In fact, they mainly wanted to see Li Fan Fongqing and the others violently beat up those 2 traitors from the Sakura Kingdom, as well as the frustrated expressions on the Western camp side, and gaze to the opposite side. At this time in the Western camp, each and every expression was indeed very ugly. Obviously, yesterday's defeat should have subjected them to a number of not-so-good rhetorical attacks. Of course, Teruchi Natsukawa, as well as the other Sakura Nation player, and the one pretty nation local who managed to kill his way to the top 8, shouldn't have. It's not hard to guess from the spirited, combative demeanor of the 3. The pretty countryside definitely gave the trio props and even gave a wave of chicken blood. And compared to yesterday, at this point the field is also changing. The original 8 rings became 3. According to the rules, later on, the 3 from the Western camp would draw their opponents from these 5 from Disya in turn. If all 3 of the Western camp lost after the first round, then they could just announce the results without having to fight to the end. If there was still someone standing in the Western camp after the first round, then he would need to continue to draw from the rest of Dasha until he had defeated everyone in the Dasha camp. And soon, with Gu Dan briefly speaking to that officer in the Western camp, the match officially began. I'm sorry to hear that. Livan was rounded out in the first round. The ones who were drawn were Fongqing, Tang Hua, and another companion with transcendent level battle power. And of the 3 teams fighting, there was only one battle that was actually worth watching. That would be the fight between Fongqing and also Teruchi Natsukawa. The other 2, both of which were plays of Paramount Saints dueling transcendentals, turned out to be a complete no-guess as to what was going on. Go Senior Fongqing! Senior Fongqing! Him up! Senior Fongqing! Let this Sakura Nation guy see how powerful we are. Not yet on the field. The Dasya camp side was abuzz with cheers. Fongqing was ignited by the atmosphere and was also in high spirits at the moment. With a single leap, he came straight to the top of the ring, and listened to the cheers from the Dasha camp. All of the people on the western side of the world were stony-faced. They'd like to cheer on Teruchi Natsukawa, but they were all beaten out of their minds by Dasha yesterday. It was really hard for them to believe that Teruyuki Natsukawa would win. But soon, Teruchi Natsukawa then proved himself. The ring. Fongqing exerted his full strength, and terrifying vines swept across the entire ring. Each one of them was enough to easily crush a top-tier transcendent. such as the kind of light song. The power of the assembled attacks was even steadily pushing the mid-grade quasi-saint, which could be described as very stunning. However, even with such a terrifying attack, under Natsukawa Teruchi's bizarre stance as well as his domineering sword technique, he was still being pressured into retreating. Such a scene, it directly caused the high atmosphere of the Disya campsite to fall into a stagnation. This guy, so strong, damn it. If this continues, I'm afraid Senior Fong Cheng will have to. Although the people of Disya all hate this Natsukawa Huei very much, but they have to admit that this Natsukawa Huei has shown a horrible strength. And the other end. When the western camp side saw this, a somber atmosphere rose. The bearded officer was even leading the cry. Ness. That's it. Natsukawa. I'll press through. The pretty country crowd in the back as well as the western powerhouses who were watching the live broadcast couldn't help but shout angrily as well. Fark. Fark. Finally a win. What a strong blade technique. It's too strong. As soon as that genius from Disya gets plastered, it means it's over. Teruchi Natsukawa is too strong. He's fully capable of winning for us. I didn't realize that we still have to rely on the Orientals to defeat them instead. But it's fine, as long as we can win against Dasha. The western crowd, which had been holding their breath, finally found a moment to catch their breath, and also to the cheers of the western camp. Fong Cheng regretfully lost to Teruchi Natsukawa. It dissipated into the ring with a final, powerful draw from Teruchi Natsukawa. Natsunegawa Teruchi, on the other hand, seemed as if he wasn't happy about this victory, but instead drew his long sword and pointed it at Li Fan, who was on the stage, and said, "If you're next in the draw, this is what happens to you." Yesterday, Li Fan's words could be said to have kept him awake all night, and every time he thought about it, his back teeth were about to be clenched. So what could make him happy was not defeating Fong Cheng nor Wang Xing, Tang Hua, but Li Fan. Only by seeing Li Fan's painful appearance with his own eyes could he vent his anger. Such a scene, it really made the western camp boil even more. This air of looking out of the corner of the world was really too much of a face for them. In contrast, it was on the side of the Dasha camp. Almost every one of them was gritting their teeth and clenching their fists, their faces stony. If it was yesterday, they would have been bound to retort sternly and clamor for Li Fan, but after seeing Natsukawa Huei's strength, any rebuttal from them would become very pale before they defeated Natsukawa Huei. And for such a provocation, Li Fan was acting in a very indifferent manner. He wasn't one for screaming. What he likes is to get right down to it. Now since he wasn't drawn to go up and face off, he didn't bother with this Natsukawa Teruchi. But Teruchi Natsukawa's screaming face, he made a mental note of it. When he was drawn on stage later, he would definitely leave a deep impression on this Natsukawa Teruchi. And seeing that Li Fan didn't respond, immediately, Teruchi Natsukawa is in a victor's stance, raising his arms toward the entire arena. One time, the western camp that was completely abuzz, and the war today, it had become as if Natsukawa Teruchi, as well as another Sakura Nation samurai, were drawing opponents from each of Li Fan, Wang Xing, and Tang Hua, and this time, very lucky, Teruchi Natsukawa just straight up drew Li Fan. The moment the results came in, both Li Fan and Natsukawa Huei had a smirk on their faces. Chapter 114, explosively killing Natsukawa Teruchi. And in the meantime, the people in the western camp all revealed a look of amusement. The strength Li Fan displayed yesterday was indeed very exaggerated. But today, Natsukawa Huei showed the strength is also not the slightest bit worse. And even look at the momentum, Natsukawa Huei is even better. This battle, in their opinion, will be just like the last one. Li Fan would be split in two by Natsukawa Teruchi's drawn sword. As for the Dasha campsite, at this moment, the faces of all the people in Dasha were all very grave. Fong Cheng's strength was actually ranked first in their minds by default, but as strong as Fong Cheng is not even a match for this Natsukawa Huei. I'm afraid this battle is going to be difficult for Li Fan. Watch out for his Batusai style and try to pull ahead at the moment he starts. Li Fan was about to go forward when Gu Dan gently cautioned. He was as a senior, and he had a clear view of Natsukawa Teruchi's battle power. In fact, in his opinion, if it was just about rank and such, Fong Cheng would not be too inferior to this Natsukawa Huei. The only thing that Natsukawa Teruchi was stronger than Fong Cheng was that battling stance. That was definitely a saint-level blade technique, and it was also eaten very thoroughly by Teruchi Natsukawa. At the moment it stored up its strength to draw its sword. The explosive power contained therein had far exceeded the battle power that should be present at this level. And to reach this level, one must have practiced drawing the sword tens of thousands, if not more, of times before reaching it. Have to say, this Teruchi Natsukawa's ability to comprehend as well as his hard-working spirit is really admirable. And except for the knife method, his stance is also excellent. The stance level definitely had a quasi-saint level. So all things considered, in Gu Dan's eyes, It would be extremely difficult for Li Fan to defeat Teruchi Natsukawa. One of the biggest prerequisites to win was that Li Fan had to anticipate the starting motion of Natsukawa Teruchi's draw and avoid the deadliest blow of burst damage. Got it. As for Gu Dan's admonition, Li Fan just casually answered and went to the stage with a leap. Seeing this, Gu Dan was really full of tears and laughter. Levon, this doesn't seem to be listening at all. Mr. Gu Dan, can he win, brother Fan? At this moment, Di Yun, whose brows were furrowed, couldn't help but look at Gu Dan and inquire. Gu Dan, on the other hand, shook his head slightly and said, "It's hard to say. 30% chance." Hear that answer. Di Yun, as well as Yun Ming, Lin Yue and the others beside him all couldn't help but feel their hearts tighten. Only a 30% chance? Could this Teruchi Natsukawa really be that strong? And eyes to the ring. As Li Fan leaped onto the ring, one of Natsukawa Hui's palms was directly on top of the hilt of the sword. Looking at Li Fan with a face full of killing intent, it was obvious that he wasn't going to do anything stupid like letting you have one hand. He just wanted to steadily destroy Li Fan to death. And compared to Natsukawa Teruchi's seriousness, Li Fan was much more laid back. Nice swordplay. I assume you were taught it by your ancestors who have sunk to the bottom of the sea? Li Fan didn't make the first move, but instead expressed his affirmation to Teruchi Natsukawa. But the next second, Li Fan was the one who drew a twist, a snicker appearing at the corner of his mouth. But it's a pity. If your ancestor knew that you're now working as a dog for another country, would he regret passing on this sword technique to you? The words fell. Natsukawa Teruchi's face suddenly changed. Hard to see, and the hand holding the sword trembled a little. You seek death. As soon as Natsukawa Hui growled and shouted angrily, he executed his body technique and immediately killed towards Li Fan. It had to be said that Natsukawa Teruchi's speed was indeed very fast, and one could almost only see a trace of a residual shadow. But Li Fan was faster. Boo! Li Fan's figure moved. His footsteps were lightly lifted, and the ring instantly produced a large cracked pit. Li Fan disappeared in the blink of an eye. This caused Natsukawa Teruchi, who had already killed to his heels and wanted to draw his sword, to change his face and immediately began to search for Li Fan's position. Behind you. In a split second, Natsukawa Teruchi came to a judgment and made a snap decision to draw his sword. And he wasn't wrong in his prediction. Li Fan was indeed right behind him. But unfortunately, his powerful and incomparable sword drawing move did not hit Li Fan, but was instead dodged by Li Fan with an extremely bizarre dodge. That's right. This was exactly the treading wind technique that Li Fan had been studying all night. Although Li Fan hadn't fully comprehended this saint-grade body technique, or even just had a rough introduction. But nay, Li Fan's physical fitness was too strong. Just the introductory stage, combined with the terrifying outburst of Li Fan's body, was enough to increase Li Fan's speed by several times. How can it be? Swinging his sword out, Natsukawa Teruchi looked incredulously as he dodged Li Fan. The speed of this swing of his sword was already at the extreme, and unless it was one of those very top-tier Paragon Saints, it would be impossible to dodge it. But on the contrary, Li Fan dodged it and it looked effortless. For a while, fear began to gradually start spreading in his mind. And also just as he drew his sword and flung it in the air, the moment he stalled, Li Fan arrived in front of him in a flash, his face full of smiles. It's my turn. A terrifying punch was swung out, directly smashing through Natsukawa Teruchi's body. In the meantime, the long knife in his hand was also snatched by Li Fan. Next, only to see Li Fan slowly retracting the hand that had pierced through Natsukawa Hui, he slightly flicked the blade, and the terrifying force collided with the blade, instantly resounding with a sound like gold and iron clanking together. And at that moment, Natsukawa Teruchi only had fear in his eyes. The knife is pretty sharp. I'll try to smooth it out? Li Fan laughed, and then swung out a blade towards Natsukawa Hui. Next, Teruchi Natsukawa was then sliced in two and disappeared from the stage, just like the eliminated Fongqing. And while Teruchi Natsukawa disappeared, the knife in Li Fan's hand disappeared with it. And there was also what disappeared along with it. Heck, there was also the smiles on the faces of the Western crowd. Ha! I'm Tefa? By karma. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Am I blind? Lost thief. Natsukawa was killed by his own sword? Holy Fan, this. It's too much. Brother Fan is too exaggerated. How on earth did Brother Fan dodge that slash? How awful. Van is simply my god. One time, the whole room was in shock as well as cheering for the fight, especially on the eastern campsite. Ever since he heard Gu Dan say that he only had a 30% chance of winning, they were already prepared for Li Fan to fail miserably. They never expected that Li Fan would bring them such a near-crushing victory. The boy, Gu Dan, was also filled with shock at this time, as if he was looking at a monster, as if he was looking at Li Fan. He was now completely unable to see where Li Fan's extreme battle power was, and look again at the other ring. Watching Natsukawa Teruchi's crushing defeat, The other Sakura Nation samurais just received a huge impact. In the face of the original can make an even match. Tang Xing immediately is beaten into the wind. Weaknesses began to expose a little bit. And so it was. Under dozens of rounds, Tang Xing's one terrifying killing move was directly responsible for the direct dissipation of the Sakura Kingdom's quasi-saint warrior. To this point, everyone in the western camp, all eliminated. This friendly east-west match was also ushered to an early end. Chapter 115, Crumbling Natsukawa Teruchi. Fey Heaven's Pride Gathering. Pretty country. A cultivation room within a certain manor. Teruchi Natsukawa, who had already removed his helmet, sat down on the tatami mat, unable to return to his senses for a long time. Ever since he was born, he had always been an unrivaled existence among his peers, a role model for almost all the younger generation. If the Sakura Kingdom hadn't fallen, he would have even had the confidence to lead the Sakura Kingdom to victory over the Grand Xia. He even had the confidence to wait to enter the stars and revive the Sakura Nation's flag once again. But now, facing a character of a lower rank than him in the Great Summer, he was beaten without the ability to fight back. Such a blow really stimulated his spirit extremely strongly. And turn on your cell phone. He, too, was noting the countless rebukes from his countrymen. Natsukawa, you've disgraced our Sakura country. Natsukawa, where's your invincible Batusai style? Why didn't you cut that man down? Natsukawa, the descendants of our Sakura lineage will no longer be able to make you a goal to strive for, because you lost to Xia. You are a disgrace to the remaining lineage of our Sakura country. Natsukawa, you have disappointed us too much. You're simply sorry for all those past glories and for our Sakura Nation bloodline. Natsukawa, do you know what the price of your loss is? It means that our Cherry Blossom Kingdom's existence in the middle of this foreign country will be even more difficult. In the face of a message from my compatriots that was solid to the core, Natsukawa Teruchi, who had already suffered a huge mental blow, couldn't help but tremble at this moment, and his mind began to infinitely flash back to the scene in which Li Fan had struck him down, as well as fantasizing about the reprimanding faces of his compatriots. Several breaths later, desperate, he drew the long knife at his waist and chose to take his own life. Plus in virtual networks, with the crushing defeat of another Sakura Nation samurai, this friendly game is kind of the official curtain call, without too many words, nor is there too much meaningless formality. It was just that the leaders of the two sides said some grandiose words to each other, and then each led the young generation of each party to exit the virtual network. Van. It hasn't been long since I logged out of the virtual network. Li Fan was then thrown up in a cluster of people into a frenzy. It's no wonder. Was able to crush the West in a landslide, especially thrashing the Sakura dogs. How could that not be pleasing? Gu Dan looked at the cheering crowd and smiled. Although the gold content of this friendly match is average, just a small task arranged by the superior, but it is still very meaningful to see everyone's impulse as well as cohesion. Of course, what made more sense was to see the infinite possibilities of Li Fan. And soon, many of the details of the friendly competition are the ones that are starting to spread around the base. Many of the older batch of seeds were intensely interested in Li Fan after hearing his name. Transcendent Battle Top Paragon. This battle power is just a bit too much. A transcendent level killed a paragon? Really? Nice guy. So outrageous? Can't it be that another Bo Jun has appeared? Comparing to Bo Jun might be a bit of an exaggeration, but it shouldn't be too far off. The juniors nowadays are really scary. If we don't work hard, I'm afraid we won't even be able to compare to a junior. I've heard that tomorrow when we go to the examination, we will also bring this Li Fan with us. Does anyone know if this news is true or not? I don't know, but combining this Li Fan's strength, the odds are that it's possible. Plus, Li Van. After ending the revelry with Di Yun Lu Ling and the others, Li Fan then continued to stay in the dormitory and studied the avalanche star fist and the wind treading technique. Since he had just tasted the sweetness of the gongfu, he could be very interested in feats now. It wasn't that the increase in battle power brought about by the feats was so obsessive to him. He has a hangover. Can any more powerful feats carry a single glance from him? More than that, it was a sense of accomplishment similar to facing a math problem that was far beyond the syllabus and solving it the hard way in a very tricky way. And it wasn't long after Levan had studied it. Gul'dan was the one who came to the door. Looking at the stunned look on Gudan's face, it seemed like something big was going on. Mr. Gudan, is this? Li Fan said with a face full of doubt. Gudan also didn't sell himself short, and said seriously, Li Fan, get ready, tomorrow you're going to go to the examination, together with those older students. Hear that? Levan froze slightly. Examination? An examination so soon? But it's just a test. How big a deal is this? Does Gudan need this expression? Seeing that Li Fan still didn't realize the seriousness of the matter, Gudan continued to speak. The ones who are going this time are all veteran students, and their strength is at the minimum of the quasi-saint level, which means that this examination will be very dangerous, and may even put your life in danger. So I suggest that you think about it. In fact, if you're really unsure, you can take it up with your superiors and leave it this time. Gudan obviously had good intentions, because he really also never expected that the senior management would actually give such an arrangement. In the past, there was a lot of mortality at this level of examination. Li Fan's potential was so high, it could have waited until Li Fan officially stepped into Paragon. It's just a bit risky to go now, and listen to Gulden's words. It also dawned on Li Fan. Turns out he was the only one of the freshmen to go, but after thinking about it, the other Paragon's old students could go. So what couldn't he do? Teacher Gudan, it's fine. Since I'm allowed to follow along for the examination, it must be for a certain reason. It's just as well that I can sink my teeth into it. Li Fan smiled and responded. And listening to Li Fan's words, Gudan wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't say anything else. It is also true that since the senior management has made this decision, it is bound to have some justifications. Once again, he cautioned Li Fan a few more times to be safe before choosing to leave. What exactly is the test? Even going with my current ability will put my life in danger? After Gudan left, Li Fan couldn't help but be interested in the content of this test. What exactly was the content of the test that would make Gudan feel that with his current strength, he might even fall? And that's all. We may know tomorrow as well. The other end. In that construction circle in the deep sea, the teleportation array surfaced again, and batch after batch of marine alien cannon fodder fishtailed toward the inside, and a new batch of the foreign race's pride appeared not far away on time. And among these celestial pride, there was one whose appearance was really 7 or 8% similar to the once Violet Hay. This person was no one else. It's really Purple Hollow's own brother, Purple Abyss. Compared to Z Hay, the aura revealed by this Z Yuan was really more than a little bit stronger. Moreover, it could be seen that among the foreign race's heavenly prides present, other than the few 3 or 5, the rest were all showing extreme respect in the face of Z Yuan. Chapter 116, Purple Clan. Visions of the Purple Abyss. Your Highness Z Yuan, it's really hard to predict the world. I had heard about that genius brother of yours before I went into seclusion, but it turns out that as soon as I came out of seclusion, I heard that he was killed by a human. By the way, I've also heard that one of your Purple Clan's Hall Master level elders is also gone, as if he was also killed by a human. Is this true or is it a rumor? Among the foreign race's prides, a handsome youth covered in silver scales looked towards Z Yuan with a touch of playfulness in his tone. This statement was made. Many of the surrounding celestial pride were staring at each other, subconsciously holding their breath. Nowadays, on this scene, I am afraid that he is the only one who dares to be so yin-yang Z Yuan. As for why it's yin and yang, that was because in the eyes of their Fey race, being struck down by such a lowly creature as a human was a matter of great shame, and this person's provocation clearly did cause a slight fluctuation in Z Yuan's emotions. Silver Dick, do you believe I'm going to rip your mouth off? Z Yuan gently sidestepped his head and looked at the silver-scaled youth, a flash of coldness in his eyes. In an instant, the field was swept by a solemn killing intent. A cold sweat broke out on each one. Okay, I'm just kidding. Come on. Humans haven't been making their mark on Blue Star for a short time. It's normal to have a bit of competent people. The youth who was called Silver Dick's face froze, and then immediately waved his hand and said with a smile. But while he showed a smile on the surface, he was a little nervous inside. He felt that if he said a few more words, Z Yuan would probably really fight him. It is indeed a shame that the purple meditation as well as that elder of my family died at the hands of a human. But it's not your turn to interrupt as an outsider. And the people they lost, my purple clan will take them back on their own. As for Silver Dick's smiling face, Z Yuan didn't give a step at all and gave Silver Dick a warning look after a cold snort. Silver Dick was a bit outraged by this, and only couldn't help but mutter in his heart. The purple clan really are all a bunch of crazy people. Plus the Purple Abyss. Z Yuan was currently holding his arms in both hands, looking at the teleportation array in the distant complex, and in his icy expression, there was an incomparable blazing heat mixed with it. He was closed for a long time. Whether it was the fall of the purple underworld or the fall of the elder, it all happened between his seclusion. Before his seclusion, his purple clan's prestige could be ranked in the top few among the oceanic fae, but after the seclusion, the prestige is not as good as it used to be, while the bottom line is still barely in the upper middle of the pack. Word of mouth is crumbling. If he went to the common area, anyone who could talk would have to say something after tea high and low about his purple clan being done in by humans, young and old. So today, he can have a huge hatred for humans, and this time, the place where he went forward was the place where he would encounter the human celestial pride. His goal this time was simple, to gather 100 human heavenly pride heads and pile them up in the center of the purple clan sea for the incoming sea clans to watch. It's not enough to wash away all the shame, though, but that was only his first step. It was on the future civilization test that the first stage to do justice to the purple race was set, and on the other end, in the base, after Li Fan received the news that he was going to go for the examination tomorrow, he also did not continue to study the Gongfu, but instead called Gu Ling as well as his family. After all, it was impossible to determine when this test would return. In order to avoid too long without contacting each other may worry, it is better to explain in advance. But what made Li Fan's head hurt was this. Gu Ling's call went through instantly, but his parents' phone is slow to ring. Thinking that there had been an accident, Li Fan even called Zhu Tianjun to inquire about it. Finally, at a very late hour, Li Fan received a call back from the two old men. It turned out to be the two oldest playing video games all night yesterday, still making up sleep. This is really the whole Li Fan, a little bit of tears and laughter. But fortunately, it's good that nothing happened to the two old men. He also didn't want the two oldest to live too tired. And when the family business is taken care of, Li Fan then ran to the gravity room to work out again. Currently, if Li Fan's 5,000 times gravity chamber, the upper level had already adopted it, but it would take some time to set it up. Therefore, Li Fan could only use the 1,000 times gravity transition for now. Perhaps the 5,000 times gravity chamber was set up when he returned from his examination. Turning to the next morning, somewhere on the base's martial arts field, there was already a team of people neatly arranged at the moment, roughly 60 or 70 people. Judging from their aura, each of these people was extraordinary, with the lowest having the aura of a quasi-saint level. These are the very people who need to go to the test today. Li Fan hasn't come yet? At the front of the queue, a man in a leather-jacketed uniform held the list in his hand and swept it over the crowd. This statement was made. Many people present were born with a look of amusement. They didn't know Li Fan well. They hadn't even met him before, yet they all knew that Li Fan was going along. Now that it was time for the meeting point, Li Fan actually hadn't come yet. A move that would inevitably have to be met with a reprimand from the men. The man's name is Kuei Lin. As a tyrant teacher who was notorious for his poor temper at the base, but not many people dared to be late in front of him. What's wrong with Levan? Did you oversleep? I don't know. I messaged him as soon as I woke up. Didn't get back to me. Bad. He's going to get a scolding. In the queue, three familiar faces were currently whispering. These three were no other than Fang Qing, Wang Xing, and Tang Hua, who had participated in the Western Friendship Tournament with Li Fan. Yes, they also received the news that they were going to the test yesterday afternoon. Compared to the others present, the three of them were considered to be the closest to Li Fan. And just as the crowd was ready to watch the show, Li Fan's figure jogged all the way from one of the entrances to the martial arts arena. Teacher, I'm sorry, I've been practicing for too long and almost forgot the time. Li Fan rushed over and looked at Lin Kuei in front of him with an apologetic face and laughed. As for Lin Kuei, he just looked Li Fan up and down, and then nodded, signaling Li Fan to return to the team. Such a scene, it really made the heads of the people in the room look numb. Nice guy, surprised you didn't curse? The several people who used to claim to have the strongest talent, Bo Jun, hadn't been scolded by Lin Kuei, but in the face of Li Fan, he even chose to forgive, which was a bit too abnormal, right? One time, the crowd couldn't help but feel in their hearts that Li Fan wasn't some kind of connected person, and it was not up to the crowd to give it too much thought. Lin Kuei looked at the time and then he said, "It's time for this test. Let's get on the plane first." Strike that. Lin Kuei raised his large hand, and a teleportation formation appeared underneath everyone's feet. Next, when the people opened their eyes again, they were already on a supersized airplane. Li Fan couldn't help but be alarmed as he looked out the window at the extremely fast receding clouds. The speed of this airplane seems to be a bit apprehensive, doesn't it? Okay, let me tell you about this test. At that moment, Lin Kuei's voice sounded once again. Chapter 117 Departure. The Crumbling Steel City. Some of you have participated and some of you have not. Here, I will speak to those who are attending for the first time, and as for those who have already attended, just listen and don't interrupt. The content of the assessment is very simple. It's similar to how you usually go to a secret realm to brush monsters, and when you wait until you reach your destination, you're also going to go into a secret realm, but instead of brushing monsters, you're going to go treasure hunting. Different secret realms have different environments, different treasures, and different dangers, and the main treasures you need to go and obtain are treasure beads, which are generally either attached to ferocious beasts or plants. In short, obtain as many as you can. Before the secret realm closes, the top few of you with the most treasure pearls in your hands will receive a medal gifted by the secret realm, and with the medal, you'll be qualified to join the civilization examination battlefield in the future. and competing with you. There are the marine fae, so the danger is extremely high. Listening to Kuei Lin, Li Fan, as well as many of the students who were taking the test for the first time, were shocked in their hearts. But that's saying a lot. Overall it was one thing, and that was to compete with the Oceanic Fae for future slots to be able to enter the civilization test. When Li Fan first came to the base, he thought that as long as he participated in the seed program, he would be able to participate in the final civilization test. Hopefully, there are still spots available. And after Lin Kuei said the content of the examination, he also said many precautions. For example, after going in, they would be randomly teleported to various locations in the secret realm, and if they encountered each other, it would be best to choose to embrace the group. For example, the secret realm cannot communicate with the outside world, and if you want to come out you must wait for the secret realm to close itself, so you need to be extremely cautious. For example, there might be quite a few saint-level existences among the foreign races, as well as there might be saint-level creatures among the secret fierce beasts. All in all, it was perfectly possible to hear the horrors within the secret realm. Many people's faces were very grave at the moment. Among them were Fong Qing, Wang Xing, and Tang Hua. Like Li Fan, the three of them were also taking the test for the first time. After hearing about the dangers as well as the death rate in the test, each one of them fell into silence, with little smiles on their faces, and compared to them, Li Fan's mindset that was calm and even a bit expectant. This was because according to Lin Kuei, there were still many treasures hidden within this secret realm. As a secret realm that screened for civilization assessment slots, in his opinion, the treasures inside were expected to be more than just some common treasures, and there might even be treasures from the stars. Just as Li Fan was thinking, suddenly, an aura emerged from his mind. So Li Fan immediately asked a question towards Lin Kuei. Mr. Lin Kuei, you said that it's impossible to contact inside or outside of the secret, so you can't even look at it? Like being able to see inside from the outside? That's right. He wanted to be sure about this. If the outside world can't see what's going on inside, then his yin pupil would come in handy. After entering the secret realm, he would be as good as gold. Not to mention any saint-level foreigners. Even if a god-level foreigner came, it wouldn't be good. And for that matter, Lin Kuei was also quick to give an answer. No, this secret realm isn't like the other secret realms on the blue planet. Even a god-level figure can't make any changes to it. Our current knowledge of these secret places is also known from descriptions from older students who have been inside. Listen to this. Li Fan was truly delighted in his heart. In that case, it's a good feeling. However, Li Fan's question fell on the ears of many of the older students, and it was a clear sign of fear. So inside, there were older students patting their chests and saying that they would protect Li Fan and such. Have to say, in terms of atmosphere, the guys are very united. It didn't take long. Lin Kuei has said everything he needed to say. What followed was a break for Li Fan and the others. According to Lin Kuei's words, there was a 2-day journey to the secret location this time. The airplane has many practice rooms, so for these 2 days, the line could also choose to keep practicing. Li Fan then chose the latter. At his current level of fitness, he didn't need that much rest, and with that time, he might as well have 2 more sets of workouts. Unawareness. 2 days passed quietly. The plane circled for a while and finally landed in an isolated spot by the sea. After walking off the plane, Lin Kuei as well as a few other base teachers led a group of people to a side of the beach. Li Fan and the others surveyed their surroundings. This place doesn't look much like it has a secret place, and I didn't even see the entrance to the secret realm. Just as the crowd was still wondering, Lin Kuei's voice rang out. The entrance to the secret realm is in the sea. We'll break the waves for you later. Find the right time to go in then. When exactly the secret realm will close? For the time being, we don't know, but based on experience, it will probably be 7 or 8 days at most. It's the same as before. First ensure safety, then the quota. Once you encounter a situation you're not sure of, flee at the first opportunity. Don't have the slightest hesitation. And with that, immediately after, Lin Kuei then made a seal together with several tutors, with a terrifying formation striking the sea. Next, the vast sea surface is straight across a spacious avenue that stretches for thousands of meters. The rugged seabed is all exposed. The scene is extremely spectacular. Such a scene, het was very shocking to Li Fan, Fongqing and the others. With this kind of strength, it would at least have to be a top-level paramount saint or even a paramount god to be able to do this, right? And at the end of the avenue, a group of strange buildings like ruins could be seen. If one had a god's perspective, one could realize that the style of these buildings was hardly much different from the complexes under the alien deep sea. And on the doors of these buildings, a blue vortex could be clearly seen. It was none other than the entrance to the secret realm. It's now! Lin Kuei shouted towards the crowd at this moment. Immediately after, without the slightest hesitation, Li Fan and the others rushed towards the entrance of the secret realm at the speed of fire. After everyone had all entered that blue vortex, only then did Lin Kuei and the others put away the array pattern, and the sea slowly regained its calm. I wonder how many spots we can get this time, and how many individuals can come back. Lin Kuei pulled out a cigarette, looked out to sea, and slowly lit it. Plus Levon. After stepping into the vortex, Li Fan instantly just went black. When he opened his eyes again, he was really shocked by the image in front of him. Look up. It was a vast city of steel. Giant buildings 1,000 meters high and long. Unbroken steel roads were simply more shocking than 90% of the cities in Blue Star today. However, at this time, the city was covered in moss as well as countless vines, and appeared to be in a state of disrepair. But it's not hard to see. The city definitely had a very glorious past. Chapter 118 Oceanic Fae. First Treasure Pearl. What happened here? Li Fan couldn't help but ask a question in his heart as he was shocked. Couldn't be bothered with too much reverie though. Levon still surveyed his current situation first. Now he was on the rooftop of an abandoned building. Very empty. For the time being, there were no ferocious beasts or the like to be seen around, so it was considered relatively safe. But it was also true that just like what Lin Kuei said, after coming in, he was randomly teleported to various locations in the secret realm, and he didn't see any of his companions. But this was obviously a good thing for Levon. No one was around, so it was just the right time to use Yin Pupil with impunity. Boo! Li Fan leaped to the streets of this steel city. If the lush mossy vines were removed, this street would look no different from the city streets of Blue Star. Pushing aside some of the green mossy vines, you can even vaguely see the billboards from that time. But unfortunately, these words did not belong to any country on the blue planet, so Li Fan was unable to read them at all. It's not hard to guess. The natives of this place and the humans of Blue Star and their outside world were perhaps not of the same race, or of a different age. And as Li Fan walked, he saw a large area of very exaggeratedly damaged buildings. With Li Fan's cursory observation, he was basically able to come up with some judgment. There should have been a massive beast wave here. The reason why this city was in disrepair would be because it hadn't been able to withstand the wave of beasts. After figuring out a general idea, Li Fan also didn't bother to spend any more time to understand this city, and immediately just accelerated his steps and started to leap through the steel city, hoping to discover the treasures as well as the treasure beads that Lin Kuei had said in his mouth. But it's a shame. Levon had been walking for close to an hour. Not to mention the treasures, not even a single figure. The only creatures that had been encountered were a few packs of coyotes that weren't very strong. Could it be that it's not in this city? Li Fan sat down on a rooftop, a little depressed. This place doesn't look like it has any treasures at all. Li Fan guessed that he was probably teleported to the border zone of the secret realm, so he was going to speed up his pace and see if he could walk to the edge of the city to have a look. And just as Li Fan was about to get up and continue on his way, a terrifyingly loud noise not far away caught his attention. Li Fan immediately sped away at fire speed. Come closer. Li Fan's eyes were suddenly filled with the figures of the marine alien race. At this time on the streets below, several weird-looking marine alien races were currently surrounding a giant great ape that was 7 or 8 meters tall, and the scene was intense. But when it was said to be a siege, it was actually being toyed with by this great ape. These few marine foreigners were too weak and were not even a match for this great ape. If the great ape really wanted to do it, they would have died long ago. This is the foreign race's pride? Li Fan frowned. The aura of these few foreign races appeared to not even reach top-tier transcendent. Not at all like a foreign pride. If the foreign race's pride were all at this level, then the humans wouldn't have to panic at all. Just as Li Fan was secretly observing and pondering. Suddenly, Li Fan snapped his attention to the point of light shining on the forehead of this giant ape. Fixing his eyes on it, it was none other than a crystal-clear aquamarine pearl. Treasure beads. Li Fan's pupils shrank, and then a flash of ecstasy appeared on his face. Nice guy. Really met. Originally, I just wanted to come over to see what was going on, but I didn't think I'd actually run into Bao Zhu. As it is, Li Fan was also nonchalant. Boo! Li Fan leaped and directly arrived on the street. The loud noise as well as the raised layers of debris caused the giant ape as well as a few foreigners to all freeze. This is human? It's a human heavenly pride. It seems to be saved. Looking at Li Fan's appearance, a few scaly and about to be played to death foreigners were first surprised for a moment, and then immediately they were revealing a look that was about to cry tears of joy. This kind of emotion really made Li Fan cry and laugh a little. Saved? Does it look like they're here to save you? Roar! The great ape let out a wild roar at this moment and slammed a foreigner in his hand towards the distance, and then madly pounded his chest, looking towards Li Fan with great emotion. Apparently, it had found a more interesting toy than those few Fae, and in this gap, the Fae immediately tried to speak up, but they hadn't gotten more than a few steps. The huge body of the giant ape fell down heavily. What? Ha! This? The several foreigners all stiffened. With a slight shudder, he craned his head to look. At this moment, Li Fan was standing on the head of the giant ape. His big hand stretched out fiercely, and a bloody hole emerged from the forehead of the giant ape. And immediately after that, his hand then had an additional crystallized precious pearl. The terrifying scene really made the several foreign races all have their hearts beating wildly and their legs go weak. This giant ape was a saint-level ferocious beast. Just now, they didn't even react to what Li Fan had done. And this giant ape was gone. The strength was too terrifying. And while they were stunned and terrified, Li Fan also dodged and blocked in front of them. And in the process, he also gave a bright and incomparable smile towards the few people. Several foreigners coincided. And the first thing they did was to kneel on the ground in unison, and began to cry and wail in pain. The content of the wail was simple, and the core idea was to spare their lives. And that's naturally impossible. However, there was a reason why Li Fan didn't kill them in the first place. That is, he wanted to ask these foreign races to see if he could inquire about the location of those foreign races' heavenly prides. If only, just let these guys lead the way and then go over there and take them all in one pot. Answer me a few questions and I can spare your lives, Li Fan said with a smile. Hearing this, the several foreign races all showed joyful expressions. However, when they heard Li Fan's next question, they were once again ugly, because they didn't know where the heavenly pride within their own family was. According to them, they were just tricked into it. The main role is that of cannon fodder. Unlike the human side, there were many bloodthirsty and brutal monstrous ferocious beasts within their teleportation channel, and if they wanted to pass through, they would either have to kill all of those beasts or sacrifice a portion of their blood food to attract the attention of those beasts. Killing all of them is obviously impractical because there are so many of them that it's impossible to know exactly how many there are. Therefore, the latter is the preferred option. And the reason why a few of them had managed to come to the inner part of the secret area alive was actually just better luck. Hear the encounter. Li Fan was a little disappointed, and at the same time, he was crying and laughing. After a slight flash of sympathy in his heart, he executed Yin Pupil and ended the lives of several people. Since there was no use for it, there was no point in keeping it. And even if he doesn't kill, with the level of strength of these few foreigners, they wouldn't be able to survive in this place for long. Immediately, Li Fan then twisted his body and took out the beast core of that giant ape. A saint-level beast core was still a very good amount of energy. It seems that this city would also be the place where you can have a chance to find the treasure pearl. Li Fan put the precious pearl away and rethought the situation of this secret realm. And just then, the precious pearl flashed with a bright flash of light. In the next second, a huge map instantly just appeared in Li Fan's mind. This was clearly a map of this secret realm, and on the map, there were many densely packed red dots, of which the location he showed was also marked with a red dot. The red dot represents the location of the treasure pearl? Immediately, Li Fan was able to surmise the meaning of what the red dot represented, and then a flash of excitement appeared on his face. So you can turn on God's perspective after you get the treasure pearl. In that case, it could be so much easier. With this marked indication in my head, then you don't have to wander around like a headless fly. And so it was. Li Fan immediately just locked onto a nearby red dot dense point and sped off. Chapter 119, The Massacre Begins. Saint levels like dogs. Here it is. Here it is. Li Fan leaped 100 meters to a rooftop, looking down at a giant stadium wreckage in front of him. There, a nest of lion-shaped ferocious beasts with an extremely terrifying aura was clearly gathered. At a cursory glance, it looked like about 100 of them, and half of them were emanating a saint-level aura, while the rest had also reached the quasi-saint level. No exaggeration. If those old students from the plane he came with accidentally broke into it, the odds were that there would be no return and they would have to become their blood meal. Lin Kuei really wasn't bluffing when he said that the secret realm was dangerous. But unfortunately, these poor ferocious beasts encountered Li Fan. Next, Li Fan took a step and jumped directly into the center of the ferocious beasts. The crowd of lion-shaped ferocious beasts were all stunned. Before they could react, one by one, they collectively ascended to heaven under Li Fan's gentle gaze. Next on the program, it was the part where Li Fan, just like picking vegetables from a vegetable garden, started to take down the precious beads as well as their beast cores one by one. 10 or so minutes passed. The number of treasure beads on Li Fan's body then reached a terrifying 100 or so. Discolored? Li Fan was about to head to his next target when he suddenly realized that his display on the map had changed from a red dot to a gold dot. After briefly thinking about it, I think it must be because he has too many treasure beads on him. So not much of a problem. If one had to say that there was a problem, it would be too much attention, and both the Fey Celestials and the human Celestials would probably come towards him. But for this, Levon didn't really care. If you want to come, then come. However, he didn't know that, nowadays, he had already become an extremely terrifying existence in the eyes of certain people from both camps. And the certain people mentioned here were clearly those old students who had been to other quota secret realms before. The golden dots meant that this target had at least 100 treasure beads or more, and was the existence that currently possessed the first number of treasure beads, according to their experience. Such golden dots could not appear until at least many days after the opening of the secret realm, near the end of the secret realm's closure. This turned out to be less than a day old. This meant that this person who possessed more than 100 treasure beads was afraid that his strength had already reached the top saint level, and such a horrible being, definitely not something they can defeat alone. So all they could do was stay away from Li Fan. But of course, that's just the experience of the older students. Many people who entered the secret realm for the first time as well as the pride of the foreign races saw this golden. All of them still thought that there was some special treasure, that all of them came over towards Li Fan. Plus Levon. Li Fan was fast. Follow the red dot in your head and kill all the way around. All the battles, which were over in the blink of an eye, were simply quite exaggerated in efficiency. Regardless of whether the other party was a quasi-saint or a saint level, all of them were no different from the dirt chicken and dog, and could only be killed in seconds. One afternoon, the number of treasure beads on Li Fan's body was already more than 200, and Li Fan's figure was now at the edge of the city. Looking beyond the edge, it was a dense jungle of intertwining vines, and it was eerie. Li Fan looked over from the map in his mind, which had quite a few red dots. However, considering that the terrain wasn't very good, Li Fan had no intention of entering the jungle. He was ready to check out another part of the city, but he was just about to leave. A flickering light above the peak at the end of the jungle caught his attention. That? Li Fan looked into the distance. That looks like the wreckage of some flying machine, but it was too far away to see it completely. And from the map in my head, that location was the exact area in the center of a patch of red dots. Levon hesitated. Eventually, driven by intense curiosity, he decided to check it out anyway. So then, Li Fan headlong just plunged into the jungle and went towards that mountain peak. And the other end. Levon wasn't aware of it. Due to the fact that he was now the golden point, the humans as well as the Fae were already partially engaged on the road behind him. The battle can be quite intense, and the gaze goes below the peak of Levant's target. A handsome youth covered in silver scales was leading 5 foreign races prides to gather here. This man is no one else. It was Silver Dick. Your Silver 7 Highness. That golden dot seems a bit like us coming over. Are we going to continue? At this moment, a foreign race's pride couldn't help but frown and open his mouth. When these words came out, the several celestial pride on the side could not help but nod their heads in agreement. It wasn't the first time any of them had come to the quota secret realm, so know what the color gold means. Hearing this, Silver Dick paused for a moment, took a quick look in his head, then waved his hand and said, he doesn't have a red dot following him around. He should be alone. It's fine. Don't pay any attention to him. We're all saint levels. Could he still beat the 6 of us alone? Silver Dick's words fell. Several people looked at each other, and then they all nodded slightly as well. 6-1. Advantage to them. If you can't, the big thing is to run away when the time comes. As long as the other party hadn't reached Paragons, they could still make it if they were bent on escaping. Damn, how come this door won't open at all? It's so tight. There's definitely treasure inside. My brother and the others just found treasures in the quota secret realm. That's why their strength soared. It won't be long before they are estimated to have quasi-gods. I can't fall behind. Silver Dick then turned his head and once again attacked frantically towards a huge silver-gray iron door in front of him. While attacking, his mouth was still chanting. The several face celestials beside him were also not holding back at all, focusing their fire on the iron gate with incomparable anticipation in their eyes. But obviously, it's still too much effort. After a furious bombardment of them, the iron door was always motionless. Not even a dent could be seen. This really made the Silver 7 several people show their eyes and scratch their ears. Chapter 120, Silver Tower. Spaceship? Besides, Li Fan sighed. After entering the jungle, Li Fan as the yen pupil began to sweep. In order to avoid the gutter, Li Fan was very steady. Wherever he sensed any abnormality, he used yen pupil at the first time, taking away the life of the other party along with the vegetation. Without realizing it, the sun sets. Soon it was darkness. Due to the overly tall and dense vegetation, the jungle at night has very little visibility. In order to avoid being accidentally sneak attacked by some old 6 ferocious beasts, Li Fan planned to find a place to rest and wait for the next morning before setting off. So it didn't take long. Li Fan then found a huge hole in the tree. The tree cave was originally inhabited by a saint-level brown bear beast, sleeping soundly, but because of Li Fan's arrival, it turned into a roasted meal for Li Fan. Fortunately, the it in Li Fan's mouth was equally exceptionally sweet, and its residence had logically become a temporary resting place for Li Fan. It was natural that Li Fan, who had eaten and drunk enough, could not really rest, sleep or something like that. Right now, he still had more than 200 beast cores in his spatial ring. No need to use it for nothing. Rolling eyes. The time came the following day. The sunlight sprinkled down in the jungle. Li Fan, who had absorbed the beast core overnight, walked out of the tree hole and couldn't help but stretch his waist, his whole body glowing, listening to the bursts of birdsong in the jungle. In a trance, he actually had the illusion of coming over for a vacation. This feeling of being able to use yin pupil with impunity was really cool, and with that, Li Fan didn't hesitate too much, and immediately went in the direction of the mountain peak. Since Li Fan had been sweeping through yin pupil the entire time, plus a wide field of vision during the day, Li Fan moved forward very fast. In a morning's work, he was already at the foot of that mountain peak, and the treasure beads on his body were as many as a terrifying 300 or so at the moment. One must know that each of these precious beads represented a paragon or even a saint-level ferocious beast. In a day or two of work, killing more than 300 quasi-saints as well as saint-level ferocious beasts. If this battle record were to be spread out, it would definitely be a shock to drop one's jaw. Li Fan, who came to the foot of the mountain, did not stop and went straight to the top of the mountain. The top of this mountain was unusually high, thousands of meters, but with Li Fan's current physical quality, it was really a piece of cake. That's less than 10 minutes. Li Fan was then already on top. The first thing Li Fan noticed was a metal item in the center of the mountaintop. Its shape takes the form of a round tower, with a silver body that shines with a brilliant white light under the sun's rays. Li Fan could almost judge. That was the bright light he saw yesterday afternoon. At this, Li Fan could not help but be very disappointed. Is that what this is all about? To him, it was no different than the broken brass in the city, presumably what was once used to generate electricity or observe climate change. It is really a little less worthwhile to stray from the city for such a piece of scrap metal. The more I think about the language, the more angry I get. Li Fan raised his big hand and with one palm, he was ready to smash the silver tower to vent his anger. Boom! With a dull sound, the silver tower did not shatter, but Li Fan's palm almost shattered. The corner of Li Fan's mouth twitched, and as he ate the pain, he instantly realized that something was wrong. With his current physical strength, not to mention ordinary steels, even hard alloys could be easily slapped off. But this silver tower was not moving, so the material of this silver tower is definitely not simple. Rubbing his palms, Li Fan began to observe around the silver tower. It is? Suddenly, a groove on the side of the silver tower caught Li Fan's attention. Li Fan subconsciously reached out his hand to touch it, but just the next second after touching it, the entire mountain peak unexpectedly began to shake violently. Meanwhile, in the center of the silver tower, a door slowly opened. Wait until the shaking of the mountain peak stops. A text slowly projected out of the door. This text was already unrecognizable to Li Fan, but somehow, he just understood its meaning. Welcome back to the Dark Star, Master. To this, Li Fan's first reaction was that this thing might have come from the universe. One time, Li Fan's heart couldn't help but beat wildly. Judging from the movement just now, this silver tower and the entire mountain peak were one and the same. This was most likely a spaceship from some cosmic civilization, and judging from the dust on the surface of the silver tower door, the owner of the ship should not have returned for a long time, or even been gone. Presuming this, Li Fan sank his breath and with a strong curiosity, he gritted his teeth and took a step inside the door. Moving. It's moving. Your Highness Silver Dick. It's moving. Looks like this effort of ours is working after all. Yeah, keep attacking for a while longer and I guess the door is about to open. Not bad. Looking at the movement, I guess the chance is not small this time. Your Highness Silver Dick. Let's keep taking turns. Just now this commotion was so loud that I'm afraid it will startle quite a few people to come over. The foothills on the other side. Silver Dick and the rest of the few Fey Celestials that were extremely excited. That's right. They naturally felt the vibration of the mountain peak just now. At first, they thought that some terrifying ferocious beast had come, but after hiding and probing for a while, he didn't notice any ferocious beasts. So they quickly realized, it was the movement made by the big silver gray iron door, and they were sure that the reason for the movement was the result of their persistent, night-long attack, and from this motion, there was definitely a great treasure inside this iron gate. Inevitably, this was a very exciting time for a few people, and just as they suspected, the violent vibrations of the mountain peaks had indeed attracted the attention of quite a few foreign races as well as humans within the secret territory. Although they didn't see the peak, they heard this loud noise. At this moment, there were already quite a few people all slowly coming over towards the side. Hey, wait a minute, all of you. Just as the several foreign race celestials were attacking with vigor, Silver Dick, who was rotating down, suddenly called a halt to a few people. Yesterday we saw that the golden spot wasn't far from us, and now that we've made this commotion, that person will probably speed up and head our way. just to be on the safe side. We might consider taking cover. And when he comes over, we'll catch him in a jar. Silver Dick voiced his concerns as well as his plans. If an ordinary foreign enemy came, then they didn't care. They would come and kill one. But if the one who is ranked number 1 in the treasure pearl comes, then we have to be cautious. So as soon as Silver Dick said this, it gained everyone's agreement. However, when they opened the map in their minds, one by one, all of their faces changed drastically, and they were all dumbfounded. No good. Silver Dick was the first to vocalize, his pupils contracting, because that golden dot was, surprisingly, right at the waist of this mountain peak of theirs. The speed at which this came over was really somewhat extremely surprising to them, but there was no room for them to be too surprised. In the next second, after a mere exchange of glances, several people hid themselves, preparing a plan to catch a turtle in a jar. But obviously, they are impossible to squat to. Chapter 121 Cosmic Power. Ship Spirit Skin Bear. Li Fan entered the gate of the Silver Tower. The platform underneath his feet began to fall at an extremely high speed. Li Fan could clearly feel him advancing towards the interior of the ship. I don't know how many breaths passed. The platform at his feet finally came to a halt. When the silver door opens again, the scene in front of him really made Li Fan's eyes go straight. It was a huge gallery with weapons hanging on one side and a loop of a man fighting a great battle among the stars on the other. In the picture, the man was holding a long spear, and with a wave of his hand, he overthrew dozens of stars. Even the flying stars were picked off by the man's spear. It was simply terrifying to the extreme. That kind of horrible battle power. Even the god-level existences he remembered were far from being able to do so. One time, the strong visual impact caused Li Fan to stay in place for a long time, unable to slow down. What level is a god-level powerhouse on the blue planet considered to be if placed in the universe? After a long period of silence, Li Fan finally slowed down from the shock, and finally couldn't help but let out a self-speak. He couldn't say anything specific about this answer, but he almost had a vague answer in his mind. Compared to the universe, Blue Star is still too small. The so-called god-level powerhouses on the blue planet were completely inadequate in front of such a cosmic powerhouse. And with that, Li Fan then continued walking along the long corridor. At the end of the long corridor was the inner facilities of this airship. At a glance, it can be described as vast, and as can be seen from the meanings conveyed by the various textual markings. Inside, whether it's a cultivation room, a relaxation room, or a meditation room, all kinds of sevens and sevens and sevens, the facilities that can be thought of, there are here, and the facilities that can't be thought of, there are also here. But for Livon, the most seductive of all is the gravity chamber. The gravity chamber here, at the highest level of the hierarchy, was equivalent to the sum of the surface gravity of 10 normal mass white dwarfs, if Li Fan understood correctly. You know, the surface gravity of an average mass white dwarf is 1,000,000 times the average gravity of a blue star. 10 white dwarfs, that's 1,000,000 times more. Li Fan didn't dare to go in against such gravity even if he was swollen now. But of course, I don't dare now, but I surely will later. If only this airship was available to me, it would be. Li Fan couldn't help but give birth to a thought at this time, but the thought only appeared for a split second before it dissipated. And let's not even talk about whether or not the owner of this airship will come looking for it. Even if the ship was given to him right now, he wouldn't be able to move it, unless he was prepared to stay in this secret realm all the time. And that's clearly not possible either. So Li Fan's next plan was to see if he could find some here that he could use and take with him. The first thing Li Fan thought of was those weapons in the corridor. It's a shame though. Li Fan hardened his strength and did not move any of the weapons. So Li Fan immediately just switched tactics, wanting to see if there was something like an energy supplement or something like that. Just as Li Fan scurried around and rummaged around, the sound of a voice was instantly what gave Li Fan's entire body the creeps. You don't have the same scent as your master. Are you the master's chosen successor? Li Fan turned around to see that it was a creature that looked like a small raccoon. It was suspended in mid-air, staring at Li Fan with wide eyes and a face full of innocence. Li Fan almost subconsciously cast Yin Pupil, but unfortunately, it didn't have the slightest effect. Apparently, the little raccoon was not a creature at all. However, looking at its appearance, it didn't seem to have any bad intentions. So Li Fan responded with a stiff upper lip and said, "You answer my question first. Who are you? Why are you here?" Hear the query. The little raccoon immediately just gives the answer. "My name is Pi Bear. I am the ship's spirit of the Dark Star, and I am responsible for handling all things on the Dark Star." This statement was made. Li Fan couldn't help but breathe a slight sigh of relief. Luckily it's not a ghost. He wasn't sure about the ship spirit, but he did know about the vessel spirit, which had been written about inside many online novels. This little raccoon should be an intelligent creature similar to an artifact spirit, except that it was in charge of the ship. It's your turn to answer my question. Leather Bear continued to speak at this point. To this, Li Fan could only respond truthfully. My name is Li Fan. I don't know your master, so it's not really an heir. I just came in by chance. Hear that? The Leather Bear's face immediately just became disappointed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, though, Leather Bear is the one who throws in the towel again. You are the first creature to enter the ship in hundreds of millions of years. If you promise to help me find the original owner, I can recognize you first. This statement was made. Li Fan's eyes immediately straightened. Nice guy. The first creature to come in here in hundreds of millions of years? And to recognize the owner? A moment ago he had wondered if he could take the ship. What a way to say something. If one becomes the owner of this airship, that would be a perfect opportunity to take the ship away. This great opportunity is really coming straight to your mouth. Li Fan was about to agree, but suddenly hesitated. This ship has been here for hundreds of millions of years. For so long, his master had not come back again. He had every reason to suspect, then, that his master might already be fallen. Going out into the vast universe to find someone who has fallen. Honestly, it's a tough job. But after only a moment's hesitation, Li Fan directly agreed. It's not like this Leather Bear has a time frame within which to find his original owner. Spaceships, doesn't he smell good? With this airship, his strength was bound to soar. At least for a long time to come, he wouldn't have to think about cultivation places. And so it was. The next step was to begin the ceremony of recognizing the owner. The ceremony was simple. The Leather Bear made a slight point on Li Fan's palm. A rune flashed above it, and the ceremony was over. Immediately after, with a wave of Li Fan's hand, a virtual projection of the ship as a whole appeared before his eyes. From the projection, Li Fan could see all the internal structure of the ship. So this airship has 3 levels. Li Fan looked at his position in the ship, and soon, Li Fan noticed another problem with the ship. That's energy consumption. The energy tank at the top showed that the ship now had less than 0.0001% energy. So Li Fan immediately turned his head to the Leather Bear and, out of energy, is there a way to get some energy first? With just that much energy, he was worried that the Leather Bear would shut down and be gone in the next second. And the Leather Bear's answer was dry. There's no way. This current bit of energy isn't enough to support arriving at the nearest energy star. And the planet we're currently on hasn't been classified as a cosmic civilization. So if we want to go to the energy star, we'll need to wait until this planet passes the primary civilization examination before the shackled passageway can be opened. Chapter 122, The So-Called Shackles, Black Tatsuya. Hear that answer. Li Fan couldn't help but be a little disappointed. If there wasn't enough energy, then many of the things in this airship, I'm afraid, wouldn't be able to be used. And hear the yoke passage in the mouth of the Leather Bear. Li Fan couldn't help but be a bit puzzled and immediately continued to inquire. The Leather Bear also explained patiently. There are countless races, countless civilizations in the universe, and there are living planets being born every moment. And if these living planets want to step into the great universe, they have to pass the primary civilization examination. And only if they pass the examination can they be incorporated into the cosmic civilization and have a chance to survive for a long time. Shackle channel. To explain it in layman's terms, it can be understood as a huge bubble that contains your planet. This bubble isolates you from the great universe. No matter how much you explore, you can't go to the great universe, which also forms a shackle. If you can pass the test, this bubble will be burst. As for when this civilization test came into existence and who formulated it, the most widely accepted viewpoint at the moment is that it is the will of the universe. But this claim is completely devoid of any evidence that can back it up and is just pure speculation. Listen to the Leather Bear's explanation. While Li Fan was once again shocked in his heart, he could not help but have great expectations for the vast cosmic civilization in his mouth. I see. No wonder many probes are unable to encounter any extraterrestrial life even after flying for tens of billions of light years. Li Fan at this time also understood the results of some of the previous exploration experiments of many scientists of the Blue Star, hoping to be isolated. And with that, Li Fan was thinking of some more doubts. Then how did you and your master come to our blue planet? I thought the shackle passage was not open. Also, how did you come to the blue planet, and landed in this secret realm? Pi Bear seconds back. This yoke passage is no deterrent to civilized beings already recognized by the greater universe. We also just happened to crash land here during our escape. As for why it's in the secret realm, I can't answer that either. Maybe it's an arrangement of the cosmic will, or maybe it's just a coincidence. This explanation obviously caused Li Fan to cry and laugh a little, and at the same time, he was also shocked. The strength of the original owner of this airship was already so terrifying. And end up on the run? How sick does the opponent have to be? It's true that the more you ask, the more you can feel how small Blue Star is. A deep breath was exhaled. Li Fan then didn't continue to ask any other questions about the universe. because judging from the leather bear's answer, the most important thing he needed to think about now was the civilization test. If the Blue Star humans didn't pass the test, then they would be wiped out by the rules of the universe. The Starry Sea would belong to those oceanic aliens. There was no point in him knowing that much now. What else can the ship do with the energy it has now? Can it fly for a little while? Or can you shrink it down a bit or something? Li Fan decided to ask something practical. He had the airship now, and it would be no use at all if he couldn't use anything at all and then couldn't fly. That meant the ship still had to stay in this secret realm. At present, the energy is extremely low, so it is not possible to make space jumps, and if it were simply to navigate the universe, the limit would be 3 million kilometers. Shrinking can't be done, but it is possible to use a one-time spatial fold to seal the ship in a small space, making it easier to carry. If you want to utilize the facilities on the ship, Master, I propose space folding. The energy consumption of folding is far less than space jumping, in which case the remaining energy can still support the operation of some cultivation chambers. Hearing this, Li Fan's face showed delight, especially the suggestions that follow. To be honest, he really didn't need this ship for flight or space jumping right now. The utility was too low. All he needed now was to be able to take this ship away and use that gravity chamber. The rest of the places that could be used could well wait to be explored after getting the energy replenished. Then let's take that suggestion you proposed. But before that, I'd like to experience the gravity chamber. Li Fan nodded, and then said expectantly. In response, the leather bear was very cooperative. After scanning the strength of Li Fan's physical body, the most suitable multiplier was regulated for Li Fan. Compared to the gravity chamber at the base, the gravity chamber here was much more expansive, and the technology was several notches stronger. Of course, the main thing was this function that could match the gravity multiplier based on the strength of his physical body. Before he was at the base, he was trying things out a little bit on his own. And here, with the conditioning of a leather bear, his workouts are totally just about as good as they can get. Soon, after working out at the limit for over 2 hours, Li Fan was then close to being paralyzed with exhaustion. Luckily, he was already carrying a ton of supplements in his spatial ring. A few moments later, Li Fan received a timely refill, and just as Li Fan was resting, the leather bear reappeared in front of Li Fan. Master, there is a similar recovery tonic within the airship. In addition to recovery, it also has the effect of strengthening the body to a certain extent. However, with the master's current body, it is impossible to use it, and there is a risk of bursting into flames, so consider the nutritional pods. They have great benefits for the owner at the moment. This statement was made. Li Fan stood up with a flourish. Good lord, he'd almost forgotten about the supplies on the ship. So Li Fan hurriedly had Leather Bear list the supplies he could use on the airship. But soon, the results given out by the Leather Bear were a disappointment to him. The airship did have a little bit of supplies on board, such as energy stones similar to beast cores, various recovery supplements, and even some rare ingredients from the universe as well as some cultivation methods from the universe. But they were things that he basically couldn't use. Master, you're too weak. It's better to use the nutritional pod first. That's right. This statement from the Leather Bear explains everything. He's too weak now. It hasn't reached the threshold of being able to use it. In response, Li Fan could only remain silent with his head full of black lines. But it's not a big problem. Getting stronger isn't always a slow process. But there is one thing to be said for this feeling of holding onto a mountain of gold and not being able to use it. You can't use these expendable supplies, and you can't use weapons. So is there anything for defense? Li Fan was still a bit reluctant and finally prepared to ask on. In response, Leather Bear paused for a moment, and then said, "There's one." Hearing this, Li Fan's eyes lit up. Finally something that works. With that, the Leather Bear immediately teleported the one that worked. It was a dark and light dress. This is the black tatsu clothes, bought by the grandson of one of the master's inferior slaves at the time. But unfortunately he hadn't even worn it before he was shot to death by one of the master's accidental coughs. This clothing is extremely weak in grade, but it does have a certain amount of defense. Hearing this, Li Fan's mood, which was still very curious, instantly hit rock bottom. Nice guy. That's coming from a bit too much of a fishing expedition. Forget it, it's not much fun if it's too weak. Li Fan waved his hand helplessly. However, Leather Bear was the one who continued to speak. Weakness is relative. This dress is still very useful for you, Master, at the moment, so you can give it a try. Obviously, that's very unpleasant to hear, but it seems to be true again. Then tell me, what level of attack can this defense resist? Is there any for a quasi-god? Li Fan continued to ask. There is no contact with other humans on this planet, so there is no way to make a judgment without knowing the difference between the levels set by this planet's civilization and the levels in the universe. But if it's based on your master's ability, This black tatsu cloth can do so by completely ignoring your attacks. Master. The leather bear remained patient. Hear this. The corner of Li Fan's mouth twitched. Still as inoffensive as ever. Still sounds like it's somewhat useful. So Li Fan just picked up the clothes. And just the moment Li Fan put it on, the clothes quickly wrapped his entire body and finally hid on top of his skin. If you look at it from the outside, you can't see the slightest trace of it at all. At the same time, it was also not affecting Li Fan's skin's sense of touch to the outside world in the slightest. It's still peculiar. Li Fan couldn't help but feel emotion in his heart. It's kind of a non-starter in the mouth of a leather bear, but it seems to be kinda in. Try the defense of this thing someday if you get a chance. Chapter 123, Silver Dick's Plan. New quota. I now have 300 multi-precious pearls. For a short time, the others shouldn't be able to catch up. If I can cultivate here for a while, perhaps my strength can be taken to another level. Li Fan couldn't help but have a thought at this time. The airship had nutritional pods that allowed him to recover extremely fast, and the best gravity chamber configuration, plus a bunch of beast cores in his spatial ring. If he stayed here to exercise, his strength was bound to be able to usher in another metamorphosis. After a slight hesitation, Li Fan immediately resolved this idea and began his seclusion. And again, the outside world at this time. Silver Dick's few people were still squatting today, always observing the movements of the gold dots on the map. Strange. Why does he stay still on the mountainside? Indeed, can it be that the entrance to this treasure is on this mountainside? It's hard to say. Keep squatting for a little while longer. Maybe they'll be here soon. If we can't, let's take the initiative. It's not a good idea to wait any longer. A few people were already squatting for a long time, but it was a delay in waiting for Li Fan's arrival. This is really making them a little close to not being able to wait any longer. Finally, after another hour of waiting, they finally couldn't wait any longer and decided to make the first move. But when they came to the location of the golden spot on the mountainside, they people were dumbfounded. There's no one here either, so they quickly guessed. This mountain of opportunity has been shortchanged. Damn, how the hell did he get in there? Is there another entrance? Silver Dick was the first to break into a curse. His face hard to see. The rest of the few Fey Celestials were the same. They had spent a great deal of time for this chance, and they hadn't even done much to acquire the treasure beads. So, they immediately just started looking for other entrances all over the mountain. Soon, they then found the silver tower on top of the mountain. But alas, the airship was now Li Fan's. They were completely unable to trigger the gates of the silver tower. Annoyed, they attacked the silver tower, venting their frustration. But it was like scratching an itch for the ship. It didn't move at all. Once they had calmed down, that's when they planned their next move. Even if this guy gets a chance, it shouldn't be possible for him to turn it into his own strength within a few days. Let's hide this entrance first and not be discovered by the others. In the next few days, we'll go nearby and collect the treasure beads first. And once we discover any movement over here, we'll immediately gather over and snatch his chance. Silver Dick's eyes narrowed slightly as he said grimly. And in response to such an arrangement, the several foreign celestials beside him nodded. Chance is important. In fact, so are jewels. It's about the civilization test later. They couldn't have been squatting around all this time without acquiring the treasure beads. However, right at this moment, a heavenly pride voiced a doubt. Your Highness Silver 7. With the hint of the location of the golden dot, I'm afraid that other people will also find out about the chance here. And, I mean what if the person in here, is your Highness Z Yuan? To this, Silver Dick just slightly pondered for a moment, then he said with a grim look in his eyes, as long as all the entrances in this mountain are hidden, if you don't say anything and I don't say anything, even if they guess that there is a chance here, they won't be able to find the entrance, and even if they also squat around here like us, the speed of finding the entrance will not be as fast as ours, and we'll still have a head start. If it's that guy Z Yuan, it's fine, do the same thing. When the time comes, we'll say that he accidentally died at the hands of a human. Hear that? The several Fey Celestials on the side couldn't help but frown slightly, somewhat hesitant. The Purple Abyss as well as the Purple Clan were not something they could mess with, but now they are on Silver Dick's thief ship. It's not good to think of going down, and then think of the chance in this mountain. Gritting their teeth, they were ready to take a chance and follow Silver Dick, one way or another. Rolling eyes. 2 days passed. For 2 days, many people who followed the Golden Dot's instructions came to the peak. However, they all floundered and found no trace of Li Fan. Some people thought that there might be a problem with the secret marker, so they didn't stay too long and left unhappily. Some people, on the other hand, guessed that Li Fan might be within the mountain, but after some searching, they didn't find an entrance into the mountain, and finally left due to the pressure of collecting the treasure beads. And there were also people who guessed that there might be some chance within the mountain and decided to squat around the area to watch for Li Fan's appearance. However, After this part of the group continued to fail to find the entrance and didn't see any signs of movement from Li Fan, they couldn't help but be skeptical about the matter of the chance. And in the end, they could only leave unwillingly. So in the end, most of the people who came over didn't really have the patience to stay. And if you look at the whole secret world, this is not the main battlefield either. The main battlefield, still at the other end of that steel city. There, many of the humans as well as the Fae were already assembled individually and had begun to move in a group hug. Without realizing it, another 3 days passed. Nowadays, on the map, apart from Li Fan, there were already 9 other gold dots. Compared to Li Fan, their colors were slightly lighter. However, this did not mean that the number of treasure beads of the 9 people was also close to reaching Li Fan's 300 or so. Rather, these 9 people ranked in the top 10 in terms of the number of precious pearls among all people. If they can continue to hold that ranking, they could also earn the final spot, a corner of the city. Fong Cheng, Wang Xing and the 2 of them were following a few Sacred One's veteran students to hide and rest inside an abandoned building. It can be seen, the duo's faces were very tired and their aura was very shriveled. These days, they have experienced many life and death moments. Not only have you seen the terror of the head beast here, even more so, he had seen the terror of the foreign race's pride. Several of their classmates were already fallen. A few even died right in front of their eyes. If they weren't protected by a few saint-level veterans, I'm afraid they would have to suffer. It had to be said that the danger here was really a bit beyond their expectations. I also don't know how Tang Hua and Li Fan are doing. Fong Qing's brows were furrowed as he looked out the window at the incredibly gloomy sky, and he couldn't help but feel a little worried in his heart. Let's hope they all survive. Wang Xing, who was at the side, said with a face full of numbness. The experience of these days hit him hard. Not to mention accepting the fall of Li Fan Tanghua, even if it was his own fall, he was mentally prepared. Just as the 2 were talking, suddenly, the old student on the side covered the mouths of the 2 of them, signaling them not to make a sound. And not far away at that moment, a sound rang out. That's where that group of humans came from earlier. Spread out and remove all the red markers around here. Yes, Your Highness Zi Yuan, we'll line up immediately. That's right, this was none other than the dozen or so foreign tribesmen led by Zi Yuan. If you looked at the map, 4 of them, including Zi Yuan, were pale golden dots, and wait for the Fey Celestials to scatter in search of it. Zi Yuan, on the other hand, took out something in a sack with bloodstains and kicked it up and down with his feet for fun, while his mouth started chanting in a depressed manner. There don't seem to be many humans here this time either. At this rate, when exactly will we gather 100? Chapter 124, Tragic. Purple Abyss Wrath. Architectural Sandwich. As Fong Cheng and the others watched this scene, all of them had ugly faces, their eyes covered with endless grief and anger, for it was no other than the heads of their fellow countrymen that lay at the feet of the Purple Abyss. Emotionally speaking, they really wanted to dismantle Zi Yuan right now to avenge their dead compatriots. But, in practical terms, all they can do now is watch, because this Purple Abyss strength, they had all seen it before. It's just horrible. Not long ago, a saint-level veteran student had died at the hands of this Purple Abyss. Roughly estimating, this Purple Abyss was definitely not something that had just stepped into the saint level, but rather had a high probability of having the terrifying strength of a saint level mid-grade. And apart from this Purple Abyss, more than half of those celestial pride besides Zi Yuan were also at the saint level. And even if they didn't reach the saint level, then they were all at the top quasi-saint level. Faced with such a horrible group, at their current level, it was a fool's errand to take revenge. And let's not even talk about revenge. The way things are going, they'll be found soon enough. Once discovered, I'm afraid none of them will survive. One time, a few people looked at each other and began to make eye contact. It could be seen that other than the backbone of the team, that most powerful saint-level veteran Chang Jian, the rest of them were all very flustered, especially Fong Cheng and also Wang Xing. The duo were the only 2 paragon saints in the team, and they had also been exhausted for a long time, so their battle power could be said to have been greatly reduced. Once they were discovered, they definitely didn't even have the chance to fight back a little. Although they had long been prepared to accept death, but it's still hard not to be a little scared when you're actually facing death. Boom! Boom! Soon, accompanied by the Fey Celestials counting around, they were getting closer and closer to being discovered. If we continue to stay here as a sitting duck, it's only a matter of time before we're discovered. Perhaps on the verge of despair, Fong Cheng as well as Wang Xing were already somewhat frank. Looking at the 3 seniors who had been protecting them at the side, the 2 of them glanced at each other before all of them tried to get up. That's right, they wanted to go out and draw some attention to the 3 seniors to buy them a chance at survival. Instead of being a liability all the time, might as well do something worthwhile. But just as the duo was halfway up, they were pressed down by Chang Jian. Cheng Jian shook his head towards the two of them, before turning his head and then looking towards the other two older students, and then quickly handed the spatial ring in his hand to the two of them. Such a scene. A few people all saw what he was going to do, and they all anxiously shook their heads towards Cheng Jian, but Cheng Jian was already determined. I'm unattached, so let me do this. Later, after I go out, you guys find the right time and head towards that swamp at the first opportunity. The terrain there is complicated, and there are many ferocious beasts with red markings, so the chances of survival are greater. After gently leaving these two words, before the four of them could say anything, the next second, Cheng Jian sped out. There! Finally! Ha ha ha! The first rat is scared out. For a while, the gazes of Ziyuan and all the foreign race's heavenly prides were attracted to Cheng Jian, and they laughed out loud, as if the fisherman had seen the big fish that couldn't hold back and was desperately trying to pounce. Immediately after that, they all started to close in towards Cheng Jian, ready to close the net and pocket this big fish. And Cheng Jian, who was already holding the heart of certain death, was already without the slightest fear, yelling and shouting, "You bunch of stinking fish and shrimps in the sea, do you have the guts to fight one-on-one? Except for hugging? I can dismantle all of you." And such words clearly succeeded in playing on the anger of Ziyuan and the others. Humph. So much bull ***** at the end of your life. Your Highness Ziyuan, leave this man to me. Ignore this guy, and one-on-one. Do you think we're stupid? That's right, get it together. And then we'll rip his head off and kick it as a ball. The foreign race's celestial pride all swarmed up at this moment, instantly blocking all of Cheng Jian's retreating paths. Corner. Watching the scene, Fang Cheng as well as Wang Xing were all showing their teeth and could not help their eyes from turning red. The two saint levels on the side did the same. However, remembering Cheng Jian's words, they didn't dare to hesitate, and immediately pulled the two of them, Wanqing Shangqing, and sped towards the swampy area ahead. And this movement was quickly detected by Ziyuan. Not good. Get the tiger out of the mountain. Ziyuan as well as the rest of the Fey Celestials all had their faces sunken as it dawned on them that they had been duped, just about ready to split up and pursue. Cheng Jian, however, suddenly snapped, exploding his entire body's cultivation and blocking the front of the pursuing crowd. There's no way you're getting out of this until I'm dead. Next, Cheng Jian around the void is surging out countless grass vines. Will be surrounded by dozens of meters or all trapped in the grass cage. Immediately after that, the grass and wood cage began to shrink at breakneck speed, seemingly to pinch them all into meat cakes. Such a scene caused Ziyuan's face to look very ugly. It wasn't because the grass cage was any danger. On the contrary, this thing pressed no danger to him at all. Rather, it's because he's a little tired of being teased. Boo! With a lift of Purple Abyss's big hand, a huge purple inflammatory fire was directly destroying the grass and wood cage, blasting out a big opening, and in the process, also burning Cheng Jian into charcoal. Waiting until Ziyuan once again looked in the direction that Fang Cheng and the others had fled. Already, only a few blurred backs could be seen. That direction is towards the swamp. This meant that it would be difficult for them to chase after the Shangqing few. This result caused Ziyuan's face to become extremely ugly, and looking at Ziyuan's face, the rest of the foreign race's prides didn't dare to speak and hung their heads. There can't be a next time for something like this. Ziyuan coldly dropped a sentence, and then he went in another direction, and on the other end. At this moment, the four Fang Cheng who were still running away now had wet eyes, while in their hearts, they were suppressing their killing intent. This revenge will surely be avenged in the coming days, and throughout the entire secret realm today. Things like Fang Cheng and others are playing out everywhere. As more and more time passes, whether it was humans or foreigners, they were all already slowly beginning to successfully converge and move in a group. The beach beyond the secret place, Lin Kuei and the group of tutors were looking out over the sea, their faces filled with worry. Compared to the previous quota secret, the time it takes for the secret realm to open is much longer. They couldn't see what was going on inside the secret place, and now they could only pray that their students were not seriously hurt. Of course, no big deal is impossible. Every time you enter a secret realm, there is a certain mortality rate. At best, they can only hope for a lower mortality rate. Chapter 125, Strength Soars. Li Fan finally comes out. Besides, Li Fan's side, closed for a long time. Li Fan was already so numb that he was on the verge of forgetting how many times he had soaked in the nutrition pod and how many times he had worked out. At any moment, Li Fan came out of the nutritional pod once again. Li Fan couldn't help but subconsciously open the red dot map in his mind. After he saw that he was no longer the only golden dot on the map, Li Fan's heart was immediately tightened. He's still the brightest one now though still, but he didn't know if the remaining 9 gold-dotted jewels numbered a great deal away from him. Almost there. Gotta go get the treasure beads. Li Fan frowned slightly and no longer decided to continue his seclusion. If the quota was delayed because of the retreat, it would be a small loss. So immediately, Li Fan was ready to summon the leather bear. And as soon as the leather bear came out and saw Li Fan's condition, before Li Fan could speak first, the leather bear spoke first and, "Master, the metamorphosis of your physique is fast, and according to the calculations, it is already possible to use the lowest grade of energy crystals. After digesting it, you will be able to optimize your battle power." Hear that? Li Fan immediately brightened up. Energy crystals, energy stones were all one thing, but the former belonged to fragments, similar to the difference between crushed silver and silver ingots, and they were all about as effective as beast cores. In contrast, compared to beast cores, they had an even greater advantage. That is, they were easy to absorb. It takes 3 days to absorb the same amount of energy, using a beast core, and with energy crystals, energy stones, it might only take a few hours. Nowadays, Li Fan's physical strength had already risen by a great grade. It would indeed be a feather in my cap if I could level up along the way. After a slight hesitation, Li Fan instantly decided to go ahead and get his upgrades up first. It doesn't take much time to absorb energy crystals, and most of all he had never tried to absorb this kind of energy from the universe, and was more or less that curious. And in the middle of the jungle in the outside world at that moment, Silver Dick's few people were now re-arriving at the foot of the mountain. After days of collecting, Silver Dick, as well as another foreign race's heavenly pride, had already achieved gold points, and the number of treasure beads ranked in the top 10. Have to say, although the surrounding jungle was vast in size, there were not many people from the two clans. Most of them were just ferocious beasts that carried precious pearls. This puts very little pressure on them to compete, especially when Silver Dick as well as the other Fey Pride also turned into golden dots. Then the competition was even smaller. This was normal. 3 golden dots, before being unable to read whether the other party was a group or not. Without some strength, it was not very daring to approach. Strange, why isn't this guy moving at all? This fellow wouldn't be hiding inside to digest the chance, would he? If that's the case, won't we have to wait in vain? No hurry, if it is really a big chance, give him another month. Estimate cannot digest. It may be in the inside encountered what happened. Waiting for such a long time. Not bad this moment. There's no hurry yet. If we wait any longer, the secret realm will be closed. A few of the Fey Celestials who didn't obtain enough treasure pearls couldn't help but complain at the moment. Most of the treasure beads in this neighborhood can be taken by Yin Chi and another stronger foreigner. They only share a little soup. Although they were weaker than the duo in terms of status, they were at least considered to have come in with the hopes of their own families. They are also here to fight for a spot. If they continue to squat here, odds are they won't be able to meet their promotion chances, and back off a million steps. If the light lost the opportunity to obtain a quota is just a big deal. The big deal is to wait for the next quota of the secret world to appear. But the problem is that the chances haven't been shadowed at all yet. Li Fan was just as fixed in it, moving without driving, neither obtaining a quota nor obtaining a chance. Then this trip to come here is not purely as a running companion. Listening to a few people complain, Yin Chi, who had always been extremely patient, could not help but back out. According to the news given by the clan before they came, the general opening of the secret realm was just 7 or 8 days. It was now nearly 10 days past. It was afraid that it was not far from the closure of the secret realm. If Li Fan had been simmering inside until the day the secret realm closed and then came out, then they would have really waited in vain. Let's wait for another day. If there's no movement after a day, we'll go to the next place and grab a spot. Gritting his teeth, Silver Dick gave his final bottom line. After waiting for so long, it would really still not be a good idea to leave just like that, but to continue to wait in death, that's not desirable either. One day was his last line, and hearing Silver Dick's words, several people did not complain anymore and started to follow Silver Dick towards the top of the mountain, waiting for Li Fan's appearance. Time rolls on. It was already early the next morning, inside one of the Dark Star's cultivation rooms. Yes, Li Fan opened his eyes and let out a sigh of relief, and his entire mental outlook is now energized. Have to say, the stuff at this big place is just great. It's a lot more enjoyable than beast cores and the like. It's just a bit of a shame there aren't a lot of energy crystals at this level. After Li Fan absorbed it all, there was just a little bit left. The rest were higher-ranked energy stones that he was currently unable to absorb. Boo! 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 Get up instantly. Li Fan's whole body's tendons and bones resonated in unison, emitting a real popping sound, and there was a hidden tiger and leopard thunder sound between one breath and one inhalation. And his aura was really horrible like this. This time of seclusion was not in vain. Immediately, Li Fan just tapped on the attribute panel. Name, Li Fan. Level, LV 283, 3%. Power, 13. 299. 000. Defense, 13. 124 million. Spirit, 1, 308.7 million, compared to before. Not only was he now at a level that was already approaching quasi-saint, the numerical value was even already far beyond the category of quasi-saint, and compared to before the seclusion, it was several times stronger. He was unable to predict just how terrifying his battle power would be if he paired it with the avalanche starfist nowadays. After walking out of the cultivation room, Li Fan just immediately summoned the leather bear again. It's almost time for me to get out. Open the folding space. That's right. It's time to get out. Well, start space folding right away. After the spatial folding, you, master, can place the ship in a spatial ring, making it easy to carry around. After the space folds, the leather bear will fall into a deep sleep. You will not be able to enter the ship after the spatial folding, master, and will not be able to open it normally until after it is recharged. With an audible beep from the leather bear, Li Fan immediately was riding the elevator teleportation channel towards the silver tower gate at the top of the mountain at breakneck speed. In the meantime, the entire mountain peak also began to tremble fiercely. The terrifying commotion startled many flying insects and beasts to run away. Even many of the ferocious beasts that were in the nearby city were scared and hurriedly ran towards the center of the city. And the opposite of these ferocious beasts, it was clearly Silver Dick and the others. Coming. Finally, calm down, all of you. Stay in ambush. Don't let anything go wrong. Damn, it's finally out. Chapter 126, Desperate Silver Dick. At this moment, Silver Dick and the others, all of them were all excited and thrilled. After waiting for a long time, they could finally wait for Li Fan to come out. Just now, they were even ready to leave. Livan, but a few minutes at night, they might have been out of here. And so it was. With excitement, Silver Dick's several people immediately was ambushed not far from the gate of the Silver Tower. They were ready to attack in the direction of the gate at the first moment it opened, regardless of whether the opposite side was a human or one of their kind. This chance was something they were going to want anyway, and at this time, Li Fan was as if he knew nothing about it. Nowadays, Li Fan was still studying the situation of the red dot map in his mind, but when he opened the map, he was noticing, extremely close to him, there were 2 golden dots, as well as several red dots. There's someone up there? Li Fan's eyes narrowed slightly as he whispered to himself. It looks like someone is squatting him on the top of the hill. Ha! One time. Many options flashed through Li Fan's mind. With his current strength, he definitely didn't have much of a problem facing an ordinary saint level, but didn't really know where the limit was. In case the other party's strength surpassed his limit, then there might be a risk of overturning the car. So for prudential reasons, Li Fan was ready to use Yin Pupil at any time later. Of course, if it's a self-schooler or something like that, then it's fine. It's a total oops. Soon, as the platform under Li Fan's feet came to the highest place, the door to the Silver Tower also slowly opened. It's now. Kill. Die for me. In a split second, several different attacks were clearly sent out from Silver Dick and the others. The terrifying might caused the ground around the Silver Tower next to the gate to crack and collapse, raising gusts of sand and dust. Seeing the delay in the sand and dust, Silver Dick and several foreign tribal prides all walked out, their faces filled with joy. By the looks of it, the other party was already seriously injured even if he wasn't dead. Otherwise it couldn't have been delayed. Your Highness Silver 7. This chance, we are considered to have arrived. But this chance is distributed. A foreign race's pride at this time gazed at In Chi who was on the side. But before he could finish his sentence, Silver Dick cut him off. I'll just take care of the distribution. I'll see what kind of chance it is first. Silver Dick was very domineering, and with a wave of his hand, he had already made a decision. Hearing these words, although the several foreign races celestials didn't say anything with their mouths, their hearts didn't feel the same way. It was true that Silver Dick's status was higher than theirs, but such hegemony was a bit hard for them to accept. They don't get credit for it. According to Silver Dick's nature, he said that he was talking about distribution, but later he might be able to leave them some kind of broken brass. For a while, several people looked at each other and silently had some plans in their hearts. At this time, Silver 7 was already rushing at the front, and couldn't wait to see what this chance he had waited for so long was all about. However, when Silver Dick arrived in front of the Silver Tower, he was directly frozen in place. Where are the people? Silver Dick's face changed, and his entire body froze completely. The crowd of foreign races prides behind them were also completely frozen. There's no one at the door? Did he escape? Or was he already blown to smithereens? Just as a few people froze in confusion, a voice slowly sounded from behind a few people. Guys, are you looking for me? That's right. This is none other than Li Fan. When? The moment. Silver Dick as well as several foreigners all felt a sudden buzzing in their brains and their faces changed drastically. They had attacked the first time the door opened, So how could Li Fan suddenly appear behind them? Did Li Fan come out at that instant? If that's the case, it's a little too fast. I'm afraid that even Zi Yuan can't do such speed at all. Realizing Li Fan's terror, Silver Dick turned around violently, and the first thing he did was to exclaim, "Split up and run!" However, he had just turned around, but he realized that his companions had already fallen one by one, losing their lives. At this moment, a strong sense of fear instantly overwhelmed Silver Dick. How in the world did Li Fan exterminate these people without a sound? One must know that there were a few of them who were saint level. Even if there was a huge gap in strength, it wasn't so quiet that there wasn't even a chance to resist. For a moment, his body began to tremble, and his heart was filled with regret. If I'd known it was a murderer, why would I have squatted? And soon, after he saw Li Fan's face, "It's you?" He froze again, almost out of breath, because this face was just a little too familiar to him. Wasn't this the same Li Fan who had pushed all of their foreign races sideways in the secret realm and killed Zi Yuan's younger brother, Zi Mua? That's right. At that time, the live footage of the Heavenly Fae's secret realm was actually synchronized and watched amongst their oceanic fae. It was supposed to be a performance show that the Purple Clan gave to their oceanic entire clan to come to. The result was that it ended up being a large turnover scene because of Li Fan's presence. Regarding Li Fan's face, not only Silver Dick, but actually many of the foreigners all recognized him. And what surprised Silver Dick was clearly this terrifying rate of progress of Li Fan. Back in that secret realm, Li Fan's battle power seemed to be transcendent at best. In his eyes, it was really no different than a piece of trash. But how much time had passed, and Li Fan was already able to kill a saint level silently? Could it be that Li Fan was now a paragon? From transcendent to quasi-god in a few months? What the hell kind of monster is this? No, it's like a monster of monsters. I didn't expect to recognize me. Well then, I'll give you a chance to fight me head-on. Seeing this reaction from Silver Dick, Li Fan couldn't help but smile. The aura on Silver Dick wasn't actually weak, it was even quite strong. Li Fan was worried that no one would come to give him a try on his current physical body's battle power. But who knows? After Silver Dick heard this, he actually didn't have any intention to fight, and even directly arched his hand towards Li Fan to beg for forgiveness. Dare not! Dare not! It is I, Silver Dick, who have the eyes to recognize and tie and have offended you. Tell you what, I'll give you all the precious beads on my body, all the treasures, and let me live. Strike that! Silver Dick immediately just started picking up the space ring to hand it to Li Fan, and his appearance could be described as very flattering. This scene really confused Li Fan. That's a bit spineless, isn't it? Just now, those foreigners had a mouthful of your highness, and thought that they were a ruthless character, but they didn't expect to beg for forgiveness so quickly. You're quite the catch, but letting you go won't be that simple. Tell you what, I'll stand here, and if you can make me move one step within 3 moves, I can let you go. Li Fan once again showed Silver Dick a path at this time. This statement was made. Silver Dick hesitated for a moment, and thoughts began to run wild in his mind. Really? Silver Dick frowned. Li Fan then smiled. Do you think you have a choice? Silver Dick blushed. It looked like Li Fan had absolutely no intention of letting him go. In that case, it's all about resistance. Boo! Only to see an explosive sound. Silver Dick suddenly snapped, directly towards Li Fan to kill, wanting to give Li Fan a surprise. And Li Fan, in response, didn't have the slightest idea of trying to dodge. Good timing! Li Fan shouted and cupped his fist seal to directly meet him. Boom! In the blink of an eye, Silver Dick was then blasted away half of his body. This, Silver Dick, who had a trace of life left in him, was now looking at Li Fan with eyes full of horror, his face full of despair. The Li Fan in front of him was simply a monster. Chapter 127, Impending Rendezvous, Zi Yuan's Curiosity. That's it? Looking at Silver Dick's lifeless and collapsed body, Li Fan was disappointed. He didn't enjoy himself at all. It was all over a little too quickly. But there's one that's completely certain. That is, an ordinary saint level was definitely not his opponent right now. Immediately, Li Fan then began to clean up the battlefield. Soon, Li Fan's number of treasure beads came to over 500 from the original 300 or so. This amount, in fact, is so solid that it's even a bit of a surplus. When the battlefield is cleaned up, the entire mountain peak also began to collapse, and the dark star, which had undergone spatial folding, flew out at great speed and came into Li Fan's hands. After placing it in his spatial ring, Li Fan stepped on the crumbling and falling debris and darted away, heading in the direction of the city. Time to skedaddle. Next, he was going to visit the golden dots one by one. His idea was simple. If the golden point of encounter is a senior, then converge on the action together. If it's a foreigner, then it's just a matter of snatching the treasure beads in one fell swoop, and the other end. At this time, Fangqing's few people were already meeting up with another wave of old students. Two of these older students were both gold dot markers and were very strong. They were all led by the duo as well. After learning that Zi Yuan and the others were engaging in the act of collecting the heads of human celestial pride, the old students were all filled with righteous indignation and wanted to take revenge immediately. But under the description of Fangqing's few people, Zi Yuan's strength was just as if it had been exaggerated extremely high. So the matter of revenge was put aside for the time being. Currently, their plan right now was to go and hunt down some more ferocious beasts and obtain a little bit of treasure beads. Whenever you come across a gold dot in close proximity, immediately move away from it. This was clearly the most prudent way to avoid running into Zi Yuan and the others altogether at the moment. And just as they were hunting and preparing to go hunting the ferocious beasts, suddenly a loud bang was heard from the distance. Immediately after, from the map, a whole bunch of red dots surprisingly all darted in the direction of their city center, as if a wave of beasts had erupted. What's happening over there? Some people looked out over the horizon, their faces full of gravity. I'm not sure, but we can collect those red dots first. Zhao Yan, one of the leaders in the queue, said with a frown. So many red dots means tons of treasure beads. It's even possible to punch a top 10 spot right out of the gate if you're competent enough. However, just as the crowd was about to follow Zhao Yan's move, an alarming cry interrupted the crowd's movements. No good. That first place is coming towards us. Fangqing was at this moment he was noticing the situation in the map. In the direction from which the ringing sound came, there was a blinding golden dot that was speeding towards them. And as you can see from the brightness of the gold dots, this is the very character that comes first in the number of treasure beads. Facing such a horrible existence, Zhao Yan, as well as the other leading old student, didn't have any hesitation and immediately just announced that they were fleeing. It's fine if the other person is one of their own. In case it's a foreigner's pride, then the odds are they're going to get hit hard, and they don't know it. This gold dot was no one else but Li Fan, and compared to Livan, the speed of their group was just as if they were not very fast. If they followed the current speed up to this point, it wouldn't take long for them to be caught up. Such a situation really made the hearts of the party tighten, and the atmosphere was very depressing, and it wasn't long before the house was falling apart. In the other direction, there were actually 5 golden dots darting towards them. In terms of their numbers, the odds are that it's none other than Purple Abyss and the others. They should be running at both of us. I'll tell you what, we'll split up and flee. One team will follow me and one team will follow Heda. After fleeing and running for a while, Zhao Yan could see the end of it, and immediately, he ordered and gave a new escape plan. If they were to go at the rate they're going, it doesn't take long for both sides to catch up. It's a 9-to-1 situation when that happens. Flee separately and there's still a chance of survival. For this plan, the crowd immediately just unanimously approved. However, just as the crowd was about to depart, a change of heart occurred. The two sides that had originally pinched towards them were now actually turning their direction towards each other. Obviously, the two sides are going head to head here. I'm now nearing close to 300 treasure beads on my body, and I'm still not number 1. I'd like to see what this first place is all about. Not far away, Zi Yuan was currently leading several foreign race heavenly prides towards the direction where Li Fan was approaching at great speed. Originally, their initial goal was towards Zhao Yan and the others. After all, there are 2 gold points. The ones who could have this strength were Silver Dick and the others among the same clan. If they weren't of the same race, they'd be too big fish for humans. Either way, you won't lose money when you catch up. But as they chased after it, they were also attracted by the loud noise. After seeing Li Fan's piercing markings of piercing gold dots, curiosity as well as goodwill immediately came up. Thus, their target was placed on Li Fan. Your Highness Zi Yuan, do you think it's possible that this person is Your Highness Yin Qi? At that point, a guess was uttered. But in the next second, this guess was dismissed by Zi Yuan. I wouldn't doubt it if it was his brother. But if it was Silver Dick himself, that's impossible. How much does he weigh? And I don't know? Zi Yuan had contempt written all over his face, obviously not really looking down on Silver Dick. When they heard this, the crowd didn't dare to say anything else. After all, in terms of status, neither of the two were quite what they could afford to mess with. Moreover, compared to hard power, Silver Dick was indeed no match for Zi Yuan. It was reasonable for Zi Yuan to look down on Silver Dick. Besides, Li Fan sighed. Li Fan was also heading in the direction of Zhao Yan and the others at first, but halfway through I actually saw 5 gold dots. 5 against 2. Livan still carries himself well. Chapter 128, Have you missed your brother? I'll send you to see him. Besides, Zhao Yan and the others sighed, on noticing that neither side was looking for them again. Within a short time, a new plan was discussed. That is, let Zhao Yan and also Haida, the 2 gold dots, go forward and observe over there to see if there is any chance of fishing. It was a risky move, but when it works, the payoff will be immense. Of course, with the strength of the two of them, they actually still had a very good chance if they escaped at full speed. So it's a close call, but not that close. The rest of them, on the other hand, followed a few other Saint-level veterans and went forward together to kill the batch of ferocious beasts that were panicking in the city and obtain as many treasure pearls as possible. If all goes well, a golden spot might also emerge among them for a spot. Keep yourselves safe, and if you find a problem, flee at the first opportunity. Don't hesitate. That's right, I'm afraid that among those ferocious beasts, there are quite a few Saint-level ones as well, so everything should be done with caution. Before leaving, Zhao Yan and Haida both opened their mouths and instructed. Later on, in case something went wrong and they were hunted down, it was impossible for the two of them to find them together. The rest is still up to them. And the other end, Zi Yuan as well as Li Fan. Both sides were already getting closer and closer. In the end, Zi Yuan brought a group of foreigners to an expansive rooftop, and then he did not proceed any further. Just go here and wait for him. Zi Yuan's eyes were looking in the direction Li Fan came from at this moment, his hands clasping his arms, and his eyes were filled with anticipation. The rest of the foreign race's prides were standing in different postures at the moment, but they were also harboring incomparable curiosity. From God's viewpoint, the oppression of their party could be quite appalling, and it was different compared to Silver Dick's group of people who had sneak attacks on their minds. Zi Yuan and the others just didn't have any bit of such thoughts at all, and this was undoubtedly from their confidence in their own strength. Your Highness Zi Yuan, it seems like those two are coming this way as well. At this moment, a Fey Celestial discovered Zhao Yan and Haida who were slowly feeling their way towards this side. Zi Yuan skimmed, full of disdain, and, just now, they were still escaping, but now they are thinking of coming over to reap the benefits. This villainous behavior is only done by Silver Dick's group. That's right, in the eyes of Violet Abyss, Zhao Yan and Haida were already completely defaulted to Silver Dick and the others. As a result, Zi Yuan also completely lost interest in the duo. Want to come and see it? Then come on. It is just the right time to let Silver Dick see to what extent his Zi Yuan strength has already reached nowadays. Of course, Zi Yuan and the others were not aware of it. Silver Dick's body was half cold at this point, and soon, with the passage of time, Zi Yuan and the others were already able to overlook Li Fan's flickering figure from afar. But alas, Li Fan's speed was so strangely fast that the terrifying sonic boom could be heard from an extreme distance, and almost only the remnants could be seen. They weren't able to tell at first whether Li Fan was a human or which of their fellow heavenly pride. So strong. At this moment, behind Zi Yuan, a foreign pride couldn't help but frown, his face slightly gloomy. From the point of view of speed, this is at least a saint-level mid-grade strength level. Of all of them present, Zi Yuan was the only one who had this kind of strength. And at this moment, Zi Yuan, too, narrowed his eyes slightly and collected the smile on his face, revealing a faint trace of gravity. Among this batch of kinsmen who had come to the secret realm, he hadn't found anyone with such strength, so he could almost tell that it came from a human. Think about it. A flash of intense killing intent flashed in Zi Yuan's eyes. The gold content of the head in front of him would be higher than all the heads he had on him now. And just as Zi Yuan pondered in anticipation, boom! A dull thud rang out. Next, Li Fan then stood on top of the opposite rooftop. At this moment, Li Fan stood with his hands behind his back, looking at Zi Yuan and the others in front of him. His smile was truly uncontrollable. It's still really alien. A full 5 gold points. If he were to pocket all of these people's precious pearls, the harvest would truly be pulled full circle, and he would directly be able to give the human side 5 more places. Just as Li Fan was about to use Yin Pupil and do a one-click removal, a startled cry from the opposite side of Zi Yuan couldn't help but cause Li Fan to briefly stop in his tracks. It's you, Li Fan? That's right. Zi Yuan recognized Li Fan at the first moment. For this Li Fan who had killed his brother, Zi Mua, and brought shame to his Zi clan, he had too deep an impression. And immediately after, Zi Yuan then began to laugh maniacally, his entire body excited. Ha 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 ha, it looks like everything is doomed. Bring your head back, and my purple clan's prestige will be salvaged by a large margin. As the saying goes, unringing the bell, Li Fan had shamed them. If they could bring Li Fan's head back, then not only would they get their revenge, but they would also be able to save some face for the purple clan in front of the ocean clans. And in the face of Zi Yuan's maniacal laughter as well as these arrogant words, Li Fan that the more he looked, the more he felt that Zi Yuan looked a bit familiar. You're in the same category as the one called Zi He, right? Li Fan couldn't help but ask at this point, but the words came out. Immediately, this was what caused Zi Yuan's face to stiffen. Same category? This is blatant discrimination. It was as if he was treated like a seafood product. However, Li Fan actually remembered his younger brother, Zi Mua, which was kinda comforting to him. In that case, he wouldn't have to come back to help Leo Fan remember. It would be better to see Li Fan's emotions of regret and fear when he was unable to find his way out of the fight and begged for mercy on his knees. Zimwa is my own brother. Zi Yuan clasped his arms with both hands, looked at Li Fan with his head held high, and said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Li Fan felt a sudden realization. No wonder Zi Yuan was so agitated, mouthing off about wanting his head and such, hoping to be Zi Hei's own brother. Its brother come to take revenge. I see. I didn't expect your brother to be ridiculously weak, but you, who are the older brother, look like you still have a few strengths. Well, miss your brother yet? I can send you to see him, Li Fan still said with a relaxed face, but these words, undoubtedly, completely enraged Zi Yuan. You seek death. Lock me out of his retreat. Zi Yuan shouted sternly and raised his big hand, ordering the foreign celestials behind him to go and block every angle that Li Fan could escape from. He'd fallen for it once before. This time, he was facing his enemy Li Fan, but he could never let Li Fan escape. However, when Zi Yuan finished speaking, he was frowning. How come those heavenly prides behind them didn't move at all? What are you doing? Zi Yuan turned around and was about to lash out. However, the scene in front of him directly caused Zi Yuan to stay in place. Those celestial pride behind him were actually collapsing one by one at this moment. Zi Yuan's pupils shrunk, and his entire body was confused. What the hell happened here? And what else could it be? Naturally, it was Li Fan's Yen pupil. Chapter 129 Violet Abyss Falls. Terrorizing God of Slaying. It seems your companions are asleep. You call out and see if you can wake them up. You have no chance of winning a one-on-one battle with me. Li Fan was already sitting down by now, still full of relief. And the opposite. At this moment, Zi Yuan's face had already collected most of the killing intent from earlier. Even in the face of Li Fan's contempt and provocation, he was indifferent. At the moment, his thoughts were all over the place, same as Silver Dick before him. He had absolutely no idea how Li Fan did it. What the hell have you done? Zi Yuan gritted his teeth and looked at Li Fan with a face full of vigilance. Li Fan shrugged and said with a smile, you guess. Zi Yuan's face sank with a feeling of being teased. He was holding back. He couldn't wait to immediately cut Li Fan into 1,000 pieces. But unfortunately, he was not too bold to act rashly at all until he understood Li Fan's attack. And at this moment, he suddenly thought of Silver Dick. That's right. It's those two gold dots that are moving towards here and are already very close. As long as the Silver 7 duo could attract Li Fan's attention for a bit, then he would have the chance to surprise attack and kill Li Fan with a swift and thunderous force and take his head. Why? Are you waiting for those two companions of yours? It's okay, I'll wait with you. At that moment, Li Fan's voice suddenly rang out. That's right, Zi Yuan's mind. He was already guessing. If those two really were Fey as well, he would just be able to take them all in one fell swoop. You guys, Zi Yuan clenched his teeth, his eyes staring viciously at Li Fan. His fists were clenched and his body was shaking a little. He was just too eager to get his hands dirty. But his reason told him that now was not the time. Although he still couldn't figure out how Li Fan operated this bizarre and incomparable attack. But he wanted to bet on whether or not the attack could do damage to Silver Dick. He looked down on Silver Dick, but Silver Dick was still more or less strong, at least stronger than the ones that fell behind him. If Silver Dick can even resist, then he can fight back with impunity. And on the other end, Zhao Yan as well as Haida were cautiously moving forward in the direction of the duo. But soon, the two of them, after noticing that 4 gold dots had unexpectedly disappeared directly from the map, the duo immediately picked up their speed. Looks like there's a real fisherman's chance. In their speculation, there was definitely already a fierce battle going on up ahead, and both sides should not be in good shape. Right now, if they show up in time at this time, that would have a high probability of fishing. It didn't take long. With the passage of time, the duo had already arrived not far from Li Fan as well as Zi Yuan. When the two of them looked at the battlefield, the two all looked straight ahead. Is that Li Fan? This? The moment. They could hardly believe their eyes. They never expected it. The one who appeared before them in front of their eyes, that most dazzling golden spot, was unexpectedly Li Fan. In their minds, Li Fan's strength was that of a quasi-saint zone, a little stronger than Fong Qing and the others. But with this kind of strength, it was completely impossible to become number one in this place filled with quasi-saints and saint-level ferocious beasts, much less exterminate the 4 golden point figures of the foreign race. The only explanation for this is, Li Fan had acquired great opportunities in this secret realm. Realize this. The two were all both emotional and excited. In fact, examples like this are not uncommon. There were originally an extreme amount of opportunities in these quota secret realms. There had been quite a few older students before who had acquired a chance in the secret realm and then their strength soared to the heavens. As for getting it, That's purely down to luck. So they weren't jealous of Li Fan either. On the contrary, they were happy for Li Fan. Immediately afterward, the two of them glanced at each other, and then immediately flew towards Li Fan. At this time, it was natural for them to fight alongside Li Fan. And the other end. See the sound of the duo just arriving. The Purple Abyss were dumbfounded. How's that for two humans? Li Fan was also surprised. Surprisingly, it wasn't a Fae, but two of his seniors? In that case, Yen Hitomi wouldn't work too well. But the problem is not too big. It is just right to let this Purple Abyss properly test the strength of his physical body. He hadn't quite gotten over Silver Dick before. Looks like you can't wait for help. Li Fan looked at Zi Yuan at this time and rose slowly, his aura beginning to slowly release. Purple Abyss at this time also completely did not have the slightest reservation. The purple inflammation around his body surged out, the terrifying temperature, so that the whole piece of rooftop began to slowly melt. The current him had no other choice but to fight Li Fan to the death. Die for me! Zi Yuan shouted, and then operated the purple inflammatory fire to transform into a Dao skeleton swordfish, and attacked towards Li Fan, with a speed that was as fast as it could be. And Li Fan, in response, was heck of a bit too late to dodge. There was only the option of a hard shake. Boom! 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 The strong shockwave directly caused the building under the feet of Li Fan and Zi Yuan to collapse. Not far away, Zhao Ran as well as Heide who sped over were also swept backward and flew out 100 meters, crashing heavily on top of the tall building. No good. At this moment, Zhao Ran Heide two people face changed greatly. Do not dare the slightest hesitation. Climbed up immediately after as again toward Li support and go. Just now, they could be said to have clearly seen the terror of the Purple Abyss. Under that kind of attack, Li Fan was probably already seriously injured. And the one who thought the same way as the duo was, heck, there was Zi Yuan. Ha 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 ha. What kind of ruthless character did you think you were? I didn't realize it was nothing more than that. It's just a shame that I won't be able to take your head. Zi Yuan's body was currently suspended in the air. Looking at the endless smoke and inflammatory fire below, he couldn't help but let out a wild laugh. It was his strongest killing move just now. In his opinion, Li Fan was now burned to ashes by him. However, when he was ready to go down and collect the precious beads for a while, a terrifying figure violently sped out of the smoke. Boo! A punch falls. Zi Yuan's entire body was like a kite with broken strings, directly flying backwards. That's right, Li Fan is still alive. Not to mention being alive. Not even a trace of injury could be seen from Li Fan's body. And this was in addition to Li Fan's own terrifying defense. The black tatsui can be extremely helpful. Have to say, that purple flame was indeed quite terrifying. If there was no black tatsu cloth, although Li Fan would still be able to resist, he would more or less have to suffer some minor injuries. Under the shelter of the black tatsui, he didn't even feel much of the temperature of the purple flame. How is this possible? Zi Yuan, who was still flying backwards, had fear in his eyes at this moment. His most confident move, surprisingly, did not cause any damage to Li Fan. The moment, he actually suddenly thought of his brother, Zimei. Perhaps Zimwa was in the same mood as now when she faced Li Fan back then? But soon, he couldn't think straight, because Li Fan was already appearing in front of him. Give my regards to your brother. Li Fan's words fell. Boo! A punch falls. Zi Yuan is the one who can't die anymore. And Zhao Yan as well as Heide, who were watching this scene not far away, were now so shocked that they subconsciously covered their mouths. Li Fan's current back was like a terrifying killing god. Chapter 130 10 places. Tang Hua appears. The moment. The same sentence couldn't help but flash through both of their minds. Is that really the Levant they know? Under that horrible attack, if they were to be replaced, it would have been ashes long ago. But Li Fan was not only not there, he was even unharmed. He even killed against the heavens from it, and backstabbed Purple Abyss with 2 punches. All of this is simply fantastic. Plus, Li Fan, after killing Zi Yuan, Li Fan was also the one who took all the precious pearls from his body. To think that inside that sea of fire there were also the precious pearls of the other 4 foreign celestials. Relying on the protection of the black tatsui, Li Fan plunged in again. Just a few breaths. Li Fan then took out the spatial rings of these foreign celestials. At this time, Zhao Yan as well as Haida also finally sped over. Senior Li Fan, are you alright? I really didn't expect that the first place winner of this would be you. Senior brother Li Fan. Senior Li Fan, your current strength is really nothing short of amazing. Even senior me is scared when I see you. The first thing the two did was to care about Li Fan's situation. This was immediately followed by an expression of the shock that each of the two had just experienced. The nerves that had been taut were rarely relaxed. And in the face of the two seniors boasting, Li Fan showed great modesty and began to exchange pleasantries with the two seniors. How are Fong Cheng and the others now? At this point, Li Fan couldn't help but ask about those companions who came with him. Since he came to this secret realm, he had seen none of his companions except Heda, whom he had just seen, and hearing Li Fan's question, the duo's uplifted faces immediately dimmed, and they began to tell Li Fan about their experiences these days. Fong Chang, Wang Xing and the others were fine, but of the partners who came with them, many had already fallen. So overall, this time, the secret world was not a very successful experience, and hearing the news that many of his companions had fallen, Li Fan couldn't be happier. Although he hadn't known those older students for a very long time, everyone had taken care of him as well as Fong Ching and the other juniors, and their feelings were considered good. I have a very large number of treasure beads now, and it would be a pity to have them all on me alone. Find them and rendezvous with them. I just need to keep the precious beads that will get me a spot. At that moment, Li Fan opened his mouth and made a suggestion. This thing, the treasure pearl, was not considered a treasure, purely an item to measure whether or not one was eligible for a chance at a place. He wasn't in a competitive relationship with his companions either, so it didn't make much sense for him to be sitting on thousands of treasure beads by himself. Hear that? Both of them nodded in disbelief. Ever since the purple abyss few were gone, many other gold dots appear in passing on the map today. For these golden dots, they could not tell whether they were of the same race or of a different race, so instead of relying on guesswork, how about just Li Fan giving the extra treasure beads to his companions, so that the human side could secure 5 or 6 more places? The other end. Fong Ching and the others were still fighting a group of ferocious beasts under the leadership of several saint-level veterans. Since the number of ferocious beasts wasn't quite a lot, they could be said to be distracted from their observations on the map, so they weren't really sure how things were going on Zhao Yan's side. Therefore, at the time when Zhao Yan, Haida as well as Li Fan descended from the sky and killed the battlefield, killing the group of ferocious beasts, they were all confused too. It wasn't until they thoroughly saw Li Fan's trio smiling as they came to their heels that they reacted. And soon, as the crowd learned that Li Fan was the most eye-catching golden spot, all of them showed the same shocked face as Zhao Yan, Haida before. Among those who reacted the most were clearly Fong Cheng as well as Wang Xing, obviously all for the first time. Why should the two of them get beat up everywhere, but Li Fan is killing people everywhere? Of course, it was just a depressing internal flirtation between the two. They were also happy for Li Fan from the bottom of their hearts that his strength had progressed so quickly. After all, the stronger Li Fan was, it would mean one more strength for their human side. And after hearing that Li Fan had already killed the group of foreign celestial pride led by Zi Yuan, the two were straight up happy to the point of tears of joy. To this day, both of them still remembered Cheng Jian's back at that time when he had killed towards Zi Yuan and the others without any hesitation. With Zi Yuan and the others dead, it could be considered a way to console the spirits of Cheng Jian and other victimized companions. And soon, Li Fan then began the matter of distributing the treasure beads. After the unanimous decision of everyone present, the excess treasure beads were distributed to the saint-level veterans present in turn. Fong Cheng, Wang Xing, these only quasi-saints. That is no opinion at all. After all, these saint-level veterans had protected them all the way. Without the shelter of these saint-level veterans, they were afraid that they would have been long gone. And so it was. When the distribution of all the precious pearls is finished, a full 8 people present, including Li Fan, had turned into gold dots. From the map, the other 2 golden dots were extremely far away from them, and there was no way to tell if the other party was of the same race or a different race. So they didn't consider going in search of the duo, but instead listened to Li Fan's advice and hugged the group to kill a wave in this beast group. If the gap wasn't too big, it was estimated that it could surpass the other 2 in terms of the number of jewels and bag all 10 spots. And with Li Fan on board, hunting ferocious beasts naturally became a very easy task. Just one afternoon passed. That's how they came up with the 9th gold dot on their team. The time came tonight. After taking a nest of beasts nest in one fell swoop, the 10th gold dot, too, was finally taken. To this point, all of the places in this quota mystery realm were taken by the human side. Finally, after a continued wave of hunts to stabilize the rankings, only then did the group gather at an abandoned square, set up a bonfire, and rested while waiting for the secret world to end. Around the campfire, the group ate barbecued meat and chatted freely. Friendship is also heated up again in this moment. Finally, the crowd looked at the vast starry sky and couldn't help but chat about their respective visions of the universe. But at the end of the conversation, the topic stopped at the level of civilization test. Although this time, because of Li Fan's presence, they were considered to have won a great victory in the secret realm in the face of the foreign races. But from some of their past experiences, they still harbored a hint of fear towards the foreign race's heavenly pride. Simply put, they weren't yet confident that they could finish off the alien race's heavenly pride on that meaningful civilization test. To this, Li Fan was about to say something, but gave in again. He was tempted to say the last thing there was in him. it was totally a 10 out of 10. But from Zhao Yan's point of view and theirs, this sounded like nothing more than a very flamboyant but pale comfort. They didn't realize that Li Fan had yin pupils, so Li Fan chose to continue eating meat and drinking, and suddenly this time, the sound of a voice immediately caught everyone's attention. Senior Zhao Yan, is that you guys? Everyone got up to look at the blurry black figure at the end of the street corner. Full of caution, it dawned on him when he got a good look at the dark figure. This person is no other than Tang Hua, who has been out of touch. Tang Hua. It's Tang Hua. It's really Tang Hua. Fong Qing, Wang Xing and the two of them were the first to rush over, and they were very emotional. Fong Qing, it's really you guys. Tang Hua was also finally able to see the crowd at this time, and her voice couldn't help but tremble. But as soon as the words left her mouth, Tang Hua directly fainted. Chapter 131, a suicide note from a previous civilization. Leaving. The injuries are not serious. It should still be more of a mental stimulus. Zhao Yan came to a conclusion after examining Tang Hua for a while. Hear this. Li Fan and the others also let out a long sigh of relief. Judging from this appearance of Tang Hua, he probably didn't suffer much these days, but in a way, it was a miracle that Tang Hua, alone, had actually managed to survive for so long in this secret realm. Soon, after giving Tang Hua the healing medicine, Tang Hua then slowly awoke. After Tang Hua woke up, it took a while before she slowly accepted the fact that she was safe. Subsequently, Li Fan and the others were informed of what had happened to Tang Hua. Tang Hua had just entered the secret realm and was transported to an enclosed space similar to a basement, and it took a tremendous amount of effort to detach from that place. And just as he was about to come to the ground, he passed through the gap and saw a large group of saint-level ferocious beasts circling above. That's right, she was downright unlucky. He was directly teleported to the underground of a nest of saint-level ferocious beasts' lair. In the meantime, she had searched for almost any passageway to the outside world, but had found nothing. The only location to get out was that ferocious beast's lair, so out of necessity to save her life, she stayed in that dark underground space all these days, and the reason she got out, you should actually have to thank Levon. This was because it was the collapse of the Great Mountain after Li Fan had put away his airship that caused the loud noise that caused a wave of fleeing beasts. The wave of saint-level ferocious beasts above Tang Hua also fled together at this time. Further back, when Tang Hua came out, she was hiding all the way, and it didn't take long for her to discover Li Fan and the others. Listening to what happened to Tang Hua, the group was all in a state of tears and laughter. There's no one else's luck in that, but it's not rigorous to just say it's bad luck. At least Tang Hua stayed there and his life was saved. In the outside world, it might have been a long time ago. Immediately, after Tang Hua's heart settled down slightly, he suddenly thought of something and immediately took out a dozen capsule-like alloy iron boxes from his spatial ring. This is something I found in that basement. I don't know what it is. I've been dodging ferocious beasts since I came out and didn't have time to study it. Tang Hua scratched his head and said, "See this." The crowd immediately just gathered around. However, after Zhao Yan and the others had a good look around, they couldn't see any clues, but Zhao Yan and the others didn't see it. Li Fan, however, was no stranger to this, because it was kind of like the time capsule in Li Fan's previous life. The so-called time capsule is to save some words you want to say in this kind of iron box made of good material, and bury it deep in the ground or give it to some organization to leave it to your future self or to someone in the future. Immediately, Li Fan then picked up one of the iron boxes and directly used brute force to forcefully twist it open. Li Fan, you this. Li Fan's wave of maneuvering had really dumbfounded the crowd on the sidelines. Such a violent disassembly. In case the risers are something dangerous. Soon, however, Li Fan's conjecture was corroborated successfully. After opening it, immediately sealed, it was a letter. Then, Li Fan also opened the science. This is a time capsule. It should be left behind by the people who lived in this city before, and inside it should be some information left for the descendants. This way, there is also in my hometown, but it's more niche. Hear that? The people were all slightly surprised, and then one by one, they also chose to use brute force to break through. To be honest, they were also very curious about the city, because the city's writing, unlike that of any other country on the blue planet right now, was as if it were a different civilization. What kind of message was left behind by the people who were here in the first place? And after explaining to the crowd, Li Fan slowly picked up the letter. The font on the top was still unfamiliar to Li Fan, but was somehow still readable. Greetings, future children and grandchildren. I'm your oldest ancestor. My name is Zhang Yang. I am 29 years old, and this letter was written in the 83rd year of the Wan Xia calendar. 2 years ago, the civilization assessment was made public by the human hierarchy. I was lucky enough to be chosen to be on the list, and after 2 years of arduous cultivation, 1 month later, I'll be battling those guys at the bottom of the sea. My companions and I are very confident in this examination, and we also very much believe that the Elder's side will be victorious, and that we humans will definitely step into the primary civilization and go to that vast starry sky in one go. But of course, at that time, I must not be there, because my strength is not very strong in a group of seniors and sisters. The probability is that I have to die in battle, but I am not sad, because I know that my death is meaningful, and my tombstone will be buried in the Blue Star Mausoleum for a long time, where the birds and flowers, and the probability is that I can still receive some flowers every year. Forget it, let's talk about the main point. You guys can now enter the universe already contacted that real universe, may even have been in the universe civilization left of thick. For this, the ancestors I am very pleased, but I have to say, you ancestors I also very much yearn for it, so trouble you to shoot some video photos, put them in front of my tombstone. Li Fan looked at the letter and looked up again at the crumbling ruins of the city beside him. For a moment, the whole group fell silent. Instead of a time capsule, it's a suicide note. From the content of the suicide note, Li Fan was able to deduce a lot of information. A long time ago, there should have been one or even several changes of civilization on the blue planet as well, and on that occasion in Zhanyang, it was the Oceanic Fae who were victorious, and the person who wrote this letter, Zhang Yang, was one of the heavenly prides of that human civilization. It was exactly the same as where they were now. In that heavenly pride's outlook, mankind is already into the stars, hence the letter. But alas, Zhang Yang welcomed their defeat. It also became the last of the humans in their group of civilizations. Overall, it's just incredibly poignant. And the other end, Zhao Yan and the others were already opening other time capsules. The content of the information in it was actually much the same as Zhang Yang. They were all young celestials from that one civilization. It was a pity that the failure of the civilization test had left their suicide note in that dark basement. Ugh! At this moment, a sigh couldn't help but come from Zhao Yan's mouth. It could be seen that the rest of the crowd, one by one, were also staring at each other, as if they were stuck in their throats, not knowing what to say for a while, but you can see it in their faces. They were vaguely already somewhat worried that they would become the next batch of Zhang Yang. Seeing the crowd so demoralized, Li Fan finally managed to look at it a bit too much. Who the hell writes a suicide note when you're a decent person? Gentlemen, this time, we will definitely be able to enter the starry sky. Just a bunch of stinky fish and shrimp in the sea. Even if we don't succeed in the end, we still have to pull a few more backs. Li Fan's words were confident and even more energized. In time, it quickly just infected everyone present. Li Fan is right. That's right. Just because the last group of civilizations failed doesn't mean we will. The suicide note. We're bound to win this time. And just as the line was re-energized, a blue vortex door suddenly appeared around them. Immediately afterward, the earth actually began to crumble, and the sky was also marked by lurid black marks. That's right, the secret world is closing. Seeing this, the crowd didn't hesitate in the slightest. All of them walked in towards the blue vortex in unison, and throughout the secret realm at this time, such blue vortexes also appeared around all the humans as well as the foreign races' heavenly pride that were inside. Wait until all the humans as well as the Fae have all entered the vortex. Everything in the secret realm, too, began to crumble. Chapter 132, Preparing to Return to the Northern Empire. Li Fan's parents. And at this time on the beach in a corner of Daxia, Lin Kuei as well as the group of tutors looked at the sea that was constantly boiling, and all of them immediately rose in unison. Form a formation. They're coming out. With a loud shout, Lin Kuei immediately led a group of tutors to move the seawater horizontally away. Next, as the seawater divided, the long seabed path that led to the ancient building was once again in front of them. Looking at a vortex on the building, Lin Kuei's few people were very apprehensive. I wonder how many individuals will come back alive this time, and how many spots have been awarded, and not much longer. With the appearance of Li Fan, Zhao Yan and the others, the results are also emerging. Looking at the figures of the group, Lin Kuei and the others didn't look very good, because the casualties if not actually quite a lot, compared to before they went, there were 9 less. This is already above average, so the only thing they can expect now is to acquire a little more places. Mr. Lin Kuei. Mr. Lin Kuei. Back at the beach, the students were all greeting one after another towards Lin Kuei, wanting to report on the situation of the secret realm this time. However, Lin Kuei nodded and looked towards the airplane not far away. We'll talk about it on the way. As the plane pulled away from the beach and away from the ocean, Lin Kuei was also slowly learning about the situation in the secret realm from Zhao Yan and the others. What? There are so many saint-level ferocious beasts in the secret realm this time? What? There are 10 places this time, and all of them are taken by us? Li Fan is number 1, And he also killed a foreign race's saint-level heavenly pride? The precious pearl is even still given to you by Li Fan? Listen to this one message. Lin Kuei's face was incomparably wonderful. Nothing but shock. Every single thing in there was completely out of his league. The reason why the casualty rate was so high turned out to be that there were so many saint-level ferocious beasts inside. There are only a measly 10 spots this time, but all 10 positions were actually taken by their human side. This is a battle that has never been fought before. Sure, the one who was even more shocked and unbelievable to him was Li Fan, arranging for Li Fan to go. In fact, the higher-ups didn't expect Li Fan to have much chance of getting the quota. They just wanted Li Fan to go for more experience and get used to the intensity of the quota's secret realm. The main thing that the executives are optimistic about is actually still Zhao Yan Heda and the rest of them, the old students. However, he never expected that Li Fan would obtain heaven-defying chances inside, so much so that his strength had skyrocketed, and now that he was clearly only in the realm of a top-level transcendent, he had the battle power that could kill a saint-level mid-grade. Such a demon is simply unheard of. Moreover, from the mouths of Zhao Yan and the others, the reason why the human side was able to turn danger into success and achieve such great results this time was also completely inseparable from Li Fan's contribution. In response, he, who had always been stern, just didn't mince words in praising Li Fan at all. Of course, on top of being shocked, Lin Kuei's heart was also inevitably a bit fearful. Previously, they had predicted that the inside should mainly be dominated by quasi-saint level ferocious beasts, and hadn't expected that there would be so many saint level ferocious beasts inside. Or else it wouldn't have been possible to let Fong Qing Li Fan and the others go in. This time it was also Li Fan who played against the odds, in case Li Fan didn't obtain a great chance inside. I'm afraid this will all end differently, but fortunately, that kind of tragedy didn't play out. There's no need for too much horseplay either. And soon, Zhao Yan's few people then handed those suicide notes that Tang Hua had obtained not long ago to Lin Kuei. After Lin Kuei checked it out, he was really very emotional and his face was surprisingly grave. After a long time, Lin Kuei was the one who immediately decided to follow up the contents of these letters to those seeds at the base. When the time comes to do so, give a lecture on the subject and give a good motivational boost to all the seeds. Besides, at this time, in the abyss of the seabed, same with Kuei Lin and the others. The elders of the Violet Clan, Silver Clan and the rest of the Sea Clans were now also welcoming the return of their own heavenly pride. At first, the elders of the two strongest Purple Clan and Silver Clan families were still engaging in a war of words, betting on whose family's pride was the one who had obtained the quota in the first place. But as the foreign celestial pride coming out from inside slowly came out, instead, they were late in seeing their own Zi Yuan as well as Yin Qi. The most outrageous thing was that none of these foreign race prides that came out were actually the ones who had obtained a place. Seeing this, both elders couldn't help but start thinking the worst. Finally, after the last foreign race's pride came out and still didn't see Zi Yuan as well as Yin Qi, and there still wasn't any foreign race's pride that had obtained a spot, they finally settled on the worst of that idea. This time, their younger generation was greeted with a big defeat. Not only did he not obtain any spots, but he also hitched a ride on several saint-level celestials. No, this can't be. My young master Zi Yuan's strength should have pushed through all the enemies in this secret realm. It's impossible for him to fall just like that. Who the hell is it? Who on earth decapitated my family's young master Yin Qi? One time, the terrifying roar resounded for 100 miles in the vicinity. Rolling eyes. The time was already 2 days past. Li Fan and the others were finally back at the base. They were greeted by a group of veteran students as well as a few of the higher-ups. Li Fan and the others' great victory had long been a rumor in the circle of old students. Nowadays, Li Fan's prestige, that was completely staked out. There were even those who were already juxtaposing Li Fan with those few toughest seeds of Bo Jun. After a short celebration, Li Fan went to look for Di Yun Luochen and Lin Yue and the others. They weren't sure what Li Fan had done for the time being. They only knew that Li Fan had returned from successfully completing the examination. And these days, Di Yun Luochen and the other seeds that came to the base with Li Fan were also not idle. All of them were concentrating on cultivation, and now each of them looked much stronger than before. After Li Fan exchanged pleasantries with these close friends, he returned to the dormitory to take a hot bath. After practicing and running around in that secret realm for so many days, now he could be considered to be able to fully relax. After squinting slightly on the sofa for a while, Li Fan dialed Gu Ling's phone. After chatting with Gu Ling for a while, Li Fan's mood was suddenly much better. Hearing Gu Ling talk about some of the interesting things she experienced on a regular basis, Li Fan couldn't help but already be a little nostalgic for the days when he and Ruzilii Ningjinjin were grilling and gossiping in the courtyard. In the middle of this base, apart from practicing is practicing. While it's true that strength has skyrocketed, it's also true that it's boring. Thinking of the base's 2 days of vacation every month, Li Fan immediately decided to make a trip back to the Northern Empire. Anyway, he was now the one who had earned the spot, and that 5,000 times gravity chamber was still a few days away from completion. Going back for a few days wouldn't be a delay. Brotherly fan, you're going back to Northern Empire tomorrow? Really? Of course it's true. When have I ever lied to you? Okay. Then I'll tell Jinjin and the girls. The days you're not here, they can also miss you. Gu Ling, who got the news, was really happy. A corner of Dacha. A man and a woman were riding in a private airplane, heading towards Hangzhou City. Have you heard? Little Fan has gained a great chance in the secret realm, and now he is already able to kill opponents of the middle grade of the saint level. Transcendent mortal can kill saint level. I'm afraid that when we were young, we were at best like this, right? Ha 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 ha. Little Fan is much better than us. Weren't you all against Little Fan going to the seed program in the beginning? Are you still against it now? With this terrifying growth rate of Xiaofan, he might really be able to save the day during the civilization test. When I was against Fan going to the seed program, wasn't that an imbalance in my mind? We discovered the Oceanic Fae, found out about the primary civilization examination earlier, and went to the deep sea several times to spy on the enemy, killed a bunch of Temple Lord level Fae, and did a bunch of Thai things for the head tier side. In the future, we still have to stand up and face the primary civilization examination. We've done enough. There's no need to implicate our son and make Xiaofan suffer through this as well. But now that I think about it, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Since Xiaofan has this ability, he can't escape this responsibility. There is no egg under the nest. The two are no one else. It was none other than those parents of Li Fan. Listening to the words of his wife Huang Lan on the side, Li Fan's father Li Dubois couldn't help but nod his head. But then he revealed a touch of gravity. It's a pity that that civilization test was pressed too tightly, leaving Little Fan with too short a chance to grow. What was originally over 300 days suddenly became 61 days yesterday for some reason. If we fail by then, these 61 days should be the last happy days of our humanity. Huang Lan nodded, before pulling out a photo of Li Fan as a young boy from his arms and flicking it over. Regardless of the outcome after 61 days, I want to see Fan become a family before then, and after hiding our identity for so many years, it's time to tell Little Fan. Chapter 133, 4th level of the Inheritance Tower. Returning to the Northern Emperor. Besides, Li Fan sighed. Hang up the phone. Li Fan then immediately submitted the matter of leave of absence with his superiors. The efficiency on the higher-up side was also very fast. Just a few minutes passed and Li Fan received a reply of agreement. On the base side, a special plane will be arranged for Li Fan tomorrow. There's one to say. Base, this service is still pretty good. And when the matter of the leave of absence is settled, after resting for a little while, Li Fan put on his helmet and entered the virtual network. After coming to the virtual network, Li Fan came to the Inheritance Tower at the first opportunity. That's right. He wanted to try to see how far he could go. Nowadays, come straight to the second level. Facing the wave of beasts that had drowned him last time, it was quite easy for him to deal with it nowadays. A few moments of work. Li Fan then arrived at the third floor. Just stepped into the third layer. A coldness came to the face. Looked up. Surrounded by steep and strange-shaped glaciers. What needs to be done on this floor? Li Fan looked around and couldn't help but frown slightly. This circle looked down. A vicious beast was not there. And the first two layers were completely different, which really made Li Fan a bit bewildered. And just as Li Fan froze, the surrounding glaciers actually began to change with a bang. Li Fan immediately retreated hundreds of meters violently, and when he raised his eyes again, that one glacier had already turned into a glacier giant. Phew! The glacier giant opened its mouth and rolled up endless frost. Instantly it was swirling a terrifying astral wind. Li Fan dodged, but was ultimately a step too late. However, with his strong physical defense, Li Fan did not suffer any injuries. However, it had to be said that the power of this astral wind was really terrifying, and even with his current defense, his skin was in pain after being blown into it. And soon, Li Fan also made a counterattack. As soon as the wind treading decision was opened, Li Fan's entire body was like a ghost, easily dodging the glacier giant's attacks one by one. When he finally stuck to the giant's heels, with a jumping flash and the avalanche starfist, the giant directly just crumbled into pieces. About half an hour passed. All of the glacier giants were blown apart by Li Fan. The door leading to the fourth floor was also opened. Looking at the door that led to the fourth floor, Li Fan could not help but sink a deep breath. Although this third layer was not strenuous, it was actually already quite difficult, and it was afraid that it would be impossible to pass without a saint-level midgrade. Follow this difficulty. This fourth level. Odds are, you won't get through it, but even if it doesn't pass, Li Fan also wanted to see what this fourth floor was like. Soon, come to the fourth floor. Just stepped in. Li Fan then saw the endless lava ahead. Not much longer. A huge lava giant leapt up from the lava. holding a large axe and slashing down madly towards Li Fan. Li Fan's figure flashed quickly, finding the right moment to leap onto the giant's shoulders. Boom! A punch is thrown. The lava giant's head instantly just burst open. Li Fan had thought that was the end of it, but the next second, the lava giant's head was restored to its original state again at a speed visible to the naked eye. Immediately after, a protrusion actually began to rise from the lava giant's body. While Li Fan was shocked, he could only leap down and look for the next moment. However, Li Fan obviously did not expect that the giant, which was still quite bulky, had suddenly become flexible at this moment, and the big axe began to chop madly towards Li Fan like rain. Li Fan didn't pay attention and was directly split in half. Take off your helmet. Li Fan felt a pang of fear. This lava giant's aura was actually a top-level saint level, not reaching quasi-god, but paired with that weird regeneration ability and sudden change in combat speed, it was extremely tricky. According to Li Fan's estimation, if it were an ordinary top saint level, I'm afraid that it wouldn't take many moves to be killed by this lava giant. However, soon enough, Li Fan's emotions eased. Although this lava giant was terrifying, at least he was already roughly able to figure out the strength level of this giant, so it was still very promising to pass the 4th layer. It was just a matter of time. The 4th tier requires a minimum of top-level saint level, so for the 5th tier, wouldn't it be up to quasi-god level? Li Fan suddenly thought of the subsequent 5th layer at this time, and his brows furrowed slightly. Paraclete. He's still quite a long way from that level now. It wouldn't take too long if the Dark Star was still operational, given a certain amount of time. But the problem is that the Dark Star can't be used right now. It can only be used when the energy is replenished. Sinking his breath, Li Fan didn't think much more about it. In a short period of time, it was still unlikely that he would reach the 9th floor. Before that, what needs more attention is still the primary civilization test. Early the next morning, after Li Fan spoke to Di Yun and the others, he boarded the airplane to the Northern Empire, and today's North Dieter enrollment villa area. Rosilii and the others were clearly the ones who had already prepared the ingredients early and were waiting for Li Fan's arrival. But the crowd. Gu Ling doesn't seem to be in very good shape. Cousin Gu Quan looked at Gu Ling's expression and couldn't help but walk up and softly comfort her. It's okay, don't worry about the family, your aunt and uncle will take care of it. Soon Li Fan will be back. It's impossible to cry and mourn, right? Hearing Gu Quan's words, Gu Ling nodded, thinking that she would be seeing Li Fan soon. She barely managed to squeeze out a smile on her face. Chapter 134 Gu Family Crisis. Returning to Hangzhou to propose marriage. On the airplane, Li Fan looked at the ever-changing scenery outside the window, thinking that he would soon be able to meet Gu Ling and the girls. His heart couldn't help but be filled with anticipation, waiting to approach over the Northern Empire. Looking at the majestic modern building, Li Fan couldn't help but feel like he was out of this world. The base side is full of glaciers. The first time I saw it was indeed not bad, but after staying for a long time, there is only endless depression. Or this familiar metropolis is good. The plane is about to arrive at Northern Empire University in 10 minutes. At that moment, an announcement came on the plane. Li Fan then immediately dialed Gu Ling's phone. Ling Ling, I'm almost there. 10 minutes. Okay, Jen and I will go over to pick you up right now. No need to pick it up. I'll come over quickly. Soon. The airplane then arrived at a huge square in the Northern Empire. The Northern Empire basically had airplanes taking off and landing every day, so it hardly caused any sensation or anything like that. Of course, Li Fan didn't want to cause any sensation either. He's more used to laying low, walking on campus. Nowadays in Beide, everything was as usual. Students were either talking about love, or discussing where to go in groups to brush the secret realm, to deal with the next exams or something like that. Sure, there were also quite a few people chatting freely about their lives after entering the stars in the future and coming into contact with the cosmic civilization. For the upcoming, extremely dangerous primary civilization examination, it was as if it had nothing to do with them. Even their perception was that the human race would be a sure winner in this test. But that's normal, because this is exactly the situation that the senior management of Daxia expects, and it is also the direction that Daxia has been publicizing. It's no wonder, after all, the majority of ordinary people, this time, did not have any chance to participate in the elementary civilization examination. Instead of putting the masses into panic, it is better to let them live normally, and in the meantime, give them a head start by drawing a big pie of humanity's imminent entry into the cosmic stars, so that they can live more comfortably. Soon, Li Fan walked through the teaching area and came to the villa area of the special enrollment students. Holy, you guys look, is that Li Fan? Nice guy. It seems like it's really Li Fan. Wasn't Li Fan selected into the seed program with Goddess Lin and the others? How come he appeared here? It should be a vacation or something like that. There's a saying, the aura on Li Fan's body is really strong now. I don't know to what realm. It can't be that it's already almost to the quasi-saint, right? Li Fan's appearance caught the attention of the special enrollment students at the speed of fire. For a while, all of them poked their heads out and sized up Li Fan. However, perhaps due to the prestige Li Fan had once laid down, none of them dared to come forward to greet him. Li Fan didn't care about this and hoofed it to his villa. Looking at the familiar gate outside the small courtyard, Li Fan couldn't help but have a smile on his face, though full stop. It hadn't been too long in the villa, but there are still a lot of good memories in there. Walk in the door. Gu Ling, Ru Chi Lei and the others were hectic roasting meat. Seeing Li Fan's appearance, all of them couldn't help but stop the movements in their hands. Van! Brother-in-law Li Fan! Brother Li Fan! All the people were all happy. Gu Ling was the most excited, and the first thing she did was jump into Li Fan's arms. Li Fan smiled and gently stroked Gu Ling's back, and by the way, he also greeted Ru Chi Lei, Gu Quan and the others. Compared to before you left, everyone's strength has grown. It was evident that the big guy had also been practicing very hard during this recent period. After a short exchange of pleasantries, the crowd then began to sit around and eat a barbecue meal as before. As they ate, they also chatted with each other about what had been going on in each other's lives lately. Overall, everyone had a pretty good time, especially Gu Ling. Ever since Li Fan became famous in the Heavenly Phase mysterious realm and was chosen for the seed program, Gu Ling, who was Li Fan's girlfriend, that could be said to have followed the light. In the Green Vault, it was a bunch of seniors and sisters grabbing for a chance to lead the leveling. Even in weekday life, many of the schoolmates are grabbing for care. Even Gu Ling's mentor was very high on Gu Ling, and often opened small fires. Hear this, Li Fan was also very happy in his heart. The reality is that if you are strong, those around you can follow. Wine and dine. In the blink of an eye, it was afternoon. At this time, Ru Chi Lai and the others that were very sensible, all went back individually, leaving time for Li Fan, Gu Ling and the two of them. As the saying goes, a little goodbye. For almost the entire afternoon, the two were glued together, and Li Fan's intuition was very sharp. It quickly sensed that Gu Ling was emotionally off. After constant questioning, Gu Ling finally got the reason out. Turns out it's the Gu family that's the problem. As a relatively top-ranking family in Hangzhou, the Gu family has always been relatively stable. But after all, being in that position, no competition is impossible. Just the other day, 2 saint-level clan elders of the Gu family were assassinated in the secret realm and were severely injured. In the end, it was even more so because of the failure to save them, and they both fell. There were only 5 saint-level clan elders in the Gu clan in total. That's 2 less at once, and that's arguably a lot of energy. The rest of those competing families, now that they saw the Gu family's weakness, had all coincidentally begun to ostracize them. Many of the Gu family's original properties were now being taken over by other families. Hear this, Li Fan couldn't help but nod. It's a big deal, not a small one. With his friendship with Lin Yue, he could ask the Lin family to take care of it. As one of the top families in Hang City, the Lin family had a quasi-divine level powerhouse within their clan, and it should be easy to take care of the Gu family. But of course, this is the ideal state, provided that Lin Yue has enough say within the clan. After thinking about it, Li Fan was putting this approach aside for the time being. Although Lin Yue is bound to be the future head of the Lin family, but today is still too early. The voice within the family should not be able to do so big. In that case, if you can't rely on others, you can rely on your own. Ling, do you know which family assassinated your family elder? The Chen family and the Meng family. The evidence has been found. But alas, it's useless to have the evidence. The current Gu family doesn't have the ability to take revenge, and there won't be any family to help us. Just know that the murderer still has evidence. You go back now and pack up. We'll go back to Hang City tomorrow. Ha? Back to Hangzhou? What for? Come to the door to propose marriage. And by the way, take you to settle scores with both of them. Ha? Listening to Li Fan's words, Gu Ling immediately just sat up in shock with mixed emotions. She was delighted to hear of the marriage proposal, but when she heard about the reckoning, her heart couldn't help but tighten. Even though Li Fan was now already selected for the seed program, he should be sheltered by the higher-ups, and his life would not be in danger or anything like that. But if Li Fan were to just recklessly bring her to break into someone else's family, odds are that there would be no way to settle the score. And the Daxia higher-ups generally don't meddle in such inter-family matters. Once they failed to count, they were afraid that this wave of riding the face of the door would be followed by even more violent retaliation from the two families. But for Gu Ling's concern, Li Fan, however, was very confidently placated. Ling, trust me. I haven't practiced all this time for nothing. From now on your house is my house. I can't stand it if you dare to bully us. And just as Leban had finished speaking, the phone rang. It was no other than his mother, Huang Lan's. Chapter 135, Going Back to Hang City. Is your son better than Li Fan? Xia Fan your father and I will be returning to Hang City soon. We'll be there tomorrow. You should already be at Beidi University by now, right? Your father and I haven't seen you for a long time. We miss you a bit. Can you come back to Hang City tomorrow? It's best to bring Xiaoling along. Let's have a nice family dinner. Alright, Ling Ling and I will return to Hang City tomorrow. Hang up the phone. Li Fan was in a good mood. He'd told his mom and dad the first thing about him taking time off work to come out. Now I hear that the two oldest are back from their travels. It would be a good time to reunite with the two old men. And then we can go to the Gu family together to propose marriage. Speaking of which, it had been a long time since he'd seen the second oldest. As for whether going back and settling scores with those two clans would put the second old man in danger, Li Fan was not worried about that at all. First of all, with him around, nothing can happen to the second old man. With his current strength, unless a paragon came along, he basically wouldn't be able to get past him. Secondly, previously, Zhu Tianzheng as well as the base side had promised to secretly protect his family and help him remove his worries. It was in the way of the Northern Emperor as well as the face of the Daxia hierarchy. I'm afraid that there should also be no one who dares to take a shot at the second elder. Hang up the phone. Li Fan then told Gu Ling to go back and pack her things first. Wait for Gu Ling to leave. Li Fan then went out to find Zhu Tianzheng. Speaking up, it had also been a long time since Zhu Tianzheng had sought him out to be a guinea pig. I don't know to what extent Zhu Tianzheng's instrument has been developed now. Come to Zhu Tianzheng's manor. Everything is as usual. Various instruments and weapons were cluttered. And when Li Fan saw Zhu Tianzheng, he was very surprised. Today's Zhu Tianzheng completely lost a little bit of the vitality of the previous research and development. The whole person looks very disheveled. I learned that after a conversation and understanding, Zhu Tianzheng is already giving up on R&D. No wonder he didn't see to come to him. As for the specific reason, Zhu Tianzheng was not willing to say, but only instructed Li Fan that if he needed any help in the future, just look for him. In response, Li Fan could not say anything and continued to chat with Zhu Tianzheng for a while before leaving. The other end. At this time in Hang City, somewhere in a high-class wine banquet, many of the top executives of the families in Hang City had gathered here to celebrate the recent flourishing business since within the family. Among them, the main leaders were the Chen family and the Meng family. The two families secretly tripped over the Gu family and ate a large chunk of meat from the Gu family, something that was nothing new among the great families of Hang City. However, it was naturally impossible for them to stand up for the Gu family. Instead, they were also thinking about how to get a bite of soup. It won't take long for the Gu family to be reduced to a third-rate family. I'm afraid. That's right, with two saint levels missing at once. How can the Gu family compete with us? I heard that the Gu family has a girl child whose boyfriend is that Li Fan. I always feel like it's a hidden danger. Li Fan? You mean the Li Fan who killed through the Fae and was chosen for the seed program? Of course. Besides him, can there be a second one named Li Fan that I can make a point of mentioning? The problem is not big. This Li Fan we really cannot afford to mess with. But you also know, he and the Gu family that girl child is just a boyfriend and girlfriend relationship, and is not a family. It may be dumped. The person Li Fan is now the spirit of the wind. The wind is not too That's not true, but in fact, even if you become a family, so what? After all, it's just a junior. Can't set off much of a storm. Besides, when the time comes, if the bright one doesn't work, then come to the dark one. While the higher-ups of the various clans were enjoying their wine, they were already continuing to discuss the division of the Gu family. As for Li Fan, they had also done a certain amount of homework. However, in their eyes, Li Fan was not enough of a barrier to stop them from encroaching on the Gu family. Time rolls around. It was already coming to the next morning. Early in the morning, Li Fan and Gu Ling boarded the train to Hangzhou City. Originally, he was still planning to bring Gu Quan with him. However, Gu Quan had already agreed to go to the secret realm with his companions, so he didn't follow them back. And the other end. Today, the Gu family is already busy. Last night, after receiving Gu Ling's call that Li Fan was coming today, the entire Gu family attaches great importance to it. None other. The mere fact that Li Fan had been selected for the seed program was enough to make them take it seriously. Having an aunt with full potential was really something that could put a big dent in the Gu family's future. And at this point, outside the Gu family's large manor, a man and a woman are carrying 2 fruit baskets and walk in. Hey! What are you two doing? At that moment, the security guard noticed the duo and stopped them immediately. The two of them were full of smiles, and then they took out a red envelope and stuffed it into the security guard's hands, saying, "We are here to propose marriage. Please can you inform your family head?" This statement was made. The security guard couldn't help but stare. Marriage proposal? Who are you looking for? This is the Gu family. Go Go, don't make a mess here. Our aunt will be here soon. The security guard felt that the duo was here to cause trouble, and immediately just threw the red envelope back to the duo. When the two heard the guard's words, they immediately became anxious. What, auntie? Ling Ling is already betrothed? When the security guard heard this, he was even more displeased. No, did you call Ling Ling too? Get out of here. It's just that you're good-tempered. If it were a few other buddies, you'd have been blown away long ago. The two looked at each other in all directions and continued to ask a question. Your aunt, isn't her name Li Fan? Hearing this, the security guard was immediately filled with pride. That's not true. It's that Li Fan who pushed the foreign races sideways in the heavenly phase mysterious realm. That's an absolute genius. Let your son look at himself in the mirror and see if he's qualified to be compared to Li Fan. And the duo already had a smile on their faces at the moment. That's right. The two were no one else but Li Fan's parents, Huang Lan as well as Li Dugua. The two of them were not aware of the fact that Li Fan was already preparing to propose marriage, so they thought to come and help Li Fan to propose marriage first. That was not expected. It turned out that Li Fan had already been planning to do this a long time ago. In that case, they could have saved themselves too much trouble, and the security guard couldn't help but look a little strange when he saw the two of them full of smiles. What's all this giggling about? But immediately afterward, Li Dugua's words caused the security guard's face to change drastically. Your aunt's name is just Li Fan. I'm Li Fan's father, Li Dugua. Chapter 136, the old mayor steps in. Ha, Li Fan he. Dad? The security guard was dumbfounded when he heard this. The man is Li Fan's father. Then the woman is Li Fan's mother. Together this is the in-laws to come? However, for a while, the security guard was also unable to tell whether the identity of the two was true or false. But it's better to believe it than not believe it at all. So the security guard's attitude immediately made a 180-degree turn. Please stay here and have some tea, both of you, while I make a phone call. The security guard was full of respect as he welcomed Li Dugua Huang Lan and the two of them to the security room, and then ducked to the side to make a phone call. A few minutes later, the security guard directly fluttered his kneel down in front of the two old men, full of self-reproach. It's my fault for not knowing. When the two old men saw this, they were really in tears. Neither of them felt any offense. The security guard was just doing his part, so he immediately helped the guard up. And not a moment later, Gu Song, the head of the Gu family, as well as a group of Gu family executives came to the door in a swarm to greet them personally. It was evident that the Gu family valued Li Fan. Two in-laws? I'm really sorry. We security guards here are not too familiar with the two in-laws, so I'm really slacking off. Gu Song immediately compensated the two old men once again. No. It's mainly because we came too suddenly. Li Dugua smiled. After the short greeting, Gu Song welcomed the two old men inside and entertained them, sipping tea and making small talk at the same time. Soon, the two sides talked about getting engaged. Obviously, both sides hated Li Fan Guling to get a license as soon as he came back today, so it was a very good chat. And after the marriage was finalized, Huang Lan then handed Gu Song a space ring as a bride price, and in Gu Song's opinion, this was just too outgoing, but after all, it was also a token of appreciation, so I accepted it. Of course, he didn't expect anything valuable in the ring. The Gu family had learned about the second old man before. He was just an ordinary staff member with a very low talent, so the ring was estimated to have at most some low-grade beast cores or some simple gold and silver jewelry inside. This kind of thing was not something that the Gu family was very short of. The in-laws look as if something is bothering them. If it's convenient you can talk to us about it. Maybe we can help a little. Yes, we'll all be family from now on. If there's anything we can do to help, in-laws, just say so. Both Li Dugua Huang Lan were very perceptive, could see some subtle changes in Gu Song's mood as he chatted, and hearing that the two were so enthusiastic, Gu Song was really touched, and at the same time, he was more at ease with handing his daughter over to Li Fan. With parents like that, being a son is bound to be no worse. However, enthusiastic as he was, he still didn't really want to bother the two in-laws. After all, the two in-laws really couldn't help. Thank you both in-laws for your concern. Is encountered some things, mainly the family side. To say the least, it is also more complicated. This matter wait for Ling Ling and Xiaofan after the marriage. I will just solve it slowly by myself, Gu Song said with a smile. And hear this. Li Dugua Huang Lan and the two of them could not help but look at each other. Then Li Dugua was up and said, in that case, we won't ask any more questions, so you guys chat while I go out to use the restroom. A few breaths later, inside the Hangar City Hall, the old mayor was leisurely sipping his tea and watching the recent news. Suddenly, a figure actually appeared in front of him out of nowhere. The old mayor first froze, and then frightened hurriedly as to get up. Tea spilled all over. Senior Li, why are you here? That's right. It was none other than Li Dugua who came. Looking at Li Dugua in front of him, the old mayor was first shocked, and then he was filled with excitement and delight. Long time no see. Li Dugua smiled at the old mayor. I came over here to ask you something. You should know all about the problems between the big families in Hang City. I basically know all the big families in Hang City very well. Senior wants to ask which family's business. As long as I can help. Absolutely full help. The old mayor immediately replied with a pat on the back. Li Dugua also opened the door. I would like to ask about the recent situation of the Gu family. My daughter-in-law is from the Gu family. It seems that the Gu family has recently encountered something, right? Gu family. The Gu family has indeed encountered something recently, mainly on the Chun family Meng family side. A few moments later, the old mayor respectfully sent Li Dugua away. That is, he immediately made a phone call. Inform down. Bring out all the files of the Chun family Meng family that have done all that in the past 100 years, and follow me to liquidate them later. Speed. This must be done fast. Also, on the Gu family's side, send someone to send a congratulatory gift. In the name of the city government. After urgently ordering everything, the old mayor looked toward the large mouth in the distance, which was called the iconic building of Hang City, and his eyes narrowed slightly. I really didn't expect seniors will actually end up really choosing my Hang City to put down roots. Once the primary civilization examination is passed, I'm afraid that my Hang City will also be able to follow the light. Chan Hung. Mengli, you've offended the wrong person this time. Eyes again looking back home. In-law's mother. In-law's father has been on the toilet for a bit too long. ISN. Tiat Gu family head Gu Song frowned slightly at this time. Li Dugua has been gone for too long this time. However, before Gu Song could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Huang Lan. Don't mind him. He's probably got an upset stomach. Let's talk about us. Right. Ling Ling Xiaofan and the others should be arriving soon, right? Gu Song didn't think much of it when he heard it, then nodded and smiled. Well, I've already arranged for the driver to pick them up. The two were chatting. Li Dugua is finally back. Huang Lan looked at Li Dugua, and with just a glance, he was sure that things were done. And the other end. At this time, the Chen family, as well as the Meng family, were already surrounded by city government personnel. All sorts of sins, immediately is to make the two families panic. Soon, the two heads of the families just found the old mayor and wanted to plead for mercy. However, what was received instead was a cold warning. There is no room for negotiation. And so it was, just less than half a day's work. More than half of the industries of the two families were taken back to the municipal government, and due to a variety of incriminating evidence, more than half of the two families are facing jail time. Such a big action could be said to have quickly attracted the attention of all the big families in Hang City. Generally speaking, the city government does not get involved in disputes between families as long as it is not a big deal that will harm the citizens. What on earth did these two families do to alarm a man of the stature of the old mayor to personally clear their accounts? One time. The only thing people can think of is the Gu family. Because the one with the deepest hatred with the two families was the Gu family. But it was just a Gu family in the district. How could it be so powerful? This couldn't help but make them focus on Li Fan. Other than Li Fan, they couldn't think of any other possibility. And soon, after they inquired about the city government going to send congratulatory gifts to the Gu family, they were sort of completely sure of this. And so it was. They also went without stopping, preparing congratulatory gifts and sending them towards the Gu family. Chapter 137 Engaged. Confessed, and parents are actually twin gods? Gu family. Nowadays, the head of the Gu family was still chatting with the Li Dugua Huan Lan duo. However, at this time, outside the Gu family, it was already filled with rows of luxury cars and a large group of people waiting to send congratulatory gifts. Such a battle. Directly, the Gu family security guards were scared silly, and immediately informed the higher-ups about this. What? Gu Song's face abruptly changed when he heard the news that the butler whispered in his ear. So immediately, he just got up and said towards Li Dugua Huang Lan's two old men, two in-laws, it seems like someone has come to pay a visit. I'll go out to take a look. You guys first come here to rest for a moment. Li Dugua Huang Lan nodded in understanding, and wait for Guzin to leave. Only then did the two speak. Would it be too high profile to get into it? It's okay, nothing high profile, and I've just been asking the old mayor for a favor. Besides, it's fine to be high profile. There are still 60 days until the civilization test. After 60 days, if we win we will go down in history. If we lose we will be erased by the law. So what's the point of thinking so much? Huang Lan nodded as she listened to Li Dugua's words. That's not a bad thing to say. Buddy Gu. What a congratulations. Right. Buddy Gu is really outgoing. Your daughter is getting married and you didn't inform us old friends. That's right, I'm a bit overwhelmed with a transcendent mystic realm here, so it's a congratulatory gift for Buddy Goo's daughter. Outside the door, in the face of a single complimentary congratulation from the main figures of each of the great clans, Gusong could be said to be in a daze. In the past, when the Gu family was in its heyday, we didn't see so many clans coming to support us, did we? And the most outrageous thing is that even the city council came. But although he was still confused about the situation, since he had come, there was naturally no reason to turn away. With that, he immediately arranged for everyone to go to the parlor to rest and drink tea. Standing at the door, facing the guests coming one after another, Gusong's brain was already about to turn at the moment. And that's when the arrival of the old mayor really made Gusong completely tense up. This old mayor, that is a quasi-divine figure, is almost very seen on weekdays. I didn't realize that even the old mayor had come. Gusong, you've given birth to a good daughter. By the way, are the two seniors still around? The old mayor laughed and patted Gusong's shoulder, while then coming to Gusong's ear and said, "The moment." It took Gusong a moment to react violently. Two seniors? Is it hard to believe that it refers to Li Dubois and Huang Lan? Thinking about Li Dubois going out to use the restroom in the middle of the day, could it be that time? Gusong's heart couldn't resist a wild beat. Nice guy. I didn't realize that these two in-laws were high up in the world, and even the old mayor had to be called a senior. The old mayor is a quasi-god. Then these two in-laws of his. He was already a little less than thrilled with the idea. A big man like that, he'd never been in contact with. Plus the train station at this point, Li Fan as well as Gu Ling had already arrived without any problems. The butler driver sent by the Gu family received the duo at the first opportunity, but at the moment of getting in the car, instead, Li Fan directly asked the driver to drive to Chen's house. In response, the butler at the side couldn't help but frown. Your aunt may not know, recently the Chen family and our Gu family have been in a fight, but before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Li Fan. I know, I'm there to settle the score with them. This statement was made. The butler was so shocked that it was a heart attack. Chen family but has a number of saint-level clan elders sitting in the town. This direct hasty door to settle accounts. The consequences. Immediately, he reported this news in the form of a message to the Gu family's senior side, and it didn't take long. Li Fan then received a call from his father, Li Dubois. Son, come on over to Ling Ling's house. Things have been taken care of by your mom and I, so you don't have to go. Ha, you and mom. Don't ask yet. You guys come over here first. The call was short. However, it was very confusing and informative to Li Fan. Things are done? As far as he remembered, his parents were just ordinary clerks. And to run this kind of thing between the big families? For a moment, he was already vaguely guessing that the second elder was hiding something from him. Brother Li Fan, is there anything wrong with uncle? Gu Ling couldn't help but ask when she saw Li Fan's expression change. I don't know, but let's go to your house first. My parents are at your house. Li Fan frowned slightly, a little out of breath. His mind was now frantically recalling all the times he had spent with the two old men in the past. Think about it. The fact that the two oldest are traveling almost every other day is a bit odd. Previously, he had purely thought that it was because of the second old man's more spontaneous personality, but now the more he thought about it, the more wrong it became. Nice guy. He's a real too old man. 2. Even the son is defended. Come to the Gu family. Greeted by a large crowd, Li Fan walked in through the front door with Gu Ling in tow. Gu Ling held Li Fan's hand tightly, and was actually a stranger to this home. That's too many people gathered, and most of them can be famous people in Hangzhou. Even during the Gu family's peak, it was difficult to invite these people over. Soon, the old mayor, Gu Song, Li Daigua Huang Lan and a group of Gu family executives then walked out from the hall. As you can see from this standing position, Li Dubois as well as Huang Lan that are standing firmly in the C position. Gu, Ling Ling, it's been so long, look how thin you've gotten. As soon as she did, Huang Lan pulled Gu Ling to her side and painfully pinched Gu Ling's small face. Li Fan then looked at Li Dubois who was at the side. Dad, Li Dubois smiled at Li Fan. I'll talk about your mom's business when we get home. First we'll settle the issue of you and Ling Ling's engagement. This statement was made. Gu Ling as well as Li Fan were stunned. Engaged? We're just here today to propose marriage, and this is fast-forwarding to an engagement? But with the elders' arrangement, it was naturally not the duo's turn to interrupt. Next afternoon, the grand engagement ceremony took place at the Gu family home. Fortunately, an engagement is not a marriage and there is not a lot to prepare for. Otherwise, Li Fan wouldn't even be able to invite Rosilii and the others in time. And just when the Gu family was happy, at the other end, the Chen family Meng family, the two families that were involved in pitting the Gu family elders in the first place with several saint-level elders, all of them chose to look suicidal. The suicide note left behind also explains their motive for suicide. They knew they were already messing with the wrong people. But there is a right to be wronged. And they hope to use their deaths in exchange for the Gu family not pursuing the matter any further. Time rolls around. It was already coming to night. After the engagement ceremony, Li Dugua Huanglan, the two old men, brought Li Fan Gu Ling and the two of them to the small courtyard of the Gu family manor to take a walk. On Gu Song's side, he was still entertaining the guests from all the great clans. Dad, Mom, can we talk about what's going on with you two now? Li Fan already couldn't wait to find out. And the two old men didn't hide anymore, confessing all the things they had been doing all these years. Listen to the words of the two old men. Whether it was Li Fan or Gu Ling on the side, all of them were listening with wide eyes, especially Li Fan. His own mom and dad were actually both god-level powerhouses? Chapter 138, Can a realm beyond the divine level be booby-trapped? Thanks to him, he was even worried before that the second old man would be secretly poisoned by the He family. Hoping that the two old men were actually god-level powerhouses, the He family poisoned them. Isn't that a death wish? And judging from listening to some of the battle results that the second old man had just briefly revealed, it seemed that even among the god-level powerhouses, the two old men were the best. Ahem, we didn't mean to keep it from you. Your mom and I usually have very dangerous missions and don't really want to worry you. And mostly we just want you to live a more mundane life, away from the fighting and stuff. Looking at Li Fan's face full of disbelief, Li Dugua couldn't help but cough lightly and explain. Huang Lan, who was on the side, nodded at this time. Yes, and we also did not expect that your talent is actually so strong, which the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Things are now. Listening to the second old man's explanation, Levan slowly began to panic out of his shock, scratching his head and smiling. Well, Dad, Mom, I'm not blaming you guys. I just need a reprieve. It's like the time when a poor kid finally struggles from the bottom to become the president of a public company, ready to shelter all the people he wants to protect. As a result, suddenly the impression of a poor mom and dad pushed open the office door and walked in, showing their cards that they were the richest people in the world in general. That has to be a reprieve. And hearing Li Fan's words, Li Dugua Huanglan and the two of them silently sighed in relief. They thought that Li Fan would complain that they had never helped Li Fan cultivate, had never provided any cultivation resources or anything like that. Now it seems that they were overly concerned. The son was far more mature than they thought. At this time, Gu Ling, while shocked, her eyes slowly dimmed, and even her movements were a bit timid. None other. It's the low self-esteem that's at work. Li Fan's talent was heaven-defying, and she asked herself that she might never be able to catch up with Li Fan's footsteps. So her original intention was to help Li Fan stabilize the big rear, give Li Fan a few big fat boys, help take care of Li Fan's parents, and be a good daughter-in-law. However, the in-laws were actually god-level powerhouses? Even family crises are handled by the in-laws. A strong sense of inferiority made her feel somewhat like she was not worthy of Li Fan. Li Fan was also aware of Gu Ling's emotions at this time, and immediately held Gu Ling's hand tightly, frowning as he looked at Gu Ling and asked, Ling Ling, is there something you're unhappy about? Gu Ling hurriedly shook her head and squeezed out a smile. It's okay. She didn't want to spoil everyone's fun. And looking at Gu Ling's performance, Li Fan was really confused. At this time, Li Dugua laughed aloud and patted Li Fan's shoulder. Ling Ling is probably tired. Today has been a busy day. Later on, Xiu Fan, you hurry and take Ling Ling to rest. Looking at the father and son's watery straight man speech, Huang Lan really couldn't help but shake his head. Ling Ling, relax. Don't think too much. We are very satisfied with you as a daughter-in-law. No one can replace you. Still, that is the same. If Li Fan dares to bully you in the future, I will help you beat him up. Huang Lan pulled Gu Ling to her side and opened her mouth with a smile as the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law pulled up camp. Apparently, women's minds were often more delicate, and Huang Lan could tell at a glance what Gu Ling was thinking. And listening to Huang Lan's words, Gu Ling could be said to be touched and in a much better mood. Thank you, Auntie. And call Auntie? Thanks, Mom. Watching the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law get along happily. On the side, father and son Li Dugua Li Fan couldn't help but scratch their heads and smile at each other. The moonlight gurgled, gradually lengthening the shadows of the four. In this moment, the years seemed to stand still. Without realizing it, the night was late. Gu Ling was already asleep at this point. Li Fan lay aside, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. After realizing that his parents were god-level powerhouses, he was happy at first. But now the more I think about it, the more worried I feel. As my mother, Huang Lan, said, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. At his parents' level of strength, in the future, when they faced that primary civilization examination, they would inevitably have to be on the field as well. The foreign race's heavenly pride, he was very confident that he could finish it off. but those foreign powers, he couldn't pinpoint them. I don't know if the human high level of warfare will be able to suppress it, and most of all, he didn't know how the civilization examination at that time. The specific situation was, if he could see the battlefield of the two sides of the high-level battlefield was okay, he could still take the opportunity to use Yin pupil to help, but if he couldn't see it, he would have to wait for the results. In case your parents die in battle during the test, this result, definitely more than he can take. Get up and come out to the yard for a walk. But just as he arrived, he found his parents sitting on a bench in the courtyard. Dad, Mom, Fan, still awake? Can't sleep. Li Fan walked up to the two old men, a little surprised, and then chatted, and in the face of his closest relatives, Levon bared his soul. Hearing that Li Fan was worried about himself, both of the two old men's hearts were warmed. Then he was comforting Li Fan. Xiu Fan, don't think too much. It's a matter of life and death for all of humanity. Someone has to come forward. Yeah, actually, your dad and I are content to see you start a family. We just need to do what we need to do next. Li Fan was silent and nodded. Then said, how many higher warriors are there on the alien side? What are the chances of victory on our side? The second elder, who should have the best knowledge of the Fae in all of humanity at the moment, wanted to give himself a head start in advance. And in response to Li Fan's question, Li Duguo was silent for a while. If I can go further before the primary civilization test, it should be 50 to 50. This statement was made. Li Fan Ring could not help but feel a tightness in his heart. Take it a step further? Beyond the god level? Translated in a cosmic civilization. What realm is that? Is there already an existence of that level among the foreigners? If the leather bear was still awake, he might be able to answer him. But then again, listening to Li Duguo's tone, if he wanted to reach that realm, he was afraid that it wouldn't be that easy. This made Li Fan's worries become a few points heavier. Then how long is it until the civilization test? Li Fan asked again at this time. 2 months, Li Duguo said seriously. Hearing this reply, Li Fan was shocked and, 2 months? It was obviously going to be much shorter than he thought. Well, your father and I are going to go into seclusion for the past 2 months to try and touch that realm, but whether we can win or not, we can't rely on us alone. Your younger generation is also very important. Mother Huanglan spoke up at this time. Li Fan fell into silence at the moment, almost as if he was already unable to listen to the words of the second old man. Follow the information given by the second elder. There was a huge probability that the human high-level battle force would not be able to win on the alien side. As it is, he could never sit on his hands. Dad, Mom, you guys know the alien side better. Do you see any chance of luring the highest battle force from the alien side? Or bring me there? This time when I went to the quota secret realm, I got a chance. There is a secret treasure from the cosmic civilization, used for spirit-type attacks. It can silently do the job of decapitating opponents. I don't know if it can decapitate the realm you guys are talking about, but the god level can definitely do it. Of course, there aren't many times the secret treasure can be used. Li Fan looked at the two old men at this time and spoke seriously, having already made a decision in his heart. That's right. He wanted to use Yin Pupil to help go ahead and decapitate the high-ranking warriors of the foreign race. He only used it once or twice, and with the secret treasure of the cosmic civilization, used for spiritual attacks as a front, he didn't worry that the two old men would be able to discover Yin Xie's existence. Chapter 139, Time Flies, the first character to step into the god level, and hearing this from Li Fan, whether it was Li Duguo or Huanglan, all of them couldn't help but stare in disbelief. A cosmic secret treasure that can cut down a god level? Have to say, it was already a bit beyond their knowledge. Little Fan, are you telling the truth? Li Duguo wanted to make sure he hadn't heard wrong, and Li Fan's reply was unusually firm, 1,000 times over. After hearing Li Fan's affirmative answer, Li Duguo Huanglan couldn't help but look at each other once again, and in the end, they both nodded their heads and chose to believe. Li Fan was the closest person to them, and was not a child's age anymore, so it was bound to still be impossible to joke about such things. Immediately, with a wave of his big hand, Li Dao directly isolated the surrounding sounds. Little Fan in the future, don't just say anything about having a chance on you. Li Duguo looked at Li Fan with some tears and laughter. With such a treasure, if someone else hears it, it's likely to lead to murder. Yeah, you don't have to say anything about any chance you have in the future, even if it's us. Huanglan also spoke up at this time, feeling that Li Fan was too green. Li Fan shook his head and laughed without saying anything. He was actually more eager, or else it would have been impossible to risk exposing Yin Pupil to make up a secret treasure. Dad, Mom, I get it, but let's talk about the feasibility of my solution. Li Fan continued at this point. If they could remove the top combatants among the foreign races, it would definitely be a lot easier on the side of the human hierarchy. The second oldest can be less stressful. 2. Forget it, this secret treasure is better to keep it for your own life preservation. The young generation of the foreign races also cannot be underestimated. As far as I know, there is a high possibility that there are foreign races prides with quasi-divine level battle power, and they are also rushing up there because of the chance they got. As for the matter of going to the deep sea to lure those fey old monsters, I don't think it's too good. The terrain over there in the deep sea is complicated, and your mom and I only know a part of the fey's information. The deep sea is after all their turf, and if we rashly go deep into the bottom of the sea, I'm afraid that we don't even have the chance to use our secret treasures. Li Dugwa shook his head and faintly said, "That's right." He didn't agree with Li Fan's method, and at the same time gave reasons for it, and that was a reason that Li Fan could not refute. Indeed, the deep sea is the land of the Fae. If he went in rashly, he probably wouldn't even have the chance to use Yin Pupil. After all, he wasn't cool enough. I know you're worried about us, but you have to have faith in us. Well, at least your father and I were known as the first genius of Great Xia since ancient times. When Li Dugwa saw Li Fan's sad face, he immediately patted Li Fan's shoulder and smiled with confidence. In response, Li Fan could only nod helplessly and chose to believe it. Subsequently, the three members of the family continued to chat for a while, and then went back to their respective rooms. Early the next morning, after breakfast, Li Fan then boarded the train back to the Northern Empire with Gu Ling. Wait for the two to leave. Li Dugwa Huanglan also left quietly. Train. Gu Ling snuggled into Li Fan's arms and fell into a deep sleep. Li Fan couldn't help but fall into deep thought as he looked out the window at the ever-retrogressing tall buildings and forests. There are still 2 months to go before we face the civilization test. There's one to say, time is a little too tight. Although he had Yin Pupil, that was an undercard that could only be used as a last resort. The civilization assessment was about the fate of the two civilizations, and the probability was that the cosmic will would synchronize the images for all the beings of the two civilizations to see. So if you can solve it with your flesh, it's better to try to just use your flesh. Of course, that's the steady state. If he was really pushed, he naturally didn't care what he found out or not. Straight to the kill. As for the second old man's side, then it's just a choice to believe them. Noon. After arriving at Beidi and sending Gu Ling back to school, he said goodbye to a few people from Ruchi Lai. Li Fan then boarded the airplane to the base. Arrive at the base. Li Fan chose to go to the gravity room for closed-door cultivation at the first opportunity, now that 5,000 times gravity chamber was already built. Currently, if that was the case, Li Fan was already able to withstand close to 4,000 times the gravity. So for a short time, this gravity chamber is perfectly adequate. 2 months. He had to fight to get stronger. And for this desperate maneuvering of Li Fan, Di and Luo Duan and even the crowd of old students all couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. This hustle was really a bit beyond their reach. Time is like a shuttle. Rolling eyes. A half month had passed. Almost everyone on the base today is in a state of high tension. That's right. The news that there was still a month and a half to go before the civilization test was now out. Many of the older students who had yet to obtain a quota were now all very active in participating in the quota's secret realm. Those who obtained a place began a hellish level of closed-door cultivation, just like Li Fan. As for Di Yun Luo Duan, the freshmen who came in after him, they were now informed that they had given up, and they could choose to go home. Sure, they still have the option of staying on base and enjoying seating, but is not going to be brought to the test. No way. It's too much of a rush. It was impossible for them to be able to reach the Paragon threshold in such a short period of time, which meant that they would not be able to obtain a spot to enter the examination battlefield. Since there was no way to enter the battlefield, there was actually naturally no need to stay here, and most of them, for the most part, are choosing to leave. Despite the reluctance carried in his heart, he was helpless. As for the reason for leaving, decisively giving up the opportunity for unlimited resources. Naturally, there is uncertainty about the civilization test. Winning is okay, but if the test is lost, humanity will cease to exist. This window of time now may be the last time they spend with their loved ones, and before leaving, they all left some messages for Li Fan. It's basically mostly words of encouragement and such. Because of their batch, Li Fan was the only one who was certain that he could go into the battlefield, and was also the one who had the best relationship with them. The other end. At this time in the hinterland of Daxia, inside a secret building, the highest echelons of Daxia's summit were converging in the conference room. On the main seat of the conference room sat an old man with a head full of silver hair, but with a twinkling spirit. Anyone in the Great Xia who saw the old man would probably be able to recognize him, because everyone in Daxia could see his face in history books in elementary school. Lord Yu Gong, the first batch of strong people to come out since the recovery of the aura, created countless myths, almost by his own strength that year, to help the Great Xia will fall. not only to guide mankind to enter the secret realm to explore, but also single-handedly set up the Awakened Alliance, will be divided at the time of the unification of the Great Xia. It was also the first human to step into the god level. However, after Yu Gong stepped into the divine level, he didn't appear in the public eye again. In the opinion of many, Lord Yu has passed away. Chapter 140 Referendum Meeting. Energy under the base. Well, tell us all about it. There's still a month and a half before the beginner civilization examination begins. Is it necessary to publicize the exact date to all the people of Daxia? Lord Yu sat on the main seat and spoke slowly, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. Immediately, all kinds of different opinions began to ring out from the conference room. I don't recommend making it public. Once it's publicized, it's bound to cause a certain amount of panic. And now that we're facing the test, which is already very severe, if the people's side is in chaos again, and in case the oceanic foreigners take advantage of this to launch an attack, then it's a matter of internal trouble and external trouble. I'm firmly opposed to making it public. Excuse me, I think our people should be allowed to have this right to know. Yes, it's true that there's a high probability that there will be some panic and turmoil at that point, but we just have to lead people to believe that we're going to win, and then it's all still manageable. And that, as for the alien attack, I just can't believe that if our people panic, their people won't panic? They definitely don't have the leisure time to launch an attack. I agree to go public. Everyone here should also be aware of what our chances of winning this time are. Perhaps this half-month is the last half-month of our humanity. If we let our subjects die in an unknown manner, I think we will be the guilty ones. I also agree. In terms of unrest, we can just do a certain amount of countermeasures, and the people should have the right to know. I object. One by one. It's easy to say, if there's a real unrest, how many people might die innocently? Do you know? The conference room is full of discussions. From the beginning of the orderly statement of ideas, slowly evolved into a rush to say their own views, and finally even gradually turned into a quarrel. Eventually, it was a meeting that was still quieted only by Lord Yu's tapping on the table. Well, we all have different opinions, so let's decide by voting. I'll give everyone 5 minutes to calm down and think about it. In 5 minutes, voting begins. Strike that. Lord Yu then slowly left the conference room with his hands behind his back. From his face, not much emotion could be seen, but a trace of imperceptible exhaustion could be detected. And on the other end, 3101, 3102, 3103. In the gravity room, Levon flew through the round of workouts. From the outside, Li Fan's muscles all over his body were now sculpted to perfection, and every cell seemed to contain an incomparable explosive force. With an overwhelming sense of oppression, walk out of the gravity chamber. Li Fan looked at the more and more pressing assessment date, and his mood was really getting more and more annoyed. Nowadays, he had officially stepped into the quasi-saint realm, and the values of all aspects of his physical body had skyrocketed at once. That lava giant on the 4th level, he was already able to manage to crush it, and he had even managed to cultivate the collapsing star fist as well as the wind treading skill to the grand completion stage through the constant honing and sparring with the lava giant. Comprehensive strength can be said to have ushered in a metamorphosis, but when he reached the 5th level, he just stalled again. According to his intuition, the 5th level had to have a quasi-divine level of battle power before one could possibly be able to pass through. But nowadays, he was still far from being able to touch the edge of a quasi-god. That's right, even though half a month ago, he was strong enough to arm wrestle with a top saint level. However, the gap between a saint level and a quasi-god was really too much greater than Li Fan had imagined. His current physical body condition could be said to be the first under the paragons. However, in the face of a true paragon, it could only be as unbearable as a baby facing an adult. And the deadliest of all today, with his current physical qualities, a 5,000 times gravity chamber was no longer able to fulfill his training requirements at all. Although he had long applied to his superiors for a 10,000 times gravity chamber, the base executives were also busy right now, and delivering the gravity chamber would take some time. If only the dark star still worked. Li Fan couldn't help but think of the dark star in the space ring. If he could use the gravity chamber up there, then everything would be solved, and he would be able to meet the civilization test in the strongest position. Took a shower. Li Fan returned to the dormitory and began to meditate, as opposed to lying down and resting. Sitting and meditating is more relaxing and calms the mind. And just as Li Fan was meditating, Li Fan did not realize that a subtle energy was extending through the other side of space, from the dark star to the base below. It was late in the evening. Suddenly, a figure then appeared in front of Li Fan. Master, the dark star has been replenished with a small amount of energy and is ready for simple operations. That's right. That's exactly what a leather bear is. The moment he saw the leather bear, Li Fan's brain couldn't help but be confused for a moment. He hadn't seen the leather bear since he came out of the secret realm and the dark star folded space. Now it's surprisingly out of nowhere. And it says it's energized? Levon couldn't even think much about it. Immediately afterward, there was a wave of panic. Master, don't worry. Currently in autonomous mode. Only you, Master, can see me. The leather bear could see that Li Fan was worried and said with a smile, "Hear this." Li Fan then breathed a sigh of relief. The dark star was not something he was too keen on letting others know about for the time being. It was then that Li Fan finally asked his doubt. "Where did you get the energy? He's been at the base the entire time. Where is he going to get energy?" Leather Bear said, pointing down. There was a derelict F-class ship below the glacier with a small amount of unused energy, and when the dark star detected it, it automatically turned on energy absorption. That ship should have misplaced itself on this planet, just like the dark star. Hear that? Li Fan felt a surge of surprise and was very shocked in his heart. There's a spaceship under the base? That's something he's never heard anyone say before. However, after thinking about it, this side of the base had access to the virtual network, and there were all sorts of devices that transcended the current technology and transcended the current cultivation concepts, and I'm afraid that there was a high probability that they were gotten from this spaceship. And with that, Li Fan then went on to ask if the dark star would attract the attention of others by absorbing the energy from the ship below. And then after getting the answer that it doesn't, only then did Li Fan completely put his heart down. Immediately after, Li Fan then began to ask if he could enter the dark star to practice. In that your energy, you can open the nutrition cabin as well as the gravity chamber. And if you don't want to be discovered, Master, you can also turn on the cultivation mode. And the dark star will hide and shield the space around you, so you can't be observed from the outside. At the same time, if you, Master, want to enter the dark star, you will also need to go through a spatial folding, but this process, the dark star can help with, and there won't be any danger. Once again, the leather bear gave his answer calmly, and this answer was undoubtedly great news for Li Fan. At that time, all he needed to do was to go to the gravity room to shut down and then enter the dark star to cultivate. Cultivation rooms like the gravity room would not be monitored on the base side, and if it shows a closed state, no one will disturb it. He could have practiced in it without worry. Eyes again back to the conference room. Lord Yu was already back in the conference room, sitting in the main seat. At this time, all the people in the conference room, too, had already calmed down, and had already thought clearly about their decision. Okay, let's start the voting. And raise your hand if you agree to make the date public. Voting began with the moderator at Yugong. And soon, the votes are in. 2. The number of people who agreed to publish the date to the children of Daxia won by a narrow margin of 2 votes. For this result, naturally there are still a lot of people who disagree, but they respect the rules and they respect Yugong. Well, about the announcement date, let's set it for tomorrow's release, and you arrange to draw up the sayings. Try to keep the unrest to a minimum. Lord Yu spoke slowly, his eyes looking towards a middle-aged man at the very side. The middle-aged man was no one else, but the current explicit principal of Daxia, on the side of the other heads of state. Do we need to notify them? The man frowned at this point. To this, Lord Yu slowly shook his head. No need. Chapter 141, Universal Carnival, Doomsday Announcement? Rolling eyes. The time came early the following morning. A big morning. An announcement that quickly just dominated the front page of every major media news forum. To the people of Daxia, the Blue Star Primary Civilization Examination will be officially opened in 44 days. And the great battle between us humans and the marine alien race will be fully fought at that time. Whether or not one could pass the examination and step into the ranks of the cosmic civilization. 44 days later, one would be able to learn the result. Although we on the human side have a strong belief in victory, the battlefield is so rapidly changing that we cannot give a promise that we will win. However, please do trust us. It's a long announcement. First, the date of the civilization test was thrown out. This is followed by a very large passage of inspirational, fervent, and impassioned rhetoric. This makes one think, at first glance, that humanity is already on the winning side. But once you calm down and summarize the announcement, you can come up with a very pithy message. There are still 44 days to go before the civilization test. The human side would love to win, but it's not necessarily guaranteed to win. That message in other words, 44 days from now, it will either be Armageddon, or it will be a grand day in the history books. One time, the Daxia network was quickly flooded with comments from netizens. And the winds of commentary have pretty much split into 2 waves. One wave is optimism. Nice guy, there are still 44 days to go before the civilization test. So soon? Grass. Really excited. Going to step into the cosmic civilization. 44 days from now we'll be in the universe. This pussy class will damn well end here. I'm going to find a lower class civilization in the universe and become a slave owner. to enter a cosmic civilization. In that case, this F-rank talent of mine, isn't it saved? There should be quite a few opportunities in the universe that can enhance talent, right? 44 days. In 44 more days, I, Hu Lao San, will be able to ride the universe and be a cosmic prodigal son. Elementary civilization test. May I ask if we need to do something then? If we need to go into battle, I'll be the first to sign up. I'll sign up too. The Fae. I'll sign up as well. For the sake of entering the universe, it's incumbent on my old man's great sword, in the eyes of the optimist. 44 days from now, it will be the official day to step into the cosmic civilization. They were already looking forward to the future, and even their blood was rushing. They couldn't wait to split the difference with the foreigners. And on the defeatist side, the picture that is very different. 44 days shouldn't be the end of the world, should it? We should trust the higher-ups. When the sky is falling, there's a tall man to hold it up. Or don't be too optimistic. The announcement didn't say it's a sure win. The ocean fae we've only seen once so far. It's too mysterious. There might be monsters like the Cthulhu, not something we humans can resist. I think so. The more I look at this announcement, the more it looks like a death notice. This is the end of this stupid class. How come it's only 44 days? I haven't lived long enough. It's death either way. So take advantage of the last 44 days to go crazy. In the eyes of defeatism, this announcement is an unspoken death notice. And it is from this camp that most of the social unrest comes. And apart from the two camps, there is also a very small group of Buddhists. They were completely honest about the outcome. Whether it was the end of the world or stepping into the universe, they were not caring too much and were still living their current lives. Soon, with the announcement, under the ferment of public opinion, 3 days later, various groups of people gradually began to appear on the streets of Daxia. It is the movers and shakers who bear the brunt of this. They create panic and then profit off of it. However, these movers and shakers were generally not very talented and not strong enough, so the social threat they posed was not that great. Sure, this is naturally without the help of many law enforcement officers as well as awakened people with a sense of justice. So overall, the unrest is now in a completely controlled situation, as opposed to turmoil. Still another group. That's the guy who quit the pussy shift he had on his hands. Nowadays, the whole of Daxia has seen an unprecedented wave of resignation strikes. They stopped going to work and stopped engaging in some meaningless competition. Instead, you start meeting your friends and loved ones and start having fun to your heart's content. Things that I was afraid to do in the past and didn't have time to do. I started to do them. All the regrets and moved to make up for them. The main event is one that says go. One time, almost the entire population went into a frenzy. There was a lot of laughter. Some people were pessimistically waiting for death and enjoying their last hurrah, while others were thinking about the future of the universe and looking forward to a better tomorrow. And such an atmosphere of revelry quickly just brings down many stereotypical social orders. For example, many people choose to sleep directly on the street with no regard for others. For example, two men and women who don't know each other, just talk briefly, start a dry relationship, and then start the next one. At the same time, because many of the positions are without employees, social convenience is also greatly affected. But it's also the moment when money starts to become less important. When you come to the grocery store, you can take whatever is inside without anyone stopping you. Just as if they only live these 44 days. The only thing that was blocked, it's those places that sell cultivation resources. This was because everyone knew that even if they were to enter a cosmic civilization, these cultivation resources could still be used. And such an orgy in Daxia is enough to last more than half a month. As the saying goes, what goes around comes around. After more than half a month of revelry, many people were slowly regaining their composure. And instead of making crazy moves, they began to make preparations for what they guessed was the future. Optimism felt that it would soon enter the civilization of the universe, and began to resume its practice and became even more diligent than before. The defeatist feels that the end is near, that what should be crazy has been crazy, and now begins to travel around, screaming at the top of his lungs to find the perfect place to wait for death to come. And for such a change, it was as if the senior side of Daxia had already anticipated this. Many of the recent initiatives have been perfect to give this national bash a run for its money. And compared to Daxia, the West, as well as the alien side, because of many different concepts, that can be completely different from Daxia. Chapter 142, The Fall of the West. Tragic battle. Western side. The transfer of news between the West and Daxia is relatively closed. That's why the Western populace is so much later in the evening for the civilization test. But that in no way detracts from the horrific turmoil in the West today. And that's in addition to inaction at the top in the West. More than anything else, it's the hedonistic mindset that is ingrained in the Western populace. It's just less than 10 days of work. The West is now a mess. And from the situation, there is no hint that it can recover. Faced with such a mess, it seems that the Western top management does not want to care. All of them chose to protect themselves, hiding in their own large estates to enjoy leisurely. Deep sea. The Fae side. Since dealing with humans, there are already a number of foreign folk who have already established contact with the outside world. So for the civilization assessment time announced by Daxia, they also knew about it one after another. Turmoil, naturally, is inevitable. But soon, the civil unrest was just suppressed. It couldn't be helped. The great clans were now killing like crazy. But wherever you see people stirring up trouble and trying to preach doomsday rhetoric, you will directly lose all 9 clans along with them. Such an iron-fisted move has undoubtedly left most of the civilians of the alien race on edge today. This is what indirectly led to subtle disagreements within the Fae. Only this disagreement was suppressed by force. Time rolls around. Another half-month passed. Nowadays, there is still the last half a month left before the civilization test. The people of Daxia are emotionally detached at the top. Nowadays, most of them are already able to do this test with a straight face. And just as the people of Daxia were quietly waiting for the examination to begin, suddenly one day, countless waves of beasts as well as foreign races began to appear along all of the coastlines of Great Xia. That's right, it's not yet time for the civilization test. The Great War between the two civilizations has already begun. The Fae side has really started to move. Notify all the awakened in the military region to go to the coastline to support and defend against foreign enemies. Daxia's summit meeting room. Yugong quickly is to make this regulation. And on the major coastlines of Daxia, today's battle can be extremely grueling. The natural advantage of the aliens' physical strength made many of the weaker awakened completely unable to resist. The battle was almost completely stalled by those stronger awakened. But even these stronger awakened could not withstand the terrifying numbers of the foreigners. And on top of that, there was a steady stream of beasts. And so it was. 3 short days. The Daxia coastline is in total collapse. Countless people along the coast were displaced and even became blood food for the ferocious beasts and foreigners. The battle lines also had to be shifted a little further inland. In today's media, news of the defeat and a video of the grueling scene can be seen almost every day. For a moment, panic quickly swept through the entire Daxia. But soon, after the panic rose to its peak, the people of Daxia began to go from panic to gradual anger. The sentiment of killing the enemy on the battlefield and defending the country began to take over. Come the 5th day, after the entire faculty and students of Northern Empire University declared their participation in the war, the fervor of all the people to defend the enemy began to sweep through the entire Daxia. All the people of Daxia began to truly be united as one at this moment. A constantly retreating front, and as a result, it's starting to gradually stabilize. And in contrast, the West, that situation is starting to look pretty bleak. The Fae landed with a wave of beasts less than 3 days ago. Almost every country in the West has fallen. Only some noble forces with high-level combat power can still occupy a small piece of position to survive. But no surprise, under the attack of this endless tide of beasts, they can't carry on for long. Soon, after learning that the Great Summer Side was already carrying off the invasion of the foreign races, countless Western populations are hoping to escape to Daxia. However, the coastline has long since been completely sealed off. The West is like an abandoned island at the moment, filled with fear and despair. The 10th day of a full-scale alien invasion of humanity. The West is completely trapped. On Daxia's side, the battle line was barely held through the sacrifices of all the people who had gone before and after. Overall, though, the situation is not encouraging either. Deep sea. Inside a magnificent building. This batch of humans are really calm. All of them are like this, and those higher warriors are still slow to show up. A purple-armored, dragon-bearded foreigner slowly opened his mouth, raising his hands and feet with a murderous aura that was extremely terrifying. And it's not just him. The aura revealed by each of the foreign races present was also incomparably powerful. Hearing this from him, the foreigners present all couldn't help but frown slightly. Being the decision-making group of the Inner Ocean Fae, the reason why they launched an attack towards humans, it was to draw out the higher war powers of the human side. In that case, they would have a chance to get rid of a few human executives before the civilization test. Even if you can't get rid of it, it is also possible to know your enemy. When the time came for the civilization test, they would be able to get a head start as a result. However, instead, things didn't go the way they expected. According to their research on humans, humans were heavy with emotion, and now that they had been killed to the extent they were now, advanced combatants should have been long overdue to appear as well as saviors. However, the highest ranked of the human side's battle force was only a quasi-god. That's far from what they wanted. Although they didn't care about the death or life of the ordinary Fae, if they kept fighting like this, the ordinary Fae side would also be the one that would have emotions. When that happens, force alone won't necessarily continue to drive the common Fae to battle. Still not doing enough, if you ask me. At this moment, a foreigner with a pair of green horns on his head slowly spoke, his eyes piercing through a hint of ruthlessness. 2 days later, Dasha on the web. A video began to go viral. The video shows the Fae piling up towers of human heads, piercing the bodies of dead humans with their tentacles and using them as toys for fun. In some of the cities that have fallen, the tallest of the towers of heads were already stacked up to 10 stories high. This shocking scene, undoubtedly, it had completely ignited the anger of the people of Dacia. Even some people who were greedy for life and fear of death were now gritting their teeth and grabbing the battlefield. Nowadays, almost all parts of Dacia were covered with grief and anger, already infinite wariness. Asterisk 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 asterisk. These dogs. I'm going to the front line. I'm going to skin them. This bunch of. I can't watch anymore. Fight them. Don't want your family to be part of this. Come with me to the front. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I'll take one even if I die. Chapter 143, The Foreign Race Retreats. Li Fan emerges from the customs, and at this time on the side of the Dacia hierarchy. Emotional heckling is just like the masses. Asterisk 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 asterisk. These foreigners are simply too inhuman. It can't be tolerated like this anymore. Lord Yu, are we sure we're still not going to make a move now? Lord Yu, I can't stand it any longer. What a bully. Inside the conference room, it is also now filled with grief and anger. If it wasn't for Lord Yu's delay in giving the order, they would have hated to rush to the front line right now and get all those alien shrimp soldiers and crab generals killed. Alright, be quiet. At that moment, Lord Yu's voice rang out, silencing the originally noisy conference room. I know you guys are angry. I'm with you guys. But right now, it's still not the right time to do it. The time is not ripe yet. Remember, you guys, we're aiming for the test. As long as the test can be won, all accounts can be settled at once. It's not like you guys don't know the purpose of the Fae side. So all of you just calm down. If we drag this out for a while longer, the Fae side won't be able to carry it. Lord Yu spoke slowly, causing the people present to slowly begin to regain their senses, but it was impossible for the anger to subside. I don't care about that much. If after 2 days, the foreigners still don't restrain themselves, I'll definitely let these have no return. A big black-faced man got up at that moment and slammed the table, while slamming the door, and immediately afterward, a few more in succession all said the same thing. Previously, no one present had ever contradicted Lord Yu in such a way. Nowadays, this is the first time. As for Lord Yu's face, at this time, he couldn't see any trace of displeasure, and there was only helplessness and exhaustion. He understood the emotions of those people better than anyone. The thing to do now, though, is to remain calm. Rolling eyes. Another day passed. Today's front line. Morale on the human side was at an all-time high. The aura that shook the fearlessness of death made the foreigners all sweat. One died and was replaced by another, one more frantic than the other. In their opinion, it was as if these humans were different people compared to before, become unafraid of death and pain. It's almost scarier than a monster. And so it was. In one day, the alien front pushed back so frantically that it was almost as if the coastline was already visible. It's safe to say, this is a completely unprecedented blowout situation. If someone were to look down at the coastline from a god's perspective at this moment, it would have been possible to see that there were already many foreigners who had begun to retreat towards the sea. Another day passed in the blink of an eye. It was a very unusual day, because those foreign races on the front line were now fleeing in a swarm, not even wanting the battle lines along the coastline. The only ones still charging forward were those ferocious beasts with low intelligence, and these ferocious beasts were naturally not much of a threat to humans. At least the threat level is far lower than those of the Fae. Deep sea. These useless losers. An angry voice came from the building. One by one, the faces in the room were not looking too good now, for just today, a large number of deserters had appeared among their foreign race who had compelled the army. It was the leadership of these deserters that tore open the alien hordes in defeat, but that actually had something to do with the resentment that had long been pent up in the hearts of the common Fae. Why don't the clansmen of their great clans have to go to war? Even if they didn't have to go to war, these great clans even wanted their family members to go to war with them. Alright, it's done. Let's just appease the people. This round, it's considered a win for his human side. I didn't expect the other party's decision makers to remain calm even after we did this, and those ordinary humans' combat power even got stronger somehow. After all, it can only be blamed on the fact that we've done too little research on human beings. Now that there are less than 10 days before the civilization test, all of you should gather your thoughts. On the test we just need to win and it won't be that much of a problem. At that moment, an old man carrying a turtle shell slowly opened his mouth, leveling the situation. And listening to the words of this old man, the people present also did not say anything more, and with a hint of indignation and unwillingness, they left one after another. This one is a loss. But when it came to the test, they could never lose. Eyes back to Dasha. As the alien race gradually receded, Dasha was also the one who finally won the Battle of the Guardian. However, look at the wreckage of the coast, the mourning, and the shocking towers of heads. Everyone in Dasha did not feel too much joy about this victory. More, endless indignation. Nowadays, most people were even already completely unconcerned about the results of the civilization test. All they care about is getting their revenge. There are 3 more days until the civilization test. Base. In the dark star's gravity chamber, Li Fan slowly walked out. Nowadays, his aura was already many times more terrifying than before. His gravity-bearing limit was also at a terrifying 50,000 times. The rest of the time is almost enough for absorbing energy stones. Li Fan was currently lying in the Dark Star's nutritional pod, calculating his next plan. This time, he spends almost all of his time on the Dark Star. Every day, in addition to working out in the gravity chamber, he was recovering in the nutritional pod. With the two complementing each other, his progress could be said to be quite rapid. Nowadays, he was already physically capable of withstanding energy stones, and compared to beast cores, absorbing energy stones is obviously much more efficient. There are only 3 days left before the civilization test. He had to scramble, but absorbing energy stones, he would have to do it in his dormitory or within the cultivation room. The reason is simple. That's the Dark Star running low on energy again. To this, Li Fan was also helpless, but being able to last until now, Li Fan was content. And when Li Fan left the Dark Star and walked out of the gravity chamber, Li Fan was the one who sensed that something was not right with the emotions of the older students. After a quick look around, only then did Li Fan learn about the invasion of the foreign races into the Grand Xia. Opened the network. Look at the shocking news. Li Fan was also enraged as endless killing intent flashed in his eyes. And soon, Li Fan then opened his communication and contacted his friends. Fortunately, most of the friends, nothing happened. Di Yun, Luo Chang as well as Gu Quan, who were hot-blooded, went to the front line, and although they suffered some serious injuries, it was good that their lives were not in danger either. Originally, Gu Ling was also planning to go to the front line, but luckily it was stopped by Gu Song, and for now it's considered very safe at home. You will not die in vain. Looking once again at the people who had passed away on the news, Li Fan sank deeply into a deep breath and said indifferently. With that, Li Fan was once again shutting down all communications. Next, Li Fan was just about ready to start absorbing energy stones, but just a second before it was ready to be absorbed. With a sudden thought, Li Fan put on his helmet and came under the inheritance tower. This time, he wanted to try this 5th layer. Chapter 144, Starry Sky Giant, Quasi-God Level Battle Force. Step into the 5th level. The surrounding scenery immediately just turned into an infinite starry sky. Li Fan was suspended under the starry sky, and in front of him, he was greeted by a vast rain of meteorites. The power of these meteorite showers was extremely strong, and if a normal saint level was hit, the probability was that it would have to be directly split into pieces. When Li Fan first came to the 5th floor before, he had underestimated these meteorites and was only smashed a few dozen times before his flesh was shattered. So much so that at one point it made him a little skeptical. He, who had always prided himself on the strength of his physical body, would actually be smashed by a few stones. But today's Li Fan was no longer comparable to then. Boo! Li Fan blasted a piece of meteorite like a small mountain with a single punch, and then with a movement of his body, the whole person nimbly traveled through the meteorite rain. I don't know how much time has passed. The meteor shower was already coming to an end. Li Fan was also finally meeting the real gatekeeper of this 5th level. It was an immense, incomparable star giant. Its entire body was made up of meteorites of different colors, and its pair of eyes, like 2 springs of terrifying volcanoes, had a rather terrifying aura. At the same time, it held a giant stick made of meteorite in its hand, and the mere flickering of the astral wind between swings was enough to be fatal. Phew! The moment he saw Li Fan, the starry sky giant wielded that huge stick. Its speed was so fast that the terrifying might made the space seem like it was about to collapse. However, in the face of this stick, Li Fan dodged it with a very drifting and bizarre twist. This was none other than the wind-treading decree after its great accomplishment. The previous Li Fan, even if he used the wind-treading decree, was unable to dodge the attack of this starry sky giant. But now, everything was different. Boo! After dodging that stick, Li Fan took advantage of the giant's moment of pause and immediately was stepping on the flying meteorite to support himself and killed towards the starry sky giant's face. It's now! Avalanche Star Fist! Li Fan leapt forward, pinched out a fist seal, and violently just blasted toward the giant's brow. Boo! 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 With a terrifyingly loud bang, the starry sky giant's huge head instantly crumbled. turning into a meteor shower that poured out all around. Watch this scene. Li Fan couldn't help his heart pounding. The near unsolvable starry sky giant that was in front of him in the beginning was now something he could easily deal with. Nowadays, his strength was already comparable to that of an average paragon's. When he absorbed the energy stone again and raised his level up even further, his strength would be able to go even further. It's still got to be the Dark Star. Without the Dark Star, it would have been completely impossible to reach this altitude in such a short period of time. Of course, this was directly related to his own almost 24-hour non-stop workouts. You can say that you can't have one without the other. And just as Li Fan was pondering, a flawless white door of light appeared in front of him. That's the entrance to the 6th floor. In response, Li Fan did not have any hesitation and directly walked in. He wasn't confident that he could get past this 6th layer, but it was still possible to take a look. Come to the 6th floor. Just walked in the door. Li Fan then appeared on a desolate planet. From a distance, there is only a vast expanse of yellow earth, and looking up, one could see 7 points of radiant, incomparable light. That's 7 suns. Such a scene really made Li Fan very curious. And the next second, the 7 suns then transformed into 7 huge fiery red phoenixes. Li Fan's face changed, because those 7 phoenixes were already killing towards him. Soon, after Li Fan had killed 3 phoenixes, he was reduced to ashes by a terrifying flame spit. After each kill, all the remaining phoenixes' battle power will be raised by another notch. This level is still a bit too close with my current strength, so I might be able to pass it after raising my level up again. Take off your helmet. Li Fan already had a rough assessment of the situation on this 6th floor. Trying to get through this 6th floor, I'm afraid that there's a mid-grade quasi-god, or even an upper-grade quasi-god's strength to do so. The current Li Fan was still not enough for the time being. Sunken breath. After resting slightly, Li Fan headed to the cultivation room and began the process of absorbing energy stones. There are 3 more days until the civilization test. He had to scramble now. I don't know what level of strength I can reach when I reach my peak state after leaving the gate. Li Fan was looking forward to this. Plus the other end. Daxia Hinterland. You public and private people's office. Daikoku and Rantside. Any news now? Lord Yu sat cross-legged by the floor-to-ceiling window and spoke faintly. These words fell. A figure slowly emerged from the surrounding void. This was a middle-aged man who looked very dry and thin, but the aura revealed on his body was terrifying. Not out yet, but I'm afraid it's really a bit difficult to break through that realm. The middle-aged man slowly shook his head, his face very grave. Duke Yu paused for a moment, then nodded and spoke slowly. 3 more days. These will be the 3 days that define our human civilization. If any of them break through to that realm 3 days later, we can barely fight, and then we'll have to look at the battlefield on the younger generation side. Bo Jun seems to have broken through to quasi-god, right? As long as we can hold our own. On the younger generation side, there shouldn't be much of a problem. If after 3 days, you still can't make a breakthrough, then I'm afraid. Speaking of the back, a trace of intolerance flashed in Lord Yu's deep eyes, and he didn't continue. The middle-aged man on the side also knew what Lord Yu wanted to say next. Let's see. There are still 3 days to go. Even though Daikoku's breakthrough is slim for them, it's not completely out of the question. The middle-aged man sighed and said faintly. Chapter 145, the night before the examination. Li Fan who stepped into the saint level. Rolling eyes. 2 more days passed. There was already only 1 last day left before the official start of the civilization assessment. Today's children of Daxia are generally still immersed in the great battle of Wei not so long ago, and have somewhat not slowed down. But for the upcoming civilization test, the public is also extremely concerned. Only the populace wasn't sure how this test would begin. So now in the streets and alleys of Daxia, there are many awakened people who have formed themselves into a team, wanting to do their part in this examination, and also to avenge the deaths of their compatriots. It seemed to them that the form of this examination was perhaps the same as the Weigwa battle some time ago. Deep Sea. At this time, the alien base camp. The elders and the younger generation of all the great sea clans who had already obtained the qualification to participate in the examination were now all gathered in a vast square. Around them, it was almost crowded with onlookers of the alien race. In column formation, the older generation of Fey powerhouses were all at the Hall Master level, which was a god-level existence. These people, in most ordinary Fey lives, that are completely out of reach. Now that he had seen so many palace masters at once, that was all but invigorating. And it's not just them. The young generation of the foreign races present, one by one, were also excited. They will soon be fighting side by side with these temple masters, defending the future of civilization together. This honor simply surpassed any of their previous achievements. And immediately after, the speech began. Our ancestors have survived on the blue star for billions of years, and the day after tomorrow will be our first step into that vast starry sky. The purpose of this speech was, Quite simply, to simply boost morale. Something like this speech. The same is true on the Daxia side. However, it was mainly in the form of meetings and was not publicized to the entire population, such as in the base today. Nearly all of the seeds with a spot were called to the martial arts arena, where the mentors were responsible for cheering them on. Let's not talk about strength for a moment, at least in terms of aura. The younger generation on the human side, it was not at all weak. The Battle of Wagwa had given each of them an infinite wariness now, and of the younger generation, the one with the most high hopes right now is Bo Jun. He was the only seed who had broken through to the quasi-god level out of everyone else at the moment. Several other seeds that were originally on par with him were now all still stuck at the peak level of the saint level, just a foot short of quasi-gods. Time passes. It was the afternoon of the following day. Tomorrow is the day the civilization test officially begins. It was a night destined to be sleepless, both for all humans and all Fae. Daxia Hinterland, a conference room. Tomorrow is the civilization assessment day. Whether they have made a breakthrough or not, it's time to let them out of the gate. Someone looked at Lord Yu on the main seat and spoke slowly. This statement was made. Soon it was a collective agreement from the crowd. Lord Yu fell into silence at this point. Even though he was already in a position to predict the outcome, he still held out a glimmer of hope. Eventually, after looking at the time, he could only choose to accept reality. Well, Daikoku and the others are going to have to come out of the gate. Odds are they won't be able to break through. But this test, win or lose, we'll do our best. By the way, in order to prevent those foreign races from getting restless during our examination, have all those paragons who don't have a place in the battle all go and station themselves at the coastline. Lord Yu spoke slowly, explaining all the subsequent steps one by one, and as the meeting came to a close, members of the conference are also beginning to leave one by one. Lord Yu was also back in his office, but not long after Lord Yu had just sat down, a figure then walked in. Ran, at a glance, Lord Yu was the one who recognized this person, which was none other than Li Fan's mother, Huang Lan. He hadn't bothered Huang Lan and also Li Dugua's cultivation. She was out on her own. Could it be that she had already made a breakthrough? But you could see it in Huang Lan's lost face. Obviously it didn't work out. Teacher, that step is still too hard. It feels so close, but it's so slow to take that step. Huang Lan sighed, a bit of self-condemnation on her face. In response, Lord Yu just smiled and comforted. That step is indeed difficult. It took me more than 500 years to step into that step from God level. You've only cultivated for less than 200 years so far. It's normal that you can't break through that step. Don't blame yourself too much. Let's just do our best. However, Lord Yu's mouth was comforting, but in his heart, he actually couldn't help but feel lost. Huang Lan's talent is second only to Li Daikwa. Now Huang Lan is already declaring the impact a failure. The only hope fell on Li Dugua. And just as Yu Gong comforted Huang Lan, the other figure, which appeared in front of the two of them, this man is no one else. It's none other than Li Daikoku. Not the same face as Huang Lan's though, Li Dugua's face. At the moment that was full of smiles. Teacher, Ran, I did it. Listening to Li Dugua's words, whether it was Dukyu or Huang Lan, there was a touch of disbelief on their faces, followed by incomparable excitement. Good, good, yes, Lord Yu said 3 good words in a row, and his emotions flared up for the first time in a long time. Now Li Dugua has also taken that step. Then, when he added Li Dugua, 2 beyond the god level, the chances of winning at that top human battle level would be completely doubled. The other end, in the middle of the base, now all the seeds, basically, are already out one after another. In the top office, Gul'dan was called over. Is Li Fan still not out of the gate now? Tomorrow can be the time to start the examination. Let him out early. Gul'dan frowned slightly. All this time he's been busy with those old students. Very little contact with Levan. The last time he was in contact with Li Fan, he only knew that Li Fan was in seclusion. He really didn't expect that Li Fan would actually go directly into seclusion until now. Well, I'm going to get him. Strike that. Gul'dan then headed towards the cultivation room. But Gul'dan had only just reached the doorway of the cultivation room. Li Fan's figure then came into view. Hopefully, there's no need to scream. However, looking at the aura that was revealed on Li Fan's body, it was something that made him unable to resist his pupils shrinking. So strong, Gul'dan subconsciously let out a sigh of admiration in his heart. Such a sense of oppression. It seemed that he had only ever felt it from Bo Jun. Could it be that the current Li Fan's strength is already comparable to Bo Jun's? Thinking of this, Gul'dan immediately shook his head. Bo Jun that was only broken through the quasi-god level under the superb talent enhancement, coupled with the thick and thin. Although Li Fan's talent was also very heaven-defying, it was still unlikely that he would want to reach quasi-god in such a short period of time. After thinking about it, Gul'dan thought that it might be the reason why the flesh increase class awaken came with a sense of oppression. Hello MS. Gudon. Well, the strength has improved quite a bit. Tomorrow is the examination period. Cheers. The two of them hit the ground running and simply chatted for a few moments before letting go of each other. Li Fan went straight back to the dormitory. Nowadays, he had already shocked himself to the peak of his condition. Before the official test tomorrow, he wanted to challenge the 7 phoenixes again. However, just as Li Fan was about to put on the virtual helmet and enter the inheritance tower, Li Fan subconsciously just clicked on the attribute panel. Name, Li Fan. Level, LV 523, 8%. Power, 25. 124. 3 million. Defense, 23. 857. 9 million. Spirit, 22. 416. 7 million. Nowadays, Li Fan's rank had officially broken through the Saint level. Attributes in all aspects, even more so, ushered in an exponential surge. Have to say, energy stones are just great. If they were to use ordinary beast cores as the energy source for absorption, it would be completely impossible to reach this current level in 3 days. Chapter 146, the God-level creature of the 7th level. Try it. After looking at this magnificent attribute panel of his, Li Fan came to the bottom of the inheritance tower with immense confidence. Come to the 6th floor. It was still the 7 fiery red phoenixes. Their attacks were still powerful, and even more perfectly coordinated than the last time, and at one point they even left Li Fan with only as many choices as he could make. However, the moment the breach was revealed, Li Fan then leapt up and instantly killed 5 fire phoenixes in seconds. Howl! Howl! The remaining 2 fire phoenixes let out bursts of terrifying long chirps at this time, and their strength began to soar extremely fast at a speed visible to the naked eye. Phew! At this time, a fire phoenix violently swooped towards Li Fan, wanting to burn Li Fan out with a flame spit like last time, but the Li Fan of now was not the Li Fan of that time. Good coming! Li Fan let out a bellowing cry, and his slightly bowed body was like a spring as he violently leapt forward, directly dodging the spit and coming behind the fire phoenix. Avalanche Star Fist! Boo! A terrifyingly loud sound accompanied the wailing of the fire phoenix. This fire phoenix managed to be easily chopped down by Li Fan, and the other end. The last fire phoenix was now also ushering in its final metamorphosis, and the golden feather on its tail had actually changed from 1 feather to 7. Looking at this terrifying aura, even Li Fan couldn't help but stare at it with heavy eyes. He's going to have to do his best. Otherwise there's no way there's a chance of winning. And so it was. The next thing that happened was that Li Fan opened up a bitter battle. Have to say, this fire phoenix whose strength had climbed to the extreme, its strength was truly not to be underestimated. Not only did the attack power become terrifying, the defense power was equally terrifying, and most outrageously, its recovery ability was even more terrifying. Li Fan ripped off half of its wings with one hand. As a result, in a few blinks of an eye, it was back as good as new. Although Li Fan's physical body wasn't weak at all, and was even stronger than it, it was a pity that the recovery ability was too far behind. So it was a fierce battle. Li Fan was now bruised all over. But on the contrary, this fire phoenix was glowing with energy and vigor. It must be crushed in a single blow, without giving it any time to recover in order to do so. Li Fan fiercely pulled away for a distance, gritting his teeth and arriving at a solution. Immediately, when Li Fan caught a gap in the fire phoenix, he immediately launched a stormy attack. By the end of the fight, Li Fan's stamina was nearly deflated. But the good thing is, the results are remarkable. Under Li Fan's fierce attack, this fire phoenix didn't have any breathing space and was soon whacked into a cloud of blood mist by Li Fan. Waiting for the fire phoenix to fall completely, unable to reach nirvana, Li Fan was also completely deflated and sat on the ground. This fire phoenix strength is simply outrageous. Without a quasi-divine upper-class strength, he high and low have to eat something. Fortunately, though, he managed to decimate it. Quasi-god upper grade. This should be my current limit. Li Fan gently clenched his already weak and feeble fist and let out an emotion. He was actually satisfied with such a boost. At least among the younger generation, he was now unafraid of any enemy. Immediately after, in front of Li Fan, a door appeared once again. That's the door to the 7th level. Li Fan got up, moved his deflated body, and took a step inside. Next, Li Fan's figure then arrived on top of a lofty and towering mountain. Looking around, it was the 100,000 Great Mountains, spectacular and magnificent, so that one could not help but feel a sense of will-o'-the-wisp. And soon, Li Fan then noticed the gatekeeper of this level. In front of Li Fan, on another lofty mountain platform, was sitting a green-skinned creature with a lofty head and horns, dragging a long tail. By the looks of it, the other party was clearly not human, and didn't quite look like a monster from another layer, but rather like a character from some kind of cosmic race. Noticing Li Fan's arrival, The creature also slowly opened the pair of eyes that were as black as ink. Li Fan's face changed, and he was instantly ready to meet the battle. However, the creature seemed so disdainful that it didn't even think of standing up. He was seen holding out a finger. Next, a smell of death instantly swept across the entire world. A dark pillar of light pierced through and chopped Li Fan in an instant with the momentum of a thunderbolt. So strong. Taking off his helmet, Li Fan couldn't help but have a moment of horror on his entire face. The creature's strength simply surpassed his by too much. Pressure wasn't even at the level that a paragon should be at. He was definitely already at the god level. It was only the 7th layer, and the gatekeeper was actually already at the god level. So thinking about the 9th layer and getting the most basic invitation, it mustn't surpass the god level? A golden invitation to the 12th floor, that's even more of a no-brainer. At least for the moment, he couldn't look ahead at all. A deep sigh of relief, firmness and hope began to fill Li Fan's gaze. On the blue planet, he might be considered pretty strong nowadays, but looking out into the vast universe, he was still just a frog at the bottom of a well. That vast cosmic civilization, he must see it with his own eyes. Tomorrow is the civilization test. He's not always in charge on the high-level battlefield side, but the battlefield on the younger generation's side. He now had absolute confidence. Even if you don't use Yen Hitomi, he was also able to push those foreign race heavenly prides across the board. Rolling eyes. The time was already past 12 o'clock in the morning, officially moving into the date of the civilization test, but nothing seems to have happened that was out of place. All of Blue Star is surprisingly quiet these days. This made many people a little puzzled. Li Fan looked out the window at the glacier and was equally puzzled. Originally, I thought that once 12 o'clock had passed, the Great War will be on the horizon. I didn't realize it was so serene and unchanged. Li Fan thought about it. The time of this examination. It shouldn't come as soon as the point is reached, but it should be opened at a certain time of the day. Perhaps the civilization test will be official when the sun rises. Just as Li Fan was thinking, the phone call came through. It's Gu Ling now. The content of the phone call, but also simple, is worried about Li Fan. Words. Li Fan already can hear Gu Ling's crying. In response, Li Fan's heart was warmed while he was crying and laughing at the same time. It was hard to comfort Gu Ling. Just after hanging up the phone, he received another call from his mother, Huang Lan. Like Gu Ling, Huang Lan was also very worried, urging Li Fan to try to follow Bo Jun and those stronger seeds around when the time comes to preserve himself. At the same time, Huang Lan brought him good news. That's what happened when Li Daikoku broke through. Hearing that his father, Li Dubois, had already been a successful breakthrough to the beyond the divine realm, Li Fan was both happy and shocked. In the event that he doesn't turn it on, in a way, this old man of his was even more talented than even he was. If he let his old man go to the inheritance tower, he might be able to walk to the 9th floor. But whether this old man of his had been to the inheritance tower or not, he was not too sure. Maybe he had been there a long time ago, or even had gotten an invitation letter. Soon, the phone hangs up after refueling each other. Li Fan then closed his eyes to meditate and quietly began to wait for the civilization test to come. Chapter 147, The Red Mist on the Sky. Civilization examination opens. As time rolled around, it was already noon. Nowadays, both the Dixia side and the foreigner side were in a state of war readiness, though there is still no movement at the moment. But no one dared to slack off. On the base martial arts arena, Li Fan as well as Bo Jun and all the other seeds that had places were now all ready to fight. But nay, a late start. So too did the voices of conversation slowly ring out in the ranks. Li Fan, your recent seclusion looks good. Zhao Yan looked at Li Fan on the side at this moment and couldn't help but praise him softly. Indeed, this aura is stronger than the last time we went to the secret realm. It's worthy of being a monster that can be on par with that Bo Jun fellow. Haida chimed in at this time. Zhao Yan Haida. The two of them had gone to the quota secret realm with Li Fan before, and now the two of them and Li Fan were already friends. It's okay, it's just a little accomplishment. Li Fan smiled modestly. At the same time, his gaze couldn't help but look at the silver-haired young man in front of him who was sitting on a platter, meditating with his eyes closed. That person is Bojun. Nowadays, among all the seeds, the only one who had stepped into the quasi-gods. Li Fan had long heard of this man's name, but it was the first time he had actually seen it. Have to say, this Bojun's entire body exuded a stern and incomparable killing aura. The strength was truly extraordinary. There's a real reason why it's so famous. And in the next second after Li Fan withdrew his gaze, Bo Jun also couldn't help but glance at Li Fan, a flash of astonishment appearing in his eyes. Obviously, he was already keenly sensing Li Fan's uncomplicatedness. Of the rest of the people present, this Li Fan was the only one that gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. And that means, Li Fan's strength might not be weaker than his. In fact, he had heard of Li Fan's name a long time ago. He admitted that Li Fan had good talent, but he didn't care too much anymore, because the talent is no stronger than he is. Today, however, he is changing his attitude. This Li Fan's rate of progress was simply too unbelievable. However, Li Fan's such strong strength did not make him feel any discomfort, such as his status being threatened and his talent to be pressed head-on. Instead, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth for the first time in a long time. It is a blessing to have another comrade who can fight side by side in this period of time today. Daxia Hinterland, a platform, Du Qiu, Li Dubois, Huang Lun, and a group of god-level powerhouses from Great Xia were now sitting here, waiting for the examination to come. Compared to the juniors, they are obviously much more stable. There was a terrible dead silence in the ranks. It was then that the first cry of alarm broke everything. Look at that. You guys. The crowd followed the sound, only to see that at this moment, a brilliant red haze actually appeared above the sky. That haze covered everything in the firmament in an instant. The entire land turned an oozing crimson color. And it's not just the great summer hinterland that's like that. Throughout the entire vault of the blue star nowadays, the entire sky was enveloped by this haze of light. Is it going to start? The sun is gone. It's all red fog. Is this the prologue to the civilization test? This is so like the end of the world. The moment. Everywhere around the globe, all the humans who were still alive were now stunned by this horrifying scene. The atmosphere of doom began to soar at this moment. And compared to humans, on the Fey side, there was endless excitement. After the collective cocktail of those temple lords, in the eyes of the ordinary foreigners, they had already won a long time ago. And immediately after, in the midst of that red mist, an even more eye-catching golden color suddenly flashed. As this gold color continues to grow, all of humanity was also looking at the golden thing. It was a golden swirling door. Through the gate is a vast expanse of clean land, the very center of the pure land. There is a vast and immense platform. Before the crowd could see and the original situation in the secret realm, a voice full of recklessness and devoid of emotional fluctuations slowly rang out. The elementary civilization examination is about to begin. Blue Star branch of the sea civilization. Blue Star branch of the human civilization. You will undergo 2 tests, and the winner of the combined scores will be rated as a primary civilization, and will be granted the right to live on the Blue Star. The first test will be conducted by apprentices to star-stepping cultivators. After entering the Yuan space, you will have a one-on-one duel on the platform. Falling out of the platform or dying will be judged as a loss, and the number of games won will be your respective final scores. These words fell. Both humans and foreigners couldn't help but have their hearts shaken. Now this moment, the civilization test can be about to really get going. And just as the voice rang out, Du Qiu, Li Dubois, and the others located on the platform in the hinterland of the Great Xia, at this moment, their bodies began to glow with a gust of glistening white light. They know. They're going to that platform in the middle of the pure land here. Apprentice? Apprentice means us? Ha ha, I didn't expect to be incorporated into a cosmic civilization, and we're only at the apprentice level. At that moment, a god-level powerhouse couldn't help but laugh at himself when he heard that voice. Of course, there wasn't much emotional turmoil in their hearts, as they had long anticipated it. After all, what Blue Star was going through now was just a primary civilization, and their apprentices. That stepping star level should be talking about Du Qiu, Li Dubois, and the rest of them who were beyond the divine level of existence. And immediately after, a pillar of light appeared in the sky above them. At this moment, they felt a burst of receiving power. Gentlemen, the duel is here. Let's not drag our feet for the juniors. Du Qiu let out a whine at this moment, directly causing everyone's battle spirit to rise to the extreme. Next, the group disappeared into thin air. And the other end. At this point in the base, Li Fan Bo-jun and the other bunch of seeds were now also shining with a gleam of light. But it wasn't white. It was red. Immediately after, they all disappeared into thin air as well. And the same scene is happening on the alien side. All the characters with quotas on both sides were already being guided by the red and white pillars of light. About a few minutes passed. On both sides of that huge platform in the Pure Land, a white pillar of light had suddenly appeared. Wait until the pillar of light disappears. The silhouettes therein also gradually emerged in front of everyone from the 2 races. These were none other than their respective Hall Master level as well as God level figures. And beyond the Golden Vortex Gate, on the other hand, 2 red blood mists were gathered. And through the blood mists, many blurred silhouettes could be seen. Those were none other than the younger generation of the 2 clans. But looking at the situation, it was clear that it was not yet the younger generation's turn to take the stage. And of course, nowadays, everyone from the 2 clans also paid no attention to the younger generation at all. Their gazes were all attracted by those top-tier existences on both sides of the ring. Chapter 148, 2 Armies, Demon Eye Hall Master. Isn't that one the god-level powerhouse Ming Xiong? Chandong. It's Chandong, god-level powerhouse Chandong. Hiss. That one seems to be Chu Chang'e. Also a god-level existence. Clear all god-level? No wonder these top warriors were never seen appearing in the Wei War. It seems that they stayed in this battle. No. What I just heard was like an apprentice or something. Can't it be that all of these god-level bigwigs are still just apprentices? At this point, in human perspectives, looking at this one terrifying human figure, all of humanity couldn't help but feel incomparably shocked. This was because they had never seen so many god-level powerhouses appear on the same stage at once. At the same time, it was also the mangled speech that someone had noticed just now. It was unimaginable that the god-level powerhouses in their eyes were only apprentices on the cosmic scale. And before the crowd could lament the smallness of Blue Star, soon, after the crowd saw one of the men with gray hair, but robust, endless cheering and exhilarating sounds began to come from all parts of the Grand Xia. Look guys, is that Lord Yu? Did I see it right? Is that really Lord Yu? That Lord Yu from the history books. My goodness, it's really Lord Yu. He's actually alive. Lord Yu led us towards the era of universal cultivation. And now, he has actually appeared on the battlefield of a civilization test. It's Lord Yu. We are saved. That's right. Duke Yu's identity was clearly recognized. And Duke Yu symbolizes a touch of totem, a touch of hope, for everyone in Daxia. For it was Lord Yu who had once brought them the spark of hope in that desperate land of Daxia, enabling Daxia to become so strong today that it had even become the sole seedling of all mankind. The moment. The great summer's children who were still in endless worry were all invigorated beyond measure. What was once the sound of worry everywhere has now become the sound of cheering for the human camp. And again, on the side of Li Fan and the others. Nowadays, Li Fan's crowd was still in the red mist, and for the outside world, they couldn't feel any trace of information. It's impossible to even tell where they are now. One time, a faint flash of panic began to sweep through the crowd, but before the first signs of panic could be ignited, they were extinguished by Bo Jun. All calm down. It shouldn't be our turn yet. It's the equivalent of just waiting here. Your families, clansmen and everyone else in Daxia are probably out there watching you. So if you don't want to be humiliated, show your guts. Bo Jun's words were calm with a hint of anger, but the effect is remarkable. Immediately the big guy just quieted down and his emotions calmed down. Such a scene could not help but make Li Fan's impression of Bo Jun a few points better. The impression Bo Jun gave him at first was that he was rather reticent and very high-strung. But when it comes to the critical moment, this Bo Jun is not mincing words. Like the sea god Needle, stabilized the situation, played a leader's responsibility. It is truly worthy of the name of genius. And with that, after Li Fan surveyed the circle of red mist around this area, he began to worry about his parents in his heart. He couldn't see the outside world right now, and naturally he couldn't see those guys from the alien race. Yan Xia naturally couldn't use it. So right now, it's up to them. And the gaze returned to the top of the Pure Land platform at this point. Both sides of the platform, the foreign race hall master as well as Lord Yu and the others were looking at each other across the platform. And the smell of gunpowder was already in full swing. In terms of numbers, the number of people on the alien side was a dozen or so more than on the human side. However, in terms of aura, the two were similar. And before either side could call it a day, with two flashes of white light, one person from each camp was teleported to the platform. Such a scene. It really caused both sides to change their faces slightly. No good. This upstaging seems to be random. Li Dugua's brows were furrowed at this point. He had originally wanted to be the first to go up, to open the door, to boost the morale of the human side a bit, and in the process force out the strongest of the other side, but never expect it. This order of appearance can't even be decided by oneself. And on the stage at this moment, the one chosen from their human camp was Lu Hajung, a god-level powerhouse, considered to be of medium level in their camp. The one chosen for the Fey side was an 8-clawed creature with a purple head, with densely packed pupils visible on each long claw, and the appearance looked very bizarre and oozing. It was a hall master among the foreign sea races, and judging by its aura, it was also in the divine level category. Once both sides are on stage, killing intent was rising to the sky. The people of both sides who were watching this scene were now beginning to cheer for the strongest of their respective camps. The first one to go to battle is my clan's Demon Eye Hall Master. Surprisingly, it's the Demon Eye Hall Master. Looks like that human across the street is going to suffer. Ha 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 ha. That's right. The Demon Eye Hall Master is notoriously unpredictable, often allowing people to kill their opponents without them realizing it, and can even guide them to commit suicide. Steady. It's showtime for the Demon Eye Hall Master next. Among the Fae, after seeing their own seniors who had gone to battle, a loud cheer could be said to have rung out now. Obviously, this Devil's Eye Hall Master was considered to be quite famous amongst their sea tribe. And as with the Fae, among the human camp. They were also very excited about Lu Huzheng's appearance in the battle. It's Lu Xun. The first to fight is actually Lu Xun. God Lu seems to be gifted with the fire attribute, right? That's just the right time to fire up an octopus. Go Lu Xun, kill the opposite side. There is a say, foreigners, this octopus look really appalling. Feel the strength cannot be underestimated. Lu God if not careful. I'm afraid to be heavy Asterisk. This. You're just trying to boost the morale of others, aren't you? Lu Xun will win. Lu Huzheng was also quite famous in the Grand Xia, and became famous also relatively early, a god-level big brother. In the Grand Xia children, has the title of Lu God. Lu Huzheng's appearance really gave the Daxia crowd a shot in the arm, and just in time for the sons of both sides to rejoice. Above the platform, the great battle between the two was already on the verge of breaking out. Human, do you think you're my opponent? The demon eye hall master's tentacles were constantly tossing and turning at the moment, and a contemptuous remark was spat out from his mouth. Humph. You. Lu Huzheng really wanted to retort. Suddenly, the picture in front of his eyes actually turned into the mountain village when he was young. The original stood there. Demon eye hall master actually turned into that. Alone will raise him up. Has passed away grandfather. Grandpa looked him tenderly in the eyes and kindly reached out his hand to stroke his head, then immediately wanted to take his hand and go aside to cool off under the familiar day tree. Wake up. It's an illusion. A momentary trance finally dawned on Lu Huzheng, but the realization came too late. At this moment, the demon eye hall master had already killed him. Phew. 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 The 8 tentacles, as if they were 8 sharp arrows, instantly pierced through Lu Huzheng's body. A scene of horror. It made everyone in the human camp all change their faces. At the same time, it also made Lu Huzheng's completely sober. In fact, the time Lu Huzheng took to awaken from his hallucination was already very short, almost just a blink of an eye. But the master's duel, a blink of an eye, but basically can determine the life and death. Chapter 149, Flaming Skeleton. Humans will win. GGGGGG. Remorse? Fear? Don't worry. I won't let you die easily. The demon eye hall master let out a gust of sinister laughter at this moment, and his already oozing face became extremely distorted at this moment. Next, only his tentacles suddenly swelled violently, already pierced through the body. The perforations became a circle larger with the tendons and bones. Ah! The intense pain caused Lu Huzheng to let out a miserable scream. Human side of the platform. Lao Lu. That son of a. Some people can't resist trying to step up and help, but it was bounced off by an invisible barrier. They couldn't even get in there to back it up. On the contrary, on the side of the foreign race hall masters, they appeared to have anticipated this scene, and now all of them had a contemptuous smile on their faces. Bad. I'm afraid Lu Xun is going to. How is this possible? What kind of monster is this? And Lu Xun? What happened to Lu Xun just now? He actually didn't dodge? That monster should be good at spirit-type attacks, using illusions to make Lu Xun appear to stagnate for a moment. Lu Xun is difficult. Ah. Damn it, is this the Fae? Lu Xun is actually going to be killed in seconds. All parts of Daxia. Watch the scene on the platform. The originally uplifted mood instantly hit rock bottom, and morale plummeted. They had never expected that the sparring match would be this one-sided. The tragic scene had even been such that many people couldn't help but cover their eyes and didn't dare to continue looking. At the same time, the fear of the alien race was beginning to gradually permeate at this moment. Of course, nowadays, the hardest to bear is naturally when it comes to Lu Huzheng's clansmen. Taiji, Grandpa, master of the house. The Lu clan members were now embracing each other, their teeth bared, completely unable to accept the scene in front of them. This is the last situation they want to see. However, just when the Lu family clan was heartbroken, a cry of alarm caught the attention of all the clansmen of the Lu clan. Grandpa Tai is fighting back. The one who spoke was a child of 7 or 8 years old, and a glimmer of hope surfaced in his red eyes at the moment, and the crowd followed the sound. Above the platform, Lu Huzheng's circumference was suddenly beginning to ignite with a blazing fire. Underwater stinker. You think you can win? Lu Huzheng spat a mouthful of blood directly and viciously onto that demon eye hall master's face. In a flash, Lu Huzheng's physical body had actually transformed into a skeleton burning with a blazing fire. The moment, Lu Huzheng was like a flaming skeleton from hell. And watch the scene. Duke Yu and the others on the side of the platform were all clenching their teeth, their emotions suppressed to the extreme. They knew Lu Huzheng better than anyone else. This is the battle in which Lu Huzheng burned out his life. Such a state can last for several minutes, and after a few minutes have passed, he will be completely out of gas and will not even be able to find his ashes. And the people of Daxia at this time, they had never seen Lu Huzheng's move though and did not understand the significance of it. But from Lu Huzheng's bravado at the moment, they were almost already guessing the consequences of this move as well. You! The Demon Eye Hallmaster's face changed drastically at this moment, and immediately, he was trying to pull away his tentacles and distance himself from Lu Hajing. He had already sensed that Lu Hajing was simply trying to die with him. However, at this moment, he was already firmly locked by Lu Hajing and could not struggle at all. No! The Demon Eye Hallmaster began to struggle desperately, and was even already cutting off his own tentacles in a vain attempt to escape. Nowadays, Lu Hajing in this state was already completely unafraid of any spiritual attacks. His strongest stance had failed. He was now incredibly aware of his situation. If he didn't break free, the flames on Lu Hajing's body would burn him to ashes. You think you can get away with this? Lu Ho was seeing the Demon Eye Hallmaster begin to chop off his own tentacles, as well as the look of fear on his face when he laughed violently and maniacally. Next, with one hand, he was able to wrap all the tentacles around him, and the other large hand with a blazing fire was like a flaming blade, which directly pierced through the head of the Demon Eye Hallmaster. Ah! The moment his head was penetrated, the Demon Eye Hallmaster actually didn't die the first time, but instead let out a horrifying scream and opened up an even more intense struggle. But soon, with the raging fire, just a few breaths later, this Demon Eye Hallmaster was completely turned into charcoal, dead as dead can be. Above the Pure Land, a point also appeared at this moment. That mangled voice sounded again. 1 point for the Blue Star branch of the human civilization. With the fall of the voice, the human camp managed to take the first point. However, at this time, the children of Daxia were too late to cheer this victory, because at this point, Lu Hajing's life is already coming to an end, only to see Lu Hajing's gaze turn to Yugong and the others behind him, nodding at the crowd. Although the crowd was unable to see any expression from Lu Hajing's skeletal face, but the crowd had been together for a long time, and with this nod of the head, they already understood. He, Lu Hajing, should not have disappointed you. With that, the crowd also nodded gently towards this old friend. When they first met, they were nodding acquaintances, now parting, and parting with a nod of the head. It's kind of the beginning of the end. And immediately after, Lu Hajing then looked towards the foreign race Hallmaster camp, only to see that Lu Ho was lifting up the skeleton hand that had pierced through the Demon Eye Hallmaster, raising his arms and shouting, "Humans shall win!" The sound was deafening and imposing. It resounded throughout the Pure Land. It resounded throughout the Blue Star. In the midst of this echoing sound, Lu Hajing's skeletal figure also began to slowly dissipate with the wind, but though he dissipated, he seemed to remain standing there. At this time, all parts of Daxia, listen to this: one determined human must win. Almost everyone was wet and red. They did pull off a win, but it was a crushing victory, paid for by the lives of our forefathers. Humans shall prevail. Humans shall prevail. Humans shall prevail. A cry with a sobbing voice began to ring out from the land of Daxia. All, salute! The soldiers stationed in the battle lines alongside the coastline, at this moment, are also expressing their highest respect with sadness. And on the opposite side of the Fei, this cry from Lu Hajing undoubtedly gave them an endless shock. The shock was even more violent than the result of the defeat. It was a wave of terrifying conviction they had never seen before. The moment, the Fei subjects who originally felt that the Fei would be victorious were already a little skeptical of that belief. And before the crowds on both sides could slow down from this showdown, that merciless voice then sounded again. The winner is extinguished, and a new target will be drawn for the battle. That's right, a new round of matchups to start. Chapter 150, Whale Armor Palace Master. Not even close. With the fall of that voice, once again, white light flickered on someone in the camp of the Fei Hall Master as well as Lord Yu and the others. My turn. In the camp of Lord Yu and the others, the eyes of a man dressed in blue, like a tower of iron, narrowed slightly. His name was Wang Hong, and he was also a long-established divine-level powerhouse, almost a legendary figure from the same period as Lu Hajing. The two can be said to be on very good terms, and often have nothing to drink together. At this moment, his battle spirit was raging. The death of his good friend Lu Hajing had made him hate the Fei to the core. Now that he's been chosen, it's right up his alley. Wang Hong, be careful. Duke Yu turned back to Wang Hong at this time, slightly worried. If Lu Hajing had been more cautious in that battle just now and woke up from the illusion earlier, perhaps the outcome could have been completely different. Of course, there's no point in horseplay. Naturally. Don't worry. Big deal. I'll see you at the old Lu Mausoleum. Wang Hong nodded, and then laughed aloud. Immediately after, Wang Hong was then teleported above the ring, and with this moment, Wang Heng's opponent was also already determined. It was a strange creature with a whale's head and tiger's whiskers, covered in black armor and dragging a long, barbed tail. Just from its bizarre appearance, one could tell that this guy's strength was definitely not weak. It's the Whale Armor Hall Master. At this moment, among the foreign races, someone recognized the person who went to war. Good. I didn't expect it to be the Whale Armor Hall Master. I should be able to take it down securely this time. The Whale Armor Hall Master is in existence stronger than even the Demon Eye Hall Master. We should be secure in this battle. The Whale Armor Hall Master I remember seems to be the 5th existence of my clan to become a Hall Master, right? Belonging to the older generation of Hall Masters now. I'm afraid that his current strength is already at some unknown level. Master of the Whale Armor Hall. Strengthen my sea tribe. The foreign races that were originally low in temperament were once again boiling at this moment. None other. The Whale Armor Hall Master who appeared this time was much stronger than the previous Demon Eye Hall Master. In their opinion, the battle had a good chance of being won. And look at the human side again. The victory in the last game had demoralized the human side. Now that they were once again facing the foreign race Hall Master, the human side was already fearless, and they were equally very confident in Wang Heng. Eyes returned to the ring. With the entrance of both players, the battle was also imminent. It's not the same as the last game where Lu Haiyang was passive. As soon as Wang Heng came up, he was the first to launch an attack, taking the initiative into his own hands. Die for me! Wang Heng let out a bellowing cry, and hundreds of terrifying sword chi rushed up into the sky, changing into a sword dragon, and violently killed towards that Whale Armor Hall Master. At the same time, he himself was actually transformed into a golden longsword. As the sword energy whistled, the terrifying might caused all the people on both sides of the ring to subconsciously take a step back. As a great achiever of the sword Dao talent, Wang Heng's best skill was the sword. The sword's main attack kills and destroys, and the attack power attribute is extremely high. Once hit, most of the god levels, without dying, must be seriously injured. The moment that Whale Armor Hall Master on the other side was now also turning pale. He really didn't expect this Wang Heng to be able to burst out with such terrifying strength either. Soon, he came to a judgment about the current situation. This sword chi was so fast that it was impossible to dodge it if you wanted to. Gritted his teeth, only to see him bowing and curling up. Directly, he wrapped himself in his exterior armor and balled up into a ball-like shape. That's right, he was prepared to take the blow hard. Such a scene was truly staggering to the children of both clans. In the face of such a terrifying attack, he actually didn't choose to hide, but chose to be a mountain of meat and let the other party attack? Isn't this a death wish? But soon, the next image, however, was one that no one was expecting. Boom, boom, boom. Sword chi like rain towards the armor. Instantly as resounding bursts of gold and iron sound. Sparks are splashed in all directions, but the scene is so vast. The sword chi, however, was still completely unable to pierce through. It follows from this. This Whale Armor Hall Master's defense was also exaggerated to the extreme. But soon, the scene changed as the golden sword that Wang Heng had transformed into attacked. Pust. The golden sword in the armor stood frozen for a few seconds before it was pierced halfway through, tearing open an opening, and blood instantly gushed like a spring. Winning. At the corner of the ring, Duke Yu and the others watched the scene. All of them could not help but be stunned, and secretly said in their hearts, it's not just them. Everyone in Daxia at this time was also thinking the same thing. However, with the appearance of a long tail, the situation on the field was once again reversed, only to see the long tail of the Whale Armor Hall Master violently attacking from the rear, which directly meant that the golden sword was pierced through and pulled out, revealing Wang Heng's original body. Put. Wang Heng's entire body was pierced through his chest at this moment, spitting blood from his mouth, and he was already seriously injured. His eyes were now filled with disbelief, and immediately after, the curled-up body of the Whale Armor Hall Master began to slowly stand up. He's in a good place, and it doesn't look like he's doing very well. There was a deep visible bone in the chest, and the heart that was beating and seeping blood could even be seen vaguely. Put. The Whale Armor Hall Master spat out a mouthful of blood foam, and his figure staggered a few steps before he was able to stand still. It's that close. The Whale Armor Hall Master's gaze looked towards Wang Heng, who was hanging in mid-air and struggling. His eyes narrowed slightly as a flash of fear flashed across his face. But if the attack was a bit stronger, it would be able to accurately pierce his vitals, and he would not be far from death. But it was so close. Immediately, with a single lift of the Whale Armor Hall Master's large hand, he directly tore Wang Heng, who was already close to being seriously injured and unconscious, into two halves. The horrifying scene left all the subjects of Daxia in an unacceptable daze. Old King. In the corner of the ring, Lord Yu and the others couldn't help but hiss. The gap in this fight was actually not that big, only by a millimeter, but just the difference of millimeters is enough to decide the winner. It's a shame that Wang Heng has fallen, and with the sound of the score coming in at 1-1, it was only then that the people of Daxia slowly accepted the fact that Wang Heng had fallen. Such a great defeat, paired with the tragic circumstances of Wang Heng's fall, caused the rainbow-like momentum of the people of Daxia to instantly be cut off. Suppressed and low words were appearing everywhere in Daxia at the moment. And the opposite of that. Heck, it's the Fey side. Although the Whale Armor Hall Master was now severely injured and had won miserably, his body that still stood there was an inspiration to countless foreign tribesmen. With the next words of the Whale Armor Hall Master, the emotions of the foreign subjects were even higher. I only saw the Whale Armor Hall Master look over to Dukyu and the others' camp at this moment, snorting and bellowing. I admit that you guys have a few strengths, but to want to defeat my Sea Clan, that's simply delusional. Chapter 151 Li Dugua appears. You're quite mad? These incomparably provocative words from the Whale Armor Hall Master. It made all of today's foreign tribesmen unable to resist chanting the mighty name of the Whale Armor Palace Master. At the same time, it also made Dukyu and the others, as well as the people of Daxia, look very ugly. But this one's a bust, making any of their words at this moment pale in comparison. And immediately after, that merciless voice sounded again. Once again, someone in the human camp flashed a white light. On the other hand, there was no movement on the alien side. Because the Whale Armor Hall Master was still on the stage, there was no sign of being teleported down. Obviously, as the living victor, he needs to meet the next challenger. At this time, the Whale Armor Hall Master also did not have any hesitation, and immediately took the healing medicine, and the wounds began to recover extremely fast at a speed visible to the naked eye. But obviously, even if they recovered to their peak, it wouldn't help, because the one who was drawn in the human camp was Li Daikoku, beyond god-level existence. It's finally my turn. Li Dugua's eyes narrowed slightly as a smile appeared on his face. He had intended to be the first on. Turns out it wasn't on because of the randomness. Now that the human side's morale was low, it was his turn to take the stage, which was just enough to greatly boost the morale. And this ordering of appearances was acceptable. And seeing that Li Daikoku was chosen, Dukyu and the others present, all of them could not help but breathe a sigh of relief, their hearts surprisingly at ease. This Whale Armor Hall Master had a terrifying defense. And if any other god-level character were to go on, they really wouldn't have too solid a chance of winning. But Li Dugua is different. When the Whale Armor Palace Master faced Li Dugua, it was undoubtedly like an infant child facing an adult, and would not stand a chance. And in the perspective of the children of Daxia at this time, Li Dugua's name, obviously not very loud, coupled with the perennial are to carry out some secret activities. Most people are Li Dugua is even more than a little bit no impression. So generally speaking, most of the Daxia subjects were very worried about the appearance of Li Dugua. Daikoku, don't let him die too quickly. As Li Dugua was about to be teleported forward, Lord Yu couldn't help but let out a whisper. Li Dugua understood, and after answering, he disappeared into thin air. The ring. Looking at the Li Dugua in front of him, the Whale Armor Hall Master's face, which was originally quite relaxed, instantly became incomparably grave. It was because he felt an extremely terrifying sense of oppression from Li Dugua's body. His instincts told him, he shall not be a match for Li Dugua. Rich combat experience told him that it would be in his best interest to leave the ring now. In that case, though, the Fae would be ruled outright negative, and he, and the line behind him, would be a sea deserter for years to come. Between life and fame, his mind was frantically making trade-offs. It's him. I can't believe it's him. How is this breath possible? At this moment, there were other Hall Masters in the Hall Master camp behind them who could not recognize Li Dugua at this moment. They had once briefly fought with Li Dugua, so they had a deep impression of him. But nowadays, the aura on Li Dugua's body had long since not been comparable to that time. Li Daikoku was probably already taking that step. Such a terrifying rate of progress was truly mind-boggling to them. At the same time, it also allowed them to already know the winner of the battle in advance. You're pretty wild. On the stage, Li Dugua gazed at the Whale Armor Temple Master and slowly took a step forward. And the Whale Armor Hall Master clenched his teeth, and after only an instant of hesitation, he turned around and began to flee towards the stage. That's right. Between life and fame, he chose life. Such a sudden scene. Neither the children of the foreign race nor the children of Daxia were expecting it. This hasn't even begun to fight and you're already running away? What's going on with the Whale Armor Hall Master? Is this running away? Impossible. That's the Whale Armor Hall Master. How could he escape? Didn't you see the wonderful performance in the last game? Could this be some sort of tactic by the Whale Armor Temple Master? No. It seems like the Whale Armor Hall Master is really running away. This is impossible. Is this human on the other side already stronger than the Whale Armor Hall Master? Among the foreigners, there was consternation. Incredulous and unbelievable for this fleeing operation of the Whale Armor Temple Master. Even less so on the human side. Even more, his mouth was open in shock. The brain was starting to buzz for a while. This unheard of Li Dugua was actually scaring his opponent so much that he didn't even have the courage to fight against him. How scary does that strength have to be? In-law's strength, could it have already reached the beyond God level? Hongzhou, the Gu family, the Gu family head, Gu Ling, and a group of Gu family executives all looked up at this scene. The others don't recognize Li Daikoku. How could they not recognize it? That's his Gu family's in-laws. Uncle him. Gu Ling was equally incredulous at this moment as she looked at the aura revealed by Li Dugua. In her daily dealings, her impression of Li Dugua had always been dominated by amiability and humor, and she had never seen such a domineering side, and the eyes returned to the ring. The Whale Armor Hallmaster was so fast that he was barely a step away from the edge of the ring, but just then, Li Dugua's figure actually appeared as if it was instantaneous, suddenly appearing in front of him. I only saw Li Daikwa raise his big hand. The space near the two legs of the Whale Armor Hallmaster actually began to rotate and distort rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the two legs became two clouds of blood mist. Due to losing his center of gravity, the Whale Armor Hallmaster's entire body also fell heavily to the ground. Intense fear as well as pain caused the Whale Armor Hallmaster's face to distort as he let out a miserable hiss, and Li Dugua didn't stop moving. Immediately after, Li Daikoku did as he was told. The remaining two arms and a long tail also exploded in unison in the twisted spatial vortex, turning into blood mist. At this moment, the Whale Armor Palace Master had truly become a meatball clad in armor. Still mad? Li Dugua crouched down and coldly looked at the Whale Armor Temple Master. Spare my life. The Whale Armor Palace Master spat out blood and looked pleadingly at Li Dugua. His entire person was in a sorry state, and had long since lost his charisma from a moment ago. Spare your life? Then have you spared my brother Wang's life? Li Dugua could not see the slightest expression on his face, and could only see the stern killing intent in his eyes. Immediately after, Li Dugua got up, his eyes looking at the rest of the Hall Masters on one side. With a lift of his foot, the Whale Armor Hallmaster was directly treated like a soccer ball and kicked towards the alien Hallmasters, and at the same time, the head as well as the heart part of the Whale Armor Hallmaster had been crushed by the distorted space, and the entire person was dead beyond death. Next, Li Dugua's voice rang out at the right time. Boom! The body smashed down. Paired with Li Dugua's provocative words, the faces of each of the foreign race Hall Masters were hard to see while their eyes were incomparably grave. This Li Dugua, his strength was just a bit too strong. Chapter 152 Old Hall Master Violet Infant. Winning. The land of Daxia. Watching the body of the Whale Armor Hallmaster being kicked down. Many people can't even slow down from it yet. The Whale Armor Hallmaster who had just shaken Wang Heng's sword and accomplished a magnificent counterattack had gone from running away to death in barely a few seconds when facing Li Dugua. Everything seemed so unreal, and after waiting to look at Li Dugua's figure that stood on the platform for several seconds, cheers came from this great land. So strong. Which senior is this? The strength is actually so strong? Too strong. This doesn't seem to be this senior's limit. What limit or not? This senior hasn't even warmed up yet, okay? The revenge of Sword God Wang has been avenged so quickly. The mood is instantly soothed. I hope this senior maintains this momentum and continues to kill. The crowd still didn't recognize Li Daikoku, but Li Dugua's performance was deeply imprinted in their minds. This devastating victory. It made the demoralized people of Daxia perk up once again, but with the loss of Wang Heng in front of them, the crowd didn't perk up too much. Most people were still much more composed in their minds, just silently praying in their hearts that Li Daigua would be able to achieve as many consecutive victories as possible. And on the opposite side of the Fei, their morale, at this moment, had undoubtedly dropped to the freezing point. If the Whale Armor Hallmaster had simply failed to fall in strength, then perhaps it wouldn't have been so bad. Most of all, this defeat of the Whale Armor Hallmaster was too outrageous, as if it was a bedbug that had been crushed to death. Even if they were defeated, they even begged for mercy without any backbone, which really made the foreigners who had always despised humans feel worse than if they had eaten. One time, many pessimistic remarks began to rise among the Fei. And look again at the platform side. Duke Yu and the others were invigorated at the moment, but at the same time, they also felt a hint of shock. They all knew that Li Dugua's strength was already beyond the divine level. However, it was actually the first time they had seen Li Dugua's battle power after his breakthrough. There's one to say, terrifying indeed. Li Dugua's talent was spatial control, and as early as when he was at the divine level, his battle power was actually said to be the number one amongst the divine levels. The big reason why Li Dugua was allowed to carry out some secret missions before was because of this unrivaled talent of his. He could often manage to appear in some unexpected places of the enemy without any sound, and his ability to escape was even more needless to say. Basically, as long as Li Dugua wanted to leave, no one could 100% stop him. Now that Li Dugua's realm had surpassed the god level, this battle power became that much more terrifying. Of them all, except Lord Yu, the rest of them were afraid that if they were tied together, there was no way they would be a match for Li Dugua. 1 point for the Blue Star branch of the people. The current score is 2-1. Coming up on the next matchup. That voice sounded again at this moment. In the camp of the foreign race Hall Master. It was truly terrifying at the moment. Apart from those few powerful old Hall Masters, the rest of the Hall Masters were all watching to see if it was their turn. Me, at this time, a tortoise-armored, snake-headed, withered-shaped foreign race Hall Master looked at the hidden white light on his body. His face changed greatly, and his entire body was like falling into an ice cellar. He was very pushed about his strength. He wasn't even as good as the previous whale armor Hall Master. Wasn't he a pure giveaway when he was picked up? But there was no way he wasn't going to go up now. The power of teleportation was already slowly turning on. He could only blame his own bad luck. And as the rest of the Hall Masters watched this scene, they all couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It's a good thing it wasn't them. Soon, a new round of battles has begun. Instead of fighting, though, it was more of a one-sided abuse. Facing Li Daodu, this tortoise and snake-headed Hall Master had no power to fight back at all. The only thing that could barely be claimed was that he had more backbone than the previous whale armor Hall Master and didn't flee, choosing instead to die standing. His choice was clearly the opposite of the whale armor temple master. He chose fame. He had been wise for a lifetime, praised and held up as a legend by countless Fey subjects, and his own clan was even more renowned among the Sea clan, and he didn't want to ruin everything because of a battle, even if the cost of maintaining it all was his life. Next, with another voice from Li Dugua, the emotions of the people of Daxia were truly and completely ignited. Another devastating, all-around crushing win. Shu, this guy is a bit hard to mess with. His strength is definitely already beyond the divine level. Old Hall Master, if you guys don't go up, there's no way we can be opponents. Yeah, and there's no way to dodge this guy's attack pressure. So once he's on the stage, he won't even have a chance to escape. Damn it! Why did you let this guy get on stage first? A murmur rang out from the camp of the Fey Temple Lord at this moment. The gazes of many Hall Masters were directed towards those 4 old Hall Masters at the very front. These 4 Hall Masters were the earliest Hall Masters among the foreign races to become God level, and they were also the existences that surpassed the God level among the foreign races today. Listening to the words of the Hall Masters, the 4 old Hall Masters were now frowning. They'd like to be on it, but the problem is being drawn up at random. They couldn't get on if they wanted to. Moreover, none of the 4 of them actually had 100% certainty that they could defeat Li Dugua. This bizarre spatial control ability, even at the same level, was a rather tricky existence. Soon, a new round of fighting has opened up here, and this time, there was still no drawing of those 4 old Hall Masters. It is natural that such a downfall is not necessary to mention. Another one-sided abuse by Li Daikoku. With the passage of time, in a flash, another 8 rounds of fighting had passed. The Fae had very bad luck, and all of the random ones were God-ranked Hall Masters. Their appearances, heck, it was a smooth 10 wins in a row for Li Daikoku. The score between the humans and the foreigners had, at this moment, gone from 2-1 to a terrifying 11-1. The moment. The emotions of the people of Daxia were already high to the extreme, and victory seemed to be beckoning towards them already. In the meantime, the figure of Li Dugua was just like an indelible presence in the hearts of the people of Daxia. On the contrary, among the foreigners, now that was a whale. The emotion of defeat lingered in the hearts of countless foreigners, some of the heart of despair, and even began a collective suicide action. Riots that is needless to say, simply as many. Many of the foreigners who had originally maintained order were now even involved in the riots, because in their opinion, Li Dugua was as if he was invincible after this battle. The entire civilization of their alien race will come to ruin. So since it's all going to be destroyed, if we don't do it in time now, when will we do it in time again? And soon, a new round of fighting is about to begin. At this moment, all of those remaining God-level Hall Masters were silently praying that it wasn't them who were chosen. If they're chosen, they're only going to die. And perhaps Lady Luck has finally favored them. This time, the white light appeared on one of the oldest Hall Masters at the forefront. Chapter 153, Swallowing Li Dugua Alive. This old Hall Master dragon head golden beard, stout figure, deep eyes, a glance is to make people feel extraordinary. And see, it's the old Hall Master. The rest of the divine Hall Masters all breathed a huge sigh of relief in their hearts and opened their mouths to cheer for this old Hall Master. I didn't expect to actually draw you, old Hall Master Violet Infant. This guy's temper is considered to have come to an end. But well, old Hall Master Violet Infant, go ahead and avenge our dead old fellows. Yeah, kill this guy. Listening to the words of these Hall Masters, this Violet Infant old Hall Master who was drawn was really a bit disdainful in his heart. All of them are greedy and fearful of death. But thinking differently, he could understand them. He was very clear about how big the gap was between the divine level and the transcendent divine level. Well, it's our turn to score. Old Hallmaster Violet Infant's eyes narrowed slightly as he spoke in a deep voice. Immediately afterward, his figure was teleported to the stage, and from his name Hercules was able to tell. This purple infant was none other than an old Hallmaster in the purple clan of the sea race. The purple underworld and purple abyss that were previously decimated by Li Fan were all from the purple clan. As the oldest ancestor of the pinnacle of several great races among the foreign races, his strength could be considered quite terrifying. And once the purple baby is on stage, the faces of Li Dugwa, as well as Yu Gong and the others on the side of the ring, became grave, because they saw it the first time. This purple infant was clearly also an existence that surpassed the divine level. This battle, it won't be that easy. I remember the first time I noticed you. You were still only at the beginning of the divine level, and now that I've seen you again, you're already able to compete with me. I have to say, you have a great talent. This old Hallmaster of the purple infant did not launch an attack towards Li Daodu at the first opportunity, but instead opened his mouth slowly and expressed his affirmation towards Li Daodu. As for Li Dugwa, he likewise did not act rashly. After hearing the words of the old violet infant Hallmaster, he couldn't help but think of some of the experiences that came to mind in his mind. It's you? Ha ha ha, looks like you remember me. The violet infant old Hallmaster snorted, a touch of excitement and killing intent surfacing in his deep eyes. Shortly after Li Dugwa had first entered the god level, he was assigned to go to the deep sea to explore some information about the foreign races. On the way, he was slapped by a large hand that came roaring from the depths of the sea and almost perished. If he hadn't gritted his teeth and warped space for cover, I'm afraid he would have been buried in that deep sea at that point. And the owner of that large hand was clearly none other than this violet infant Hallmaster in front of him. More than remember? It's so impressive. Now it's just right to avenge that slap. Li Dugwa's eyes narrowed slightly as his battle intent began to soar extremely fast. This battle, he will deal with it with all his might. Revenge? You killed many of my Sea Clan's brethren. I should be the one to say this. The purple infant Hallmaster let out a maniacal laugh and rage. Next, his body began to grow extremely fast. His purple scale armor instantly covered his entire body, and in just a blink of an eye, almost half of the ring was filled with his huge figure. And immediately after, only to see him open his mouth wide, a mass of purple mist quickly surged out, flooding the entire ring in the blink of an eye. One time, everyone could only see this layer of purple mist, unable to see anything else. No good. In the corner of the ring, Lord Yu's face changed drastically. This purple mist is very wrong. It is poisonous. Although Li Dugwa was able to control space in an extraordinary manner, he was unable to do anything in the face of this poisonous mist that had almost no dead angle. This poisonous fog was equivalent to a natural field in general. Once Li Dugwa could not separate the winners from the losers in a short period of time, the risk of Li Dugwa's fall would skyrocket with the passage of time. The rest of the crowd on the side also realized the seriousness of the problem, and now their faces became incomparably grave. Especially Yellowland. Her heart was undoubtedly in her throat at the moment, though she and Li Dugwa had long been prepared for the sacrifice. But she didn't want to see Li Dugwa die in front of her. What's the situation? Can't see a thing. Nothing will happen to that senior, right? I don't know. The alien monsters don't seem to be the same this time. Their strength seems to be even tougher. Don't worry. Have faith in that senior. Didn't you see the 10 consecutive victories just now? Everywhere in the Great Xia. Bursts of worried voices were ringing out at this moment. They were incomparably looking forward to Li Dugwa being able to kill his way out of the mists, directly destroying them as he did just now, and winning this victory. And at this point in the mists, Li Dugwa can be quite passive. This purple infant Hallmaster was good at using poison. He knew that. When he was slapped by that palm earlier, what really made him almost die was not the impact, but precisely the terrifying poison. Nowadays, the entire field was shrouded in poisonous mist, making it impossible for him to concentrate on his duel with Violet Infant right now. Inhaling the poisonous mist, he was now starting to become sluggish, both in his reactions and actions. Ha ha ha, aren't you good at using space to fight? Go on. At that moment, the purple infant Hallmaster's loud laughter resounded from within the mists, and immediately afterward, a huge palm appeared behind Li Daodu. With a tight grip, a bone-cracking sound was instantly heard on Li Daodu's body, but the next second, this palm of the violet infant Hallmaster was also replaced with a bloody mist in the spatial distortion. Ah! Die for me! The purple infant Hallmaster, who hadn't taken the slightest advantage, fell into a frenzy of rage at this moment and began to unleash an even more violent attack towards Li Daodu, and such an attack had obviously dealt a heavy blow to Li Dugwa. Sure, Li Daikoku was no sitting duck either. Each of the purple infant Hallmaster's attacks suffered damage caused by Li Dugwa's spatial distortion. One lap can be said to hurt the enemy 1,000 times and lose 800 times, but as time passes, the poisonous mist began to penetrate Li Dugwa's body. the purple infant hall master slowly began to gain the upper hand. Lee Daikoku became left with no choice but to play defense. Calm down. In the midst of the poisonous mist, Li Dubois, who was already seriously injured, forced himself to stabilize his posture, his mind constantly keeping himself calm and awake while thinking of ways to win. And in the outside world at this time, listen to the movement in the poisonous mist. Lord Yu and the others could be said to be getting more and more nervous, because it could be heard from the commotion. I'm afraid that Li Dubois' current situation was quite unpromising, and as time passes, the movement in the poisonous mist began to get smaller and smaller. The poisonous fog was also slowly starting to dissipate. At this moment, Duke Yu and the others, as well as all the subjects of Great Xia, all couldn't help but hold their breath. Soon, the sound of a voice, it brought them to the bottom of the barrel. Delicious. It's just delicious. As the mist cleared, the huge body of the purple infant was still standing, and even though there were many wounds on his body, none of them were fatal. Of course, the most unacceptable thing was clearly his licking of the corners of his mouth and Lee Daikoku, who disappeared onto the stage. One time, an overwhelming thought rose from the minds of the crowd. Is this Li Dubois being eaten alive? Chapter 154, Extreme Counter Kill, Whole Body Retreat. Winning. That guy became a blood meal for the old purple infant hallmaster. It's still old hallmaster Violet Infant. Ha ha ha. The Violet Infant hallmaster has transcended the divine level for a long time, and his strength is unfathomable. So naturally, it's not comparable to this fellow who just stepped into that realm. Ringside, the crowd of foreign race hallmasters couldn't help but let out a loud, uplifting laugh at this moment. Just suffered 10 straight losses along the way. Now a win that finally stabilizes the momentum back. Sure, more than that, Hercule was glad that they wouldn't need to encounter such a terrifying figure like Li Dubois next. It could even be said that there was a purple infant hall master guarding the ring. They don't even need to be back on the field behind them. Daikoku. On the other side of the ring, Huanglan was unable to accept the result, her body staggering a bit, her face full of despair. Duke Yu and the others on the side were also in mourning at the moment. Unable to accept this result for a while, Li Dubois was the only two of their existences that surpassed the god level. Li Dubois' fall didn't just mean that they had lost a comrade. It also means that humanity is in an extremely difficult position. Don't look at the front with a 10-game winning streak. That's only temporary. Lee Daikoku fell. But the next one is not you gone on the field. The human side will also be in for an unprecedented fiasco. And if even Lord Yu goes up there, he's no match. Then they will completely lose any advantage and will lose altogether. It's over. That's senior. Lost? How can this monster be so strong? Not even that senior is a match? This guy is horrible. All over the Great Xia, a burst of whispers resounded at this moment. Such a fiasco. It overwhelmed them for a moment. Although they had a premonition that Li Dagon would lose when they watched the midway point, but did not expect to lose so badly. On the other hand, on the side of the foreigners, the victory of the purple infant hallmaster caused the turmoil in all directions to slowly begin to have a convergence. Hope flares up once more. Next, at this moment, the purple infant hallmaster on the stage revealed a hideous smile towards Lord Yu and the others. That's right. He wanted to follow the example of Li Dubois before him to discuss Lord Yu and the others. Just as Lord Yu and the others had ugly faces and wanted to see who would be the next candidate to go on stage, Lord Yu snapped to a realization. It didn't ring? That's right. The voice didn't ring out. In the past, if a party lost, it would immediately announce the drawing of the next person. But this time, the voice was actually delayed. Does it mean that Lee Daikoku is not dead? The moment this thought appeared, the purple infant hallmaster on the stage then changed his face drastically and violently looked at his abdomen. Immediately after, his expression began to twist and turn, his face filled with disbelief. How can it be? He's clearly been. Could he be faking it? The violet infant hallmaster gritted his teeth and whispered as his mind began to recall what had just happened. By then, Li Dubois was already stunned by his poisonous mist and was paralyzed on the ground. To be on the safe side, he swallowed Li Daigui in one bite, wanting to use the horrible toxins in his stomach to corrode Li Daigui to the point that not even crumbs were left. The toxin in his stomach was 100 times stronger than the toxin he could make, and it was almost impossible for a living thing to make it out once it was in his stomach. The reason why Li Dubois is alive. The only explanation is that the fainting was faked by Li Daikoku, who then utilized space to isolate a protective layer in his stomach. All of this was calculated by Li Daikoku, and after thinking it all through, it was obviously too late. Ah! With a hiss of pain, the entire stomach of the purple infant hallmaster began to twist. A few blinks of an eye, the purple infant hallmaster directly exploded and became all over the sky. The figure of Li Dubois also appeared in the crowd's view once again. Li Daikoku's situation, apparently, isn't very good either. He was now heavily poisoned. His face was purple, and there were even many wounds all over his body. Daikoku. When Huanglan saw this, she immediately became agitated. Dukyu and the others on the side were all excited at this moment. It was a battle that was surprisingly won. How is this possible? This can't be right. Purple Infant Old Hall Master's poison is very horrible. Even if it's just the ordinary poison on the scale armor, the average god level being stained, without a 10 days and half a month simply can't slow down. Not to mention that's the poison in the Old Hall Master's stomach. How in the world did he resist it? I didn't expect that even the Old Hall Master of the Purple Infant was not an opponent. But fortunately, even though this guy won, the toxin has already entered his body and his battle power should be greatly reduced. On the other side, as the foreign race Hall Masters looked at this sudden change, all of them had their faces changed drastically, and their moods were once again heavy. It was thought to be a solid win. I didn't expect it to be countered by Li Dugua. Plus, Li Daikoku. At this moment, Li Dugua only stood for a few seconds before staggering and falling directly to the ground. Nowadays, he was suffering from a severe poison, and although it was not fatal, it was unlikely that he would be able to slow down in a short period of time. But on this stage today, it was clear that there was no time for him to slow down. Gritted his teeth. He could only immediately take out the healing medicine from his spatial ring and swallow it, while doing his best to force out the toxins in his body. Watch this scene. Both Huanglan and Yugong and the others were very intolerant. If we were to draw another existence beyond the god level, the odds are that Li Daikoku was going to fall. But there's nothing to be done about not putting up with it. If it were normal, they would have advised Li Dugua to come down. But this is a test of civilization with the destiny of mankind on its shoulders. Once you're up there, there's no going back. Every single one of them. And at this time in all parts of Daxia, when the subjects looked at Li Dugua's appearance, they were only happy for a moment, and then they could not hold back their tears. Whether it's Lu Hajung, Wang Hong who sacrificed in front of him, or Li Dugua who is now gritting his teeth and supporting himself, these seniors are fighting for all of them. And they were unable to do anything in the face of the fact that these seniors were seriously injured and their lives were in danger. Next, on top of the platform, Li Dugua, who had finished taking the healing medicine, gritted his teeth and stood up, his gaze once again looking at the foreign race's Hall Masters. The Hall Masters were basically all sweating when they were surveyed by this look from Li Dugua. Obviously, they knew that Li Daoda's current strength was already not as terrifying as before, but this aura was still intimidating to them. And with that, a new round of fighting has begun. A twist. 5 innings gone. Li Dugua was very lucky and drew a godly Hall Master in all 5 rounds. So once again, he was on a 5-game winning streak. However, at this time, Li Dugua was also close to running out of gas. The alien side today. Aside from those 3 transcendent god-level Hall Masters, there were only a dozen Hall Masters left. At this moment, these Hall Masters were under immense pressure. Don't look at Li Dugua looks to go not much combat power, even to break the air, but often it is this kind of dying person. Easy to come to a dying counterattack. If they get smoked, there's a good chance they're going to be out of it. But what is said, comes. Next 2 innings, there were still 2 god-level Hall Masters. The previous Hall Master was miserable, and it happened to be Li Dugua's turn to counterattack, ending up dead on the spot. The other one was also scared to death when he saw that Li Dugua was actually still standing. But it's good to know that Li Daikoku is really out of it. Li Daikoku after he beat him to death, he stored up his strength and Li Dugua couldn't even block it, and was directly sent flying out of the ring. To this, he was chagrined. If he had known that, he would have gotten Li Dugua killed in the ring. This knocked Li Daigua out onto the stage, which really gave Li Daigua a chance to live. Daikoku, hold on. On the side of the ring, Lord Yu lifted up Li Dugua, who had fallen to the ground, blood-stained and close to unconsciousness, and immediately stuffed a healing medicine into Li Dugua's mouth. As for Li Dugua, after taking the healing medicine, he fell into a complete coma. The great powers have done their best, we'll do the rest. Dukyu slowly handed Li Dugua over to Huanglan's arms, his gaze looking at the crowd behind him with firm eyes. Chapter 155 Huanglan on the field. Beyond the divine level, Li Dugua alone had decimated 17 god-level Hall Masters, plus 1 beyond god level. Such a horrifying performance was already exceptionally exaggerated, and was completely considered an overachievement, and the rest of the way is just up to them. Soon, the battle continues to be fought. The battles that followed were basically god level versus god level. The battles were all very scorching, not as devastating as Li Dugua's earlier, and the 2 sides have traded blows with each other, but overall words, the alien side of the battle is quite a bit tougher. Now the score between the humans and the foreigners had gone from the 18-1 that Li Dugua had struck down to the current 21-10, though for now humans still lead. But as this trend continues, the situation on the human side will definitely not be optimistic. And say what comes. with a god-ranked powerhouse among the humans winning the match. Among the foreign races, there was clearly a temple lord beyond the divine level that had been drawn. As soon as this hall master stepped onto the stage, he also displayed a terrifying strength like Li Dugua, destroyed and pushed all the way across the board and came right back with a 5-game winning streak. Such a situation undoubtedly made the faces of Dukyu and the others with the children of Daxia very ugly. If this continues, the human score will soon be reversed. And compared to the children of Daxia, Dukyu and the others present were heck of a lot more aware of the unfavorable nature of the current situation. This was because they knew that apart from Lord Yu, there was no one present who could contend with him. As long as the draw is not Lord Yu, that would mean absolute death. Watching one junior die, Lord Yu's fists were clenched at this time with great pathos. He can't wait to get on the field now. However, he has been unable to hit him. And immediately after, the situation he least expected still happened. 5 more times in a row, all of which failed to draw him. With another 5 consecutive victories from that old hall master, the score between the two clans is now officially tied. Such a situation had undoubtedly demoralized the children of Daxia to the extreme. A good hard-fought advantage. Now it's all returned. And so many god-level powerhouses died. But the good thing is, the human side's crowd of god-level powerhouses were not demoralized by this. And instead, each one of them became even more intense in their battle intent, and viewed death as a homecoming. But then again, in the face of a huge gap in strength, even the strongest battle spirit was actually not helpful. At best, the gesture of death is more subdued and tragic. It's finally going to be my turn. At this time, Huanglan looked at the flickering white light on her body and exhaled deeply. That's right. This time, the draw is Yellowland. Looking at Huanglan in front of him, as well as Li Dugua who was still unconscious, Lord Yu finally couldn't help but speak up. Ran. Don't fight later. Just look for a chance to exit the ring when you get up there. And guys, if you're drawn in the back, you don't fight. You just quit the ring. He really couldn't watch these juniors die in peace anymore. Crossing the line is losing. Might as well let these juniors live first. At least, can't die in front of him. And Yugong's words clearly didn't work at the moment, because as far as they were concerned, if they were to retreat now, they would not be able to stand up to their comrades who had died in the previous battle. Teacher, it's okay. Huanglan looked toward Lord Yu, a flash of determination in his eyes. The situation on the human side is now at a point where it is almost irreversible. Instead of harboring and waiting to die, it's better to stand and die. The next second after Huanglan finished speaking, she was then transported to the stage. And as that old alien hall master looked at Huanglan's appearance, the corners of his brutal mouth couldn't help but curl up into a smile. You're that guy's girl? His gaze went to Huanglan, his eyes narrowing slightly. He had noticed Huanglan's behavior before when Li Dugua was seriously injured. A simple inference can be deduced about Huanglan's relationship with Li Dugua. And before that, Li Dugua had beheaded so many of their fellow foreigners. He wasn't going to get Huanglan killed so easily. No need for all that nonsense. Huanglan's battle spirit was high at the moment. She knew she couldn't possibly be a match for her opponent. Either way, it ends in death. That's why she wanted to bring out her strongest battle power in this last battle of her life. Strike that. Her body was flickering with endless waves. A big hand was raised. Phew, phew, phew. A terrifying water dragon helicopter killed towards that old hallmaster. Out of your depth. The old hallmaster sneered and similarly raised one hand, and an invisible barrier appeared in front of him. But soon, and he realized something was wrong. The water dragons actually bypassed the barrier, and his movements actually started to become sluggish. The flow of time has changed? This old hallmaster's face changed, and his eyes were filled with shock. The flow of time that Huanglan was actually able to control? That's right. Huanglan is precisely a dual attribute talent, the water system and the legendary time system. However, her time talent was crippled, and her control over time could not reach the point of perfection, so she could only achieve slight interference. But on a real battlefield, even a slight disturbance could change the outcome of the battle. Boo! In the moment that this old hall master froze, the water dragons were already hitting them with precision. The terrifying power caused it to fall back dozens of meters, stumbling and almost falling to the ground, which could be considered very messy. Although he had long since surpassed the divine level, Huanglan was only a step away from that, so this water dragon hack still caused him some damage. Of course, very faint, but it was humiliating enough for him. If you and I were at the same level, I really might not be your opponent. Pity! His eyes narrowed slightly as he looked toward Huanglan, the utmost killing intent in his words. Boo! Next, his figure flashed and he began to officially open a furious storm of attacks towards Huanglan. Huge strength gap, leaving Huanglan almost powerless to fight back. In a few blinks of an eye, he was already seriously injured. This was also because this old hallmaster didn't want to give Huanglan a hard time. or else he could have completed the second kill in an instant. A few breaths later, Huanglan fell heavily to the ground, the injuries on her body making it almost impossible for her to stand up again. Watching this scene, Yugong on the side of the ring really can't bear to do so, and has not dared to look at the next picture. Well, it's time to finish. That old hall master looked at Huanglan's appearance with indifferent eyes, not wanting to continue wasting time meaninglessly. But just then, Huanglan's body was surprisingly a touch of terror that suddenly rose up. The moment. This old hall master as well as everyone on both sides of the ring couldn't help but stare in disbelief somewhat. Is this a breakthrough? Chapter 156, Yugong, helping the mansion to tumble. That's right. At this moment, the aura on Huanglan's body was clearly already starting to rise towards the transcendent god level. It was surprising that the near-death state could be broken and extremely sublimated, taking that incomparably difficult step. Honestly, this is unbelievable. Too outrageous to be a miracle. This is basically only possible in some online novels. Rant's talent is second only to Daikoku's, and her realm has reached the peak of the divine level, just one step away from that step. Now that it has reached its limit under the hammering of this foreign race, it has finally taken that step under high pressure. In this battle, there may be changes. On the side of the ring, Lord Yu is currently feeling the aura revealed by Huanglan's body, and his face, which had originally been characterized by pathos, now flickered with a touch of surprise and hope. This breakthrough could not have come at a better time. How is this possible? That old hallmaster looked at Huanglan, who was gradually recovering from his injuries, and his heart was shaken to the core. He had spent 1,000 years of effort to take this step in the first place, and this human in front of him, from birth until now, there can't be 1,000 years at the end of the day. Is this talent gap going to be so outrageous? Gritted his teeth. Immediately, he was killing towards Huanglan. So what if you break through? Give me death. Even if Huanglan had broken through, he had only just broken through, and without fully adapting to this realm at this stage, his strength would certainly not be able to be fully utilized either. He was going to take this time to kill Huanglan. However, he had just charged out not more than a few steps when he realized that his movements were starting to slow down. That's right. The flow of time has been altered once again, and this time, it was going to be much more terrifying than the one just now. And just like that, with his tortoise speed charge, he watched as Huanglan staggered to his feet once more. But it was just as he suspected. Huanglan had just made a breakthrough, and coupled with his severe injuries, he was still unable to fully control his current abilities. This time control only lasted for a few breaths before losing its effect. He also took advantage of this time gap to execute his strongest killing move and killed towards Huanglan. However, at the same time, Huanglan was also already casting a water dragon, and compared to before, the power of today's water dragon was simply unknown how many times more terrifying. Boom! Boom! It was accompanied by a violent roar. Huanglan flew directly backwards and fell to the stage. As for that old hall master, at this moment, although he was still standing, a large hole through his chest had appeared. This fight, it ended in a miserable victory for that old hall master. Just a little bit, but it's enough. Yugong looked at Huanglan, who was already unconscious, and immediately took out the healing medicine and gave it to her. Judging from the power of that water dragon, after the breakthrough, Huanglan's strength was definitely above that old hall master's. But alas, there wasn't much time left for Huanglan to adjust, and he only managed to severely injure that old hall master. But it was enough. In this state, that old hall master is also the end of the line, and the subsequent people who are drawn again, the pressure can be very much smaller. And on the other end, the foreign races as well as the Great Summer's children who were watching this scene in the ring, all are now stunned. Especially the children of Daxia. The moment Huanglan collapsed, many of them didn't even dare to continue watching. Never would I have expected that in the nick of time, Huanglan would be able to stand up again and seriously injure the old hall master who had an invincible power. Although the human side still lost this one and started to step behind in points, but it was a morale booster for the crowd. In layman's terms, finally, I can see the bloodstain. And then look at the group of hall masters on the other side of the ring. They were on edge at the moment. It's okay if a Li Duguo appeared before, and now a counterintuitive Huanglan has popped up. This had completely been a reversal of their view of humans as a race. The potential is just horrible. It's not like they'll run into a pervert like Huanglan who suddenly breaks through against the odds and explodes like crazy when they're on the field, right? Soon, the battle continues. With the sound of the voice, the next human to go on the stage finally appeared as well. It's my turn too. Yugong looked at the glistening rhythmic white light on his body, and his complexion, which had been tense all along, completely relaxed at this moment. That's right, it was finally his turn. And looking at Duke Yu being chosen, the rest of the people behind him, all of them were staring at each other. Lord Yu is their last card. Duke Yu's victory or defeat, to some extent, actually represented the victory or defeat of their top human combatants. If you can't lay enough advantage for the juniors, it will even represent the victory or defeat of the entire Blue Star human race. And with Lord Yu on the field, mountains and seas of cheers rang out from all over Daxia. Being a legend of Daxia, the prestige of Lord Yu speaks for itself. All of them hoped that Lord Yu would be able to help the building to fall as he once did. On stage, that old hall master who was already seriously injured looked at Lord Yu's ascension to the stage, and his face was undoubtedly ugly to the extreme. If he was still in his peak state, he would have no fear of a fight. But now, he was categorically no match for Lord Yu. It's time for blood. Lord Yu looked at that old hall master at this moment and slowly spoke. Next, Yu Gong raised a gust of terrifying electric arcs around his body. Boo! A blink of an eye. Lord Yu then killed that old hall master, and with a palm thunderbolt, that old hall master's head directly exploded. Less than a breath of effort. It was to take this old hall master away. Such a glib but thunderous scene really dumbfounded the crowd of Fey hall masters. The strength of Lord Yu, this silky fighting skill, was simply more terrifying than the previously Dugwa as well as Huanglan. If those of them who were still only god level were to be drawn on, they would inevitably be killed in seconds. And that's exactly what happened. Within the next 7 innings, Yu Gong won 7 straight, and in each case, the winner was divided in the blink of an eye. The human score, too, had once again overtaken the Fey and come into the lead. But Lord Yu didn't have much of a smile on his face at this. After every battle, his gaze was directed towards those last 2 old hall masters who had surpassed the divine level. Those 2, that was his target. If these 2 are not removed, even if they have a great advantage now, it will only be for a moment, and soon. Say what comes. Next, one of the old hall masters was drawn. Old Hall Master Black Shark. The old Black Shark Hall Master has been drawn. At that moment, the gazes of the rest of the foreign race hall masters all looked toward the figure at the very front. Next, this old Black Shark Hall Master came to the stage. It's time to stop here. The Black Shark Hall Master looked at Lord Yu at this moment, his dark pupils flickering with endless killing intent. Chapter 157 End of the Old One's Battlefield. Last hope. As the second old hall master in the entire Fey clan to step into the Beyond God realm, his strength was actually much stronger than the 2 old hall masters in front of him. He had already seen Lord Yu's strength just now. Not bad indeed, but that's as far as it stops being good. Trying to match him could be considered delusional. And Lord Yu also felt the terrifying aura of this Black Shark Hall Master. And so it was. Next, he only saw Lord Yu close his eyes, exhale deeply, and a golden aura flashed across his brow. Boom! A terrifying thunderstorm sound violently kicked up. Yu Gong's upper body clothing completely exploded, revealing those explosive muscles, while his face was surprisingly becoming younger at a speed visible to the naked eye. Originally a head full of white hair, at this moment is actually also transformed into a waterfall of black hair. The golden arc around the body is constantly flashing. The whole person's aura began to climb madly. This was Yu Gong's extremely sublimated and most peak state. Watch this scene. Almost everyone present couldn't help but stare. The aura revealed by Lord Yu at this moment was simply too terrifying. Compared to just now, it was simply I don't know how many notches stronger. Sparing the Black Shark Hall Master at this moment, his face became incomparably grave. But soon, he was laughing aloud, his battle spirit soaring. Yes, it's been a long time since I've fought with all my might, so let's battle it out. The Black Shark Hall Master shouted sternly, and his aura began to climb up crazily. Boo! 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 The 2 fought at once. The terrifying speeds of both sides made it impossible to even see with the naked eye for a while. All that could be seen was a gold and a black, 2 meteoric arcs that kept exchanging blows. The exaggerated battle scene had really far exceeded any of the previous battles. Both sides of the ring, whether it was the foreign race hall masters or the god-level powerhouses in the human camp, they were all subconsciously holding their breath now, their eyes tightly fixed on the battlefield for fear of missing a single detail. And soon, as that black meteor arced down, it was only then that the crowd could once again see the figure of that Black Shark Hall Master. At this time, his chest and brain were all penetrated, blood stained his whole body, and there were even a few golden arcs flashing. Looking at the incoming golden meteor in the sky, his eyes were already filled with despair. Boom! The voice fell. The Black Shark Hall Master completely died at the hands of Lord Yu. This showdown of the peak battle power of the Fey and the humans so far. In the end is ushered in with the victory of Lord Yu. 1. It's Lord Yu who won. Is this the strength of Lord Yu? Lord Yu! Lord Yu! The moment. The children of the Great Summer were completely seething. Everywhere in Daxia was cheering the name of Lord Yu, this legendary man. Now once again, he carried the burden of guarding the Great Summer. The Black Shark Hall Master is dead? On the side of the ring, the foreign race hall masters looked at the black shark hall master on the stage, who had already been reduced to ashes by the arcs of electricity, and each one of them felt a sudden numbness in their scalps. The black shark hall master's strength was similar to that strongest remaining old hall master. Even the black shark hall master was no match for this human? Who else would be its match then? But fortunately, at this point in time, Dukyu's situation wasn't very good, either. He was also covered in wounds everywhere and stood on the stage gasping for air. It didn't look like he was at the end of his rope, but he was already seriously injured. And Lord Yu's gaze at that moment was clearly looking towards that last old hall master. He was already in a state where he couldn't last much longer. It would be nice to take this old hall master away at the end of his life. Then his mission would be considered complete. Whether it can be randomized or not is the biggest question by far though. But soon, Goddess of Fortune is on his side. The next foreigner to be chosen was clearly that old hall master. Old hall master Hanging Pot. I can't believe I drew old hall master Hanging Pot. Watch the flashes of white light. The crowd of hall masters all couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. I'm glad I didn't draw them. Now that the Hanging Pot old hall master had stepped in, there was truly no need for them to step in anymore. And this Hanging Pot old hall master had a very strange appearance. The body was slim, the head was shaped like a volcano, and the eyes had a bizarre 3. Compared to those previous hall masters who could basically find their counterparts in sea creatures, this Hanging Pot hall master didn't look like a sea creature at all, but more like an underwater volcano. But the odd shape doesn't affect his strength. Just one on stage. Dukyu's face then became incredibly grave. This Hanging Pot hall master in front of him was stronger than the black shark hall master from earlier. Can you still fight? The Hanging Pot hall master clasped his arms with both hands and looked at Lord Yu indifferently. Not a single fluctuation of emotion could be seen in his eyes. And what Lord Yu responded to him was a terrifying golden lightning bolt. The battle belonging to the peak powerhouses was fought once again. Same as the party. The two were moving so fast that all that could be seen was already just 2 meteor arcs that kept intersecting. Compare that to the previous even match though. Yugong's side was clearly just being pressed the entire time. Boom! With a loud bang, Yugong was viciously whacked down onto the platform, and the ground was cracked and dented. However, in the next moment, Yugong was once again leaping up and continued fighting, and the image of being shot down like that and leaping up again, enough to come dozens of times. From the beginning, Yugong was still able to grit his teeth and support himself, but at the back, he was almost entirely fighting by faith, hanging on to his breath. And the Hanging Pot hall master had gone from being at ease in the beginning to being in a sorry state. Crazy. It's insane. The Hanging Pot hall master's entire body was dyed in blood at the moment, and as he watched Yugong, whose flesh and blood and organs were all about to be revealed, kill again, a hint of fear appeared in his eyes for the first time. He had never seen an opponent so desperate and at the same time tenacious to the core. And in his fear, at this moment, the corner of the ring as well as the land of Daxia was already ringing with whimpering sounds. The scene in front of me is just too sad. Dukyu was now too weak to maintain his youthful appearance, but instead resumed his old man appearance, and compared to before, was even thinner, and was nearly indistinguishable from an ordinary little old man. But despite this, he was still moving forward, launching round after round of attacks towards his opponent. At this time, Li Dugwa had already awakened from his coma. Sensei, looking at Yugong, who was fighting in blood on the platform, his eyes were red and his voice was hoarse. Lord Yu was now running out of gas. The only reason why he was still able to fight was entirely supported by a surge of faith, and as the eldest disciple, he could only watch this scene now. If only I were stronger. Li Dugwa gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, his eyes full of self-reproach, and the eyes go back to the stage. The moment. The Lord of the Hanging Pot Temple was already somewhat exhausted by Yugong, and his fighting spirit was also weakened by Yugong's fearlessness. In such a state, it was inevitable that a crack would be revealed. And it was that break that cost him his life. In the moment he paused in his dodging, Lord Yu struck his head like a volcano with a return palm thunderbolt, hitting it with precision. One blow later, all that was left of that Hanging Pot hall master was a headless corpse. Watch the body slowly fall. The life of Lord Yu, too, came to an end. His gaze went to Li Dugwa and the others on the side of the stage, and the corners of his mouth squeezed out a smile. He did it, accomplished his mission, and immediately after that, he turned to look at the foreign race hall masters, ready to wait for the next one to come on stage, but after only a few breaths, Yugong completely lost his life. At this moment, Lord Yu's already broken and completely lifeless body stood there. It was like the statue of the Dao Yugong standing in the square of the major awakened ones in Daxia, that unmistakable sense of impact. This moment haunts the minds of every citizen of Daxia. Everywhere in Daxia, also at this moment, resounded with mourning for Lord Yu. Greetings to Lord Yu. Greetings to Lord Yu. Greetings to Lord Yu. And on stage at this time, the battle still continues. As both Lee Daikoku and Wang Lan are already in the ring, they will not be drawn again. The next duel was between a divine level and a divine level. At this level of warfare, the Fae are clearly a step above the humans. So slowly, the human side's points were, once again, leveled by the alien race. Wait until the last few are on. Humanity's points were, once again, completely overtaken by the Fae. But so horrific, the difference is not much. The final score was set at 33 to 35. Only a 2-point difference. As long as the younger generation could win a 3-point advantage, humanity would be able to pass the civilization test and step into the stars. Chapter 158. The young ones make their appearance. Damn! Still not working? It's still down by 2 points. In this battle, we've already lost Lord Yu and dozens of other ancestors, but we're still lagging behind. Are we destined to not be able to step into the stars? What an upset! Next is the battle between the younger generations. We still have hope. That's right, it's not even close. If our younger generation can't carry it off, then we humans will really have to disappear into the dust of history. Believe in our younger generation. The moment. All over Daxia, the atmosphere was very depressed. The result of paying a huge price and still falling behind has left many in despair. Even though there were still battles of the younger generation behind them, the vast majority of people, in their hearts, were negative about it. Even if he said he was confident, he didn't have much of a backbone, and a big reason for this is the fall of Lord Yu. As an existence like a spiritual totem of Daxia, the fall of Lord Yu has left many people spiritually bereft, and lost hope of victory. And again, look above the platform at this point. The surviving Li Dugua, Huan Lan and several god-level powerhouses were now all worried one by one. Compared to the ordinary subjects of Daxia, they had more intelligence, and were more knowledgeable about the heavenly pride on the alien side, so they were more aware of the situation of the younger generation behind them. It is difficult for the Daxia side to win. We've done what we can, albeit not so willingly, but it's over. And it's up to these little guys next. Sinking a deep breath, Li Dugua embraced Huang Lan into his arms, his face slowly becoming calm and frank. The remaining several god-level powerhouses also tilted their heads in uncertainty for a moment, slowly becoming calmer. There was nothing more they could do now, even if they were worried about the outcome. Instead of worrying all the time, it's better to be honest. But of course, it's mixed with more hopelessness. And on the other end, the other side of the Fey Temple Lord's camp, there weren't many of their surviving temple masters left. The 4 peak combatants even all fell. But since they are still ahead on points, they are obviously in a much better mood. They are already playing to the advantage of their offspring. As long as the juniors didn't drop the ball, even if they couldn't win and only tied, they could still win this civilization test steadily. As long as they could win and enter the stars, then all the sacrifices in front of them would be worth it. And then again, for their own offspring, they had a strong confidence, and it was almost impossible for them to have a scene where they would lose. Unless a top-level divine being who had stepped into the divine level popped out from Daxia's side to deliver a wave of descending strikes. But this is clearly impossible. After all, an existence that had stepped into the god level would have already been on the opposite side of the ring. The apprentice to stepping star level battle force examination is over. The examination below the apprentice level will begin soon. At that moment, that reckless and merciless voice once again resounded throughout the blue star. Under the attention of everyone in Daxia as well as the foreign races, the scene in the Pure Land began to change rapidly. The original ring was actually transformed into a huge and incomparable coliseum at this moment. There were countless corpses and bones lined up across the arena, and just looking at them could awaken that primal bloodthirsty factor in the genes and make one's blood run cold. The strong visual impact really shook all the children of Daxia as well as the civilians of the foreign races. However, very soon, those bones were transformed into a mass of light and shadow, gradually fading and disappearing, revealing the earth-yellow ground. On the other hand, Li Dugua and the others who were originally on the 2 sides of the ring, as well as the foreign race hall masters, were assigned to the audience seats on the 2 sides of the arena. There, they will enjoy the best view. Sitting in the audience seat, Li Dugua looked at the coliseum below, and for a split second, he couldn't help but feel a touch of awe. Just now, although those corpses and bones of light had disappeared, he was incomparably certain that those corpses and bones had truly existed, and that those people were the heavenly prides who had once fallen on the civilization test. As the saying goes, a general will be a great success. Once the test failed, the group of civilizations that fell here forever remained in the blue star, remained in the long river of history. Those bones, light and shadow, is the last evidence of their existence? And that group of civilizations that had once successfully passed the examination and stepped into the universe might have long since gone to reach a wider world now, where they continued to write their legends. Nowadays, They also stood in front of the civilization test just like those civilizations did back then. Which civilization will they end up with? Just when Li Duguo was a bit frustrated, the voice sounded again. Enter. The voice fell. All the creatures of the entire blue planet were falling upon the two red mists that were beyond the Pure Land at the moment. At this moment, the two clusters of red mist were already passing through the golden vortex and arrived in the sky above that Colosseum. Wait for a dazzling flash of gold. Two clouds of red mist instantly appeared in the warrens on both sides of the Colosseum. At the same time, the figures of the celestial pride were beginning to become clear. First, the Fey side. The alien race's heavenly pride camp was densely packed and quite numerous, with the leader standing in the front row, whose appearance was somewhat similar to those hall masters he had seen before. Almost even at a glance, one could tell the bloodline they corresponded to, and the aura was intimidating. And then it was the opposite camp of human celestial pride. The human heaven's pride camp was almost half less than the alien side in terms of numbers. Just from this battle, the human side was clearly going to fall head over heels. As if it's going to start? I wonder what's happening to the temple master and the others now. Then there's no need to guess? It must be a big win. When we come out, I guess we can win just by playing casually. That's right, Your Highness, and their strength is unfathomable. How can it be compared to those humans? The hanging pot old hall master alone is enough for those humans to drink. That's a legend. That's true. Hey, no, the red mist seems to have disappeared? Wait a minute. Where is this? Here? At this time, the foreign race's pride were still whispering, and at first did not react to the fact that they were already out of the red mist. When they see the unfamiliar surroundings in front of them, the murmur of voices came to a screeching halt. One by one, they were all dumbfounded in place. Can't really blame them, because when the red mist moved, those of them inside didn't feel anything, and they couldn't even detect the sounds of the outside world. And they're not the only ones who are a little confused. Opposite side, Bo Junli Fan and the others were also a bit confused. Bo Junli Fan and the others were originally worried about their ancestors. It turned out to be a blink of an eye. Not only had the red mist disappeared, but they had also appeared in such an unfamiliar place as if in an instant. And immediately after, the two sides of the heavenly pride then noticed the faces on the audience seats on both sides of the arena. Chapter 159, Devil's Shadow. Kuroda died in battle. Your Highness? Father? Teacher? Seniors? Look at these scattered figures. Both sides of the celestial pride had a buzzing in their brains for a while, and were somewhat slowed down. After both sides have slowed down, that's when the complexity began to erupt. The first ones to break through the defense were clearly the foreign race's pride. Before the test began, they had absolute confidence. Even just now they were popping champagne and celebrating their victory in advance. As a result, this came out to look. There were already not many of these remaining hall masters, and those old hall masters with terrifying strength were all gone. As for why it's missing, they're not cuties either. Obviously can guess. Fallen. Of course. Where are Temple Master Hanging Pot, Temple Master Black Shark, and the rest of them? Father, why don't you see my father? My father is not there either? Did they all die in battle? How is this possible? How is it possible that my father has lost to a frail human? Incredible remarks resounded throughout the entire alien race's heavenly pride camp at this moment. It even came with a big wave of Daddy Goes Places drama. Obviously, it's a little hard for them to accept what's in front of them. The invincible hall master in their hearts, the invincible father, would actually fall while dueling humans. Even they now thought the human side had won. It wasn't until they saw the score numbers above the Colosseum that they realized that they hadn't lost. But no loss is no loss. And this was an absolutely miserable win. This caused their unrivaled self-confidence to take an unprecedented blow. Humans, it seems, are not as weak as they thought. And the other end. Li Fan and the others were not very assured about the situation of the old generation battlefield right in the middle of the red mist, and could even be said to be very worried, and had long been prepared for a certain amount of mental preparation. So now that they saw the sporadic seniors in the audience, their reactions were not as intense as the foreign race's pride side. But no reaction is naturally impossible. Many of the teachers they knew well and had taught them are now gone. From the fatigue on the faces of the seniors of those in the audience and the number of points floating in the sky above, it wasn't hard for them to guess. The battles of the predecessors were bound to be extremely brutal and intense. And nowadays, the fate of mankind had fallen squarely on their shoulders. The first thing Li Fan and the crowd did was to look for the figure of Li Dubois Huanlan. Fortunately, both old men are still alive. This really made Li Fan's hanging heart completely fall to the ground. And at this point, the two old men in the audience were also the first to look at Li Fan. Both sides looked at each other. There was no need for too many words. They all knew what they wanted to say to each other. Only 2 points behind. We still have a good chance. Bo Jun looked at the figure of Lord Yu that could not be seen in the audience at the moment and froze slightly before looking at the points in the sky above and speaking sternly. This statement was made. The crowd of celestial pride who were originally still immersed in the emotions of their predecessor's fall were all slowed down. Next, it's going to be their turn. The other end. The foreign races' prides were also slowly gathering their emotions and focusing their eyes on the battlefield under the eye signals of those hall masters. Nowadays, their sea race is only 2 points ahead of the humans, so they are not in a position to lie flat. Whether or not the sea nation would be able to enter the stars would still depend on their play. Begin drawing the candidates for the match. At that moment, the voice sounded again. Immediately after, as before, one after another, rounds of white light began to appear in both camps. The answer is also quickly revealed. The human side was chosen, and it was Heda. That's right, it was Heda who had gone to the secret realm with Li Fan before. Brothers, I'll go first then. Heda looked at the white light on his body and instantly realized that he had been chosen, and turned back to Li Fan and the others and said, as for the Fey Heaven's Pride Party, the one chosen was an extremely tentacled, very strange-looking Fey. From the looks of it, this person was most likely the bloodline of that demon Eye Hall Master. However, don't look at its strangely ugly appearance, but the aura revealed by its body was very astonishing. Devil Shadow, your ancestor has fallen. As the bloodline of the Devil Eye Hall Master, you have an obligation to take revenge. This battle, you must win. Among the foreign races, a heavenly pride spoke in a deep voice towards the chosen heavenly pride. In return, he gave a shut-up look. Why do I need to say what I need to do? Strike that. He then took the initiative to go towards the Colosseum. And with the entrance of the first heavenly pride from both camps, the people on both sides were now all subconsciously holding their breath. Every battle that follows, it can all be said to be about the future of their race. It's His Highness, the Demon Shadow. His strength is very good. Perhaps he should be able to help my clan take the first victory. It's hard to say. When Lord Demon Eye and the others first appeared before, we also thought that we could win. But didn't we end up losing? Yeah, humans still can't be underestimated. Whether they win or lose, we'll only know after the fight. I hope that His Highness the Demon Shadow can take down this human and boost his morale. I see that His Highness's morale has obviously lowered after seeing that the Hall Master and his group are missing a large number of them. If I remember correctly, His Highness the Demon Shadow is already at the peak of the Saint Realm. Amongst the young highnesses, it's considered very good. This first round should be able to be taken. Among the foreigners, the voices were constant at the moment, regarding the appearance of this Demon Shadow Highness. Although the foreigners still touted it, they had already tightened up a lot compared to before, and on the Daxia side, Heda's reputation wasn't too great, so there weren't many people who could recognize him, so naturally the cheering was largely unimpressive. However, in this current situation, whether it was any of the heavenly pride taking the field, they were all cheering and shouting for them from the bottom of their hearts. Eyes back inside the Colosseum, with that Demon Shadow Highness as well as Kuroda on the stage. The first battle of the younger generation was about to take place. Both sides were pinpointing each other, and both had their own reasons why they were bound to win, so both of them were silent. All of them executed killing moves at the first time, killing towards the other party, and that Demon Shadow, being the bloodline of the Demon Eye Temple Master. The piece of illusion art, Hera, was also very strong. Heida's realm was already one step weaker on it, only barely having the battle power of the Middle Saint realm. In the face of this illusion, it was naturally almost completely defenseless. It's just a photo op. Kuroda's was the one that was pierced by the tentacles of that Demon Shadow Highness, and the next scene is more than enough to go on. Heda barely had any room to fight back, and was wiped out of existence. Such a scene. This immediately made the already negative people of Daxia even more desperate, and Li Dugwa and the others in the audience were really heartbroken as they watched this scene. Watching these juniors fall was the hardest. At their age, they shouldn't have had to endure this. At this moment, Huanglan subconsciously held Li Dugwa's hand tightly. Li Dugwa looked at Huanglan's eyes and saw what she was thinking at a glance. She was afraid that Li Fan would also end up in such a situation without a whole body. Don't worry, Little Fan is a child who can create miracles. Maybe we'll have to rely on Little Fan this time. Li Dugwa gently stroked Huanglan's back and forced out a smile and said, "Listen to this." Huanglan didn't get any consolation from this, because she knew that it was just something that Li Dugwa simply used to comfort her. What is the state of affairs today? She knows very well. Li Fan's talent was indeed good, and he was even able to resist the saint level, can be the highest combatant of the younger generation of paragons. As long as one didn't reach quasi-god, then there was almost no possibility of surviving to the end, let alone any sort of power to save the day. Li Fan did give them quite a few surprises in the past, or even quite a few miracles, but wanting to increase their battle power to a paragon emperor in such a short period of time, There was no way in hell she was going to believe it. Chapter 160, If you should retreat, I can kill them all. And at this moment in the human heavenly pride camp, watch the fall of Hedda. The group was all frustrated, somewhat unable to accept the picture in front of them. Although many of this group of them were not in the same class, they were part of the same seed program, and they were all practicing in the base on weekdays, and they were not able to see each other without looking down. So the love of their fellow classmates had long since become deep without them realizing it. Seeing his usual companion fall, even his bones were not even complete. It was certainly a strong shock to them. Hedda! Hedda! In the crowd, many celestial pride couldn't help but hiss out. Even Li Fan could not help but clench his fists. Although his friendship with Haida is not too deep, it is still good. Haida is usually rather dull and not good at talking. Even though his strength is much weaker than him, he will still take on the responsibility of a senior. And every time they get along, they take very good care of him. Now watching Hedda die in front of him, Li Fan's heart was really bad. However, he was also completely unprepared for the fact that the difference in strength between the demon shadow highness of the Fae and Haida was so great that he killed Haida almost instantly. So much so that he couldn't even subtly use Yin Pupil to kill his opponent in seconds and secretly help Haida. And just as Li Fan as well as a group of class celestials were immersed in Heida's fall, a voice rang out from the stage. Is this the only extent? It's not even as good as the battle pet I raised. It's really not enjoyable at all. Come on, let's see how much I can make the next one. How much can I make it? That demon shadow highness licked his blood-stained tentacles and looked towards the human heaven's pride camp with a face full of contempt, while being full of battle intent. His ancestor was fallen. Then it would be up to him to redeem the face of the man his ancestor had lost. And such provocative and humiliating and arrogant words. It really ignited the fury of a group of great Xia celestials. All of them were gritting their teeth and clenching their fists, wishing to go up and skin him. In response, Li Fan just wanted to say something, but was stopped by Bo Jun who was at the side, and Bo Jun was about to say something. Instead, he realized that his body was actually shining with a burst of white light. That's right. It was actually drawn to him. Since he was already drawn, there was naturally no need to say anything else. Just do it directly. You drew Bojun so quickly? At this moment, on the audience stage, a god-level figure sitting beside Li Dugwa couldn't help but frown. Bojun was the only one of the younger generation who had stepped into the quasi-gods, so it could be said that the last of the bottom bracket existed. Being drawn so early in the game can bring the casualty rate down somewhat, but in the grand scheme of things, it's not really a good thing. Continuous battles, very depleting energy stamina, unless Bo Jun can keep sweeping all the foreign race heavenly pride. Otherwise once defeated, the following can be no one can replace Bo Jun as that bottom of the pile again. It is likely that the soldiers will be defeated, but right now it's already a draw for Burchun. Even though he was worried, he could only watch. Perhaps the heavens have not blessed my Daxia. Another god-level powerhouse shook his head and sighed to the sky, and looked again at the field. With Burchun drawn, Li Fan paused, then decisively stepped forward and said towards Bo Jun, Senior Bo Jun, you go on the round first. When you really can't hold on, just back off. As long as I can be drawn, I'm confident that I can kill all of them. And then, Li Fan looked at the group of celestials behind him. Everyone listen to me? Later you are not sure or where there is a little bit uneasy. All the first time to retreat. Wait for my turn on the line. I will give everyone bottom. Levon's voice was loud, totally unapologetic at all. And with the addition of the Pure Land, it resounded through almost the entire blue planet. His idea was also simple. Having already lost a fellow student, Hedda, he wasn't too keen on seeing anyone else fall. And if you use Yin Pupil in secret, it's still more or less a hidden danger. There are still ears on the walls. And who's to say that there aren't some cosmic beings who are looking at the current blue star from God's point of view? So relying on the flesh is still the most reliable. And since they neither wanted the others to fall, nor were they too eager to use Yin Xie, they would have to make them abstain when the time came. But Li Fan's words came out. The entire room couldn't help but fall into an eerie silence. And let's not talk about the others. Bo Jun alone, as well as the crowd of celestial pride behind him, was already frozen in place, with a face that said, Are you kidding? Are you alright? The look on their faces. Let them abstain from stepping down when the time comes. Then wait for Levon to go up and kill them all? What the hell kind of joke is this? This is a civilization test. It's not like it's a solo performance show. What's going on here? However, they looked at Li Fan's incredibly serious and grave expression. Li Fan appeared to not seem like he was joking at all. This left the crowd completely baffled. Li Fan had always given them the image of a reliable persona, and it shouldn't be so bad that he would joke about such things. Could it be that he could really kill them all? But thinking about it a little, it doesn't feel very practical. Although Li Fan was strong, and had even had the battle record of killing an upper saint level or even a peak before. The other party had a quasi-divine level battle power. Once they encountered the quasi-god level, I'm afraid that there wouldn't be anyone in their area who would be a match except for Bo Jun. As for Bo Jun, compared to the others, he was able to slightly understand Li Fan's thoughts. He could sense how powerful Li Fan was now, so he could more or less guess some of Li Fan's backbone for saying this. It must be that Li Fan now had quasi-divine level battle power, and then was a bit bursting with self-confidence, thinking that he could sweep everything away. But the idea was really still too young in his opinion. There's no such thing as a human being. Sometimes there was actually some difference between already being a paragod and having paragod level battle power. With Li Fan's terrifying talent, perhaps if Li Fan was given some more time, Li Fan could really complete the sweep. But right now, he didn't feel like it, and he didn't dare bet on it. Of course, he knew that Levin's intentions were good. It's trying to preserve them all. But this is too ideal. How can there be no bloodshed and sacrifice on the way forward? What is Li Fan up to? He can kill them all? Nonsense. It's just nonsense. In the audience, those god-level figures of Dixia also froze at first when they heard Li Fan's words, but soon anger rose. They don't have much hope of winning now though. But even if you can't win, you can't listen to Li Fan's advice and fool around here. Persuade people to abstain, to make a spectacle of themselves. Isn't this making a child's play of the civilization test? Isn't this making a child's play of their previous sacrifice? Even if the enemy can't be defeated and will eventually lose, and humanity will exit the stage of history, then it has to exit standing up, instead of letting Li Fan exit as a personal performance show that is generally absurd. And let's not even talk about these people. Sparingly Duguo Huanglan, after hearing Li Fan's words, he also fell into silence. What is Fan doing? I'm not sure, but little Fan isn't a reckless person, so perhaps there's a reason for him to do this. The second old man spoke in a low voice, his brow furrowed. As they sat in the audience, they were unable to communicate with Li Fan, nor were they able to probe Li Fan's strength situation. They were completely isolated, so they didn't know if Li Fan was really already that strong, or if he had other ideas. Chapter 161, Don't be in a hurry. One by one later. Ha ha ha, what a big mouth. Is this guy scared out of his mind? He alone wants to kill all the younger generation of our clan? Humph, that's quite a nice thing to say. This person is probably scared silly and started talking nonsense. One person can kill all the younger generation of my entire clan? Someone like that should still be born. Across the audience, compared to people like Li Duguo on Dasha's side, the foreign race hall masters were already somewhat unable to strain the smiles on their faces now. In their opinion, Li Fan was just like being scared silly. If one were not stupid, one would never be able to utter such totally unrealistic grandiose statements. And thinking the same way as these Fey Temple lords, there were also the vast number of Fey subjects in the deep sea. Originally they were still more disciplined and conservative in their view of the final result, not quite daring to pop the champagne at halftime. As a result of this fight, the enemy went crazy for one. Who's going to top that? This really has the look of a big win. And as for the Fey Celestials on the field, that undoubtedly made them want to laugh even more. There were even already quite a few Heaven's Pride people who had begun to laugh maniacally. Li Fan's arrogance was already so wild that he could listen to it as a joke and not feel offended in any way. And soon, one by one, some of them began to recognize Li Fan. The first to recognize it. It was a celestial pride with a layer of purple scale armor on its epidermis, with a lofty head and a very cool temperament. His name is Zimu. It's easy to tell by its looks. He was none other than the purple underworld Purple Abyss who had previously been killed by Li Fan as a purple clan heavenly pride of the same clan. In terms of generation, when Purple Underworld and also Purple Abyss saw this person, then they all had to call out Big Brother. And the reason why the Fey Celestials were basically able to recognize Li Fan. Naturally, it went without saying that that was thanks to Purple Meditation. Demon Shadow. If you meet this person, don't let him die too painfully. If conditions and timing permit, leave him to me. Zimu took a step forward at this time and released an opening towards the Demon Shadow on the field. It was the same as the Violet Abyss in the Secret Realm before. For the sake of the Purple Clan's honor, he had reasons why he had to kill Li Fan. And hearing Zimu's words, the Demon Shadow was also very happy to nod towards it. Zimu is a quasi-god level existence. When he kills Bo Jun, if he really meets Li Fan later, then it would be perfectly acceptable for him to quit and let Zimu on, and it wouldn't affect the big picture. But whether or not he could draw the purple Mako after he withdrew would be a matter of luck. But that's just an afterthought. After all, it's hard to say when you'll be able to draw Li Fan, and that's when. The sudden sound of a voice caused the demon shadows on the field as well as all the Fey to all freeze. Hey! The purple-skinned one. The one that looks like a toad. Don't look. It's about you. At this moment, Li Fan gazed at Zimu and yelled. In response, Zimu didn't react at first, and when he reacted to the fact that Li Fan was talking about him, his face instantly turned ugly. What did you say? What say? I've killed two that look quite a bit like you. I think they're your kindred. Did you just say that big thing to make me send you down to be reunited with them? Li Fan spoke aloud with a calm smile on his face, and hearing this, Zimu's pupils shrunk and his face became even more ugly. In addition to Zimua, his other younger brother, Zi Yuan, was also already fallen. The clan said it had fallen inside the quota secret realm. At that time, he and the people within his clan thought that Zi Yuan had fallen in the middle of the secret realm after encountering some kind of creature attack in the secret realm. I didn't realize that it was Li Fan who killed him as well. This new feud, it actually came together. Ooh, Zimu, this kid is really crazy. Can you tolerate this? TSK, 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 wild indeed. To send you down to meet your brothers. Zimu, if I were you, I couldn't stand it. At the back, a few powerful foreign tribal prides began to raise a ruckus, as if they were watching the fun. Zimu was very arrogant on weekdays, and basically didn't give face to anyone, but naturally he did have the capital to be arrogant, so very few people dared to provoke him like this. Nowadays it's rare for someone to pick a fight. They were very happy to see Zimu suffer defeat. Of course, the premise of watching Zimu's jokes was that they were treating Li Fan like a clown. Otherwise, being in the same camp, even if they were to look at Zimu with displeasure, it was absolutely impossible for them to engage in infighting or something like that at this juncture. But Li Fan's next words, straight away they were all laughing too. And you guys, Li has a hobby. He loves seafood. Not much of a fan of seafood in human form though, so when you guys die, please show your original forms so you don't waste the ingredients. Li Fan spoke calmly and naturally, as if he was really talking in this ingredient. Such a statement. Not only did the foreigner side listen to the foolishness, but the Disya side was equally dumbfounded. What the hell is Leban up to? Directly provoking everyone. What kind of person pulls hatred like that? And what is the point of such? Instead of doing any substantial damage, it even galvanized the opposite side into a collective fight. The mouth may have gotten the job done, but it's clearly backfiring. What? Seafood? Ingredients? Don't you dare say that again. Simply looking for death. This lunatic. That's quite a mouthful. Let's see who's really the ingredient then. Demon Shadow. Guard the ring and let me have this guy after you catch him. I'm going to dismantle him. I think it's better to let me do it. This guy's meat should be pretty good. Especially this mouth. It's probably extremely chewy. In the camp of the foreign race's heavenly pride, it was already blowing up at this moment. They allowed Li Fan, the clown, to provoke one of them, but if he directly provoked all of them, then they could not tolerate it. Especially the word seafood ingredients. This was undoubtedly equivalent to a reverse scale for their sea tribe. It is true that the sea is full of fish and shrimp and such that have become ingredients for humans, but they didn't really want to have anything to do with creatures that weren't even intelligent, even if, in terms of form, they did manage to see some similarities with them. And in the face of the collective jumping of the Fae Celestials, Li Fan's one sentence was what made these foreign race heavenly pride stomp their feet in anger, itching to directly rush over and tear Li Fan's mouth apart. Anxious? Take it easy. One by one later. Chapter 162 Bo Jun's dual system talent. It's so arrogant. I'm going to rip his mouth off. This guy. I can't stand it anymore. Demon Shadow. Come down. I want to go up. Zimu. I take back some of my previous words, but this guy, I hope you won't snatch him from me. From now on, he's mine. Among the alien race's heavenly pride camp, it could be said that they were in a complete hurry now. Don't say it's theirs. Even the Fey Hall Masters who were in the back of the audience as well as the Fey children of the deep sea were a bit hard of hearing, even though one can treat Li Fan like a clown again. When it comes to the word seafood, ingredients, they can't stand it anymore either. Look at you. You're in a hurry again. As Li Fan looked at the furious appearance of the foreign race's heavenly pride, he couldn't help but shrug his shoulders slightly and speak contemptuously once again. So and so. Hers was a difficult reddening of the faces of the Fey Celestials. Ahem. Li Fan almost done. At this time, a senior frowned and came to Li Fan's ear and said softly, this is if we continue to let Li Fan talk on. Then the opposite alien celestials would really have to apply a battle buff that was added by their anger. That can't be a good thing for them. Levon had wanted to go on, but he turned his head and saw that all the seniors and sisters at the back were shaking their heads towards him with a slow and strange face, so he didn't have the heart to say anything else. And the other end. At this point in time, all over Daxia, it had long since exploded by now. Li Fan, what the hell is he doing? It's really hard to see what Li Fan is going to do, but it's a bit outrageous that he's already cursing before the fight even starts. Li Fan wouldn't really have the strength to be able to sweep the opposite side. Would he? What are you thinking? A few months ago I remember that Li Fan was only at the transcendent level, right? Now he's at most a quasi-saint, so I guess he really received a boost. Alas, what a genius. It's a pity. If we could give Li Fan a little more time, perhaps these big words he speaks could become reality. Indeed, but there's one thing to be said, Li Fan's mouth is indeed good. Disliking it makes people comfortable. Anyway, I've had a good time listening to it. Finally found a fellow traveler. I also feel that Li Fan's behavior is quite right. Can't beat but still scold? That's right. Instead of waiting to go on stage in a dead heat, why don't we pull the hate to the end and fight those guys to the death? Go Li Fan! Li Fan had already been famous in the Great Xia for his battle at the Heavenly Phase Mystic Realm back then, so basically everyone knew Li Fan. And for this wave of Li Fan's operation, most of the people obviously couldn't read it and were thinking that Li Fan was irritated. However, there was also a small number of people who agreed with Li Fan's broken approach. All in all, let's not talk about the rightness or wrongness of Li Fan's approach. At least now the children of Daxiao were not so worried and afraid of the future outcome. The big deal is to be as stimulated as Li Fan and break the pot. My brother-in-law is bound to have some reason for doing this. Hongzhou Gu family. Gu Quan and the Gu family were also looking at this scene. Out of his extreme confidence in Li Fan, Gu Quan's eyes narrowed slightly, feeling that Li Fan must have something to fall back on, so he didn't panic in the slightest. It's not just him. Ru Zilei, Ning Xinjin, Ma Xiu and the others who were in their respective hometowns at this time thought the same. The rest of the Gu family, on the other hand, didn't really agree with this view of Gu Quan. Li Fan is now saying these words out loud. Unless Li Fan really had the strength to sweep behind him, otherwise it could be impossible to finish. It was even if it couldn't end. Once Li Fan didn't have that strength, Li Fan was afraid that he would still die a very miserable death. Those foreign tribesmen's heavenly pride would definitely not let Li Fan die too painfully. Brother Li Fan. In the corner, Gu Ling looked up at Li Fan's figure silently, worry and trust coexisting in her eyes. She was worried about Levan's safety and at the same time trusted Levan's approach. Maybe she hadn't spent that much time with Li Fan, but she knew him well. Li Fan never did anything without any certainty. At the moment, all she needed to do was wait for a miracle. And the eyes went back to the Colosseum. Levan mouths off in between. Bo Jun was already teleported to the stage. As Li Fan's words stopped, the crowd's eyes also returned to the stage once again. At this time, the demon Shadow, who had already been listening to a whole lot of words of cheer from his companions behind him, and had likewise been excited by Li Fan, could now be said to be full of wariness. But as soon as the aura on Bo Jun's body opened up, this demon Shadow Highness's battle intent instantly just shrunk back. Quasi-god? The corner of Magic Shadow's eye twitched. He never expected that this Bo Jun was actually a quasi-god. The first one was too weak for him, but the second one wasn't so strong to come. He was now at the peak of the Saint Realm, just a foot away from being a paragon. But it was this kick that became a moat. It hasn't started yet though, but he was now in a position to know the outcome. Once he fights, he dies. At this moment, he was also faced with the same choice that the previous Whale Armor Hall Master had made, life or fame. Just as he was thinking, at this moment, Bo Jun was already killing over. Bo Jun's body was currently filled with terrifyingly incomparable golden arcs of electricity. Looking closely, the shape is actually almost identical to Yugong, except that the power is not at all of the same order of magnitude compared to Yugong. This talent is chaotic golden thunder? Could this Bo Jun be? In the audience, Li Dugua couldn't help his pupils from shrinking as he watched Bo Jun's moves. Lord Yu's talent was chaotic golden thunder. As far as he knew, such a talent was almost only possible in Lord Yu's lineage, but from their previous understanding of Bo Jun, it seemed like Bo Jun was a gun attribute talent, right? Double talent. This Bo Jun should be one of the few descendants of the teacher's lineage. The reason why he hid his thunder talent should be because his teacher instructed him to do so. The first thing Huan Lan did at this time was to guess the origin of everything. Hear the conjecture. Li Dugua's entire spirit was stunned as he sighed. Su Daxia needs to thank teacher and their lineage. This civilization test in. One carries the battlefield pressure of the top combatants. The other needs to carry the battlefield pressure of the younger generation. In every sense of the word, all of Daxia needs to thank Lord Yu for this lineage. And just in between Li Dugua's thoughts and feelings, the arena was already changing in an instant. The demonic shadow that was originally screaming openly was already running for its life at this moment. No way. He had cast his illusion spell, but Bo Jun didn't seem to be affected at all. If he was really close to Bo Jun, he would definitely be finished. That's right, like the Whale Armor Temple Master, he chose to take his life. What's face in front of life? However, it was obvious that he would end up in the same place as the Whale Armor Hall Master, only to see Bo Jun's big hand lifting. A long spear flashing with golden arcs of electricity was shot towards the demonic shadow explosively. Boo! With a popping sound, the lightning lance pierced right through the demon shadow's entire body from its head, nailing it firmly to the stone wall of the Colosseum. Too dead to die. The moment. The whole room was silent. The gazes of all the creatures of the blue planet were all gathered on Bojun. And then he only saw Bojun slowly walking towards the demon shadow's corpse, pulling out his lance while lifting up the demon shadow's corpse and twisting his head to look at Li Fan. Here comes the first ingredient. Octopus. I don't know. How's your cooking? That's right. At first, when he heard Li Fan screaming, he also felt that it was not right. But thinking about it a little, he felt quite right again. So he decided to accompany Li Fan in his madness. If today was destined to be the last battle of his life, then he wanted his opponent to come out on top. Chapter 163 Battling the Foreign Race's Paragod Heavenly Pride. And with Bojun's words, the entire Blue Star was in an unprecedented sensation. If they were silent just now, they were shocked by Bojun's terrifying strength. Then the current sensation is being shocked by Bojun's epilepsy. Even if there was a Li Fan in front of him, it could still be explained that Li Fan was too weak and was stimulated by fear. The strength that Bojun had shown was quite top-notch. Even one of the top heavenly prides had gone crazy along with Li Fan. That's not the same thing. This appears to be a real bit of arrogance. Bojun, calm down. Bad. It's all because of that Li Fan, bringing Bojun to the wrong side as well. Li Fan is not afraid of tigers even if he is newborn. Bojun should not. This is too impulsive. In the audience, those few great summer god-level figures were so shocked that they all stood up directly at this moment, exclaiming that it was not good. They wanted to open their mouths to call out in harmony and tell Bojun to calm down, but their voices were isolated and could not be transmitted inside. Being the pinnacle of the younger generation, Bok Chun, but nothing can go wrong. Not to mention that Bojun's words were very hateful and would easily cause the other party to go into overdrive. Bojun's emotions were so on top of him now, and it was very likely that this emotion would have some effect on his own battle power as well. After all, in a battle, especially the higher-end battles, extreme calmness was what was needed. The way things are going right now is not what they want. No way. How can he learn from Li Fan? He's not that strong. Bad thing. I'm afraid this is going to be a real problem. Is it really right to pull so much hate? He seems to have been stimulated by Li Fan to get a bit on top. Harm. After all, it's a junior still too impetuous, unable to calm down. Go. I do think he's handsome. If you ask me, young people have to be so wild, day after day, settling down and acting like a little old man. Can that still be called a young man? I think so. It's all going to play out anyway. What's wrong with just eating seafood? Dry. No matter what the result is, just do it. It's a big deal to die. Anyway, being erased is just a matter of a moment. There's nothing to be afraid of. All parts of Daxia. This moment is also sensational for Bojun's mesmerizing operation. But the children of Daxia were now all stimulated as well. Broken cans of wind more and more dense. Many people have even been completely supportive of Bojun Li Fan. The big deal is a fish death net break. Arrogant. It's simply arrogant. Who the hell gave this guy his bottom? I admit that this guy has a few strengths, but it's just that he only killed a demon shadow highness. His highness Zimu and those top-tier warriors of theirs haven't even made a move yet. So what the hell is he raving about? Your highness Zimu, quickly dismantle this fellow. Deep Sea. The children of the foreign race could now be said to be unprecedentedly united in their hatred. And each of them hated each other with gnashing teeth. They desperately wanted to see their own heavenly pride kill Bojun as well as Li Fan. And it can't be a painful kill. It has to be a torturous one. Otherwise it would be difficult to vent their anger. And again, look inside the Colosseum at this time. In the camp of the foreign race's heavenly pride, there was a terrifying silence at the moment. However, it was clear from the faces of these people that they were now angry to the core. They no longer want to say anything from the mouth. They want to see the real thing directly under the hand. And soon, among them, the next person to go on stage was already drawn. It was a strange creature with black and gold skin, a pair of long ears like maple leaves, and a long tail with a knot of bone. As the saying goes, the weirder they look, the more perverted their strength. This celestial pride is clearly that. Judging from the aura flowing from his body, he was a quasi-divine level existence just like Bojun. His Highness the Black Sting. It's His Highness the Black Sting. Ha. I actually drew His Highness the Black Sting. This human is going to be finished. It's a good draw. Your Highness Black Sting is a quasi-god level, belonging to the top group of highnesses, and can definitely make that guy pay. In the middle of the deep sea, seeing that the next one to be drawn was a quasi-divine level heavenly pride, the foreign race's children were all invigorated. What a stroke of luck, directly drawing a quasi-divine level heavenly pride. If he drew a saint-level heavenly pride, I guess he would have to let Bo-jun pretend once more. I'm afraid they're going to be worse off than if they'd eaten. I'll take care of this guy. In the camp of the foreign race's heavenly pride, Black Sting's eyes were slightly narrowed at the moment, and his tone was full of murderous aura. Next, he was then teleported inside the fighting arena. And looking at Black Sting's back, a burst of whispers couldn't help but resound among the foreign race's celestials. This kid has some strength. His Highness Black Sting won't be in the gutter. Will he? Che, you're underestimating His Highness the Black Sting, aren't you? That guy up there is at best a lower-grade quasi-god, but his talent is perverted, and he can barely exert the combat power of a middle-grade quasi-god. But His Highness the Black Sting is a real middle-grade quasi-god. Yes, His Highness the Black Sting is usually unassuming, but in fact, his battle power won't be weaker than those of His Highness the Purple Shepherd. It was clearly audible in their words. This His Highness, the Black Sting, is a formidable enemy, and that's exactly what happened. As soon as this Black Sting came onto the stage, he launched an attack towards Bo-jun, only to see it standing in the distance, its long bony knotted tail towering high, a terrifying black ball of light gathering from its tail end, and then bursting out an extremely destructive beam of light, exploding towards Bo-jun, its speed fast to the extreme. Boom! Bo-jun couldn't dodge in time and could only utilize the lance in his hand to parry, but the beam was too weird. The lance crumbled the instant it touched it, and in the blink of an eye it decayed into ashes. Such a scene not only shocked Bo-jun's face, but also shocked the faces of Li Dugua and the others in the audience, as well as a crowd of class celestials. This beam, you can't take it hard. And so it was. Bo-jun immediately changed into a golden lightning bolt and killed beside Black Sting, wanting to get close enough to win the battle. The arcs of electricity on his body can form an arc armor on the surface, which can cause a brief numbness to his opponents when he gets close, giving him a great melee advantage. However, as he approached, Black Sting's speed had also become strangely fast, and each of Bo-jun's moves was dodged with precision. Even that long tail was frighteningly flexible, and the black beams of light could constantly switch angles and shoot out. Although the power isn't as fierce as when it's built up, it can still cause some damage and disruption. At this level, how dare you clamor to treat us as ingredients? Black Sting dodged while interfering with Bo-jun's emotions with a face full of contempt. Bo-jun was not so disturbed by such a mouthful. Instead, he was now very calm. His mind was fully focused on finding Black Sting's cracks. However, it was true that there was a certain strength gap between him and Black Sting. So a few shots down, Bok-jun then still fell behind and took a lot of damage. Watching this scene, Li Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. He's not going to make the same mistake Heda did that time. If Bo-jun would rather die than retreat, then he could only choose to use Yin Xia. It's a big risk, but it shouldn't be that big of a risk if it's just one time, and as long as the timing is chosen appropriately. It can be completely seen as Bo-jun using his ability to kill his opponent. But just as Li Fan was about to use Yin Pupil, in the midst of the battlefield, a turnaround occurred. Chapter 164 Terrifying Lightning Spit. Only to see that at this moment, Bo-jun's upper body clothing suddenly burst open, revealing a strong and robust body, and the terrifying golden lightning began to whistling out from the body, sweeping over the whole body. In the blink of an eye, the aura on Bo-jun's body was raised a notch, and the move. For the children of Daxia, it was really incomparably familiar. This is exactly the same way Yu Gong was promoted before. In a trance, they even saw what Lord Yu looked like when he was young. The moment. The children of Daxia are also all vaguely guessing the general identity of Bo-jun. How can it be? His Highness the Black Sting between dodges instantly changed his face when he felt Bo-jun's aura. He had never expected that Bo-jun had actually raised his battle power all of a sudden. The sudden change was already making it impossible for him to dodge Bo-jun's next move, only to see Bo-jun's large hand lift, and with one hand, he tightly gripped Black Sting's neck. The strong sense of suffocation and bone-cracking pain cried out, causing it to let out a muffled grunt. While being swept by the arc of electricity, his whole body jammed or became numb and burning, and his whole body seemed like it was going to be melted. In panic, Black Sting kept struggling. His long tail kept firing black beams of light, but this hit Bo-jun, but he was unable to find out much effect. Immediately after, Bo-jun peeled open the Black Sting's jaws. Then a furious golden beam of light surged out of his mouth towards the Black Sting's mouth and fishtailed towards it. Just blink. The Black Sting is like a deflated ball, pupils white, completely lost vitality. The entire body is turned scorched black, smoking thick black smoke, a scene of horrific brutality, making everyone in the room at the moment look at their pupils shrink. What kind of terrible talent is that? While his battle power soared, he could even unleash a lightning spit. In that moment, Bo-jun was even more of a monster than this Black Sting Highness. This, in the camp of the foreign race's heavenly pride, all of them were staring in disbelief at the moment. their faces filled with disbelief. This Bojun can really be wildly strong again, suddenly powering up and so thunderous. I'm afraid that any one of them who faced such a Bojun would have to end up like this. This is probably his bottom card, and it seems like he shouldn't be able to keep this state for long now. At this moment, a foreign race's heavenly pride discovered Bojun's abnormality at this moment. After Bojun cut down the black sting, he did not see any smile on his face, while the golden arcs of electricity lingering on his body were like the rhythm of his breathing, appearing and disappearing, and his figure could not be too stable. This state, obviously, is not very good, and in fact, anyone who had seen the previous Yugong fight could now see this one point. This move was the bottom and the final pinnacle. Although they didn't know how this terrifying increase in battle power was achieved, what they could be sure of was that the cost of this was absolutely enormous, and if they kept this state for a long time, they were afraid that they might even have to pay with their lives. I see. Just can't keep it up for too long. It can be a bit tricky if it stays like that. After hearing Bojun's situation, many of the foreign race's celestial pride couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Facing the current Bojun, other than those few top existences, I'm afraid that anyone else who goes up will only be able to give away their experience. And the other side, looking at Bojun on the stage, the great Xia Celestials all had their hearts in their throats. For Bojun to be able to burst out with such a terrifying battle power, they were also a bit surprised. However, they could naturally tell that Bojun had no choice but to make this move. What awaited Bojun next was likely to be consumed alive. It's over. It's over. The difference in strength is still too great. Even Bojun can't do it. This is only the first quasi-divine level battle power. If only there were a few more paragons to share the burden for Bojun. In the audience, a group of god-level characters in Xia's eyes have slowly lost their glamour, and their tone is mixed with endless helplessness and loss. Although Burchun won this battle, but the situation seemed to them to be one of utter despair. It was only after meeting the first quasi-god level warrior that he forced out Bojun's bottom card. If Bojun could maintain his current battle power, it would be fine. He could still fight. But the problem was that it was not possible to maintain such a state, and it was hard to say whether it would even last through the next battle. What happens next is something they can almost already surmise. That would be Bojun slowly being worn down, and then a quasi-divine level warrior coming out from the foreigner side to sweep away all the remaining great Xia Celestials. This is such a desperate development. On the side, Li Dugua Huanglan couldn't help but hold each other's hands tightly at this moment, leaning against each other. Apparently, they think so too. However, they were content to be together at the end of their lives, and at this point on the field, Li Fan was also able to see Bojun's situation. Senior Bojun, you can come down now. Leave the next to me. Li Fan stepped forward and shouted towards Bojun. When Bojun heard Li Fan's voice, he couldn't help but look back. Counterpoint. Li Fan saw endless battle intent in Bojun's eyes. This caused Li Fan to be stunned, because he had never seen such a strong battle intent in his life, which prevented him from uttering any more words for a while. Nowadays, Bojun's battle intent was raging. He didn't doubt for a second that if he stopped Bojun from continuing the fight, Bojun was afraid that he would hold a grudge against him for the rest of his life, and might even fight him on the spot, or even commit suicide. Senior Li Fan, let me, Senior, clear out a few more opponents for you. Besides, Senpai, I'm not going down that easily. Bojun smiled confidently at Li Fan before turning back and slowly waved his hand and said, look at Bethune back. Li Fan wanted to say something, but finally chose to remain silent. Perhaps, Bojun has been waiting for this day for a long time. As it is, then let Bojun do it. And what Bojun was thinking at this moment, then there was only one. That was to complete his peak battle, to exert his last remaining heat, to create a ray of life for Li Fan, and for all the heavenly pride behind him, and for all the great Xia humans. He didn't believe that Li Fan had the ability to do what he did to sweep away all of the foreign race's heavenly pride. However, if he could chop off some more high-level combatants for Li Fan, then Li Fan would have a certain chance of bottoming out. To a certain extent, it could be said that in fact, his bottom card was not this sudden increase in battle power, but rather Li Fan. And next, the drawing of lots then continued. 6 times in a row. All of them were some saint-level foreign pride. In order to keep himself in shape as quickly as possible, Bojun was all about decimating his opponent as fast as he could and then waiting for the next one to come on. Without realizing it, the humans had completed a slight reversal of their points. Looks like it's coming for us. In front of the foreign race's pride, Zimu's eyes narrowed slightly as he exchanged soft words with the few companions beside him. And he had guessed correctly. Bak-chun was exactly rushing towards them. A mere saint-level character had never been in his eyes. And immediately after, Zimu had just finished speaking when a white light flickered on the body of a heavenly pride beside him. This was none other than a heavenly pride of the quasi-god realm. Chapter 165, Desperate Times. Bo Jun's downfall? It's Her Highness the White Spirit. Deep Sea. Some of the foreign tribesmen recognized this celestial pride. This was none other than another top young pride among the foreign races. Bai Ling. His skin was deep blue. His pupils were a demonic purple color. His face had a pair of slits like gills, and his whole body was full of aura. For this white spirit highness to take the field, the foreign subjects were really relieved that However, looking at the strong aura that Bo Jun still maintains nowadays, they are completely afraid to open the champagne at halftime. Before, they predicted that Bo Jun would not be able to hold on soon. As a result, Bo Jun killed 6 rounds in a row and was still standing. How much longer Bo Jun could last, they were unable to guess, and with White Spirit on the field, everyone was subconsciously holding their breath. Another battle between the top young generation. I wonder how this one will turn out. Paragons? Bo Jun was already feeling the aura revealed by Bai Ling at this moment, and in a flash, his battle intent was pulled up to the peak. Finally, it was time for an opponent worthy of his full strength. If you were a heavenly pride of my clan, you and I might be very good friends. Bai Ling stood with his arms folded, looking at Bo Jun on the opposite side of the room and spoke slowly, a touch of appreciation in his eyes. That's right. Unlike the other Heaven's pride, he still greatly appreciated Bo Jun. In his opinion, Bo Jun's character was very similar to him. If it had been a fellow clan member, he would have been happy to have such an extra friend. But alas, there are no such ifs. Friends? Sorry, I don't really like being friends with seafood. Much less seafood. Bo Jun coldly snorted at this moment and responded with disdain. You. A sentence of seafood was directly what made Bai Ling's face hard to see. Shasta. Centered on the white spirit. A bone-piercing coldness instantly swept away, and in an instant, the entire surface of the Colosseum was condensed with a thick layer of ice. When Bo Jun saw this, he immediately just hung in the air, his face grave, because this is not ordinary cold ice. These cold ice even has corrosive dye. Bai Ling slightly raised one of her hands at this moment, and countless sharp ice cones began to condense on her side. Phew! 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 Fingers flicked. The ice cone immediately whistled towards Bo Jun. The speed of the ice cone was extremely fast, but Bo Jun didn't panic because of it, and with a flash, he easily snatched it away, and was also prepared to kill Bai Ling's body as he did, and give him a mouthful of spit. But before he could fly out a few steps, a chill came from behind him. No good. Bo Jun realized something was wrong and his face changed drastically. But it's too late now. The ice pick that flew backward flew straight through his body. Ah! The intense pain caused Bo Jun to let out a hiss of agony. That's right. Under the outline of Bai Ling's fingers, these ice cones were as if they had souls, hitting wherever they pointed. Immediately after, taking advantage of Burchan's gap of pain, Bai Ling's mouth smiled as her fingers began to stroke rapidly in the void. Ice picks flew up and down deftly under his maneuvering, like an embroidered needle of death. In an instant, Bo Jun's entire body was dyed red with blood, and his wounds were countless. And suddenly, Bo Jun actually clenched his teeth violently and opened his mouth to deliver a terrifying lightning spit at Bai Ling. However, in response, as if White Spirit had already anticipated this, she easily dodged it with a flash. But when he turned back, his face froze instantly, because Bo Jun was already on the verge of killing him. But fortunately, his ice pick had followed Bo Jun all the way just now. Now that Burchan was a big back, he was just in time to put a hole in Burchan's brain. Originally, he didn't want to get Bo Jun killed so quickly, so he hadn't been able to lay the most direct death hand on Bo Jun. But nowadays, Bak-chan deserves to die. And so it was. Bai Ling hooked her fingers, and those dozens of ice cones transformed into an ice dragon, violently bursting into motion, speed soaring to the extreme, killing towards Bo Jun's back. You think you can kill me? Bai Ling was currently carrying one hand behind his back, his eyes burning as he looked at Bo Jun, who was already approaching in front of him, and the corner of his mouth hooked into a contemptuous cold smile. At this speed, the ice dragon would be able to swallow Bo Jun's brain before he could kill him. However, Bo Jun's next operation made him fall into the ice cellar. If I can't, maybe you can. Only Bo Jun spoke softly, and then his fleshly body catapulted violently, turning sharply in the direction, making an almost unbelievable right angle turn towards the sky. And what appeared in front of Bai Ling at this moment was clearly the ice dragon that he himself had manipulated. The ice dragon was strangely fast, so fast that he, the manipulator, couldn't even dodge it. That's right. This was the tactic that Bakun thought of the moment he unleashed his lightning spit. Damn it! The white spirit looked at the incoming ice dragon and let out a terrifying roar. Next, he immediately launched his defense. Boom! 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 It was accompanied by a terrifying roar. The area where the white spirit was located was shrouded in countless lifted frost mists, and the entire fighting arena shook violently. Bo-jun dragged his blood-stained body through the air and looked at all of this while panting heavily, taking out a healing medicine from his spatial ring in the meantime and consuming it. This white spirit's strength was terrifying, at least at the level of a mid-grade quasi-divine, and just on the killing power of the ice dragon just now, it had even vaguely touched the level of a top-grade quasi-divine. Fortunately, the ice dragon didn't land on his body, otherwise he was afraid that he would have to be lost on the spot. However, just as Bo-jun was still celebrating, dozens of ice cones violently came out from the frosty mist and killed towards him. What? Bo-jun's pupils shrunk and his face changed drastically. Struck by this ice dragon, the white spirit is still alive. Soon, with the sound of Bai Ling's voice, the answer to this question came out. Good. Very good. The frosty mist dispersed. White spirit's figure began to slowly emerge. At this moment, the white spirit was actually directly wiped out nearly half of his body. But even so, he was still alive. Soon after, he lightly lifted his finger, and the missing part was temporarily replaced by it with cold ice. At this moment, the white spirit was half body, half ice, and her appearance looked very oozy. White spirit's face was now written with endless anger. If Bo-jun crushed him head-on, he would only be convinced. Available in such a way that would only make him feel teased and humiliated. Boo! 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 While the ice cone killed Bo-jun, he was also rising up in the air at this moment, killing towards Bo-jun. Bo-jun, who had already been seriously injured, now looked extremely passive in the face of Bai Ling's killing moves. Moment of truth. Berchun violently ripped off one of his arms. The berserk lightning injected, and his arm immediately exploded into a cloud of blood mist, which was so extensive that it directly surrounded his entire body. And as a quasi-divine level existence, even blood contained infinite energy. The appearance of the blood mist caused Bai Ling to lose his judgment of Bo-jun's position for a split second, and caused his entire person as well as the ice pick he was controlling to pause for a moment. And it was this pause that allowed Berchun to seize the opportunity, only to see Bo-jun violently explode out, one hand precisely pinching Bai Ling's neck. What greeted him next was a terrifying golden thunderspit. Boom! Boom! Terrifying golden arcs of electricity instantly swept across the entire fighting arena. The white spirit's silent hissing mixed with the sound of the ice breaking up resounded throughout the blue star at the moment. And wait for the white spirit to turn into a handful of charred, blackened, withered bones. Bo-jun was also reaching his limit. A white spirit's dying ice pick accurately pierced through Bo-jun's heart while knocking Bo-jun out of the arena. And coincidentally, Bo-jun just happened to land right in front of Li Fan. Without the slightest hesitation, Li Fan immediately took out the best healing medicine and gave it to Bo-jun. Bo-jun was seriously injured at the moment, and after just glancing at Li Fan, he fell into unconsciousness. And the other end. The people who watched the complete process of this battle at this time were now all numb. Chapter 166 Zimu on stage. Listen to Li Fan, using his arm as a smoke bomb to interfere with His Highness the White Spirit's vision. This guy, crazy. This guy is absolutely nuts. This guy is really hard on himself. Who would have thought that he would be able to come up with such tricks? Her Highness Bai Ling's strength isn't weaker than this man. She only lost in her fighting skills. This guy is simply a ruthless fighting machine. In order to win, he can do whatever it takes. I have to say, this human is really tough and terrifying. In that situation, he was actually able to calmly come up with that kind of way to survive. In this battle, His Highness, the White Spirit, did not lose unfairly. If we were in the same realm, I'm afraid that Her Highness Bai Ling wouldn't be able to last more than 3 moves in this guy's hands. Beneath the deep sea, at this moment, amongst the foreign tribesmen, shock at Bo-jun's terrifying fighting ability filled the air. Especially the final maneuver of using his arm as a smoke bomb directly dumbfounded them all. If they live to see tomorrow, that one image just now would definitely become their nightmare at night. But then again, it has to be said, it was a great battle indeed. Even many of the foreign race's subjects were in awe of Bo-jun from the bottom of their hearts. This maniac, the White Spirit Highness, was also taken out? This guy is outrageous. In the camp of the foreign race's heavenly pride, many people were also smacking their lips incomparably at this moment. And some people's bodies even began to tremble. It was really the first time they had seen such a vicious and maniacal way of fighting. It's fortunate that it's not them who met Bo-jun. Otherwise it's definitely them who will die. Although the White Spirit is dead. But fortunately, Bo-jun also went down. If Bo-jun was still in the field, they were really worried that Bo-jun would suddenly swindle his body and then touch them in an unbelievable way to die with them. And the other end. Human camp at this time. While shocking Bo-jun's terrifying battle power, more emotions, or pathos, such a stunning and overwhelming top genius had just collapsed in front of them, his life and death uncertain. And they, still, have no choice but to watch. All parts of Daxia. At the moment all of them are ringing with whimpers. It was just like the scene when Lord Yu fell. Bo Jun has fallen. It's over. None of these remaining people can carry this banner. It's all over. Bojun has tried his best, but with one more Bojun, we should have hope. Bo Jun, this child talent is amazing, is missing some growth time, but we're another year and a half. Everything will be different. In the audience of the Colosseum, some great Xia God-level powerhouses couldn't help but let out their emotions. They also felt very amazed by Bo Jun's performance. But alas, they only have one Bojun. Now Burchun is down. The foreigner's pride will be a horse. The Daxia civilization, in advance, entered the countdown to death. Eyes were placed on the great Xia Heaven's pride camp at this moment. Li Fan had gathered all the heavenly prides at this moment. Listen everyone, if the opponent is a paragod, draw any of you. As soon as you get on the field, flee at the first opportunity. Don't have the slightest hesitation. Everyone trust me. I have the ability to win all the next battles. Li Fan's tone was extraordinarily serious at the moment, while he exerted his body's aura unreservedly. Bok Jun was now relying on healing medicine and was still hanging on to his breath. This actually could have been avoided, but there was no way that Bo Jun was stubborn. And nowadays, he didn't want to see any more of his companions end up like this. Senior Li Fan, you. This? Feeling the aura from Li Fan's body, the crowd of great Xia Celestials all stared in disbelief. Although it was an aura belonging to the Saint Realm, the sense of oppression was indeed not weaker at all than the previous Bo Jun, and was even much stronger. That is to say, Li Fan was now in possession of quasi-divine level battle power. If Li Fan hadn't been persuasive in saying this before, then today, the persuasiveness had undoubtedly skyrocketed, but it was still too much. If they remembered correctly, a month ago, Li Fan's battle power appeared to be at the upper middle saint level. A few months ago it was even just at the transcendent level. How long has it been? Li Fan was actually already able to resist a paragod? This rate of progress was already such that they could no longer face up to their so-called Heaven's Pride status. Compare it to Levon. They are literally not even fireflies. Gentlemen, trust me. Li Fan spoke again at this time. This time, the crowd did not refute, but exchanged glances with each other, determining to take Li Fan's proposal. And the other end. Watching Li Fan gather with the great summer's numerous heavenly prides to whisper something, everyone present was somewhat puzzled. Daikoku, you don't think Xiao Fan really has any ideas, do you? In the audience, Huanglan frowned at this scene and couldn't help but let out a line of doubt. In response, Li Dugua shook his head and poured cold water on her. This is a Colosseum, and without enough strength to back it up, any ideas are just castles in the air. Unless one of them temporarily breaks through the paragons, it's absolutely impossible to have any turnaround. And soon, due to the fall of Bai Ling, Bo Jun's downfall, the next round of up-and-comers has also been drawn. The ones chosen were two saint-level existences. Although the battle between the two is also very exciting, but with Bo Jun's pearl in front of him, the overall look down is actually just like that. In the end, that saint-level existence on the human side won, and after he wins, very unfortunate. The next opponent drawn was the foreign race's Zimu, a quasi-divine level heavenly pride, purple shepherds on. It caused countless cheers from the Fae. It also made the Daxia god-level figures in the audience close their eyes helplessly. Originally thought that the scene of the foreign race's pride of a horse would come a little slower, but it turned out that this was only in the past one game and it was given to the draw. Next image. They were already afraid to look anymore, and in between the helpless sighs of these god-level figures, they didn't pay attention. That great Xia Saint-level heavenly pride who was on the field had already chosen to withdraw at the first opportunity. Such a scene, it really made the Fae look foolish. In their impression, human beings one by one can be crazy people who are not afraid of death. This is still the first time to see the opening to run. And let's not talk about them. Even Zimu was now in a daze. He had only just been teleported to the stage. And before he could even say anything, before he could even start taunting, the other party actually fled? That wasn't quite the human he remembered. And Daxia's side was unexpectedly receptive to such an operation, though it's a very spineless approach. But in the face of an absolute power gap, they were understandable. And immediately after, as one by one, the great Xia Celestial Pride came onto the stage one after another, and then one after another. They ran away at the first opportunity. The picture on the field gradually started to look a little less right. This couldn't help but make the foreign tribesmen as well as Zimu on the stage look dumbfounded, hoping that humans with backbones are already dead. The rest are all greedy and fearful of death? Chapter 167, Li Fan makes an appearance, starts a pot of boiling water to cook seafood, and just as they were wondering, the next great summer heavenly pride to take the stage was also drawn out. Only Li Fan's body at this moment was seen to be flickering with glistening white light. That's right, it was finally Li Fan's turn, and seeing that it was Li Fan on stage, all of the great Xia's subjects were the first to think of Li Fan's previous grandiose words. Unless Li Fan could also escape at the first opportunity later on. Otherwise the next picture, I'm afraid, will be very cruel. It's Fan's turn. In the audience, Huanlan subconsciously held her breath as she watched Li Fan being teleported onto the stage. Although the civilization test was now doomed to fail and they were doomed to die, she still couldn't quite bear to see her son die in front of their eyes before then. Fan should be able to escape, right? Li Dubois, who was on the side, was also holding his breath at the moment, his gaze dead set on the inside of the fighting arena. Brother Li Fan, I believe you. You must be prepared. In the Gu family, Gu Ling was now holding her breath similarly, looking at Li Fan in death, silently reciting miracles in her heart. And again, inside the Colosseum, with Li Fan on stage, the Fey Celestials on the opposite side as well as Zimu all couldn't help but light up. Wasn't this the same Li Fan who had clamored for them to be used as ingredients? Zimu, it seems like the heavens are destined to let you take revenge yourself. Yo yo yo, if it isn't Li Fan, Your Highness Zimu, don't let this fellow die too easily. I think it's better not to let him give it away yet. If he does, there's no way to torture him. An uproar sounded in the camp of the foreign race's heavenly pride at this moment. All of them were hoping that Zimu could help them vent their anger. And they don't even have to say it. Zimu will do what they want to. It was important to know that the one who had the deepest grudge against Li Fan on the field could be him. He definitely wouldn't let Li Fan die easily. Li Fan, I can give you a second to escape. If you can escape from here, I will. Zimu taunted verbally while building up his momentum, ready to intercept Li Fan at the first sign of his escape. However, Li Fan, did not pay the slightest attention. Instead, he quickly took out a large pot from his space ring, while adding water and setting up a fire. Such a scene, it directly caused Zimu to freeze in place on the spot, and his brain went blank for a moment. Start a pot and boil water. What's Revan up to? Completely freaked out? And it wasn't just Zimu who was confused. Everyone present, even everyone on the blue planet, all had their brains go down for a split second. What is this guy doing? Instead of fleeing and sparring, this human chose to set up a pot to boil water? This guy is absolutely crazy. Li Fan what is he doing? Is this Li Fan giving up on himself? It shouldn't be. Wouldn't it be an option to run away if you're giving up on yourself? What's the point of boiling water? Make a cup of tea before you die? Or a hot bath? It seems that Li Fan has been stimulated a bit too much. Both sides of the subjects were now a little less than stellar by Li Fan's maneuver. Fight it or don't fight it. What are you doing up here boiling water? Is it hard to believe that the key to winning is in this pot? Or was it that Li Fan was now completely out of his mind and had no idea what he was doing? Xiao Fan him? In the audience, Huanglan watched the scene on the field and was also confused. It's a bit of an inexplicable boil. Alas, I've long said that Li Fan is stimulated. What a good seedling. If we can give him enough time, he is definitely the second Bo Jun. A Disya god-level figure in the back was currently filled with tears and laughter as he slowly shook his head. Enough, Li Fan. You don't have to make a pretense here. I know you're not stupid. Tell me, how do you want to die? Within the field, Zimu's eyes narrowed slightly as he coldly looked at Li Fan and spoke in a low voice. He couldn't figure out what Levon was trying to do, but he knew that Li Fan was going to die. And at that moment, Li Fan was already pulling out a stack of seasonings. Look at the seasoning. The Fey side may still not be able to read much. After all, they don't usually come into contact with these. But the people on the side of Disya, at this moment, a very scary thought popped into their heads. And this idea was completely confirmed with Li Fan's next words. Noisy, can you be quiet? As soon as I mix the base of this seafood soup, I'll come and clean you up. As I said before, you come one at a time. Purple-skinned toad, you're lucky to be the head potter. Listening to Li Fan's words, Zimu's face was grim to the extreme in an instant. This rack of pots boils water, hoping to cook them into a seafood mess on the spot? Li Fan did I hear you right? Li Fan is going to cook seafood soup? He's going for real here? Ridiculous. It's too ridiculous. Li Fan isn't stupid. He's completely insane. Mad. It's too wild. Other than that, Li Fan is truly wild. Cooking seafood soup directly in front of these foreigners. To be honest, I kind of admire this Li Fan. At this juncture, he's still so brave, but he should be running to his death. Let's hope that the images later on won't be too brutal. The people of Daxia were already completely seething at this moment. They really never expected it. Levon really likes seafood. He even threatened to cook seafood in front of a quasi-divine level foreigner. Isn't this a proper death wish? But this courage still made them all have to admire. At least, Levon was hardened to the point of death. And the other end. At this moment, the alien race's heavenly pride camp was also completely blown up. At this moment, all of them were clamoring for Zimu to get Li Fan killed. And the press doesn't even need them to say it. Zimu was already getting his hands dirty. You seek death. Zimu snapped and shouted angrily, his entire body spreading a terrifying black and purple inflammatory fire as he killed towards Li Fan. The terrifying flames instantly caused the entire field to turn into a scorching hot furnace. On one side, looking at the raging Zimu who was killing away, the great Xia Celestials were all holding their breaths and watching Li Fan closely. The aura that Zimu has erupted from this seems to be stronger than even that white spirit who had just heavily injured Bo Jun. They already knew that Li Fan had quasi-god level battle power though, but the other party was also a paragon. And not just any paragon. Just in case if Levan doesn't top it, that would be the end of them and the entire human civilization. Just see this. Li Fan made a flash that was so terrifying that it was close to instantaneous movement. In the blink of an eye he appeared behind Zimu. What? Zimu's face instantly changed as he looked at the figure that had disappeared in front of him, as well as the vague threat coming from behind. Pust. Next, one of his arms was broken off and then thrown into the cauldron in front of him, and his entire body was already perfectly attuned to the ground, being stomped to death by Li Fan. That terrifyingly huge force caused his ribs to explode in unison, suppressing even the slightest chance of resistance. As for the inflammatory fire on his body, it appeared that it couldn't do any damage to Li Fan at all. Look, it's urgent again. It's not your turn. At that moment, Li Fan's voice also sounded Su. Chapter 168, Collective Apology. Zimu's final rebound. Li Fan said. This was followed by raising a large hand again and removing Zimu's other arm. What's your hurry? Anyway, I've been told I'm going to treat you like a first course and send you to meet your several underground relatives. So what's the rush? Also, weren't you seafood clans all quite arrogant just now? As the wind and water turn, it's my turn now. As Li Fan said this, he immediately followed up with Zimu's two robust legs as well as his long tail, and as the pot became more bountiful, each increase in ingredients elicited a hoarse cry of pain from Zimu. The cry of pain resounded through the heavens, resounding throughout the blue star, making people's scalps go numb when they heard it. And such a scene, falling in the eyes of the foreign race's heavenly pride, the foreign race's hall master, and all of the foreign race's subjects. It was undoubtedly shocking to the extreme. At the same time, one is heartbroken. For them, this kind of pain is called looking at it. For a certain moment, it was as if they had been disassembled into seafood ingredients, becoming a pot of ingredients. Of course, it's more of an emotion that is still obviously shocking. Zimu was one of the top few of their clan's heavenly pride, a hallowed quasi-god level figure. On the opposite side, there was a Li Fan who was only at the transcendent level a few months ago and had just been irritated to the point of being a bit stupid. Nowadays, Zimu hadn't even lasted a single glance in front of Li Fan. Directly, he was stepped on the ground by Li Fan with a thunderous momentum, just like a fish on the chopping board, in a sorry state to the extreme. At this moment, it dawned on them. Li Fan, this is not stimulated. Where is the stupid Levan was just telling the truth the whole time because Li Fan ing seems to really have the strength to sweep them away? How is this possible? Am I reading this right? So strong. Your Highness Zimu was still too careless and underestimated this Li Fan too much. If he had been more rigorous, perhaps he wouldn't have lost so miserably. Can His Highness Zimu still perform miracles? I really don't want to be drawn against this Li Fan in the next match. He's a bit too scary. Damn it. Why can this Li Fan progress so fast? Obviously when I first heard about him a few months ago, he was only at the transcendent level, but as a result, he was actually able to defeat the quasi-god level Zimu easily. What kind of monster is this? We've all been fooled by this Li Fan guy. In the camp of the foreign race's heavenly pride, all of them were all gloomy at this moment. There were quite a few people who even subconsciously gulped their hearts in their throats as they began to frantically pray for Zimu. Hopefully Zimu can come up with a comeback against the odds. But obviously, this idea is really whimsical, because from the moment Li Fan came on stage, Zimu was then destined to be a corpse already. And the other end. At this time, the Xia side was really also in an incomparable boiling. Xiao Fan him. Little Fan this strength. No, I didn't see it wrong. How did Li Fan do this? What a terrifying fleshly body. In the audience, Li Daigua Huanglan and a group of Xia's god-level powerhouses were all standing up in unison at this moment in shock. Just now, they were even ready for Li Fan to be dismantled. It turned out to be just a blink of an eye. That quasi-god level heavenly pride opposite was actually going to be dismantled by Li Fan. This really broke their perception of Li Fan. One time, revitalization and remorse began to rise in the hearts of these individual great Xia god level powerhouses. Uplifting. It was uplifting that Li Fan's strength was terrifying. Another quasi-god level battle force, or that very top level quasi-god. Humanity had once again ushered in hope. Regret, naturally, was regretting some of the prejudices they had said to Li Fan before. but it's not all their fault. After all, who would have thought that Li Fan could be so terrifying? And in the camp of the Great Summer Heavenly Pride, looking at this divine and incomparable battle power of Li Fan, each one of them were all red with excitement. The facts at hand prove it. They hadn't trusted Li Fan wrongly. Li Fan really did have an extremely terrifying, even touted strength, and the most excited on the Daxia side. Hers was still a group of the people of Daxia. Li Fan him. This is too scary. How did he do that? Is Li Fan's strength already comparable to that of a paragod? What do you mean by comparable to a paragod? This foreign race's heavenly pride on the opposite side looks like the type that is extremely not to be messed with. And this strength of Li Fan is definitely the best amongst the paragods. No way. What kind of monster is Li Fan? He can really sweep through the foreigners and has the strength to make seafood soup out of them? We may be saved. It's really saved. It seems that Li Fan hasn't even fought with his full strength yet. He still has power left. According to this strength, he can really sweep. I didn't expect that at the critical moment. It was still Li Fan who stepped forward. I want to apologize for my ignorance. Li Fan is mighty. So damn mighty. Kill me. I want to apologize as well. Brother Li Fan, kill all of these alien brats for me. Avenge your dead compatriots. Since seeing a bunch of doubtful operations by Li Fan earlier, in fact, the people of Daxia already had little hope for Li Fan. After Bo Jun went down, Li Fan came on stage and had a wave of racking pots and starting fires. Moreover, it made them have no hope for Li Fan completely, just simply admiring Li Fan for this toughness. But today, the scene in front of them could be said to have completely shocked their perceptions. This strength of Li Fan is simply too outrageous. The crowd, who had originally been completely desperate for the examination, now once again sparked hope and began to frantically cheer for Li Fan. Within the Great Xia, almost all of the cheers for Li Fan were at this moment worthy of being my brother-in-law. You guys, as I said before, Li Fan definitely has his reasons. Gu family, Gu Quan was excited at the moment, frantically opening his mouth towards the people around him. The rest of the Gu family were all very excited now, seeing smiles on their faces for the first time in a long time. Auntie is really scary as hell. They also need to apologize for their lack of trust in their aunt just now. Brother Li Fan. In the corner, Gu Ling was also excited at the moment, her eyes red as if she was relieved. Levon had indeed given her a miracle, and now she only hoped that Li Fan could push all the way across the board and live to the end. The eyes looked to the Colosseum again. After removing the limbs, Li Fan's gaze was already on Zimu's head. At this moment, Zimu was already completely in his original form. The entire person transformed into a creature with no legs and covered in scales, like a large purple snake. Let's be honest, Li Fan really didn't have much of an appetite when he looked at the original form of this purple shepherd, but it's barely acceptable as a soup base. Just as Levon was about to have a go-ahead edible, Zimu began his final rebellion. My purple plan shall not be insulted. To die together. Zimu coughed out blood and roared crazily as his body began to ignite a burst of black-purple terrifying inflammatory fire, which was quite terrifying. Several times more terrifying than the flames when Zimu had rushed over earlier. In an instant, Zimu's remaining body was transformed into a demonic fireball. Li Fan's face changed slightly. He could feel that Zimu's vitality was frantically draining away and that there was an energy in his torso that was building up and expanding. Unsurprisingly, this Zimu was trying to blow himself up and take him away as well. It could be said that Zimu was at the end of his rope, and for this so-called self-destruct, Li Fan didn't care at all. His own terrifying defense value coupled with the defense of the black Tatsu cloth, especially black Tatsuya. This black Tatsu cloth came from the universe, and the limit of its defense even exceeded his current physical body, both stacked on top of each other. Nowadays, if you wanted to give him a wave away, it was basically unlikely without a godly level, and so it was. Levon didn't shy away from his actions. As soon as he did, he removed Zimu's head that was bubbling with inflammatory fire. In the meantime, Zimu's body exploded with it. Boo! 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 The terrifying might caused the entire fighting arena to tremble. The Colosseum also became a sea of horrible fire. Chapter 169, strong to the point of suffocation. Li Fan. This sudden change, it made everyone in Blue Star couldn't help but facepalm. They really didn't expect it. The purple shepherd who was at the end of his rope would actually choose to use self-destruction as a way to prepare to come and die with Li Fan. And it has to be said, the power of this self-explosion was truly astonishing. Originally, everyone thought that Li Fan should have a solid victory this time, but this sudden self-explosion was what changed this idea of the crowd. Now looking at the terrifying inflammatory fire that swept across the entire fighting arena, everyone's heart was in their throat. Did it work? Perhaps it should have worked. The power of His Highness Zimu's self-detonation is just too intimidating. I don't think that's necessarily true. If this Li Fan is dead, It's reasonable to say that the drawing of the next one would have been announced by now, but for the time being that voice hasn't. It's not a big problem. Even if you can't die, you should already be seriously injured. The pride of the foreign races as well as the foreign race hall masters in the audience were all placing their gazes dead center on the fighting arena at this moment. They hoped that Zimu's self-detonation would have an effect. On the other hand, on Disya's side, everyone couldn't help but subconsciously all hold their breath. Especially Li Daigua Huanglan. Li Fan was now very strong. But this self-explosion seems to be more powerful, and being in the center of the explosion, Li Fan would receive the most damage. With a blow like that, you'd have to be seriously injured if you didn't die. At that moment, the two old men couldn't help but think of what Li Fan had told them earlier. That once Li Fan had gained a chance to have a magic treasure that could crush a god-level existence with a spiritual attack. That kind of magic treasure, within the examination area, the probability might be that it could not be used. A battle below the apprentice realm that resulted in pulling out a treading star-level Dharma treasure would be too much of an impact on fairness, and would likely be wiped out by the cosmic will to force a balance. That spell doesn't work though. Perhaps Li Fan had gained other chances within that chance as well, such as some sort of defensive magic treasure, at least the kind that could withstand the full force of a quasi-god strike. Of course, that's just a guess on the part of the second oldest. It was naturally good to have defensive power magic treasures, but if they didn't, they had no choice but to accept it. Can Levon hold out? Damn it! I didn't realize this guy would choose to blow himself up. This foreign race is also terrifying. It's dying, and it can still come like this. I hope this dying counterattack didn't hurt Li Fan too badly. Brother Li Fan, you must hold on. I think it's a bit difficult. With such a close-range self-detonation, the probability is that Li Fan will have to be seriously injured. I really want this self-explosion damage to be transferred to me. If Li Fan is seriously injured, it's really over. The moment. Everywhere in the Great Xia, all of them were filled with worries about Li Fan, as well as scorn for the foreign race's heavenly pride. To actually choose to self-destruct, this was the first time they had seen it so far. It was truly both terrifying and defensible, and as time passes, the inflammatory fire in the Colosseum was already dying out. Li Fan's specific situation was also finally gradually unfolding in front of everyone. The results were beginning to be revealed as to whether Li Fan was seriously injured or had already fallen. Only to see that at this moment, Li Fan was carrying Zimu's head in his hand, standing silently in front of a streak of fiery red iron water. His face slightly not looking too good. That's right. The terrifyingly high temperature just now had already caused that cauldron to become a trickle of iron, and the water inside, as well as the ingredients, had all evaporated. And as for Levon himself, that's naturally not a big problem. Aside from the fact that the clothing on his upper body was ruined, revealing explosive muscle lines, there wasn't the slightest other sign of injury to be seen. Watch this scene. Whether it was the foreign races or the humans of the Grand Xia, all of them couldn't help but stare in disbelief. Such a terrifying power of self-destruction. It actually didn't make Li Fan suffer any damage? This can't be right. This is absolutely impossible. In the audience, all of the foreign race hall masters who had been slow to say much all couldn't help but stand up, their faces full of incredulity. Under this might, in their gazes, almost all of them sentenced Li Fan to death. But as a result, Li Fan could actually remain unharmed, unless Li Fan was at the god level. This was simply heavenly. As for the foreign race's prides, they were now also terrified that their bodies were trembling and their pupils were contracting. That kind of terrifying power. Surprisingly, none of them had caused any injuries to Li Fan. It was so strong that it had suffocated them a bit. On the other hand, on the side of Daxia, the level of shock wasn't even remotely close. It was just a little less than a few breaths. Li Fan's strength had actually shocked their perceptions once again. And after the shock, Hera was overwhelmed with excitement and cheering. The entire Grand Xia was cheering Li Fan's name at this moment. And on the contrary, on the side of the foreign subjects, the moment was already enveloped in a wave of despair. This human junior in front of him was simply terrifying. If the previous Li Dugua, Yu Gong, and Bo Jun were relying on their strength and that fearless spirit to make them feel terrible, then today's Li Fan was using pure strength to make them feel terrified. One of the top geniuses within their clan had not been able to cause the slightest damage to Li Fan even with his best efforts. This terrifying difference in strength was too suffocating for them. Zimu can't even. Then who else can? For a while, they couldn't think of any candidates at all. Then look at Li Fan's side. After Li Fan was silent for a while at this moment, his gaze was straight to the alien race's heavenly pride camp. The seafood soup plan looks like it's a bust. I'm a little pissed off. Li Fan's eyes narrowed slightly and his tone was slightly angry. Then as soon as he did so, he threw Zimu's head as hard as a lead ball. Boom! The terrifying might even directly smashed the two saint-level foreign race celestials. causing the two to turn into blood mist. A lurid spectacle. It really made all of the foreign races' prides present unable to stop their bodies from trembling. What kind of flood beast was this guy? Even the power of the throw was actually so amazing. This mustn't be a worse death if they're smoked in the Colosseum, but what's coming is coming. With the sound of that merciless voice, the next foreign pride to be drawn had already appeared. Chapter 170 Reignited Will to Fight. Heavenly Visitor. One could only see that at this time, the alien camp was in the middle of the camp. A white light flickered on a huge figure with two long whiskers like a catfish. This was a saint-level foreign pride. What? Me? This foreign race's pride looked at the white light on his body and raised his finger to point at himself, while then looked around at his companions in confusion, his entire brain buzzing, and his figure began to unable to hold back the trembling. He had seen how terrifying Li Fan's strength was just now. Even Zimu's self-detonation couldn't cause any damage to Li Fan. How could he be Li Fan's opponent then? You're going to get yourself killed. And the rest of the surrounding Fey Celestials didn't have too much celebration in their eyes at the moment, because in all likelihood, they'll be next. The moment. Panic filled the entire alien race's heavenly pride camp. The shock of Zimu's great defeat was simply too great for them. It's over. If this continues, we're definitely going to lose. This Li Fan's strength is indeed a bit outrageous, but with Qing Dust and the others around, it's actually not completely out of the question. I'm just afraid that the battle spirit will be beaten out of him, and he'll be afraid before the fight even starts. The foreign race hall masters in the audience all cried out in pain as they watched the scene. Now in this situation, if the foreign race's heavenly pride couldn't unite together and stabilize their battle intent, the next situation would be a defeat of the troops and all of them would be pushed sideways by Li Fan. One time, there was already a foreign race hall master who couldn't help but anxiously get up and shout towards the arena, wanting to stabilize the situation. But alas, their voices were completely cut off, and everything could only be done by the Fey Celestials themselves. And it was also at the moment when these hall masters were anxious. That foreign race's heavenly pride that was like a catfish had already been teleported inside the fighting arena. There was not the slightest surprise. As soon as this foreign race's heavenly pride got on the field, he turned his head and started to flee, not even having the slightest idea of fighting. However, his speed was naturally not comparable to Li Fan's. Escape is not going to work. It's just a blink of an eye. This saint-level heavenly pride was then blown away by Li Fan with a single punch, turning into a cloud of roiling blood mist. The strong visual impact was undoubtedly once again a cause of despair for the foreign race's prides who had not yet taken the field, and together with the despair, there were also the Fey Temple Masters in the audience and the Fey children in the deep sea. If this state continues, their ethnic group is ironically finished. And just then, among the alien camps, a voice rang out slowly. Everyone, listen to me. I know everyone is afraid of death, and I, Qingduan, am equally afraid. However, if we lose to the humans, we will die just the same. And not only will we die, but all of our loved ones and dear friends around us will also die because of our defeat. Think of the pride our loved ones and dear friends felt when they first learned that we would be representing the pack in battle. Instead of being like the catfish spirit just now, completely losing the will to fight and being slaughtered like a cheap fish, we could have chosen to die standing up. This Li Fan is indeed strong, so strong that not even Zimu can do anything about it. But we're not completely without a chance. Everyone has slack periods. It's impossible to maintain intense focus all the time. As long as we keep expending, there will always be times when he reveals his cracks, and that will be our only chance. Therefore, I propose that every one of us on the field next put our best foot forward and use our lives to forge a sharp arrow to crush this Li Fan, to guard our loved ones and dear friends, and to guard the honor of our Sea clan. The one who spoke was a quasi-god level heavenly pride at the very front of the queue. This celestial pride is covered in green dragon scales, with a lofty head and horns, and an imposing appearance that looks very stable and domineering. He, too, was the oldest, the most qualified, the one with the highest status, and arguably the highest talent amongst all the Fey Celestials present. Qing Dust. He was already aware of the critical nature of the current situation, so he chose to come forward at this moment to stabilize the military, and being the leader of the team. Qingduan's words were clearly an immediate effect, immediately allowing the foreign race's heavenly pride to slowly slow down from their fear and begin to face up to the current situation. His Highness Qingduan is right. Either way we're going to die. Rather than dying in humiliation, we should put up a good fight. That's right. In the beginning, I promised my mother-sama that I would shine in this civilization test. They're all watching at the moment. I can't be a deserter. One last dance before I die. I should die on the charge. Dry up. Just like what His Highness Qingduan said, as long as we work together to consume, I don't believe that this Li Fan will be able to resist. As long as we create opportunities for His Highness Qingduan and the others, we will win. Fight for the sea people. One time, A loud chant began to resound amongst the alien race's heavenly pride camp. The will to fight of the foreign race's prides began to recover quickly with the naked eye. Such a scene was really exciting to watch for the foreign race hall masters and the audience behind them. At last, someone has stepped forward at a critical moment. And let's not talk about the end result. At least now there is hope of winning. And on the side of the Dacia camp, watching the changes in the alien camp, one by one, all the people of Dacia also looked slightly grave. Levant's big win was indeed inspiring. But it's also just like what Green Dust said. All people had their limits, and it was impossible to maintain perfect concentration in battle all the time. But there were still several quasi-god level celestials on the alien side who hadn't appeared. Once any of the other party found a break and dealt Li Fan a heavy blow, the consequences would be unimaginable. And compared to the exhilaration of the alien camp and the worries of the great Xia crowd, Li Fan at the moment but did not have too many emotional changes. With his current strength, it was impossible for him to lose. In terms of physical strength alone, he was already enough to push across the board, not to mention that he also had the crushing yen pupil. Since he came to power, he would have been invincible. And on the other end, at this time above the blue star space, a huge, incomparable, blackened spaceship in the shape of a flying shuttle was speeding towards the blue star. Inside the spaceship, a young man with a blue shackle collar around his neck was curiously surveying Blue Star, looking at the demonic blue aura emanating from Blue Star. The youth's eyes were so deep that he couldn't help but start talking to himself. This Manhwa galaxy is also considered huge. I didn't expect that the first birth of a primary civilization would actually be a planet that is so barren and small. I have to say, this is also considered a miracle, but it's a pity that it's going to be gone just after it's born. So don't you guys blame me? I'm just a bitter person too. No, what am I pulling for? After this job, I'm free. Subsequently, the youth immediately sped towards the Blue Star's atmosphere, but just a moment before the ship touched the atmosphere, the airship was actually out of control in an instant. No good. How? The youth's face changed drastically. The sudden change alarmed him. Before he could react, the next second, he was knocked unconscious by the scattered instruments inside the airship, and the airship crashed towards the great summer frontier at great speed. The direction in which it fell was in a barren mountain that was far away from the city of Beizhou. It just so happens that this location is adjacent to one of Zhu Tianjing's testing grounds. At this moment, Zhu Tianjing, who originally had his eyes on the arena, was violently attracted by the golden figure that was falling at great speed. That's Chapter 171, The Fey Heavenly Clan's Counterattack. Loss of patience. The eyes were placed back inside the Colosseum. As Qing Dust stabilized the military's heart, the alien race's heavenly pride's will to fight was rekindled. The battle was fought once more, but instead of fighting, it might as well be the rounds and rounds of death charges launched by the Fey Celestials. This time, there was indeed not a single one of these foreign tribesmen's pride who was afraid of death. And as soon as they were drawn up, the first thing they did was to start launching an attack towards Li Fan. But very sad, Li Fan was like a humanoid meat grinder. In the face of these attacks, Li Fan almost completely ignored them, and was always able to kill them with a single blow. Even Li Fan had actually started exercising while slapping his opponents to death due to being too bored. Such a provocative scene, while making the faces of all the foreigners look very ugly, it also couldn't help but make them feel weak in their hearts. This Li Fan currently looked, but there wasn't the slightest feeling of being consumed by the state in a trance. They even felt that it appeared as if Li Fan had only just begun to warm up. And also at this time, the human side, with its points, has bounced back to the lead. This guy, Qingduan looked at Li Fan who was doing push-ups on the field as well as the points that were falling further and further behind, and his heart was tightening at the moment. What he cared about wasn't how powerful Li Fan had shown. What he cared about was that he couldn't even see where Li Fan's limits were right now. They had already lost most of their companions. However, Li Fan's state still did not show any signs of weakening, and he did not even see the opportunity to make a second move. Keep it up. The heart of the army, which had been stabilized with difficulty, was afraid that it would have to be in disarray again. It's my turn too. Just as Qingduan scrutinized Li Fan, a heavenly pride on the side spoke up slowly. That's right. His body, at the moment, flickered with white light. He would be Li Fan's next opponent. A1? Qing Dust looked towards this heavenly pride. This person's name was Aoing, and he was also a quasi-god level heavenly pride. Aoing turned his head to look at Qingduan and said, although I don't really want to admit it, the one among us who has the best chance of defeating this Li Fan is you. The odds are that I shouldn't be a match for this Li Fan either, but I'm categorically not going to let him win that easily either. I'll try to push him to his limits. Strike that. Aoing was the one who took the initiative to go towards the arena. Looking at Aoying's back, Qing Dust had mixed feelings in his heart. Aoing had always regarded him as a rival and had publicly provoked him more than once. Now, this Aoing would actually say these words to him, and even willingly use his life to act as a stepping stone, which really made him somewhat unexpected. But Ao Ying's presence on the field really put him at ease. Ao Ying was a quasi-divine level existence. If he met the battle with all his might right from the start, and no longer suffered the loss of Zimu's carelessness, there was still a very good chance of forcing something out of Li Fan. It's His Highness Ao Ying. His Highness Ao Ying is coming on. His Highness Ao Ying has been drawn. Your Highness Ao Ying, please strengthen my Sea tribe. The Fey Celestials behind them watched Ao Ying's entrance onto the stage. At this moment, a burst of cheers erupted. After a long time, it was finally the turn of one of their quasi-divine heavenly pride to take the stage. They are so desperately in need of a glimmer of hope right now. Even if Ao Ying could not defeat Li Fan this time, as long as he could fight Li Fan in a stalemate for a while and see a hint of Li Fan's bloodstain, that would be enough. And listen to the cheers of his companions behind him. Ao Ying's battle spirit was also at its peak at this moment. Li Fan, I advise you to bring out your strongest strength to fight me, or you will perish along with the human civilization behind you. Ao Ying raised his arms and shouted. Two terrifying bone blades popped out violently from his arms, and a violent aura instantly swept across the room. And in the face of this Ao Ying's provocation, Li Fan, however, didn't care too much, and was even still doing push-ups, as he was ready to finish the set before starting the fight. And being so neglected made Ao Ying feel a wave of insult that he had never felt before. Thus, Ao Ying was seen taking out a human bone necklace and looking at Li Fan with a showy face. Upon closer inspection, this necklace was clearly made from a string of individual skulls and was extremely numerous, with a minimum of more than 100, of which there were even quite a few that were only the size of a fist. I don't have any hobbies on weekdays. I just like to collect some rare things to play with. This kind of necklace. There are still thousands of strings in my clan's palace. This necklace on my hand is still short of a pair of main bones. I see that you're just right for it. By the way, before that, I feel the need to introduce you to these gadgets up here, which are. Ao Ying provoked while continuously narrating the origin of these skulls. He was trying to provoke Li Fan to fight him at his strongest. And obviously, he served his purpose. Li Fan was already standing up at this moment, and his gaze was gloomy as he looked at Ao Ying. And it wasn't just Levon who was enraged. Even the rest of the people in the Daxia camp were successfully enraged. Every year people disappear inexplicably at sea and along the coast without even a trace being able to be traced, though perhaps not all of it can be blamed on the Fae. But Ao Ying's words were also already exposing the secret mutilations that the foreigners had inflicted on them over the years. Each skull on the chain of bones symbolizes a dead compatriot, a broken family. This Ao Ying using such atrocious deeds as a bargaining chip to provoke Li Fan was truly outrageous. And the other end. After successfully sensing Li Fan's strong anger, Ao Ying laughed freely and took the lead in launching an attack. Come, fight with me, avenge your compatriots. Ao Ying's two-armed bone blade slashed through the airflow, reaching a perfect streamlined charge, and coupled with his terrifying physical body, his speed was simply fast to the extreme, almost a blink of an eye. Ao Ying's bone knife then killed Li Fan, wanting to stab into Li Fan's body in one fell swoop and split Li Fan into three. But just at this critical moment, with a lift of both hands, Li Fan actually caught both of his arms of the bone blade with his bare hands. Immediately after, Li Fan gave a hard tug. Ao Ying's arms were directly ripped off. Ah! The intense pain caused Ao Ying to let out a miserable hiss, while his eyes were filled with disbelief, catching his bone knife with his bare hands. What kind of terrifying flesh strength is this? One must know that even Chang Dust, who also had a terrifying physical body, would not dare to receive his bone blade like this. And before he could think more, immediately afterward, he was taken by Li Fan with the bone knives on his two broken arms and dismantled into 8 pieces, so dead that he couldn't die anymore. And all of this, it happened really fast. So fast that everyone didn't even react. No one expected that. A battle between paragons. The curtain fell in the form of a street brawl. For this Ao Ying, they even still only saw the bone knife and did not see any other cards, although the aura was very strong. It was as if there was no difference between it and the previous saint-level heavenly pride. And right after decapitating Ao Ying, Li Fan was also losing his patience. It was only seen holding the bone blade of Ao Ying's arm and looking towards Ching Dust and the other two quasi-divine heavenly pride in the camp of the foreign race's heavenly pride. Boo! 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 The arm bone knife was violently thrown by Li Fan, bringing a circle of air ma ring, like a dart, fiercely flew towards the three people, fast to the extreme. Chapter 172 Desperate Fae. No good. This. Off stage. Ching Dust as well as the other two quasi-divine level alien race heavenly pride's faces changed violently. They were still immersed in Ao Ying's fiasco just now, and none of them had fully reacted yet. Never in a million years did they expect that Li Fan was already rushing towards them. Immediately, The three of them immediately launched their defense. But it's a shame. Still late. The speed of that bone blade was too terrifying under Li Fan's huge swing. The defensive attacks of two of the quasi-god level celestial pride had just raised their hands, and their heads were cut in half by the incomparably powerful bone blade. The only one who survived was Qingduan, who was experienced in battle and the strongest, who came to a sideways dodge. However, one of Qingduan's arms was also cut open by the astral wind swept by that bone blade, bleeding profusely. His appearance was miserable. At the same time, the aftermath of the bone blade took away several saint-level celestials standing behind the three. It was just a blink of an eye. The alien race's heavenly pride camp was already flowing with blood. And a sudden scene. It was really something that everyone in the room was not expecting. Originally thought that it was just Ao Ying's fiasco alone, but didn't realize that it was actually by Li Fan, who also took another large portion of it in his hand. This domineering and incomparable fighting style was really frightening to watch. See Bear, Zhang Yuan. In the audience, as the foreign race hall masters watched this scene, they couldn't help but rise up in unison at this moment. Their expressions agonized to the extreme. Losing two more quasi-god level heavenly prides, the only one still alive, Qing Dust, was also in a sorry state. The hope of being able to win was almost declared to have collapsed at this moment. This Li Fan's strength was really a bit strong beyond their imagination, although it was far from being at the god level. But this was also no longer a level that a heavenly pride like Qing Dust could contend with. This can't be? His Highness Siong and also His Highness Zhang Yuan have fallen? Or were they taken away by His Highness Ao Ying's bone sword? It's horrible. This guy is just horrible. What kind of monster is this Li Fan? A single throw has actually taken away two of our quasi-god level celestials? It's not fair. This is not fair. This Li Fan is definitely already a Hall Master level existence. He shouldn't appear on a battlefield like this. I didn't expect that even our strongest, His Highness Qingduan, wouldn't be able to withstand this strike. It's over. We're completely finished. Who on earth can block this Li Fan? I don't want to die yet. Deep Sea. With two more quasi-god level celestials having been plainly taken away, the foreign tribesmen were already desperate to the extreme at this moment. The hope that had been so hard to see again was dashed once more in the blink of an eye. And then look among the foreign race's heavenly pride camp. Looking at the heads of the two quasi-divine highnesses that had collapsed in front of them before their eyes, the will to fight that they had originally gathered was also completely shattered at this moment. Consuming Li Fan's strength together? In terms of the perverted strength that Li Fan has shown here, do they take their heads to consume it? One time. Already, there was a foreign race's pride that had begun to end itself. Instead of being dismantled by Li Fan and dying an incomparably miserable death, it would be better to keep a whole body for himself. Calm down. All calm down. Qing Dust was treating his own injuries while watching his companions crumble, and was painfully aware of the situation at the moment. He knows, even if he said anything now, it would no longer work. And don't say companion. Even he himself was now overwhelmed with despair in his heart. Instead of forcing out Li Fan's extreme strength, Ao Ying's appearance on the stage had completely enraged Li Fan, causing him to go on a killing spree, directly crushing all of their psychological defenses in one fell swoop. And on the contrary, on the side of the Daxia camp, the style of painting is really quite different. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This is too fierce for Li Fan. Nice kill. It's such a relief. The dead souls on the bone chain are finally able to rest in peace. How outrageous. At the end of his life, how dare he make fun of our compatriots' dead souls. Li Fan killed well. This is a sure thing. Li Fan only needs to win that last quasi-god level again, and our victory will be completely set for good. Cosmic stars, we're coming. Brother Li Fan, you are my god. Everywhere in Daxia, apart from being shocked at Li Fan's strength, were now overflowing with the joy of impending victory. The image of Li Fan's savior was already thoroughly embedded in people's hearts. I didn't realize that our last hope was really guarded by Xiaofan, worthy of being my Li Dugua's son. I told you, I was right to agree to Xiaofan going to the seed program in the first place. In the audience, Li Dugua Huanlan and his duo were thrilled and overjoyed at the moment. Although the final result is still undecided, there is really no need to continue. Unless something goes terribly wrong with Levant himself somehow. Otherwise there's no chance of losing. As for the rest of the Daxia god-level figures, each one of them was also covering their faces in excitement. It was a hard-earned victory. For Li Fan, they were already respecting him from the bottom of their hearts at this moment. That's right, respect. Even though their seniority was far from comparable to Li Fan's, the contribution in this examination was far greater than theirs. Is that the end of it? In the alien camp, after Qing Dust healed his arm injuries, his eyes looked toward Li Fan's impenetrable figure within the arena and the successive suicide scenes behind him, and he couldn't help but murmur. He had fantasized countless times about leading his people into the stars and stepping into a more expansive scene, Countless times he had fantasized about the scene of dueling and sparring with the peak of the amazing talents of the rest of the races in the universe. Countless times, he had fantasized about being a giant of the universe, holding up a side of the world for his family, and calling himself an ancestor. And that's all. Now it was incredibly far away from him. So ungrateful. Qingdust clenched his fists and spoke through clenched teeth, his face full of resentment. He really didn't want to just collapse here. Ever since he learned about the civilization test, he had a deep sense of suffocation. The blue star is too small. So small that it's like a cage that you can't just be trapped in after a lifetime of exhaustion. He didn't want to die in a cage and end up not even leaving a trace. Just as he was about to lose control of his emotions, a shimmering white light, Su began to flicker from his body. That's right. This next one up. Heck. He was drawn. Looking at the white light on his body at the moment, Qingdust was first stunned, and several emotions quickly flashed through his eyes before they finally became incomparably firm with a hint of ruthlessness. And the other end. When Li Fan on the field saw that the one who drew was Qing Duan, he immediately signaled him to come up and die as soon as possible. Don't waste time. However, such a provocative action did not cause Qingduan to have much of an emotional change, only to see Qingduan raise his head and look straight into Li Fan's gaze. Li Fan, perhaps I still can't win against you. My Sea clan, my Qingdust, all of them will die out in the flood of history, but one must always leave something behind. You're strong. Even if you enter the stars, you might be able to accomplish something. So, I have decided to leave my mark on you and step out into the cosmic stars with the wounds I have given you. His tone of voice was bold and resonated throughout the blue star. In an instant, the despairing foreigners as well as the reveling people of the Grand Xia returned their gaze back to the arena. The battle, it seems, is not over. Chapter 173, Transmutation Tattoo. Qingdust falls. And as Qingdust's words fell, next, Qingdust was then teleported inside the fighting arena. And just got on. One could only see a blood-colored totem begin to emerge all over this Qingduan's body, and his aura began to soar crazily. Look carefully. Limbs, head, torso, a total of 9 totems. Each totem is very cumbersome and demonic. Cannot see the calendar. The Qingduan, who originally looked quite martial and stable, at this moment, his image was also transformed into a bloodthirsty appearance, as if he was a devil from hell. Li Fan looked at this scene, and for a moment, he really couldn't figure out what kind of path Qingduan was taking. However, the aura revealed by this green dust was already enough to be comparable to a quasi-god upper grade. This level of warfare, Li Fan still needed to pay some attention if he relied on his physical body alone. Boo! There were no words exchanged and no pre-shake preparation. The green dust was transformed into a long blood-colored arc and blasted towards Li Fan, with a terrifying speed that was almost impossible to capture with the naked eye. Such a scene, it really made the Xia crowd, who were still full of smiles, look nervous. This aura, it seems to be quite a bit stronger than the previous Zimu as well as Aoing, and most of all, Li Fan had no intention of dodging. They couldn't tell if this was Li Fan's preparation for a hard carry, or is it simply not reacting? If it's the latter, then Li Fan would really be in danger. And apparently, how could it be the latter? When only the green dust was about to kill in front of Li Fan's right leg slightly retreated half a step and clenched his fist and violently stored up power to swing. Boom! 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 One punch down. The green dust is directly broken into pieces, and the blood road spreads out a long strip. The horror of the scene is so horrifying that you can't help but watch it with your scalp tingling. But the hearts of the people of Daxia that were hanging in the air had finally fallen. This Qingduan had just spoken with such bravado, and his aura was so intimidating that he really thought it was something. I didn't realize it seemed like that. While Li Fan looked at the green dust that was already in pieces in front of him, he did not have any joy, because he always felt something was wrong. Seems a little too relaxed, just as he was suspicious. In all corners of the Colosseum, the broken arms, broken legs, and even the pools of blood of Qingdust, all of them once again appeared with those 9 totem patterns. Only the totem above it flashed violently bright. Next, these broken arms and legs, pools of blood and flesh began to coalesce from all directions at great speed, and eventually turned into 9 green dust, and each and every one of those Qingduan had an aura comparable to that of a top-grade paragod level. What? It is? How is this possible? Turned into 9? Aren't they already dead? What the hell is going on here? In the Great Xia camp, looking at the 9 Qingduan figures that had reappeared, all of them had their pupils shrunk and their faces changed drastically. Come back from the dead even. I didn't realize that there were 9 resurrections. It was even if 9 were revived. Each of these, surprisingly, still had the peak of their battle power. This is simply outrageous. And compared to the shock of the Daxia crowd, the shock of this in the alien camp was much less, because many of them knew the secret art. All 9 transmutation lines are on. If you can't take it down within 10 breaths, then you can declare it a complete failure. In the audience, there were foreign race hall masters clenching their teeth, their gazes fixed dead center on the changes within the arena. This resurrection skill, it was an inherited secret art within the Qingduan clan. Every time you open a transmutation tattoo, you can obtain a bilocation after the death of the main body, which has all of the main body's battle power as well as combat experience skills. As long as you can get out of the fight for a certain amount of time and allow the doppelgangers to merge, you can regain your main body. It is a secret technique that is very outrageous. However, the risk as well as consumption of this secret technique was too great, and Qingduan was generally not seen using it. Of course, it was also mainly related to the fact that Qingduan's original body was very powerful, and there was no need to go to that step of the transmutation tattoo. And nowadays, Qing Dust faced Li Fan with a total of 9 transmutation lines, and 9 of them directly just opened together. The advantage of this was that he could pull his battle power right up to the peak. The downside is, the time left for him will be very short. It's almost probable that this will be his last dance. If Li Fan was resolved within 10 breaths and then the fusion was completed, then he would still be able to barely hang on to his breath and survive. If it's not resolved, it will be certain death. Eyes back on the field again. The appearance of the 9 green dust splitters reversed the situation on the field to a certain extent. It also caused Li Fan's expression to show a trace of gravity for the first time in a long time. Die for me! Kill! With the 9 doppelgangers shouting in unison, the 9 green dusts violently killed Li Fan. As the saying goes, it's hard to beat 4 hands with 2 fists. A photo op. Li Fan then fell into a disadvantage and was caught in a constant defense. But such a situation only appeared for a few breaths. After defending for a while, Li Fan's footsteps moved, and his figure began to become bizarre. Facing the killing moves of the 9 doppelgangers, Li Fan's footsteps were light, like a swimming dragon, and he easily accomplished the dodge. That's right, this was none other than Li Fan's wind treading skill, which had already reached great success. Li Fan's physical body was terrifying, and just relying on his muscle reactions was enough to accomplish many incredible evasive maneuvers. Now that it was coupled with the wind treading skill, his figure could be described as ghostly to the extreme. No matter how much Qingduan attacked, it was as if he was hitting cotton, and could not hurt Li Fan in the slightest. Fight me if you have the guts. Dodging and moving around is nothing. Show me your strongest stance. Qingduan, who was unable to injure Li Fan, roared harshly at the moment, letting out a slightly desperate hiss. He wanted to have an unimpeded frontal hard encounter with Li Fan. As a result, Li Fan actually refused to fight him hard. This really made him incomparably suffocated and made him very unwilling. He was not happy that his strongest dance had come to an end just like that. And just a moment with the fall of his roar, Li Fan also gave a response. Want to see my strongest stance? Then you might not be qualified. But you're quite the opponent. Strike that. Li Fan then began to kill the 4 directions. It was only seen that while Li Fan's lithe figure moved in a rhythm like a swimming dragon, his terrifyingly heavy fists began to swing slowly. Boo! 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 Each swing took away a detachment. It's just a couple of blinks. 8 of the 9 detachments were shattered. And before the last detachment even had a chance to be blasted apart by Li Fan, it had already collapsed on its own, surpassing the time limit of 10 breaths. The second before it collapsed, there was no longer a trace of fear in Qingduan's eyes, but a touch of candor, because just now, he seemed to have seen Li Fan's blood bar. But of course, it's just his dying self-imagination. But to this point, the strongest heavenly pride of the foreign race, Qing Dust, was also officially declared fallen. Chapter 174, the end of the primary civilization examination. A brand new era. Looking at Li Fan, who was still standing inside the Colosseum, and the pools of blood on this ground, the whole of Blue Star fell silent for a split second. This battle between the strongest prides of the 2 races, it is finally the fall that is ushered in. Have to say, Qingduan's strength really wasn't weak at all. One could even say that it was frighteningly strong. If he hadn't met such a pervert-level existence as Li Fan, Qing Dust alone could push across all of the younger generations of the Grand Xia, but alas, there is no such if. With Qingduan's defeat, the fate of the deep-sea aliens was locked in an early judgment. When Li Fan took away all of the remaining foreign pride and the points officially fell, they would completely disappear into the dust of history. It's over. It's all over. Defeated. My clan has actually lost to the humans. Impossible. There's no way my sea race can lose to those weak humans. On what grounds? On what grounds should we let these hall masters come and decide the fate of our entire clan? They are the sinners of our entire sea race. His Highness Qingduan, this trash, can't even win against a human. Why didn't you die earlier? It's all over. They're all going to die. Asterisk 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 the cosmic stars. I'm going to curse human civilization for not surviving 100 years. I'm going to eat a few humans before I die. Who's going with me? The despair was so great that all of the Fae were in hysterics, and at this moment, they were letting out many words that they would never have been able to say at one time. Even many of the Fae remained unwilling to believe in the failure of the sea race. The entire deep sea was now a mess, and in the face of that, apparently there is also no longer anyone to carry out the so-called maintenance of order. What's the point of maintaining order when it's all going to be wiped out of the universe? Even within the once so-called major top families, they are now fractured and filled with violence and disorder. Only a very small number of foreign tribesmen had already prepared for their demise, and only now were they able to maintain their remaining sanity and did not participate in this violent conflict. And as for the Colosseum at this time, the fall of the green dust, it made the remaining foreign races heavenly pride one by one also completely lose any will to fight. The scale of the suicides became that much larger, not to mention these Fey pride, even the Fey Hall masters in the audience behind them. There were now people who were desperate to die, not daring to witness their fellow clansmen being wiped out of the scene later on. And on the contrary, on the side of Daxia, joyful and uplifting emotions that were completely sweeping through all parts of Daxia, from the despair that was once there, to the triumph that is now there. The emotions of the children of Daxia were on a roller coaster all the way. Nowadays, it's finally landed completely. We won. We are the ultimate winners. Lord Yu and the others did not die in vain. We're going to the stars. Thanks to Li Fan. Without Li Fan, there's no way we could be able to win this test and step into the universe. Li Fan! Li Fan! Li Fan! Li Fan! Cheers resounded throughout the entire Great Xia territory at this moment, and many people were already so excited that they were in tears. Hanging. Gu family. Master. Auntie did it. Auntie is really too strong. I've been saying for a long time that my cousin's husband is invincible. We're stepping into a new era. The Gu family has already exploded at this moment, and all up and down are boiling. Gu Quan was even more excited to open the champagne. The Gu Ling in the corner was also finally relieved. Looking at Li Fan in the arena, a smile appeared on her face after a long time. This whole time she watched, she was on edge. Especially when she saw Qingduan come back from the dead and directly appear as 9 doppelgangers. Her heart was directly in her throat. Fortunately, her man is tough enough. It was a very clean finish without any negative injuries at all. And in various parts of Daxia, many of Li Fan's close friends such as Lu Qilai, Ning Xinjin, and Ma Xiu were also excited today. Of course, most excited actually. It was still the Great Xia Celestials on the side of the Colosseum today, as well as the surviving old generation powerhouses such as Li Dugua. The pressure they carried as they fought on behalf of humanity could be said to be unspeakable. The previous loss, as well as watching the death of their mentor and friend, had tormented them. How can you not be excited now that there is finally a victory? If it weren't for the fact that the test isn't quite over yet, they all couldn't wait to rush to the Colosseum right now, lifting Li Fan high in the air and cheering with their arms, and gaze back to the Colosseum. Just a few breaths later, the Fey Heaven's Pride camp was already pretty much suicidal. The few that were drawn were also blown away by Li Fan the moment they were teleported to the stage. And so it was. About a quarter of an hour passed. All of the foreign races' prides all disappeared into thin air. And this test has officially come to an end. The Blue Star Human Party has successfully obtained the title of Primary Civilization. The Blue Star Universe will officially border the Great Universe in 10 days. The moment that merciless voice rang out again, the voice resounded throughout the Blue Star. In the meantime, the huge sea tribe's children also began to annihilate on a large scale, one by one, just like the crumbling of mud. The moment this merciless voice rang out, just a blink of an eye, the originally bustling territory of the deep-sea alien race has become an empty city. The sea tribe, forever disappeared into the long river of history, as if it had never existed. And immediately after, the haze that lingered over the Blue Star, as well as the pure land where Li Fan and the others were, also began to slowly disappear. Li Fan and the others, too, were all teleported back to the place they came from before. It didn't take long. Blue Star is just the way it used to be again. The revelry of the people of Daxia was also officially opened. 10 days later, the fusion of the great universes. They will witness a brand new era. Li Fan, Li Fan, Li Fan, Li Fan. In the base, Li Fan was currently being lifted up high by a group of great Xia Celestials, each with a smile on their faces. As for Bo Jun, who had already awakened, at this moment, after learning that Li Fan had swept away all the foreign races' heavenly pride and had already led the Blue Star humans to obtain the opportunity to enter the universe, he was shocked and smiled from the bottom of his heart. Li Fan is really tough. It was tougher than he had even imagined. The ancestors had not died in vain, and he would see the curtain of a new era in place of the dead Lord Yu, and in the face of the embracing call of his companions, Li Fan was also happy. Now it was finally time to pass the primary civilization examination and to enter the great universe. When he thought of the magnificent great cosmic civilization in the mouth of Leather Bear, he couldn't suppress the anticipation in his heart. There was no telling what opportunities awaited him in that vast universe, and it didn't take long. Li Dugua Huanglan and a host of other top daxia powerhouses had also arrived at the base. Not much else. It also came to embrace and hail Li Fan. Chapter 175, Broken Star Protector Formation. Time turned to the third day. With the human race passing the civilization test and the sea race completely wiped out, the children of daxia went wildly wild after. Today's daxia society is already regulated at all levels and has resumed its daily life. And have to say there is a difference. That is, all the major news media were publishing the legendary deeds of Li Fan and a group of martyrs. All over daxia. Monuments of statues of dead ancestors such as Lord Yu as well as outstanding younger generations such as Li Fan were erected, as well as in the streets and alleys. What people are talking about now is all about what will happen to their lives after integrating into the big universe, or what civilizations they will encounter when integrating into the big universe and such topics. Besides, Li Fan sighed. After spending a day at the base, together with Li Dugua Huanlan and a group of god-level powerhouses from daxia, they set up tombstones for the dead ancestors. Li Fan and the two old men then returned to Hang City, as previously intended. Li Fan and Gu Ling's wedding was intended to be set in the next few days. However, considering that Lord Yu and other ancestors had just passed away not long ago, it was not good to organize a banquet so soon, so the wedding date was postponed. But it's not a big problem, because the wedding was just a not-so-important formality for Li Fan Gu Ling. The relationship between the two is one that no longer needs a wedding or a marriage license to prove. And wait for a day in Hangtown. Li Dugua Huanglan left first because he had to deal with the affairs of daxia. That's right, the duo, now as the two strongest of the Blue Star, had already taken over Duke Yu's previous seat of leadership and had become the new head of daxia. Integration into the larger universe shortly thereafter. This process is a completely unknown process, and they need to make certain responses to what may occur at that time. As for Levan, on the contrary, did not hold any position and did not want to hold any position at all. These days he just wanted to spend time with Gu Ling as well as his friends and take a few days off. The next step was to continue to cultivate properly, improve his strength, and get ready to go to the great universe. And it was on the second day of Levan's vacation. Li Fan then received a call from Li Dugua. Little Fan, come to Beizhou City. I've already sent someone to pick you up. Ha, Dad. What's so urgent? There are beings from the great universe coming to Blue Star. And to prevent accidents, we may need that spirit attack spell of yours. Hearing Li Dugua's words, Li Fan, who was originally lying on a rattan chair at the pool, sunbathing with Gu Ling, sat up with a pang. There are beings from the great universe coming to Blue Star? The news can be very explosive. They hadn't even merged into the great universe yet, and already a life from the great universe had come to their door? But thinking about leather bears, it's not surprising. The dark star could have crash-landed on the blue planet by mistake, so it was naturally possible for other cosmic beings to come to the blue planet as well. Did Mom and Dad want to see you about something? When Gu Ling saw this reaction from Li Fan, she couldn't help but sit up as well and frown inquiringly. Li Fan changed into his clothes while waving his hand and smiling. There's a little thing. I'm going to go to Beizhou City. I should be able to come back tomorrow at the latest. He didn't intend to tell Gu Ling about the visit of the great cosmic beings. After all, there was no use telling, and it might make Gu Ling worry instead. And in the suburbs of North City at this time, inside one of Zhu Tianjing's secret bases, Li Dugua Huanglan, as well as a group of daxia's god-level powerhouses, were all gathered around the conference table at the hall, their expressions all very tense. That falling spaceship, they were already looking at it. The technology on it was even quite a bit more cumbersome than the ship that had been there when the virtual network had been acquired. And this one is not like the last. This time they also captured an actual living, breathing creature from the greater universe. Until we can figure out what this creature is doing on the blue planet, they were not afraid to make contact. And inside the laboratory cage under the 17th floor of the underground, there was a young man lying. The young man had a blue shackle collar around his neck, and his appearance was very handsome. Suddenly, the corner of his eye twitched slightly. In the next second, he snapped his eyes open and sat up. Where is this? The youth looked at the situation around him, and his entire body was a bit confused. About the same time he waited for a moment of silence, which was a good guess. It seems like it should be locked up by the civilization on this planet. The youth was helpless, but helpless as he was, he didn't feel any panic emotions. At this point, he began to remember what happened before he fainted. This planet is really weird, to have a broken star guard formation, and it's definitely a very high-grade star guard formation. Not only can it intercept objects, but it can also briefly suppress cultivation, causing me to lose all my cultivation in an instant. And if it weren't for my thick skin, I'm afraid I'd have to be smashed to death by the instruments flying about. Wasn't a primary civilization just birthed here? Could it be that a higher civilization had appeared here a long time ago? The youth frowned, afterward, and then began a bold speculation. The reason why the airship suddenly lost control was because it had encountered an interception from the Starguard formation. Only this Star Protector formation was weak and incomplete. Otherwise he and the ship would have been crushed in an instant. I'm afraid. But this thing? It was pressurized and completely unlike anything a Blue Star human could come up with. Countless doubts haunted his mind at the moment. Forget it, don't think about it. I'm slowly recovering my cultivation, so when the time comes to return to the ship, send out the signal and leave that to the guys to think about. The youth murmured, feeling the changes in his body. The aura on his body right now was still at the quasi-saint stage if you looked at it according to the realm stages on the Blue Star, but it was already slowly rising. At this rate, he should be able to restore his strength to its peak in a few days. It's a pity. If only this Star Protector formation could be restored, it would definitely make those guys eat a pot. At this time, the youth spoke again. A flash of ruthlessness on his face. Obviously, he also hated the guys he was talking about with a passion. And just as he was alone, talking to himself and silently waiting for his cultivation to recover, a voice rang out from the lab. Who are you? Where are you from? What do you want from Blue Star? This was clearly the voice of Li Dugua. They were already the ones who had noticed the youth's awakening through the surveillance, and at the moment sent the classic 1 button. 3 question. In fact, Li Dugua's voice did not speak the same language as this youth, but surprisingly enough, the youth understood exactly what Li Daikoku was saying. Considering that the cultivation has not been fully restored, the youth's attitude that was very proper. My name is In. I'm from the Orion Star Domain, the White Horse Galaxy's Inferno Earth planet, and I just accidentally stumbled into this place without any malicious intent. Congratulations on successfully passing the primary civilization test. You will soon be integrated into the great universe. Perhaps I can tell you some news you want to know, but I for one like to talk in person. Sitting in a cage is just too depressing. Chapter 176, Cosmic Star Pirate, Cultivation System of the Great Universe. In the conference room, listening to the words of this Li Dugua and the others couldn't help but look at each other and exchanged glances. Have to say, this message from the Great Universe could be said to be very seductive to them, and they were also very eager to know what unexpected situations would happen when fusing the Great Universe. It was hard to survive the primary civilization test. They didn't quite want any chaos to occur at the note of fusing the Great Universe. However, regarding this An's words, they didn't quite dare to believe all of them. As for face-to-face communication, although the aura on this An was that of a quasi-saint, there was no guarantee that he would pull out something they couldn't cope with cosmic technology or something like that, threatening their safety. So there's still a decent amount of risk. So for An's request, they needed to carefully deliberate for a while. And just as the crowd was about to confer for a while before giving an answer, An's voice rang out again. I know your concerns, and it's normal that you don't trust me. But it would be a shame if you, as a civilization that has just stepped into the primary civilization, don't quite understand what will happen when you merge the great universe and have any accidents. The voice fell. It really tightened the hearts of Li Dugua and the others. The words were very clear. It was implying that they might be in danger when fusing the great universe. That pretty much leaves them with no choice. Daikoku, this is a big deal. I think we can try to negotiate. Later I will go down and talk to him. You guys will observe in the dark. Once something happens, the first time to give up on me, then kill this guy. In the conference room, a god-level powerhouse rose and frowned, ready to step forward. Here is that I have the weakest strength. It's better to let me go. Once danger arises, I don't have to worry too much, and I understand the situation of this base better, and if I want to escape, I can be more certain. At that moment, Shu Tianzhang in the corner spoke slowly. Immediately afterward, more and more people stood up and voiced their opinions, wanting to go forward themselves. In the end, though, it was Li Daigua who made the call, by Li Dugua himself to go forward. The main reason for this was that Li Dugua was good at space manipulation. When something really happened, Li Dugua was the one who had the best chance of escaping or even killing back. After deciding everything, in the blink of an eye, Li Dugua appeared in the middle of the cage and sat directly opposite An. You, laws of space? Faced with the sudden appearance of Li Dugua, An was truly startled and filled with shock. However, very quickly, An adjusted and resized up Li Dugua. Not a complete spatial law, but it's outrageous enough, and muttered softly under his breath, secretly relieved. A cultivator who could cultivate spatial laws just by stepping onto the star level was a distinguished category even when placed in the great universe. Right now, this remote primary civilization actually had one, and it was still so young. It was really more or less unbelievable. and Li Dugwa frowned slightly as he watched the Yin in front of him muttering and talking to himself all at once. This Yin looks like he's really not very reliable. However, out of vigilance and politeness, Li Dugwa still talked to him very peacefully. For certain problematic aspects, it's better for us to talk here, not out in the open, but already face to face. I want to find out what happens to Blue Star when it integrates into the greater universe, and some of the things that happen in the greater universe. Listening to Li Dugwa's words, and shrugged his shoulders to show that it was understandable, and then also answered Li Dugwa's question without hesitation. Generally, when a primary civilization integrates into the great universe, it will first be exposed to cosmic meta-energy from the great universe first, and this will generally lead to a certain expansion and strengthening of the original planet. After it is thoroughly integrated, the people in your civilization will be able to cultivate by practicing cosmic yuan energy, and in a short period of time, your civilization will have a good period of enhancement. However, when you integrate, the most important thing you need to do is to join the nearest federation, or else the odds are that you will be enslaved by some cosmic star pirates and plundered of the planetary origin. By the way, here's some bad news. Your planet has very bad luck. That would be the nearest federation registry to you, 30 light years away, which you won't be able to reach in a short period of time with your current level of technology and power situation. And breathed out the news. It made Li Dugwa and the crowd of god-level existences listening above him listen with great shock. The amount of information was really a bit large, and after hearing that Blue Star might be enslaved by the cosmic star pirates, the faces of the people immediately became grave. Is Blue Star, which has only just emerged from the quagmire of the civilization test, in danger again? If it can't be reached, then is it possible through the virtual network? Li Dugwa calmly said at this time. The virtual network came from the universe, and they were currently limited to using Blue Star's local area network. If the virtual network could connect to the universe servers, then maybe something could be done through the virtual network. And hearing about the virtual network, and was really surprised again. And you guys have access to virtual networks? With a star guard array and a virtual network, this Blue Star doesn't even look like a weak civilization that has just passed the primary civilization examination, and nodded his head immediately afterward. Through the virtual network, it is indeed possible. But the prerequisite is that you have to connect to the Great Universe server, and in order to connect to the Great Universe server, you also need to go to the Federation site and register there. Hearing this, Li Dugwa as well as the people in the conference room all had their hearts tightened. That means, if they were unfortunate enough to be discovered by the cosmic star pirates now, it would be a situation of certain death? Immediately after that, Li Dugwa asked a question towards An. Is Blue Star now discovered by the cosmic star pirates? To this question, An laughed and said, that's unclear. These guys are huge and disjointed. They can be found in any corner of the universe. Whether your planet has been discovered or not, I have no way of knowing. Maybe it's already been discovered or not. Hear this. Li Dugwa and the people in the conference room all fell into silence. Anne's words. They really can't pick any faults. Nor could he find any loopholes in Anne's lying. Perhaps they could only pray now that Blue Star hadn't been discovered by the cosmic star pirates for a while. Immediately, Li Dugwa asked another question. Can you tell us about the cultivation realms in the great universe? And what realm we need to reach in order to arrive at the nearest federal registry as soon as possible? To this, Anne replied very dryly as well. The cultivation realm is simple. With your current stepping stone level as the watershed, below the treading star level, it is the apprentice level, and below the apprentice level, it is the uninitiated stage with no rating, collectively known as primary cultivators. Above the treading star level, there is the shattered star level, the cosmic level, the domain lord level, and the realm lord level. Each level is divided into 9 orders, and above that, the sealed immortal. There's actually no need to know about it, and it's almost simply impossible to reach that realm. Let's not talk about that level. In fact, in the universe, to be able to reach the cosmic level is already considered to be a human being, living a pretty good life. If you want to cross 30 light years in a short period of time, you'll have to at least get to the shattered star level, and if you want to travel to the treaded star level, it's almost impossible without the aid of technology for a few hundred years, and even at the shattered star level, it'll take 10 years or so. It would be a complete solution if we could reach the cosmic level. A few days of work and we'd be there. But to reach the cosmic level, talent aside, the time is definitely going to be even longer. Chapter 177 Washanza. Silver Dragon Federation. Listening to the information given by An, whether it was Li Dugwa or the people in the conference room, all of them fell into silence once again. While marveling at the vastness and immensity of the universe, I also lament my own insignificance. At the same time there was a deep sense of powerlessness. The status quo today is, Blue Star faces extinction as soon as it is discovered by any of the cosmic star pirates. and they can't do anything about it. End of conversation. Li Daigua returned to the conference room. At this point in the conference room, one remained silent. This man's ship is nearby, and if it can be repaired, we might be able to get to the nearest federal registry through it. At that moment, Zhu Tianjun's words reminded the crowd. Listen came to the blue planet in this airship, and with the technology of this airship, there should be a chance to get to a federal registration point as soon as possible. Thus, Li Daigua immediately went to and once again and inquired about the situation of the airship. In response, and very frankly replied with a reply that made them despair again. That is, the ship was so badly damaged that it was impossible to recover it unless it was sent to the nearest ship repair station. And the nearest airship repair station is even farther away than the Federation registration point. So still, all they could do was pray that they wouldn't be discovered by the cosmic star pirates. Li Daigua once again returned to the conference room, and could only smile bitterly and tell everyone to be as optimistic as possible. As for how to deal with An, after some discussion, it was still decided that An would be imprisoned here, with 3 god-level powerhouses being responsible for guarding him every day. The imprisoned An, however, was now in no hurry and slept directly in the cage. Later that afternoon, Li Fan successfully arrived at the experimental base and met up with Li Daigua and the others. After learning the situation, Li Fan was also shocked, lamenting the vastness of the universe. The stepping star level of existence was, after all, only a stage in the vast universe's cultivation system that was almost considered to have just begun. However, compared to Li Daigua and the others, his shock was relatively okay. After all, he had seen the terrifying battle power of the original owner of that dark star long before. As for the cosmic star pirates, Li Fan was much more relatively calm. With Yen Xie's presence, he could have a lot of room to maneuver. Dad, can I see that guy's ship? At that moment, Li Fan raised a question towards Li Daodu. An airship? Sure, it's not far from here. Just get yourself there. Li Daigua immediately agreed. That ship had crashed not far from the neighborhood, and apart from isolating the general population, core personnel like them could go and observe and study it whenever they wanted. And Li Fan wanted to see that spaceship for a simple reason. That would be to recharge the Dark Star with some energy. When he was at the base before, the Dark Star was able to autonomously absorb energy from abandoned ships underground. Now comes another ship, that's sure to absorb a good wave as well. Come to the airship crash site. The place today is already guarded. However, seeing that it was Li Fan who had come, naturally, he did not stop him in the slightest. Li Fan arrived at the interior of the airship very smoothly. In the meantime, the Dark Star in the spatial ring was also the first to start drawing energy. Master, it's been a long time. Congratulations to the Master's civilization for successfully stepping into the primary civilization stage. It didn't take long before the virtual projection of the leather bear appeared in front of Li Fan once again. Apparently, it was already detecting that Blue Star was about to integrate into the great universe. Leather bear, is there enough energy here to reach the nearest energy supply station if all of it is absorbed? Li Fan immediately inquired. The leather bear nodded. Absorbing all of it would successfully replenish 0.03% of the energy, and would be perfectly capable of arriving at the nearest energy star while still being able to use 70% of the facilities within the ship. Hearing this answer, Li Fan was satisfied. If the nearest energy star could be reached, the Dark Star replenished with enough energy, not to mention a trip to a Federation registration point, it shouldn't even be a problem to swim in the big universe. And in addition to being able to get to the energy star, you can use 70% of the ship's amenities. This could be like opening a giant treasure trove, due to limited energy. In fact, most areas of the Dark Star are inaccessible and cannot be turned on. Today it works 70% of the time. Then this would undoubtedly be very favorable to his cultivation enhancement. Although his current physical strength was already comparable to that of a top-tier paragod, it was still very inadequate when looking at the universe. The increase in strength is really imminent. And immediately after, Li Fan then learned about the situation of the great universe from Leather Bear. Compared to An, Pi Bear's description can be much more detailed. In the great universe, there were countless cultivation civilizations, and the various great races had even flourished to the peak. Humans, if they belonged to one of the 9 peak races, not only was their strength base strong, but their numbers were also very large. Currently, if Blue Star is concerned, it belongs to the Wushan constellation, the Tianlan starfield, and the edge of the Silver Dragon system's federal territory, like the Orion starfield wherein was located. It also belonged within the Wushan constellation realm, and the entire Wushan constellation, with its vast boundaries, would have to travel hundreds of millions of light years if it wanted to cross over. And there were countless realms like the Witch Mountain seat in the great universe. When Li Fan heard this, he was already shocked once again. This great universe is really incomparably vast. For many people, I'm afraid that after a lifetime of exhaustion, they won't even be able to walk out of a Wushan seat and back to Blue Star. Currently, if Blue Star wants to be sheltered, he should just have to register with the Silver Dragon Federation. With further conversation with the Leather Bear, Li Fan was also aware of the general process. It's actually quite simple. Just give the Federation the coordinates of the planet and then have anyone on the blue planet pay a fee in their name. In layman's terms, it means that Blue Star elects a chieftain and gives the Federation a protection fee. But this is permanent and is paid once. This leader, on the other hand, will become the Star Lord of this planet. And in the future, if you seek help from the Federation and provide some resources, you will need the Star Lord to apply for a report. Of course, this Star Lord also has absolute dominion over this planet. It's okay to sell to other star owners. For example, in the universe, many powerful people actually have more than one planet under their hands. But a new problem has arisen. Where does this cost come from? But soon enough, that problem was solved as well. Because on the Dark Star, that original owner left a small inheritance. It wasn't much, but it was more than enough to pay for that protection. Then without delay, once we've replenished our energy sources, we'll head to the nearest energy star to replenish them before heading to a nearby Federation registration point. After Li Fan ran through the situation, he gave his next plan. But that's when Pi Bear offered another solution to the problem. The Dark Star can access the Cosmic Virtual Network. Master, you can operate through the virtual network. This statement was made. Li Fan immediately brightened up. He'd almost forgotten there was such a thing as a virtual network. There is no connection to the universe server on Blue Star for the time being, but the Dark Star can. That being the case, he could just as well use the Dark Star to reach out to the Silver Dragon Federation, or even to other planets in the Federation. And immediately after, the Leather Bear is the one that gives another message. Master, the markings on this ship have been sifted through the data, and it belongs to a force called the Black Abyss Star Pirate Corps, which isn't too strong, but it's still a great threat to the current Master's planet. They're probably already heading this way. Chapter 178, Inheritance Tower and Inheritance Tournament. Silver Dragon Center City. This news from the Leather Bear made Levon freeze. The Black Abyss Star Pirates? Blue Star has been targeted by the Cosmic Star Pirates? Just a short while ago, Li Dugua had spoken to him about the Cosmic Star Pirates and expressed great concern. It didn't realize that fear comes with the territory. It's really being targeted by the Cosmic Star Pirates. And if so, this one should also be a Cosmic Star Pirate. And he was lying when he said earlier that he had no malice towards Blue Star. Can you detect the current location of this Star Pirates group? Li Fan asked with a frown. Leather Bear shook his head. I can't. Hearing this answer, Li Fan was slightly lost. If he could know the location of this Star Pirate group, he also planned to get on the Dark Star and go over to use Yin Hitomi to collect a wave of big dishes, which would not only solve the Blue Star's critical situation, but also accumulate a startup capital for his upcoming trip to the Cosmic Stars. But alas, and could not be located. Thereupon, after a moment of slight silence, Li Fan continued to open his mouth toward the Leather Bear and asked, how long will it take to absorb all of this spaceship's energy? The Leather Bear was silent for an instant and said, at maximum power, all of it will be absorbed in an hour. Li Fan nodded. Well, in an hour's time, I'll enter the virtual network and make a trip to the Silver Dragon Federation to register the Blue Star Civilization. That's right. He planned to go ahead and register the Blue Star Civilization and stabilize it first. A Black Abyss Star Pirates is not scary because he is currently in a known state. The scary thing is whether there will be some other unknown group of star thieves on the way as well. So the best thing to do is to register the Blue Star Civilization as soon as possible and let the Silver Dragon Federation shelter it. Of course, this known group of Black Abyss Star Pirates, he wasn't about to let it go. While Leather Bear didn't know, someone else definitely did. That's right, It was entirely possible to follow the trail through and find the location of this Black Abyss Star Pirates. He was not willing to lose this fat meat that had been sent up to him. But of course, as usual, he still had to take care of Blue Star security before that. Rolling eyes. Come night, the Dark Star was already completely absorbing the energy. After Li Fan found Li Dao to arrange an absolutely private retreat space, he was ready to enter the Cosmic Virtual Network. Same as before at the base, Li Fan did not intend to expose the Dark Star, but instead used the Dark Star's space technology to allow Li Fan to go into the Dark Star after the spacefold. Soon, under the guidance of a Leather Bear, Li Fan then successfully logged into the virtual network. As with the first time I logged onto the Blue Star LAN, when I first went in, the screen in front of me was still just an empty area, and not much else was visible. But what's different is that this time there are a few more options. The only one that was lit up, though, was which mountain seat server. After asking Pi Bear about it, I realized that to go to other, or bigger servers, you need more permissions, and the permission to obtain. Basically there are only two ways. One is to spend money. One is to rely on the strength of the realm to reach a certain standard. You can go to any server at will. And for the current Levant, neither seems to be quite enough. Of course, that won't be necessary for a while. A Wushan seat was actually enough for him to have a good tour. And with that, Li Fan also noticed the option of the Inheritance Tower. At the back of the Inheritance Tower option, a line of small red letters appeared at this moment. It has been synchronized to the Witch Mountain Seat Universe server. It seemed that the situation inside the Inheritance Tower, if it was before, was also locked within the Blue Star LAN. And now as he connected to the Universe server, the data was synchronized along with it. As for this mysterious Inheritance Tower, Li Fan couldn't help but ask about Pai Xiong. The leather bear was only slightly stuck for a second before giving his answer. In the great universe, in every domain seat, there are inheritance towers that exist. The current owner's Inheritance Tower belongs to the Witch Mountain Seat's Inheritance Tower. The Inheritance Tower is a project by the Cosmic Cloud Corporation, the one that controls the virtual network, in cooperation with the Cosmic Powers, designed to be a screener after these Cosmic Powers have accidentally fallen, to find a suitable candidate who can pass on all their skills. The strength of these cosmic powerhouses generally requires a minimum of the immortal level, so if the master is confident, he can give it a try. Listen to the answer given by the leather bear. Li Fan's heart was shaken beyond belief. I didn't realize that this Inheritance Tower was really not small. In fact, if simple to understand, this Inheritance Tower is equivalent to a transit station. Some cosmic powerhouses in the universe before they die to find the Cosmic Cloud Company to sign a contract, and when they die, let the Cosmic Cloud Company to help, in the form of the Inheritance Tower, to help them screen out the appropriate heir to help them to inherit their heritage to pass on. Then what are the invitations within the Inheritance Tower? There are ordinary invitations as well as golden invitations, and by obtaining a golden color, isn't there a better chance of obtaining an inheritance? Li Fan continued to ask. The leather bear slowly explained. Before answering Master, I need to explain to Master the process of obtaining the inheritance from the Inheritance Tower. The Inheritance Tower is just a screener. The final inheritance is hosted in the Cosmic Cloud Company. To get the legacy, you need to stand out from the vast number of competitors. At that time, Cosmic Cloud will open the legacy tournament. Everyone could see the competitors by watching the competition, and generally speaking, only the top 3 were qualified to observe the inheritance, and it was all up to the talent of who could absorb more. Even if you can't absorb it in the end and can't fit the inheritance, you can still get an extra payment. Of course, every time the inheritance tournament opens, the heat is very high, and even if you can't make it to the top 3, you still have a chance to be seen by some big powers, and you'll be flat on your back from here on out. And the invitations, in fact, are the qualifications to participate in the inheritance tournament. Obtaining an ordinary invitation, you can obtain the qualification to participate, while obtaining a golden invitation, if you obtain the qualification to participate at the same time, has the right to 5 times free of the tournament to directly advance. The leather bear's explanation instantly dawned on Li Fan. This invitation, it turns out, is an entry. This was out of some of Li Fan's guesses, but after a little introduction from Pai Bear, he was now rather very interested in this legacy tournament. Immortal level inheritance aside, according to what Leather Bear said, that kind of strong person, even if you look at the Witch Mountain seat, it is also the top batch of existences. The temptation is extremely great, and aside from the legacy, there is great exposure. Experience has taught him that a good platform is very important. Although he could now rely on himself to simmer down the time, he could also improve step by step until he was invincible. But with a good platform and more resources, then he could progress his strength even faster. So why not? If he could rely on the legacy tournament to be exposed to a broader platform, then he could improve even faster. So this inheritance tournament, he had to participate no matter what. And with that, Li Fan then inquired with Pai Xiong about this inheritance tower and the inheritance tournament, and came up with another important message. That would be the age of entry. The main target of the legacy tournament is the younger generation. And since the base life years of all the major races in the universe are different, the inheritance tower will determine whether or not a race is young enough to qualify to participate based on the base life years of that race. By human standards, for humans, as long as they're under 50, they can participate. In other words, Li Dugua and Huang Lan, they can also participate. The duo's current strength should already be enough to obtain an invitation. It's just the right time to drag the 2 oldest to participate in the process as well. The eye is placed back on the initial interface. Li Fan's gaze was refocused on the Witch Mountain seat. It's still imperative to get Blue Star registered soon. After finding the Skyland realm and then clicking on the Silver Dragon system server, a line of prompts immediately appeared in front of Li Fan's eyes. About to access the Silver Dragon system server, Please select a landing location. Silver Dragon Center City, Greedy Star, Wood Green Star. The landing sites are extremely numerous and densely packed. According to Leather Bear, Li Fan chose Silver Dragon Center City because the headquarters of the Silver Dragon Federation was located in Silver Dragon Center City. Going there for registration could also be faster in terms of efficiency. Of course, the main reason is, in fact, the ease of withdrawing money. The cards left behind by the original owner of the Dark Star were some of the higher-end bearer cards. Even though there may not be much money left in it, the customer rating is still there. The average small site is simply not qualified to handle hosting customers with such high-end cards. Soon, with Li Fan choosing Silver Dragon Center City, the image in front of Li Fan's eyes buckled, and the scene around him instantly transformed into an infinite starry sky. Lift your eyes and look ahead. In the center of the countless stars, an immense, vast continent unfolded before Li Fan's eyes. The strong visual impact caused Li Fan's entire body to be unable to stop his heart from beating wildly. This is Silver Dragon Center City, and when it is said to be a city, I am afraid that the area is more massive than 10,000 stars. Chapter 179, The Prosperous Center City. Blue Star Lord. The scene soon continues to change. Li Fan immediately arrived in this Silver Dragon City. Look up. The buildings are very different, with many styles, and all kinds of flying machines are countless, with a full sense of technology, and at the same time, people can obviously feel the rich atmosphere of cultivation. Sure, even more remarkable, still, were the people walking all over the streets. Cat-eared ladies, elves, giants with shark heads, half-flesh, half-mechanical splicers, all sorts of weird and wacky-looking people. Normal people like him are in the minority instead. Although Silver Dragon Center City is a city dominated by humans, there are many other races that come over to live. However, it's currently in a virtual network, and the image you see in front of you is most likely not the image they have in reality. Just for reference, Pi Bear started the introductions at this point. Li Fan nodded. So it is. He also wondered why the streets of the center city were filled with other races when he had heard that the Silver Dragon Federation was a human-oriented federation. With that, Li Fan also changed his face and image for safety reasons. But Levon didn't have any fetishes, like turning into an image of a beast-eared woman, a goblin, or anything like that. His image was still human, only his appearance had changed, and on the surface, he looked like a middle-aged man. Next, Li Fan then began to rush to the bank while learning about this Silver Dragon Center City. The Silver Dragon Center City was very large, and each city district was very far apart, so to reach it, you had to go through an artificial wormhole to get there. But now it's in the middle of a virtual network. Most of the open areas can be reached with just a thought. Li Fan could also reach the bank in an instant, but after all, it was his first time here, so he was still quite curious about the place. And on the street, in addition to seeing a lot of technology that he had never seen before, and stores selling all sorts of weird and wonderful things, Li Fan also saw a very large number of martial arts halls that were responsible for teaching people to practice, as well as dueling arenas. Of course, there are some entertainment venues. Handsome, want to come in and take a look? We are an online store, offering services only in the virtual network, and we have everything you want. Li Fan had just passed by the entrance when he was stopped by a cat-eared lady, and the other party applied for a friend in the first place. To this, Li Fan that was a quick refusal. First of all, he's a family man and was brought up in a way that doesn't allow him to do this kind of thing. Plus, in virtual networks, images are freely deployable, whether the opponent is a human being or a ghost in reality. No one knows at all. If there is enough money, this Silver Dragon Center City is quite suitable for me to cultivate. It would be nice to have Mom and Dad Ling Ling and the others move in as well. Li Fan little couldn't help but whisper to himself after taking a small turn. In the center city, he could find almost everything he needed for cultivation. There were patrols everywhere, and security was very much in place. If he took his family over, his family's cultivation could fly even faster and their lives would be more convenient. The only downside is that the price aspect is not very satisfying. According to Leather Bear, the original owner of the Dark Star only had about 1.8 billion cosmic dollars on those cards. A little registration fee for Blue Star would cost $1 billion. The remaining 800 million don't look and sound scary. An ordinary house in the center city, where a monthly rent starts at $100 million, is not something that ordinary people can live in on a regular basis. The reality of the center of the city on the street, the crowd can be far less than in the virtual network is too much. The resident entrance is even less. The only major planets of the rich people can live here. Most ordinary people still live on their home planets, or on some of the lower-cost alliance planets. Therefore, wanting better resources as well as cultivation conditions, Li Fan still had to think of ways to make money before he could do so. After 2 more turns, Li Fan didn't waste any more time. and he directly teleported with his mind, arriving outside the bank's door. After successfully taking out 1.8 billion cosmic coins and transferring them to his personal card, Li Fan arrived at the Silver Dragon Federation Civilization Registry. Name, race, Li Fan, human, target planet, blue star. Wait a moment, let's locate the coordinates of this planet you speak of. Mr. Li Fan, you have successfully gone through the completion of registration. You are now the Blue Star Master. The Silver Dragon Federation will travel to the region where the Blue Star is located as fast as possible and send you 5 Federation guards as well as a virtual network that opens up cosmic access, as well as distributing a copy of the Cosmic Fundamental Cultivation Law, which can be practiced by all. Your subjects will be locked to the Blue Star logo when entering and exiting Blue Star in the future. The whole process was very fast. The person in charge of the process was also very nice. And the moment Li Fan became the Lord of Blue Star, he instantly created an invisible bond with Blue Star. It's hard to describe this feeling, but it's marvelous. There is an ineffable sense of ownership as well as control. And when that's done, Li Fan then retreated from the virtual network. Current words. The thing about Blue Star security is already taken care of. Next, he needed to do 2 things. One thing was to improve his strength and obtain an invitation to the Inheritance Tower for use in the Inheritance Tournament later. The other, through was to go and end that Black Abyss Star Pirates group and make a good profit. And the fastest it can be done at the moment. Obviously the latter. The former can be done slowly in the process. Thus, Li Fan directly just left the customs and went to Li Daodu's place. What? Little Fan, you've become the Blue Star Lord, and the Silver Dragon Federation will send someone over soon? Soon our blue planet will be able to access the universe server as well? Room. Li Dugua Huanglan and the 2 of them listened to Li Fan's narration. All of them were incomparably staggered at the moment. That's right. Li Fan confessed something to the 2 old men, but didn't state that it was the Dark Star, instead replacing it with the word some chance. He needed to interrogate and later on, he had to bring into the Black Abyss Star Pirates, and the Silver Dragon Federation would also send people, and in this process, naturally, it was inevitable to expose some information. Instead of making the second old man suspicious, how about just volunteering some information? And with the second old man being his closest relative, informing him of this news, he actually didn't have to worry too much. After all, his bottom card wasn't the so-called chance, but his yen pupil. Yen pupil is not exposed. Everything is fine. Well, there should be a letter in a few days, Li Fan said with a smile. Listening to Li Fan's affirmative words, the 2 old men can be very excited. Their concerns were not expected to be addressed by their son. They actually didn't care what chance Li Fan had passed through that allowed him to go to the Federation to register and also become a Star Lord. All they cared about was that Li Fan had gained a chance to save Blue Star once again. As for the rest, they won't go overboard. The better their son could get, the happier the 2 of them were. Right, Dad. Mom, I'd like to meet this and I have something I'd like to find out from him. Li Fan turned the conversation to at this point. In order not to let the 2 old men worry, he didn't reveal the Black Abyss Star Pirates, nor did he reveal that was a cosmic star pirate. And for this request from Levon, Li Dugua hesitated for a moment, and then agreed with a bite. Could be, but I'll go with you. This man is very strange. The aura on his body keeps rising. I'm afraid it might hurt you. Chapter 180 and Slave? Departure. For Li Dugua's concern, Li Fan said that he could understand, but was choosing to politely decline. After all, if Li Dugua went along, he wouldn't be able to force the issue. Immediately, Li Fan then headed towards the experimental base wherein was being held, in the base cage at this time, and had already woken up and was now depressed and fuming. Strength recovery can be really slow, not even to apprentice level. I'm afraid it's a bit hard to send coordinates and escape from this place, and muttered in his heart at the moment. Depressed. He never expected that the speed of this strength recovery would be so slow. Until now, it had only recovered to roughly the middle grade saint level. According to this progress, if he wanted to recover to the 3rd stage of the treading star rank at his peak, without a 10 days and half a month's effort, he was afraid that it would be unlikely. And just as he was thinking about it, a figure, silently, appeared outside the cage. And look, this time to come, but not Li Dugua. But a breath is not 2 strong brats, so immediately is not much want to take care of the interest. The odds are that it's the son of one of the big shots on the planet, coming over to see the alien visitors, similar to going to the zoo to see the animals, to satisfy curiosity. And it was no one else who came. It was Li Fan. Li Fan walked in and after slightly surveying his surroundings, then immediately he asked the leather bear with his consciousness, "Can you simulate the image here? I don't really want outsiders to hear us talking." It was only a blink of an eye before the leather bear gave his reply. Simulation has been blocked. The outside world will not be able to observe the internal picture and sound through the surveillance. It will be replaced by the analog picture. After receiving a definitive answer, only then did Li Fan turn his gaze to An. Looking at An's look that didn't really want to care about him, Li Fan didn't have too many emotions and just said softly, "Tell me, what kind of role do you have in the Black Abyss Star Pirates?" The words came out. The face of An, who was still full of disdain, suddenly changed. "Who are you? How do you know about the Black Abyss Star Pirates?" As for An's shocked doubts, Li Fan remained nonchalant. "My current identity is the Blue Star Lord. As for how I know about the Black Abyss Star Pirates, you don't need to know. You just need to answer my question." Hear that? An's face became even more shocked. Lord Bluestar? This young man in front of him, not only did he know about the Black Abyss Star Pirates behind him, but he was even already registering this planet to the Silver Dragon Federation? One time, he really was a little less daring to underestimate the Li Fan in front of him, because in his opinion at the moment, Li Fan was afraid that he was not an aborigine of Bluestar, but the heir of some big shot from another civilization. This is an early cutoff of Bluestar. What is my role in Black Abyss? Well, a part-time role. I'm just an employee in charge of coming over to step on the spot and returning the coordinates of low-level civilizations once I find them. You can also understand it as an errand boy, and pointed to the collar around his neck and said faintly, "Originally, this planet was the last order of my contract period, and after completing it, I would have been able to quit my job and be free of this damned collar. But since this planet is now cut off by you, I'll just have to go on to the next order." After Li Fan heard An's words, his face was slightly odd as he spoke. "In other words, you are a slave?" Once An heard this, he immediately became a bit anxious. A slave? That's a terrible word to hear. But just as he was about to blink sharply, he gave in again. "If you want to put it that way, it's not a problem. After all, this contract, I was pitched before I signed it too, and the work I did, the money I got, it's no different than a slave. You should know as well. But anyone with a sane mind wouldn't be able to go work for the Star Pirates," and shrugged his shoulders, helpless and at the same time, very unwilling. And naturally, Li Fan didn't have much interest in what happened to this An. After having some understanding of this in person, Li Fan also stopped talking nonsense and cut straight to the chase. "Alright, I came to find you for the simple purpose of taking me to the headquarters of the Black Abyss Star Pirates. Of course, you can refuse, but the consequence of refusal is death on this planet." Li Fan's tone went cold at this point, and didn't like being threatened, but after considering the status quo, one can only accept it. Although he didn't know what Li Fan was looking for in the Black Abyss Star Pirates, it didn't matter. After all, it wasn't like he had any feelings for Black Abyss. At best, he only had hatred. Li Fan wants to go, so let's take him. So, and agreed to it very readily. It's a small thing, nothing to turn down. "When do we leave? You pick a day." Seeing that An had agreed so dryly, Li Fan was not expecting that much, but since it was promised, it was naturally a good thing. "It's just for a couple days, so wait for my news." After Li Fan finished speaking, he turned around and left. Before this departure, he still had to make up a suitable excuse to put off the second old man as well as Gu Ling and the others. 2 days passed in a flash. For 2 days, Li Fan got together with Gu Ling for one more day before convincing the two old men of their decision to take An alone away from Bluestar by letting him accompany him with meeting the Silver Dragon Federation guards. Finally, in the early morning of the third day, Li Fan took An with him and embarked on a journey to space. And the method of leaving the blue planet was very plain and simple. It was to find Zhu Tian was about to ask for a spaceship, but when he said it was a spaceship, it was actually a spaceship that could barely navigate in the universe. "No, we're just going in this thing." Ha! Inside the airship, An's entire body was now dumbfounded. The technological level of this ship was not even as good as the lowest F-class ship. The difference between it and an F-class ship was the same as the difference between a broken bicycle that was about to fall apart and a top-of-the-line supercar. Doesn't Li Fan have a big shot behind him? A big shot is given a spaceship like this? How long will it take to get to the Black Abyss Star Pirates headquarters? And to this, Levon did not respond. It wasn't until the ship sailed into the depths of space, far away from Earth for a long time, that Li Fan spoke up. "Leather Bear, switch to the Dark Star now. First the nearest energy star to resupply energy." Li Fan's words fell. The Dark Star immediately floated out of the space ring. After a round of spatial changes, the massive body of the Dark Star appeared ahead. "Come on, that's the ship we're going to be on." Chapter 181, Berserk Cosmic Yuan Energy. Insane strength. Looking ahead at the massive Dark Star, An's eyes were wide at the moment, and his entire body couldn't help but begin to tremble a little. This is a R-class ship? Currently the more mainstream spaceships in the greater universe, in order from low to high, F to A, then to S, SS, SSS, and then above that is the R level. The back, although there are also higher levels, but that is already basically not a normal person by personal can afford to buy. Even the immediate R rating is already outrageous. Usually only immortal level existences had the authority to have this home base to purchase it. He had only seen a ship of this kind of existence through the virtual network. He had actually thought before that the backer behind Li Fan would be somewhat powerful, but I didn't think it would actually be that powerful. Straight away came an R-class ship. This backer is an immortal at the very least, and an immortal level existence. Looking at the entire Wushan seat, that was also a resounding figure. But then there's the problem. With such a top-tier backer, how could Li Fan come to such a remote planet and go for such a small player like the Black Abyss Star Pirates? After a little thought, he thought there were two possibilities. The first one, Li Fan should be the kind of public man who traveled in a microcosm and went out on a trip. Some of the heirs of the great powers just have a kind of I want to prove myself, do not rely on the family can also be and so on the idea, will choose to micro-objects, low-profile training. The second, on the other hand, was that Li Fan had accidentally obtained the inherited legacy of an immortal level powerhouse. Of the two possibilities, and ruled out the second with little hesitation. The inheritance legacy of an immortal level powerhouse wasn't a cabbage. How could it be that easy to get? He had been hanging out in Washanza for so many years, but he had never really heard of anyone who had gotten this kind of luck. Let's go. What are you waiting for? Seeing Anne's look of not being able to walk, Li Fan couldn't help but urge him. And at this time the attitude that was suddenly came a huge change. Alright, I'll be right there. Anne's face was full of flattery. Right, brother Fan, I'm about to be released from the Black Abyss. Are you short of some handyman? My body is great. Ha? Li Fan couldn't help the corner of his mouth from twitching at this. It's just a spaceship. What's the point? Come to the Dark Star. And was as if he was entering the city for the first time. And he had to stop an emote after taking 2 steps, his eyes glowing green. Leather Bear, find a place to lock him up for now. You navigate to the Energy Star first. I'm going to go on a retreat for a bit of cultivation. Li Fan instructed the Leather Bear at this time. His current strength, when put on a cosmic scale, was already somewhat less than adequate. The first order of business is that you have to bring up the strength. As for An, he didn't really want to see An wandering around this airship while he was in seclusion. And so it was. In the next second after Li Fan gave the order, the space around An distorted, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared into thin air. Finally clean. After locking An up, Li Fan couldn't help but shake his head. With that, he waved his big hand and a cultivation method floated into view. This is the basic cultivation method of the universe given by the Federation when registering in the Silver Dragon Federation. And soon, the Blue Star can realize universal science. Right now he was ready to try early. In fact, there were some cultivation methods on the Dark Star, but they were all very profound, rather cumbersome, and very highly specialized. Li Fan was contacting Cosmic Yuan Energy for the first time, and at this starting stage, it was actually better to start with the most basic cultivation method. Come to the practice room. Li Fan followed the cultivation method and began his first contact with Cosmic Yuan Energy. Li Fan's talent was very good, and it was only the first run that he managed to introduce Yuan Energy into his body. Compared to the aura in the Blue Star, the Cosmic Yuan Energy was much more violent and raging. However, when it flowed through the limbs and bones, it didn't feel the slightest pain, but only a stream of warmth, which was very soothing and refreshing. After running continuously for several weeks, Li Fan had already begun to clearly feel the terror of Yuan Energy. The moment, every cell in his body was frantically absorbing Yuan Energy. His already strong physique began to metamorphose with the naked eye under the tempering of the Cosmic Yuan Energy. Even the realm was beginning to loosen up, starting to progress towards paragons. For this phenomenon, Li Fan had inquired with Leather Bear before. There is a technical term for this process, called cultivation explosion. Briefly, it is a primary civilization after it first integrates into the great universe and comes into contact with cosmic meta-energy. All the individuals in the primary civilization, their cultivation would complete a rapid metamorphosis under the raging quenching of the Cosmic Yuan Energy, as if unlocking a shackle. The superficial understanding is that if the Cosmic Yuan Energy is compared to water, each body in the primary civilization is like a huge depression. Once encountered, the Cosmic Yuan Energy will be like pouring in like a crazy influx, making the Yuan Energy here compared to the rest of the universe, in a short period of time, several times, or even dozens of times more dense. And how much each person can improve depends on the individual's talent. And then look at Li Fan. At this time, Li Fan was still in the cultivation that he was carrying out wholeheartedly. And not long after, a golden energy was transformed into a clear vortex, pouring towards Li Fan. Li Fan sat in the center, like a cosmic god king. And immediately afterward, his entire aura began to soar, and after a few breaths, in one fell swoop, he directly broke through the quasi-gods. But that's not the end of it. Li Fan's breath was still rising. Inferior paragons, middle-grade paragons, upper-class paragons. In the end, it directly went so far as to break through to the god level in one fell swoop. Of course, looking at it from a cosmic point of view for a change, it would be the apprentice realm. But it was as if the apprentice realm wasn't the end of the line either. The cultivation level had been impacted until it reached the peak of the apprentice realm, and only then did it slowly slow down. And apart from the change in cultivation, the changes in his physical body were obviously much more outrageous. Boo! 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 The sound of bone popping like fried beans was accompanied by a gust of tiger and dragon roars. Li Fan could feel with incomparable clarity the explosive increase in all aspects of his physical body's strength and defense at this moment, and the frantic elevation in the flesh lasted for a full 10 hours before it slowly began to subside. Exit from the state of practice. Li Fan clenched his fists and felt the changes at this moment, and a flash of delight flashed through his eyes. It's only been less than a day. His strength then witnessed a terrifying surge of insanity, especially in terms of strength. Boo! Li Fan swung a fist violently into the void, and the terrifying power actually caused a sound of breaking air to ring out, and even space was slightly shaken. Nowadays, the strength of his fleshly body was not at a level at all compared to before. Immediately, Li Fan was tapping on the attribute panel. Now that he had already stepped into the universe, his attribute panel should have already undergone a drastic change as well. Name, Li Fan. Level, Apprentice, 99. 8%. Strength, 180, star. Defense, 165, stars. Spirit, 175, star. Note, 1 star equals 100,000 million. Looking at the changes on the attribute panel, Li Fan couldn't help but light up. Sure enough, after entering the starry sky, the value panel had come to a flip-flop. Not only did the level change from the previous LV, it went straight to a specific realm. The units of other values, too, are given a new form of assessment. In fact, just from the value of his current physical body, he could already be comparable to many Treadstone Level 2 existences. For this promotion, Li Fan was obviously very satisfied, and the nearest energy resupply point was still about 2 days away. Li Fan immediately began his cultivation once again. He couldn't afford to waste this cultivation explosion period right now. Chapter 182 Black Abyss Star Pirates. And at this point on the other side, in the middle of a planetary meteorite belt, on the backside of a meteorite that was large enough to rival an entire country of the Great Summer, a giant spaceship was lined up in a disjointed manner. The very center of the airship had a large base modified by the deformation of the airship. Over the base, a flag with the iconic Black Abyss icon flew. Inside the base, at this moment, one by one, wonderful young girls from different races were using all their strength to please the man located in the center of the Great Hall. The man had a big waist, a full beard, eyes like green beans, and a long black tail, giving off an extremely lewd feeling. However, the aura on his body was at a shocking peak of the 9th stage of the Shattered Star rank. It was only that close to the cosmic level, and this man was the founder of the Black Abyss Star Pirates, the Blackbeard King. Of course, he added the number King to himself. This was because many of the top star pirate group leaders would have a king or emperor added to their name. His future outlook is also to become the top star pirate group in the universe. This batch of beast pets is so boring. It's all the same old tricks. It's not exciting at all. The Blackbeard King opened his bloody mouth and stuffed several pandering elven maidens beside him into his mouth, chewing and complaining at the same time. Such a scene caused all the young girls in the hall to be frightened, all of them working harder. However, for the Blackbeard King at this time, the young girls in front of him were really hard to get him interested. Okay. The Blackbeard King kicked away the surrounding maidens as he impatiently walked out of the Great Hall. And just outside the Great Hall, a man clad in robes, with a lizard's head and a framed mirror on his face came rushing over in a fiery rage. Chief, last year's regimental financial report is out. The Blackbeard King's brow furrowed when he saw the man's appearance. Let's talk in the office. Come to the office. The lizard-headed man began the debriefing. This year, we have raided a total of 40 primary civilization planets for their sphere sources and plundered some of the high-quality assets of 30 planets. Revenue-wise, it can be said that it's a record high, but the expenses are also very large. 3 D-class airships were damaged in the battle. 2 C-class airships also needed major repairs. The cultivation resources for the regular members of the regiment cost 37,800,000,000 cosmic coins. And then there's also the salary expenses for the bottom-level staff. The expenses for your beast pets for you, head of the regiment. All things considered, our group's net loss this year is about 13.7 billion cosmic coins. If this continues, our regiment may be at risk of disbanding. and there are some of the members of the regiment who are already a little disgruntled right now. Listening to the lizard-headed man, the Blackbeard King's expression was really very unhappy, but he wanted to be angry, but he held back, and then Susu said, "Revenue has become more, net income is less. That's the expense side that needs to be controlled. Let's do this. Lower the wages of the bottom staff a bit more and double the meal scale." And for this method, the lizard-headed man couldn't help but look embarrassed, and the treatment of the bottom staff of our regiment is already being squeezed to the extreme, and I'm afraid that continuing to cut it in half will greatly discourage them. And in fact, even if it's cut in half, it won't be able to make up for this vacancy. My proposal is that the head of your beast pet expenditure can be controlled. The last time the mermaid planet and also the princess of the Catwoman planet, the head of you spent 10 billion cosmic coins to shoot down. This part of the expenditure can actually be saved. And before he could finish his sentence, the Blackbeard King then slammed the table, his face cold. "I chose to be a star pirate and build the star pirates to play with all the races, and you're letting me control it? Don't worry about the financial report. I'll be able to step into the cosmic level soon, and then I'll take my brothers to do a big job." The Blackbeard King's words made it impossible for him to refute them. Indeed, if the Blackbeard King could step into the cosmic level and lead the Black Abyss Star Pirates to do a big job, then the problem of receiving and dispersing money would indeed be easily solved. And at this point in time, on the outskirts of the base, a huge square, a small ship is on display here. Upon closer inspection, these airships were almost identical to Anne's airships from before. In the cultivation room next to the airship, there were also many people wearing collars just like Anne. They came from different races, but their expressions were the same. All of them were full of fatigue. The last time that Guyan talked to him, I heard that a primary civilization had been discovered. What traitorous luck! But no, I haven't built for 4 years, and Anne has been here for 4 years, and he's almost finished his target of 20 planets. It seems like we can't contact him anymore lately. Something couldn't have happened to him, could it? Something should not happen. Good enough to be stepping star level. Go inside the primary civilization. Basically invincible existence. In my opinion, he is intoxicated in the gentle land. Alright, don't talk about him. Just mind your own business honestly and explore a bit more, or don't think about the Black Abyss. Damn it! If it wasn't for my pitiful uncle, who said that I could get a high salary here, and that the cultivation resources were all-inclusive, I wouldn't have come to this hellhole. And in another part of the universe, Li Fan was already in a new round of cultivation. At this moment, in the cultivation room, the yuan energy could be said to be thick to the extreme. The main reason for this, aside from Li Fan's own amazing talent for absorbing yuan energy, was also paired with the 100-fold yuan energy mode that came with the Dark Star's cultivation room. The Dark Star, through technological means, absorbs and concentrates and compresses the meta-energy from the universe into the cultivation room, so that cultivators can enjoy a perfect cultivation environment. Being an R-class ship, the Dark Star's meta-energy boosting mode could be multiplied up to 100,000 times. However, the current Li Fan would only be able to withstand mid-100 times for the time being. If it was any higher, the yuan energy would be too furious. Not to mention cultivation, it would be considered good to stay inside. Of course, even if Li Fan could withstand it, the Dark Star's current energy source wouldn't be able to top it. And in one of the rooms of the Dark Star, Anne was currently lying on the bed, enjoying the spectacular and incomparable starry sky landscape outside through the glass cover. And the whole person was very cozy. Ever since after he had learned that the backers behind Li Fan were at least immortal level existences, he was in a very good mood. It was obviously unrealistic for Li Fan, in his position, to go and deal with a star pirate group. First of all, to make friends or talk about cooperation. So there was only one reason why Li Fan was looking for the Black Abyss Star Pirates, and that was to exterminate the Black Abyss. Once word of this act of justice spreads, it is bound to reap a wave of favorable comments. Li Fan should just want to make an article with the Black Abyss Star Pirates and get an achievement to show the backers behind him. Although Li Fan himself was weak, even weaker than him, but it wasn't a big problem. Li Fan couldn't beat it. Surely there would be an expert hidden in the shadows who would make a move, or even a bad word. Li Fan could destroy the Black Abyss Star Pirate Corps as long as he hit on this Dark Star and utilized a Dark Star, and the Black Abyss Star Pirates are gone. His contract would be automatically released. The damn collar would come off, and he'd be free. Never mind that he's still only one planet away from being free. In fact, finding a primary civilization planet can be extremely difficult. With bad luck, you won't find it for 10 years, 100 years. If Li Fan was able to eliminate the Black Abyss Star Pirates, it would be like sparing him a long time of waiting. He couldn't help but get excited just thinking about it. Chapter 183, Breaking Through the Treadstone Level. Arriving at the Energy Star. time rolls around. 2 days had already passed. Dark Star in the boundless universe is also all the way to speed for 2 full days. To look from the cockpit is already can be seen far ahead of a red point of light. That's the very energy star this trip is going to. In the practice room, Li Fan was still practicing. And just 2 days. Li Fan's progress was however very obvious. At this moment, Li Fan was sitting in the center of the cultivation room. A hint of thunder could even be faintly heard between one breath and the next. After the crazy tempering of 100 times of cosmic yuan energy, his fleshly body had become even stronger. This treadstone level. It seems like it's not as simple as I thought. Li Fan opened his eyes and sighed softly. He had thought that under such conditions, he would be able to step into the treading star level in a day. But 2 days had passed, and still no success in stepping in. But fortunately, he was already vaguely touching the threshold of that level. Give him some more time, and he was confident that he could break through in one fell swoop. Leather Bear, how long until we reach the energy star? At that moment, Li Fan called out the Leather Bear. Leather Bear quickly gave an answer to Li Fan's question. Estimated time of arrival, 10 hours to go. Levon nodded. Call me when there's half an hour left. Having said that, Li Fan then continued to begin his cultivation. 10 hours wasn't a long time, but it was something that couldn't be wasted, and perhaps during that time, he would have a chance to break through the stepping star level. Unawareness. 9 hours passed. In the practice room, it was accompanied by a soothing shout from Li Fan. The aura on Li Fan's body began to climb steeply, and in the time of a few breaths, it soared several times, and before long, he formally stepped into the star level. Is this the treadstone level? Feeling the raging and majestic energy in his body, Li Fan had a very wonderful feeling. After stepping into the treadstone level, there was a feeling as if you were breaking free from a suffocating space. It was a qualitative change from the previous apprentice level. With that, Li Fan once again tapped on the attribute panel. Name, Li Fan. Level, Treadstone First Order, 1. 8%. Strength, 580. 9 stars. Defense, 538. 5 stars. Spirit, 549. 8 stars. Compared to before, the values have skyrocketed again. The current value was such that it would be able to have a fighting chance against an average star treading 3rd stage, or even a top star treading 3rd stage. If Li Fan had continued to exercise for a while longer, his battle power would have been even more terrifying. And just as Li Fan was feeling the situation of his strength at the moment, Leather Bear's voice rang out. That's right. It's only half an hour to the nearest energy star. Li Fan walked out of the cultivation room and came to the driver's side. The first thing that was noticed was the huge red planet not far away. Is this the energy star? Li Fan's eyes showed curiosity. This was the first time he had ever seen an energy star. This planet looks, in fact, and the blue star is not much different. Just the color is not quite the same. Of course, the volume that is more than the blue star is mostly, almost can be comparable to the sun. Immediately, under Li Fan's operation, the dark star began to pick up speed and head towards the planet. Soon, the dark star is crossing the stratosphere of the energy star. At a glance, one could see dozens of huge buildings like pillars of the sky towering over the surface of the planet. And on the buildings, there was the logo of the Silver Dragon Confederation, representing that this was under the Silver Dragon Confederation. And in front of each building, there were densely packed airships waiting in line. Obviously, Li Fan wasn't the only one who needed to replenish his energy. I'm afraid this line is a bit long. Li Fan frowned slightly, getting a bit of a headache. Just the speed of this queue. I'm afraid that without a 10 days and half a month, it won't be his turn at all. But the thought of standing in line was something he had a tricky way of taking. That would be for In to help watch over it, and then he would continue practicing. If In made any bad moves, just have Pi Bear notify him again. He couldn't afford to make any waves, and so it was. Next, and then appeared in front of him, and the moment In saw Li Fan, he was immediately dumbfounded. The Li Fan in front of him, his breath had actually reached the stepping star level? Remembering 2 days, the aura on Li Fan's body was actually just about the same as his. So how did he break through the stepping star level in one fell swoop now? But thinking carefully about Li Fan's backer, it seemed reasonable. For a male son like Li Fan, who came from a great power, to have his strength soar a few times was completely and very much not a problem. The tactics of a great power were simply not something that someone like him could imagine. Congratulations, Brother Fan, for successfully breaking through to the treading star level, and immediately kissed his ass. And as for An's horse's ass, Li Fan didn't have a problem with it. Brother Fan, you don't need to speak. I understand. Leave such a trivial matter as replenishing energy to me. Li Fan hadn't even opened his mouth. It was interrupted by An's smiling face. Obviously, this flattery of An's was quite a bit higher than Li Fan had imagined. and Sinsen was already taking over the job on his own accord. He had nothing more to say. Once the Dark Star was lined up, he went back to his closed-door cultivation, and as the Dark Star slowly approached the queue, at once, it was the sound that caused the people on the major airships to gasp in shock. I'm going. Look at that. You guys, holy, did I read that right? Hiss. This is a R-class ship? R-class airships. An R-class airship actually appeared in this place? I've only seen this level of existence on the virtual network. Which immortal being is this? Or is it a ship of some great power? Hurry up and take a picture. That's an R-class ship. After this village, there won't be a store left. TSK, TSK, TSK. It's worthy of being an R-class ship. Just by looking at the shape, one can't help but be mesmerized. That's right. These people's reactions were similar to Anne's. All of them were shocked beyond measure. An R-class ship could be considered something untouchable in this lifetime for those of them. It was unbelievable that it had appeared before their eyes now. And at this point, whether it was these people who noticed the Dark Star, even the head of this Energy Star site was the first to notice. There's a big man coming. All come out to receive. The person in charge watched the Dark Star's approach at the moment, his eyes glowing green as he hurriedly informed all the members of the station. Chapter 184, 3,800,000,000 cosmic coins worth of energy. What? A big shot is coming? Nice guy? How long has it been since we've had a big shot at our site? A big shot? Could it be that there's a universe or domain lord level powerhouse coming? Hear the announcement from the person in charge. There was some excitement at all levels of the site. And the reason why it's so exciting, aside from being able to interact with some of the big names and look ahead to some of the big names, there is another major reason. And that is income. These ships, like the ones that are in the queue right now, don't have much energy to resupply at a time, and can only rely on the number of stacks to make the station partially profitable. But the big man is different. For the average big shot, a single recharge could even top the income of all their sites for a year or two. And the more revenue they generate, the more their share of the pie naturally increases. And so it was. Soon, that person in charge then brought a bunch of station personnel towards the Dark Star to welcome them. On the Dark Star, Li Fan looked at the front of a huge piece of staff. Really is a little confused. I didn't cut in line myself. Is this against any rules? And immediately after, Li Fan then received a message from that person in charge. Elder, we've prepared a special privileged passage for you. There's no need to line up. Please follow me. The person in charge had a soft voice and a respectful tone that made it sound like a spring breeze. And once he heard that there was no need to line up, Li Fan did light up. That's a good feeling. Who was on the side? Looked at Li Fan's somewhat dazed appearance and couldn't help but reconfirm Li Fan's identity as a male son. That kind of character really doesn't eat the fire of the earth, replenish energy. Such things should be all let the slaves to do. So never personally replenished himself, only to seem so strange. And this is certainly good news for him. It's a great time to be courteous, and watch the Dark Star make its way toward the VIP lane. The crowd that was lining up for the event could have a field day. Having strength is different. Straight away you don't even have to queue up. When are we going to get this kind of treatment? But, want that kind of treatment? Then I suggest casting a good one in your next life. It didn't take long. The Dark Star then followed that person in charge, as well as the station crowd, to the VIP access. Li Fan was about to study what this charging process was, when he was interrupted by an on the side. Brother Fan, you don't need to go down. Just let me do it, and patted his chest in a reliable manner. Right, Brother Fan, how much are you going to charge? Is it going to be filled directly? If it's full, the money I have on me might not be quite enough. I need you to give me the card for a bit. Levon was silent for a moment, and was willing to help, so naturally it was no problem. How much to charge, though, is a real problem. He currently only had 800 million cosmic coins left on him. 800 million. And I don't know how much I can charge. After thinking about it, Li Fan pulled out a card and handed it to him. Swipe it all. Charge as much as you can. Hear that? And instantly took the card and answered the call to head out towards the airship. He liked Li Fan's wealthy and generous demeanor. And the other end, on the periphery of the passageway, that person in charge, as well as all levels of the site, were lined up and ready to welcome the big man. At this moment, all of them, one by one, were holding their breath. They had thought about the possibility of it being a universe level or even a domain lord level, but they had never thought that it could be an immortal level. Even if it wasn't at the immortal level, the other party still had a wealth base that was comparable to the immortal level. The last time their site had greeted such a great man, I'm afraid it had to go back hundreds of years. And soon, Anne's figure then appeared in front of them. They weren't really surprised to see Anne. Usually the big shots would have their men come out. Rarely would they come out in person. May I ask Senior how much this is going to add? When the person in charge saw Anne coming down, He hurriedly just bumbled over to welcome him with a smiling face, and looking at the person in charge in front of him whose breath had already reached the shattered star level with such an attitude, and was really a burst of dark pleasure. Here, brush the light, and was pie-eyed and tossed the card to the man in charge. The person in charge who received the card was suddenly green-eyed at the moment. Brush the light? Is this going to fill right up? For an R-class ship to be filled, it would cost at least 50 billion cosmic coins, and if the kind that also had an attack system, it would even cost thousands, if not hundreds of billions of cosmic coins, even at the lowest $50 billion. That's a big bill. Immediately, the person in charge immediately arranged for the dark star to be recharged, but when the card was swiped, the person in charge froze. 800 million? 800 million in the card? It doesn't seem like you can charge much with this amount of cosmic coins, does it? And so it was. The person in charge hurriedly explained the situation to him. What? Only $800 million? You're not mistaken, are you? There's no misreading. Senior wouldn't have given the wrong card, right? Why don't you go back and ask? Go back and ask? No need. Must have accidentally taken the wrong one. Let's do it this way. Swipe mine first. I have 3 billion here. You charge a 8 billion first. When In was informed of the situation, he immediately judged that Li Fan had taken the wrong card, but going back to Li Fan to change his card looked a little bit not so good, so he was ready to offer his courtesy once more and help Li Fan advance a little bit first. This 3 billion is his entire fortune, accumulated for a long time, originally wanted to save to do a great thing, now this situation, so that he is ready to use it in advance. When Li Fan saw such sincerity on his part, his favor with him was bound to increase greatly. At that time, as long as he had a good relationship with Li Fan and climbed up the ladder, then he would not be far from soaring, and his cost, a mere $3 billion, was well worth it. The other end, the person in charge with the $8 billion was in a somewhat lost mood at the moment. An R-class ship that charges $8 billion? But the heart is lost. That must not be possible to show. After all, it was kind of worth it to see an R-class ship in person. Spin. Under the operation of the huge charging machine, the Dark Star's energy resupply began. In the Dark Star, Li Fan was also able to see the real-time growth of the Dark Star's energy. Energy has skyrocketed from less than 1%, all the way to 3%. 800 million charged to 7%. That's quite an expensive energy bill. Li Fan couldn't help the corner of his mouth from twitching at the moment. He also thought that 800 million smashed down, at least must be able to have a 20% up it. It turned out to be not even 10. This one, the Dark Star, is a real money-burning machine, and wait for the charge to finish, and also return to the Dark Star. In the first instance, and was the one who explained the situation to Li Fan. Brother Fan, you seem to have the wrong card. There's only 800 million in that card, but it's fine. I've advanced 3 billion for you. Brother Fan, I've been saving this 3 billion for nearly 100 years, and although it hurts when I swipe my card, I don't feel any pain at all when I think that it's for you. Brother Fan, to advance. An's eyes were sincere, and he looked as if he had a good relationship with Li Fan, and Levon listened to this. The heart jerked. Advance $3 billion? That is, and 7 points or so of energy. A full $8 billion? It only cost him $1 billion to buy Blue Star. Ahem. No, wrong card. I only have this much at the moment. You're 3 billion. When I destroy the Black Abyss Star Pirates, I'll make it up to you. Li Fan coughed lightly and said slowly, and hearing this, and froze slightly. It would be reasonable for Li Fan to not have much money on him if he was the type of male child who sneaked out. However, after hearing that Li Fan was really running to exterminate the Black Abyss Star Pirates, he was instantly at ease. After destroying the Black Abyss, let alone giving him $3 billion to make up for it, even if he didn't, he would be able to accept it. This oppression of employees, harming of living beings, the infamous Star Pirates, he had been putting up with it for long enough. As long as I can see the Black Abyss destroyed with my own eyes, what's a mere $3 billion? Van is too kind. Then, Brother Fan, let's go to the Black Abyss Star Pirate Corps headquarters now before it's too late. I know the exact location. I'll provide you with the coordinates. Chapter 185, Terrified Black Abyss Star Pirates. Yen Hitomi seconds. Leave the Energy Star. The Dark Star, under An's guidance, began to speed towards the location of the Black Abyss Star Pirates headquarters, and since the Dark Star's energy is currently being replenished, the current energy source is fully sufficient to support the completion of the space jump, so the speed of this advance can skyrocket. Just after 5 jumps, the Dark Star arrived near the planetary belt where the Black Abyss Star Pirates were located. The whole thing was not even a day's work. It still has to be an R-class ship. This space jump speed is outrageous, and it doesn't even need a buffer. Anne's heart at the moment was really shocked by the terrifying performance of the Dark Star once again. And at this moment, Li Fan's mind was all on the Black Abyss Star Pirates. The lair of the Black Abyss Star Pirates. Is that where it is? Leather Bear, put the Dark Star into submerge. Li Fan looked toward the immense meteorite continent in the distance. His eyes narrowed slightly, and then immediately let the Leather Bear enter a sneaking state. In its submerged state, the Dark Star will hide into the void without alerting the enemy. And Li Fan's intention was to appear in front of the Black Abyss Star Pirates unknowingly in case the other party escaped. There are many guards in the outer regions of the Black Abyss, but with a ship of our level sneaking past, the other side will definitely not be able to discover it, and could see Li Fan's thoughts and instantly added a message. And at this moment, the Black Abyss Star Pirates were clearly not aware of the danger that was coming. In the middle of the base hall, the Blackbeard King was still peacefully enjoying the ministrations of various maidens and indulging in tenderness. Not bad, not bad. When rewarded, a Centauri maiden, much to the satisfaction of the Blackbeard King. So the Blackbeard King picked up the young girl and was ready to start giving rewards, and say it's a bonus. The truth is simply torture. And before the Blackbeard King could make a move, outside the main hall, someone rushed in hurriedly. Not good. It's not good. Chief, it's not good. In response to such an interruption, the Blackbeard King's face instantly grimaced. What's the hurry? Can't you see I'm in the middle of an errand? However, this person was completely oblivious to the Blackbeard King's anger. Chief, we must hurry and escape. There's an R-class ship coming. It's right outside. This statement was made. The Blackbeard King's shocked face immediately became alarmed. What? An R-class ship? Immortal level powerhouses are here? You're not mistaken, are you? The Blackbeard King grabbed the man's collar and questioned. This person immediately said with renewed certainty, Headmaster, it's 1,000 times true. The deputy chief and the others are already preparing to start fleeing. After receiving the exact answer, Blackbeard King's entire body was like falling into an ice cellar. Escape? Can you escape? Those who came over in R-class ships, whether or not they were immortal-class powerhouses or other forces, were existences that were impossible for them to resist. If the distance was still far, they might have had a slight chance to escape, but it's all in your face. Isn't it delusional to try to escape? Immediately, the Blackbeard King organized his attire and immediately headed outside the Great Hall. All he could do now was pray that the other party had come with good intentions. And in the outside world at this time, the entire Star Pirate Corps was already a mess. An R-class ship? I'm not mistaken. It's over. It's over. Our regiment is gone. Run. How could you be targeted by such an existence? It's over. It's really over this time. Along with the sounds of panic from up and down the Star Pirates, the spaceships on the ground one by one began to lift off continuously, trying to escape, but it's obviously unlikely. Every ship that flew up was shot down by the Dark Star's laser weapons, and some of the more panicked ships didn't even have to be shot down. They themselves crashed into each other and staggered down due to maneuvering errors. It's just a photo op. The Black Abyss Star Pirate Corps base, which was still in good order, became a mess. And Li Fan, who was watching this scene on the Dark Star, didn't have any nonsense, and immediately started shouting, "Where is your leader? Tell him and all the regular Corps members to gather in the square. You have 3 seconds or I will leave no one alive." Li Fan had heard and say on the way that this Black Abyss Star Pirates had a large number of lower-level employees who were forcefully captured and forced to sign black contracts, as well as innocent young girls who were there to fulfill the Blackbeard King's bad taste. For these people, Li Fan did not intend to pay any attention. His main target, the official members of the Black Abyss Star Pirates. These official Corps members are the real culprits. The main wealth, of course, is in these Corps, and listening to Levin's transmission, the Blackbeard King didn't dare to have the slightest hesitation, and immediately called for the members of the troop to go up towards the central square. In today's situation, there might be a silver lining if they obeyed. If you don't listen, you're dead, and they are extremely efficient. Led by the Blackbeard King, several hundred members of the Black Abyss Star Pirates then converged on top of the square. Elders, spare your life. We, the Black Abyss Star Pirates, have just been established and have not done anything to harm the heavens. If Senior is looking at our troops' things, we are willing to offer them all, and only ask for our lives to be spared. The Blackbeard King was the first one to flop down and kneel down, tears and snot flowing all over his face. His appearance was obscene and at the same time, he carried a touch of pity. Such an appearance was a huge contrast to the tyrant from before, and with the Blackbeard King leading the way, the rest of the troop begged for mercy extremely quickly, and one by one, they began their own show of pain and tears. The other end. Looking at the appearance of the Blackbeard King as well as the group of troop members, many of the bottom-level employees all looked dumbfounded. These people who were usually fierce and vicious in front of them did not expect to be so weak and feeble at this moment. It makes sense. but it's a real relief to watch. This is too weak, isn't it? On the Dark Star, and watched the scene and couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. He thought that this Blackbeard King would at least struggle a bit, but it turned out that he didn't even have the courage to struggle. And naturally, Li Fan would not have any mercy for the Blackbeard King and the others begging for mercy. Yen pupil unleashed. Blink of an eye. The entire square then fell silent, and the Blackbeard King, as well as all the members of the troupe, were all wiped out of existence. Such a sudden scene really made him very shocked. He hadn't even reacted to what had happened. And the Blackbeard King and the others were dead? In response, his first thought was the backer behind Li Fan. It's definitely Li Fan's backer who made the move. And for the rest of those bottom feeders in the room, the scene makes perfect sense. An immortal level existence should have this kind of strength. Come on, help me collect the loot. Li Fan looked at it this time and slowly said, Chapter 186, 170 billion cosmic coins. Hearing Li Fan's words, who was still stunned, immediately reacted. Gotta go. And so it was. Immediately afterward, led Li Fan to the top of the square, and when those lower-level employees in the distance and the large group of teenage slaves looked at the two of them, all of them could not help but stare in disbelief. Many of them probably didn't know An, but they recognized the collar around An's neck very well. Isn't that the same ring as theirs? Who is that man? Is he the one who brought an immortal-level figure to save us? By the looks of it, it seems to be true. If it's not, to be reasonable, it's unlikely that an immortal-level character would come to a small Black Abyss Star Pirate Corps. Savior, does anyone know him? His identity is definitely not simple. I should have known to get on good terms with him. It doesn't seem that uncomplicated, does it? You guys, the way he treats the guy next to him, it's like he's a lapdog. That young man seems to be the one with an uncomplicated identity. Perhaps he is related to that immortal-level existence. I see the probability. This young man is his master. Asterisk 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 asterisk. To have such a master is really enviable as well. Yeah, I don't see anything wrong with being a lapdog. There was a lot of chatter in the crowd. The crowd began their own speculations about An and Li Fan's identity, and judging from how the two were getting along, they mostly treated An as a henchman or something like that, while Li Fan was speculated to be the heir of that immortal-level existence or something like that, and as a result, many people also couldn't help but cast envious glances at An. As for Li Fan, they didn't even dare to envy him. To be able to hook up with an immortal figure, one would have to be reincarnated several times to have that much of a chance. It's more practical to be a lapdog. Besides, Li Fan sighed. Li Fan searched the loot quickly, especially with An's assistance. In less than 15 minutes, all the wealth and assets of the Blackbeard King and the members of the group were pocketed by Li Fan. And when he was done scouring these people, his gaze couldn't help but sweep to these ships around him. Although the grade of these airships were said to be completely inferior to his Dark Star, they were not bad. At least cosmic navigation was completely fine. It should be worth a lot of money if you take it to sell, and if it was shipped back to Blue Star and handed over to Li Dubois and the people of Daxia, Blue Star's overall strength, and even its technological level, might see a big boost. So, don't want it for nothing. And so it was. Li Fan immediately asked Pi Bear to use the Dark Star to spatially fold all of these spaceships and pack them into the storage compartment. Soon, after a wave of operations, the Black Abyss Star Pirates, which had originally looked prosperous, was immediately left with a bare base and scattered, damaged spaceship wreckage, looking very desolate. Almost okay. Li Fan swept his eyes around the already worthless base again, and was finally satisfied and ready to leave, and prepare to leave on the occasion. Many young girls of different races as well as those lower-level employees all couldn't help but gather around. You can see it in their eyes. They really wanted to follow Li Fan, especially those maidens of different races. They were close to using the same thing they used to serve the Blackbeard King on Li Fan. But to this, Li Fan was completely unmoved. People have aspirations, and he clearly has none. On the other hand, and on the side was the opposite. He had quite an idea about these female attendants. Brother Fan, if these women were to be put up for auction, it would be a considerable amount of wealth, and frowned as he watched Li Fan prepare to leave. Hearing this, Li Fan was silent for a moment and shook his head. It wasn't that he was so noble that he couldn't see the money. He just simply didn't like to do such things. A gentleman loves money and takes it in the right way. Right now, after he finished scavenging the property of the Blackbeard King and the others, it was already enough for him to splurge for a period of time. It's 3 billion cosmic coins. The rest of these guys are yours if you want them. Also, my purpose has been accomplished. You can stop following me. Li Fan handed in a card at this time and said slowly. His purpose of finding An was to come here to the Black Abyss Star Pirates to earn a wave of extra money. Now that it was done, and naturally had no way of letting him follow. Even though An would always flatter him inexplicably these days, It was not a reason for Li Fan to continue keeping him around. Brother Fan? Hearing Li Fan's words, and was obviously a bit anxious. Brother Van, don't be like this. I'm a person without a father or mother. Looking at the universe, with no relatives, wandering alone in the Wushan seat for a large number of decades. Nothing else, but experience and insight is absolutely nothing to speak of. In the future, Brother Fan, you'll be able to avoid some dirty work when you're out in the field. So I can do all of these. And didn't want to leave behind this big leg in front of him. And facing in is a meal that barely stops to prove its worth. Li Fan was really just a tiny bit moved by the talk. When the Blue Star situation is dealt with, he was planning to spend some time in the center city of the Commonwealth. There, he could not only gain a deeper understanding of the Silver Dragon Federation and the entire cosmic civilization situation, but also provide a good environment for his inheritance tournament soon. It's nice to have someone to do the dirty work during this period. So after thinking about it, Li Fan just agreed. Back on the Dark Star, Li Fan didn't choose to go back to the Blue Star at first, but prepared to make another trip to the Energy Star. Right now he was already raiding a lot of wealth. It wasn't necessary to fully charge the Dark Star's energy, but a 50% charge was still possible. After all, he would need to use the Dark Star in the future, whether it was for long-distance cosmic voyages or ordinary exercise. As for why it's not necessary to fill it all up, that's obviously money for other purposes. The Legacy Tournament was filled with the best of the best, although he was now able to improve just by exercising. Time-wise, the rate of progress was still far from enough if he relied on exercise alone. He had to go and learn a cultivation method that suited him, as well as a higher-ranked martial art. And these things, as far as he knew, could be worth a lot of money. All in all, there is a lot of money to be spent in the future. But it's not a big problem. The universe was vast. As long as he was cautious, watched the right time and matched it with a certain disguise, his yen pupil could help him quickly accumulate wealth as well as opportunities. As long as he wasn't caught on the spot by some ridiculously strong people, he could escape to any corner of the universe in a puff of smoke on the Dark Star. And soon, Li Fan also tallied up the harvest this time. In pure cosmic coins alone, it's probably about 100 billion cosmic coins. Some of the other cultivation resources, magic weapons, if they were to follow the black market offerings in the cosmic virtual network, they would probably be worth about $70 billion. As for those airships, Li Fan thought about it and wasn't going to take them and sell them, but was going to leave them to Blue Star. He was the Lord of Blue Star. And Blue Star was also his homeland. He wanted from the bottom of his heart that Blue Star could grow stronger and stronger. So in summary, the harvest this time was about 170 billion cosmic coins. Chapter 187 Blue Star Changes. Preparing for the inheritance tournament. A few days passed. Li Fan then returned to the Blue Star. Compared to before Li Fan left, today's Blue Star has seen a huge change. First, the blue planet had already been laid down by the arriving Silver Dragon Federation guards, and a new Star Guard formation had been set up, and a cosmic virtual network had been opened up to the entire population. At the same time, the basic cultivation method was already popularized. Even the Earth's currency was transformed into the universe's common cosmic currency according to a certain proportion of value, and the previous secret realms are now just beginning to disappear one after another. According to Leather Bear, these secret realms are actually considered to be a test in the transition from many lower civilizations to primary civilizations, and are found in many lower civilizations. Some civilizations couldn't even hold back these secret beast tides before they were wiped out, and they simply couldn't last through the formal examination stage. And just because there are no more secret areas doesn't mean it's not conducive to cultivation. On the contrary, nowadays, with the intervention of cosmic yuan energy, cultivation has become easier instead. All in all, the people of the Silver Dragon Federation took care of everything, and so it is. Under the double benefits of these resources and the cultivation explosion, the entire blue planet is now in a frenzy of cultivation and traveling around the universe through the virtual network. Like Li Dugua Huanglan, the top powerhouses of Daxia, they were all in seclusion today. As for Livan, after returning, Li Fan found a manor with better privacy in Hang City to stay. If the airship was to be used, it would be left to Zhu Tianzheng for the time being. Zhu Tianzheng's talent, for the technology-type aspects of the more research, under his leadership, the Blue Star's technology, is bound to be able to have a very rapid breakthrough. And next, Li Fan was the first to challenge the Inheritance Tower. This time, he impacted the 9th floor very smoothly and managed to get the most common invitation, which was the qualification for the Legacy Tournament. It got stuck again at the 10th level though. According to Li Fan's judgment, if he wanted to pass the 10th floor, he would have to have the strength of a stepping star 6th stage at a high or low level. And was really quite shocked to learn that Li Fan had actually gotten the qualification for the Inheritance Tournament. The basic conditions to get the inheritance tournament were very harsh. Taking humans as an example, the age must not exceed 50 years old, and the strength must be at the level of the third stage of the stepping star in order to have a chance. And Li Fan's age, according to Li Fan himself, was actually really only in his early 20s. Don't look at him who looked like he was only in his 20s or 30s, but in reality, he was already in his early 100 years of age. The reason for staying young is also just cultivation to the point. The average treadstone level was already able to control changes in appearance at will. And Li Fan, who was in his early 20s and already had a treading star level 3. This level of talent was really a bit outrageous. To this, he could only comfort himself with the reason that Li Fan had a backer behind him and was from a great power. But since returning to the blue star, and he was a little puzzled. It seems like Li Fan is very attached to this blue star. They even found a woman to marry on the blue planet, as if they were natives of the blue planet. Even Levan had a pair of moms and dads. Levan's dad, who he'd even met. So in the past few days, he had already been doubting Li Fan's identity countless times. In the end, though, he was all but convinced by the presence of the dark star. It was because he still didn't believe that Li Fan would be a cosmic ultimate lucky guy who had gotten the chance to be an immortal level character. And for all of this, he could only understand it as whether Li Fan had any other secret plan of ambush, and needed to shelve this to get an identity to transition. And what supported this conjecture of his was the broken star protector formation that had intercepted him before. The reason why Li Fan was in disguise should have something to do with some secrets hidden on this planet. Of course, this was an area he had little interest in learning about. The secret of being missed by the immortal family. The more he learns, it basically means a quicker death. Time rolls around. 3 months, gone in a flash. 3 months on, the Blue Star humans were still obsessed with frantic cultivation, as well as exploring the outside world in the virtual network. Levan actually did. In his weekday life, he was either exercising and practicing or going to the cosmic virtual network to learn more about the universe as well as the inheritance tournament. Spending time with Gu Ling was only a matter of taking time out. However, this couldn't all be blamed on Li Fan, because Gu Ling was also very obsessed with the cosmic virtual network right now, and apart from exchanging walks with Li Fan, most of her time, she was soaking in the virtual network. Even Gu Ling had asked him for 1 billion cosmic coins, saying that she wanted to take them to invest in the project, although Li Fan thinks it is very unreliable, but after all, it is his daughter-in-law, so it is not a big deal to give $1 billion to spend to buy a lesson. And it's worth mentioning, and had been somewhat enamored with the beauty of the mountains and rivers as well as the humanity of the blue planet during this time, and had been traveling to all corners of the blue planet for the past 3 months. From his usual exchanges with Li Fan in the virtual network, it was as if his feelings for Blue Star were deeper than even Li Fan's. And again, Li Fan's realm nowadays had already been elevated to the 3rd step of the treading star level, and his level of battle power had also reached a level comparable to that of the 6th step of the treading star level under the frantic workout, and he had successfully passed through the 10th level of the inheritance tower. Such a rate of progress can be quite fast. However, Li Fan was not too happy about this. There's still about a year to go before the legacy tournament opens. If this keeps up, he'll at best be in the middle of the climb from the legacy tournament, with the top 3 inevitably out of reach. That was why Li Fan was already embarking on his journey to depart for Silver Dragon Center City. And for this first trip to the center city in reality, Li Fan was prepared to just take in with him. When he had thoroughly established himself in Silver Dragon Center City, he would then pick up the second old man, Gu Ling, and some of his close friends. Blue Star currently has the Silver Dragon Federation watching over it, so basically there won't be any security problems. He had relatively few worries if he traveled alone, and with the Cosmic Virtual Network, they could totally meet in the virtual network as well. Rolling eyes. 3 days passed. After Li Fan helped Li Dugua arrange some matters in Blue Star, he started the voyage to Silver Dragon Center City. Levan's next stop. It would be the inheritance tournament that brought together the entire Witch Mountain seat. Super geniuses from all clans. Chapter 188 Wild Battle Prairie Skill. Wushan Constellation. Tianlan Starfield. Somewhere in the cosmic space of the Silver Dragon system, the Dark Star was currently under the intelligent control of Pi Bear as it began to make its way towards Silver Dragon Center City. Li Fan, as well as An, were practicing in their own ways. 5707, 5708, 5709. In the gravity room, Li Fan was carrying 300,000 times the gravity in a devilish workout. As his strength had increased, the level of growth he was now experiencing during his workouts had increased with it. The fruitful gains gained from each exercise were all measured in stars now. And of course, the more the workout boost is enhanced, the more energy replenishment is needed. Despite his current strength, He was fully capable of absorbing the cosmic yuan energy in space, but relying on cosmic yuan energy alone would not be able to get replenished fast enough, and a more majestic energy source must be needed as it actually refers to energy stones. The original owner of the Dark Star had left behind quite a few energy stones, enough for Li Fan to consume for a while, but sitting on the sidelines wasn't a long-term solution. So after going to the Silver Dragon Center City, besides earning cosmic coins and cultivating a higher order, more suitable cultivation method for him, he needed to go and think of a way to tidy up some cultivation resources. As far as he knew, there were many bounty guilds in Silver Dragon Central City, as well as a number of interstellar reptilian organizations. A bounty guild is simple: the Gold Master releases a mission, others go to collect the mission, and when they complete it, they get a bonus. The Star Reptiles, on the other hand, is an organization that sells information. It was as if they were reptiles wandering around the corners of the universe, and wherever there was an opportunity out there, they were basically the first to know the news. Of course, the chances mentioned here are usually those that have already been discovered by others, and they are not responsible for whether or not they have been taken. They only provide information. If you're lucky, you'll have a very good chance of being in the queue for the chance, and the higher the grade of the reptile organization, the more reliable the information as well as the information, and naturally, the more expensive it is. Li Fan was, for the moment, curious about both programs, but what about the specifics? He was still prepared to go to the center city himself and learn about it firsthand before considering it. Rolling eyes. 5 days passed. The Dark Star was already not far from the Silver Dragon Center City after several space jumps. After so many years, I didn't expect to be here again. On the deck of the Dark Star, An looked at the huge point of light in the extreme distance, and a touch of emotion flashed across his face, and he immediately looked in the direction of the gravity room and murmured in a low voice, "Are all the rich second-generation people so desperate nowadays?" During this time, his realm was already regaining to the third stage of the treading star level. Originally, he wanted to take advantage of the break in cultivation to get closer to Li Fan again. As a result, once Li Fan practiced this, he directly stopped coming out, all day and night all in cultivation. This was not to mention getting close. He didn't even have a chance to meet Li Fan. Plus, Li Fan in the gravity room was now finishing his last set of workouts. "It's almost time to get out," Li Fan muttered to himself faintly. It was now only 2 days away from arriving at Silver Dragon Center City, and it would soon be approaching the outer planetary belt where the ships were off the denser side. At this distance, he was going to change ships. The Dark Star is a bluff, but it comes with great risk, so he wasn't going to expose the Dark Star's existence too much. Tap the Properties panel. Name, Li Fan. Level, Treadstone Level 3, 82. 8%. Strength, 3650. 4 star. Defense, 3568. 1 stars. Spirit, 3499. 8 stars. Now, under Li Fan's devilish workout, the value of his fleshly body was already enough to be comparable to an average Treadstone rank 7. Of course, in a real fight, relying on his physical body alone, he shouldn't be a match for the 7th stage of the Treading Star rank for the time being. It was because these cosmic cultivators, who had generally practiced the cultivation laws, could often burst out with a strength that exceeded their own by a large margin under the blessing of the cultivation laws. Replace it with a D-class ship scavenged from the Black Abyss Star Pirates. Li Fan was then heading towards Silver Dragon Center City within 2 days later. The silhouettes of the two of them then appeared on one of the main roads of Silver Dragon Center City. It was similar to the Silver Dragon Center City seen on the virtual network. People came and went on the streets. People of all races. The only difference was that the crowd was not as dense as in the virtual network. Soon, introduced and led by An, Li Fan then rented an apartment in the center city and settled down. Immediately afterward, Li Fan also hoofed it to the major bounty guilds. Overall, these current guild quests were not the right ones for him. Bounties of the tens of billions and hundreds of billions kind, cosmic at every turn. And he, a star treader, could only take on small tasks that were a few $100 million. For him, this bounty was just not worth the time. He then went on to visit several astro-reptilian organizations as well. Opportunity messages. 2 are graded. The prices of the chances of stepping star levels were around several billion to $10 billion. He couldn't look at this level of chance. And news of shattered star level, universe level chances were basically priced in the tens and hundreds of billions. Price-wise, for the time being, Li Fan was still somewhat less than acceptable. Of course, it's not completely unacceptable. It just means that the information is not 100% reliable. Still have to bring up the strength. Li Fan returned to his apartment and muttered faintly to himself. For the time being, he still had enough cultivation resources to last for a while, so there was no need to be too anxious about making money. Immediately, Li Fan immediately opened the virtual network and entered the largest cultivation law exchange in Silver Dragon Center City. Here, there were all sorts of cultivation methods to choose from, and all of them were clearly priced. Since it's in a virtual network, there's no need for staff guidance either, so you can just pick and choose on your own with a lot of freedom. Not unlike the separate feats on the blue planet according to the various talent types. In the universe, the categories of cultivation laws were much more complex, with 3,000 great laws, each of which had a whole bunch of cultivation laws, and among the 3,000 great avenues, there was no distinction between high and low, and any kind of great avenue could achieve the peak of the universe. Li Fan's fleshly body was heaven-defying, and the first thing he considered was naturally the aspect of the avenue of force. The avenue of force was one of the initial avenues of the universe, and could be said to be one of the more common, if not the most common, avenues in the universe, and the number of cultivation laws was naturally even more vast. Li Fan did some sifting and browsing. A cultivation law came into his eyes. The Berserk Battle Prairie Skill. Chapter 189, Silver Dragon Dueling Arena. In the preview video of this practice, a very lurid piece of simulated battle footage can be seen, only to see a terrifying cosmic giant fighting with dozens of enemies of the same realm. The battle scene was appalling. When the giant swung his fist, it was like lava, like a meteor, full of overbearing huge power, but at the same time, it was also carrying an unparalleled high temperature. The heat of the wind from every punch the giant throws can easily destroy stars. Overall, this cultivation method is really overbearing. As far as Li Fan was concerned, he still preferred this kind of frontal, hard-hitting, domineering and overpowering fighting style. The price is just a bit too much though. As a sector master level cultivation method, the price tag on it was 4 trillion cosmic coins. At this price, even if he killed the current Li Fan, he wouldn't be able to shell out. But the good thing is, it can be staged. This Berserk Battle Prairie skill was divided into 9 layers. The first 3 layers could support his cultivation to the cosmic level, and it's only 130 billion cosmic dollars, compared to other Realm Lord level cultivation methods, which could easily be staged for 500 billion universe coins. It was already a very good deal. After replenishing the Dark Star's energy last time, along with the recent expenses for renting a room, he now had over 140 billion cosmic coins on him. If he bought this cultivation method, he would still have more than 10 billion cosmic coins left on him. Gritting his teeth, Li Fan did not hesitate and immediately decided to buy the first 3 floors. And the purchase is simple. The purchase can be done directly online. Receiving it, though, requires a personal delivery from the exchange side. And the exchange wasn't too far from the apartment where Li Fan lived. 10 minutes after successfully paying for the order, the exchange staff then delivered the goods to your door. Delivered to Li Fan's hand was a golden jade slip engraved with an exclusive code. According to the staff, you only need to enter the string of code when entering the virtual network to permanently unlock the first 3 levels. Although Li Fan didn't understand why it was so troublesome, he was still very satisfied with the delivery efficiency anyway. Subsequently, Li Fan clicked on this Berserk Battle Prairie skill. Note, the Berserk Battle Prairie skill is a cultivation method created by the Golden Torch King when he was in the Realm King realm, and the Golden Torch King made his fortune in the Red Inferno Star realm of the Wushan constellation. Beginning. An introduction to the author of this practice is shown. Li Fan was a little surprised that the author of this cultivation method was now a king-level immortal, but it makes sense when you think about it. Someone who could create such a terrifyingly overbearing cultivation method was bound to have an impossibly low qualification, and it would be very reasonable to achieve immortality. Subsequently, Li Fan then began to close his mind to comprehend this cultivation method. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. Li Fan had already basically comprehended the first layer. He was also the one who finally realized why the first 3 layers of this cultivation method's installment payments were cheaper than other Realm Master level cultivation methods. Because the first 3 layers of this Gong method, the theoretical aspect, the need for perception aspect was not that difficult. What was needed most was actual combat. Crazy actual combat. To comprehend in battle. Like the name of this cultivation method, it requires berserk fighting, and it's still very simple to get real. Li Fan immediately opened the virtual network, selected the Star Fighting Arena, and started matching. Battles in virtual networks can simulate reality almost 100%, so they are almost a substitute for real battles. And here, the virtual network could also match opponents with similar strength levels for his strength. It was clearly the best choice for Li Fan to train here. But just as Li Fan was waiting for his matching opponent to arrive, his eyes were drawn to a sign in the corner. In the same city, Silver Dragon Dueling Arena. The weekend will witness the duel between Mountain Monster and Golden Cloud. Exciting moments not to be missed. About the dueling grounds, Li Fan had also heard from an. This is a very hot entertainment venue in Silverton Center City. The mode of operation. mainly by some consortium power, signing some specific realm extremely terrifying players, representing the consortium to duel. During the duel, the field will be open for winners and losers, and anyone but the players themselves can place a bet. Simply put, it can be understood as a mega casino with a dueling gimmick. Of course, in addition to the consortium forces, other people can also fight as free agents, and there will be a certain amount of appearance fee for each fight, and also a share of 1/10,000th of the dividends in the gambling board. Most people, though, will still basically go after signing with the consortium, because if a free agent goes, there's no heat, and the organizers won't schedule opponents with heat. This way the number of people placing bets will also become few and far between. So for one fight, it's just an appearance fee, hard-earned money, but it's not impossible to go as a free agent if you have to. It's a matter of simmering, of being amazing enough to slowly build up your popularity from one fight to the next. When the popularity is high, the appearance fees will be high and the money on the plate will become more. In the end, though, there is still no escaping the consortium forces, because once you're famous, you'll be seen by the syndicate powers. Faced with the temptation offered, most free agents would have opted to sign. Such things have been commonplace for a long time. Rather, we can try to have some fun in the Silver Dragon dueling arena, being able to fight and make an extra buck at the same time. Li Fan rested his cheeks in contemplation and silently made a decision. He had just over 10 billion cosmic coins on him now. It can take a while, but it's a lot of sitting around. If you can make a little extra money, it's a really good place to go. Afterward, Li Fan immediately exited the star fighting arena and tapped on the interface of the Silver Dragon dueling arena. Just clicked. The image in front of Li Fan's eyes then turned into an interview area in the Silver Dragon dueling arena. In front of him was a middle-aged man with gold-framed glasses and a svelte face. "Hello sir, welcome to the Silver Dragon dueling arena. I'm the service staff of the dueling arena, number 925. May I ask if you need help?" the middle-aged man said in a respectful tone. Li Fan, on the other hand, opened the door. "I want to sign up for the dueling arena." "Okay, that'll get you set up. Please be brief with the information." It didn't take long. Li Fan signed up with no problem. And Li Fan also gave himself a code name. Berserk Battle. That's right. This side of the dueling arena does not propose that players use their real names, and generally use code names. The main reason for this is the fear that some fanatical gamblers will be so enraged after losing that they will directly and secretly lay hands on the players outside the arena. Such tragedies have happened many times before. Through the virtual network, Li Fan noticed that the dueling arena now had many players who were idle. So right away, he was ready to test the waters at the treadstone level field. However, just as Li Fan was about to choose his entrance, he received a message from an "Brother Van, I'm not done with this yet, so it might be a while before I can come back." Seeing this message, Li Fan immediately replied back. Some time ago, after bringing Li Fan to familiarize himself with Silver Dragon Center City, and was saying that he was going to meet an old acquaintance and take care of something, a long time has passed, and it still hasn't come back yet. Looking at this news, and is probably not going to be able to return for a while. I don't think so, but it's not a big problem. Li Fan's current situation in the center city is already relatively well understood, and for the time being, there is not much need for an. Immediately, Li Fan's gaze then continued back to the dueling arena. Chapter 190 First Battle. Instantly crushed. The battles in the Silver Dragon dueling arena are also largely online, and the entire dueling arena, roughly divided into Apprentice level arena, Stepping Star level arena, and Shattered Star level arena. On top of that, for the time being, there is none, at least the Silver Dragon dueling arena wasn't, an existence of that level, even if one looked at the universe, would be considered a party of powerhouses. Unless it's one of those mega top-tier dueling arenas, it's unlikely to be at that level, and each of the three fields, the number of people watching and placing bets was exceptionally high. Of these, the Shattered Star field in particular is the most populated. The reason is also very simple. The stronger the strength, the more exciting the battle, the less likely to have that kind of crushing victory. Very test when placing bets on their own research judgment of the players. What Li Fan had signed up to participate in was the Treadstone level field. Tap on the Treadmill level field. Li Fan appeared in the next second in the backstage of a huge fighting arena's preparation. In the whole backstage, he was the only one. "Berserkers, you are making your first appearance. Your current appearance fee is 50,000 cosmic coins. Your appearance fee will change with the number of victories you have. Currently your pool is 0 and the split is 1 in 10. 000. 10 minutes before your appearance, we will show the audience your base and the pool will officially open. Will you start matching opponents now?" Before Li Fan could even start operating, a prompt for the Silver Dragon dueling arena popped up in front of him. Looking at the prompt, Li Fan nodded slightly. His current appearance fee is 50,000 cosmic dollars. The price wasn't very high, but it was actually reasonable, and he was perfectly fine with it. After all, his current strength on paper was a Treadstone level 3, which was an inferior level when placed in the entire Treadstone level field. Immediately, Li Fan let out a deep breath and immediately chose to start matching opponents. After a few minutes, the dueling arena matched Li Fan with an opponent of a comparable realm. However, after a successful match, the duel didn't start right away, but had about 10 minutes of preparation time. This time period allows both duelists to see the real-time numbers in their pools of money change. Li Fan's current pool of money, that is, the one that pressed him to win. The current one was 200 million cosmic coins, and it was already starting to go up a bit. There's one to say, that's just a little low, because taking 1/10,000th of it would leave him with only 20,000 cosmic coins in hand, which was less than even his appearance fee. And naturally, the reason why it was so low was because he was a newcomer. After all, few people would pay a lot of money to bet on a newcomer to win, but Li Fan didn't particularly care about that. Coming to this dueling arena, his primary purpose was to master the Berserk Battle Prairie skill, and making money was only incidental. Soon, 10 minutes passed, with a countdown to the end. Next, Li Fan appeared in the Colosseum. Looking around, the audience that came to see it was sparse and not a lot, roughly just a few tens of thousands of people. As a giant Colosseum that can hold 1 million people, this is a very, very small number. The reasons are naturally self-evident. Neither of the dueling parties had much of a reputation. Both sides of this duel, it seems, are newcomers. I wonder what the situation is. The introduction shows that all of them are only at the 3rd step of the star level, so there's not much to see, but it should be good to pass the time. Who are you guys betting on? I'm going for Berserk Battle. I feel that he's pretty crazy with that name. His strength should be okay. The rookier the person, the more fancy the name. I pressed the one called Blue Eagle anyway, and by the sound of the name, I guess it's still a girl in reality. I also pressed the Blue Eagle, simply because I think the name is good. Anyway, the pressure is not much. As entertainment. By the way, old brothers, recently our dueling arena there are no super new top seedling My partner asked me to buy a C-class airship, or not to let me in her air. I would like to find a chance to wrestle not old brother. Love seed C-class airships can be $10 billion to start. Really can't change a Dow couple. Or buy a batch of slaves can be. Yeah, well, with that kind of money, you might as well buy a slave planet. Audience. At this moment a burst of discussion rang out. Very noisy, and eyes to the field. Li Fan's opponent, Blue Eagle, was a young man whose appearance looked very handsome, but with 2 purple horns on his head, he didn't look very human. In a dueling arena, not only will a player use a codename for their name, but they will also basically not use their original appearance. But any more changes in appearance don't usually change the race as well. For example, Li Fan's current appearance had also undergone some alterations, but it still looked like the image of a human youth. Soon, the battle was imminent. Die! The opponent, Blue Eagle, shouted sternly at this moment, and a pitch-black halberd violently appeared in his hand. The halberd waved, bringing up a terrifying wind, and slashed violently towards Li Fan with a terrifying aura. And in the face of the halberd that came splitting, Li Fan clenched his fists, and a touch of blazing heat began to rise slowly. This was none other than the Berserk Battle Prairie skill, but compared to the Golden Torch King in the video, that's naturally not even close. Is this one called Berserker not going to hide? It's true, the crazier the name, the more vegetable the strength. I guess he didn't react. A newcomer is a newcomer, still not used to the rhythm of the dueling arena. Throw! I pressed for Berserkers, but luckily not by much. In the audience, all of them could not help but shake their heads as they watched Li Fan's tightly clenched fists without any movement, especially the group of people who had pressed Li Fan to win. All of them were glad that they had not pressed much. This is a dish that doesn't even have the ability to react. How can this be played? But the next second, this group of people just smacked their lips and were stunned on the spot, because at this moment, although the Blue Eagle's body was maintaining a chopping position, his head had already been blasted into pieces, turning into a mass of blood mist, and his entire body was slowly beginning to dissipate. Just one photo op. Li Fan then achieved an overwhelming victory, and they didn't even get to see the battle in progress. Ha! I'll go. This. Almost all of the faces of the people at the scene were shocked beyond belief, stunned by the strength displayed by Li Fan, but the gasps of surprise didn't last long. After all, players like this one popped up in the dueling arena from time to time, but many of them were short-lived and unsustainable. Truly horrible super newcomers that will stand the test of time. Berserkers win. As the results rang out on the dueling field, This duel was officially over, and Li Fan also exited the Coliseum, and also at the moment of exiting, Li Fan received a message that the funds had arrived. The money share plus the appearance fee is less than 100,000 cosmic dollars. This strength is still too weak and doesn't have much of a training effect. Backstage, it was clear that Levant wasn't very happy with Blue Eagle as an opponent. It couldn't be helped that his strength was now comparable to the 7th stage of the star treading, and existences at the same realm as him weren't challenging in any way. It still seems like you need to boost up your wins more if you want to match up with stronger opponents. Immediately, Li Fan immediately started the next duel. Chapter 191, The Direction of Their Respective Development. Crazy Decisions. Next, Levant had a hearty 10 consecutive victories. In the dueling arena, 10 consecutive victories wasn't bad for a newcomer, but it wasn't overly amazing. However, Li Fan had also quickly accumulated some minor fame by virtue of his domineering and overpowering fighting style, where he resolved his opponents with a single punch the entire time. The amount of the capital pool, from the 200 million at the beginning, was already up to about 20 billion, and even the appearance fee came to 500,000. That's all for today. After completing his 11th consecutive victory, Li Fan did not continue the duel and chose to temporarily withdraw. While practicing the cultivation method through battle was important, you couldn't leave cultivation behind. And of course, your family. After exiting the dueling arena, it was through the virtual network that Li Fan opened a family gathering with Li Dugua Huanglan and Gu Ling. Chatting during the course of the conversation, Li Dugua Huanglan's strength had also seen a surge after this retreat, aided by the cultivation explosion, especially Li Dugua. His realm had directly arrived at the 4th level of the treading star level, but it's normal when you think about it. Li Dugua's talent was actually very strong as well, and it wasn't too much of a stretch to even say that it was the strongest genius in Blue Star. As for her mother, Huang Lan, she had now arrived at the 2nd stage of the treading star rank. It's not as good as Li Daigua, but it's still very good. During the chatting process, they couldn't help but be interested in the dueling arena even after learning that Li Fan was currently practicing in the Silver Dragon dueling arena. So simply, the second oldest chose to sign up for the race as well, and Levant had no objection at all to this. After all, this dueling arena doesn't reveal one's true identity, and it's basically risk-free since it's a fight in a virtual network. Afterwards, Li Fan also talked to them about the inheritance tournament. The two old men were also very curious about this, and their enthusiasm was so high that they were ready to go and participate in the process when the time came. But the two old men were only attending with an attitude of entertainment. In their view, the universe was vast and full of talents, and it was basically impossible for them to make it to the end. All in all, the second old man is still favoring laying flat as before. Plus Gu Ling. Gu Ling's current strength was also already impacted to the saint level. Her main preoccupation right now, however, was not on cultivation. Last time, since Li Fan had given her 1 billion cosmic coins, it had only been a short period of less than a month, and she had already managed to make a profit of 500 million cosmic coins. This was undoubtedly a great surprise to Li Fan. He never expected that Gu Ling would have a good economic mind. Moreover, listening to his mother Huanglan, Gu Ling was also studying very hard this time to learn something about cosmic economics, often looking at it for days. Gu Ling's mind was also simple. Cultivation is impossible for her to catch up with Li Fan. Now she happens to have a little bit of economic acumen, then develop it properly. And in the future, even if she can't be of great help, she can help Li Fan to take care of the rear. And apart from Gu Ling as well as the two old men, Li Fan also got together with Lu Qilai, Ma Xiu, Ning Zhenzhen, Di Yun, and Bo Jun. Along with entering the universe, these old friends, too, now have their own endeavors. Like Bo Jun as well as Di Yun, the two of them were already leaving the Blue Star and heading to other regions of the Silver Dragon system to practice, wanting to see the wider world of the universe. Instead, Ruzilii Ningzhenjin and the others were planning to go find a big, prosperous planet to open a small store and live a comfortable life. Rolling eyes. A month had already passed. For a month, Li Fan basically went to the dueling arena every day to have 7 or 8 duels, while the rest of the time he was practicing and exercising, as well as accompanying his family. Now, his record in the Silver Dragon dueling arena had come to 271 wins and 10 losses, a very high win rate. Among the newcomers to the stepping star level, one could say that they are little up-and-comers. Currently, the number of people in the Coliseum could reach hundreds of thousands for each duel. His appearance fee was already at 3 million cosmic coins, and the amount in his money pool each time lately was at the minimum of the 100 billion level, and if his opponent was also a bit famous, it could even reach the large several hundred billion level. Nowadays, he is already in the ranks of the hot newcomers, and is vaguely trending towards the super newcomers. In the dueling arena channel, there were already quite a few forces throwing olive branches towards him. Levon went on to find out more about this as well. Overall, the conditions offered are indeed very attractive, but there are simply still too many restrictions. He wasn't too keen on going for this kind of overbearing contract, so he didn't agree to it and remained a free agent. Plus the strength. After a month of hard work, his realm, he had already managed to break through the Treading Star Grade 4th stage, and his fleshly body value was comparable to the Treading Star Grade 8th stage. That Berserk Battle Prairie skill was also already successfully cultivated to the 2nd layer, but wanting to touch the 3rd layer was still a long way off. Not seeing any hope at all, he had to have more battles, more evenly matched battles. But even if you don't get to the 3rd level, at that moment, just 2 layers were also causing his battle power to soar. Even though his realm was only at the 4th step of the stepping star level now, his battle power was already completely comparable to some practitioners at the 9th step of the stepping star level. This 3rd layer is still slow to comprehend. Only 7 or 8 times a day is still far from enough. One must fight more intensively. Li Fan stepped out of the cultivation room, his eyes flashing with a dash of impulse. As he studied this Berserk Battle Prairie skill deeper and deeper, he became more and more obsessed with this cultivation method, and, in turn, became more curious about the higher levels of content. He didn't doubt it for a second. If we can successfully integrate this 3rd level, even with his current physical strength, he could still manage to match the existence of a shattered star level. It's that bossy. However, if you want to break through, the current 7 or 8 duels per day are simply too much of a regimen. So to that, Li Fan had a crazy decision in his mind at the moment. He decided to push his limits. 24 hours a day, non-stop fighting, win or lose, as many fights as you can. Quantitative changes cause qualitative changes. Enough battles would inevitably allow his perception of the 3rd layer to skyrocket. And at this time at the Silver Dragon Dueling Arena headquarters, inside a private conference room, does Lord City Lord have any orders for visiting our Silver Dragon Dueling Arena? Just being entrusted. Are there any better seedlings in your dueling arena? And then the best realm is at the stepping star level? There are. But basically they've been signed by some consortiums. Our dueling arena isn't very good at making claims. I wonder what Lord City Master wants these people for. Don't ask what you shouldn't. Consortium or not. You don't need to pay attention. Just give me the list. I'll figure out the rest. Chapter 192, 100 games in a single day. Complete madness. Silver Dragon Dueling Arena. In a coliseum that can hold 5 million people at once. At this moment there were more than 1,300,000 people watching this upcoming duel online through the virtual network. Berserk Battle vs. Flying Dragon. This duel today is bound to be quite exciting. Flying Dragon, I know. The 2nd formation figure of the Flowing Spirit Group's Star Treading Group. Very strong. Who is this Berserk Battle? How have I heard of it? Good guy. Berserk Battle you don't know? A very popular newcomer lately. Very strong. The main fighting style is very dominating. Punching to the bone. Berserker's fights are really nice to watch, and his strikes are thunderous, but due to the fact that his realm is still not high enough, and he is only at the 4th step of the Treading Star rank, I don't think he will be a match for the 6th step of the Treading Star rank of the Flying Dragon, compared to a veteran son like Flying Dragon. Berserk is indeed still close, but I don't think it's that simple for Flying Dragon to win. The discussion in the audience was very lively. In the preparation area, Li Fan's pre-match data for this duel was floating in front of his eyes. The current number of online viewers stood at close to 1,400,000, and his pool of money, that is, the ones that pressed for him to win, currently came to 900 billion. Both the number of viewers and the pool of money broke his previous record. Unsurprisingly, he would be able to obtain close to 100 million cosmic coins whether he won or lost this one. And the main reason for this, apart from his own accumulated popularity, is also the fact that the heat of his opponents this time is also very good. But Li Fan currently doesn't care about how many people are watching and how much money he can make. He had only one thought in his head right now. That's fight. Soon. The battle was imminent. The opponent this time, the Flying Dragon, was a stone rock race. The whole body was made up of dense and tough special stones, and the fighting style was almost the same as Li Fan. That is, relying on the physical body, and the opponent to start a close quarters battle. In the past, he had relied on his terrifying melee ability to crush one opponent after another. But this time, facing Li Fan, who also used his physical body and excelled in melee combat, he could not be said to have any advantage at all. Again taking punches from each other, Li Fan stood firm, unharmed, but he was in pain, showing his teeth and shaking. After just 2 rounds of straight punches against the punch, Li Fan then beat this Flying Dragon into a pile of rotten rocks. This battle, which the audience had been waiting for, came to a quick conclusion. Such a scene, let people smack their lips at the same time, is also instantly lit the whole field. Cheers resounded throughout the Colosseum, because they are witnessing the rise of a super newcomer. In fact, Flying Dragon's strength is not weak. Powerful physical body coupled with good fighting skills. Cross-stage fighting the general treading star 8th stage is not a problem at all. Or else it is impossible to be able to fight some fame in this Silver Dragon dueling arena. And just as the battle ended, as many people began to leave the virtual network one after another, many of the people who had followed Li Fan's movements immediately received a pop-up message. That's when Li Fan's next fight is about to begin. According to their previous understanding of Li Fan, the number of battles that Li Fan fought in a day was around 7 or 8, and at most, it would not exceed 10. But today was already the 16th battle that Li Fan had fought. Originally thought that the one just now would be Li Fan's last one today, but I didn't expect that there would actually be more, which was undoubtedly a surprise for the audience who appreciated Li Fan. But they don't know that. They're surprises, and that's just beginning. Immediately after, overtime, Levon's 20th game of the day, 30th game, 40th game, 50th game. Li Fan was like a machine that knew no fatigue, and after finishing one battle, he immediately started the next one. And most outrageous of all, with such intensive battles in one day, Li Fan's victory rate actually managed to remain super high. A total of 73 fights have been played so far, and there has not been a single loss for the time being, with a complete 100% win rate. Nowadays, Li Fan's average number of viewers per game now also came to close to 2 million. Even if the opponent's reputation is not very high, there are 700,000 to 800,000 people in the arena watching, and among them, many of them came here because Li Fan fought too often while having an exaggerated victory rate. Soon, as Li Fan continued to fight, he had his 100th battle of the day, 100 games in a single day. This statistic was already breaking the Silver Dragon dueling arena's record for the number of appearances in a single day. And it's because of this crazy move, the number of people watching the game on site began to skyrocket, jumping to more than 5 million people, and it continued to soar. The huge crowd that surged in was also causing the Colosseum scene to change into a $10 million mega field. I heard someone fought 100 duels in one day. Is that so outrageous? I also heard from a friend. Immediately came online to see the fun. Which person is so outrageous? 100 games in a single day. Is he a machine? Here. It's the one down there called Berserker. Seems like he's still a newbie. Holy. 100 fights in a single day. Is he crazy? Fighting 24 hours a day? Mama. This guy looks a bit fierce. Hard to carry the other party's attack. Forced to kill to the close body. Not even a hint of dodge idea. This flesh strength is too outrageous. This fighting style, it's really domineering. And he doesn't seem to be relying purely on his physical body. Look at his fists. Every time he throws a punch, it brings up a burst of fiery meteors. It looks as if it's some sort of special cultivation method. This is too strong, isn't it? The information says that it seems like he's only at the Treading Star rank 4. But is this really the kind of combat power that the Treading Star rank 4 can have? Terror. It's too terrifying. If I were to get plastered by this guy, I'm afraid I'd be instantly punched to death. Asterisk. That punch feels so good to watch. It's been a long time since I've seen such a dominating fighting style. Cut. To put it nicely, it's overbearing. To put it bluntly, it's bulky. This kind of way, but where encountered that kind of body strong. The battle is also high opponents. Pure can only be a target. To me, this guy is a rash. A single day to fight 100 games. Pure as the brain is a little bit not very good. I beg to differ. I've been watching him for a longer time. This Berserk battle isn't bulky. He's simply not trying to hide. But anyone who's seen him fight before wouldn't say like bulky. If you ask me, it's more like he's exercising to sense something. But, what's the point of analyzing? This guy has such a high winning percentage. So hurry up and place your bets. Okay? Not to say big profit. Small profit is absolutely no problem. Inside the Colosseum, there was an uproar. And everyone's points of discussion almost all converged on Li Fan's body. It didn't take long. 1 by 1, 10 by 10. The number of online viewers soon exceeded 10 million. The Colosseum level is also turning out to be a $50 million mega. And in the meantime, Li Fan also managed to achieve 100 consecutive victories for the day. And, Li Fan didn't seem to have any thoughts of stopping. As soon as it was over, he was opening the next duel. Such a scene. It also caused the audience to boil again. And the crowd that poured into the arena was getting bigger and bigger, with no sign of stopping. And for that matter, it quickly drew the attention of the senior management of the Silver Dragon dueling arena, as well as the major consortia. Chapter 193, Consortium Madness. Silver Dragon City Lord. What? A field of 10 million people has appeared in the Treadstone level field? Can it be that it's an appointment arranged by those big consortiums? But it seems there's no such record, right? What? A free man? He played 100 games in a single day? And it's a 100-fight streak? And he's continuing to fight? Still a newbie? In the Silver Dragon dueling arena. After the executives learned of the situation on LeFan's side, all of them were shocked and rushed over immediately. A 10 million spectator field is usually only found at the Shattered Star level. It's almost impossible to get this much attention in the treadmill class, except for the limited number of those star players. Now, LeFan was the one who had broken this record hard while his opponent was not a star player. This undoubtedly immediately aroused the high level of attention, especially upon hearing that LeFan was still a newcomer. That's even more important. Apart from the fact that the dueling arena needs those star players to keep the heat on, it's even more important to keep the constant input of newcomers. Otherwise, the audience is very easy to visual fatigue. And if the long term are the same group of players, the audience for the strength of these players can have a general judgment. Before the fight, you can predict almost the result, which will seriously affect the audience's betting rate. And live on. Already today it has the potential to be a super rookie. For such a good seed, the dueling arena that was bound to be very important. Other than that, the future publicity is definitely going to be pretty good. And aside from the fact that the top side of the dueling arena was rattled, many consortiums were also stunned by LeFan's 100 consecutive victories in a single day, as well as the exaggerated figures of 10 million games. Boss, something big has happened. There's a super newcomer in the Treading Star arena. 100 consecutive wins in a single day. And the number of viewers is already over 10 million. He's also a free agent. What? 10 million online viewers at the treadmill level? Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and grab someone. Your Highness, the latest news. There is a madman in the dueling arena. 100 fights in a single day. And he is still fighting. Here is the data chart. Hiss. A star treading 4th rank can hard kill a star treading 9th rank? This is a bit of a supermodel. Hurry up and draw up a big contract. We must take this person down. He's a money tree. My lord. There's big news at the Star Stomping Ground. And the gossip is that the Blue Cloud Mansion and the Killer Syndicate have all started to act, so we may have to make a move as well. Is he? We seem to have looked for him before, but he ignored us. At that time I thought it was pretentious, but I didn't realize that he really has 2 brushes. Hurry up and send me a copy of the top salary contract. I have to go in person on this trip. Ha? My lord. You're going in person and getting a top salary contract? This has to be approved by the higher-ups, right? Well, let's bet on it. I'll bet that he can have such exaggerated battle power even when he reaches the Shattered Star level. On the upper side, I'll find a way to convince. So let's act first. With the major consortia in action, the number of meeting requests in LeFan's virtual network just shot up all of a sudden. And every application prompt was labeled with which power consortium it came from. Some are even more outrageous, and they simply indicate the resources they can give on the application. Almost every one of them can make ordinary people look at them to the extent that they can't walk on their legs. Obviously, in the face of interest, the motivation of these consortia is far beyond imagination. However, in response to these consortiums' invitations, nowadays, LeFan could be said to have no time to care. Prepare for the indoor. LeFan's mind was at the moment constantly recalling the battle just now as well as the 3rd level of the Berserk Battle Prairie skill. Not enough. Still not enough. LeFan closed his eyes and sank his breath, frowning slightly. Although he had fought more than 100 battles today, he was still slow to touch the threshold of the 3rd layer. He had to fight more, with more intensity. Then again, he wasn't without reward. Today's high-intensity battles throughout the day had at least caused his close combat skills to receive a not-so-small boost. Inside a private conference room at the headquarters of the Silver Dragon dueling arena, a middle-aged man with glasses and an elegant look handed a piece of information to the man in front of him with the highest status in Silver Dragon Center City, the Silver Dragon Center City Lord. This information was exactly the information presented about all the top Tread Star level players in the dueling arena. The Silver Dragon City Lord took the information. In the next second, videos about the battles of the major players surfaced in the void. The man looked at the Silver Dragon City Lord's expressionless, even somewhat indifferent face, and in his heart, he was already able to arrive at some judgment. These players, all of them, should not have been looked at by the Silver Dragon City Lord. As expected, after putting down the information, the Silver Dragon City Lord said, "It's all almost meaningless. You should be quite familiar with the Heavenly Infant dueling arena on the side of the Haoyan 7-Star Alliance. Help me to contact that side." Hear that? The man didn't dare to hesitate and hurriedly responded, "Okay, I'll get in touch." And just then, a butler-like man rushed in hurriedly outside the door. "Chairman, over at Chic Blue Group." Before the butler could finish his words, he was frightened to shut his mouth by the man's warning face. as well as the Silver Dragon City Lord sitting on the side, and then hurriedly prepared to exit. Lord City Lord, I'm really sorry. This subordinate of mine is a bit uneducated. The man hurriedly revealed a touch of apology towards the Silver Dragon City Lord and apologized. However, the Silver Dragon City Lord was completely unconcerned. There's no harm in it. You can deal with your dueling arena first. I'm not too rushed on my end. The man was genuinely relieved to get that answer. And right after that, he asked the butler to tell him what he was going to report. Not really any other news. Heck, it was about Li Fan. Many consortiums have their eyes on Li Fan today. However, since Li Fan had been fighting, he completely blocked the meet request they sent. So the executives of the major consortiums could only approach the dueling arena's side to see if they could get the dueling arena to arrange an in-bureau pop-up window for Li Fan to see in the preparation area. Originally, this kind of thing didn't need to alarm such a high-level leader, and the other leaders of the dueling arena would be able to arrange it. But the main thing is that there are just a little too many consortiums coming to the table. Other leaders can't make unauthorized decisions. 100 straight wins for a newcomer? Kind of. Is that guy still fighting? I'd like to go and see. At this moment, the Silver Dragon City Lord couldn't help but show a touch of curiosity in his eyes as he listened to the steward's news and slowly said, Chapter 194, Silver Dragon City Lord's Appreciation. Decision-making of the major consortia. Hear that. The butler as well as the man on the side were all stunned for a moment. Silver Dragon City is going to watch the battle? This was really a big surprise to the duo. Although the Silver Dragon dueling arena was hot, there were usually many powerful people who would go there for entertainment. But when it came to an existence of the Silver Dragon City Lord's level, it was absolutely impossible to have any interest in it. One would think that the reason why the Silver Dragon City Lord wanted to go and see it would be to see if this newcomer seedling met his standards. It didn't take long. The three of them then changed their appearance and arrived at the fighting arena where Li Fan was. Nowadays, as Li Fan's heat continued to rise, the number of spectators in the Coliseum had already come to 15 million. And at a glance, it was bustling with activity. And down below, Li Fan's fight was also going on. In this one, Li Fan's opponent was in existence of the 8th stage of the Treading Star class. Compared to before, Li Fan's battle this time wasn't that easy, and could even be said to be very scorching. But the battle scenes are a blast to watch. Li Fan one fist after another. Moves wide open. Thunderous. The other side is the body of the powerful. A hand of the gun law makes out of the gods. Like a swimming dragon. One time, the two fought it out. A mere Treading Star 4th stage can fight with a Treading Star 8th stage. No wonder it can make so many power executives come personally. An absolute super newcomer. The butler couldn't help but let out an emotion as he looked at Li Fan in the field at this moment. The man on the side, the owner of the Silver Dragon dueling arena, Director Kong, nodded along. This battle performance of Li Fan would not be inferior to those star players at all. And most importantly, Li Fan's realm was only at the 4th stage of the star stepping stones, so his potential was very high. If Li Fan came to the 9th step of the star stepping stage, the combat power would simply be unimaginable. At that time, at least in the treadstone level field, it would definitely be a dominating presence. Strong is indeed strong, but if he keeps fighting like this, he's going to lose. Director Jiang slowly shook his head at this point. In his opinion, Li Fan was strong, but his fighting skills were still poor, and he was basically just fighting hard with the other party. As the saying goes, an inch long is an inch strong. If Li Fan could find a way to kill the other party close to his body, there would be that much of a chance, but Li Fan didn't seem to have the ability to do so. In a short period of time, Li Fan was still able to fight back and forth, but as time was postponed, Li Fan would surely fall into the wind and fall into a defensive situation, and the next step would be a chronic death. And soon, the situation on the field was just as he expected, and Li Fan quickly fell into the wind, but the latter didn't go as expected. Just as the opponent's lance stabbed down, Li Fan's speed increased steeply, stepping on the opponent's lance and rushed to the near body, and then swung out a fist to end the fight, with cheers ringing out from the field. Director Jiang, as well as the butler on the side, were all surprised. I didn't expect to retain some of my remaining strength. This battle power, it's truly terrifying. The duo couldn't help but feel emotional. As for the Silver Dragon City Lord on the side, a flash of appreciation flashed through his eyes at this moment. Berserk Battle Prairie skill, this cultivation method, it's been a long time since I've seen it. By the looks of it, it's already cultivated to the 2nd layer. If I can comprehend the 3rd layer, my battle power will still be able to increase once more. The reason why this little guy is continuously fighting here should be that he's heading for the 3rd layer. But wanting to comprehend the 3rd layer is not a simple matter. The Silver Dragon City Lord recognized Li Fan's cultivation method and its intention at a glance. Immediately, He looked at Director Jiang beside him and said slowly, "This person can keep an eye out for me, and within a month, if this person's strength has a tendency to skyrocket, you can talk to me about it." Also, the side of the Heavenly Infant dueling arena also grabbed to contact them. "I still have some things to do, so I'll leave first." Strike that. The Silver Dragon City Lord then exited the Colosseum and disappeared. As for the left-behind Director Jiang and the butler, at this time, they exchanged glances and looked at Li Fan in the field, their faces becoming meaningful. It looked like the Silver Dragon City Lord had a bit of a crush on Li Fan. Although they didn't really know what this Silver Dragon City Lord was doing suddenly coming to look for star-stepping seedlings, if Li Fan could really be chosen, it would undoubtedly be a good thing for their dueling arena. To be able to sell the Silver Dragon City Lord a favor, this value was not comparable to a super rookie or any star player. Chairman, on the consortium leader's side, how do we reply on our side? At this time, the butler once again raised the question from earlier, and what greeted him was a blank stare. What do you think can be said in reply to the person whom the Lord of the City has taken a fancy to? Let's talk about it in a month. For the time being, just tell them that we can't be the masters of the dueling arena when it comes to the berserk battle. They'll be able to understand what it means. Soon, the major consortia have received the news. One time, the major consortia were collectively quiet. What? The dueling arena can't do the job? Is this an early cutoff? The dueling arena can't do the job? Could it be that this berserker has a special identity and is not purely a free man? Can't make a decision? It looks like the identity of this berserker is not simple. Let's change our strategy. If there's no way to suck this guy in, then we'll have to eat this heat. Notify all the treading stars that are resting to go snipe berserker now. Should have thought of it. This berserker is so strong. It can't be some free agent. So let's find someone to publicize and advertise it. Make the plate bigger and take a bite of the cake. That's right. The major consortia basically all heard the meaning in Director Zhang's words. Li Fan. They couldn't fight for the time being, but out of a nose for profit, they coincidentally made a unified plan. That was to ride on this wave of Li Fan's east wind, make the gambling board bigger, and make a good profit from it. Just for a moment, the stepping star level players from all the major consortia were starting their duel matches, and there were even some star players among the stepping star levels. Plus, Li Fan was still completely unaware of the changes in the outside world today, but even if he knew that, Li Fan wouldn't care. It was because Li Fan's mind was all focused on the third layer of enlightenment. In that battle just now, he had vaguely been on the verge of touching that realm for a moment. No surprise there. He only needed to continue to fight, and in the midst of the battle to constantly verify his conjecture. Comprehending the third layer would surely be the nail in the coffin. Go on. Exhaling, Li Fan clicked on the option to continue matching. Immediately after, Li Fan then continued to start the next battle. Chapter 195, Making a Name for Yourself. Winning 1,000 games in a row. Rolling eyes. Half a month passed quietly. The same thing is on the lips of people traveling through the streets of the small half of Silver Dragon Center City today. Have you heard? There's a madman who's been fighting in the dueling arena for half a month straight. Upwards of 100 fights a day. I knew it. Berserk battle. Recently, there's been a lot of publicity about him, and I heard that he still maintains a 100% win rate even after 1,000 matches. It's really exaggerated. I'm going to take some time to go and watch the last match today. That's not true, and he's fought over 900 matches now, and his defeats are like a dozen, which is really outrageous. For a mere treading star rank 4 to be able to put up such a fight is simply exaggerated, even more so than the previous Lan Feng. I've heard that this berserk battle has an unusual identity. It seems like he's the young master of some big power. Ha? Where did that come from? Isn't he a free man? Put. I don't know if this berserk battle is the young master of any major power, but there's definitely a force behind him that's backing him, and if there isn't I'll eat it. I think so. To really be the kind of free agent who gets up on his own, that's really too much. That's right. All the talk was about berserkers, also known as Li Fan. In this half a month, Li Fan could be described as completely crazy, fighting at extremely high intensity every day. Fighting, it was as if it had already become Li Fan's instinct. The 1,000 consecutive matches with a 100% win rate also became a major gimmick for Li Fan to completely make a name for himself. Of course, the reason why Li Fan was able to become so famous so quickly, aside from Li Fan's own outrageous battle record, naturally, he could not detach himself from the hype of the major consortia. Throughout the various forums in Silver Dragon Center City, a large number of posts discussing Li Fan could be seen today. Even quite a few posts are already making up what special identity Li Fan has, as well as what bizarre private life he has and so on. One way or another, even people who didn't watch the dueling arena at all would more or less hear about Li Fan's deeds, and then driven by curiosity, they would go to the dueling arena to find out what was going on. Nowadays, every time Li Fan fought, the number of viewers watching online at the same time was around 80 million, and the pool of funds was also maintained at an exaggerated 130 trillion. In other words, the appearance fee as well as the share that Li Fan could get from a battle now had to be around 14 billion. This figure had already broken the record of the Silver Dragon dueling arena's treadmill level long ago. It could be said that Li Fan was now the hottest star player in the treadmill arena. And in response to this tremendous heat from Levon, the major consortia are also slowly dividing up the cake. Many of the Star Treader players who had gone to snipe Li Fan had won or lost. Not to mention that in terms of income, they had all received one of the most lucrative incomes of their careers. And while the players are making money, the syndicates naturally go without saying. However, in the eyes of the senior management of these consortium forces, this bit of cake was not enough, and one by one, they all began to discuss their respective plans. For example, could they get Levant to agree to a separate fight date with a star player under their banner? There's going to be a very big difference in terms of heat between a fight where you match snipes based on luck, and a fight where you have an appointment ahead of time. If Li Fan could agree to a date with one of their star players and a little more hype, it wouldn't be too easy for the number of viewers to break 100 million. And here's the thing now, Li Fan is now completely like a fighting machine. Whether it's a pop-up message inside the bureau, or a private chat message outside the bureau, Li Fan is completely ignoring it. They did look for this side of the dueling arena, but the reply from the side of the dueling arena has always been 4 words, unable to decide. That's why the plan to have its star players make a date with Li Fan has been stuck at the moment, and the move to date Li Fan didn't work out even if it didn't. Li Fan's dismissive attitude had now caused many of the star contestants to become a bit disgruntled. What exactly is this berserk battle? The group side is actually letting me take the initiative to make a date to fight? This is called berserk battle. Recently the picture is a bit much a newcomer. Let me take the initiative to ask for a battle even if this kid actually disagrees? It's really too crazy. Is this another so-called super rookie? Every once in a while a super rookie appears. This is already the 9th super rookie I've seen. I wonder how many moves he can last me. I've seen this berserk battle fight. He does have a couple of skills, but it's just like that. It's completely pushed up by the hype. What the hell is he pretending to be? If I get a match with this kid, I'll definitely make him pay. 1,000 wins at 100% is indeed a remarkable record. But isn't that a bit rude not to respond? These star players have had their share of glory before, and their strength is even not weak. So they all have some pride as well. Having them take the initiative to date a newcomer was already a great concession, but as a result, Li Fan simply ignored them, which really made them more or less unable to get off the stage, with a feeling of being offended. Silver Dragon Dueling Arena. Inside a private conference room, Director Jiang was watching videos of Li Fan's recent battles along with the butler at the side. In half a month's time, his combat skills have already improved by a leap. Even his battle power is increasing step by step at a rate visible to the naked eye. A very good seedling indeed. The butler couldn't help but open his mouth to praise it this time. On the side, Director Jiang also nodded along. Indeed not bad, but he's fighting too intensely right now. So much so that he's relying on himself in some of the matches. If he can pause for a period of time to properly summarize and settle down, he might be able to have an even greater improvement. Both of them were far more powerful than Li Fan, so they could tell at a glance how Li Fan had changed over this period of time. Then Director, should we go and inform Lord City Lord of the Berserk Battle's current situation? The butler looked at Director Jiang at this time and asked with a frown. Compared to those few star-stepping level existences that Lord City Master chose in the Heavenly Infant Dueling Arena, the current Berserk Battle should still be far from meeting Lord City Master's requirements. But there's no rush. The deadline on the Lord of the City's side is 1 month. So let's observe for another half a month. Maybe he can give us a surprise. Director Kong said. A few days ago, the Silver Dragon City Lord was already the one who had selected a few stepping star level players, and the strength of those few, which he knew, was not at all comparable to those star players in their dueling arena. Not to mention Li Fan. But it's normal. After all, the level of the Heavenly Infant Dueling Arena could be 1 level higher than his Silver Dragon Dueling Arena. And the players were basically all carefully selected top-notch characters, plus Levon. Inside the preparation area of the dueling arena, Li Fan, who had just finished a battle, had his eyes glazed over at the moment, his mind all on the 3rd level of the Berserk Battle Prairie skill, nearly almost 2,000 high-intensity battles. His understanding of the 3rd layer was already becoming clearer. However, it was always still so close to actually stepping into the 3rd layer. A deep sigh of relief. Li Fan looked at the option in front of him of whether or not to continue with the match and slowly chose to decline. That's right. He was ready to settle down and let go a little. The 1-2 punch of high-intensity fighting, while effective, also caused him to quickly hit a bottleneck. Perhaps a proper letdown will have an unexpected effect. And with Levan's refusal, many of the viewers who were paying attention to Li Fan were really blown away. Chapter 196, I'm on fire? No, what's going on? Hasn't the next battle of berserkers started yet? Yeah, why hasn't it started yet? I just got here and I haven't seen him yet. No, it seems like berserkers went offline and quit the dueling arena. Hiss, it seems to be true. Ha, exited offline? What the hell? After fighting for more than half a month, is it finally too much to top? Berserk didn't continue the duel? Looks like he's not an emotionless fighting machine. He gets tired too. Levan's sudden abort. It made all the spectators amazed. And not just the audience. Even the major consortiums, the dueling arena executives were all startled. There were specialized people observing, so they received the news first. They were still a bit surprised at the news that Li Fan had interrupted the duel. They thought that Li Fan would continue to fight for a while longer, but they didn't expect it to stop so soon. But they could understand that. After all, half a month of continuous battle was already a bit outrageous. Levan this should be trying to settle down for a while. Besides, Li Fan sighed. After Li Fan exited the Silver Dragon dueling arena, he was preparing to go offline and go to the gravity chamber of the Dark Star to work out. During the moments of exercise, he could not only empty his brain well, but by the way, he could also bring up the value of his physical body again. And speaking of flesh values, this time of fighting actually had a very nice increase in value for him. After all, when fighting, you need to mobilize your whole body's muscles to participate in the action, which is also considered a form of indirect exercise. So much news? Li Fan was about to go offline when he suddenly noticed the message bar in his personal interface. There were private chats from consortium executives, appointments from star players, and some rabid fans. In short, the message boards had exploded. He was actually not completely oblivious to the messages as he fought. However, at that time, he was really too focused on the battle as well as his senses to care about it. So at the back of the day, he had completely forgotten about the news. Immediately, Li Fan spent some time looking around at the messages. Combine that with some of the discussions about him on the forum, Levan quickly got a general idea of what had happened in the outside world during his duel. To summarize the words, there's not really much information. 3 words will sum it up. That is, he's on fire. In this regard, Li Fan was really a little bit in tears and laughter. He's being completely mindless. For him, though, it was obviously a good thing. Most intuitively, there is the issue of his income. During this period of time, he fought with all his heart. Not only did he not care about the news, even his income was completely ignored. Now that he fixed his eyes on it, he was still lying in his account with more than 60 billion cosmic coins, a number, it had to be said, that he didn't even quite believe at first when he saw it. After all, he had robbed and raided an entire Black Abyss Star Pirates group before, and apart from the ships that he hadn't taken out to sell, his income was just over 170 billion, but it does explain it. These cosmic star pirates were all outlaws, practicing the philosophy of timely pleasure, and it was already considered good luck to have so much scavenged from their bodies. And thinking back again, it was only $1 billion to buy the entire Blue Star, which couldn't help but make him feel a pang of emotion. Looking at the universe, the most elementary civilization like Blue Star was just too small. Many of the richer star-level cultivators in the universe can now afford to buy a primary civilization planet with their hands, just as simple as a regular person going to buy a pet dog. Subsequently, Li Fan's gaze once again returned to the messages sent by those consortium executives. It had to be said that the treatment offered by these consortia could be far more generous than those small consortia before. Even Li Fan couldn't help but be a little moved. But after some thought, Li Fan decided to give up. It's still the same. He didn't want to be constrained. No amount of lucrative treatment can be a cage to limit him. And he had plans for how to get resources. He was going to wait until he had successfully practiced this Berserk Battle Prairie skill to the 3rd layer. Go on a full retreat and exercise for a month or 2 to bring up the values while incidentally bringing up the realm as well. Then go to find the reptile organization site to buy a reliable point of chance news. Too high first not to mention, at least the universe level of chance. He himself has a certain degree of anti-risk ability. And then with Yen Pupil, he is still very sure. Start working out. Closing the message bar, Li Fan sank his breath, ready to exercise and work out, and let off some steam. But just then, a message popped in from Lee Daikoku. Li Fan paused, and then immediately agreed. He'd been so busy working out during this time that he'd somewhat neglected time with his family. In the blink of an eye, Li Dubois, Huang Lan and Gu Ling appeared in front of him, and the scene in front of him changed into a cozy villa courtyard. Then it was time for a little family gathering. During the small gathering conversation, Li Fan learned that Li Dubois as well as Huang Lan, The two old men were also already in the Silver Dragon dueling arena, slowly starting to match fights. But the second oldest is basically just entertaining, and doesn't go much and isn't really into it. By the way, little fan, you're also practicing in the Silver Dragon dueling arena. Do you know Berserk Battle? This person seems to be quite famous recently. At this time, Li Dugua began to gossip with Li Fan. Before Li Fan could answer, Huang Lun, the mother on the side, followed suit. What do you mean by quite famous? It's too famous. I heard that he was in the dueling arena, and in half a month's time, he hard-fought nearly 2,000 matches, and his win rate is so high that the forums are full of posts about him. Li Dugua nodded, his brows filled with emotion. Indeed, the universe is truly a place of hidden tigers and dragons. There are all kinds of geniuses. That's right. Although the two old men were not interested in the dueling arena, they were aware of some of the hot topics of the dueling arena from the publicity of the major consortiums as well as the word of mouth of the spectators, both consciously and unconsciously. And for the words of the two old men, Li Fan couldn't help but touch his nose and said indifferently, "Really? So powerful? It's good to get to know them when you have the chance." He really didn't expect that he was even on fire to the extent that even the second old man knew about it. And immediately after that, Li Dugua's words almost made him a bit unsteady. "I've heard, this Berserk Battle is actually the dueling arena chairman's own son." "Ahem, Dad, where did you hear about this?" Li Fan coughed lightly and couldn't help but ask. "Forums? Ah, forum thieves are full of gossip. I think this one is pretty solid anyway. Dad, if he's the son of the dueling ring's chairman, is there any need to run to the dueling ring?" "Ah, seems to be true. That condition, want to progress, should not lack of money." Levon's head is a little big right now. These messages are obviously some of the water army deliberately made up. I did not expect that there are really people believe. Even the unbelievably ridiculous one of someone saying that he was the adopted gigolo of one of the higher-ups in the dueling arena came. In short, what catches the eye? He has an identity that can match. Eating traffic ate my head, Li Fan muttered to himself in his heart, slightly displeased. And soon, a thought flashed out of his mind. Since he's so hot right now, then it's a cake he'll have to eat a slice of himself before he can do anything about it. Chapter 197, A Date with the Giant Rock Group. Erasure Foam. Soon, that was the end of the short family gathering. However, Li Fan didn't go to work out first, but instead flipped through the message bar within the Silver Dragon Duel Arena and browsed through the messages of those players who had actively sought him out for a date. That's right. His idea was simple. He was going to find the hottest star player and have a date. With his current situation and the enthusiasm of the major consortia, as long as he agrees to a date, the heat is bound to pull through. By then, this duel would not only bring his pool of money to an exaggerated level, but he himself would be able to take the opportunity to place a bet on it. Of course, as a player, he could not participate in the betting. There were rules in the dueling arena in this regard, but he couldn't. Guling could. Guling is now studying cosmic economics and has shown a good talent for business. If he could accumulate a generous amount of startup capital for Guling through this bet, after some time, Guling might be able to give him a surprise, and now all he needs to do is pick that perfect opponent. Subsequently, after a screening by Li Fan, a name eventually stopped in front of him. Arashikage. This Erasure phone was a star player under the Giant Rock Group, with the highest win rate in the Treading Star arena by far, with a realm at the peak of Treading Star level 9, and with an illustrious record of battles. He was also one of the most famous. However, Li Fan checked the information about him, and it seemed that this Lan phone was already preparing for a closed-door impact on the Shattered Star level, and the last time he appeared in the dueling arena was more than a year ago. After clicking on this Lan Feng's battle video, Li Fan only watched it for a moment before making his decision. That's him. Li Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. This Lan phone was a master of the blade technique, and one could sense the terror of this man just from the videos of his battles. Again, there's strength and heat. This Erasure phone was simply the perfect candidate for a date. And so it was. Li Fan immediately was replying a message to this Lan phone. See you on the dueling field in 7 days. As for why it's 7 days later, then naturally he was ready to give himself a period of time to let go. Giant Rock Group. A high-grade cultivation room. A handsome young man with a scar on his face was exhaling heavily and slowly opened his eyes, ending his cultivation for the day. The Shattered Star level is ready to break through, the youth whispered softly to himself. However, from his face, there was not the slightest bit of joy to be seen. The reason is also simple, because in fact, he could have impacted the Shattered Star level a long time ago. It's just that the company side has told him to keep the realm down a bit, and he's going to go get a date with someone, make a big deal, and make a hard buck. To this, he was dismissive. However, the contract is here. He must obey the company's arrangement. Of course, If it was just the company arranging for him to suppress his realm to get a date, he wouldn't be upset. But the problem was that when he ran to make a date, the other party actually ignored it. This made it difficult for him now. If the other party never responded, then he would have to wait for a while until the company felt it was time to break through. This was certainly torture for the time-conscious man. Immediately, after walking out of the practice room, out of habit, he logged into the virtual network again, wanting to see if this berserker had responded or not. And it's not the same as the blank slate of these first few days. This time, the other guy actually responded. See you in the dueling grounds in 7 days? The youth's eyes narrowed slightly, and an impatient killing intent flashed across his face. Then let me see just how much strength you, the hot super rookie, really has? And yes, this youth was no other than Erisher Fong. Not much longer. With Erisher Fong reporting the news that Li Fan had agreed to a date, a pot exploded among the senior management of the giant rock group. Good news! Berserk Battle has agreed to Erisher Feng's engagement. What? Berserk Battle agreed to a date? Good. Fortune is rushing towards our giant rock. The director's side has sent word to gather for a meeting immediately. That's right. Now all the major consortia were waiting for a response from the meat and potatoes of Li Fan. They did the same thing with the giant rock group. Now that Li Fan was the first to respond to them, this was undoubtedly something that made them take it extremely seriously. You should take advantage of the riches that are delivered to your door. And so it was. A meeting against Li Fan's appointment with Erisher Fong began in earnest. Time quickly came to the next day. A message that shocked the forums of the Silver Dragon dueling arena and was still spreading rapidly at a very exaggerated speed. What? Berserk Battle is going to make a date with Erisher Fong? Erisher Fronts? Did I hear you right? Erisher Blade? Hasn't he not been on the field for over a year? He's actually going to make a date with Berserkers? Hiss. Is it really true? Berserkers and Arashikage have a date to fight? Of course it's true. The official number was sent out and the duel is in 7 days. Good fellow. This is bound to be a dragon fight. Hurry up and make a reservation. That's right. It was the news of the appointment between Li Fan and Lan Fong. Li Fan's recent heat was already high. And with Erisher Fong also being a long-established star player, the heat was just as high. Under this premise, the giant rock group then a wave of overwhelming publicity to create momentum. The news of the appointment was immediately pushed to the top. In less than a day's time, the number of people who had made reservations to watch the battle had broken through 100 million. And soon, the news not only caught the attention of a sea of ordinary people, it is also a sensation for the major consortia. They squatted for so long, but they didn't expect to squat empty and be cut off by the giant rock group. But even if you don't get the biggest piece of cake, they also have a way of eating smaller ones. As a result, high-level meetings began to be staged one after another at the major consortia. Besides, Li Fan's side. Li Fan was already into a frantic workout at the moment. Erisher Striker is a very strong opponent. If he were to deal with Erisher Fong with his current strength, he actually didn't have much of a chance of winning. And the main reason why I'd still pick Erisher Striker is to put some pressure on myself. At the same time, he wanted to try to see if he could poke through that third layer of paper in one fell swoop under Arashi's high pressure. Therefore, he had to raise his condition to the best in these 7 days. Chapter 198, Numbers Skyrocket. All pokies. Time rolls around. 6 days had already passed. There was now only 1 day left before Li Fan and Lan Feng's duel. At this moment, on nearly every main street in the huge Silver Dragon Center city, videos of the battle about Li Fan as well as the Erisher Front's appointment were being played on a loop. Even many of the larger forums of the publicity can already be close to the highest specification. In addition to the huge amount of money spent by the giant rock group on advertising, the help of the Silver Dragon dueling arena was also indispensable. After all, it doesn't really matter what the consortiums out there are up to. The biggest beneficiary is the Silver Dragon dueling arena. So the one who wanted the cake to be bigger the most was still the Silver Dragon dueling arena. And it's because of this immense amount of publicity. The number of people who have booked this battle today has come to more than 200 million. This number of people was already comparable to the dueling statistics of those shattered Starfield star players. Is Little Fan still in seclusion? Well, it seems like it's been in seclusion all this time. Tomorrow is the duel between Berserkers and also Arashikage. It would be a shame to miss this battle. Yes, a battle between two top treadmill-level existences would still be of great benefit to cultivators at our current stage. Inside a mega manor somewhere in the blue planet, Li Dugua and also Huanglan were in the middle of a casual conversation at the moment. That's right, the second old man had also booked this duel. They originally wanted to go with Li Fan, but Li Fan had been in a state of seclusion, so they could only choose to go and see for themselves. And in the Dark Star at this time, Li Fan had slowly walked out from the gravity chamber. 6 long days of non-stop workout madness. Li Fan's values nowadays had increased by leaps and bounds. Tap the personal panel. Name, Li Fan. Level, Treadstone Level 4, 97. 5%. Strength, 15980. 6 stars. Defense, 15325. 1 stars. Spirit, 15026. 9 stars. Nowadays if you just look at the values, his current fleshly body value was already comparable to the peak of the 9th stage of the star treading. Even though his realm was still at the treading star grade 4th stage, his combat power was already incomparable compared to before. Let's raise the realm next. Li Fan sank his breath and walked towards the cultivation room. The energy stones left behind by the previous owner of the Dark Star were already pretty much depleted. But with the 60 billion or so cosmic coins he had harvested from the dueling arena, he wouldn't need to worry too much about energy stones for the time being. He had already been purchasing a large amount of energy stones in advance before his seclusion. What he needed now was to frantically absorb the cosmic yuan energy from the energy stone, feed every cell in his body, and raise his realm. Walk into the practice room. 100 times the amount of yuan energy instantly surged. And after the energy stone intervened, the level of yuan energy within the cultivation room instantly came to 10,000 times. Every cell of Li Fan's body was like a dried-up seabed as it began to absorb yuan energy crazily. Li Fan's realm was also on its way and began to rise wildly. The time came early the following morning. There were less than 4 hours left before the start time of the duel between Li Fan and Ereshurfeng. In the Dark Star's practice room, the eyes of Li Fan, who was sitting cross-legged in it, snapped open at this moment. Compared to before, Li Fan's entire aura had become sharper, as if he was a beast capable of destroying the sky and destroying the earth, which could be considered quite terrifying. Tap the values panel. Name, Li Fan. Level, Treadstone Level 6, 67. 5%. Strength, 21956. 6 stars. Defense, 21199. 6 stars. Spirit, 20933. 9 stars. Looking at his current values, Li Fan was quite satisfied. In fact, he could continue to raise his realm up again and try towards the 7th stage of the treading star level. But it's in the way of time. He had to make an early exit. But even this current value is scary enough. Judging from the values alone, he was already standing infinitely close to the Shattered Star stage. Paired with the Berserk Battle Prairie skill, his current combined combat power was already something he could try with the peak of the 1st stage of the Shattered Star rank. Nowadays, he could be said to be quite excited about Ereshurfeng as an opponent. If Lan Feng could help him comprehend the 3rd layer of the Berserk Battle Prairie skill, his battle power would be comparable to that of the Shattered Star rank 2. To say that the 6th stage of the Treading Star rank could battle the 2nd stage of the Shattered Star rank, this would certainly be a shock to the jaws of people if it were to be set out. Time to get out. Exhaling, Li Fan got up and left the Dark Star, and immediately after, Li Fan then went through the virtual network and arrived at the Pure Land Manor in Guling's virtual network. In virtual networks, everyone can customize their own private space, and generally no one else can come in without permission. However, Guling was unreservedly interested in Li Fan, so naturally she had the authority to do so. Come to the manor. Li Fan looked at the beautiful but empty manor and couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt towards Guling. Ever since he married Guling, he had left Blue Star and had been so busy with his cultivation that he rarely had time to accompany Guling. This is actually undoubtedly very hurtful to many new wives, many of whom may even do something nonsensical to purposely get attention. But Guling didn't. Instead of complaining, Guling had taken care of the big rear and was studying economics hard to help him in the future. This warmed Li Fan's heart and made him even more certain of his decision to choose Guling in the first place. At the same time, though, he was racked with guilt. During the period when he was trying to cultivate, Guling still lacked companionship too much. Maybe we can find time to add a son and a daughter, Li Fan muttered silently to himself in his heart. And just as Li Fan was still pondering, Li Fan had already walked inside the house without realizing it and saw Guling, who was intoxicated in her studies. Ling Ling, brother Li Fan, what brings you here? Missed you. Couldn't I? Sure. For Li Fan's arrival, Guling was pleasantly surprised and very happy, directly jumping into Li Fan's arms. Soon, after a brief period of warmth, Li Fan then chatted with Guling about business. What? Going to the Silver Dragon dueling arena to place a bet? Brother Li Fan, this kind of bet doesn't feel very reliable. After hearing Li Fan's idea, Guling was surprised and at the same time couldn't help but look worried. Guling, who was already very knowledgeable about economics, was very distrustful of gambling that. Li Fan came to him to place a bet all of a sudden, and she couldn't help but be a little worried that Li Fan would get caught up in it. But immediately after, Li Fan's words directly just made her freeze. Don't worry, it's reliable. I'll transfer you a sum of money and just bet on me to win. Chapter 199, about to open. The Berserkers are actually my son? Ha, brother Li Fan, could it be that Berserkers? That's right, it's me. Gu Ling quickly just heard Li Fan's meaning, but the first time was still a bit unbelievable. Li Fan, on the other hand, recognized it immediately without any hesitation. After receiving a definite answer, Gu Ling was truly shocked beyond measure, and did not slow down for a long time. She wasn't good at fighting, so it wasn't like she was particularly concerned about the dueling arena. But with the second old man's ear and the publicity that was spreading everywhere, she also knew something about dueling arenas, or at least she knew about berserkers. But it was limited. She only knew that Berserker was a super fierce man who had fought 1,000 battles in a row and still had a 100% win rate, and she obviously never expected that this super fierce man would be her husband. Li Fan. Immediately after, before Gu Ling could slow down, Li Fan was already transferring a sum of money over, a total of 50 billion. That's right, this was all the money Li Fan had on him right now, and he was going to just pike it. And looking at the 50 billion cosmic coins that suddenly appeared on the account, Gu Ling was undoubtedly in shock once more. She had never seen so much money at once. After waiting long enough for Gu Ling to calm down, Li Fan then continued to speak. All bets on me to win, and all bets on me to win in 100 rounds. Hear that? Gu Ling frowned slightly again. Within 100 rounds? Would the risk be too great? Although the fight between the masters was not that long, the blink of an eye could be a dozen rounds. 100 rendezvous would actually take absolutely no time at all for two human masters who were evenly matched, and it would be difficult to separate the winners from the losers. Although she believed that Li Fan could win, 100 rounds was still too much of a risk. Don't worry, 100 rounds is enough, Li Fan said with a smile, and looking at the confidence in Li Fan's eyes, Gu Ling did not question it anymore after a pause, and immediately chose to completely believe it. After leaving Gu Ling's manor, Li Fan then arrived at the interface of the Silver Dragon dueling arena. Currently, there was still an hour to go before his duel with Arashikage began. A coliseum that could hold 1 billion people was arranged on this side of the dueling arena. Now has not yet begun. The fighting arena is already crowded. Do not look at the empty seat area is still very much, but in fact the number of people is already full of hundreds of millions. The moment. Inside the coliseum, the clamor could be very loud. There's still an hour until the duel starts, and it's going to be a tough hour. Place your bets. Guys, who's it on? I pressed Erasure phone. Although Berserk Battle has very exaggerated combat power and can fight over steps, but after all, he's a newcomer and his realm isn't high enough. And Erasure Fong is now at the peak of the Treading Star 9 level, and he also has a very exaggerated ability to fight over steps. So Berserk Battle still doesn't have much of a chance of winning against Erasure Fong. I think. I pressed Erasure Front as well. Although Berserker's is strong, Erasure Fencer is even more outrageous. I've been paying attention to Erasure Fong for a long time now, and he's really ridiculously strong. He'll definitely give Berserkers a good lesson. Indeed. I also paid attention to Erasure Fong at a very early level. When he was at the realm of Berserkers, he also had a combat power that was comparable to the peak of the 9th stage of the Treading Star. It's just that he didn't have such a crazy dueling deed as Berserkers. Now that Erasure Fong is almost at the Shattered Star level, his combat power is bound to not be something that Berserkers can resist. Ha 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 ha. I pressed the Berserkers. The main fight is a miracle. I also pressed Berserkers. Lan Fong is indeed strong, but Berserkers has a crazy energy in him and is progressing fast. I feel like he can come up with a surprise for us. Among the arguments, overwhelmingly, the chat was about pressing bets, and the vast majority of people, naturally, pressed Erasure Fong to win more. After all, Erasure Feng's battle record as well as his realm was there. It was obvious that Erasure Feng's paper strength was simply too much stronger than Li Fan. So rightfully so. Regarding the win, the odds came to 5 to 1 and still continue to widen. The odds are even more exaggerated when you press for other things, such as how many rounds Erasure Fong can win against Li Fan within. For example, this is a situation that the public could actually have predicted. Although the strength of the two could not talk about much disparity, but the strength level is still obvious. Audience, Li Dugua Huanglan and the two of them are also here. For this bet, the duo was also prepared to have a little fun and pressed 100,000 cosmic coins, and the duo's choice, along with the masses, was to press Erasure Fong to win. Dad, Mom, Ling Ling, why are you here too? I'm coming over for a bit of fun. Gu Ling's arrival surprised the two old men and made them happy at the same time. Li Fan was closed for cultivation, and Gu Ling was closed for study. It's so rare to have a doll with you. Moreover, Gu Ling has been working too hard for a while. Coming over to take a break is also good for physical and mental health. Gu Ling as well. The two old men are naturally happy from the bottom of their hearts. Soon, after learning that the second old man had pressed 100,000 and bet on Erasure Fong to win, Gu Ling was really a bit teary-eyed. But it's understandable. After all, On paper, it's a sure thing to press erasure front, and immediately after, Gu Ling then confessed the identity of Berserkers to the second elder through her personal channel. What? Berserkers is Little Fan? Ha! In the first moment, the two old men were all in a state of confusion, followed by the same type of shock as Gu Ling had before. How could they not have thought that the cosmic genius level figure they were talking about was actually their son, Li Fan? And so it was. The second old man hurriedly just turned the 100,000 that he had pressed into pressing Li Fan to win. Gu Ling didn't specify what Li Fan had talked to her about privately, so the two old men weren't really sure if Li Fan could win against Erasure Feng. But what kind of mom or dad bets on someone else to win? Of course it's a no-brainer to bet on your own son to win. And at that moment the other end of the Colosseum audience, two figures, arrived. One was the director of the Silver Dragon Dueling Arena, Jiang Dong, and the other, the Silver Dragon City Lord. This time it wasn't Director Jiang who went to inform the Silver Dragon City Lord. Rather, they were actively sought out in Silver Dragon City. The main reason for this is not clear to Director Kong. He had originally wanted to wait until Li Fan and Lan Feng had finished fighting to see Li Fan's strength before considering whether or not to inform the Silver Dragon City Lord. As a result, the Silver Dragon City Lord was actually taking the initiative to find him. And in fact, the reason why the Silver Dragon City Lord is looking for it, the reason is quite simple. For one thing, the current candidates, a few short, have been or are still unable to be chosen. Secondly, the publicity for the duel between Li Fan and Erasure Feng was just too much. Almost the entire Silverton Center City is advertised. Since the other paths couldn't pick a suitable seedling for the time being, it would be better to take a look at Li Fan's situation. If Li Fan was able to comprehend the third layer of that Berserk Battle Prairie skill during this time, that would be just the right pick for Levon. But for this, the Silver Dragon City Lord felt little hope. This cultivation method was actually practiced by a very large number of people, but not many of them could actually practice to the third level. On the surface, this pre-cultivation method only required frantic fighting in the early stages, and it could be slowly comprehended. But in reality, it's a great test of combat talent, because there's a world of difference between fighting effectively and fighting ineffectively. If there was no top-notch combat talent to back it up, then most of the battles would only be ineffective battles. But even though the Silver Dragon City Lord felt that there was little hope for Li Fan, there was always something. The battle was really only a couple minutes long, so it wasn't a waste of time for him to come over and take a look. Chapter 200. The odds are 20-1. Eyes to the backstage of the Colosseum. At this time, both sides of the upcoming duel were making their final preparations for the upcoming battle. Lan Feng, don't forget the mission given to you by your superiors. And remember, don't end it too quickly. Got it. I'll keep it under control. It's not like it's the first time I've been in a dueling arena. Where's all the crap? Backstage, Erasure Feng responded dismissively to the man in the suit in front of him. The man in the suit was not overly emotional about Erasure Feng's contempt, and only nodded silently. No way. For such a talented player, one of the company's cash cows, he wouldn't dare to have the slightest retort. And it's normal for geniuses to be a little proud of themselves. As for the company's explanation of what happened to Arashikage, it was for Arashikage not to end it too quickly. Simply put, it's a matter of giving in to Levant in the early going. The reason for this, naturally, has to do with profit. The multiplier isn't really that high on the win/loss side of the big game, and even if it's accurate, the returns aren't that high. But predicting a win within a few rounds, or even being accurate to the first round of a win, that's a high multiplier. That's basically where the big conglomerates, are running to. The arrangement that the giant rock group had given to Erasure Feng was to drag it out until after 500 rounds before crushing Li Fan. 500 rounds was a moderately high number of rounds for two masters to be able to decide a winner. However, in the public's opinion, with Erasure Feng's strength, it was impossible for Li Fan to last 500 rounds, or even 200 rounds. So all Erasure Feng had to do was to go crazy and release water up to 500 rounds, and giant rock group would earn hemp. Besides, Li Fan's side, compared to the Erasure front side which has a corporate arrangement, Li Fan's side appeared to be much quieter. Nowadays, Li Fan was sitting alone in the battle preparation area, his mind constantly recalling the battle experience he had gained during this period of time, as well as his deduced perceptions of the third layer. This duel could be said to be quite important to him. On the one hand, it was the $50 billion bet down on Gu Ling's side, and on the other hand, it was whether or not he could utilize Erasure Feng's high pressure to break through the understanding of the third layer. Unawareness. Almost an hour had passed. There are only a few minutes left in the countdown to the official start. At this point in time, inside the Colosseum, it was already a gathering of nearly 300 million spectators. This amount was already enough to rank in the top 3 in terms of the number of online viewers in the Silver Dragon dueling arena in the last 5 years, and the heat was evident. And before it's about to start, the big board is also officially locked down and unable to continue betting. Currently, the odds come to 6 to 1 regarding winning or losing. Simply put, if you bet on Fan to win, you can get 60,000 in return for betting $10,000. That's still better odds, but that's what everyone expected, and it's considered normal odds. As for some of the betting rounds, the odds are going to be a bit higher, but they are generally based on Fong being able to win as well. Those who bet on Fan, not many, only a small portion were ready to bet on a miracle, to bet on a big one, to bet on Fan to win by blowing up. Gu Ling's side looked at the option that Fan had asked her to bet on, which was that Fan could win within 100 rounds, and the odds were actually as high as 20 to 1. And that's that. If Fan could really win in 100 rounds, the $50 billion she had bet would instantly turn into $1 trillion, a full 20 times the gain. Granted, $1 trillion would be just that for many great cultivators with high cultivation levels, who couldn't even afford a sector master level cultivation method. But for Fan as well as Gu Ling today, it was undoubtedly a huge amount of money. 1 trillion cosmic coins could do a lot for them at the moment, and at this time, Fan, who was in the preparation area, was also noting his current appearance fee as well as the money pool situation. The appearance fee, he was now coming to 2 billion, which was already the highest level for most stepping star players. The pool situation, on the other hand, came to a horrifying $5 trillion. That is to say, for this battle, he will get 50 billion cosmic coins. This one battle would almost be worth the total of the nearly 2,000 battles that had preceded him. Have to say, that's a lot of people not only with a lot of power, but a lot of money. And while Fan still has so much, Fong, who has a much better chance of winning, is even more needless to say, with an even more terrifying pool of money and an even more outrageous amount of money that can be shared. However, Fong is a contracted player of the Giant Rock Group, so there is also a certain share to be made, and only Fong and the Giant Rock Group know exactly how much can be in their hands. But whatever that number is, they're bleeding money, and in the audience of the Coliseum at that moment, the noise and cheers had been loud and clear. Asterisk. Hurry up and start. Grind it out. What's going on? Hold your horses. It looks like the countdown has started. That's right. It starts in a minute. What's the rush? What's the hurry? Are you worried about losing the 2 dimes in your pocket? Fong. Fong. You must win. I've pressed 100 million cosmic coins on you. If this is gone, I'll be out of luck. No. What are you panicking about by betting on Fong? You. is bound to win. Okay? I'm betting on Berserkers. If Berserkers wins, I'll turn my 1 billion into 6 billion. Berserkers will be my own father by then. Frenzy will kill me. Obviously, the audience is already impatient to witness this strong matchup. The audience was also very quick to light up the room. Such a scene, belonging to see the crowd of Li Daigua, Huan Lan and even Gu Ling are all passionate. At the moment crazy for Fan, cheering, "Son, go for it, Fan, him," and soon, to the enthusiastic cheers of the audience, Fan, as well as Lan Fong, made their appearance one after another. First out of the gate was striker. Fong was dressed in green, holding a long red-colored sword in his hand as he walked step by step to the center of the fighting arena. Just a single movement of lifting his arm and raising his hand caused the entire Coliseum to cheer. Fong. Fong is out. It's so cool. This is Fong. The Fong who once reigned supreme in the star treading field. It's been over a year since Fong has appeared in the dueling arena, and now that I look at him, he seems to have gotten even stronger. Holy, this aura. How the hell is Berserkers going to fight? If I say so, just surrender. As the star player of the Silver Dragon dueling arena, Feng's influence was still considerable, and in the face of a full house cheering. At this moment, Lan Fong also felt just a hint of excitement after a long time. He had been away from the dueling grounds for a long time. Now that he was back again, feeling this feeling of being the center of attention and being touted by countless people was pretty good. For a brawl like this, he'd love to give the audience a nice feast. And the one who came on stage right after that was Fan. Fan stepped out at this moment. Although Fan didn't look as imposing as Fong with his sword, but Fan's horrifying battle results from some time ago had been such that he didn't need a weapon to set it off. And just walking out with his bare hands was already extremely oppressive. And surprisingly, Fan's aura nowadays didn't seem to be that of a stepping star fourth stage anymore. Look again at the field. That same endless cheering. Chapter 201 letting you make 3 moves. This is the 6th order of the stepping star? Berserkers. Berserk. Is this the Berserkers? It looks so strong too. Yeah, why does it feel like it's not weaker than Arashikage at all? No dude, this berserker aura doesn't look too much like a Treadstone level 4. Hasn't the information on the dueling arena been updated? Bad thing. It seems like berserker isn't really a star-stepping 4th order anymore. Fooled? Alright. The dueling arena's information for the players is once a month. Don't cloud it. Berserkers should have made a breakthrough in the past few days. But there's not much of a problem. He still won't stand a chance against Erasure who is at the peak of the 9th stage of the Treading Star. Li Fan didn't hide his breath, so both Erasure and the audience could clearly feel the change in Li Fan's aura. Compared to 7 days ago, Li Fan's aura was already a great deal stronger. This really caused a stir in the audience. This kid has improved quite a bit. In a corner of the audience, the Silver Dragon City Lord watched Li Fan's change, his face showing admiration along with a touch of anticipation. Maybe Li Fan could actually surprise him? In just 7 days, he jumped from the 4th stage of Star Treading to the 6th stage. This Berserk battle is not only gifted in combat, but his talent in cultivation isn't low either. Director Jiang on the side also nodded his head at this moment, his eyes filled with surprise. This speed of Li Fan's progress was truly astonishing. And the other end, the major consortia, especially the giant rock group, after seeing Li Fan's aura become stronger, they were all tightened in their hearts. However, it was good to realize that Li Fan's realm was also only at the 6th stage of the Stepping Star level, and there was still a huge gap between him and Erasure, which made him let go of his heart. Li Fan had indeed gotten stronger, but it was useless and still wouldn't be a match for Erasure, so it wasn't a big problem. Back to the field again. Lan Feng's expression also changed slightly after seeing Li Fan, but he quickly continued to return to normal. It was true that Li Fan was different from when he had analyzed Li Fan's battle videos before, but he didn't feel that it would affect the outcome of the battle. And soon, the duel is the beginning of the duel, but not before both sides made their moves. Li Fan's voice then sounded ahead. Berserk battle. As your senior, I can let you have 3 moves. Lan Feng stuck his long sword on the ground and clasped his arms with both hands as he said faintly towards Li Fan, his eyes filled with indifference. And instead of making people feel too gullible or arrogant, his wave of maneuvering makes people feel that he is overbearing and quite a master. One time, the cheers for the Erasure front can be boiling over to a fever pitch. Letting Berserk battle make 3 moves? Is this Erasure Feng's demeanor? Arashikage is so handsome. It's still Erasure Feng. It seems like he has absolute certainty that he can win. Otherwise he couldn't have been so braggadocious. Arashikage, charge. Give this newcomer a good bit of shock from the old man. And again, Li Fan sighed. For Erasure Feng's humility, Li Fan was naturally not the least bit polite. Boo! Only a terrifying sonic boom was heard. Li Fan was instantly transformed into a golden stream of light and blasted towards Lan Feng. As for Lan Feng, he obviously did not anticipate that Li Fan's speed could be so fast. His face abruptly changed slightly, and by the time he wanted to launch his defense as well as dodge, it was already too late. Boom! Li Fan threw out a punch that steadily smashed into Erasure Feng's chest. The terrifying impact caused Erasure Feng's entire body to fly backwards, ruthlessly smashing into the edge of the arena, stirring up endless dust. Such a scene. It instantly silenced the entire room. At this moment, the faces of everyone in the room froze in stasis, their gazes looking deathly toward the billowing dust. Isn't this explosive power of Li Fan a bit too outrageous? This punch down, in exchange for a normal Stepping Star level. Afraid of a little pain? Oh? Even Erasure Feng, I'm afraid he won't be able to catch it so easily, right? One time, most of the spectators present were nervous. They had all pressed for Erasure Feng to win. They couldn't be seriously injured right off the bat, could they? And soon, when the dust cleared and Erasure Feng's upright figure reappeared in the crowd's field of vision, the crowd breathed a sigh of relief while cheers rang out once again. At this moment, Erasure Feng stood on the spot, refreshed and completely unable to see any signs of injury. In reality, though, he had already broken 2 ribs and had just swallowed a mouthful of blood that had reached his mouth. This punch of Li Fan's was indeed powerful. Is this the 6th order of the ING Star Trek? That's quite a bit of strength. Letting you make 3 moves seems a bit disrespectful. At this time, Lan Feng dodged and picked up the long knife on the ground and said towards Li Fan. That's right. He wasn't going to let the remaining 2 moves go. Li Fan was not at all as weak as he thought he was, and he had to take it seriously. And Li Fan, as if he could see what was going on with Erasure Feng, couldn't help but choke out. I've easily gained your respect with this light punch, so it seems like you're not that good. This statement was made. It was just like making Erasure Feng's face change. Humph. Toast to the world. Lan Feng shouted sternly, and a terrifying heat wave violently erupted from the long blade in his hand. As for Li Fan, there was no nonsense. The Berserk Battle Prairie skill was in operation. and he raised both fists to meet him. Next, it is the real duel between the two sides. Lan Fang's long blade swung, rolling up several terrifying red-colored tornadoes, and his domineering blade intent instantly swept through this coliseum. Even the people sitting in the audience could not help but be shocked by the blade intent, and in the face of this terrifying blade technique, Li Fan was unsurprisingly caught in the crossfire. But it's only just down the drain. Li Fan swung both his fists, swimming madly amidst the heat waves of the wild swords, without any tendency to fall. Erasure Feng, on the other hand, wasn't doing so well at the moment. It was because he was now in a position where he had to slowly exert his full strength. Originally, he was aiming to control the fight until it ended after 500 rounds, but in this current situation, he was no longer able to control the rhythm of the fight at all. This Li Fan was far tougher than he had imagined. Moreover, he could feel that Li Fan hadn't exerted his full strength even now, and the reason why he fell into the wind appeared to be Li Fan's deliberate act. And the other end. Many of the spectators who were unaware of the truth and whose realms weren't very high watched as Erasure Feng firmly occupied the upper grave, and one of them was excited beyond measure, because the situation in front of them seemed to be developing in the direction they expected. Many cultivators with high realms, however, could see that the situation was not right, and one by one, their brows began to furrow. Chapter 202 Arashikage Killing Move, 10,000 Blade Starfall. Something doesn't seem right about this. How is this berserker so strong? Yeah, it does look like it's been on the downside, but it hasn't taken too many losses at all. Rather, it kind of looks like it could have been deliberate. Damn it, Arashikage won't be able to beat it, right? It shouldn't be so bad. Arashikage hasn't fought at full strength yet either. Obviously, the strength that Li Fan had shown was truly beyond their expectations. Suppressing your strength and using your opponent to sharpen your punches is quite confident. In the crowd, the Silver Dragon City Lord showed a hint of appreciation. Li Fan's purpose was evident to him at a glance. Li Fan was sharpening the Berserk Battle Prairie skill, wanting to see if he could impact the third layer under high pressure. For this idea, the Silver Dragon City Lord was very appreciative, but while appreciating it, he wasn't impressed. He acknowledged that Li Fan had a talent for fighting, but to want to perceive the third layer with this current number of battle scenes was really a bit whimsical. The first 3 layers of this Berserk Battle Prairie skill were considered to be the cheapest of the Realm Master level cultivation methods, but the fame was not high at all, and a large part of the reason for this was because of the difficulty of cultivation. In his opinion, Li Fan would have to experience at least a few tens of thousands of effective battles before he would have that many possibilities, and even then, Li Fan's speed was considered fast. Eyes back on the field again. It's just a couple of photo ops. Li Fan and Erasure Feng were already fighting for more than 20 rounds. At this time, Li Fan in the situation, just like more down, and even at first glance, vaguely already have a tendency to lose, because nowadays, Li Fan was actually completely unable to dodge the blade chi that Erasure Feng chopped out, and could only choose to use a pair of meaty fists to forcefully block Erasure Feng's attack. Berserkers is going to lose. Ha 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 ha. It's still Arashikage. I think in a few dozen more rounds, Berserkers will fall. Berserkers are still very strong. It's amazing to be able to fight with Arashikage for dozens of rounds without losing. Yeah, if Berserkers is also at the 9th step of the star-stepping stage, I don't even think that Erasure Feng would be his opponent. But, what are you thinking? Erasure Feng hasn't even used his full power yet. If he did, I'm afraid this Berserker wouldn't even last 10 rounds. In the audience, at this moment, many voices that favored Erasure Feng were already ringing out. In the eyes of these people, Erasure Feng was now victorious. Li Daodu Huanlan as well as Gu Ling in the crowd. Each of the 3 of them had their hearts in their throats at the moment. Especially Gu Ling. Gu Ling was not good at fighting at all, and could not see any of the doorways. So in her eyes, Li Fan was now in a precarious position. If it continues as it is, not to mention solving Erasure Feng within 100 rounds, it was questionable if Li Fan could last until the 100th round. Fan doesn't seem to be serious. At this time, Li Dubois, whose brows were furrowed, could not help but speak softly. Although Li Dubois' strength was already inferior to Li Fan's now, his years of combat experience as well as his unusual combat talent allowed his vision to be clearer. He could see that Li Fan had not used his full strength, and the reason why he could not dodge Lan Feng's knife was just that Li Fan simply did not want to dodge. Could it be that you want to hone that cultivation method? But in that case, isn't the risk a bit too great? Li Dubois continued to speak. During this period of time, Li Fan was often in seclusion, and he knew a little about it, seemingly because of a high-grade cultivation method. The reason why Li Fan didn't choose to fight with all his might was that he really couldn't think of anything else other than honing his gunfu. But really, it's a bit too risky. The opponent was at least a top-treading star-level powerhouse, and it would be easy to play it off if they fought like this. But when you think about it, there's nothing wrong with it. After all, this duel was only taking place in a virtual network, and even if one died in the duel, there would be no repercussions. The only impact was perhaps the loss of the 100,000 cosmic coins he had pressed in, and listening to Li Duguo's words, Gu Ling, who was on the side, couldn't help but feel slightly more at ease, but only slightly. In case Li Fan didn't hide any backhanders, then he would have to lose all of those 50 billion cosmic coins, and obviously, as Li Duguo said, Li Fan did it on purpose. Moreover, today's Li Fan had already taken half a step towards that third layer. There is only one key opportunity away from stepping fully into it. A twist. Another 20 rounds passed. Li Fan was still in a disadvantageous position, but the situation had slowly transformed. Arashikage's blade appeared to have slowed down a bit. Li Fan, on the other hand, was still constantly waving his fists, vaguely feeling like he was getting stronger and stronger as the battle went on. Damn it! Why can this guy's flesh be so outrageous? At this moment, Lan Feng was still continuously executing his sword technique, frantically searching for Li Fan's breaks, but in his heart, he was already alarmed by the shocking waves. Even though he actually hit Li Fan with many of his blades, they were all perfectly defused by Li Fan's pair of haunting red flames, and they didn't hurt Li Fan in the slightest, and the tremendous rebound even made his grip on the blade start to get more and more unsteady. That's why his knife was getting slower and slower. In the final analysis, it was still that Levon was too hard. You can't break the defense at all. If he continued to follow this situation, not to mention winning Li Fan after 500 rounds, I'm afraid that he himself wouldn't last 500 rounds before being boiled to death by Li Fan. This fellow is too much stronger than imagined. Fortunately, it's only the 6th step of the treading star rank. If it's higher, I'm bound to be no match for it. We can't go on like this. It has to be quick. Erisher Feng's heart was shaken beyond measure. Then he gritted his teeth and his eyes changed, flashing with a murderous intent. Right now, this is a situation where score control is out of the question. He had to make it quick. Directly in a thunderous style, Li Fan was crushed and could not continue to accompany the consumption. Although this may make the company less money, or even lose a large amount of money, but compared to that, it was better than losing to Li Fan, because once if he loses, the losses on the company's side will be absolutely astronomical, and it was a sky-high price that he definitely couldn't afford. You're good, but it ends here. At this time, Erisher Feng, who had been frantically attacking towards Li Fan, violently pulled his stance away and growled sternly. Immediately after, the long red-colored sword in Erisher Feng's hand was gently waved. Boo! 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 Between the flickering of the blade chi, thousands of red-colored long blade shadows actually emerged from around Erisher Feng, hanging in the sky above the entire arena, densely packed, as far as the eye could see. The terrifying blade power instantly swept across the entire fighting arena, and the long sword shadow between the flashes was like a surging star. Erisher Feng, who stood in the center, was like a great sun, controlling the entire situation, his might terrifying to the extreme. This move was no other than Erisher Feng's long-famous and strongest killing move, 10,000 Blades and Starfall. Chapter 203, Comprehending the Third Layer. Winning. What a terrifying blade intent. Is this Erisher Striker's 10,000 Blade Starfall? What's the situation? Erisher Feng actually used his crushing 10,000 Blade Starfall so quickly? Is this a quick battle? It must be. Just now it seems like Erisher Front has been boiled down by Berserk battle to the point of being a bit drained. This is not wanting to drag on any longer. Then the Berserkers are going to be gone. It's definitely gone. This 10,000 Blade Starfall is so strong that it doesn't even look like the strength that a stepping star level should have. Is this the true strength of Erisher Feng? All the spectators present had their mouths slightly opened in shock at Erisher Feng's sudden killing move. The aura was too terrifying. It didn't even look like the strength that a stepping star level could have. It was already comparable to many shattered star level 1 existences. To be able to comprehend blade momentum at the stepping stone level and still have this degree of control, it's considered a good seedling. But unfortunately, the years are a little on the older side. As the Silver Dragon City Lord looked at the Lan Feng in the center of this long blade shadow, he couldn't help but nod slightly, revealing a flash of appreciation. He had read about Erisher Feng before. He was actually quite satisfied with Erisher Feng's talent as well as his strength. If Erisher Feng could have been younger, he might have just picked Erisher Feng. Don't look at Erisher Feng looking young, but he was already over 300. At that age, it doesn't really fit over there. As for Li Fan, according to the information that Li Fan had registered at the Silver Dragon Dueling Arena, it appeared that he was in his 20s. To be able to have such an achievement at this age, one could fully call it a phrase among geniuses. That was why he was so patient with Li Fan. Berserkers don't stand a chance, but it's not bad to be able to fight like this. Director Jiang, who was on the side, couldn't help but shake his head at this moment. showing a touch of regret on his face. He also knew that Li Fan was hiding some strength. However, he did not think that Li Fan would be able to resist Erisher Feng's move after exerting his full strength. What's he going to do with Arifeng? What about the promised 500 rounds? How long has this been going on? Is he going to break the rules? On the other end, the leaders of the giant rock group watched this scene. All of them were dumbfounded. Say yes to score control. How can this be the end of the game? If they end the fight now, they're going to lose a ton of money in blood. Who the hell went and gave notice to Arashikage? Was the notification in place or not? This Lan Feng must have hit the top again and forgotten about it. Erisher Feng, when it's over later, you'd better give me a satisfactory explanation. One time, the entire giant rock group executives are all in a mess, and eyes back on the field. As this 10,000 blade starfall move of Erisher Feng was executed, Li Fan also didn't have any more reservations, instantly raising his own aura to the extreme and shouting towards the Lan Feng in the air. If you have any skills, just use them. You can't win just by doing all the fancy stuff. Erisher Feng sniffed, and his face did not show any emotional fluctuations. Just a flick of the wrist. Thousands of red-colored long knife shadows were like meteorite rain falling down, sweeping towards Li Fan. Erisher Feng himself leapt with him, transforming into a crimson stream of light that merged into the rain of knives, making the already terrifying rain of knives even more terrifying. While facing such a situation, Li Fan did not have the slightest idea of trying to dodge. Good timing, Li Fan roared, his fists bringing up a stream of fire as he leapt forward and took the initiative to meet towards the rain of knives. Boo! 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 Between the clash of gold and iron, Li Fan was actually like a heaven-opening devil, relying on a pair of meaty fists to open up a vacuum path in the middle of the rain of knives. And Lan Feng's attack was not damaged because of this, and between the swings of his long blade, he actually swung a long dragon of blade chi that seemed to be able to devour heaven and earth. The terrifying might instantly block Li Fan's attack. However, at this time, Li Fan's speed was raised violently, performing a body technique that led these long dragons of blade chi to collide with each other and dissipate instantly. The next fight, it has entered a white-hot stage. In the blink of an eye, dozens of rounds passed, and such a splendid and shocking fight scene undoubtedly shocked everyone in the room by smacking their lips, because they never expected it. Instead of being crushed by Erisher Feng's move, Li Fan carried it hard, and even remained completely undefeated. This is unbelievable. And before the crowd could slow down from this shock, the situation on the field changed abruptly, only to see that Li Fan's waving double fists had actually changed from crimson to a dazzling and flashing gold color, and the streams of fire that he brought up had also become incomparably majestic, and the power, even more so, has changed dramatically. A fist swung out, actually straight blasted a long dragon of blade chi, and the layers of heat waves brought up even melted a large circle of blade chi shadows in the surroundings. With just one punch, a vacuum band was created. What? How is this possible? The sudden change caused Erisher Feng's entire body to freeze for a moment. How did the power of Li Fan's punch suddenly become so terrifying? Could this be Li Fan's true strength? Is this just starting to get serious for Li Ban? But Li Fan had clearly only stepped onto the 6th stage of the star level. What kind of monster is this? And on the other end, at this point in the audience, the Silver Dragon City Lord's face suddenly changed drastically. This can't be? The 3rd level of the Berserk Battle Prairie skill? That's right. The reason why Li Fan suddenly exploded and his battle power skyrocketed was because Li Fan was already successfully comprehending the 3rd layer just now. But this was too unbelievable in the eyes of the Silver Dragon City Lord. He had previously budgeted that it would be impossible for Li Fan to comprehend the 3rd layer without another tens of thousands of high-quality battles. As a result, Li Fan was the one who hit him in the face at light speed. It was actually directly in front of his eyes that he comprehended the 3rd layer. Comprehending the 3rd layer in less than 10,000 matches. This kid is truly a genius. Could he be the next Golden Torch King? The Silver Dragon City Lord's gaze was fixed dead center on Li Fan in the arena as thoughts danced in his mind. The director Jiang as well as the butler on the side were now shocked as they looked at Li Fan's terrifying battle power on the field, as well as the expression on the Silver Dragon City Lord's face. They could tell that Li Fan was strong. But was this already so strong that even the Silver Dragon City Lord was surprised? And as the two froze, Li Fan in the field was already catching the gap between Erisher Feng's days. With a flash, he instantly arrived in front of Erisher Feng. It was followed by a hard punch. Boom! It was accompanied by a loud popping sound. Erisher Feng's figure and the long blade silhouettes roaming the sky began to crumble in unison. In the blink of an eye, Erisher Feng fell on the spot. This duel, too, had officially come to an end. In the secret room of a luxurious manor in the Silver Dragon Center City, Lan Feng snapped his eyes open. his face already filled with a touch of fear. Obviously, Li Fan's punch was destined to become a shadow in his life. Chapter 204, 1 trillion cosmic coins. And the eyes returned to the Colosseum. With the fall of Phone, the voice announcing Li Fan's victory rang out. The scene was suddenly plunged into a deathly silence. And after the silence, there was an exclamation of surprise like a mountain torrent and a tsunami. How is this possible? Berserk Battle actually defeated Phone? How can this Berserk Battle be so terrifying? Is this surely a stepping star rank 6? Monster! He's just a monster. Not even Phone is a match for him? How long has this been going on? Not even 100 rounds and Phone is defeated? It's over. It's all over. I bet $1 billion on Phone. Now I've lost it all. Damn it. I pressed the Arashikage too. ********. If I had known that Berserkers was so brave, I would have bet on Berserkers. Shady. It's definitely shady. Phone definitely let the water out. My $2 billion. I'll go. Berserkers really won? I should have known to press more. Many of the spectators were still unable to believe the fact that Phone had lost, and their mouths were wide open one after another. Of course, apart from being shocked at the terrifying strength Li Fan had displayed, more heckling hysteria about losing it all. Because most people, the pressure was still on Front to win, even though many of them had made two preparations, pressing both Phone and Li Fan. The big head was still with Phone. With Arashikage now losing, they're still losing money overall. And like them, heck, there are major consortia. Many of the measures done by these consortia are actually based on the fact that Front can win. As a result, now Front has lost. All the countermeasures that were done there were in a state of collapse. One time, the executives of the major consortia are already burnt out. And the most burnt out, it is still the Giant Rock Group. They had spent a huge amount of money on publicity for this bet. And with all the expenses of making connections and such, the amount was already considered a sky-high price. They were supposed to make a killing, not only covering the upfront investment costs, but also making a bloody profit. As a result, Phone actually failed to beat Li Fan. That's a straight-up loss for the Giant Rock Group. Worthy of my son. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect Little Fan to actually win. Then the 100,000 we pressed for will directly become 600,000. In the audience, Li Dugua Huanglan and his duo were quite excited at the moment. When Phone used the 10,000 blades and Starfall, they even thought that Li Fan would definitely lose. I didn't expect that at the critical moment, Li Fan would be able to fight back against the odds, which was truly incredible. Ling Ling, when the funds arrive, we will transfer $500,000 to you. You are not studying economics. This economy want to learn well, in addition to theoretical knowledge, but also have to practice. Sure, it's not a lot of money, but it helps more or less. Huanglan then looked to Gu Ling on the side, touched Gu Ling's little face and said with a smile, Huanglan has already taken Gu Ling as her own daughter. In addition to the usual good thing to think of Gu Ling, now make money, but also the first time to think of Gu Ling. Gu Ling was very touched by this, but politely refused. Mom, it's better for you to keep this money. I've made quite a bit on my side this time. This statement was made. Li Dugua cannot help but be a little surprised. Gu Ling seems to be on the gambling aspect is not interested at all, and even a little aversion. Gu Ling also pressure? Ling Ling, you press too? How much? Huanglan couldn't help but ask. Gu Ling, on the other hand, shrugged her shoulders and said with a smile, well, pressed $50 billion. Li Daikoku nodded. Ow, 500. Ha, how much? 50 billion? After hearing the exact answer, Li Dugua Huanglan and the two of them were all shocked with their eyes wide open, their faces full of incredulity. And immediately after that, Gu Ling was telling the two old men about Li Fan's previous search for her. And don't look at Gu Ling, who was only slightly excited on the surface right now. In truth, her heart was already in waves. 50 billion, at 20 times the odds, is now $1 trillion straight up. $1 trillion. That's a real huge amount of money. The other end. Another corner of the audience. The Silver Dragon City Lord was already firm in his choice of Li Fan at this moment, and turned his head to the side to look at Director Jiang. Get me in touch with this berserker. I want to meet him in person. Director Jiang was naturally very uptight, and immediately nodded, but soon after, he frowned again. I will go to contact later, but this Berserk Wars details, we are actually not very understanding of the Colosseum. He filled in the personal information. We have not verified. If at that time does not meet the requirements of the City Lord your requirements, don't worry, it's okay if it doesn't match, just go ahead and contact it. After receiving the exact answer, Director Jiang immediately disappeared with the butler at the side. Immediately afterward, after the Silver Dragon City Lord looked deeply at Li Fan on the field, he also chose to leave. Plus, leave on. After successfully winning the duel, Li Fan was already back in the preparation area. At this moment, Li Fan was also very excited. Kung Fu. At the critical moment, he finally managed to step into the third layer. Moreover, the power of this third layer stacked with his physical body was even quite stronger than he had imagined. Right now, his battle power was already such that he could fight with the peak of the Shattered Star Grade second stage, and such a battle power boost would be maintained until the cosmic level. That is to say, for a short period of time, his cultivation method in terms of offense was sort of less necessary. Of course, if there could be a more exaggerated practice, another story. After all, there's no such thing as too much skill, and since it was already a successful breakthrough to the third layer, there was no need for the next battle. So immediately afterward, Li Fan exited the Silver Dragon Dueling Arena's channel, come inside the private channel estate where Gu Ling was. At this point, apart from Gu Ling, Li Dugua and Huang Lan were also here. As soon as they met, the two old men were praising and appreciating Li Fan. Especially Huang Lan pinched Li Fan's face. That was a compliment, as if as when Li Fan was a child when he won an award. On the other hand, Li Dugua was full of pride, and every now and then, he would come up with a remark that the blue was better than the blue. In a nutshell, Li Fan's terrifying talent made the two old men very happy. Gu Ling is even more needless to say. What woman wouldn't want her husband to be an absolute man? Then, after some conversation, Gu Ling then transferred all $1 trillion to Li Fan. For this money, Li Fan was also quick to make his assignments. On the second old man side, 50 billion each. Looking at Li Fan getting stronger and stronger, with Blue Star having Li Fan's guardianship, the two old men cared less and less about the cultivation aspect now. So there wasn't a lot of demand in terms of cultivation resources. Their focus now is basically on the experience of various things in the universe, such as traveling between universes. And even traveling through a virtual network requires money. $50 billion of funds was enough for the two old men to deal with the vast majority of scenes. And even if the two old men wanted to buy some cultivation resources, it was actually completely sufficient. On Gu Ling's side, Li Fan allocated 200 billion cosmic coins. Gu Ling is good at business and is also studying cosmic economics, and needs to spend more than the second old man, so she will give relatively more. And with $200 billion, it will be enough for her to go for trial and error. And if she is lucky, Gu Ling can even give him a big surprise. When the distribution is done, what remained in Li Fan's hands was 750 billion cosmic coins. Li Fan's current intention, the main expense, was to spend on cultivation resources. In addition to the energy stones that are necessary for cultivation, there are also some other resources, such as weapons, defense equipment, and even some talismans that have special uses, which can come in handy at critical moments. Of course, the next thing Li Fan wanted to do was to go to the Star Reptile Organization to buy some information on chance. The treasures in the universe were endless and all-encompassing, and aside from some high-quality cultivation resources, there were even the kind of unparalleled treasures that would allow one to instantly jump up to the Domain Lord or even Realm Lord level. There's only the unthinkable, nothing that's not in the universe. If he could obtain this kind of absolute treasure, it would be much more refreshing than honestly cultivating and exercising. Now that we're all in the universe, there are only three things on our minds. Look for the opportunity. Look for the opportunity. Still looking for a chance. Chapter 205 Appointment with the Silver Dragon City Lord. Leave Gu Ling's side. Li Fan then returned to his personal space. Tap on the Silverton Center City Mall. Li Fan was prepared to purchase a batch of advanced energy stones first. Afterwards, he was going to go to the Star Reptile Organization to get some information on cosmic level opportunities. Although his current physical body battle power was already comparable to the peak of the second stage of the Shattered Star Grade, he still had to bring up his realm again for insurance purposes. And just as he was about to place his order, a message popped up on his message bar. It's from the official Silver Dragon Dueling Arena account. Mr. Berserker, the chairman of our dueling arena has sent you a request for a meeting. Watch this message. Li Fan couldn't help but stare. Chairman of the dueling grounds? Thinking carefully, Li Fan guessed that it might be about signing a contract or something like that. His victory over Phone was bound to have shocked many syndicates and given the Silver Dragon Dueling Arena a new perspective on him. He couldn't really think of anything else to do but talk about signing. And naturally, Li Fan was not interested in signing. But considering that it was the chairman of the board, it was a bit too good to completely ignore a big man like that when he came in person. So Li Fan was prepared to meet this chairman of the Silver Dragon Dueling Arena and reject it in person. Soon, Li Fan then confirmed the invitation to meet. Next, the image in front of Li Fan's eyes suddenly changed drastically into a golden sandy beach with pleasant scenery. On the beach, a man wearing casual beach pants and gold-framed glasses was waiting for Li Fan. This person is none other than Director Kong. Compared to before when he faced the Silver Dragon City Lord, he appeared much more calm and relaxed at the moment. Berserk little brother. First time meeting, slightly abrupt. Hope you don't mind. Director Jiang looked at Li Fan and said lightly, in a polite tone. And as the other party was so polite and didn't even have a bit of a stance, Li Fan also responded politely while directly asking about his doubts. Director Kong is polite, don't mind at all. But just wondering, what is it that Director Jiang is looking for me for? Levon asked so dryly. Director Kong also got right to the point. I can't actually give you an answer to what I'm looking for, because I'm just a middleman. Your performance in the dueling arena has received the attention of the city lord, who wants to meet you personally. Hearing this, Li Fan's face was slightly shocked, and then his brows furrowed slightly. It's Silver Dragon City who wants to see him. This could be said to be completely irrelevant to his speculation. With regards to the Silver Dragon City Lord, he had no contact with him at all, nor did he know anything about it at all. This Silver Dragon City Lord suddenly came to the door. What was this about? When Director Jiang saw this look on Li Fan's face and hesitated to respond, he immediately saw Li Fan's misgivings and said slowly, little brother, don't worry. Lord City Master is a domain master level powerhouse. He won't hit on the idea of chance on you, little brother. And Lord City Master's reputation is also famously good. He's never done anything to take a junior's chance. This time, Lord City Lord is looking for you. Odds are it's a good thing. This statement was made. Li Fan couldn't help but feel relieved in his heart. Yes, he did worry about that just now. But thinking about it, it was true that the Silver Dragon City Lord, as a domain lord level existence, definitely didn't see much in his chance. Of course, the reference here is to the chance he showed. For a chance like the Dark Star, not to mention domain lords, I'm afraid that ordinary realm lords wouldn't be able to help but be moved. How about it, little brother? Interested? Director Kong continued to ask. In that case, it's possible to meet. Li Fan nodded. But where to meet? In the virtual network, or in reality? In this case, you can rely on you, little brother. If you are still not too assured, you can first make an appointment in the virtual network, and then consider whether you want to meet in reality. Then let's meet in the virtual network first. Well, tomorrow then. The lord of the city should be a little busy with something right now. Exit the channel. Li Fan was somewhat unable to calm his mind. The domain lord level figure suddenly sought him out, and he didn't know exactly what the matter was. And in fact, the Silver Dragon City Lord wanted to find him. Personally private chat on the line. Did not expect to have to go through Director Jiang to be the intermediary. It seems so troublesome, but it's understandable when you think about it. After all, there are just too many people pretending to be bigots on the virtual web. When Li Fan saw that the other party said that he was the Silver Dragon City Lord, his first estimate was that he would ignore it and could not possibly believe that the other party was really the Silver Dragon City Lord. It was clearly more convincing to approach the Silver Dragon dueling arena side to make the connection. Never mind. We'll see what's going on tomorrow. Li Fan shook his head and didn't think any more about it. What the Silver Dragon City Lord was looking for him for. When they met tomorrow, they would naturally know. Time rolls around. It was early the next morning. At this moment, the entire Silver Dragon Center city was practically filled with discussions about that battle between Li Fan and Lan Feng. Many people were now speculating about Li Fan's exact identity. Nowadays, if you look at it, the speculation about Li Fan being a genius of some great power was the most prevalent and the most convincing. And such remarks were what made Li Fan cry and laugh the most. Who on earth rumored that he was a genius of a major power? Ha! The time came to noon. A message popped through, interrupting Levin's time with his family. I'll go out first. Li Fan bid farewell to Gu Ling and the others, while tapping on an invitation to meet him. That's right. This was exactly the invitation to meet from the Lord of Silver Dragon City. In the blink of an eye, Li Fan then arrived at a huge office. A middle-aged man with a body like a tower of iron. But his temperament was elegant caught Li Fan's eye. This person is no one else. It was none other than the Silver Dragon City Lord. Chapter 206, Desolate Dust Academy. Going to be a chaperone? It wasn't like what Levon had imagined. He had originally thought that the Silver Dragon City Lord would be the image of an old man who looked as if he was inscrutable. After all, the other party was a domain lord level existence. A domain lord level existence could also be called a party hegemon when looking at the universe. But there was no thought. The Silver Dragon City Lord in front of him, apart from his sturdy figure, actually looked like an ordinary middle-aged man in general, and was very affable. With that, the first thing Li Fan did was to politely greet him. Greetings, City Lord. In response, the Silver Dragon City Lord waved his hand and nodded with a smile. There's no need to be so polite. I watched your duel with Arashikage. You were great. And to be able to comprehend the Berserk Battle Prairie skill to the third layer so quickly is truly mind-boggling. Your combat talent can be ranked in the top 10 amongst all the people I've seen. Saying that, the Silver Dragon City Lord's eyes were already filled with a touch of appreciation. And in the face of this great circle of praise from the Silver Dragon City Lord, Li Fan's heart was a little too good to be true, and immediately responded slowly. The City Lord has praised me too much, and there are still many inadequacies in my junior. Immediately afterward, Li Fan expressed his doubts and, I don't know what the city's main reason for meeting the latecomer is? Two for that matter. The Silver Dragon City Lord didn't sell any secrets and got straight to the point. Ever heard of the Desolate Dust Academy? Li Fan frowned slightly before shaking his head. The late generation is shallow and has not heard of it. Seeing that Li Fan had never heard of it, the Silver Dragon City Lord then patiently explained and introduced himself. The Desolate Dust Academy, an institution of higher learning co-founded by 9 human immortal level existences of the Witch Mountain seat. It aims to provide an excellent environment for the human geniuses of Washanza to grow up and replenish fresh blood for the future of the Washanza human race. Li Fan was slightly surprised in his heart after listening to the introduction of this Desolate Dust Academy. 9 immortal level existences co-founded it? That's quite a bottom line. According to the Silver Dragon City Lord's introduction, the Desolate Dust Academy, in simple terms, was a large-scale academy, and the students within it came from all the galaxies of the Wushan constellation, and were all geniuses among geniuses. Have to say, with regards to this Desolate Dust Academy, Li Fan was already somewhat moved. What he lacked most now is chance, and to find the opportunity and get it, a good platform is extraordinarily important. The only chance he has access to on his own right now is to go to the Star Reptile Organization and pay for it. The news of chance obtained in this way was obviously impossible to be more reliable than the news of chance revealed in this Desolate Dust Academy. As for the reason why the Silver Dragon City Lord had come to him, Li Fan vaguely had some guesses. I see. Then Senior City Lord is looking for me because he wants me to go to this Desolate Dust Academy? Li Fan directly asked his guess at this time. The Silver Dragon City Lord praised him for being a genius as soon as they met, and then gave him a lecture about the Desolate Dust Academy. With such an operation, other than wanting to introduce him to the Desolate Dust Academy, Li Fan really couldn't think of anything else to say for a while. However, the Silver Dragon City Lord's next words caused Li Fan to faint a little. Indeed, it's just that I want you to go to the Desolate Dust Academy. Truth be told, I was actually commissioned to do so, and I have a dear friend who currently holds some position in the Desolate Dust Academy. He wants to find a group of well-qualified star-stepping geniuses to serve as chaperones for the cadets in the academy. Now I'm already a chosen group, but I'm still a few short, so I'd like to invite you to join. Yes, that answer. Obviously something Li Fan hadn't expected. He thought that the Silver Dragon City Lord was trying to lead him to the Desolate Dust Academy as a cadet. As a result, he was actually asked to serve as a chaperone for the official trainees? Let him be a chaperone? Isn't that a little too far out there? And the Silver Dragon City Lord, who had clearly read Li Fan's mind, continued, I understand. With your talent, going to be a chaperone is definitely not something you're willing to do. But there are people outside of people. There is a sky outside of the sky. The universe is immense. There are many geniuses that are tougher than you. As far as you are concerned, going to be a chaperone for those top geniuses is not condescending, but rather an opportunity. Although the treatment of being a chaperone is far inferior to those official students, one can enjoy some of the resources of the Desolate Dust Academy, such as even having the opportunity to sit in on a Boundary Master level instructor's class. On top of that, once you can stabilize your chaperone qualification in the academy, your home planet can also receive a portion of the blessings, such as being able to obtain some high-grade star guarding formations or something like that. Moreover, if you subsequently show a strong enough ability, you can even transform from the status of a chaperone to a full-fledged trainee. But of course, this possibility is not very high. The requirements in this regard are very high. All in all, my advice is not to pass up such a great opportunity. Ultimately, though, it's up to you to decide exactly if you want to go, and I can give you 3 days to think about it. Listening to the words of the Silver Dragon City Lord, Li Fan couldn't help but nod slightly. When you hear it that way, it doesn't seem unacceptable. To be able to go to a place like that to meet the geniuses of the universe and also enjoy some of the resources. This condition was actually not bad, especially the last one. If you perform well, you can also be converted into a full cadet. If that's the case, for Li Fan, it was almost no different than going straight to being a full-fledged cadet, because Li Fan was still very confident in his own strength. Immediately, Li Fan directly just gave his choice. Elder City Lord, I've thought it over. I'm willing to go. Receiving this answer, the Silver Dragon City Lord was indeed very satisfied, nodding his head and saying, you won't regret that choice. But before I go, I'd like to know specific information about you in reality. Like your name, your age. Strength-wise you're definitely over the top, but if you want to go as a chaperone, you can't be more than 100 years old. To this, Li Fan didn't hide anymore and told his basic information truthfully. After hearing that Li Fan's real age was really only in his early 20s, the Silver Dragon City Lord couldn't help but be a little surprised. With this talent, it even feels like there's already so much of a chance to go from chaperone to full-fledged cadet. The thought, however, only existed in his mind for an instant before it was worn away. If Li Fan's talent was placed in their Sky Orchid Star region, it would indeed be very good, but if you look at the entire Wushan block, it's still a bit less than impressive. Those who were able to become official students of the Desolate Dust Academy, in addition to having a strong talent themselves, their own backgrounds were also extraordinary, so the starting point of their cultivation was higher than most people. Since that's the case, then prepare yourself. Half a month later, Silver Dragon Center City, the City Lord's Mansion Square will gather, and someone will come to pick you up at that time. Well, then the late generation will take their leave first.